In a corner of the deck, a sailor suddenly opened his eyes. Have I traveled through time? The man's head throbbed with pain, and memories flooded back like a tidal wave. Just now, the original owner wasn't injured, but scared to death. The fear of facing an enraged, third-tier expert directly caused his soul to scatter. This is a world where the age of exploration, devil fruits, attribute panels, and extraordinary professions coexist. The strong prey on the weak, and the mighty reign supreme. He took out an exquisite card from his pocket. It was a class panel that everyone in this world had. With only 8 points in willpower, no wonder he was scared to death. Don touched the card with his fingertip, and with a thought, a new line of text suddenly appeared. Based on your personal characteristics, you are entitled to 1 chance to win a prize each week. Current number of chances, want to participate now. Don's pupils constricted sharply. His exclusive cheat system had arrived. Lottery. Congratulations, you have won. Devil fruit, flame fruit. Extract. Hint. After extraction, it will assimilate into any fruit within 10 meters of you. Devil fruit. A Logia type, the flame fruit. This thing doesn't even exist in this world. A cheat code confirmed. But the next second, he suddenly calmed down. Devil fruits are the ultimate treasures that legendary wizards would fight tooth and nail for. Once exposed, he'll be targeted by divination, dissected, and his treasure stolen. He won't last a second longer. Besides, he'll draw even more fruits in the future. The first one absolutely cannot be eaten, absolutely cannot be kept. Thank goodness it's the flame fruit. If it were rumble, glint, or a mythical Zoan, he would be heartbroken. Refuse extraction. The card system has undergone another dramatic change. Based on your personal traits, you can choose one of the following talents. Steel Balloon. Increases Constitution by 20 points and gains the personal feat, Steel Balloon. Super Strength. Strength increased to 20 points and will increase by 5 points with each subsequent advancement. 3. Mind Reader. Perception increased to 20 points and gains the personal feat, Mind Reader. Immortal Body. Constitution increased to 20 points, and the personal feat, Immortal Body, is gained. Alien. Constitution increased to 20 points, and the personal feat, Alien, is gained. Looking at these talents, Don fell into deep thought, although these talents did not provide more specific details about the individual's special abilities. Having watched One Piece, Don was able to deduce the general abilities from a name. After much deliberation, Don made a careful choice. You have chosen the talent, Alien. Based on your talent, you have gained the personal feat, Alien. Strength +2, extraordinary resilience, extraordinary regeneration, pain reduction, and the Insomniac. Don suddenly felt a change in his body. His muscles became firmer, and he felt a significant increase in strength. The cuts he had sustained in the battle were healing at a visible speed. It should take only a few minutes to fully recover. Meanwhile, the player's class cards will refresh with new personal data. Name, Don Campbell. Age, 24. Level, 5. Rank, 1st tier. Occupation, sailor. Talent, Alien, favored 1. Strength, 13. Agility, 10. Stamina, 20. Charisma, 11. Intelligence, 9. Perception, 11. Willpower, 9. Judging from the current panel data alone, it's already comparable to some lower-tier, third-tier professionals. After all, not all third-tier professionals possess extraordinary attributes. The last piece of information made Tang Un's eyes light up instantly. Based on personal characteristics, the requirements for advancing to the Tier 2 Pirate Captain profession and the next Tier 2 Pirate profession have been obtained. Pirate Captain. Advancement requirements. 1. Complete 1 sea raid. 2. Own a pirate ship. Pirate. Prerequisites. Tier 1 profession related to the sea. Advancement requirements. Creature level 5, strength 11, stamina 12. Advancement condition. 1. Complete 1 sea raid. Looking at the Pirate Captain class information displayed on the class card, Tang In frowned slightly. The attributes required for advancement were not a problem at all, but the 2 advancement conditions were a bit too demanding for Tang In. Plundering is not difficult, but is not easy either. Since the age of exploration, there have been countless pirates. All you need to do is join a pirate crew and participate in a plundering raid. However, if you're unlucky and encounter a difficult case, you might have to send it directly. But that's just a matter of luck. The truly demanding requirement is the second one, owning a pirate ship. Even the most basic configuration of a decent ship capable of sailing the ocean costs at least several dozen gold coins. In this world, a loaf of black bread costs only 1 copper coin, and a fine iron longsword costs 5 silver coins. Don's monthly salary as a sailor was only 16 silver coins. 1 gold equals 100 silver equals 10,000 copper. Keep in mind that being a sailor in this era is an extremely dangerous profession, so 16 silver coins was definitely money earned by risking one's life. Ordinary people only earn about 2 or 3 silver coins a month. Therefore, this condition seemed too difficult for Tang Yin. As for choosing to change his class to pirate, absolutely impossible. If there's something better, of course, I'll choose the better one. As a transmigrator, I need to maintain that level of pride. Tang Yin's eyes darted around, slightly bewildered, surveying his surroundings. Don immediately realized that almost all the professionals on the giant Fong were dead, and since he was on a ship, even the most threatening cannons were completely harmless to him. The giant Fong was currently at its weakest point in terms of defense. Old Quill gathered all the remaining survivors on the ship and began his speech in the center of the deck. We have no time for mourning. There are more serious problems waiting for us now. The Chamber of Commerce will not let the loss of half a ship's cargo go unpunished. Even if we have a smooth journey ahead and manage to dispose of the remaining half of the cargo, we will still inevitably become the target of the Chamber of Commerce's wrath. After all, we poor folks are more suited to be the target of those gentlemen's wrath than the big pirates who roam the vast ocean. Old Quill was also furious as he said this. He spent his entire life making a living on the high seas, surviving the most dangerous and chaotic times of the age of exploration. Just a few years away from retirement, he tragically met his demise on the most prudent voyage of his life. Thinking of this, Old Quill felt that his old bones were probably destined to be buried at sea. He continued to entice the crew. On one hand, there is certain death, and on the other hand, there is a high probability of survival. I believe you all know which to choose. Regardless, the most important thing right now is to get these people on board. After all, being a pirate really requires manpower. And with the giant tooth on board, as long as we're careful at sea, we can live a comfortable life. Thinking this way, Old Quill instantly regained his confidence in a bright future. On the deck, his words silenced everyone, so much so that no one noticed a figure quietly approaching from behind him. Old Quill, who was lost in his daydreams about a bright future, noticed someone approaching. He turned around and exclaimed with delight, "Oh, Don, you actually survived? That's wonderful." Seeing Don appear unharmed, he was overjoyed. He raised his hands, ready to give Don a hug and try to win him over. After all, Don was his future right-hand man. But before Old Quill could even lift his hands and hug him, before he could even react, a dagger was already plunged into his chest. Old Quill stared blankly at Don, his mind filled with questions, before his consciousness faded into darkness. Given the current state of the giant Fong, if they could simply eliminate Old Quill, the only remaining Tier 2 professional, therefore Don would have an 80% chance of successfully capturing the giant Fong. Once he captures the giant Fong, both of his advancement conditions will be met simultaneously, allowing him to advance directly. With his current attributes, once he reaches Tier 2, he will basically be able to easily defeat everyone on the ship. Amidst the shocked gazes around him, Don slowly drew the long sword from Old Quill's waist, letting Old Quill's corpse slide to the ground. Robbery. Now this ship is mine. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Looking at the corpse of Old Quill lying on the ground, and Don standing in the middle of the scene covered in blood and holding a long knife, all the crew members on the ship were dumbfounded and had no idea what was going on. A moment later, an angry roar came from the crowd. "You damned bastard! How dare you do such a thing?" A burly man, nearly 2 meters tall with a ferocious face, wielding a steel knife, smashed through the crowd and roared as he charged towards Tang Yin. Tang Yin expressionlessly raised his long knife and swung it at him. With a clang, the long swords clashed, and the burly man's sword was knocked away. The burly man's face was full of disbelief, and Tang Yin immediately followed up with another strike, cutting him down to the ground. Oh my god, what did he do? He actually killed the captain. What, Jack was killed too? Is that pretty boy Don? In the crew's memory, Don, this pretty boy from a fallen noble family, was usually a taciturn good-for-nothing. But now he not only ambushed and killed old Quill, but also actually took down Jack in a head-on fight. For some reason, although Jack's plan to kill and seize the ship went unexpectedly smoothly due to his impulsiveness, Don felt as if he had overlooked something. However, there was no time to hesitate now. I told you, this ship is mine now, so no one should object anymore. After the deaths of old Quill and Jack, no one on the ship possessed both the ability and prestige to rally the sailors to fight Don. For the sailors who had endured that horrific day, a change of captain wasn't so unacceptable, even if the one who took over was the pretty boy they had once looked down upon. The people of this world are quite accepting of the law of the jungle, especially these guys who risk their lives at sea. So from now on, I am your new captain. Seeing that no one spoke, Don glanced around and then fixed his gaze on a sharp-looking young sailor. Carl, what do you think? Carl, a Tier 1 navigator, was the only Tier 1 professional on the ship besides Don. He was old Quill's carefully groomed first mate, and also widely recognized as old Quill's successor. The profession of navigator is indispensable for those who sail the high seas. In Don's straightforward plan, Carl was the most difficult point to deal with. The difficulty wasn't in combat. The navigator's main ability was to read nautical charts and guide the course. If Carl cannot truly submit, even if Don advances to a second-tier professional, he will most likely get lost in the vast ocean and ultimately perish. After all, without systematic professional training, ordinary people can't even understand sea charts. Therefore, at least until they reach the next island, Don needs to keep Carl in line. Hearing Don call his name, Carl looked at him with a serious expression. If it weren't for today's incident, Carl would soon be the first mate on this ship, and within a few years, he would have the opportunity to become a captain. Even if he followed old Quill as a pirate, he would most likely take over the ship from him after a few years. However, Don's sudden rise shattered Carl's dream. Now it's time to negotiate. Of course, no problem. Might makes right, and no one would disagree. What a fine might makes right statement. Since this guy is only at level 1, he's considered strong by you. Then, I think I, as a second-tier professional, should have even less of a problem being the captain. A clear and pleasant female voice suddenly came from behind the crowd, forcefully interrupting Carl's words. In an instant, everyone present, including Don and Carl, turned their attention to the direction from which the sound came. A man and a woman slowly approached. Don's expression changed drastically. He finally remembered what he had overlooked. These two were passengers who boarded the ship before crossing the stormy sea. It was common for merchant ships to take on side jobs along the way, and sometimes they would even dabble in piracy. This was nothing new. The woman who spoke appeared to be a young and beautiful noblewoman with dazzling long blonde hair. Her name was Bullen. The man was her bodyguard. Now, judging from Annie's words, she was actually only a second-tier professional. Don's face was ashen as he stared at the two people before him. Because he had immediately begun acting after merging with the original owner's memories, he hadn't fully absorbed the less important ones. As a result, he had overlooked such crucial information. Two Tier 2 professionals were undoubtedly a fatal threat to Tang Yin, who relied on sneak attacks even against an elderly and frail Tier 2 professional. The situation was now completely out of Tang Yin's control. Why is no one talking? Is it because you don't like to talk? And Boar looked at the silent crowd, her cherry lips slightly parted, and she smiled as she scanned everyone, finally fixing her gaze on Don, whose face was gloomy. You're quite an interesting fellow. A mere Tier 1 non-combat professional, yet you possess such ambition and audacity. I'm very interested in you now. Submit to me, and I can make you my bosun. Now that he's already transmigrated, being looked at like this is unacceptable to Tang Yin. Transmigrators are a strange group. They can endure anything before transmigrating, but their egos inflate dramatically afterward. At this moment, Tang Yin could no longer tolerate it, nor did he want to. Having been reborn as a transmigrator, his pride had suddenly swelled to an extremely high level. Licking his dry lips, Don gave Anibor a ferocious smile. Second tier, I just killed one. What are you, you little bitch, to think you're worthy of my submission? In that case, kill him, Green. Hearing Don's words, Annie Bohr showed a hint of regret, but that was all. A mere first-tier professional with a bit of guts wasn't worth her further effort. After casually giving an instruction to the man beside her, and turned her gaze to Carl. In her opinion, these two were the only people on the entire ship worth recruiting and training. Seeing Annie's gaze fall upon him, Carl immediately understood her meaning. That Don is really courting death. How fortunate he must be to work under such a powerful and beautiful captain. Before Annie could even speak, Carl immediately pledged his loyalty, subtly signaling to the surrounding crew members. At this point, the crew members realized what was happening. The appearance of two second-tier professionals meant the outcome was already decided. If they don't hurry up and pledge their loyalty to the new captain now, when will they ever get another chance? Immediately, everyone jumped out. That's hilarious. Don, a mere first-tier professional, wants to be captain? He must be dreaming. Lord Green, let that pretty boy know what you're made of. Amid the crew's noisy shouts, Green, the man beside Annie, casually snatched a long sword from a nearby crew member and then pounced on Don. Before the man even reached Tang In, a fierce and violent aura swept over him. In just an instant, Tang In confirmed that this middle-aged man named Green was a battle-hardened second-tier professional. If it were a direct confrontation, even Annie, whose profession is unknown, wouldn't need to lift a finger. Green alone could take him down in a few moves. Since that's the case, there's no other option but to fight. Green charged at Don, his long sword aimed straight for his neck. Facing Green's decapitating strike, a fierce glint flashed in Don's eyes. He stood still, neither dodging nor blocking, and slashed his own longsword fiercely towards Green's chest. At this moment, Don's response was surprisingly to trade his life for his. Looking at Don's longsword slashing towards him, a hint of disdain flashed in Green's eyes. With that kind of swing speed, he was confident he could decapitate Don before the blade even touched him. Who do you think you are, to dare exchange your life with him? And just as Green had predicted, his longsword struck Don's neck first, the sharp blade slicing through Don's skin and tearing his muscles. Then, Green's longsword was firmly stuck in the muscles of Don's neck. The disdain in Green's eyes instantly turned into disbelief, as if he had seen some monster. In that moment of distraction, Don's longsword had already cleaved into Green's chest. Immediately, Green let out a painful groan and collapsed to the ground. Such injuries had temporarily rendered him incapable of fighting. Extraordinary physique. Green clutched his wound, staring in disbelief at Don before him. He hadn't expected Don to possess an extraordinary physique. The extraordinary trait awakened by his extraordinary physique, extraordinary resilience, is described in the card description as greatly enhancing defensive capabilities. In numerical terms, this means that a strength of less than 15 points cannot penetrate his defenses. And as a second-tier warrior, Green's strength is exactly 15 points. However, because he didn't take Don seriously, he didn't use his full strength, which is why Don's muscles caught the blade at the last moment. It can be said that Don won because of Green's carelessness. The wound on Don's neck had stopped bleeding thanks to the superhuman recovery effect, and the pain reduction effect also kept the pain within his tolerance range. Seeing Green lying on the ground, unable to fight, Don, knowing the importance of finishing him off, raised his longsword, ready to deliver the final blow. "Stop! We can talk." Just then, Annie's urgent voice rang out. Don wouldn't stop there. Even if they wanted to negotiate, they'd have to take down Green first. Otherwise, once Green regained his fighting strength, Don, having already exposed his trump cards, would be at Green's mercy. After all, this life-or-death tactic could only be used once. Don completely ignored the sound, his longsword continuing its downward strike without any hesitation. But just then, a scream suddenly rang out, leaving Don completely bewildered. His sword hadn't even fallen yet, so where did the scream come from? He instinctively turned his head to look, and at the same time, the movement of his hand delivering the final blow paused for a moment. Following the sound, he saw that Annie's dagger had pierced Carl's throat. The condescending look in her eyes as she looked at Don was gone. And actually killed Carl? What kind of development is this? Not only was Don confused, but the crew members around him were also puzzled as to why the new captain would kill Carl, the first person to pledge his loyalty to her at such a time. Logically, Shouldn't they unite everyone to deal with Dawn at a time like this? The ordinary crew members were still bewildered, while some of the smarter ones had already begun to quietly distance themselves from Annie. This Captain Annie also seemed rather abnormal, even killing her own men. Chapter 7. Advancing to Pirate Captain. I underestimated you. Seeing that Dawn had stopped, Annie quickly regained her composure and casually drew her dagger. At the same time, Carl's body fell to the ground with a thud. She stared at Tang Yin, her tone meaningful. I didn't expect you to be a born extraordinary being and to have been lurking in the White Elephant Merchant Guild for so long. You're really good at enduring. In this world, before the third tier, a professional's single attribute usually cannot exceed 20 points. Only upon reaching the third tier will the 20-point threshold truly be unlocked. However, there are always exceptions. Some exceptionally gifted individuals can break through the limitations before reaching the third tier, accumulating a certain attribute to over 20 points. These individuals are known as born extraordinary. In the eyes of others, Dawn was clearly in this category now. Dawn didn't refute it. After all, it didn't seem right for someone born with extraordinary abilities to become an ordinary sailor. Rather than believing that a mere sailor had just awakened, people were clearly more inclined to believe that he had planned this all along and deliberately infiltrated the enemy. And, however, did not press the matter further, simply stating, "But none of that matters now. This navigator is dead." She deliberately emphasized the words navigator, and Dawn instantly realized what she meant, looking up at her. A navigator? A navigator is the second-tier profession of a navigator, capable of observing sea conditions and weather, and also possessing certain melee combat abilities. This explains why Annie killed Carl. With Carl dead, Annie was the only one left on the ship capable of safely getting everyone to the next island. In other words, the lives of the crew members and Dawn were temporarily in her hands. In this way, even though Dawn had just dealt a heavy blow to Green, the initiative was still not in his hands. The current situation was very delicate. Annie held the lives of everyone on the ship in her hands, and Dawn's extraordinary physique had been completely exposed. These people might not be able to hurt him, but if they swarm him, it wouldn't be difficult to forcibly subdue him. They could just throw him into the sea and let him fend for himself. But Dawn wasn't someone to be trifled with. Green was lying right at his feet. If things really turned sour, he could finish him off instantly. And judging from Annie's reaction earlier, Green was clearly very important to her. Thinking of this, Dawn narrowed his eyes, becoming more wary. This woman, to come up with such a solution the instant he defeated Green, is definitely not simple. After a moment, Dawn spoke first. "Can we talk now?" Annie smiled. "Of course. Since we both have our eyes on this ship, why not cooperate?" She said calmly. "I am an indispensable navigator on this ship, and you are exceptionally gifted. If we join forces, we will soon be able to gain a foothold on this route. We are all intelligent people, and as long as there is no fundamental conflict, there is no need for us to betray each other." Dawn barely hesitated before saying, "No problem. I want to be captain." This surprised Annie. In the current situation, being captain was more of a title than a reality. If you have the strength, you can hold a position. If you don't have the ability, sitting there won't make a difference. But don't seem so persistent. It's clear he's not after empty fame. The next second, Annie's eyes lit up, as if she'd figured something out. She immediately nodded. "No problem. But let me treat Green's injury first." Her quick agreement aroused some suspicion in Tang Yin, who wondered if she had ulterior motives. However, he remained outwardly calm, simply saying, "Sure, you can handle it yourself." In Tang Yin's view, whether she genuinely agreed or not was irrelevant. If Annie's compromise was feigned, he could eliminate her as soon as she got close, then conveniently complete his advancement. How they would sail afterward was another matter. This unexpected turn of events intensified Dawn's thirst for power. After all, on these seas, strength was everything. Even without a navigator, he could simply drift at sea and gamble on whether he, as a chosen one, was truly favored by the heavens. If Annie was genuinely willing to cooperate, that would be even better. As long as he reached the second tier first, he was confident he could suppress these two, or at the very least, contend with them on equal footing. Thinking this, Tang Yin immediately took out his class card. The next instant, 2 notifications appeared before him. You have met the advancement requirements for the second-tier class, Pirate. Advance now. You have met the advancement requirements for the second-tier class, Pirate Captain. Advance now. Don glanced at Annie, who was applying medicine and bandaging Green, and raised an eyebrow. It seemed this woman wasn't planning on turning hostile for the time being. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't hesitate and directly confirm his advancement to Pirate Captain. In an instant, a mysterious power surged from the card into his body. Don felt as if his body had been reforged, and he had quietly undergone a transformation. The advancement of a card-based class was that straightforward. After the advancement, Don's attributes immediately changed. Strength increased by 15, stamina by 22, perception by 12, and willpower by 10. His class officially became Tier 2, Pirate Captain. At the same time, he gained new professional abilities. The first is Plunder. Each successful plunder has a chance to increase the class's base attributes, and the stronger the opponent, the greater the chance of an increase. The second is Animate Ships. He can bind to a ship, bringing the entire ship to life and granting it certain mysterious abilities. In addition, due to his special talent, he also obtained the advancement conditions for 2 third-tier paths in advance. One is Supernova, which has higher requirements, requiring a total bounty of at least 1,000 gold coins. The other is Great Pirate, which has a slightly lower threshold, requiring only a bounty of 100 gold coins. After reviewing the panel, Don quickly organized his thoughts while examining the class cards. Normally, the Pirate Captain class should primarily increase stamina and secondarily increase strength. But this time both strength and stamina increased by 2 points, most likely because stamina had already exceeded 20, and subsequent increases began to diminish. The increase in perception is likely a natural improvement resulting from the enhancement of strength. As for willpower, starting from the second tier, it increases by a fixed amount with each class advancement, which isn't surprising. And the class skills are still the 6 powers of the Navy from the One Piece world, perfectly consistent with his established cheat-like abilities. As for the plunder ability, it is most likely the core growth method of the pirate system, similar to the breathing techniques of other professions. However, this growth depends more on the strength of the target. Fighting weak opponents yields almost no benefit. Only by plundering enemies who are similar to, or even stronger than oneself, can one truly improve attributes. In contrast, what Don was more concerned about was ship animation. In his view, this ability was the key to truly differentiating pirates from pirate captains, and it might bring him quite a surprise. Not only are you born extraordinary, but you're also a chosen one. You're really something to be envied. Chapter 8, Bounty. The voice beside him made Don turn his head to look. Annie had somehow moved closer to him, and they were looking at the class cards together. Information about the class cards wasn't completely hidden from outsiders. Aside from attributes like talent, expertise, and ability, outsiders can only see the name, not the specific details. Therefore, most professionals value the secrecy of their class cards. However, Don doesn't care if any sees them. With only 20 points of stamina, he might still be killed by Grimm's relentless attacks. But now that his stamina has increased to 22 points and he has Iron Body for protection, even if Grimm attacks him until he's exhausted, he might not be able to break through his defense. As for Annie, this second-tier navigator, she's not a combat-type class to begin with. To Tang In now, she was no different from the ordinary sailors on deck. It's no exaggeration to say that after advancing to the second tier, Tang In could now overpower everyone on the ship, including the 2 second-tier professionals. That's precisely why, when he holds a significant advantage, letting Annie know his capabilities is actually more conducive to the stability of their cooperation. Don won't trust Annie, just as Annie won't truly trust him. The two are able to cooperate now not because of friendship, but because of their respective abilities, potential, and the deterrent effect they exert on each other. Don needs Annie as his navigator, while Annie is wary of Don's military power. As long as there is no fundamental conflict between them, this cooperation can continue. As Don displays even greater power, Annie will only become more docile, and may even eventually submit completely. You're actually a chosen one, and a chosen one with a lower-level profession at that. Seeing that Don didn't mind her peeking, Annie immediately started chatting as if nothing had happened. As she had Green carried into the cabin, she said, but that makes sense. The requirements for advancement to your high-ranking profession are practically hellish. Apart from someone as naturally gifted as you, very few people can stack their main attribute to 19 points at the second rank. Without lower-ranking professions, this career path simply couldn't spread. Spreading the path of a profession is a responsibility that those favored by heaven must bear after receiving divine favor. The origin of the world cannot create a profession for only one person. Since those favored by heaven have obtained this path, they have a responsibility to spread it. Otherwise, they will be rejected by the origin of the world. At this point, Annie's eyes fell on the two third-tier advancement conditions again, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "And your third-tier condition has a total reward of 1,000 gold coins. Is this an advancement condition prepared for second-tier professionals?" No wonder she was shocked. A typical Tier 2 professional earns only a few dozen gold coins a year, while a Tier 3 professional earns a few hundred. On the open sea, the bounty for an ordinary Tier 2 professional is mostly only a few dozen to 100 gold coins. Even if they offend a powerful force or commit a serious crime, the bounty usually won't exceed 500 gold coins. A bounty of 1,000 gold coins is already reserved for Tier 3 professionals. Take Gannis, the Oathkeeper, for example. His total bounty is only around 1,500 gold coins. And Gannis is the most promising pirate to become the next pirate king, and he is a Tier 3 peak powerhouse at level 15. Therefore, it is clear that this condition is not something that a normal second-tier professional can easily achieve. However, the advancement conditions given by the origin of the world are often tailor-made for those favored by heaven, and in theory, there should not be an insurmountable dead end. Seeing that he ignored her, Annie wisely shut her mouth and turned to go back to her room to look after Green. Meanwhile, the sailors on deck stared expectantly at Dawn. The situation was now clear. Since the two sides had reached a peace agreement, the captain's position would undoubtedly fall to Dawn. Not to mention that he has now successfully advanced to the second tier, so his position is naturally secure. However, since Tang didn't speak, none of them dared to approach and disturb him, and could only stand obediently in place and watch. After a long while, Tang finally put away his professional cards. "Since we can't think of a solution right now, let's stop thinking about it for now. Anyway, we're still a ways from advancing to the third tier, and our perception and willpower aren't up to par yet, so there's no use rushing things. Things will work themselves out. When we actually get there, perhaps the solution will naturally emerge." Thinking this, Don felt much more relaxed. At least now, he had the means to make a living on this sea. He glanced around to the sailors who were staring at him expectantly and said coldly, "Hurry up and repair the ship. Get it moving as fast as you can." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. As soon as Don gave the order, all the crew members immediately sprang into action, each striving to impress the new captain, afraid that he might still remember their earlier disrespect. Having finished making these arrangements, Don went straight into the cabin. Next, it was time to properly inventory the spoils of war. The Giant Tooth, nominally a merchant ship, was actually engaged in smuggling. Although the war between the old and new worlds had temporarily ended, everyone understood that the next war would inevitably break out sooner or later. The new world would not give up on expelling the old world's forces, and the nobles of the old world were unwilling to relinquish the enormous profits from a new world. So, although trade was still officially conducted between the two sides, many strategic materials had long been prohibited from circulation by orders from the higher authorities. But with such high profits, there would never be a shortage of people willing to take the risk. Thus, smuggling ships disguised as merchant vessels emerged. The box of class cards that Don was holding was one of the most popular items. Class cards were essentially an external attribute panel for a class. Their usefulness was self-evident. And these were created by a legendary wizard. There were no wizards in the New World, so naturally, they couldn't make class cards, let alone imitate them. More importantly, once a class card is used, it becomes permanently bound to its host, making it impossible for anyone else to use it. In the Old World, class cards have been circulating for tens of thousands of years, reaching near saturation levels and driving prices down to a mere 1 gold coin. However, in the hands of the natives of the New World, they can fetch dozens of gold coins, yielding astonishing profits. In addition to their small size and portability, these items naturally became a favorite commodity for smugglers. And what Don was holding now were the 20-odd class cards left over from Gannis's looting. Of the remaining half-ship's cargo, these 20-odd class cards were the most valuable items, especially for Don in his current state. Chapter 9. New Fruit. Late at night, a week later, the giant tooth lay quietly anchored on the boundless sea. But now, it had been renamed the Black Pearl. The first thing Don did after becoming captain was to change the ship's name. On the deck, with the sea breeze blowing, Don casually asked Annie, "So you really can get rid of the shipment on Green Island?" Annie nodded and said, "Of course. My family has some influence, and we have connections on Green Island, so getting rid of this shipment won't be a problem." After a week together, a degree of superficial trust had developed between them. As they approached Green Island, Annie offered to help Don dispose of the remaining cargo on the Black Pearl. Don reciprocated by making her the first mate and navigator, while Green took the helm. After all, Don was unfamiliar with the area, and it would be troublesome for him to go out on his own, and he was also likely to be ripped off. However, Annie quickly reminded him, but it's still several months' voyage from here to the New World, so these goods won't fetch a high price. Especially the professional cards. They'll only be worth 2 or 3 gold coins each at most. Don didn't care. It's free anyway. I'll sell it for whatever price I can. As for the professional cards, I don't plan to sell them. Annie frowned. Not selling? Do you want to use them to train these sailors? Yes. Don admitted it directly. Annie was clearly unhappy now. Are you crazy? Apart from the 2 who died, none of these crew members are worth wasting your resources on. Let's not even talk about how much gold it costs to maintain second-tier professionals every month. How do you guarantee their loyalty? She wasn't wrong. Even pirates had to pay their crews. History is full of pirate captains who were brutally killed by their men for failing to pay their crews. Right now, the real power on the Black Pearl rests solely in the hands of 3 second-tier professionals: Don, Annie, and Green. The other sailors, who weren't even professionals, were essentially just tools for getting things done. But once they became second-tier professionals, the situation would be completely different. 20-odd second-tier professionals, even if they were weak, would be enough to challenge the 3 men's control over the entire ship. No matter how strong Tangan is, he's still only a second-tier professional, not a third-tier one. No second-tier professional can directly overpower more than 20 others of the same tier. More importantly, once a person gains power, their mind can no longer remain as content as before. Who would willingly serve others forever? But Don simply replied lazily, "Loyalty is irrelevant. The 3 of us at the peak of level 10, second tier, can easily suppress 20 weaker second-tier fighters." Annie and Green were also at the peak of level 10, second tier. Annie was a navigator, while Green was a warrior. But there was one more thing Don didn't say. A week after successfully changing jobs, he had already used the animated ship ability on the Black Pearl. Now, the ship possessed some living characteristics, and its combat power was even greater than his own. However, he and Annie didn't trust each other enough yet, so he didn't intend to reveal this trump card. Annie was still unwilling to give up and continue to persuade him. But we don't need to take this risk at all. If it really comes to the point of violent suppression, all the previous investments will be wasted. I think it's better to play it safe. There was something else she didn't say explicitly. As a navigator, she wasn't good at direct combat. If things really went wrong, she'd be the one in the most danger. Don turned to her, staring in her eyes, and slowly said, "We're pirates now. We're in a life-or-death business. If we could completely control over 20-odd second-tier professionals, you can imagine how beneficial it would be for us. Even if something goes wrong, it wouldn't be fatal for us. At most, we just lose a batch of free gold coins. This situation is worth the gamble." At this point, his tone grew even colder. "You went to sea? Wasn't it also to advance your career? There's never a truly reliable way to advance in your career. If you want to keep climbing, put away your complacent ideas. If you don't even have the courage to fight to the death, then you might as well go home and continue being a pampered young lady." After these words, the deck fell silent. Annie remained silent, offering no rebuttal. It wasn't until much later that Green approached. "Miss, it's time to rest." Green is a Tier 2 warrior, specializing in agility, with strength and stamina as secondary attributes. After a week of recuperation, his injuries have mostly healed. Hearing Green's reminder, Annie nodded slightly, then led him into the cabin. Soon, only Don was left on the empty deck. Because of his sleepless feet, Don hardly needed to sleep. So for the past week, he had been voluntarily taking on the night watch. Partly because he couldn't fully trust others at this stage, and partly because he really didn't have anything else to do. After a long while, Tang finally took out his professional card again. Based on your personal characteristics, you have gained 1 draw chance. Current draw chance is 1. Draw now? Tang didn't hesitate and immediately chose to draw. Congratulations! You have drawn the devil fruit. Float fruit. Extract. Do not extract. The prompt reappeared the next moment. Devil fruits available for extraction now. 1. Flame fruit. 2. Float fruit. Note, the extracted devil fruit will be assimilated into any fruit within a 10-meter radius of you. Seeing this result, Don smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Another fruit that can be temporarily used. At this stage, he wasn't in a hurry to immediately increase his combat power with devil fruits. Rather than eating it immediately, he preferred to let the devil fruit ferment on the sea, stirring up the waters. In other words, he wanted to throw the fruit out as a test subject to attract the attention of those legendary wizards. He wanted to prevent them from focusing on him too early, thus buying himself more time to grow. Furthermore, after a week of contemplation, Don has already come up with several possible combinations for the 3 devil fruits he will use in the future. In his view, devil fruits certainly have varying degrees of strength. While it's said that there are no useless fruits, only useless users, in reality, the difference in quality is still quite obvious. Based on his understanding of the pirate world from his previous life, the absolute top tier is undoubtedly the mythical Zoan type. Now it's just a matter of seeing which one he'll draw first. Don is really looking forward to it. Chapter 10. Extraction. Green Island, as the island closest to the Storm Sea in the Eiger Passage, boasts a unique geographical location. Although it is only a medium-sized island, its prosperity rivals that of many large islands. Several Tier 3 professionals from various factions were stationed on the island to maintain order. At noon, after paying a docking fee of 10 silver coins, the Black Pearl slowly sailed into the Green Island dock under the guidance of the staff. On deck, Don gathered all the crew members together. He glanced at these crew members who had begun to stir as soon as they arrived on the island and calmly said, "I know that many of you are only reluctantly showing your loyalty to me because of the previous situation. Now I'm giving you a chance. Anyone who doesn't want to continue following me can leave now." Upon hearing this, not only were the crew members stunned, but even Annie's expression changed. She wanted to say something, but she held back. Seeing that many people were clearly tempted but dared not actually leave, Tang continued, "Don't worry about what I'll do to you. Now that I'm on Green Island, I'll naturally abide by the rules here. After all, the 3rd-tier professionals on the island aren't just for show." As soon as he finished speaking, a small group of crew members tentatively headed towards the shore. Don watched expressionlessly, without stopping them. Seeing that the first group had indeed safely reached the island, the remaining crew members finally put aside their concerns and disembarked one after another. A moment later, besides Don, Annie, and Green, only 17 crew members remained on the deck. Don glanced at them and said calmly, "Very good. Congratulations on making the right choice. All those who stay will have their wages doubled." Upon hearing this, the remaining crew members perked up and cheered. Seeing this, Annie finally couldn't help but lower her voice and say, "What are you thinking? These crew members know your specific information, and you're just letting them go like that? I shouldn't have read out the information on your class card in the first place." Don remained calm. "I just want them to spread my information." Annie was taken aback. Don said indifferently, "Whether you're born extraordinary or a chosen one, these identities will be exposed sooner or later. I don't care at all. After the Black Pearl's demise, the White Elephant Merchant Guild's main firepower will definitely be directed at the Oathkeepers first. Even if they know the ship is in my hands, they won't immediately focus all their attention on me. Whether it's to vent their anger or to warn others, the Oathkeepers are the more worthy target. But once they know this information about me, they can't completely ignore me." Hearing this, Annie immediately realized, "You're doing this for the bounty." Don nodded. A bounty of 1,000 gold coins is too high. I have to start preparing in advance. I just hope that the White Elephant Merchant Guild can do more for me. After arranging for the crew to take turns watching the ship, Don disembarked in high spirits to begin his trip to Green Island. Annie and Green remained on deck to handle the remaining cargo. Watching Don's departing figure, Green finally couldn't help but speak up. "Miss, are we really going to let this Don keep riding on our heads?" Being killed by Don, who was only at level 1, was a huge humiliation for Green, and he hadn't gotten over it. Annie raised her hand to brush her blonde hair, which was ruffled by the sea breeze, and asked, "Then do you have a better way?" Green gritted his teeth and said, "My injuries have almost healed. If we fight again, I can definitely beat him." Annie gave him a cold look. "Last time, I also thought you would definitely win." Green immediately retorted, "Last time I was careless. If Redbeak were still in my hands. Last time he was still a tier 1. Annie interrupted him impatiently. "Don't mention this again. Maintaining our cooperative relationship with him at this stage is the best option." Having seen Don's professional cards with her own eyes, Annie had completely suppressed any thoughts of vying for power with him. That stat sheet was considered luxurious even among second-tier professionals. Not to mention, she still didn't know just how strong Don's professional abilities truly were. Green hesitated for a moment, then asked in a low voice, "What about the family?" When the family was mentioned, Annie's expression darkened noticeably. "Just report the facts. Go and contact your family to receive the cargo on the ship and also retrieve our weapons." Meanwhile, Don had already stepped onto the Green Island dock. All around him were the sounds of hawkers calling out, shouting, and footsteps carrying goods. The strong, exotic atmosphere eased the emotions he had been suppressing since his transmigration. "Come on, make way, friend in front." A hurried shout suddenly came from behind. Don glanced back and saw a group of workers carrying goods, so he naturally stepped aside. But just then, one of the workers slipped and the box he was carrying fell to the ground. The box wasn't very sturdy to begin with, and with the fall, it cracked open on the spot, scattering the fruit inside all over the ground, some of which even fell directly into the sea. The boss next to him immediately started cursing, and the worker was so frightened that he kept apologizing. Don, however, paid no attention to their argument. The moment he saw the scattered fruit, his eyes flickered slightly, but he still walked calmly towards the island. As he passed the pile of scattered fruit, he showed no outward sign of anything amiss. Only his hand discreetly slipped into his pocket and touched his professional card. Extraction, flame fruit. Extraction, float fruit. After doing all this, Don continued walking briskly towards the island, as if nothing had happened. A moment later, the dock returned to normal, and the workers picked up the scattered fruit again, put it back into the boxes, and continued moving it. One of the workers stared at the two oddly shaped fruits in a box, paused for a moment, and muttered to himself, "Strange, what are these fruits? Are they newly cultivated varieties?" Then the worker shook his head, suppressed his curiosity, sealed the box, and continued with his work. Chapter 11: The Bar. Don was in a good mood after extracting the 2 devil fruits. Now that the decision has been made, these 2 devil fruits are just a burden for Don. It's certainly a pleasure to get rid of 2 burdens. This is utterly unreasonable. Although he knew the inevitability of doing so, Don still felt a pang of heartache, especially for that flame fruit. After all, it was a Logia-type devil fruit, and before mythical Zoan types rose to prominence, Logia types were recognized as the strongest devil fruits. Come on, delicious grilled fish, only 5 copper coins. The oyster soup is freshly made, hot and delicious. We welcome all bosses to come and try it. The fruits and vegetables that just arrived today are cheap and fresh. First come, first served. Vendors selling vegetables, fruits, and local snacks loudly called out to passers-by on the street. Don slowly walked through the bustling street, then turned onto another street, finally stopping in front of the Braveheart Bar. These bars on the islands are not just places to drink. They also offer food, accommodation, and even some special services. Therefore, bars often attract customers from all over the country. This makes the bar the largest information gathering place on the island, apart from official organizations. Pushing open the bar door, Don felt a wave of heat hit him, smelled the strong odor of alcohol, and heard the noisy shouts and clinking of glasses inside. Stepping into the bar, the aroma of alcohol mingled with the smell of sweat, and a hint of cheap perfume assaulted Tang's sense of smell. Tang frowned slightly, suddenly realizing that having an overly sensitive sense of smell wasn't necessarily a good thing. After looking around and confirming the location of the bar, Don walked straight to it, pushing away the prostitutes who tried to approach him upon seeing a new face. Originally, Tang also wanted to vent his frustrations. In just 1 week, Tang experienced time travel, rebirth, murder, and life-or-death struggles, experiences he might never have had in his previous life. This week's experiences put immense pressure on Tang. Sex is undoubtedly the best way to release stress. However, the quality of these heavily made-up prostitutes, who were wearing cheap perfume, made Don instantly abandon that idea. Don wasn't particularly picky about this, but having been exposed to various online photos and adult films in his previous life, and now with Annie, a top beauty in his previous life by his side, his standards were inevitably much higher than those of the lower-class commoners in this world. In summary, it was these prostitutes that made Tang unable to get any more excited. A glass of ale. Don, who had come to the bar, spoke to a bartender wiping glasses. 5 copper coins. The bartender replied familiarly. Don took out a silver coin and handed it to the other party, in exchange for a wooden cup filled with golden liquid. The aroma of the liquor was rich and enticing. Tang picked it up and took a big gulp. He found it refreshing and crisp, with a slight bitterness at first, followed by the aroma of malt lingering in his mouth. Although Don was not a big drinker, but the wine tasted surprisingly good. "I'm a captain," Don said, stopping the bartender from giving him change. "We just crossed a stormy sea, and the ship suffered some damage. I'm looking to recruit some sailors. Can you recommend some experienced ones?" Don specifically emphasized experienced veteran, believing the bartender would understand what he meant. The bartender understood and discreetly took back the change. "See that table over there?" The bartender gestured towards the corner of the bar. Following the bartender's gaze, Tang saw several burly men sitting around a table in the corner, drinking and chatting. "Those guys are all skilled. The leader is called Hans. They used to be crew members on a slave ship. A few months ago, the ship sank in a storm. They were lucky. It wasn't far from here. They drifted to the island with the wreckage." The bartender understood Don's meaning perfectly. Compared to ordinary merchant ships, the crew members on slave ships were undoubtedly more ruthless. After all, given the opportunity, it was common for slave ships to hoist black sails and act as pirates. This frequency is much higher than that of merchant ships. Therefore, the crew members on slave ships were not only highly skilled, but also possessed considerable combat abilities, at least compared to ordinary people. Such crew members are undoubtedly more suited to be pirates. Don didn't think much about the slave ships. In his previous life, human traffickers were people who deserved to die, even 800 times over. However, in this world, there are countless intelligent races, especially during a war between continents. The existence of slaves is perfectly normal. After all, they can't even treat their own country's civilians well. So how could they possibly have any compassion for those who are hostile to the mainland? Don was powerless to change this inevitable trend, nor was he interested in doing something so thankless and exhausting. However, their asking price is relatively high. Seeing that Don was somewhat interested, the bartender added a reminder. "Fine, thanks. Demanding high salaries is good. Anyone who is confident enough to ask for a high salary must have some ability. After all, if you get on the ship and it's discovered that your abilities don't match your salary, being thrown overboard would be the least of your worries." And these first-tier sailors were not ordinary sailors. No matter how high their demands were, they couldn't possibly be higher than the wages Don prepared for his crew. Don didn't rush to recruit the sailors. He sipped his ale and listened to the lively conversations of the other drinkers, hoping to glean some useful information. "Sigh, things are getting harder and harder lately." "That's right. In recent years, there have been more and more pirates, and those of us who do legitimate business are basically just doing all the work for them. The waters off the old world are still easier to navigate. I heard they're going to establish some kind of joint navy to increase their efforts to combat piracy. What's the use of getting by? You can't earn much money even without pirates. It's not that I'm not bragging, but I saw that #1 beauty of the 9 seas once a few years ago. Her looks, her figure. Then what? And then it ended. Although the information was mostly uninformative, Don still listened with great interest. Suddenly, the conversation of several drunk sailors caught Don's attention. Nobles? What's so great about nobles? It's not like I haven't killed nobles before. Hey, don't talk nonsense when you've had too much to drink. That's right, you probably haven't even seen those high and mighty nobles. What nonsense? You guys only joined the ship in the last couple of years, so it's normal that you don't know. I think his name is Campbell's. The sailor's words sent a jolt through Don's mind, and an indescribable feeling instantly flooded his head. Tang had always thought that merging with the consciousness of the deceased original owner would have no effect on him. But at this moment Tang clearly felt that the fluctuating emotions were not from him. It is obvious that although the original owner is dead, Tang, who has merged with the original owner's consciousness, is still affected by the remaining will at times, such as now. Looking at the drunken sailors, Don casually asked the bartender, "Which ship are those sailors from?" The bartender glanced at them and replied, "Those are the crew members of the Golden Orange, a merchant ship that does small-scale trading on several nearby islands and belongs to the Clover Merchant Guild." Don nodded casually, downed the rest of the ale in his wooden cup in one gulp, and then walked toward Hans and the other sailors. Upon seeing someone approaching, the sailors immediately put down their wine glasses and looked at Don. "Which one of you is Hans?" Upon hearing Don's question, a sailor who looked to be around 30 years old with a resolute face replied, "I am Hans. What can I do for you, sir?" "I'm the captain of the Black Pearl, and I want to hire you." Don stated his purpose directly. Hearing Don's straightforward words, Hans didn't mince words. "Since you're going to hire us, you should know that we're asking for a relatively high salary." 2 gold coins a month, Don interrupted Hans. Upon hearing Don's offer, the sailors all looked incredulous. Hans cautiously asked, "Sir, you mean 2 gold coins a year, right?" 1 month. Don's repeated confirmation made Hans's face instantly turn ugly. "Are you playing us?" A monthly salary of 2 gold coins is already within the reach of a second-tier professional, while Hans only needs 18 silver coins a month. Don't really seem to be playing with people by offering such a high salary. The 2 sailors closest to Don suddenly stood up, looking ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Seeing the sailors' embarrassed expressions, Don expressionlessly placed his hands on their shoulders. With a slight exertion, the 2 sailors' faces changed drastically, and they sat back down without any power to resist. Hans's expression immediately turned even more grim. A professional. Don looked at Hans expressionlessly, putting immense pressure on Hans and the sailors. "I have neither the time nor the interest to do such pointless things. This is the last time I'm asking you. Are you coming or not for 2 gold coins a month?" Looking at Don in front of him, and then at the silent sailors around him, he knew that there must be something fishy about this abnormal price. But as the saying goes, the bold get rich and the timid die of evil. Moreover, they have been living off their savings for several months now. Hans gritted his teeth and said to Don, "We'll go, Captain." Chapter 12. The Golden Orange Ship. When Don led Hans and 6 other sailors back to the ship and was talking to a middle-aged man with a large belly. "Our captain is back so quickly." Annie greeted Don with a smile as soon as she saw him return. "Then I'll be going now, miss," and after seeing Don return, the middle-aged man who had been talking to and said goodbye and left. "Yes, these 6 are sailors I just recruited. This is our first mate and navigator, and next to her is our helmsman, Green." As Don was introducing the 2, he noticed 2 extra pendants on Anne's waist, a beautifully crafted musket and a handguard sword. The blade of this handguard sword is thin and lightweight, allowing for one-handed use. The hilt is relatively long, enabling two-handed grip. Its moderate length makes it easy to carry. It is highly versatile. However, the blade of the handguard sword is too thin and is prone to breakage after prolonged use. Moreover, it requires a certain amount of training to use it skillfully. Therefore, only agility-based classes use this type of weapon. Even Green, standing beside him, now had a uniquely designed longsword in his hand. These 3 weapons are clearly not ordinary. They're most likely alchemical or enchanted weapons. In this world, extraordinary equipment doesn't have a mess of grades. All equipment above legendary is called legendary equipment, while equipment below legendary is only divided into alchemy equipment and enchanted equipment. This classification is not based on the equipment's level. Alchemy equipment is extraordinary equipment crafted by alchemists, while enchanted equipment is ready-made equipment imbued with magical effects by wizards. There is no difference in quality between the two types of equipment. Both possess power that surpasses that of ordinary equipment. Don merely glanced at the man and didn't pay him any mind. Watching the middle-aged man walk away, he asked, "Who was that?" "Those are merchants who came to buy our goods. We sold all of them for a total of 880 gold coins," and he boasted to Don with a smile. "Yes, very good. By the way, the freshwater conversion device on the ship was damaged in the previous battle, so I purchased a new one, which cost 100 gold coins." The importance of freshwater conversion devices for navigation is self-evident. Ships that cannot afford freshwater conversion equipment can only store freshwater in wooden barrels if they are at sea for a long time, but the freshwater will spoil and smell bad after a short time. The crew members could only mix alcohol with water to drink, or simply drink the alcohol as if it were water. This situation would be unbearable not only for Annie, a pampered aristocratic lady, but even for Dawn. The freshwater conversion device was developed by wizards after the start of the Age of Exploration. Its principle is to use magic to continuously convert seawater into freshwater. With the freshwater conversion device, not only is drinking water no longer a problem, but can even supply bathing water for some people. In addition, we purchased various vegetables and fruits to fill the cold storage, which cost a total of 10 gold coins. And the ship's cannons, although the Oath Keepers didn't manage to steal them, 8 of them were damaged in the battle and need to be replaced. I also replenished the ammunition we used up earlier. The ship's magic crystal reserves have also been replenished, since most islands don't sell magic crystals to outsiders. Magic crystals are crystallizations of magic power that can power some magical creations. The existence of magic crystals allows these magical creations to be used by non-wizards. Just like freshwater conversion devices and cold storage facilities on ships, they all require magic crystals for power. Stop. Just tell me how many gold coins are left. Don interrupted Annie's accounting with a headache. After deducting the purchase of miscellaneous supplies, you still owe me more than 200 gold coins. Annie still had a smiling look on her face. Okay, you can keep the rest of the money. Didn't you hear me? I said you still owe me 200 gold coins. Hearing Don's words, Annie was instantly furious. She was already in a negative number. What are you doing, leaving me like this? Were you lonely? Also, try to find a better chef for the ship. You dare to use the chef I hired? Aren't you afraid I'll poison you? You can give it a try. Don stared at Annie calmly for a long time before Annie finally gave in. Fine, if you don't care. What am I afraid of? 200 gold coins? Since you dared to let me control the finances, I'll get them back sooner or later. Oh, and while you're at it, check the information on the Golden Orange as well. It's obvious that Annie has some connections on the island, so why not make the most of this readily available intelligence network? And acted quickly, bringing back 2 chefs, one big and one small, before evening. The big one was named Martin, a smiling fat man, a first-level professional chef, while the small one was his apprentice hall. That evening, the crew of the Black Pearl enjoyed a meal prepared by a professional chef. Don was fine, but the other crew members had never tasted such good food in their lives, and they all immediately agreed to let Martin become the ship's chef, although their approval was of no use. On a ship on a long voyage, the cook's status is not to be underestimated. He is basically considered part of the leadership. The Golden Orange is a merchant ship under the Clover Merchant Guild. It is equipped with 16 cannons and has about 50 sailors. The captain is a Tier 2 navigator, and the first mate is a Tier 2 wave chaser. During dinner, Annie told Don about the information she had gathered about the Golden Orange. Although Annie didn't know why Don had set his sights on the Golden Orange, she still diligently gathered information about it. Since they're pirates now, it doesn't matter who they rob. That's right, they wanted to steal the Golden Orange. As soon as Don mentioned that he wanted the Golden Orange, Annie understood that Don was planning to take action against them. The configuration on the Golden Orange can basically represent the standard level of merchant ships that sail the high seas. On a regular merchant ship, a second-tier navigator is most likely the captain of the ship. The captain was responsible for navigation, while the first mate was responsible for combat. Previously, Quill, the old captain of the giant Fong, was a navigator. Although the combat power of the navigator is not great compared to others of the same level, its indispensability on the sea is undeniable. Then, equip them with 1 to 2 second-tier combat professionals. This is the current mainstream configuration on the high seas. It's not that only this configuration is suitable for going to sea. After all, in the absence of professionals of the 3rd rank or above, artillery is more important in naval battles, and there are very few 2nd-rank professionals who can ignore the threat of artillery. Besides engaging in boarding maneuvers, the primary role of 2nd-tier professionals is internal operations. On a vast ocean, sometimes the crew members on a ship can be more terrifying than pirates. As for pirates, although navigators are indispensable, the strong are more respected among pirates, and only the strongest can become captains. When will the Golden Orange depart? First thing tomorrow morning. Everyone get ready. We're setting sail tomorrow. Chapter 13, a ship full of professionals. The next morning, Tang In and the others watched from the deck as the Golden Orange slowly set sail. On the vast ocean, be wary of any ship that approaches you. After all, anything can happen on the open sea where there are no laws or moral constraints. Don wasn't in a hurry as he watched the Golden Orange slowly disappear into the sea. The other party wasn't far from Green Island now, and if a battle broke out in the near sea, the forces on the island wouldn't stand idly by. Even if it set sail alongside the Golden Orange, it will alert the Golden Orange and will most likely delay its departure. The next destination of the Golden Orange has been discovered, Kalen Island. The nautical chart is ready. Annie, dressed in a fitted knight's outfit, with her long golden hair tied into a ponytail and hanging down her back, looked dashing and heroic. However, Don was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery around him at that moment. Since yesterday, various emotions have been churning in his mind, especially the raging anger, which almost made Tang and lose his mind. All Tang In wanted to do now was catch up with the Golden Orange as soon as possible and calm the last lingering regrets of the original owner. Half an hour later, the Black Pearl slowly sailed away from Green Island Port. No one noticed that the Black Pearl was heading in the same direction that the Golden Orange had left not long ago. After leaving the port and having the sailors adjust their course, Don gathered all the crew members on the deck, holding a box of professional cards in his hand. I believe you already know that I've offered these newcomers a monthly salary of 2 gold coins, Don said calmly to the sailors below, who were clearly divided into 2 groups. After Hans and 5 others boarded the ship yesterday, they will definitely have a discussion with the old crew members, and Hans will certainly consult these veterans about the issue of salary. If his monthly salary were 20 silver coins, Hans might not have told the other crew members everything, lest it cause any problems. However, given the incredible sky-high monthly salary of 2 gold coins, Hans couldn't possibly keep this potentially fatal problem to himself. After all, this level of salary is far too high for professionals who are not sailors. So in less than a night, all the sailors knew that Captain Don had paid the 6 newcomers a high salary of 2 gold coins each. Although Don's recent ferocity has silenced the sailors, they certainly have their own thoughts. Of course, some clever people did think of something, but they didn't say it out loud. What I want to say is that it's not just those few. All of you will have a monthly salary of 2 gold coins from now on. Don's words instantly exploded among the sailors like a depth charge. Really? Praise be to you, great captain. I knew the captain wouldn't forget us old crew members. You know nothing. You were complaining about it last night. You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly complain about the great captain? Most of the sailors were stunned by the enormous surprise. However, some clever sailors looked rather grim, fearing that what was considered a huge wage to them would become money to buy their lives. Luring sailors onto ships with high salaries and then using their lives for other purposes is not common at sea, but some veteran sailors have heard rumors about it. Of course, you're definitely not worth that price right now. Don's tone shifted, calming the sailors down. He took a stack of class cards from the box in his hand and said to the sailors below, "But soon, you will be of that value." The sailors, realizing what it was, quickly became eager, as becoming a professional was virtually impossible for them, who were at the bottom of the ranks. Although sailors' wages were much higher than those of ordinary civilians, their expenses were also greater. They had to keep a large amount of rum on board, partly to pass the time and partly to use as fresh water. After all, most ships cannot afford freshwater conversion devices costing hundreds of gold coins, and those in power are reluctant to provide such good things to their subordinates. There were also prostitutes on the islands that passed by who would do everything in their power to squeeze every last drop of money out of the sailors' pockets. Even if a sailor does manage to save up enough money to buy class cards, it's not easy for a sailor who knows nothing about class knowledge to properly advance to the second tier. Don currently has 27 class cards, 17 old sailors left, and 6 newly recruited sailors, for a total of 23 people. After distributing 1 card to each person, there are 4 cards left as spares. After all, a class card is just a card, not a system panel that's bound to your soul, and it can be lost. Once lost, it will not only leak personal information, but also affect subsequent advancement and even Don's cheat code lottery. So keep a few spares just in case. Amidst the sailors' fervent excitement, Don guided them to advance to the first-tier sailor class. In this world, more than 90% of first-tier job advancements are very simple, with virtually no barriers to entry. For example, the advancement requirement for the sailor profession is to board a ship and go to sea. Of course, there are some job changes that still have certain thresholds. For example, the requirement for changing to the job of chef is to be proficient in the basic skills of a chef. For example, Hall, Martin's apprentice, has been studying with Martin for over a year, but he's still a little short of successfully becoming a chef. After advancing to the sailor rank, both stamina and strength attributes will increase by 1 point. The original owner changed to a sailor specifically for these 2 attributes, since having 2 extra attribute points would make the heavy work on the ship easier. The sailors on the ship were mostly veterans who had spent years at sea, and they generally had 11 points of physical strength, with some even reaching 12 points of physical strength and 11 points of strength. As for the biological level, as long as an adult without injury or illness changes jobs, the biological level will directly reach level 5. Ultimately, Tier 1 is merely a stepping stone to becoming a professional. Especially after the advent of professional cards, there are no overly stringent conditions. Even in ancient professions, Tier 1 professionals were collectively referred to as apprentices. The advancement requirements for the second tier, pirate, are pirate prerequisites, Tier 1 profession related to the sea. Advancement requirements, creature level 5, strength 11, stamina 12. Advancement condition, 1. Complete 1 sea raid. It can be said that all sailors now possess the basic qualifications to advance to the rank of pirate. Now, the sailors are just 1 sea raid away from advancing to the rank of pirate. Meanwhile, the target of the robbery was gradually emerging on the sea ahead. The Golden Orange was just an ordinary merchant ship, and its speed was far inferior to that of the Black Pearl, a smuggling ship that the White Elephant Merchant Guild had built at great expense and could cross stormy seas. Even though the Golden Orange set sail half an hour earlier, it was quickly overtaken by the Black Pearl. Chapter 14 Naval Battle. Captain, a ship is approaching from behind. The lookout on the Golden Orange quickly spotted the approaching Black Pearl and notified the captain of the Golden Orange. Captain Owen of the Golden Orange is a level 8 navigator who has been trading in this area for nearly 10 years. Because this place is close to the Storm Sea, it is a necessary route connecting the old and new continents. Therefore, even operating a regular merchant ship can generate a decent income. Irving is already quite content with this. Upon hearing the lookout's words, Irving immediately picked up his binoculars and looked behind him. First Mate Henry, a level 10 creature, quickly arrived at Owen's side. It's the ship that just arrived at Green Island yesterday, Owen said, looking at the Black Pearl in the distance through his binoculars. It just left the Storm Sea and only rested for less than a day before setting sail again. It's probably heading for us. Can we shake them off? Henry asked, frowning. Unless absolutely necessary. Neither Henry nor Owen wanted to easily start a war with an opponent whose strengths and weaknesses were unknown. I'm afraid that won't work. Their ships are far superior to ours. Even if we lose all our cargo, it won't delay them for long, Owen said helplessly. Then there's no other way. Notify everyone to prepare for battle. Hearing that a battle was unavoidable, Henry's face hardened as he gave orders to the sailors beside him. Those who roam the high seas are never lacking in courage to fight. In battles on the high seas, as long as no third-tier professionals are involved, it's impossible to say who will win or lose. Clang, clang, clang. Before long, a series of alarm bells rang out on the Golden Orange, signaling that it was entering a state of combat readiness. The alarm bells, carried by the sea breeze from the Golden Orange, faintly reached the ears of Tang In and his companions, letting them know that the Golden Orange had discovered them. From a distance, the Golden Orange slowed down, and the ship consciously adjusted itself as it sailed, aiming the 8 cannons on its sides at the Black Pearl. Judging from this posture, once the Black Pearl enters its firing range, it will probably open fire immediately. The enemy has already spotted us and made preparations. At our current speed, we will soon be within the artillery range of the Golden Orange. We should also prepare for combat. As they drew closer to the Golden Orange, and Don hadn't given any instructions, Annie couldn't help but remind him. No need. Maintain full speed ahead and prepare for boarding action. Don decisively rejected Annie's suggestion. What were you thinking? Although doing this would allow us to get closer to the Golden Orange faster, we have more artillery than them, and we would definitely have the upper hand in the artillery battle. Why give up our advantage and risk taking several rounds of shelling to enter boarding action? Moreover, we have fewer crew members than the other side, although we have an advantage in the number of professionals. But it's obvious that artillery battle is the best option than boarding action. Upon hearing Don's order, Annie immediately became anxious and gave Don a look that seemed to say, "Are you out of your mind?" "The attrition in artillery battles is mutual," Don said calmly to Annie. "Although we will have the advantage, we can't afford to lose our crew. We just promoted them, and that cost a lot of gold coins. Losses are inevitable. Even if we rush over at full speed, we'll still take a few rounds of shelling and suffer losses anyway," Annie said, somewhat speechlessly. "No problem. I have my own plans," Don said confidently. Seeing that Don said that, Annie had no choice but to stop trying to persuade him. In reality, in modern naval warfare using cannons on sailing wooden ships, the probability of sinking enemy ships directly with cannons is extremely low. Moreover, the hit rate of artillery at sea is not very high. Unless they were extremely lucky and hit the powder magazine, solid shells would at most pierce large holes in the hull. Of course, cannonballs that can easily penetrate a ship's hull can easily tear apart a human's fragile body. In fact, most second-tier professionals would not fare well even if they faced cannonballs head-on. Only truly extraordinary third-tier professionals can completely ignore the damage from cannonballs. Of course, with Tang En's current physique, which is outstanding even among third-tier physical practitioners, he can basically ignore the damage from the cannonballs. Everyone take cover and prepare to avoid shelling, Annie reminded the crew as they were about to enter the range of the Golden Orange. Those veteran sailors who have survived to this day are mostly driven by survival instinct, while the newly recruited crew members are seasoned veterans who have spent many years at sea. They all hit early on. At this moment, besides Don standing steadily at the bow of the ship, even Annie and Green had found a safe place to hide. Boom! 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 As soon as the Black Pearl entered the firing range of the Golden Orange, which was already prepared, couldn't wait to launch an attack. However, the Black Pearl maintained its charging stance with its bow pointed directly at the Golden Orange, greatly reducing the cross-section facing the cannons and further lowering the already low hit rate of the enemy's artillery. Although the shells did not hit the Black Pearl, the shells that fell into the sea splashed up huge sprays of water, crashing onto the deck and creating a tense atmosphere. Occasionally, a few solid cannonballs would come straight towards the deck. The ship's mooring lines would automatically strike the cannonballs with a snap, causing them to deviate from their original direction and fall into the sea. Annie, who was hiding in the shadows, saw this scene and her eyes lit up slightly. I couldn't help but approve of Don's decision to some extent. This is precisely the effect of Don's professional ability, animating ships. The Black Pearl, which Don used this ability on, possessed certain living characteristics, such as the ship's cables being able to swing like tentacles and also possessing considerable strength. However, since the Black Pearl itself does not possess self-awareness, it still requires Don's own will to operate it. As the Black Pearl charged at full speed, the distance between the two ships continued to close. However, due to the reduced distance, the accuracy of the cannons on the Golden Orange also improved. Even though Don used all his strength to manipulate the Black Pearl's cables into tentacles to constantly block it, he still couldn't escape the fate of the Black Pearl being hit. With a loud boom, a large hole appeared on the deck of the Black Pearl, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Damn it, if only we had Annie's senses or Green's agility. Even if there were twice as many shells, they wouldn't have hit us. Don thought bitterly as he glanced back at Annie and Green, who were hiding. Fortunately, the Black Pearl and the Golden Orange closed the distance to within tens of meters, and both sides could almost see the faces of the people on the other ship. During this time, 2 more shells were unable to stop the Black Pearl and hit it. Fortunately, there were no casualties. You two keep an eye on the crew, don't let them die. Don turned around and called out to Annie and Green. With the two completely bewildered, he leaped into the air with his knife, stomping through the air in a manner similar to a frog jump. To the astonishment of both crew members, they instantly traversed dozens of meters and arrived above the Golden Orange. He then swooped down, his steel blade aimed at the sails of the Golden Orange, and slashed down fiercely. Chapter 15 Boarding. In this world, even though professionals possess the power to move mountains and fill seas, flying remains an unattainable dream for many. Even if a legendary warrior can leap tens of thousands of meters into the air, he cannot fly. Even if a legendary wanderer can traverse oceans as easily as walking on flat ground, he cannot fly. Even if a legendary traveler can traverse space to any known place in the world, he still cannot fly. Aside from those in intellectual professions who are guaranteed to fly, most other professions do not possess the ability to fly. If your profession lacks flight-related abilities, even if you become a legend, you still won't be able to fly. But now, Don, a second-tier professional with physical fitness, demonstrated a near-flying ability in front of 2 ships and nearly 100 people, traversing dozens of meters. Of course, most people just think this ability is awesome. However, and in Green, raised by a family of professionals, deeply understand the significance of this flight-like ability. It's far more amazing than you can imagine. Miss, is this his professional ability or professional skill? Green quickly came to his senses and instantly showed an excited expression. Due to his excitement, his voice even trembled a little. As a guard raised from childhood in a large family, it was rare to see such a discomposure on Green's face. Judging from his movements, it looks more like martial arts, probably a professional skill, Annie guessed. The difference between professional competence and professional skills is that professional competence is a skill specific to a particular profession and cannot be learned or disseminated. Professional skills, on the other hand, are learnable abilities such as swordsmanship and breathing techniques. However, it is more difficult for people who are not in this profession to learn it. If it really is a professional skill, Green's breathing became heavy for a moment. This ocean is about to change. The ability of moonwalk requires a high level of skill in terms of blood circulation, muscle exertion, and even body balance. Even though Don has been granted this ability by a professional card, he can only use it in the standard posture. Although the pose is somewhat comical, there's no other way. Don't yet have the ability to freely use moonwalk. In an instant, Don cut several large holes in the sails of the Golden Orange, greatly reducing the sail's ability to catch the wind and indirectly slowing down the Golden Orange's speed. Damn it, stop him! First Mate Henry reacted quickly, gathering sailors equipped with muskets in an attempt to stop Don. Bang! 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 Soon, sporadic gunfire rang out. Although this kind of musket is almost like a tickle to Don's current physique, the enemy's accuracy is too low, and his extraordinary physique is completely useless. After Don confirmed that the Black Pearl would soon be boarding the Golden Orange, having caused significant damage to the sails of the Golden Orange, he immediately charged toward the sailors below who were firing at him. Although the muskets did no harm to Don, they posed a great threat to his crew, so it's best to clean it up before the crew arrives. Against these sailors who weren't even professional sailors, Don was like a tiger among sheep. He could kill a sailor with a single stroke of his knife, and none of them needed Don to strike them a second time. Damn scum, your opponent is me. Seeing Don slaughter his men, Almost all of his musketeers were dead in a short time. Henry was furious and charged at Don. Facing the enraged Henry, Don didn't even glance at him. To put it bluntly, unless he encountered another second-tier professional who was also born with extraordinary abilities, Don could be considered invincible at the second tier. Don didn't even consider a regular second-tier wizard a threat. Although the attack power of a second-tier wizard is unmatched by any other class, even Don himself is not sure if he can withstand it without taking damage. However, the defensive capabilities of second-tier wizard are no different from those of Don and White Paper. With the speed of Shave and the ranged attacks of Storm Kick, a second-tier wizard is nothing more than a piece of cake. Don, who had killed the last musketeer with a single blow, turned to look at Henry, who was lunging at him. Henry, who had rushed in front of Don, grinned and slashed down with his sword. "You, a fellow second-tier professional, dare to ignore me. You'll die because of your arrogance." Henry, who was confident that Don, a fellow second-tier professional, would not be able to react quickly at such a distance, seemed to already see the young pirate in front of him being splattered with blood. Just as Henry's blade was about to reach Don's body was instantly swept aside by the gust of wind from the blade. 6 styles of paper drawing. Henry was momentarily stunned when his first strike missed, then swung his sword at Don again. The result was no different from the previous strike. Before the long sword could even touch Don's body, Don was already pulled aside by the passing blade, dodging the attack. Undeterred, Henry continued his offensive relentlessly. The third cut, the fourth cut, the fifth cut. After several cuts, Henry, finally realizing the reality, took the initiative to distance himself. By this time, Captain Owen had already led the other sailors to surround the ship. "Ha ha! I admit you damn pirate, might be stronger than me, but you're too arrogant. Right now, you're all alone, facing dozens of us. What makes you think you can win?" Seeing that the sailors had surrounded Don, Henry, feeling confident of victory, immediately began to mock Don. "Don't be careless. This guy is probably the captain of the other ship. Take him down before we board the ship," the cautious Captain Owen said to Henry, watching the Black Pearl approach. "Everyone attack together. If we can take this guy down, victory is ours." Henry immediately gave the order after hearing Owen's words. Henry then charged forward without hesitation. Clang! Only once did Don fail to dodge. Swords clashed, sparks flew, and Henry's all-out attack was easily parried by Don. Damn it, isn't this guy supposed to be agile? How come he's so strong too? The Wave Chaser class is a class with strength and intelligence as its 2 main attributes. In layman's terms, it is a dual-wielding class of magic and martial arts. Typically, a level 10 second-tier professional has around 16 points in their main attribute. Henry's strength at this point is 15 points. Although it is slightly weaker than that of professions whose main attribute is strength, it should be a solid advantage over professions that do not focus on strength. Based on their exchange, Henry judged that Don was an agility-type professional, since a normal non-strength-type professional would only have around 13 or 14 points of strength at the second tier. Of course, traditional professions cultivated by extraordinary families like Green are not included in this category. Since traditional professions require arduous training, their primary and secondary attributes are generally higher. However, judging from this encounter, Don's strength was actually comparable to his, and Henry vaguely felt that something was wrong. But it didn't matter anymore, as the sailor's attack was already close to Don. Chapter 16: Victory and Advancement. At this moment, Don's long sword was clashing with Henry's steel knife, and the two were locked in a struggle. Captain Owen of the Golden Orange and several sailors rushed to Don's side, wielding various long swords, axes, and other weapons. At the same time, a water arrow suddenly shot out from the sea and headed straight for Don. This is Henry's ability from the Wave Chaser class, water manipulation, allowing him to control a portion of the water element. Now that Henry is using his full power, the force of his water arrow impact is comparable to that of cannons. As the blades and axes were about to strike, Don still had the leisure to glance back in the direction of the Black Pearl. Very well, time's up. Then Don revealed a brazen smile, which immediately startled Owen and Henry. Before he could even ponder the meaning behind Don's smile, the iron body of the 6 styles, clang, The swords and blades struck Tang in simultaneously, producing a metallic clang. Only Henry's water arrow knocked Don off balance. However, it did not cause any harm. In an instant, everyone on the Golden Orange was stunned. Don also cooperated by not launching an attack. Although they had only heard about it and had never seen it, Owen and Henry, being professionals, still recognized what the scene in front of them represented. Extraordinary physique. Bang! Just as everyone was stunned, a loud crash rang out, and the entire Golden Orange began to shake violently, with many sailors falling to the ground before they could react. Finally, we've arrived. After you've bombarded us for so long, it's time for my turn. Brothers, hurry and go to the captain's aid. Charge! For the advancement! Kill! Roar! Aya! The Black Pearl has arrived. A group of bloodthirsty pirates charged forward, howling. Driven by their desire to advance to higher levels, the pirates charged like wolves at the still-day sailors aboard the Golden Orange. Before anyone could react, more than a dozen sailors on the Golden Orange were instantly cut down. Wait, we're surrendering. Captain Owen of the Golden Orange realized what was happening and immediately wanted to surrender. But Don, who had been watching them, reacted even faster, kicking Owen in the chest and sending him flying several meters away, forcing him to swallow his words of surrender. With Don's current combat strength, the moment he boarded the Golden Orange, the battle could actually be declared over. However, the most important purpose of this raid was to allow the crew members to advance in rank. Although the advancement conditions for the second-tier pirate are very simple. However, the fundamental nature of the world cannot be easily fooled. If external forces intervene in the advancement conditions of a professional, the advancement will inevitably be deemed a failure. This conclusion has been reached through countless experiments since the birth of professional card games in this world. Although the origin of the world has no self-awareness, it is quite intelligent in terms of determining career advancement. In other words, the pirate class is only a lower-tier, second-level profession, with relatively lenient advancement requirements. Moreover, raiding is a group activity, so non-subjective external forces do not affect the judgment. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to determine the outcome. However, advancement is not affected by external forces. However, if the advanced user themselves play no role whatsoever, it is impossible to determine that the advancement was successful. If Don had unleashed his full fighting power the moment he boarded the ship, the Golden Orange would probably have surrendered long ago, before the Black Pearl even had a chance to board. Once the other party surrenders, it will be considered a successful raid, and it won't matter if you deliberately refuse to accept their surrender in order to advance your level, because doing so would be considered as subjective external intervention. At that point, none of the crew members will be able to advance successfully. Even if the subordinates achieved some results after boarding the ship, it's still not very reliable for everyone to advance in rank. Therefore, Don, who had been keeping an eye on the two professionals, interrupted Owen the moment he was about to surrender. However, the looting ended quickly. Although Don tried his best to delay Owen and Henry from surrendering, he could not stop the sailors from surrendering en masse, seeing that the situation was hopeless and they had completely lost their will to fight. The Black Pearl, having emptied the entire Golden Orange, slowly set sail and departed, leaving behind only the lifeless Golden Orange and a ship full of corpses. Don also wanted to take the Golden Orange, but with the current manpower, operating the Black Pearl was already a struggle, and there simply weren't enough people to operate a second ship. None of the crew members have the attributes required to advance to the pirate captain rank. Therefore, Don and Annie could only regretfully abandon the Golden Orange. Haha, I'm a second-tier professional now too. Haha, I've awakened 2 professional skills. What? I've only awakened 1. I awakened 3. Huh, you bunch of noobs. I've awakened 4 of them, and I haven't even said anything yet. What are you pretending to be, you big shot? Fortunately, all the crew members met the advancement requirements before the Golden Orange surrendered. Although the cost was that fewer than 10 people survived on the entire Golden Orange that included Henry and Owen. So the crew members who returned to the Black Pearl couldn't wait to advance their ranks. Henry and Owen, who were bound hand and foot and kneeling in the middle of the Black Pearl's deck, swallowed hard in horror at the sight of this insane scene. A ship full of professionals. What was their captain thinking? Aren't you afraid of being rebelled against? However, considering Don's unreasonable superhuman physique, I understand it a little better now. Only a monster like this would have the audacity to train an entire shipload of professionals. Only then can one have the ability and confidence to suppress this entire ship of professionals. Good heavens, they've had the worst luck imaginable. They actually ran into a monstrous pirate crew. That's a rare sight, even on the high seas. Huh. I seem to remember that our captain awakened an ability when he advanced in rank. No way. No way. Our captain, as a chosen one, is actually the weakest one. Listening to the words of the pirates who had successfully advanced, Annie recalled a class skill on Don's car that she had seen before and couldn't help but smile teasingly at Don. Professional skills are something that will randomly awaken based on individual circumstances when each person advances in rank. Generally speaking, those favored by the heavens can fully awaken all the abilities of their profession. However, there are exceptions. There have been instances where professionals awakened abilities that even the chosen ones themselves had not awakened decades after the profession was created. Don was somewhat surprised when he heard that these pirates had awakened 2, 3, or even 4 abilities. My professional skill is called iron block. These two are called shave and paper drawing. However, after hearing the pirates' conversation and seeing them testing their abilities with each other, Don understood what was going on. Is there such a possibility? Don asked Annie calmly. They only awaken 1/6, 2/6, 3/6, 4/6 of their professional skills. Question mark. Chapter 17, Dragging the Dragon Bone. Tang hadn't expected that his comprehensive 6-style professional skills would be broken down into 6 individual professional skills by his subordinates, who were of lower rank. Although I knew that lower-level professionals would be in a bad position, this situation is a bit too bad. But it doesn't matter. After all, she's a second-tier combat professional. Nowadays, most pirates have combat powers similar to that of Annie, the navigator. The most outstanding ones even reached level 8 in terms of biological level, and their combat power was already firmly above Annie's. Of course, this is assuming Annie doesn't use those 2 extraordinary weapons. Even Don felt a chill run down his spine when facing Annie's 2 extraordinary weapons. His perception, which had reached 12 points, was warning him that these 2 weapons could undoubtedly break through his defenses. Fortunately, the pirate's professional skill of plundering was not compromised, and the effect was exactly the same as Don's. Seeing that the crew members had all completed their advancement, Don's gaze turned to the prisoners of the Golden Orange. Now it's time to get down to business. The rage emanating from the remnant will of the original owner was still burning fiercely in Tang's mind. Whether it's luck or misfortune, the sailor from the bar yesterday actually survived. As Don slowly walked towards the prisoners, everyone's eyes turned to him. Don stopped in front of the sailor from yesterday. Captain, the sailor was about to say something when he saw Don stop in front of him, but when he saw Don put his finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, he immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out. Yesterday at the Brave Ones bar on Green Island, Don smiled warmly at the sailor in front of him. I remember you said that you once killed a nobleman. I think his name was Campbell, right? Owen and Henry, who had been intently watching Don, suddenly changed their expressions. After surrendering and being taken aboard the Black Pearl, the two considered many possible consequences. For example, pirates might want to use them to exchange for ransom, or perhaps the pirates wanted to recruit them. However, since their surrender was accepted and they were not killed, their lives should most likely be spared. After all, if you want to kill someone, you don't need to go through the extra step of taking a prisoner. But upon hearing Don's question, they finally understood why they had been captured and why they had been targeted. Not only the two, but the other surviving sailors also realized at this moment why they had suffered this crisis. Immediately, pairs of hateful eyes focused on the sailor, each one wishing they could skin him alive and tear him apart. However, the sailors at this point had no time to care about what their colleagues thought. Don's question exploded in his mind like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily incoherent. No, sir, it was all the captain's doing. I'm just an ordinary sailor. No, Captain, that was just the ramblings of a drunkard. We are all law-abiding merchants. Owen panicked when he heard the sailor directly implicate him. Although they didn't know the relationship between the pirate captain in front of them and that nobleman, They couldn't admit it at this moment. Before Don could say anything, the sailor whose name had been rejected by Owen immediately became anxious. They did it. It said that a big shot paid a lot of money to have them do it, and afterwards they even gave each of us sailors a considerable bonus. Although the sailor was still somewhat confused about the specifics of the situation, he instinctively felt that he could only survive if he pinned the blame on Irving. Oh! Hearing the sailor's seemingly genuine words, Don finally turned his gaze to Owen. Captain, he's just talking nonsense. Where will we get the courage to slaughter nobles? Although Owen had given up hope of surviving, the only way to survive was to deny everything. And you? Don asked, looking at Henry beside him. We didn't do it, Henry said through gritted teeth, stubbornly denying it. Very good. Despite the denials from both of them, Don maintained his warm smile. He then ordered the sailors watching to prepare some things. The world is highly developed in terms of supernatural powers, and all kinds of industries are thriving with the help of these powers. However, under such circumstances, people inevitably lack some imagination. For example, torture. Many professionals possess skills that are highly effective in interrogation, and the mental and even spiritual damage inflicted on the victim is far more painful than the physical pain. Apart from a few professionals in the field, no one in this world has studied in detail the punishments that torment the human body. However, people in Tang and's previous life had conducted in-depth research on this point. At this moment, what Don was preparing to give these prisoners was one of the most terrifying punishments from the time of great seafaring in his previous life, dragging the dragon's bones. The so-called dragging the keel punishment was a cruel torture in which the victim was thrown into the sea and dragged under the hull of the ship. It was generally used on sailors who had committed offenses on board. During the execution, the executioner would strip the victim naked or remove the upper body clothing, and then use a long rope to tightly bind the victim's hands or bind their upper body. The rope was wrapped around their armpits or bind their hands and feet. The other end of the rope was tied to the mast or railing to prevent them from falling into the sea. Afterward, the executioner would take the victim to the bow of the ship and then throw them into the sea under the side of the ship. Because the victim fell into the sea so close to the ship, he would be immediately pressed down by the ship, actually due to the current. At this point, the executioner would pull the long rope with the offending sailor tied to it from the bow to the stern or from one side of the ship to the other, so that the victim would move and rub against the keel of the ship. This was the terrible dragging the keel punishment. Ships at sea are typically teeming with barnacles and crustaceans. These creatures have hard shells and sharp blades, and when the executioner drags the victim around the ship by ropes, the barnacles on the hull tear away layers of flesh, causing excruciating pain and a sense of being sliced to pieces. To prevent drowning, the executioner sometimes places an oil-soaked sponge containing a wisp of air in the victim's mouth, ensuring a more agonizing death. On the deck of the Black Pearl, a group of burly and fierce pirates were dragging a sturdy long rope from the starboard side to the port side. Owen, shirtless, was also being dragged by them through the keel, which was covered with sharp barnacles, underwater. Then it was violently pulled out of the water from the other side. Owen's piercing screams shook the eardrums of everyone on board the Black Pearl. Irving, who was dragged out of the water, looked as if he had been torn to pieces. His entire body was covered in bloody wounds. Just as Irving let out a scream, before he could even catch his breath, he was dragged from underwater to the other side. After 2 or 3 rounds, Irving's body was mangled beyond recognition. Even the seawater near the Black Pearl was tinged with a faint blood color. Chapter 18 Lancaster, and comes from a family of professionals. It's not uncommon to see families interrogating prisoners of war from opposing forces. However, the main interrogation methods used by professionals tend to focus on the more efficient and rapid aspects of the mind and soul. Although for the prisoners, the pain is far greater than the physical injury. However, it is far less visually striking than the sight of the keel being dragged at this moment. After pulling Irving's mangled body out of the water, he was barely clinging to life. Because professionals have a vitality far exceeding that of ordinary people, all of them specifically ordered that Irving be delayed several more times. Even it felt a little uncomfortable looking at Owen's bloodied and mangled body. It was surprising that, and a well-traveled noblewoman, was so disturbed. Everyone else on the ship, whether pirates or prisoners, was terrified. Killing is nothing more than a quick death, which is the norm in this world. The shock of this kind of torture for the sake of torture is even greater for those who see it for the first time, especially on a battlefield full of severed limbs. Pirates were all right as executioners. However, the prisoner who was to be executed broke down at this moment. Apart from Henry, who was pale-faced and still managed to maintain his composure, the other prisoners were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Don still wore a warm smile, seemingly unaffected by Irving's miserable state before him. The pirates who witnessed this scene remembered Don's expression and defined it as the devil smile. So, did Irving's miserable state really have no impact on Don? At this moment, there is indeed no impact. Under the influence of the original owner's remaining consciousness, Tang Yin's mind was now filled with hatred and rage. So much so that the first thing that came to mind when he wanted to use torture to extract a confession was this infamous dragon bone from his previous life. Simply put, Don's mental state isn't quite right now. If Tang Yin were in his normal state, he would probably have vomited by now. After all, just a week ago, he was an ordinary person in a harmonious society. To be able to kill someone without batting an eye in just 1 week would have been considered abnormal in his previous life. Don walked slowly to the dying Owen, knelt down, and smiled warmly at him, saying, "Tell me a name, and I'll give you a quick death." Irving knew very well that whether he spoke or not, he was doomed to die. But if I tell them and those people find out, my family will probably die too. Although the mangled body looked gruesome, for Kyrie Irving, the pain was not enough to make him abandon everything and speak out. No, I did it," Irving managed to say before passing out. Seeing Owen fall into a coma, and judging that he might not be able to last 2 more times, Don turned his attention to Henry, who was pale-faced. "Now, is there anything you want to say?" Don's words made Henry tremble. "If not, be prepared, you might be next." "Wait." Henry couldn't hold back any longer when he heard Don's words. Compared to the tortured, dragging the dragon bone brought even more fear to the onlookers in this world. Although he was not so afraid of death, this way of dying was indeed too gruesome. Henry said dejectedly, "I'll talk." The Lancaster family is a newly emerging power in the Kingdom of Ryan during the Age of Exploration, and has several 4th-tier professionals in the family. The head of the family holds the title of Marquis in the Kingdom of Ryan. For families below the legendary level, this can be considered the pinnacle. As the most powerful nation in the Old World, the Kingdom of Ryan does not grant the title of Duke to only living legendary descendants, unlike other smaller nations. After the legendary Campbell family fell from grace, although their other privileges remained unchanged, their title was directly reduced to Marquis. The cause of the incident was quite dramatic. The Campbell family had a fiefdom in the New World. However, due to the decline of the family and the lack of ability to develop it, it has been secretly occupied by other nobles for nearly 100 years, the Lancaster family being one of them. As long as it's not an open occupation, the kingdom can only turn a blind eye to such things. It's your own fault for being so weak. We can't let our good territory go to waste. However, 2 years ago, a rich gold mine was discovered in the territory. Everything changed. Such a large gold mine would inevitably force the kingdom to intervene directly. However, the kingdom cannot take advantage of a lord. In this situation, it will inevitably share the benefits with the lord, although the kingdom will certainly take the lion's share. As for other families, not only will they not be allowed a share of the gold mine, but they will also have to hand over the territories they have occupied for 100 years, since the kingdom's attention has been focused on this area. These illegal acts of occupation must be dealt with. After all, the Campbell family was once a legendary family. After all, the legends are watching. After receiving the kingdom's notification, Don's parents hurriedly sold their property and sailed to the New World, without even telling the original owner of the body the specific details. The matter should have ended there. The once legendary family was about to rise again, while the other families could only swallow their bitterness. After all, the legends of the Kingdom of Ryan had all been drawn to this enormous gold mine. No one dared to do anything underhanded. However, Don's parents tragically encountered a shipwreck while crossing the stormy seas. He survived by sheer luck, despite facing a life-or-death situation. They were rescued by the passing Golden Orange. And coincidentally, there was a member of the Lancaster family on board the Golden Orange. After learning about Don's parents' identities and circumstances, the Lancaster family members were filled with malice and bribed Captain Owen and first mate Henry to kill Don's parents. After all, the shipwreck was a real event, and it's unlikely that anyone would have been found to have tampered with it. Furthermore, the mysterious nature of the storm sea itself poses a significant obstacle to abilities such as prophecy. What the legends care about is the kingdom's attitude towards fallen legendary families. They wouldn't care too much about the Campbell family itself. This matter will most likely be buried at the bottom of the sea forever. Indeed, after hastily confirming that it was a shipwreck, both the kingdom and the legends could only express their regret for the Campbell family. Under the double blow of his family's bankruptcy and the death of both his parents, Yuan Tang, and did not pay attention to the relevant information about the gold mine, and hurriedly went out to work to make a living. The Lancaster family did not eliminate the Golden Orange for two reasons. Firstly, they lacked sufficient fighting power on board at the time, and secondly, taking action later could easily lead to complications and attract the attention of the legends. So they only gave Irving and the others a stern warning and a large sum of hush money. Irving and the others knew the seriousness of the matter, so they kept quiet. Now, this matter has been leaked because of a sailor's drunken boasting, and it just so happens that it happened to run into Don. I wonder if Don will regret not silencing the Golden Orange when he takes up arms against the Lancaster family in the future. That's right, Don will definitely go back to the Lancaster family in the future, but not because of the original owner's hatred. The original owner's lingering resentment completely dissipated when Owen died. The reason for seeking out the Lancaster family is that, somehow, they have taken over the Campbell family's share of the gold mine on their behalf. How could Don possibly tolerate someone stealing his gold mine, even a legend, who would covet such a vast fortune? The man who controlled everything was named Langley Lancaster. He is now the first heir of the Lancaster family and a third-tier professional. Chapter 19, Cadres. Having learned everything he wanted, Don mercifully ordered his men to kill all the prisoners. He watched the pirates carefully carrying the corpse past him and saw the awe in their eyes as they looked at him. Don was very satisfied. Although his reputation for brutality wasn't pleasant, it could extinguish the inappropriate thoughts of his newly promoted and somewhat arrogant pirate subordinates. After all, no pirate wanted to personally experience that terrifying dragon bone. This can be considered an unexpected bonus in this revenge mission. Slap! Slap! After the pirates cleaned the deck, Don clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone has completed the advancement, which is a great start. This means there are no useless people among you who need to be eliminated. Seeing the pirates' awe-inspiring gazes, Don was quite pleased with this impromptu operation. With everyone advancing to the second tier, they instilled a sense of fear in the hearts of the pirates and resolved the lingering resentment left by the original owner. Now, this body completely belongs to the current Don. Furthermore, the dissipation of the original owner's lingering resentment also increased Tang Un's intelligence slightly, and now Tang Un's intelligence has finally reached the average level of a normal person. Although everyone already knows this, I still want to emphasize it formally. And is our first mate and navigator, and Green is our helmsman. Then Don looked at Martin, who was hiding to the side with Hall, and took out a key from his pocket and threw it to him. Martin is our head chef. You are here to keep the key to the cold storage. The cold storage was where food was stored on the ship. In the hot summer, the crew would often take out their stored rum to chill in the cold storage. The key to the cold storage also represented a certain degree of authority. Martin accepted it with a smile, and no one questioned it, since he was the only chef on the ship, and his cooking was exceptionally good. Don then scanned the crowd from side to side, finally fixing his gaze on Hans, and took out a key and threw it to him. Hans, you're the sailing captain. Here is the key to the warehouse. Even the slow-witted crew members realized that the captain was promoting officers, and they all looked at Tang In with burning eyes. Although most pirates knew their chances were slim, they thought, what if I do? After all, we're all second-tier professionals. Who's worse than whom? Hans calmly accepted the key, while the others who boarded the ship with him cheered. The veteran crew members were resentful that a newcomer had been promoted to a leadership position, but they had no choice but to accept it, partly because of Captain Don's appointment. In one instance, Hans currently has a biological level of 8, which is the highest among all the pirates, and he's one of only 2 pirates who have obtained 4 professional skills. Only the skills Tempest Kick and Moonwalk were not acquired. In fact, perhaps because these 2 skills are quite difficult to obtain, none of the pirates had acquired them. So while the veteran crew member didn't offer any congratulations, he also didn't say anything that would spoil the mood. As for the bosun, Don glanced at the 2 groups of new and old crew members, pondered for a moment, and said, "I'll leave it to you to vote on. Give me the results before tonight." After saying that, he ignored the uproar among the pirates and turned to go into the captain's cabin to rest. As soon as the original owner's lingering resentment dissipated, Tang In, who had been affected by the original owner's anger, immediately returned to normal. Thinking of Owen's mangled body, his stomach churned involuntarily. The strong smell of blood still lingered on the deck. The stench made Don's stomach churn. To avoid losing his composure in public and damaging the brutal image he had just established in the crew's minds, Don could only go back to rest as soon as possible. After Don left, watching the pirates campaigning all over the deck, almost escalating into a physical fight, and said to Green beside her, "I see. We underestimated our captain." First, a new batch of sailors was recruited, forming 2 groups, the old group and the new group. Now, this self-election method is being used to exacerbate the division between the 2 groups, or even to create more than 2 groups, making it impossible for them to stick together. During the recent raid, the use of torture to demonstrate the brutality of these pirates, who had just become arrogant due to their advancement, served as a deterrent. In this way, this ship of professionals who cannot unite as one would neither be able nor dare to do anything detrimental to the captain. Green frowned and asked, "And it's just an election. How could it possibly cause a division among the pirates? Han's small group only has 6 people. In the vote, they can't possibly shake the 17 old crew members. They should know that themselves, not to mention that Hans is already the captain of the sails. Although there are only 6 of them, they are more united, and Hans can firmly hold on to those 6 votes. While there are 17 veteran crew members, there are even more ambitious ones, and no one can reliably subdue the others. If the votes are split among 3 or more people, then Hans's team has a very good chance of taking the position of bosun. If one of Hans's men becomes the bosun, wouldn't Hans be able to use his power to bring the sailors together again?" Green asked, and puzzled. If the veteran crew members are all idiots who can't see the situation, then it doesn't matter if Hans and the others get the position of bosun. Annie's lips curled into a cold smile. The old sailors have split into more than 3 groups because of too many ambitious people, allowing newcomers like Hans to ride roughshod over them. It would be good enough if they didn't fight each other, let alone remain united. Moreover, they cannot possibly genuinely believe in Hans and the others. When the ship splits into several small, hostile groups, that would be the best-case scenario for our captain. Now we just need to see if all the veteran crew members are idiots. It's no wonder she was raised by such a powerful family. Although Annie wasn't groomed to be the heir to the family head, she didn't receive in-depth training in political maneuvering. However, after seeing what Don did, I eventually guessed what Don was thinking. Don initially recruited sailors on Green Island to create a balance between the old and new crew members. However, due to the accident involving the Golden Orange, Don hastily recruited Hans and 6 others before leaving. Fortunately, Hans and his team were quite skilled and united. Furthermore, Donald's decision to let the monthly salary of those 2 gold coins simmer overnight before providing specific details created a rift between the old and new groups from the very beginning. As for establishing a brutal image, it can only be described as a beautiful accident. Campbell, huh? Have the family investigate. Thinking of the information gleaned from the interrogation, Annie said to Green with a thoughtful expression, "Clear." As it turns out, there were indeed some clever ones among the veteran crew members. In the end, an old crew member named Lewis was successfully elected as the bosun. His biological level was 7, and he was also the other person besides Hans to obtain 4 professional skills as a pirate. Lewis received the key to the ammunition depot from Donald before dinner. Chapter 2400 Gold Coins. A few days later, the weather was clear and the wind was calm. On the deck of the Black Pearl. "Hey, huh, hey, A group of pirates were training under Green's guidance. Tang and also joined in the cultivation. Although the pirates have all become second-tier professionals, these self-taught professionals have very low basic qualities and combat abilities. Even Don's main fighting style now relies on overwhelming opponents with superior attributes. If you encounter a professional who is not much different from yourself, you will basically be beaten to a pulp. After all, he was just an ordinary person in his previous life, and although the original owner had been forced to memorize extraordinary knowledge by his parents, he had never engaged in any serious cultivation. So after discussing it with Annie, Green was put in charge of teaching the pirates some less important sword techniques, knife skills, breathing techniques, etc. This is to improve the pirates' combat power and also to wear down their somewhat excessive energy after advancing in rank. Tang and also took the opportunity to train along with them, hoping to improve his combat abilities. At the same time, Don also taught Green the 6 professional skills. However, Green's training was not very smooth. Annie originally had some ideas, but after seeing that Green did not succeed so easily, she gave up. Of the 6 styles, the other 5 were fine. Grimm could use them almost immediately. However, his progress on Moonwalk, which he valued most, was very slow. According to Green's research, the ability to moonwalk is something that non-pirate professions would want to learn. Then you need at least 15 points in both strength and stamina, and at least 18 points in agility. Alternatively, one could possess extraordinary strength or stamina, which would reduce the need for agility. Among the 7 attributes, strength represents pure brute force, while stamina represents physical strength, muscle density, and defensive capabilities. Agility, on the other hand, represents the body's flexibility, coordination, and degree of control. The higher the agility attribute, the easier it is to learn martial arts techniques. The 20-point dexterity, superb feat. Dexterity significantly reduces the difficulty for professionals to learn any professional skill. Hey Don, come quick, I have news. Annie, dressed lightly, lay on a deck chair under a huge parasol, a glass of chilled fresh juice on the table next to her, comfortably reading the newspaper in her hand. Upon hearing the shout, Don slowly finished the last set of movements, then got up and walked towards Annie. When Annie saw Don coming over, she shared the newspaper she was holding with him. Don picked up the newspaper. A new legend is born, celebrated worldwide. The Sword Saint of Waves, along with several legendary figures, reach an agreement with the western coastal nations of the old continent to jointly establish a joint naval headquarters. The Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Ryan will soon be traveling to the New World. The Tulip Merchant Guild's fleet, which sailed to the New World, is about to return. Many talented young men of the 4th rank fought each other over the most beautiful woman in the 9 seas. A fully grown dragon has appeared somewhere in the old world. The newspaper was about the same size as the newspapers from my previous life, with densely packed information and various headlines. However, its functions are far superior to those of newspapers in the previous life. This newspaper is published by the newspaper company and costs 100 gold coins. Although it's also called a newspaper, its function is similar to the headlines of my previous life. The newspaper is a neutral organization founded by a legendary wizard and several legendary powerhouses, and it belongs to a monopolistic industry. In the past, countries in the old world wanted to publish their own newspapers to control public opinion, but due to various reasons, the information and bias in the newspapers were very problematic, so they were not welcomed by the people. Newspapers are a magical product developed by a legendary wizard. The material of newspapers is reinforced by magic. Although they feel no different from paper, once you try to destroy them, you'll find that tearing them is no easier than tearing steel. The paper is filled with densely packed titles, which can be viewed by region and also has a keyword search function. Furthermore, various information is updated in real time, and except for areas like the depths of the stormy sea that reduce mystery, most of the known world has signals. And pointed to a spot in the newspaper, and Don looked in that direction. Why is the White Elephant Merchant Guild, having invested heavily in building a merchant ship, only to have it plundered by the Oath Keepers, yet offering a hefty bounty on a lowly sailor? Asin tapped the title lightly with her finger. A square, coin-sized opening appeared on the newspaper. This is the coin slot. After inserting a silver coin, you can view the specific information of the selected title. Once the silver coin is inserted, a teleportation spell attached to the newspaper will transport it to the newspaper office's vault. After a silver coin was inserted, the text on the newspaper changed. The White Elephant Merchant Guild's expensively built merchant ship, the Giant Tooth, was attacked by the Oathkeeper pirates shortly after crossing the stormy sea. A Tier 3 professional, the Tide Rider, and a squad of Tier 2 professionals perished in the battle. Subsequently, for unknown reasons, the captaincy of the Fong ultimately fell to Don Campbell, a former sailor of the Fong. After the news reached the White Elephant Merchant Guild, they dispatched men to exterminate the sailors who had disembarked from the original, magical Fong and issued huge bounties on the Oathkeeper and Don Campbell. It is said that Don Campbell was a naturally gifted individual. Given the enormous bounty offered by the White Elephant Merchant Guild for Don Campbell, we have reason to believe that Don Campbell has hijacked the Giant Tooth and become pirate. The newspaper also included 2 bounty posters for magical portraits. One of them is for Oathkeeper Ganymede, marked with 2,000 gold coins. Including the previous bounty, Ganymede now has a total of 3,500 gold coins and bounties. The other one is naturally Don's. The portrait shows Don when he joined the White Elephant Merchant Guild, and it is marked with 400 gold coins. Looking at the bounty amount, Tang Yin sighed. 400 gold coins. The White Elephant Merchant Guild is really stingy. Seeing Don's expression, Annie replied, "You should be content. This has already fulfilled nearly half of your advancement requirements. This amount is already a bit excessive for a single bounty for a second-tier professional. Nobody's gold coins grow on trees." "That's true. At least it has reduced some of the pressure on me to advance." Tang Yin nodded. Although he was not satisfied with the White Elephant Merchant Guild's stinginess, Tang Yin also knew that it was impossible to get the White Elephant Merchant Guild to directly set the maximum bounty for him. After all, if a bounty of several thousand gold coins were offered on then Tang Yin, a mere second-tier professional, would likely be besieged by third-tier professionals. After all, several thousand gold coins is not a small amount for most third-tier professionals. At that time, on the vast ocean, it's likely that not even an island will be available to dock. As for the fact that the sailors who originally boarded and disembarked from the Giant Tooth were wiped out by the White Elephant Merchant Guild, neither Don nor Annie were surprised. After all, as old Quill said, those high-ranking nobles wouldn't mind killing these peasants to vent their anger. This is the norm in this extraordinary world. Chapter 21 Mirror. In the bathroom, the rushing water washed away the sweat and fatigue from Tang Yin's training. In this era, being able to take a comfortable bath on a ship at sea is a very pleasant thing. This is entirely thanks to the freshwater conversion device, especially now that there are fewer than 30 people on board. Even if freshwater resources were supplied to everyone for daily bathing, there would still be a surplus. Even so, few pirates were willing to take a bath. It was only under Anne's insistence that the pirates were required to bathe at least once a week. Don had no objection to this. After all, Don had come from civilized society in his previous life, and he couldn't stand the crew's slovenly appearance. A good hygienic environment could also effectively prevent diseases. The Black Pearl is a large merchant ship, and its minimum standard configuration requires 100 sailors. Under normal circumstances, the current crew of about 20 people would have difficulty even starting the Black Pearl. In other words, the pirates are all second-tier professionals with plenty of stamina, and Don's ability to activate ships also allows him to control the Black Pearl, which is why they have been sailing without any problems until now. Back on Green Island, Don originally intended to recruit more sailors, but due to the incident with the Golden Orange, he only managed to recruit Hans and 6 others before hastily setting sail. The main task for the Black Pearl right now is to replenish the crew, since as the captain, he can't spend all his energy on operating the ship every day. Moreover, the crew members are already second-tier professionals. No matter which ship they are on, it is not possible to be so extravagant as to arrange for second-tier professionals to do chores for a long time. Right now, these people have just been promoted and have not yet reacted, and they are under the intimidation of Don. However, this will definitely cause problems in the long run, such as crew members running away or being abducted while the ship is docked. Lost in thought about these trivial matters, Don came out of the bathroom and returned to the captain's cabin. Upon entering, One's gaze is immediately drawn to a gleaming silver mirror on the table. Sunlight streamed through the captain's cabin window, illuminating the large, ornately designed silver mirror that reflected the sunlight with a dazzling sheen. Where did this mirror come from? Don looked at the silver mirror on the table with some surprise and slowly walked forward. The mirror was made entirely of silver metal. Even the surface was the same, but the image reflected on the surface was clearer than that of a glass mirror. After examining the mirror closely, Don was certain that it was no ordinary object. Although he didn't know the exact material, it was undoubtedly a very valuable item based on its appearance alone. Where did this mirror come from? Could it be in? Out of caution, Don did not touch the mirror. After maintaining a distance where he could clearly see it, he pondered, it shouldn't be. Given our increasingly harmonious relationship, she shouldn't do something so inappropriate. The captain's cabin is, after all, the captain's private space. Without the captain's permission, it would be tantamount to treason for the crew to enter. For the two of them, whose cooperation is currently in an ambiguous phase, it is impossible for Annie to do something that would affect their mutual trust. But apart from, and the other crew members were even less likely to do something so reckless. If this silver mirror has nothing to do with the people on the ship, Don's face instantly darkened. Looking at the silver mirror that still reflected a faint silver glow, Don decided it was best to stay away from it for now. This thing of unknown origin might be a time bomb. Just as Don was about to turn and leave the captain's cabin, something unexpected happened. The silver light from the mirror magnified instantly. This time, the silver light was not reflected from the mirror, but emitted by the mirror itself, enveloping Tang in before he could even react. Just as Don realized what was happening and was about to run away, the silver light had already completely enveloped him. Don then discovered that the silver light had no effect on him whatsoever. The silver mirror moved on its own without any wind, slowly approaching Tang in. It originated from the ancestral hand technique of the immortals and was activated subconsciously. By the time Tang in realized what was happening, the silver mirror was already in his hand. A line of text slowly appeared on the clean mirror, catching Tang In's eye. Very good, everyone is here now. As expected, someone was up to no good. Only a few high-level professionals could pull off such a feat. I know you all have many questions, so let me explain. After confirming that someone had sabotaged the incident, Don, expressionless, took the mirror, walked out of the captain's cabin, and made a throwing motion towards the boundless sea. Let's go. The silver mirror flew hundreds of meters away in an instant before falling into the sea. I'd be crazy to hear you say that. It's best to stay away from the unknown, especially if it involves high-level professionals. Those who can climb to the top are all ruthless and greedy. Ignoring the puzzled looks from the crew on deck, Don returned to the captain's cabin. As soon as he entered, Don's face darkened instantly. The silver mirror that he had just watched sink into the sea reappeared on the table in the captain's cabin. Don walked quickly to the mirror. He reached into his robes, took out the box containing the class cards, placed the cards on the table, and then put the silver mirror back into the box. Lock it. He turned and walked out of the captain's cabin. Aim at the sea. Make a show of force. Let's go. This box containing the class cards has a slight magic sealing effect and is worth several dozen gold coins. It was prepared by the White Elephant Merchant Guild specifically for smuggling these professional cards. Although it hurts a little to throw it away, it's still worth it to get rid of the mirror that stuck to him. After watching the box containing the silver mirror sink into the sea, Don waited for a while and, seeing no sign of the silver mirror flying out again, returned to his ship. Don, what happened? Annie's voice came from the deck. Seeing Don's two strange actions, Annie couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, Don replied without turning his head before entering the captain's cabin. Watching Don's disappearing figure, Annie gently rubbed her smooth chin with one hand, thinking, could it be that he's holding it in and something's wrong? Back in the captain's cabin, Don went straight to the table and was immediately relieved to see that it was empty. Looks like I didn't throw the box away for nothing. Then, Tang, and suddenly sensed something unusual behind him, turned around abruptly, and his expression changed drastically. The silver crystal floated silently behind Tang, and Don had only one thought in his mind. Dozens of gold coins had gone down the drain. The next moment, the words on the silver mirror slowly appeared. I am known as the Eye of the Sky, and I believe some of you have heard of me. Chapter 22, Eye of the Sky. Eye of the Sky. Tang and was instantly shocked. This was a legendary title. As for whether it's a fake, Don wouldn't doubt that. After all, the Eye of the Sky is a legendary sage. Even mentioning his title will trigger his response. If anyone dares to impersonate him and cause trouble, he can appear before the imposter in the next moment through mystical connections. In this world, it's not a joke that someone can come and beat you up through the internet cable. It's a real possibility. Once professionals reach the legendary level, they are also divided into different levels. Those above level 20 are ordinary legendary. Those above level 30 are advanced legendary. And those above level 40 are called destiny legendary. As for level 50, the Elf Queen, currently known as the strongest being under the stars, is said to be only level 49. Moreover, it has been at level 49 for tens of thousands of years, leading some to speculate that level 49 may be the limit for professionals. The Eye of the Sky is a legendary sage whose creature level exceeds 30. He is one of the very few non-legendary wizards to have secured a seat in the Wizarding Council. The Wizard Council is an organization composed of legendary wizards, gathering hundreds of legendary powerhouses. It is the undisputed, uncrowned king of the Old Continent, and all major events in the Old Continent must be reviewed by the Wizard Council. For example, the wars between the Old and New Worlds. The Wizarding Council, including the Speaker, has 13 members, and these 13 people can be said to represent the pinnacle of power and influence in the entire Old World. The Wizard Council was organized by legendary wizards, and wizards are the most powerful profession, so the vast majority of seats have always been in the hands of legendary wizards. In this context, if a great sage can secure a seat in the Eye of the Sky, one can imagine that the power he possesses should also be among the top in the legends. Children who are trying to throw away or destroy this mirror can stop. This sixth brother, a dignified high-level legendary figure, even has real-time monitoring. Since we can't shake off this silver mirror, we can only take it one step at a time and see what the Eye of the Sky is planning. This silver mirror was crafted by me and a few friends. It's practically a legendary item. Your abilities are insufficient to cause it the slightest damage. Furthermore, the silver mirror is bound to you. Unless you die or ascend to legendary status, it will remain close to you indefinitely. Legendary item. As expected of a high-level legendary item, even the legendary ancestor of the Campbell family didn't have this, and now this Eye of the Sky is giving it away for free. However, when I say, it's not just me who's been entangled by this silver mirror. Does this mean they're not just giving away legendary items, but rather distributing them in bulk? Such a large-scale gesture is probably not a good thing. This silver mirror is imbued with numerous legendary spells and divination techniques, capable of automatically identifying the most gifted individuals of this era. Now that we've found you, this shows that each of you possesses legendary potential. It can be said that you are the mortals in the entire world most likely to ascend to legendary status, chosen by this silver mirror. Of course, no living being can guarantee that they will definitely advance to the legendary level. It can only be said that you have a greater chance. That's true. Even with Tang Un's current dual status as a naturally extraordinary being and a favored one, it's not guaranteed that he'll successfully advance to the legendary level. Although the dual identity of being born extraordinary and favored by heaven is rare, it has appeared in some cases over time spans of tens of thousands of years. There are also examples of people who failed to achieve legendary status. A few like-minded friends, and I have recently been conducting an experiment targeting legendary figures. So far, some have succeeded, some have failed, and several legendary figures have perished as a result. And those who succeeded by relying on the inherent risks of experimentation eventually withdrew from the experimentation process. For legends, even if the reward we offer is valuable, it's not worth risking their lives. No one can force a legend to live. We realized that to complete this experiment, I had to cultivate some legends myself to serve as test subjects. Furthermore, through experimentation, we discovered that newly minted legends have a higher success rate. So, we made these silver mirrors and found you. We can sign the Styx Pact. We will provide resources and assistance on your path to growth, and you will cooperate with my experiments after you advance to legendary status. Upon seeing this message, Don swallowed hard, his heart pounding. The resources provided by the legendary to help with advancement. This wasn't just one legendary, but an organization composed of a group of legendary figures. To be able to conduct experiments alongside high-level legends, one must also be a legend. A legendary organization with at least one high-ranking legend. This kind of treatment is probably something even the most legendary sons might not be able to match. However, thinking of what the Eye of the Sky had just said about the several legendary figures who had perished in this experiment, I realized that Don knew very well that this resource was definitely a hot potato. It's highly likely that it's money used to buy life. Of course, since the experiment will be conducted after you advance to legendary status, you don't need to fear that we will use our status and power to coerce you. As I said, no one can force a legend to do something he doesn't want to do. Therefore, the decision of whether to join remains in your hands. You are free to choose. There is no time limit for this choice until you face death or ascend to legendary status. The silver mirror will then automatically find the next host. Next, you can use your mind to send messages to this silver mirror to ask me your questions. As he stared at the last fading words, Don's eyes flickered with uncertainty. The resources provided by a high-level legendary figure would be of immense benefit to his path to becoming a legendary figure. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. However, the experiment that could cause even legends to fall is also something to be wary of. Although the Eye of the Sky said that newly promoted legends have a higher success rate. However, Don remained skeptical about the exact extent of this higher success rate. After all, 99% is higher than 0%, and 1% is higher than 0%. Tang Yin really liked this saying from his past life. Every gift from fate comes with a hidden price tag. Such a gift, which even a legendary son might not be able to enjoy, would inevitably be priced outrageously high, so high that even if Don were to become a legend, he might not be able to repay it. After all, none of those who become legends are philanthropists. They're all incredibly ruthless. Chapter 23 Sheep. Rooster. Your Majesty, Eye of the Sky, if I may ask, to what extent can you provide these resources? Rooster? Is that a code name? Using the Chinese zodiac as a code name. Does that mean there are a total of 12 members? Or at most 12? Tang Yin's eyes flickered as he looked at the words that suddenly appeared on the silver mirror in his hand after a long silence. Eye of the Sky. Anything that can help you advance to legendary status, including extraordinary equipment, extraordinary materials, secret treasures, potions, magic potions, and even elixirs, can be provided to you. Upon seeing the Eye of the Sky's reply, Tang Yin's heart raced. This world also had the possibility of using drugs to improve cultivation, such as strength attribute potions, which could increase strength by a little after consumption. However, there are different levels of drug use. The potion can only increase attributes by 20 points or less, which is below the extraordinary level. Potions can enhance attributes beyond the extraordinary level. Even legendary players have a great need for attribute potions, which keeps their prices consistently high. Very few potions can be passed down to ordinary people. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy them for those below the legendary level. Elixirs can only be refined by legendary alchemists, which alone demonstrates their preciousness. It should be noted that there are no more than 3 alchemists in the entire known world. At this moment, Tang Yin was unsurprisingly moved. A dignified high-level legend would never deceive a group of mortals in such a matter. If you can say it, then you can definitely deliver on it. Tiger. Hey, seriously? I need a willpower potion right now. Can you give me one? Unlike the other 6 attributes, potions cannot improve willpower. Only magic potions of the highest level can improve willpower attributes below the extraordinary level. However, due to the extreme difficulty in refining the willpower potion and the scarcity of its ingredients, it may take several years to produce even one bottle. It is said that an alchemist had never successfully concocted a single bottle of willpower potion before advancing to the legendary level. Eye of the Sky. Willpower potions are also available, but due to their rarity and preciousness, only one bottle can be obtained per person. The thought of the potion that could provide willpower made Don swallow hard. In this world, regardless of profession, there are two major hurdles to overcome in order to advance to the legendary level. One is the advancement ceremony, and the other is extraordinary willpower. Countless fourth-tier professionals around the world are stuck at the hurdle of willpower. Tigerine, since that's the case, give me the willpower potion, and I'll sign the contract right now. I have the sky. Please be patient. Simply piling up resources won't create a legend. Every legend's birth requires countless trials and tribulations. Therefore, the resources we provide are not simply given to you. Rat, how shall we obtain this willpower elixir, Your Majesty? Another one couldn't help but jump out. Tangan raised an eyebrow slightly. Rat, Tiger, Rooster, including himself, there were already 4 people. So what's my codename? He turned the silver mirror in his hand over and over to examine it. The back of the mirror, with its exquisite patterns, seemed to depict a sheep. Sheep? So my codename should be Wei Young. I have the sky. After you sign the contract, we will issue tasks based on your individual circumstances. Completing tasks will earn you contribution points, which can then be used to exchange for items. Of course, you can also purchase them with gold coins. Chenlong, are you kidding me? Not only are you not giving it away for free, but you want me to pay with gold coins? Dream on. This is the 5th one. This Chenlong seems to be a bit of a miser. Shunho, you idiot, some things like that willpower potion you can't buy even if you have money. Just providing this platform is enough to make many old monsters stuck at level 19 insane with envy. Chenlong, damn bastard. How dare you talk to me like that? Shenho, what? You want to hit me? Come on. Do you want me to tell you the address? Snake, you two stop arguing. Don't be disrespectful in His Majesty's presence. I have the sky. It's all right. This channel of communication was originally a gift to everyone. Whether you want to cooperate, share resources, or be hostile and kill each other, I will not interfere. Your choices are all necessary trials on the path to legend. I have the sky. The time for answering your questions ends here. If you agree to sign the contract, smear your blood evenly on the animal representing your code name on the back of the silver mirror. The stick's contract will then appear. After the last words of the Eye of the Sky disappeared, the silver mirror fell silent. Don slowly rubbed his fingers against the silver mirror, lost in thought. After a long while, the silver mirror made a sound again. Rooster, since you have all been chosen by His Majesty the Eye of the Sky, you must all be exceptional talents. Why don't you all get to know each other? Regardless of whether you ultimately sign this contract, at least you can expand your network. Tiger, not bad. We are all legendary seeds certified by His Majesty the Eye of the Sky. Let's get to know each other and help each other in the future. These two are up to no good. If the people in this chat group could really love each other, then why would the Eye of the Sky bother to give everyone a code name and use such an inconvenient text-based communication method? With the immense power of a high-level legend, creating a secret organization that allows for face-to-face communication between spiritual entities, similar to the methods depicted in novels from the previous life, wouldn't necessarily be a difficult task for a high-level legend. Clearly, from the Eye of the Sky's perspective, there's a high probability that the people in this chat group will fight each other, and it's a conflict that even the legendary Eye of the Sky can't suppress. Shenho, well said. Why don't you two introduce yourselves first? Tiger, my name is Charles, a 4th-tier professional martial artist. I'm just a little bit away from advancing to legendary status. I'm currently active in the New World. If you encounter any trouble here, feel free to contact me. Shen Monkey. Okay, take back what I said earlier. This tiger is really stupid. He didn't even see the monkey's taunt. To have survived to the point of preparing to advance to the legendary level, his combat power must be quite high. Rabbit, Christina, Tier 2 Navy. Shenho. Navy. Don frowned. Is that my opposite profession? I've never heard of this profession before. Since it's called Navy, it must be a profession that's highly compatible with the high seas. Since I've never heard of him, he's probably a person favored by heaven. The so-called opposing professions are those where the groups in these two professions are naturally on opposite sides due to the need for advancement, rituals, and other reasons. Of course, it's fine if it's just a conflict between professional groups. But the real danger is if the legendary promotion ceremony is related to the other side. In that case, it's basically a fight to the death. This is unprecedented in the world. Just like the 7 deadly sins and the 7 virtues. The legendary advancement ritual involves eliminating the opposing profession of the other party. Chapter 24 Scimitar Harbor. Tiger. Hey, it's your turn. After Rabbit introduced himself, no one continued, so Tiger immediately stepped in to remind him. Tiger. Monkey, it's your turn. Shano. Tiger. What do you mean? Rooster, come here. Rooster. Ha, you fool. Ignoring the ensuing farce, Tang and put the silver mirror away. Although the rooster's character is questionable, one thing is true. Those who are chosen by the Eye of the Sky, a high-level legend, must be exceptional individuals. Limited interaction between them must bring immense benefits. As for signing the Styx Pact to enter the Eye of the Sky, Don maintained a distance from it. The resources that the Eye of the Sky can provide would drive any professional below the legendary level crazy, let alone a mere second-tier professional like him, and even some legendary figures would be tempted. But it was precisely for this reason that Tang and made up his mind that he would never join unless absolutely necessary. The more generous the advance payment, the more it proves how dangerous the trials one must participate in after achieving legendary status are. However, as the Eye of the Sky said, no one can guarantee that they will become a legend. If I ever get stuck at a bottleneck and can't make any progress, joining one of them wouldn't be a bad idea. At least, having the silver mirror means having another path to choose from. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. The Black Pearl has deviated from the main route and headed north. Now that a bounty has been placed on Dawn, the islands along the main route are no longer suitable for the Black Pearl to dock. After all, while legitimate professionals wouldn't actively seek out bounty hunters, they wouldn't turn down easy prey that comes their way. 400 gold coins is not a small sum for a third-tier professional. Clang, clang, clang. On the aft deck, Don is practicing with Green. The sounds of swords clashing echoed continuously. Don did not use the 6 styles. He relied solely on his basic attributes and practiced with Green using the sword techniques Green had taught him over the past few days. The longsword in Don's hand flashed with light, but Green blocked it all with ease. You've become quite proficient with this Thunderstrike sword technique, but your adaptability is still lacking. You can't rigidly follow the sword technique's routine during combat. While defending against Don's attacks, Green still had the energy to give Don pointers. Listening to Green's instructions, Don remained silent, but his sword techniques gradually changed, putting some pressure on Green. During the past 2 weeks of training, Don's strength attribute has increased by 1 point, and now he has 16 points of strength, surpassing Green's strength attribute. However, this upgrade has exhausted the benefits of the surge in physical strength. If he wants to continue to improve, it will probably take years to achieve it through cultivation alone. Suddenly, the lookout who had been guarding the watchtower shouted, "Captain, we can already see Scimitar Harbor." Upon hearing this, the pirates on the ship were all invigorated and rushed onto the deck. Life at sea is monotonous and tedious, especially since we only stopped at Green Island for less than a day before having to set sail again because of the Golden Orange. The pirates did not receive enough comfort, so they were all eager to get off the ship as soon as possible. Furthermore, Don has authorized Bosun Lewis and Ropeswain Hans to recruit a group of elite pirates with a fighting spirit in Scimitar Harbor. The pirates on the ship have gradually changed their mindset over the past few days. They're starting to feel resentful about having to do a lot of odd jobs, even though they have become professionals. If it weren't for the fear of the brutal captain, there would probably have been complaints long ago. They're all eager to bring in a batch of newcomers to exploit and let them experience what it's like to be superior. Upon hearing the lookout shout, Don and Green stopped practicing. He tossed his longsword to a nearby sailor, took a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, and said to Annie, "We'll be staying in Scimitar Harbor for a few more days this time. Besides recruiting enough sailors, we also need to refit the Black Pearl." "Modify it? Do you mean you want to turn the Black Pearl into a warship?" "Yes, with the size of the Black Pearl, it's no problem to modify it to have hundreds of cannons. We're pirates, not merchant ships, so such a large cargo hold is completely unnecessary." "Hundreds of cannons? What are you thinking? Where will we get the money to modify them?" Annie's eye veins twitched slightly. Modifying the cannons and the cost of the cannons would easily be at least 1,000 or 800 gold coins. The loot from the Golden Orange ship wasn't even enough to cover the 200 gold coins she had paid. She had to cover the crew's wages for the entire month. Annie, you need to think long-term. Once we upgrade our weaponry, gold coins will come in continuously. You know, while others hoard money, we hoard cannons. They are our little gold mine. You're paying up front now, which is like an investment. We'll pay you back double later. You'll have control of the ship's finances, so you don't have to worry about them not paying you back. Following the example of his former boss, Don painted a rosy picture for Annie, then ignored the thoughtful Annie and turned to Louis and Hans, instructing them. 34. You two arrange for people to watch the boat, and also tell the people going to the island to keep a low profile and not cause any trouble. I'm leaving the recruitment of crew members to you. Recruit at least 200 people. Remember, I only want elite soldiers who dare to fight and are willing to take risks. Leave it to me, Captain. Clear. The two agreed, and then summoned the pirates to make arrangements. I'll leave the shipyard modification to you too. Don't be stingy with your gold coins. Modify everything to the best possible configuration. You'll earn back the gold coins you spend sooner or later. Although she felt something was off and, unable to figure it out for the moment, could only nod in agreement. Soon, the Black Pearl approached Scimitar Harbor and stopped in the waters near the harbor. A short while later, a small boat carrying an old man holding a lantern came wobbling along a strange route. As a purely pirate port, Scimitar Harbor is not only riddled with reefs near its shores, but also has several magic arrays set up at great expense. Without a guide, trying to enter the port almost always results in the destruction of the ship and the loss of life. The small boat quickly arrived at the Black Pearl, pulled the old man and the boat aboard, and paid a port entry fee of 1 gold coin. That's just the port entry fee. The docking fee is payable separately. Guided by the old man, the Black Pearl slowly sailed into Scimitar Harbor. Chapter 25, The Knight Errant Angles. Scimitar Harbor, Sea Warrior Bar. Because it faces the port square of Scimitar Harbor, one can see ships arriving or departing at a glance, making it the largest pirate gathering place in Scimitar Harbor. Many free pirates would sit by the harbor every day, sipping a cheap beer and gazing longingly into the distance. They dream of joining a powerful pirate ship to pursue wealth, fame, and power, and to write their own epic tale. Therefore, this place became the best choice for pirate ships lacking sailors to recruit them. At this moment, a large number of sailors were gathered in several corners of the port square, undoubtedly indicating that a pirate ship was recruiting men. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Quick, quick, quick! The men from the Black Pearl are here. Brothers, come quick! Instantly, most of the sailors in the square gathered around at the sound of the call. The Black Pearl? Who's the captain of that ship? I don't think I've ever heard of it. How come he's so influential? Damn, you're new here, aren't you? You don't even know about the Black Pearl? The Black Pearl has been recruiting crew members every day for the past 2 days, hiring dozens of sailors a day, and the pay is top-notch. What? Why haven't I heard of this Black Pearl before? It's okay if you haven't heard of it. See that biggest ship in the harbor? That's the Black Pearl. That's right. The captain of the Black Pearl is a newcomer, but he's already a big pirate with a bounty of 400 gold coins. 400 gold coins. There aren't many tier 2 captains in the entire Scimitar Harbor with a bounty of that amount. Yes, I want to go. Wait for me. I'm coming too. In no time, most of the sailors in the square had gathered around Louis, Hans, and the others who had come to recruit sailors for the Black Pearl. The recruits on the other pirate ships, seeing that only the undesirable and hapless were left, all turned ashen-faced. Inside the bar, Don, Annie, and Green sat at a table watching what was happening outside. Aren't we being a little too high-profile? Annie frowned and asked Don, noticing the unpleasant expressions on the faces of the recruiters from the other ships. Given our situation, it's impossible for us to keep a low profile, Tangen said with some helplessness. He also wanted to keep a low profile, but the situation didn't allow it. The Black Pearl attracted everyone's attention as soon as it entered the port. Of the dozens of pirate ships docked in the entire Scimitar Harbor, apart from the Black Swan under the command of the Pirate King, who was in charge of managing the port, the other pirate ships were like children in front of the Black Pearl. Moreover, they need to recruit a large number of sailors right away. You should know that the entire Scimitar Harbor may not be able to recruit 200 sailors in a month. Normally, a large pirate ship like the Black Pearl would only have about 20 crew members left, making it difficult to even sail. They could basically just wait to die on the spot. And that's exactly the case. If it weren't for Don's professional skills, he'd probably still be stuck on Green Island. Besides, I'm bringing you along too. Upon hearing Don's words, Annie immediately showed an embarrassed expression. And as a beauty, there's no doubt about that. Even without seeing her career card, Don could roughly guess that her charm attribute is 14 points. The limit of charm for a normal human being is 15 points. In other words, the ultimate level of pure beauty is 15 points. Those who exceed 15 points generally have the blessing of special bloodlines, and has a charm rating of 14, which is slightly less than the perfect 15, but she can still be considered a top beauty no matter where you look. Such beauty would surely attract attention anywhere else, let alone in this pirate-infested port of Scimitar. In the few days he'd been in Scimitar Harbor, Green had already taught 2 or 3 groups of ungrateful pirates a lesson. Now the whole island knows that a stunningly beautiful woman who is not to be trifled with has arrived. In other words, during the current Captain's Council meeting, all the Tier 3 pirates on the island have gone to Thun Island, where the Pirate King is located, to participate in the Captain's Council meeting. Otherwise, Don would never have allowed Annie to leave the cabin. Look, trouble is brewing again. Noticing someone walking towards them, Don nodded to Annie. Oh, what a lucky day for me to meet such a beautiful lady. The man who came was a young man carrying a bow and arrow. He approached Anne and gave her a gentlemanly bow. Surprisingly, it was a very standard gentlemanly greeting. In this pirate-infested place, the sudden appearance of such a refined man was quite unexpected. There is no doubt that it will make people feel somewhat favorable towards it. Anne's noble upbringing made her unconsciously smile at the man. Beautiful lady, my name is Ingalls. As you can see, I am a knight-errant. May I ask if I may have the honor of knowing your name? Ingalls gently patted the bow and arrows on his back and said to Anne, the Ranger is a second-tier agility-based class that allows advancement from the traditional profession of wanderer. They are skilled in using weapons such as swords, bows, and crossbows. Rangers are a fairly common profession on the high seas, since in the vast ocean, the best solution for ship-to-ship warfare is still ranged attacks. Moreover, as a traditional profession, the Ranger will not face any obstacles in advancing their ranks. Umbuir. As the saying goes, one cannot hit a smiling face, and faced with Ingalls' rather gentlemanly demeanor, and could only respond with a smile. What a beautiful name, Miss, and I am now a free pirate. I wonder if I will have the honor of sharing a ship with a beauty like you. You'll have to ask my captain about this. I don't have the authority to make that decision. And pointed to Don beside her and gave him a smug look, as if to say, see, my beauty does have its advantages. At this moment, Ingalls, who had been keeping his eyes fixed on, and finally turned to Don. Captain Don, your name has been heard all over the place lately. I wonder if I could have the honor of joining you. Oh dear, I thought Mr. Ingalls would continue to ignore me. Don, who had been watching the show, smiled as he looked at Ingalls. You jest. Isn't it natural that a beauty as radiant as Miss and would draw people's attention? As he spoke, Ingalls' gaze kept drifting towards Anne. She looked exactly like someone who was seduced by beauty and would say, name your price. Don looked at Ingalls without speaking for a long time, as if he was deep in thought. Ingalls also kept quiet, but his eyes kept glancing in Anne's direction. After a long silence, Don suddenly smiled warmly and extended a hand to Ingalls. Welcome, Mr. Ranger. Chapter 26 Ruins. Scimitar Harbor, Sea Warrior Bar. Same place, different people. The 4 men sat around the table, sipping wine to while away the time and observing the recruitment of sailors. The newly joined Ranger Ingalls chattered on and onto and about his adventures and glorious history. Judging by his storytelling skills alone, it would be a shame if he didn't become a bard. Anne's occasional polite responses spurred Ingalls to speak with even greater enthusiasm. The Black Pearl's refit is basically complete, the cannons are all purchased, and we've recruited over 200 crew members. Where are we headed next? And was now somewhat regretting acknowledging Ingalls' presence. Back in her family days, although some noble young men admired and pursued her, they all kept their advances to a minimum due to their good upbringing. I've never seen anyone so shameless and persistent. These past few days, this wretched Ranger has been sticking to Annie's side whenever he has a spare moment, which is driving Annie crazy. But since he's one of their own now, she doesn't want to let Green teach him a lesson. I don't have any ideas at the moment. Do you have any suggestions? Don didn't know much about the situation in the sea area of the New World. Even the address of Scimitar Harbor was found through Annie's connections. Whether it's you or me, our main need right now is to advance. But it seems there's nowhere in the known seas nearby that can help us, Annie said, somewhat troubled. The ritual required for and to advance to the third tier of the profession, navigator, weathermaster, is to experience and record 4 to 7 types of catastrophic weather events at sea. The difficulty in meeting this condition lies in 2 aspects: finding the weather forecast and surviving the natural disaster. On a vast ocean, the weather is unpredictable, and no one knows when or where the weather will change. So there's no way to find it, and you can only rely on luck. I do have a suggestion. Ingalls, who was standing to the side, had consciously kept his mouth shut and listened attentively while Anne and Don were talking. Oh, tell me about it. Hearing Ingalls' words, Don turned to look at Ingalls. Captain Grant of the White Shark and I have worked together before, Ingalls said slowly, choosing his words carefully. That beast speaker, who follows the sea beast path. After recalling the information he had gathered in Scimitar Harbor over the past few days, Don pondered for a moment. The beast speaker is a second-tier class whose ability allows them to communicate with wild beasts. Different playstyles exist, depending on the beast they specialize in. This Grant belongs to the sea beast playstyle, which focuses on communicating with sea beasts. The White Shark keeps over a dozen white sharks. In the ocean, even a regular second-tier combat-oriented professional would find it extremely difficult to deal with just 3 to 5 white sharks. The ship was named after this. Grant used this to dominate the nearby waters for over a decade, and now has a total bounty of around 380 gold coins. Yes, it's him. English nodded. Go on. Grant recently stumbled upon an island with a ruin filled with traps and mechanisms. After exploring it for a short while, Grant suffered heavy losses. Besides resupplying, the main reason for coming to Scimitar Harbor this time is to team up with a few captains and explore the area. It is said that it is the ruins of an ancient pirate king. An ancient pirate king? Don's interest was piqued. Although the age of exploration lasted only 100 years or so, it does not mean that no one had ventured into the seas in the preceding years. Whether in the Old or New World, the exploitation of the ocean can be traced back tens of thousands of years. However, due to the existence of the storm sea, the 2 continents have been unable to communicate with each other for thousands of years until the ocean touch crossed the storm sea, connecting the 2 continents and ushering in the age of exploration. Due to the abundant resources in the ocean, many people explored the seas in ancient times, and pirates inevitably emerged among them. Although piracy wasn't as developed as it is now, every few years a legend of a pirate king would circulate on the high seas. Whether in ancient or modern times, to become a pirate king, one must be at least a 4th-tier professional. That's right. If you're interested, Captain, I can make a connection. Grant invited me before, but I ran into Miss and later. As he spoke, Ingalls gave a deliberately affectionate look, which made and have to drink to cover up her embarrassment. Upon hearing Ingalls' suggestion, Don thought for a moment and then agreed. I am indeed somewhat interested. I can try contacting them first. Seeing that Don agreed, Ingalls immediately composed himself and stood up. Without further ado, I'll go and contact Captain Grant first. After Ingalls left and immediately whispered to Don, something seems off about Ingalls. Something's not right. Isn't it just that you've been seduced by Miss and's beauty? Don looked at and with amusement. Shit, Miss Lady. Soon after, Ingalls returned with Captain Grant. Grant was a slightly weathered middle-aged man with large patches of gray hair. In appearance alone, he was no different from an old farmer. Hello, Captain Don. Hello, Captain Grant. Captain Don has become quite famous throughout Scimitar Harbor recently. Not at all. Captain Grant is the one whose name I have long admired and heard of. Captain Don, I heard you're somewhat interested in the ruins I discovered. After exchanging pleasantries, Grant got straight to the point. How could I not be interested in the ruins of an ancient pirate king? Even the pirate king himself would be interested if he knew about them, Don said with a faint smile. Haha, to be honest, I've already contacted the other 3 captains, all of whom have a combined bounty of over 300 gold coins. Grant's smile faded. With the manpower of our 4 ships, we're basically done. I only came because Ingalls came to me, since I've always wanted to invite him to join me, but now Captain Don has kidnapped him. So, Captain Grant's meaning is, we're only here to give Ingalls face. We don't need Captain Don's involvement. As soon as Grant uttered those words, Ingalls' expression changed drastically. Although he said it was to give him face, it was undoubtedly a slap in the face to the new captain. The very first thing he did after joining the new ship turned out like this. What will the new captain think of him? What will Misson think of him? Even frowned, slightly displeased. Only Don's expression remained unchanged. As for Green, he's just an emotionless guard machine. Chapter 27, The Storm. Captain Grant. That's such a shame. Ingalls had barely opened his mouth when Don interrupted him. I can only wish Captain Grant and your crew a triumphant return, Don said to Grant with a smile. Everyone was stunned when they heard Tang Un's words. They didn't react for a moment. How could Tang Un give up so easily? Captain Don, wait a moment. Captain Grant and I need to discuss this, Ingalls said anxiously to Don, then pulled Grant aside. Then, a heated argument broke out between the two. A moment later, the arguing stopped and the two returned. Captain Don, we've reached an agreement, Ingalls said to Don with a broad smile. It's settled then, but this time we need Ingalls the Ranger. Grant said with a gloomy face, you lucky bunch, you can be happy about it. He then turned and left. You think we'll just go because you want us to? Annie was about to explode when Don stopped her with a hand. That's really thanks to you, Ingalls, Don said with a smile to Ingalls. Not at all. Now that I've joined the Black Pearl, I have to think about the best for our own people. Ingalls smiled, Han Ho Lee. By the way, Captain Don, you will be setting sail with the other 4 captains in 3 days. 3 days later? No problem. 3 days later, the 5 pirate ships left Scimitar Harbor one after another. Besides the Black Pearl and the White Shark, the other 3 are the Flying Fish, the Bloodbird, and the Wave Chaser. A dozen nautical miles from Scimitar Harbor, the 5 ships regrouped and, led by the White Shark, sailed in a triangular formation toward a certain direction. The 5 ships maintained a relatively safe distance from each other without being left behind. It's clear that they don't trust each other. In this state, they sailed for more than 10 days in the blink of an eye. During this time, Don extracted 2 more devil fruits, namely the thorn fruit and the spring fruit. In addition, the 2 wheel fruits and the art fruit that were previously extracted have already been retrieved in Scimitar Harbor. A total of 6 devil fruits have been extracted so far, and it seems that the best one right now is the flame fruit, which even dogs wouldn't eat. Although he kept praying that he wouldn't get any rare items, he still couldn't help but complain after 6 consecutive draws without getting any gold items. Given this probability, it would probably take several years to harvest all 3 fruits you envision. In a certain sea area, a ship drifts alone on the ocean. The black sails hanging on the side of the ship indicate that it is a pirate ship. At this moment, a carnival was in full swing on the pirate ship. Captain, please forgive me. I really didn't mean to. How could I have imagined that little girl could fly? A sailor knelt tremblingly in the middle of the deck, begging for mercy. This scene undoubtedly depicts a sailor who has made a mistake being judged by the captain. You little brat, are you kidding me? A girl who's not even at level 2 can fly. Have I been too lenient with you lately? The pirate captain roared furiously. Really, Captain, you have to believe me. Since the person is already gone, there's no point in pursuing it further, the navigator said with a smile. We just happen to have looted a strange fruit this time. If you eat this, we'll forgive you. As he spoke, he took out a strangely shaped fruit and threw it in front of the sailor. Really, Captain? The sailor looked at the captain excitedly. The pirate captain, suppressing his anger, agreed after being reassured by the navigator. The sailor immediately grabbed the strange fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Hey, is this stuff really cursed? The pirate captain asked the navigator beside him, looking at the fruit the sailor was stuffing into his mouth. It's not something good, is it? How could that be? What good thing would have such a strong curse aura on it? Captain, your perception is insufficient. If your perception were above 15 points, you would clearly detect the nauseating curse aura on that fruit, the navigator said decisively. Since such a strange thing has appeared here, it's probably not easy to get rid of it. It's safer to let it be eaten. If anything goes wrong, we can just throw the person down. Hearing the navigator's words, the pirate captain nodded in agreement. No pirate who had spent years navigating the high seas was a fool. It was safest to deal with something so clearly cursed. By this time, the sailor had already stuffed most of the fruit into his mouth and was chewing it. The next moment, the sailor's expression suddenly changed drastically. He spat out the fruit he hadn't eaten and lay on the ground, gagging incessantly. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't spit it out. Swallow it all. Get a few men up there and feed it to him." The pirate captain yelled at the sailors as soon as he saw this. Immediately, the pirates rushed forward, pinned the sailor down, and grabbed the fruit from the ground, ready to stuff it into his mouth. In the midst of the chaos, the crew failed to notice that the sailor, after gagging for a long time, hadn't vomited anything except saliva and the fruit he hadn't eaten. The next moment, a burst of flames exploded on the pirate ship, and in no time, the entire pirate ship turned into a sea of fire. On the vast sea, dark clouds pressed down one after another at the horizon. The air was extremely stuffy, and the dark sea was eerily calm, without a trace of stillness or ripples. This is fatal for sailing warships, even in this extraordinary world. The 5 pirate ships charged headlong into the dark cloud without hesitation. The Black Pearl. "This is bad, Don. There's signs of a storm ahead. Judging by the looks of it, it might be a natural disaster," Annie said to Don with concern, looking at the dark, gloomy sky ahead. "We're not going to charge in, are we?" "Raise the signal and inquire about the White Shark," Don ordered the sailors on the lookout tower. A moment later, the lookout called out to Don, "Captain, the White Shark has responded. Follow it." Immediately, everyone on the ship turned their attention to Don. Everyone on the ship was an experienced sailor who had sailed the seas before. They all knew how terrible storms could be at sea, especially with the dark, gloomy sky and the calm, waveless sea, which spoke volumes about the scale of the storm. "Everyone, prepare for the storm." After a moment's thought, Don decisively gave the order. A tense atmosphere immediately enveloped the entire ship. Having come this far, how could we possibly be easily deterred by a storm? Chapter 28, Arrival. Splash, splash. Creak, creak. The sounds of wind and rain, along with the creaking of the wood on the Black Pearl, filled everyone's ears. A raging storm is extremely dangerous for any ship sailing on the high seas. The seawater, as black as ink, rises into towering mountain peaks. The Black Pearl is like a ball, being lifted from one peak to another endlessly. The torrential rain seemed to have turned the sky into another sea, with the sea and sky hanging upside down. The crew of the Black Pearl felt as if they were about to fall into the sky and never be able to float up again in the constant rocking. Fortunately, the Black Pearl persevered each time. This storm, which resembled a natural disaster, caused even the usually composed Tang In to show a solemn expression. Having lived in a peaceful inland environment in his previous life, Tang In's understanding of natural disasters was limited to news reports and the original owner's memories. Standing amidst this raging storm, Tang In deeply felt the powerlessness in the face of heaven and earth. Even though he had become a professional and extraordinary individual, he still felt insignificant in the face of this tempest. Even in this extraordinary world, perhaps only legendary-level professionals can completely ignore such natural disasters. Or rather, those legends themselves are a kind of natural disaster. At this moment, Don was in the captain's cabin, gazing at the dark sea outside the porthole, silently hoping that the storm would end as soon as possible. "Don, something's wrong with this storm." At that moment, Annie pushed open the door to the captain's cabin and walked in. Annie had been observing the storm from the deck. "What do you mean?" Don asked, raising an eyebrow slightly after hearing Annie's words. "I suspect that this storm was not generated naturally, but rather by some kind of ability or magic." "Why do you say that?" "This storm has never moved. Rather than saying we encountered a storm, it's more accurate to say we plunged headfirst into it." Upon hearing Annie's words, Don was immediately shocked. This level of skill is far beyond what even a third-tier professional can achieve. It would probably require at least a fourth-tier professional. Even among fourth-tier individuals, they are among the best. Annie's expression was also solemn. "So," Don said, looking through the porthole at the faintly visible white shark in the distance. This pirate king's treasure, does it really exist? Captain, an island has been spotted ahead. Excited shouts came from the lookout on deck. The pirates on the ship immediately became excited. Although they had only been in the storm for a few hours, the pirates had been at sea for many years and knew very well that in a storm of this magnitude, there was always the risk of the ship being destroyed and people dying. It's fair to say they're constantly walking a tightrope. A single misstep could lead to their complete annihilation. In just a few hours, several crew members were thrown overboard without warning. If Don hadn't caught them in time with the ropes, these newly recruited sailors would likely have been killed. Now that I've found an island, I finally have a safe place to hide. Hearing the lookout shouts, Don led Annie out of the captain's cabin. In the hazy, dim light of the wind and rain, just as the island, which didn't look too small, came into complete view of Tang, a bolt of lightning, seemingly capable of splitting the sea in two, streaked across the sky. This allowed Don to see the entire island more clearly. What's going on with the white shark? The white shark is heading towards the island. The lookout immediately replied. All right, follow the white shark, Tang En gave the order. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he said, pay attention to the white shark, this route, and follow it. For islands like these that are not yet known, the biggest threat before landing is the hidden reefs underwater. These reefs are not easily detected even when the sea is calm and the sun is shining brightly. In this stormy weather, it's even less likely that anyone will spot anything. The safest option is to follow the same route that the white shark has taken before to reach the island. Soon, the Black Pearl, guided by its sailors, slowly approached the seemingly large island, following the route of the white shark. The other pirate ships also made the same choice as the Black Pearl. 5 pirate ships lined up along a route and anchored in a sheltered bay. The moment we entered the safe harbor, the wind and waves visibly subsided. The sailors on the ship immediately cheered. Aha, I survived. Praise the captain. Experienced sailors understand that every time they encounter extreme weather at sea is a death sentence. How could the sailors who had escaped death this time not be excited? After anchoring and lowering the sails and mooring the ship, Hans, the sailing captain, was assigned to watch the ship with some of the sailors, while Don led the majority of the sailors ashore in a small boat. Meanwhile, the pirates on the other 4 pirate ships also arrived ashore. Thus, the 5 captains finally met together for the first time. Captain Feshman of the Flying Fish, a second-tier agility-based class, warrior, has a total bounty of 330 gold coins. Captain Astor of the Bloodbird, a second-tier agility-based traditional class, the Assassin, has a total bounty of 350 gold coins. Hawkins, captain of the Wave Chaser, is a second-tier dual class, Wave Chaser, with a total bounty of 430 gold coins. Grant, the captain of the White Shark, is a second-tier perception-type professional, the Bee Speaker, with a total bounty of 380 gold coins. There are 4 pirate ships with a captain and navigator, making up 8 fixed second-tier professionals. In addition, judging from the bounties of the captains, each ship should have 2 or 3 extra second-tier professionals, whose strength should not be high. Including ordinary sailors, each ship has about 50 to 100 people, depending on its size. There should be around 20 second-tier professionals in total, plus no more than 400 sailors. Don silently tallied the combat strength of the other 4 ships and got a sense of the situation. After a brief introduction, everyone got busy as it was still pouring rain on the island, and the most important thing was to find a campsite where they could shelter from the rain. Although the crew members were professionals and not afraid of getting wet in the rain, most of them were ordinary people. In this era and in this situation, getting wet in the rain and falling ill would likely be another death sentence. Chapter 29, first to take the lead. After a long period of activity, the group set up a simple camp in a sheltered spot. The camps of each ship were clearly separated, which showed the lack of trust between them. After all, they were all pirates, not good people. Even though they now shared common interests, they were still wary of each other. The captains of the 5 ships each gathered with 2 men. Don was accompanied by Ann and Engels. As for Green, Don had assigned him to join the exploration team sent by the other captains to scout out the path leading to the ruins. Hey, Grant, you didn't tell us about this situation. As soon as everyone arrived, Captain Feshman of the Flying Fish was the first to confront Captain Grant. Yes, this storm is clearly abnormal. You wouldn't tell us you didn't know, would you? Captain Astor of the Bloodbird said with a gloomy face. Clearly, and wasn't the only one who noticed the unusual nature of the storm. The navigators on the other ships did as well. Everyone, please calm down. Grant looked at everyone with a smile. Don't you think that the ruins of a pirate king are not something you can just enter easily? If it were really that easy, how could it possibly be our turn? That's no excuse for not telling us beforehand. Do you know how many sailors have fallen off my ship in this storm? Captain Feshman of the Flying Fish shouted angrily at Grant. The other captains also looked grim. It was clear they had all suffered considerable losses in the storm. I'm sorry, everyone. Grant apologized with a smile, then changed the subject. However, this is also a test. I also want to take this opportunity to see if some people really have the ability to get a share of the pie. Some people. Thinking back to Grant's previous attitude, Don felt that this sentence should refer to him. Not only did Don think so, but an Engels beside him also understood this meaning, and their expressions changed immediately, and even prepared to get up and confront Grant. Grant, what do you mean? You were the one who approached us first, and now you're pulling this stunt. Are you playing us for fools? Captain Feshman of the Flying Fish suddenly stood up in a rage, ready to fight at the slightest provocation, and his subordinates beside him also put their hands on their weapons. Although Don and the others felt that the words were directed at them, the other captains believed that the Black Pearl was the least likely target of the conversation. As the largest pirate ship among the five, the Black Pearl was undoubtedly the strongest in terms of overall strength, no matter who you looked at it. Not to mention the more than 200 crew members, the sight of the hundreds of cannons alone made the captains tremble with fear. Indeed, solid shot is unlikely to sink a ship at this stage, but that's only because of insufficient firepower. A salvo from hundreds of cannons would be enough to riddle any pirate ship with holes, rendering it immobile. At that point, it's not much different from sinking. An unsinkable ship is just a sea graveyard. As Feshman rose in fury, Captain Astor of the Bloodbird and Captain Hawkins of the Wave Chaser also stood up angrily and glared at Grant. Seeing the situation escalate to this point, Grant was taken aback, wondering how he had angered the captains. The tense atmosphere made it difficult for Grant to speak, fearing that it might easily escalate into a full-blown brawl. Captain, something terrible has happened. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a group of people rushed in, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that it was the joint exploration team that had been sent out earlier. Green was among them, and as soon as he entered, he led his sailors and hurried toward Dawn. Miss, Captain Dawn, there are others on the island who have already arrived at the ruins. Green immediately whispered the information he had obtained upon returning. Engels, who was standing nearby, had a glint in his eyes when he heard Green's words. Tang, In, and Annie, who were watching the show, suddenly changed their expressions. What? How is that possible? Grant's astonished voice rang out. Grant's expression was even more unpleasant than when he had been reprimanded by the captains earlier. It's true, Captain. We all saw it. There are dozens of people at the entrance of the ruins. Judging from their posture, they've probably been there for a while. Grant's subordinate continued, forcing himself to speak. By this time, the members of each exploration team had already informed the captains of the information, and everyone knew about it. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on Grant, whose subtle chill brought Grant back to his senses, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. Let me explain. Grant hurriedly tried to reassure the captains, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. His previous composure was completely gone. I'd like to hear how Captain Grant explains this. He's not going to use us as fresh-faced newbies back then, is he? Captain Hawkins of the Wave Chaser said, barely suppressing his anger. This was an accident, everyone, Grant said, forcing a smile. I wasn't the only one who discovered this ruin. Jaeger was with me at the time. Angry whale Jaeger. The captain's expressions changed drastically. Don's face immediately turned ugly. Although he had never heard of this wrathful whale, Jaeger, just by looking at the title, Wrathful Whale, he knew that this Jaeger must be a third-tier great pirate. Since the age of exploration, pirates have sprung up all over the seas like carp crossing a river one after another. It's unclear when exactly, but a certain unspoken rule emerged among pirates. Only pirates of rank 3 or higher can possess the title. Pirates below the 3rd rank are named after their pirate ships. I'm sorry, everyone. The reason I've gathered you all here at such a hurry is because of Jaeger, Grant said with a bitter expression. I didn't discover this ruin alone. I had a conflict with Jaeger and ended up chasing him to this island. When we discovered this island last time, Jaeger was still at the 2nd rank, and we suffered heavy losses in our battles with each other. This ultimately prevented us from successfully exploring it. I recently heard that Jaeger successfully advanced to the 3rd rank. I knew he would come back to explore this ruin. I thought I could try one last time to explore the Pirate King's ruins during this Captain's Council meeting. But I didn't expect that Jaeger would dare to skip the Captain's Council because of this ruin. I really didn't expect him to have the guts not to attend the Captain's Council. Chapter 30, The Angry Whale. The Captain's Council has a long history, dating back even to before the Age of Exploration. It was a council formed by all pirate captains of the 3rd rank or above in the territory, convened by the Pirate King to unite for mutual support, with the Pirate King in charge of resolving conflicts between the various parties. To prevent these great pirates, who had finally become 3rd-tier professionals, from dying in mutual slaughter. After all, pirates are primarily driven by greed. While there are some who are simply bloodthirsty, they are extremely rare. In the Age of Exploration, the 9 pirate kings each had their own Captain's Council, which was held almost every year. Nowadays, the Captain's Council is no longer simply about sticking together for mutual support. It also involves dividing up plundering territories and splitting spoils. For the Pirate King, there's another crucial, albeit unspoken, point to keep a close eye on these high-ranking pirates of the 3rd tier or above, lest they rise to the 4th tier and threaten his position. As pirates who had spent many years at sea, they were generally aware of this matter. Now, Angry Whale, Jaeger, a newly promoted Tier 3 pirate, actually dares to skip the Captain's Council for the sake of this ruin. This is truly unbelievable. You have to understand that Ganymede, the Oath Keeper, who is now considered a thorn in the side by the Pirate Kings, was humble and obediently participated in the Captain's Council for several years when he first entered the 3rd tier. Only after he had grown up and realized that the Pirate King was subtly targeting him did he openly rebel against the Pirate King. After all, if he didn't rebel, he would basically be waiting to die. After a moment of silence, Astor's hoarse and gloomy voice rang out. What's the panic? We have at least 20 Tier 2 professionals here, and each of you captains is a top-notch expert in Tier 2. Angry Whale has only recently entered Tier 3, so it's not without the ability to fight back. Yes, with the strength of everyone here, a mere wrathful whale is nothing to us. Upon hearing Astor's words, Grant immediately perked up. Yeah, Jaeger only advanced to the 3rd tier by luck. When he was at the 2nd tier, he didn't dare utter a sound in front of me. Feshman immediately shouted. The credibility of what Feshman said is quite high. Of the captains present, excluding Don and others, in terms of direct combat strength, Feshman, the warrior, is undoubtedly the strongest. The warrior class is an agility-based class, very similar to the traditional warrior class, but the warrior does not use weapons. For professions like martial artist and warrior, the combat power in the 2nd tier is mainly determined by the quantity and quality of the martial arts skills they have learned. Guards like Green, specially trained by nobles, possess martial arts skills that make them quite formidable even among 2nd tier warriors. Coupled with the alchemical long sword, Red Beak, in Green's hand, he could be considered one of the best among 2nd tier warriors. Second only to monstrous numerical values like Don. As for Feshman, this warrior, it is said that he is virtually invincible in the entire 2nd tier of Scimitar Harbor. According to Don's guess, he should be no weaker than Grin. The ruins of an ancient pirate king, let alone Jaeger, a newly promoted 3rd tier, even if it were a Oath Keeper, we would have to give it our all with our current strength. In an instant, everyone started criticizing Angry Whale, Jaeger, and praising their own side's combat strength. You bunch of idiots. I really want to see if you can still say that when you're actually facing a Tier 3 professional. Just as everyone was getting more and more harmonious in belittling Angry Whale, Jaeger, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Everyone immediately turned to look in the direction of the sound, annoyed, and saw the beautiful navigator on the Black Pearl with a disdainful expression. While Tang was engrossed in thinking, he was momentarily distracted, giving Annie an opportunity to make sarcastic remarks. Tang could only awkwardly rub his aching head. The world is rigidly class-based, and the reverence for the strong is ingrained in everyone's bones. Annie, a professional noblewoman, was instilled from a young age with the concept of respecting the strong. It is understandable that she couldn't help but react when she saw these vulgar pirates making defiant remarks. "What's wrong, Captain Don? Are you scared by the title of a newly promoted third-tier captain?" Astor looked at Don with a sinister smile, and the other captains also stared at Don. In the eyes of these captains, although Annie seemed to have an extraordinary background, the captain of the Black Pearl was Don, and Annie, a mere navigator, was not on the same level as them. So they all went directly to Don. "Yes, Captain Don, if you're scared, it's not too late to run away with your tail between your legs now." Feshman gave Don and the others a cold smile. Before Tang could speak, Annie immediately stepped forward again. "I can tell that you lot have probably never actually seen a Tier 3 professional before. You wretched woman, you little navigator, believe me or not, I'll tear you apart." The hot-tempered Feshman suddenly stood up in a rage, a murderous intent emanating from him, as if he were about to attack Annie. At that moment, Green, who had been standing behind, and suddenly stepped forward, his red beak slightly drawn from its sheath, emitting a cold glint. Ingalls, who had been silent until now, also drew his longbow from his back. An extraordinary weapon. Everyone was immediately shocked, their eyes filled with either fear or greed as they looked at the red beak in Green's hand. "Captain Don, what exactly do you mean? Do you want to continue or not? Give me a straight answer." Grant shouted at Don, who had been silent all along, seeing that things were not going well. If these people really started fighting now, then the ruins would be handed over to Jaeger. Regardless of what Grant thought before, at this moment, they must maintain their cooperative relationship. Hearing Grant's shout, Don slowly exhaled and calmly said to everyone, "Before that, I need to find out the specific professional information of that angry whale." "No problem." Grant immediately agreed. Whale, Jaeger, captain of the Whale Hunter, previously at Tier 2, was the strength-based class Whale Hunter. He has 3 Tier 2 professionals under his command, a navigator, a wave chaser, and another Whale Hunter. I don't know what his Tier 3 profession is. Upon hearing that Grant didn't know the specifics of Jaeger's 3rd tier, Don frowned. Did the Campbell family's extraordinary heritage contain any information about the Whale Hunter profession? Extraordinary professions are as numerous as the stars in the sky, and even legends cannot possibly know them all. Chapter 31, Sea Beast Sacrifice. Among the professionals in this world, whether they are at the 1st or 2nd tier, even if they possess some extraordinary power, they're ultimately still within the realm of ordinary people's understanding. In fact, some professionals can even be killed by ordinary people. However, once a professional reaches the 3rd tier, a qualitative change will immediately occur. Regardless of the profession, once you reach the 3rd tier, you will master the core ability of that profession: energy. Examples include the fighting spirit of warriors and knights, the shadow energy of rogues, and the aura of monks. Even wizards, before reaching the 3rd rank, consume mental energy when casting spells. Only upon reaching the 3rd rank can they master more efficient and powerful magic. Only then did professionals truly possess the power to move mountains and fill seas, and to pluck stars from the sky and seize the moon. Therefore, only when one reaches the 3rd level can one truly be said to be extraordinary. If 1st and 2nd tier professionals still face various forms of being defeated by those of lower rank or killed by those of higher rank, once you reach the 3rd tier, the tier can be said to be truly fixed. There is no being below the 3rd rank who can directly defeat a 3rd rank professional, not even the weakest 3rd rank. Throughout recorded history, there have been instances of 1st tier professionals defeating 2nd tier professionals and ordinary people easily defeating 1st and 2nd tier professionals. However, only at the 3rd tier has no one ever been able to achieve such a feat of defeating a superior and turning the tables. In tens of thousands of years, there has never been a single example of this. A third-tier professional who has mastered energy can easily overpower professionals below the third tier. Now, Tang En was undoubtedly tempted by the idea of several captains trying to use their numerical advantage to fight against a newly promoted third-tier professional. A transmigrator who cannot overcome those of lower tiers is not a good transmigrator. However, given the exaggerated range of descriptions of the third tier in the inheritance of family professional knowledge, Tang En was somewhat intimidated and still wanted to understand the specific combat power of the third tier. However, the only two Tier 3 professionals that Tang En had ever seen fight in his life were the previous Oathkeeper and that Tide Rider. But the fighting scenes of these two were considered somewhat excessive for Tier 3. If it were that raging whale with that kind of fighting power, Tang En would definitely run away immediately without looking back. Just as Don was caught in a dilemma, Annie's voice rang in his ears. The advanced third-tier profession of whale hunter is called Sea Beast Priest, and its core profession ability is alienation. Don was overjoyed. How could he have forgotten Annie? After all, Annie was a professional noblewoman, and it was normal for her family's extraordinary knowledge to complement Campbell's to some extent. Alienation? What kind of energy system is this? The ability of alienation is to transform parts of the professional's own body into the tentacles of a sea monster. Is this considered energy? Don asked, frowning. The tentacles of the alienated are basically no different from those of real sea monsters, but the duration and number of them vary depending on individual attributes. Although they don't have a specific name, they're probably influenced by some kind of energy, Annie explained. The origins of sea monsters are unknown. It is said they were born from an experiment by an ancient legendary wizard. This idea is no longer widely accepted now that the mother sea monster in the storm sea has been discovered. After all, according to a certain reckless legendary wizard who personally risked his life to steal the sea monster mother's class information using class cards, he discovered that this sea monster mother had a creature level of 49. While no one doubts the power of legendary wizards, no one believes that anyone could create a monster that stands at the limits of the known world. Even the council chairman, whose biological level was also 49, couldn't do it. Once an ordinary sea monster reaches adulthood, it is equivalent to a third-tier extraordinary creature. Although most sea monsters do not have any extraordinary abilities, the sheer violence brought by their massive bodies is enough to rival that of a third-tier professional. Partial mutation? Does that mean this profession's combat power is weaker than that of the sea monster? Don slowly pondered based on Annie's information. Partially mutated? Does that mean this profession is weaker than the sea monster in combat? Not only Don, but the other captains also made the same guess, and Grant couldn't wait to ask. How is that possible? It's a third-tier professional, after all. Besides mutation, Sea Beast Priest should also have abilities like bewitching and sonic attacks. Annie said irritably, there might be some other abilities I don't know about. Overall, Sea Beast Priest has above-average combat power among third-tier professionals. According to what you said, that angry whale only recently advanced to the third tier and wasn't particularly outstanding at the second tier, so it's probably no more than level 12 now. Theoretically, it can only mutate 3 tentacles at most. Seeing that her captain had designs on this Sea Beast Priest, Annie had no choice but to reveal all the relevant information. After hearing what Annie said, Don silently pondered in his mind. The original owner's memories included a scene of encountering a sea monster when crossing the stormy sea, and he had some understanding of the sea monster's power. The power of sea monsters mainly comes from their enormous size, which brings strength and vitality. Adult sea monsters are generally tens of meters or more in size. Conventional ships primarily rely on artillery to drive away sea monsters, indicating that the monster's defenses are insufficient to withstand the impact of artillery fire. Hey, Captain Don, what's your decision? Are you going to fight alongside us or run away with your tail between your legs? Feshman's impatient voice interrupted Don's thoughts. The other captains also looked at Don with some anxiety. Time is of the essence, and no one knows how far Angry Whale has explored the ruins. If he obtains something valuable from the ruins and his combat power increases, he might just wipe out everyone else when he goes up there. Tang En, whose thoughts had been interrupted, rubbed his forehead, and looked at the crowd staring at him expectantly. He slowly smiled and said, "Since we've come this far, we certainly can't give up. However, we still need to be cautious. After all, third-tier professionals are not to be trifled with. We need to come up with a detailed plan. As the saying goes, man dies for wealth, birds die for food." After a detailed comparison of the two sides' fighting capabilities, Don finally decided to go for it. The current situation undoubtedly tells Don that the Pirate King's ruins are probably real, so taking some risks for these ruins is worthwhile. Even these captains who have been hanging around for years thought that about 22nd-tier professionals could have a chance to pull off this job. Tang In, who truly understands that his own family has more than 22nd-tier professionals, and that the 5 families combined probably have close to 50 extraordinary individuals, would certainly not lack the courage to take this gamble. Chapter 32, Interrogation. The group, leading a large and imposing force, arrived in front of a wooden structure. At first glance, these wooden buildings, though simple in appearance, are sufficient to provide shelter from the wind and rain. On this island that is constantly shrouded in storms, it could be considered a safe haven. Judging from the size of this building, it could easily accommodate 100 or 200 people if squeezed in. The people inside the building also noticed the arrival of Tang In and his group, and at that moment, a large group of people gathered out. "That's Erwin, the whale hunter, under the command of the wrathful whale." Grant pointed to a man in the crowd giving orders and said to everyone, "The other professionals and the wrathful whale haven't appeared yet, so they must have already entered the ruins. Let's act quickly, lest things get complicated." Don and the others nodded in agreement, and then gave orders to their pirate subordinates. "Take control of the people inside. Kill anyone who resists." Oh, the ravenous pirates instantly became excited and charged forward in droves. Making a winning streak is exactly what these brave and ruthless pirates love to do. Back in Scimitar Harbor, Don had already instructed his men to conceal their status as professionals as much as possible. Unless there is a life-threatening situation, one can only reveal their professional identity under the orders of an official. Fortunately, Don's previous brutal image still lingered in the minds of these new professionals. To date, including the newly recruited crew members of the Black Pearl in Scimitar Harbor, no one knows that the Black Pearl has more than 20 Tier 2 professionals. At most, they only have some doubts about whether the 2 officers, Lewis and Hans, are professionals. This unequal battle ended quickly. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a battle, but rather a one-sided massacre. The Angry Whale faction only had a little over 100 ordinary pirates, facing an enemy 3 or 4 times their number, and, with professionals leading the way, they were basically routed as soon as they made contact. Most of the pirates scattered and were then caught up, killed, or captured. The only Tier 2 professional, whale hunter Erwin, was surrounded and captured by several Tier 2 professionals in no time. Soon, the 5 captains led the prisoners into the most spacious room to interrogate them for information about the Angry Whale. Unexpectedly, before Don and the others could even make a move, Erwin spoke up first. "If you're looking for our captain, he is in the ruins behind the house." "Oh, you actually took the initiative to speak up." Feshman looked at Erwin with a teasing expression. "You're quite shrewd, aren't you?" "Bullshit," Grant sneered from the side. He was Jaeger's personally chosen disciple. No matter what, he couldn't possibly be that spineless. "What?" Feshman was shocked, then glared at Erwin menacingly. "You bastard, what tricks are you trying to pull at this point? Pirates are creatures who only care about profit and have no regard for loyalty or morality. It's common for them to switch allegiances as soon as they are captured. However, the disciples are the only exception. The disciples are the successors personally chosen by the captain. They not only have the first right of succession after the captain's death, but also inherit the captain's profession." So much information was being received that everyone momentarily forgot that Erwin had inherited Jaeger's profession. Basically, the interests of the disciples and the captain are completely intertwined. Although there are precedents of disciples betraying their captains, it is impossible for them to abandon their captains as easily as Erwin did. Therefore, everyone believed that there must be a trick involved, and even Don had this suspicion. "You don't need to doubt me." Erwin's face was pale, and he was also seriously injured in the previous battle. The captain has been in the ruins with dozens of people for several months, and they still haven't come out. What? Everyone was shocked. Tang, and also frowned. If Jaeger, a third-tier professional, had already perished in this ruin, then the rest of them would probably not fare any better if they went in. No, I almost fell for your trick. Aster's hoarse voice suddenly rang out. If Jaeger has really been inside for this long and hasn't come out yet, what are you still waiting for here? Don't talk about your loyalty. Even if you are his disciple, waiting for him for a month would be considered extremely loyal. Hearing Aster's words, everyone realized what he meant. If what Erwin said was true, then why would he have been waiting here for several months without leaving? Our navigator went in first as well. Without a navigator to lead us, we might not be able to get out of this storm. In one instance, after I was promoted to whale hunter and became a captain's apprentice, the captain placed a small tentacle on my body. This tentacle is still active, which means that the captain is not dead. They're probably just trapped inside the ruins. Erwin explained slowly. Since Jaeger isn't dead, how can you so calmly betray him? Grant looked at Erwin with a sneer. It's not a betrayal, Erwin replied calmly. I've tried to bring people into the ruins several times over the past few months, but I've been blocked by the mechanisms and couldn't get in. Now that you've come, letting you into the ruins is the best option. We're just committing slow suicide by waiting like this. If you get involved, it will undoubtedly affect the situation the captain is facing now, whether for better or worse. If the captain wins, then everything will be fine. If you win, we'll just die a little sooner. That's why I told you the relevant information. There's another possibility. Jaeger is inside right now, ready to ambush us as soon as we enter the ruins. Aster looked at Erwin with a gloomy expression. I can't help it if that's what you think, but even if you torture me, this is the only explanation I'll give you. Faced with Aster's questioning, Erwin remained calm, as if he had completely disregarded life and death. Upon hearing Erwin's reply, Aster stared at Erwin with a dark and murderous look in his eyes, and a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. All right, Captain Aster, Jaeger doesn't know any divination. How could he possibly know we'd be back at this time, and abandon his own disciple to set a trap for us? Erwin is probably telling the truth. We still need him now. Grant stepped forward to stop Aster from making a move. Chapter 33, Entering the Ruins. That's right. This guy has been here for a few months and has even been inside the ruins. He has a good understanding of them and can save us a lot of trouble, Hawkins said, stepping forward to persuade him. Seeing the two captains step forward to stop him, Aster snorted coldly and then put away the dagger in his hand. Captains, there's no time to lose. Let's each take 4 people and prepare to enter the ruins, Grant said to everyone after persuading Aster. The ruins are located in a cave behind the camp built by the Angry Whale pirate crew. According to Grant, one must go deep underground after entering the cave to reach the ruins. Because the cave is cramped, too many people going in would not only be useless, but might even have the opposite effect. Ultimately, Don chose Green, Ingalls, and 2 professional pirates. As for Annie, the navigator class itself has very low combat strength, especially in the enclosed ruins. If Annie were to suffer any harm, the losses would be too great. Before entering, Don pulled Bosun Lewis aside and instructed them. Lewis, while I'm gone, you must follow N's orders. No problem, Captain. Annie, I'm leaving the outside to you. Are you really not taking me in? In such a confined space, highly perceptive professionals would find it quite convenient. No need. The outside world needs you more. I'm afraid Lewis won't be able to protect you. Moreover, Grant is also a perceptive professional, and the other captains will probably bring their navigators in as well. All right. As Donald said, all 4 captains brought their own navigators. The 4 people who saw that Don did not choose to bring Annie and showed surprised expressions. The impatient feshman went straight to the point and asked, Hey, Captain Don, is it all right to go in without a navigator? Of course, such a dark place is not suitable for a girl like Annie to go in. Captain Don, do you really trust your own navigator that much? Aster said to Don meaningfully. Of course, if you can't even trust your own navigator, why bother going to sea? You might as well stay home and farm. Don replied with a light laugh. I hope Captain Don and your navigator are really close, so they don't end up betraying us. Aster's face instantly darkened. Tang, In, and the others entered the cave with torches in their hands. The cave was quite spacious, enough for 3 people to walk side by side. There were no forks in the road. It was a winding path that led straight to the end. Don and his team proceeded deeper underground along a spiraling ramp that stretched continuously downwards. Tang in and the others walked down for more than 10 minutes. Suddenly, the view in front of them opened up, and they arrived at a relatively spacious hall. Directly opposite is a stone gate several meters high. By the dim light of the fire, one can vaguely see the simple and exquisite patterns carved on the stone gate. A series of classically carved stone pillars support this underground space. The stone door was now open, which must have been the one that Irwin and the others had opened earlier. "Let's go. There's no mechanism at the entrance," Grant said to the group. Despite Grant's words, Don remained vigilant and on guard. The group walked to the stone gate and found that, just as Grant had said, there were no traps or mechanisms there. Upon arriving at the stone gate, Don was immediately drawn to the carvings on it. The stone gate is carved with a man lying on the waves of the sea, while a group of people kneel down in worship of the man below. The narrative sculpture is very simple. You can tell at a glance that this man represents the king of the sea. It's worth mentioning that, upon arriving at this place, which Tang estimated to be at least tens of meters above the ground, there was no stuffy or stagnant feeling when breathing. It is evident that even after so many years, the ventilation system of this site remains in good condition. Upon arriving here, the next step would mark the official entrance to the ruins. The captains exchanged glances and then entered the stone gate together. Step, 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 step. The entire ruins were eerily silent, with only the sound of footsteps echoing through the underground space. By the light of the torches, one can see that the walls on both sides of the corridor are covered with exquisite murals. Even after hundreds or thousands of years, these murals remain remarkably vibrant, giving one the illusion that the original inhabitants were here just yesterday. Don glanced at it briefly. The mural depicted the story of the man at the door. The man was born in a small fishing village and became a professional by chance. What followed was constant fighting. Fighting against people, fighting against wild beasts, and fighting against sea monsters. Finally, the man, riding the waves, placed a magnificent crown on his head on the vast ocean. It's likely that Grant used this to deduce that this was the Pirate King's treasure. After walking through the long corridor, Don and the others arrived at a square the size of a football field, where they finally saw the footprints of the former explorers. By this time, they had become part of the ruins. The dried bloodstains, broken bones, dried-out corpses left uncollected, and various weapons carelessly discarded suggested that the person had been dead for at least a year. Fortunately, the ventilation in this ruin is relatively good, and there is no strong lingering odor. These were caused when Jaeger and I came here last time. "These are all our crew members," Grant said calmly to the crowd, as if all those who died were Jaeger's men and none of his own. This is normal. After all, pirates are generally cold-blooded people, and dead people with no use to them are not worth wasting their time on. The hall has 3 stone doors in different directions, and they are all now open. The traps here have already been completely destroyed, and the rooms on both sides have been looted. "We don't need to waste time here. Let's keep going," Grant said, leading the way toward the stone door directly in front of them. Since Grant confirmed that he had looted the place, it means that the looting took place when he last came. So the question is, did Grant loot it or Jaeger loot it? Don narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Grant, who was leading the way. Behind the stone gate was another long, narrow corridor, dark and deep, which made one feel a chill down one's spine. The walls on both sides of the corridor still have exquisite murals, but this time the murals depict some chaotic and unrelated scenes. Chapter 34 Abyss. Step, step, step. In this unknown depths of the earth, there was nothing but the sound of footsteps. Although no monsters emerged from the darkness, a profound sense of oppression and tension gradually built up, causing a slight feeling of suffocation. As the pirates' breathing grew heavier, the group arrived at another spacious underground hall. The overall layout of this hall is not much different from the previous hall, with some corpses scattered on the ground. There are still 3 open stone gates in the 3 different directions. Before Grant could speak, the hot-tempered freshman asked first, "What? Have you emptied this place out too, Captain Grant? So you call us here to feed us scraps? What's the rush? These are just cheap trinkets. The real treasures are in the back." If these things were so easy to take, why would I have invited you? Grant responded calmly to the somewhat irritable fishman. Fishman understood this perfectly well, but the underground environment was already somewhat oppressive. Although Grant, who was leading the way, kept saying that there was no danger along the way, they were all pirates and knew each other's true nature. So how could they easily trust him? Although it has now been proven that Grant was honest on this point, everyone remained on edge throughout the journey. Coupled with the fact that he had gained nothing after so long, the impatient fishman finally lost his temper and couldn't help but lash out at Grant. Finally, fishman gave a cold snort and said nothing more. This time, Grant led everyone to the stone door on the left. As soon as they arrived at the door, they discovered that there was no way in. All they could see was an empty floor inside the door. By the dim light of the torches, they could see a bottomless abyss below, pitch black and with no bottom in sight. Before anyone could ask a question, Grant threw the torch in his hand forcefully toward the other side. The torch flew in an arc and landed steadily on the ground. The torchlight illuminated a small area on the other side, allowing everyone to vaguely see the platform beyond the abyss. It was then that Grant began to explain to the group. All right, everyone, it's time for you to make your appearance. I've tried this abyss before. If you throw a stone in, you won't hear a sound even after 10 minutes. So there's no need to even consider going down there. I'd already searched the area inside and outright before the entrance, but I didn't find anything suspicious. Therefore, I suspect there might be some kind of trap on the other side. Upon hearing Grant's words, everyone fell silent, staring at the torches that were still burning. The distance was at least several dozen meters, and even the most skilled second-tier professionals could only jump a dozen meters at most, far from being able to cross the gap. Although Tang and could use moonwalk to cross over, it would still be difficult for him to stand out in this situation. One is that the situation on the other side is unclear. Don has not forgotten that there is also the angry whale, Jaeger inside, whose situation is unknown, and there may be something that has trapped Jaeger here for several months. Even with Don's combat prowess, going alone and encountering them would be tantamount to suicide. Moreover, there might not actually be any traps on the other side. After all, this was once the territory of the Pirate King. This distance of a few dozen meters could stop second-tier professionals like Tang Yin and his group, but it would not be a problem for fourth-tier professionals. Even a third-tier professional might not be able to stop him. So far, we haven't seen Jaeger's figure. Jaeger has probably already crossed over to the other side. What about the other two rooms? Did you check them thoroughly beforehand? Astor suddenly asked Grant. To Astor's question, Grant scoffed. We're pirates, you know. We've dug up not only those two rooms, but the entire hall. We've taken everything we could. If you don't believe me, feel free to do so. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Astor chuckled darkly and was about to lead his crew to investigate. Wait, Ingalls suddenly spoke up, stopping Astor and the others. There are a few protruding things on the other side. We should be able to tie ropes there. Ingalls was a ranger, a class whose abilities greatly enhanced his eyesight. So even from this distance, he could see things that others couldn't by the dim light of the fire. Ingalls' words immediately drew everyone's attention, and Grant's face lit up with joy. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Of everyone present, only Ingalls possessed the ability to precisely deliver the rope to the other side, and only Ingalls could see the specific situation on the other side. Therefore, everyone else could only rely on him to take action. Okay. Ingalls immediately agreed, then suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to Don, saying, Well, Captain, now you finally remember I'm your captain. Why didn't you ask me when you discovered it earlier? Don narrowed his eyes, looking at Ingalls in front of him, then smiled slightly and said, I'll leave it to you, Ingalls. The pirates quickly took out the ropes they carried and secured them to the specially made arrows. At this moment, everyone retreated outside the stone gate to give Ingalls room to maneuver. Ingalls took the fine longbow from behind him, knocked an arrow with a rope attached to the bowstring, took a slight aim, and shot the arrow with a snap. The arrow hit the wall and fell down, but the pirates behind him immediately pulled on the ropes and brought it back. With only the faint light of that torch, the visibility on the other side was far too poor. Even Ingalls, a master archer, would not be able to hit them so easily, let alone with arrows that were attached to ropes. However, Ingalls was a professional archer, having practiced archery for decades. After several attempts, and even throwing another torch after the other side's torch went out, he finally succeeded. The arrow slashed across the abyss and plunged into the darkness on the other side. Even with Don's eyesight, he could only vaguely see that the arrow passed through something before stopping and swinging a few times due to inertia. Engel seized a rope at the opportune moment, pulled hard, and heard a slight sound from the other side, and the rope immediately snapped straight. Upon seeing this, the pirates couldn't help but cheer. Chapter 35 Death. Although the path ahead has been cleared, new problems have arisen, and the group is once again at odds over the order in which they were supposed to meet. Since there's only one rope, and only one person can cross at a time, there will inevitably be a sequence of crossings. However, the five forces lack mutual trust. Those who went there first are better off, since there's only one known path, and there's a third-tier professional named Angry Whale, Jaeger, whose condition is unknown. He is very mentally unstable, otherwise he would not have done anything underhanded. But it's hard to say for those who come later. Whoever stays at the back might suddenly decide they don't want to go in anymore and cut the rope. Those who go in will be in danger. If there is no other way out, they will most likely be trapped inside and die. Even if they obtain the treasures in the ruins, they will not be able to enjoy them. This situation is not impossible. After all, the situation inside the ruins is unknown. Just one third-tier Jaeger is not necessarily a match for everyone. Even if they win, it will most likely be a Pyrrhic victory. No one can guarantee that they won't be the one who suffers the most. The 5 pirate ships outside represent a considerable fortune. Rather than fighting to the death against a third-tier expert inside, it would be better to simply plunder the other captain's wealth. Given the opportunity, the possibility of this happening is quite high. At least, Tang In asked himself if he would most likely choose the latter if faced with such a choice. After discussion, it was decided that each side would send one person, taking turns in turn. Astor's men led the way, followed by Grant's men, with Don's men coming in fourth. Don actually wanted to be last, but the other 4 were worried. After all, the navigator of the Black Pearl was still out there. In the first round, each captain sent out their nimble men to scout ahead. In the second round, however, each captain went out on their own. No one trusted any of the other captains to stay behind. Given the circumstances, it wouldn't be surprising if these selfish pirates abandoned their men. With this arrangement, the pirates crossed the abyss safely and reached the other side. From this point onward, everything ahead is unknown. Neither Grant nor the captured Irwin had ever been to this place. The group moved slowly down the straight corridor. Although Grant had confirmed that the 2 halls ahead were originally completely safe, all the deaths were due to his fight with the Wraith. However, this did not lower everyone's guard. On the contrary, it made them even more tense. Something was definitely amiss. How could a ruin of this scale be completely without any signs of trouble? They hadn't even seen any corrupted mechanisms. The Pirate King wasn't a philanthropist. How could he easily hand over his treasure to his descendants? Besides, this Pirate King wasn't named Roger. Therefore, no one dared to relax for a moment. Even if they didn't become paranoid, they were all focused and vigilant about every movement. The group continued forward along the corridor. To their surprise, nothing unexpected happened along the way. After turning a corner, a faint light appeared ahead. Everyone's hearts immediately lifted, and they quickened their pace. Soon they arrived at the entrance of another hall, and the stone door was, as expected, open. A purple jewel shone brightly on the stone platform in the center of the hall, illuminating the entire underground space in purple. Anyone who looks at this pearl knows it's incredibly valuable. The pirates couldn't help but reveal greedy eyes. Wait a minute, don't go in. It might be dangerous, stop everything. Fortunately, the captains were cautious enough to stop the restless pirates. Otherwise, the pirates would have already swarmed in and robbed them. Using the light of the jewel, Tang In surveyed the entire hall. He saw an exquisite stone chair standing directly opposite the entrance, inlaid with countless gold and gemstones, making the chair appear exceptionally magnificent. A figure sat upright on the stone chair, his body withered and emaciated, wearing a magnificent crown on his head. It's unclear whether this is some ancient pirate king or the Angry Whale, trapped here. It's most likely the Pirate King. If it's the Angry Whale, the other captains should be able to tell. Just as Don was pondering the figure on the stone chair, a pirate's voice suddenly rang out. "Look, there's a corpse over there." Tang immediately turned his head and saw a pile of corpses lying haphazardly in a corner. "That's the captain of the whale hunter, and the one with only half a body is the navigator of the whale hunter. I saw him a few years ago in Scimitar Harbor." With his superior eyesight, Ingalls clearly saw the details of the corpse. "The number is about the same as what Irwin said." Astor glanced at the bodies and roughly confirmed that there were at least several dozen. As expected, the captured Irwin, pale-faced, sighed with relief. When Don and the others entered the ruins, they had been with Irwin the whole time. Since Irwin had been seriously injured and his combat power was greatly reduced, they didn't tie him up in any way, as that would have greatly affected his ability to move. They simply tied Irwin's hands. "There's no point in just watching from here. Let's go over there and check the cause of their death to see what we're going to encounter next," Grant suggested, seeing that they hadn't encountered any traps or monsters after staying there for a while. "You lead the way." This was said to Irwin. After all, prisoners of war had no human rights, and at this point they were of little use. Using them to scout ahead was the best option. Upon hearing this, Irwin showed no resistance or fear and stepped directly into the stone gate, walking towards the corpse of his former comrade. After waiting a while, seeing that Irwin was almost at the corpse and nothing unexpected had happened, the group immediately followed. Soon, the group arrived in front of the corpse. These people were all crushed to death by immense force. Even the navigator wasn't cut in half at the waist by a sharp weapon, but rather brutally severed by some blunt object. It must have been at least superhuman strength. After observing the corpses for a moment, Astor quickly came to this conclusion. Every assassin is a master of the art of killing, with an extremely thorough understanding of the dead. Moreover, Astor said slowly, looking at the few well-preserved heads among the corpses, judging from their incredulous expressions, they must have been killed by an unexpected person. Upon hearing Astor's words, everyone was immediately taken aback. Chapter 36 Jaeger? Extraordinary power, unexpected. Astor's judgment undoubtedly points to the killer as Wrathful Whale Jaeger. But why did Jaeger suddenly slaughter his men? And why was he trapped here for months? And most importantly, where are the Jaegers now? Impossible. How could the captain do such a thing? Upon hearing Astor's conclusion, Irwin reacted immediately and roared like a madman, his voice echoing throughout the empty hall. "Damn it, shut up." Grant punched Irwin in the face, knocking him to the ground. Several pirates immediately rushed over and restrained the crazed Irwin. The remaining people immediately looked around warily. At this moment, whatever they will face next, Irwin's actions will undoubtedly alert this person, causing them to lose the initiative. After a while, everyone breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that nothing had happened. "Wait, there seems to be something under that chair." The sharp-eyed Engel suddenly noticed something under the stone chair at the end of the hall and immediately alerted everyone. The stone chair faces the main entrance to the hall, with a high platform in the middle holding a purple jewel. When at the entrance, people can only see the stone chair opposite them and cannot see what is underneath it. The group then entered the hall to examine the body, and from a different angle, they could now see what was under the stone chair. Upon hearing Engel's words, Don immediately looked in the direction of the voice. He saw that the edge of his view was blocked by the high platform. Because the platform blocked the light of the jewel, there was only a faint shadow, which looked like a person. The group slowly took a few steps forward to adjust their angle and finally saw the full appearance of the dark figure. It was a thin man who was bowing his head, kneeling in worship towards the corpse on the stone chair. "That's Jaeger?" Grant asked uncertainly. It's no wonder Grant didn't recognize him. After all, the Jaeger he remembered was a strong, robust man, while the Jaeger kneeling on the ground was emaciated, almost like the corpse on the stone chair. If it weren't for the faint rise and fall of the man's chest, proving he was still alive, almost everyone would have thought it was a corpse. "What? This is that angry whale Jaeger?" The pirates were also taken aback. Although they had never seen him before, most of those present were people who frequented the waters near Scimitar Harbor. Angry Whale as the newest pirate to reach the 3rd tier in the waters near Scimitar Harbor. His name has been widely known in the area over the past year. No one could reconcile the spirited man who had been frequently in the news over the past year with the man before them, who looked like a candle flickering in the wind, indistinguishable from a corpse. Captain, taking advantage of the moment of everyone's astonishment, Erwin suddenly broke free from the pirate's restraints and rushed towards Jaeger. By the time everyone realized what was happening, it was too late to stop them. However, no one intended to stop them. Jaeger's strange state made everyone suspicious, and it would be a good opportunity for Erwin to go up and test Jaeger's current situation. What was that sound? Suddenly, a pirate under Feshman's command spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Don also looked at the pirate along with the others. What's wrong? Feshman asked immediately when he saw that it was one of his men. Didn't you hear that? It sounds like someone is whispering. I think I heard that too. Me too. As soon as Feshman's men began to explain, several more pirates chimed in, saying they had also heard the sound. I heard it too, Grant said, his face also turning ashen. At this point, everyone realized that something was amiss. Don frowned slightly, looked around, and realized that the voices came from the navigators on various ships, plus Grant, the Beast Whisperer. They were all highly perceptive professions. Don turned to look at Green. As a guard trained by the Yin family, Green had also mastered the extraordinary knowledge that, and had learned. In fact, Green's reserves might even be greater than Anne's. After all, Green had lived for more than 10 years longer than Anne. Faced with Don's questioning gaze, Green gently shook his head, indicating that he was also unaware of the current situation. Ignoring the commotion of the pirates behind him, Erwin ran straight towards his captain. For Erwin, the safest place at this moment was undoubtedly his captain's side. As for those companions who were suspected of being killed by the captain, that is just speculation. It doesn't necessarily mean that the captain was the one who did it. Even if the captain did kill them, it must have been because they betrayed him. But he was different. He was the captain's disciple, the only one among the treacherous pirates whom one could trust. It was as if the captain had entrusted his lifeline to him. Soon, without any resistance, Erwin rushed to Jaeger's side. Looking at the captain, who resembled a dried corpse, Erwin stopped and softly called out, "Captain, Captain." At the same time, he slowly stretched out his bound hands, trying to pat Jaeger. Just as Erwin's hands touched Jaeger's body, Jaeger, who had been silent and lifeless, suddenly moved. A withered hand gripped Erwin's wrist. Although the hand was so withered that it looked as if it could break with a gust of wind, Erwin felt as if he were being firmly held in an iron clamp. However, Erwin didn't have time to care about any of that. He was overjoyed and looked at his captain, who had finally started to move. "Captain, you're all right. That's great." So that's why he was able to resist for so long. There were still some who slipped through the net. At this moment, Jaeger finally spoke. Perhaps because he hadn't spoken for several months, Jaeger's voice was unusually hoarse and sounded even more gloomy than Astor's. "Captain, what do you mean?" Upon hearing Jaeger's words, Erwin finally realized that something was wrong. Before Erwin could think further, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. Jaeger's other withered arm pierced into Erwin's body, and then the arm was pulled out, revealing a tentacle struggling desperately in its withered palm. In his final moments, Erwin saw Jaeger slowly open his eyes. Those eyes were no longer the resolute blue Jaeger remembered, but rather golden vertical pupils that revealed cruelty, greed, and indifference, like those of a wild beast. Is this really still the captain? With this final question in mind, Erwin's consciousness faded into darkness. Chapter 37, Who Says Hiding in the Back is Safe? When Jaeger casually tossed Erwin's body aside, the loud thud as it hit the ground finally drew the pirates' attention. Seeing this scene, they suppressed their discussion about the whispers. When Don looked at Jaeger, Jaeger's withered hand, which was holding a tentacle, was being brought into his mouth. Seeing this action, Don suddenly felt his heart pounding, and a bad premonition arose. Stop him! Although he didn't know what Jaeger meant by doing this, Don had a gut feeling that if Jaeger really ate that tentacle, their situation would be in dire straits. Upon hearing Don's order, Ingalls instinctively drew his bow and arrow. At this distance, and at this time, only Ingalls had the ability to do something. An arrow shot straight at the tentacle in Jaeger's hand. Although Don did not say it explicitly, Ingalls subconsciously felt that Jaeger could not be allowed to swallow the tentacle safely. Ingalls reacted quickly, so quickly that the other pirates didn't even have time to react before the arrows were fired, but it was still too late. As Don warned him, Jaeger's tentacle was already at his mouth. Although the tentacle struggled desperately, Jaeger's withered arm held it firmly like an iron clamp. Its resistance had no effect whatsoever. As the arrow pierced Jaeger's palm, the fist-thick tentacles wriggled down Jaeger's throat and laboriously entered his stomach. Looking at the arrow stuck in his hand, Jaeger's lips curled into a mocking smile, which, combined with his gaunt face, made him look particularly sinister and terrifying. People with a weak heart would probably faint from fright if they saw this. The pirates finally realized what was happening, and they all drew their weapons, watching Jaeger warily. Although they didn't know what the tentacles Jaeger had eaten would do, there was no doubt that they were beneficial to Jaeger at this moment. What benefits Jaeger is a terrible thing for the pirates. With a disdainful glance at the group of tense pirates, Jaeger raised his hand, pulled out the arrow stuck in his hand, and casually tossed it aside. Not a drop of blood flowed from his pierced palm. Jaeger turned his head slightly and gave everyone a ferocious smile, as if he was about to attack them at any moment. This made the already tense crowd even more flustered. After all, the person in front of them was a renowned Tier 3 pirate. Most of the people present had heard of Jaeger's name. Although they said they didn't care, they couldn't help but feel a little guilty when they actually faced Jaeger. Suddenly, Jaeger's expression changed drastically. He clutched his head in pain, veins bulging on his withered skull. His mouth gaped open, drool uncontrollably dripping from his mouth, looking utterly incredulous. Damn it. What's going on? This professional ability is poisonous. The sudden turn of events left the pirates bewildered. Jaeger, who had just been acting arrogantly and ready to strike at any moment, suddenly seemed to have been severely injured and went mad, leaving everyone baffled. At this moment, Jaeger's withered body knelt on the ground, head bowed in silence, his shoulders heaving, his breathing growing heavier and heavier, and saliva dripping onto the ground with each heavy breath. Sensing Jaeger's unusual state, Don cautiously led his men back a few steps, shielding the other pirates in front of him. The other pirates were all focused on guarding against Jaeger, and the perception-based professionals were still troubled by the eerie whispers, so no one noticed Don's little actions. The air seemed to freeze, and the only sound in the empty underground space was Jaeger's heavy, almost roaring breathing. After a brief stalemate, Jaeger suddenly raised his head and exhaled a mouthful of scalding white mist. With this movement, his shriveled body suddenly began to swell up, as if it were an inflated balloon. Those blood-yellow vertical pupils stared intently in the direction of the only living thing in this underground space, which was where everyone was. Their eyes revealed savagery, madness, and brutality, but there was not a trace of reason in them, which made those who met their gaze feel a chill in their hearts. Roar! With a deafening roar, Jaeger's entire body swelled and mutated into several enormous tentacles, each over a meter in diameter. Then all the tentacles stretched out, their length estimated to be at least tens of meters. Each tentacle ends in a jagged, menacing shape with numerous bloody yellow vertical pupils covering its body. Seeing this scene, even the pirates, who were known for their ruthlessness on the high seas, were utterly horrified. They were all sweating profusely, their hearts pounding as if they were in their throats. The pirates who weren't professionals were trembling so badly they could barely stand. What kind of superpower is this? It's making my sanity drop like crazy, damn it. Even Tangan couldn't help but swallow nervously at the sight, mentally ranting and raving. Damn it, get out of the way. The sound from ahead startled Don, who was at the back, but because he was hiding behind the crowd and his view was blocked by the pirates in front, he didn't know what was happening. The next moment, the pirates in front of Don scattered and fled. Don finally realized what had happened. It turned out that one of Jaeger's tentacles had suddenly shot straight at the group, and a pirate in front of Don who couldn't dodge in time was instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Don recognized the person. He was a navigator. He probably didn't react because of the strange whispers. Several non-professional pirates were merely grazed, yet they were sent flying backward, their fates unknown. At this point, it was too late for Tang In to dodge, especially with his subordinates behind him. Tang In gritted his teeth and crossed his arms to protect himself. 6 styles, iron block activation. Bang! The next moment, the tentacle slammed into Dawn, producing a muffled thud. The momentum of the tentacle's impact slowed down and stopped for a moment. But it was only for a moment. The next second, bang! That's the sound of Dawn being knocked away. Fortunately, in the instant that Dawn blocked them, Green and the others reacted in time and scattered to avoid him. In the instant he was knocked away, only one thought flashed through Dawn's mind. Novels misled me. Who said hiding behind a crowd is safe? Chapter 38, Playing Around. Captain, 2 pirate henchmen shouted when they saw Dawn being sent flying. Shut up. The captain's greatest strength is his resilience. He'll be fine. Everyone, stay alert. We're the ones in the most danger right now. Green immediately reprimanded his 2 pirate underlings when he saw them daydreaming. Upon hearing Green's words, the 2 pirates immediately came to their senses. Yeah, do we need to worry about a captain who can take swords with his neck? And now, just as Green said, compared to Dawn, who has been knocked away from the battlefield, those of them who are still in the center of the battlefield, facing that monster, are the most in danger. Having landed a successful blow, Jaeger's tentacles danced wildly with excitement. At the base were several tentacles connected. Jaeger, whose head still retained a human form, grinned and laughed maniacally. Hee! The piercing laughter, like a demonic sound, pierced everyone's ears, instantly causing their brains to be violently stirred. Except for a few who managed to endure it, everyone else immediately clutched their heads in pain, and some even fell to the ground and rolled around in agony. Then, the thick tentacles slammed down, and most of the people, who were in poor condition, were unable to dodge. Several people were instantly smashed into a pulp. What a joke. He's been locked up here for months and looks like a wreck. How could he possibly still have such power? Seeing this, Feshman said through gritted teeth. Among the dead men were his navigators. Due to the influence of that eerie whisper, the navigators' heightened senses were rendered largely ineffective, and their already low combat strength made them essentially no different from ordinary people under these circumstances. This tentacle not only has superhuman strength, but its stamina is also at least superhuman. As the tentacle attacked, the agile Aster not only easily dodged it, but also used his dagger to cut a half-meter-long gash on the tentacle. However, for a tentacle of such a massive size, this wound was like a tickle, and moreover, the wound was already beginning to heal. Didn't the navigator of the Black Pearl say that Jaeger's abilities would only amount to 3 tentacles at most? Now he has several. Disturbed by the whispers and the sonic attack just now, Grant's eyes were bloodshot. If he hadn't been skilled, he would have been the one smashed into mincemeat. Mentioning the information and had provided earlier now carried a hint of annoyance. Hearing Grant mention and Green, who originally didn't want to get involved, could only speak up from the side. Normally speaking, for every 2 extra tentacles the Sea Beast Priest gains from his mutation ability, it represents 1 level of creature. Level 11 has 2 tentacles, level 12 has 4 tentacles, and so on. At the peak of the 3rd tier, level 15, there will be 10 tentacles. Based on what you previously mentioned about Jaeger's level before his advancement, he wouldn't have exceeded level 12 at most after his advancement. If the number is incorrect, it's only because your information is flawed. Jaeger was much stronger at level 2 than you stated. Grant was furious when he heard Green's words turn the tables on him. All right, now is not the time to shirk responsibility. Hawkins interrupted Grant. Right now, our most important task is to unite and fight this monster. Yes, Captain Don is right. With this monster's power, if any of us were to get even a little bit on it, we would be crippled if not killed. Only Captain Don can withstand its attacks right now. Aster chimed in from the side. Here you are. Don's voice came from behind the group. That was a bit heavy, I caught my breath. After being knocked away by the tentacles, Don flew a long way until he crashed into the wall of the hall with a bang before coming to a stop. The force was so great that it smashed a large crater into the wall, which had withstood the erosion of time without much change. Tang and felt as if all the bones in his body had fallen apart. His chest heaved with blood and chi, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood before he felt a little better. This was arguably the most serious injury Don had ever suffered in his 2 lifetimes. Even the injuries that had killed the original Don were nothing compared to this. Therefore, even with the pain reduction specialization, Don still had to lie down for a while before he recovered. The situation is urgent now, so I won't beat around the bush. I hope everyone can be honest. Seeing Don return, Astor said to Don, "Captain Don, you have extraordinary stamina, right? How many points of stamina attribute do you have?" Don also knew that only by working together could they possibly deal with Jaeger, who had transformed into a monster. So he nodded and said, "My current stamina is 22 points, which, with the support of my class skills, is roughly equivalent to 25 points of stamina in defense." 25 points. Upon hearing this number, the captains all gasped in shock. It was likely that no one present could break through this attribute. Based on this calculation, even if that monster's strength isn't quite 30 points, it's not far off. Astor's already gloomy face turned even gloomier. "Don't panic, that monster shouldn't be in a daze." Ingalls, who had been observing silently, suddenly spoke up. "What do you mean?" Feshman immediately asked, voicing everyone's question. "Didn't you notice?" Ingalls said slowly, "That monster didn't target anyone specifically. If he had used all his tentacles from the start, most of us would probably have been killed or injured on the spot. But he only used one tentacle when he had such a good opportunity. It was like an unconscious prank." "Playing around?" Tang En's eyes twitched slightly. The price of this playful escapade was quite high. It almost cost him half his life. "So, you mean he didn't use his full strength?" Astor said after a moment's thought. "No, it should be said that he is not consciously exerting his full strength. He seems to be completely out of his mind, just instinctively waving his tentacles without any strategy. Moreover, the fact that he hasn't shown any intention of attacking us after we've been chatting here for so long further proves this point." Ingalls explained slowly to everyone. Don looked at the tentacles flying everywhere. Just as Ingalls had said, tentacles rarely made a precise attack on a single person. What the hell is the use of knowing all this? Does understanding the enemy's strength make us utterly hopeless? Feshman roared furiously. "No, knowing this gives us a chance to take down that monster Jaeger." Ingalls smiled confidently at the crowd. Chapter 39 Attraction. Ingalls' plan was simple. Jaeger's entire body underwent a total mutation, resulting in 5 tentacles for on his limbs and 1 on his torso, while his head remained human. Therefore, this head is undoubtedly his Achilles heel. If we just need to find an opportunity to attack this head, we will most likely be able to kill Jaeger. Therefore, everyone needs to hold the 5 tentacles firmly to give Ingalls a perfect angle so that he can shoot Jaeger's head. After all, range attacks are much safer than melee attacks. No one wanted to risk being strangled by the 5 tentacles by attacking Jaeger's head, including Don. However, recalling how Jaeger had pulled out the arrow without a drop of blood flowing from his palm, Don doubted the success rate of the plan. However, the other captains, as if grasping at a straw, decisively agreed to the plan, and Ingalls, who proposed the plan, was nominally Don's subordinate. Therefore, it was not appropriate for Don to raise any objections at this time. There are a total of 5 factions, each responsible for 1 tentacle. After confirming the plan, the captains immediately gathered their scattered subordinates, and each group set up a target and began their operation. Don led Green and 2 pirate henchmen to the vicinity of a tentacle frolicking. Looking at the tentacles dancing wildly in the air, Don stroked his chin and slowly pondered how to attract the tentacle. Just then, the tentacles suddenly stopped waving, and the eyes on the tentacles suddenly turned and looked at Tang En and the others. Don was startled before he could even figure out what the tentacles meant. The stopped tentacles suddenly swung down towards Don and the others. "Danger! Get out of the way!" The crowd quickly scattered and avoided the danger. The rapid swinging of the tentacles generated a force like a volcanic eruption, carving a deep trench in the ground. This scene greatly surprised Tang En and the others. The captain just took that bombardment head on. As expected of a captain, the 2 pirate underlings couldn't help but swallow hard. What's going on? Why are they suddenly targeting us? Is it an accident, or? Don and Green exchanged a glance. Then, before the 2 could say anything, the tentacles struck again. Don could clearly feel that the tentacles were now aimed at them. After dodging again, Don glanced at the direction of the other four tentacles and saw that although the other four captains had arrived near the tentacles did not take the initiative to attack them. Why is that? A question arose in Tang Yin's mind. Captain, watch out! The shouts pulled Don back to reality as the tentacles swung powerfully at him. Don subconsciously moved a few steps to the side, leaving the area covered by the tentacles. Bang! With a dull thud, although the tentacles did not touch Tang Yin was once again sent flying as if he had been struck by invisible air. It flew straight for more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground. Damn it, I completely forgot about that. Don felt a surge of annoyance. Once an attribute exceeds 20 points, you will gain a special ability, just like Don's special ability grants him special resilience and special recovery. Once your strength attribute exceeds 20 points, you will also gain 2 extraordinary feats, impact and power dissipation. The impact perk's effect is that it adds an impact to every attack the user makes, effectively increasing the user's attack range. The special effect of the dissipation skill is to eliminate the reaction force of the owner's attack. The force that knocked Don back was the effect of the impact. Don only realized this when he was being knocked away. The force of the impact gradually weakens the further away from the body. Fortunately, Don was some distance from the tentacles, so this time it was just a minor superficial injury. However, the commotion caused by Don being knocked away also drew the attention of the other captains to Don's situation. Hawkins, as expected of someone born with extraordinary abilities, those movements are really fast. Aster, looks like I need to step up my game too. Aster's gaze swept over the tentacles in front of him, finally settling on the dense array of eyes. Grant, who was now close to the tentacles, noticed that the whisper had intensified, and he had no mind to think about anything else. Feshman, hey Captain Don, how did you attract those tentacles? Upon hearing Feshman's question, Don replied helplessly, I don't know either. This weird thing suddenly started targeting me. Seeing that the tentacle returned to its original state after knocking him away and did not continue to attack Green and the other two, Don understood that the tentacle had targeted him for some reason. Upon hearing Don's reply, Feshman sighed helplessly. All right, no one thought Tang Yin was lying. After all, no one was stupid, and they all knew that in the current situation, honest cooperation was the best choice. Roar! Just then, a shrill roar suddenly came from the tentacle on Aster's side. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Aster dodging around in a sorry state as the tentacle pounded on him. One of the tentacle's eyes was already closed, and purple liquid was gushing out. Seeing this, everyone immediately had a clue how to attract the tentacles and began to imitate them. Only Don looked at the roaring tentacles with a solemn expression. It was the tentacles that were making the roar, not Jaeger's head. At this moment, neither Jaeger's head nor the other 4 tentacles had changed, as if they had no connection with the other tentacle. At this moment, a gloomy mood settled over Don, and he became increasingly less confident about Engels' chances. Roar! 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 With 3 consecutive roars, the other captains quickly damaged the eyes on the tentacles. Even with 20 points of extraordinary attributes, the eyes, being inherently vulnerable, still lacked strong defense. In an instant, the tentacles unleashed their full power, abandoning their previous playful antics, and launched a high-intensity attack on the instigators. Seeing this, Don had no choice but to step forward and attract its tentacles, for when the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. Don had considered abandoning the pirates and running away, but he didn't know Jaeger's exact situation. If Jaeger killed all the pirates and went berserk, rushing out of the ruins, the situation would be even more dangerous than it is now. After all, in the vast ocean, Jaeger, who was no different from a sea monster at this moment, was an even more deadly danger to Don. Even among sea monsters, tentacle-like sea monsters are the most dangerous. Chapter 40 Rampage. Sure enough, as soon as Don approached the tentacles, all the tentacles' eyes immediately turned to look at him. Then came the relentless bombardment, which seemed even more frantic than the other 4 tentacles' attempts to gouge out eyes. After a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, Don reluctantly accepted the reality. Enraged, The 5 tentacles swung their arms with increasing force, gradually revealing the head buried deep at the base. At this moment, Jaeger's head was unaware of what it was about to face, and it did not react even as the surroundings gradually became less obstructive. Engels stared intently at the changing orientation of Jaeger's head, adjusting his angle accordingly. The arrow was already lightly knocked on the bowstring, ready to be shot at any moment. Suddenly, Engels stopped moving, looked at Jaeger's now fully exposed, withered head, raised his bow and arrow, took a quick aim, and shot an arrow. The arrow sliced through the air and flew rapidly toward Jaeger's head, reaching him in an instant. However, even with the arrow so close, Jaeger's head did not react and continued to emit its strange laughter. Chirp, 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 chirp. Roar. The arrow pierced Jaeger's right eye with a soft thud, exiting through his brain, finally silencing his strange laughter, which was replaced by a shrill roar. Although it appears that he suffered a severe blow, the key point is that Jaeger did not die as a result. Amidst the shrill roar of Jaeger's head, all the tentacles became even more frenzied, swinging at an unprecedented speed. Several pirates who couldn't dodge in time were instantly struck by the tentacles and turned into a pile of minced meat. Then, the 4 tentacles quickly contracted and intertwined, like twisting a rope, firmly enveloping Jaeger's head. That's right, there were 4 tentacles. The tentacle that Don was facing, for some unknown reason, ignored Jaeger's head and kept bombarding Don, and the speed was getting faster and faster, which made Don somewhat tired of dealing with it. However, because the tentacle's hatred was firmly locked onto Don, the tentacle's protection of Jaeger still had a loophole. The crowd, who were initially disappointed that their arrow had failed to kill Jaeger, were overjoyed at the sight of this scene. "Captain Don, hold on!" Engels shouted to Don and immediately moved quickly to adjust his position. Although the arrow did not kill Jaeger, judging from the reaction of these tentacles, Jaeger's head was undoubtedly very important to them. Therefore, continuing to attack Jaeger's head is certainly not wrong. The other captains gathered their remaining men in the safe zone behind Don, next to Green and his 2 pirate underlings. Because the tentacles had inexplicably locked on Tang in, the 3 of them were completely unable to play any role and were even more likely to interfere with Tang in. Therefore, the 3 of them could only retreat to a safe area behind to watch the show. As for the other 4 captains, even if they could help Don at this moment, they probably wouldn't lend a hand. In this short period of time, besides capturing Irwin, the entire crew of 20, including 4 navigators who died due to the influence of the eerie whispers, and 3 non-professional pirates who also died from the attack of a tentacle. 2 second-tier professionals were even accidentally killed by the tentacles. At this point, only 11 people remained in the team. Grant and Astor each have a professional subordinate still alive. Feshman and Hawkins were now all alone. Only on Don's side, not a single person died. The situation was already starting to get out of balance, and it was only then that the captains calmed down and realized this. Watching Don struggle to dodge the tentacles' attacks, the captains had different expressions. Although it wasn't the right time to do anything, it wasn't hard to see that they still had something they wanted to do. After Don narrowly dodged the tentacles' attacks several times, Grant finally found an opportunity, drew his bow, and decisively fired. The arrow pierced through a gap between several intertwined tentacles and accurately struck Jaeger's head. Roar! The deafening roar rang out once again. As if realizing that this could not provide effective protection, and unable to call back the tentacle that had been eyeing Don, the tangled tentacles suddenly separated, revealing Jaeger's head. Before anyone could react, 2 tentacles supported the ground like 4 legs, and Jaeger's massive body immediately stood upright. Like a giant starfish, its 2 tentacles, like 2 legs, strode forward and charged towards the crowd with a series of thuds. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Jaeger's head was at least tens of meters above the ground, and due to the uneven body of the tentacles, Jaeger's head could not be seen from below. Unless everyone can fly up there, they will have no way to attack Jaeger's head. In an instant, everyone was plunged into despair. They could no longer reach Jaeger's head, and it could be said that there was no hope of defeating Jaeger. Even Tangen's face was gloomy. Although Moonwalk could fly up, he was not flexible enough in the air. Once he got up there, he would basically be a target due to the inexplicable attraction of these tentacles. He couldn't withstand an attack from at least 3 tentacles. Even in his iron body form, he would be in mortal danger if struck by the tentacles more than 5 times in a row. There's no other way, everyone. Let's gamble with our lives. We'll get out as fast as we can, then split into 5 groups and set sail in 5 different directions. We'll see which one it chases. As he spoke, Aster started running towards the door. As soon as Aster moved, the others instinctively followed suit and started running. It's not time to despair yet. We still have one more way. At this moment, Green's voice suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention to him. No matter how realistic it is, its body is ultimately created through a professional ability, not a real sea monster. Facing everyone's gaze, Green calmly said, "As long as it's a professional ability, it consumes energy. With its extraordinary size, its energy consumption is definitely far greater than that of an ordinary third-tier professional. We can stall for time, but of course there's a significant risk involved. We might not be able to wait for it to run out of energy and be killed by it." Upon hearing Green's words, everyone's eyes flickered, and they quickly weighed the gains and losses in their minds. Just a reminder, we're almost at the door, so you'd better make your choices quickly. A person with exceptional physical strength, who had already made up their mind the moment they heard Green's suggestion, gently reminded them. No one uttered a sound. Although they each had their own plans, they all ran frantically until they reached the door. Without exception, everyone suddenly made a sharp turn and ran in another direction. Boom! They were almost catching up with the group, and Jaeger couldn't dodge in time and crashed into the walls around the stone gate. Chapter 41 the third time. A pirate who isn't greedy isn't a good pirate. The pirates present were undoubtedly qualified pirates. After briefly weighing the feasibility of Green's proposal, they all made the same choice, to stay and wear Jaeger down. As for the possibility of being in danger, for pirates, there's never a day when their lives aren't in danger. What's more, there's a sandbag to draw fire. Jaeger, standing upright, used his tentacles, which served as his legs, to take a stride of dozens of meters, quickly catching up with Dawn and the others. Roar! Bang, bang, bang! With a furious roar, Jaeger's 5 tentacles unleashed their full power, carving furrows into the ground and walls, sending dust billowing everywhere. The already difficult situation of dodging the tentacles was further hampered by the rising dust, making it even harder for Tang In and his companions to avoid their attacks. Someone could be hit by a tentacle at any moment. Damn it, why did we turn? Couldn't we just rush into the tunnel to avoid it? Feshman, who had subconsciously followed Aster who was running ahead, suddenly remembered this and couldn't help but complain. Fool! Don't be fooled by how hard those tentacles seem when they attack us. They're still soft-bodied creatures. Getting into the tunnel will be a piece of cake for them. Aster explained to Feshman with a grim face, while carefully dodging the tentacles. There were reasons why Dawn and the others did not choose to hide in the corridor to avoid Jaeger. Keep in mind that tentacles are soft, so even if Jaeger stretched out his body and was hundreds of meters long, entering the corridor would be a piece of cake. For Tang In and the others, the narrow space of the corridor was not very conducive to avoiding the tentacles' attacks. So what? At least we won't be caught by it so easily in the corridor. Damn it! You're still arguing even when I call you an idiot. That deep pit. Aster snapped at Feshman, somewhat agitated. If we can't shake him off when we get to that pit, what will we do? Who gets across first, and who gets across later? Upon hearing Aster mention the deep pit, Feshman immediately understood. If Jaeger's energy is not exhausted by the time they reach that deep pit, then everyone will inevitably argue about the order of arrival, since the earlier they go, the safer they are, while those at the back will likely be left behind. In that situation, it was almost predictable that everyone would turn against each other and be wiped out by Jaeger. After all, everyone present was a pirate. There was no one who would sacrifice themselves for others. In this situation, if this continues, we might not even be able to wait for it to run out of energy before we all die, Grant said to the group, panting heavily. As the only high-sensory professional still alive, his stamina was decreasing rapidly under the dual torment of the eerie whispers and tentacles. Just say what you're thinking, Captain Grant. We each chose a direction and fled separately. Those who were unlucky enough to be targeted by Jaeger are on their own. The group of people were taken aback when they heard Grant's suggestion, then showed a strange expression and quickly agreed to Grant's method. When Don heard Grant's suggestion, his face darkened. Damn it, this was clearly aimed at him. During the mass exodus, Tang intentionally used Shave to adjust his position so that he wouldn't attract two tentacles at the same time. After all, Shave is a short-range, fast movement skill, and it's difficult to completely escape the tentacle's attack range. But at this moment, one tentacle was still fixed on him, bombarding him relentlessly. If everyone scattered and ran away, then with this tentacle pulling them along, Jaeger would definitely target him. Therefore, Grant's proposal at this moment was clearly aimed at him, which is why the other captains agreed so readily. Since no one has any objections, let's prepare to take action. Suddenly, the tentacle that had been targeting Don stopped abruptly after failing to achieve anything for a long time. The countless eyes on the tentacle darted around erratically, and after a moment, the eyes that had stopped moving stared directly at Don. Tang Yin felt a chill run down his spine as he was stared intently at by dozens or even hundreds of large, bright eyes. Then, a rustling sound inexplicably echoed in Tang Yin's ears. Layer upon layer of whispers kept drilling into Don's brain. Don felt as if he was drunk. The whole world spun in his vision, and it was as if something was covering his ears, greatly obscuring his hearing. He could only faintly hear some rustling whispers. At this moment, Don finally understood the feelings of those perception-based professionals. That eerie whisper actually originated from Jaeger. It's possible that Don's perception attribute is too low, or it's possible that the power used by this tentacle is stronger at this moment. Compared to those perception-based professionals who can still move normally under the influence of low perception, Don is completely unable to move at this moment. At this moment, Don felt as if the whole world was drifting away from him. His sight, hearing, and smell were all gradually becoming blurred. Bang! With a loud bang, taking advantage of the moment when the power was used to control Tang Yin, the tentacle rose high and delivered a powerful blow that accurately struck Tang Yin, sending him flying once again. The violent force swept away the surrounding smoke and dust, clearly exposing the scene to everyone. Everyone was stunned by the scene. We haven't even made a move yet, and your designated meat shield is already gone? What do we do then? The captains looked at each other, completely bewildered. Damn, this is the third time. The moment he felt the explosive impact, it proved that at least his sense of touch hadn't left him. That was the only thought in Don's mind. Unlike last time, when he was merely grazed by the impact, and unlike the first time when he was fully prepared and used his iron block defense. This time, I was completely unprepared and was hit head-on by the tentacles. My senses were fully restored while I was flying upside down in the air, and the surrounding scenery was rushing past me. This time, with no cover, Tang Yin was sent flying nearly 100 meters before landing on the ground, bouncing a few times before finally coming to a stop with difficulty. Then, Don felt a sharp pain strike him, and he almost fainted. Even with the pain level halved, the intense pain was still unbearable for Don. With difficulty, he opened his eyes and looked at his own condition. Half of his body had turned bluish-purple. Although he had never experienced this before, the feeling coming from his chest was that his bones were broken. However, he couldn't determine exactly how many bones were broken. In short, this situation can be summed up in one word: miserable. Chapter 42, Desperate Situation. After lying on the ground for a long time, I felt the pain that had almost made me faint subside, and a faint tingling sensation came from my body, proving that the extraordinary ability of extraordinary recovery was taking effect. Tang Yin roughly estimated that at this recovery rate, it would take at least several minutes to recover to the point where he could barely move, and it would probably take more than 10 minutes to fully recover. This situation is absolutely terrible. Hearing the continuous banging sounds coming from afar, Tang Yin's face darkened. Although this time, they were temporarily freed from the schemes of the other captains, the price they paid was far too heavy. Although we are nearly 100 meters away from the battlefield, it's only a few steps for Jaeger's massive size. Normally, if Don were at this distance, the others would have no choice but to swallow their anger and watch helplessly. After all, at this distance, they wanted to divert the trouble eastward, and Tang Yin could avoid it in advance. However, Don had already lost his ability to move. If others tried to divert the trouble to Jaeger, Dawn would be at their mercy. As for the option that the pirates wouldn't do such things, that's simply impossible. Pirates are not a group of creatures with principles. Everyone had witnessed Dawn's inexplicable attraction to the tentacles. If they discover that Dawn is seriously injured and unable to move, then all the pirates, except for their own men, will try to lure Jaeger to Dawn. Once Jaeger gets close to Dawn and is drawn to him, the pirates can take this opportunity to get away from Jaeger and catch their breath. Even better if Dawn retains his inexplicable attraction to Jaeger even after becoming a corpse. In that case, Dawn could hold Jaeger off for a long time. After all, even if Jaeger wanted to completely crush his superhuman physique, it would take some effort. At that point, whether they choose to escape or stay and we're down Jaeger, everyone will have a more relaxed option. Thinking about it this way, even Dawn himself was a little tempted if this bait wasn't himself. Due to the angle at which he fell, Dawn was unable to see the specific situation on the battlefield. He could only hear the roars of monsters in the distance, the slapping and knocking of tentacles, and the faint footsteps coming from the gaps. At this moment, all Dawn could do was pray that the pirates, preoccupied with dealing with Jaeger, would realize their own condition later. In the tense atmosphere, several minutes slowly passed, and Tang had never felt that these few minutes had been so long. Dawn's prayers seemed to have some effect, as the sound from the battlefield suddenly began to fade into the distance, as if someone had led Jaeger in another direction. Tang immediately perked up his ears nervously and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the sound was indeed fading away. I tried moving my body a bit. The swelling on his body has gradually subsided, and the broken bones are beginning to heal. In a little while, he will be able to regain his mobility. Roar! Suddenly, the roar became clearer and louder, and Dawn's expression changed drastically. This was Jaeger's reaction as he approached this side. Damn it, if it had been a little later. As the sound drew closer, it became almost certain that Jaeger was indeed moving towards this side. As Jaeger's roar grew closer, Dawn could faintly hear the sound of disordered footsteps, which must be the culprit who had lured Jaeger here. Damn it, you bunch of bastards, stop it now. These were the voices of the two pirate henchmen. By now, the two had no longer concealed their identities as professionals, since in this situation, non-professionals would basically not survive. Dawn was somewhat moved that his two pirate underlings still managed to say a few words of loyalty at this moment. However, having only recently become professionals and being in a lower-ranking profession, the two are still at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. In this situation, it's good enough if they can save their lives. They can't play any role at all, so no one pays any attention to what the two of them say. Soon, Jaeger arrived near Dawn. At this point, although Tang was able to move slightly, it was still impossible for him to get up, run, and dodge, so Tang didn't want to make those undignified struggles anymore. When facing the tentacles before, Dawn estimated that they would only stare at him without any regard for anything when he was within 5 meters of them. Now he can only gamble on whether the person who lured Jaeger over can accurately gauge the distance so that Jaeger won't notice him. His injuries are healing faster and faster. In just a little while, he will be able to protect himself to some extent. Even if he is hit by a tentacle again, he will not die. Just then, a dark shadow leaped over Dawn, followed by a cheerful voice that reached Dawn's ears. Thank you, Captain Dawn. Farewell, Captain Dawn. It's Aster. Only this assassin could pull Jaeger away with any semblance of composure at this moment. Watching Aster's departing figure, a chilling killing intent erupted in Dawn's eyes. This was the first time Dawn had ever wanted to kill someone so much. The last time he felt this level of killing intent was because of this body. Damn it, if I survive, I'll kill you right now. Just as Dawn was cursing Aster in his heart, it suddenly got dark. Dawn felt a chill run down his spine. Jaeger had arrived. A tentacle lashed out at Aster with incredible speed, creating a sonic boom. But as the tentacle passed over Dawn's head, it abruptly came to a stop. The countless eyes on the tentacles all turned to Dawn and stared intently at him. At this moment, the tentacles had entered within 5 meters of Dawn. The tentacle aimed at the spot where Dawn was lying, raised high, and then slammed down on Dawn. Seeing this, despair immediately appeared in Dawn's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles were right in front of him. Before the tentacles even touched Tang, the force of the impact had already driven Tang and deep into the ground. Tang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, making his already unhealed injuries even more severe. However, Don was no longer in the mood to consider this issue. As the tentacles approached, Tang murmured to himself, "Is this the end?" Just as a series of images were flashing through Tang's mind, the tentacles suddenly stopped. At this moment, the tentacles were only a few centimeters away from Tang, and a violent impact caused Tang's body to deform slightly. Then, to Don's astonishment, the tentacle turned into ashes inch by inch, scattering across the sky. Jaeger's energy is depleted. Chapter 43, Ancient Pirate King. At this critical moment, Jaeger's energy finally ran out. The dramatic shift from despair to survival left Don momentarily speechless. It wasn't until a dark shadow crashed down on Tang and that he came to his senses, let out a long sigh, and looked at the thing that had hit him and rolled to the side. What came into view was a withered and grotesque expression, Jaeger's only remaining head. Don was slightly taken aback, then realized that both Jaeger's withered body before transformation and his excessive power after transformation proved that Jaeger was consuming not just simple professional energy, but his life force. It's normal for the body to be completely depleted of energy and vanish into nothingness at this point. Looking at the disgusting head, Tang raised his arm, which he could barely move, and slapped it hard. The head, which had exhausted its life energy, was now more fragile than sand and turned into powder in an instant. Suddenly, a ghostly blue figure appeared and, to Tang's astonishment, swiftly entered his body. Don immediately lost consciousness. When Don regained consciousness, he found himself in a pitch-black space, surrounded by nothingness. At this moment, Don could not feel the severe injuries that had previously rendered him unable to move. Had a long time passed, and the injury has fully healed? Or, thinking of the ghostly blue figure he saw before losing consciousness, Tang's expression turned solemn. Damn it, that bastard's professional ability has such a big drawback. Sure enough, powers that aren't earned through personal cultivation are unreliable. A cursing voice suddenly rang out. Tang looked in the direction of the sound and saw a faint blue light slowly coalescing into a human shape. "Who are you?" Don asked warily, looking at the figure that was gradually taking on a somewhat human shape. "Who am I? That's an interesting question. You bunch of guys barged into my house without any restraint, and now you want to know who I am." The ghostly blue figure had a hint of sneer on its face. Upon hearing the ghostly blue figure's reply, Don revealed a knowing look. "So you are that ancient pirate king?" "Pirate king, what a nostalgic title." A look of reminiscence appeared on Ghost's face. "So what are you doing now? And where is this place?" After confirming that the person in front of him was indeed the owner of this ruin, the ancient pirate queen, Don asked in a deep voice. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a sense of horror. This ruin had existed for at least several thousand years, which meant that the pirate king had lived for at least 1,000 years, exceeding the lifespan of many legends. It should be noted that ordinary legends only live for a few hundred years, and even if they take various life-extending potions, elixirs, or rare and precious herbs, they can only live for about 1,000 years. This pirate king, who was supposedly only a 4th-tier pirate, actually outlived many legends. "Where's this place?" "This is, of course, your Sea of Consciousness." Upon hearing Don's question, the ancient pirate king revealed a subtle expression. "My Sea of Consciousness?" Although he had suspected it for a while, when the ancient pirate king told Don the answer, Don's heart still sank. "So you want to possess me?" "Possession." The ancient pirate king was slightly taken aback, then understood what Don meant and laughed with pleasure. A very suitable word. "Yes, I want to possess your body." Sure enough, Don felt a chill in his heart upon receiving confirmation from the ancient pirate king. At that moment, he was filled with remorse for having impulsively knocked Jaeger's head earlier. Seemingly sensing what Don was thinking, the ancient pirate king chuckled and said, "The choice wasn't a coincidence, but rather because among all these people present, only your physique can bear my soul. The others are all too fragile." Looking at the pirate king who had given him a detailed explanation, Don's brain raced. He guessed that this ancient pirate king hadn't spoken for thousands of years, so he had a strong desire to express himself. He immediately prepared to have a heart-to-heart talk with this pirate king to buy time and find a way to get out of this predicament. However, before Tang could take any action, the ancient pirate king spoke up. All right, let's not waste any more time. I can't wait to have a body and experience this wonderful world. Upon hearing the words of the ancient pirate king, Don's expression changed drastically, and he assumed a defensive posture. The next moment, the ancient pirate king's illusory arm swung, and Don was struck as if by a heavy blow, flying backward. Don felt that the intensity of this attack was even greater than that of the previous tentacles, but strangely, apart from the intense pain, his body was not damaged. Only some fragments of unknown material were scattered. Although it was somewhat incomprehensible, there was no time to think about it now. In any case, it was never good to keep getting beaten up. Don stood up and steadied himself, staring intently at the ancient pirate king. Seeing the ancient pirate king raise his hand again, they immediately focused their attention on the moment his arm fell. Shave your head. He stomped his feet dozens of times in an instant, and then flashed away from where he stood. Don was overjoyed to have dodged it. Since he could dodge it, he still had a chance to fight. The next moment, a tremendous force struck, sending Tang flying again, sending debris flying everywhere. At the same time, the voice of the ancient pirate king rang out. Don't make futile struggles. The battle in the sea of consciousness mainly relies on willpower. Even that little sea monster that has already advanced to the 3rd tier has been able to resist for so long only because a part of its will has been left outside. You're just a mere 2nd tier cultivator with less than 15 points in willpower. You have absolutely no chance of resisting me. In my previous life, I already possessed extraordinary willpower and was preparing to advance to legendary status. Even after the passage of time, it will be enough to easily crush you. Don ignored the words of the ancient pirate king and continued to get up and charge at him, only to be knocked away again. Gradually, as a large amount of debris was expelled from the body, a feeling of weakness arose spontaneously, and the thoughts that had been rapidly searching for a way out gradually became blurred. Can you feel it? These fragments are your consciousness, your will, your soul. When you are completely shattered into these fragments, you will perish completely, and I will successfully possess your body. Ha ha. Seeing that Don was visibly weakening, the ancient pirate king couldn't help but get excited and, on a whim, began to explain in detail to Don. Chapter 44, Overlord. So that's how it is. After hearing the ancient pirate king's explanation, Don finally understood. Unless you are a professional who specializes in soul-based abilities, you will not know this knowledge, nor will you have the opportunity to know it. Therefore, there is no related knowledge in the Campbell family's heritage. However, it's not too late to know these things now. Even if we had known them from the beginning, it wouldn't have changed the current situation at all. Previously, Don was at least able to occasionally dodge the ancient pirate king's attacks, but now, after being hit with a large number of soul fragments, he has become noticeably weaker. Don has become a piece of meat on the chopping block, and can only be slaughtered by the ancient pirate king without any room for resistance. Bang! 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 Seeing that Don was powerless to resist, and that success was within reach, the ancient pirate king swung his arms faster and faster. Don was now like a sandbag, being hit and beaten, with fragments of his soul scattering everywhere. Each blow from the ancient pirate king weakened Don more and more. At this point, Don had completely lost the ability to resist and could only slowly walk towards death under the constant blows of the ancient pirate king. Gradually, as Tang was being beaten and sent flying around, memories of his life in this world over the past month since he transmigrated came flooding back. This must be the legendary revolving lantern, Tang thought, his mind wandering. If I hadn't been overconfident and participated in this expedition, this wouldn't have happened. This thought involuntarily popped into Don's mind. If he had eaten that flame fruit before, he wouldn't be in this predicament now. Is this really the end? Since his transmigration, Tang has not slept at all. Although he is influenced by the talent of the sleepless talent only allows him to maintain his energy without sleeping, not that he cannot sleep. However, because the situation was not very optimistic, Tang didn't dare to fall asleep. That's it. I can finally get a good night's sleep. Sure enough, A good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing. Even after transmigrating, he still can't do anything or change anything. It was the same in my past life. Thinking back to his past life, Tang Un's gradually sinking consciousness suddenly became clearer. A sudden surge of inexplicable anger rushed to his brain. Why? Why, after being as lowly as dust in his past life, and having transmigrated once, is he still treated this way? Are you kidding me? They've clearly already traveled to another world. They survived situations where they were certain to die, like Jaegers. Clearly, they had already grasped the path to the top. Why should I die in a place like this? Resentment, hatred, shame, and anger eventually transformed into an endless rage that burned fiercely in Don's chest. How could I die in a place like this? Don opened his bloodshot eyes and stared intently at the ancient pirate king, struggling violently with his body. Seeing Don's performance, the ancient pirate king couldn't help but glance at him slightly. Even in this situation, he still has the strength to struggle. He really has a strong will to survive. He then chuckled and shook his head. Unfortunately, it's just a futile struggle. The next moment, a violent aura surged out from Tang Un's body, and an incomparably domineering and supreme will swept over, engulfing the entire consciousness space in the blink of an eye. For a moment, the pitch-black consciousness space was brightened a bit. Seeing this, even the ancient pirate king, who had maintained a calm and confident demeanor throughout, showed a moment of shock for the first time. How is this possible? This is Dragon's Might. No, that's not right. It's not quite the same as Dragon's Might. Before the ancient pirate king could think further, countless black and red lightning bolts filled the entire space of consciousness. It struck him amidst the horrified gaze of the ancient pirate king. No! After a mournful wail, the ancient pirate king was reduced to countless fragments. Hey, you two, get out of the way. There are only 2 of you, but there are 5 of us. Although you are also professionals, there are differences between professionals. With your fighting ability, any one of us could easily take you down. You'd better be sensible and obediently submit to us and make way for us. Don't worry, we have the advantage now. Once Feshman and his team take down that green, they will be completely powerless to resist. Fine, considering you're all professionals, I'll give you a chance. If you're still stubborn after we take down that green, don't blame us for being impolite. As Don's will gradually return to his body, he heard this conversation. Realizing that the external crisis had been completely resolved, the other captains were finally going to turn against him. I can't help but feel fortunate that I came to my senses in time. However, Don did not rush to get up. Instead, he first examined his condition. Don had not forgotten the severe injuries he had sustained before entering the consciousness space, which made it difficult for him to move. After all, the idea that a long time in the consciousness space is only a moment outside is something Tang Un had seen many times in his previous life. My body has recovered surprisingly well. Although I am not fully recovered, it has not had much impact on my combat ability. It seems that quite some time has passed since we entered the consciousness space. After confirming that he was all right, Tang Un slowly opened his eyes and stood up. You bastards, you're really unlucky. I really need to vent my anger right now. Since they've already torn off all pretense, it's better to save ourselves the trouble of playing along with them. Upon hearing Don's voice, the pirate's expressions changed drastically. Captain. Very good. The 2 pirate henchmen who had been blocking Don's way immediately became excited upon seeing this. Don was somewhat moved by the loyalty of his 2 pirate crewmates in such circumstances. Such loyalty was truly rare among pirates. So Don nodded to the 2 of them, expressing his approval. Captain, you're back to normal. That's wonderful. A voice came, making Don look over. He saw Ingalls with a relieved expression running towards him, as if to give him a hug. Since the distance wasn't far, they rushed to Tang Un's side in an instant. Captain, watch out! Ingalls, who had just arrived in front of Don, held a dagger that gleamed with a cold, eerie green light and thrust it toward Don's waist. Chapter 45 Kill. As the dagger was about to pierce Don's body, Ingalls couldn't help but reveal a smug expression. The dagger was coated with a supernatural poison refined by an apothecary, which would corrode even a supernatural physique. unless Don's constitution reaches 25 points and he gains the extraordinary feat of elemental resistance. This terrifying poison will rapidly corrode the area around the wound, at which point Don's extraordinary defense and regeneration abilities will be exposed. Ingalls and Grant essentially gave up all their savings to buy this poison. Indeed, Ingalls was Grant's man from the very beginning, and the other captains knew this from the start as well. Tang En and his companions actually joined the expedition as prey. From the very first day that Don and his group arrived at Scimitar Harbor, Ingalls and Grant and others had already been keeping an eye on them. Just as Ingalls was feeling smug, a large hand precisely gripped his wrist, which was holding the dagger. At that moment, the dagger was only a finger's width away from Don, but that hand held his wrist firmly like an iron clamp, preventing him from advancing an inch. Unfortunately, Don also saw through their ill intentions from the very beginning. However, Don's overconfidence led him to join the scheme. That's why we almost got caught up in this. Ingalls' smug expression froze the moment Don captured him. Feeling the overwhelming power emanating from his wrist and seeing Don's indifferent expression, Ingalls couldn't help but swallow hard and asked unwillingly, "When did you find out?" At this distance, Ingalls, who had a general understanding of Don's strength, knew that he was basically doomed and that even if others wanted to rescue him, it would be too late. "When you were still in your mother's belly." One hand clamped down on Ingalls, while the other extended a finger. Finger gun activated. In Ingalls' desperate gaze, Don's finger gun pierced his throat with lightning speed. Then, with a pop, the finger was pulled out, and fresh blood slowly flowed out from the hole pierced by the finger gun. Ingalls felt a chill in his throat, instinctively raised his hand to cover the bloody hole in his throat, made 2 hoarse sounds, and then collapsed weakly to the ground. After landing the blow, Don casually tossed Ingalls' arm aside, not even desiring to look at him again. First, he turned to look in Green's direction and saw that although Green was in a bad situation, he seemed to be able to hold on for a while. He then felt relieved and looked at the crowd in front of him. Grant, Astor, and Hawkins. Feshman and 2 other pirates were besieging Green. All of this happened in just a few seconds. 1 second ago, several people were already ready to cheer that Ingalls had done a great job. The next second, Donald stabbed Ingalls to death with a finger gun, and the huge difference in their reaction left them speechless. However, before they could react, Don didn't wait for them. After scanning the area and confirming the target, he immediately began his operation. Shave. It wasn't until they lost sight of Tang and that the 3 of them came to their senses. "Oh no, watch out." Realizing that Don was about to attack them, they immediately became fully alert. Grant, who was a perception type, was the first to react and immediately shouted at Assur. "That's right, Don's target is Astor. Don isn't one to hold grudges. After all, if there's a grudge, it's best to settle it on the spot." At this moment, Astor also saw the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. He was startled and felt a chill run down his spine. The next moment, Don still raised his finger and poked him. "Call out." Fingers as hard as steel sliced through the air, producing a loud whooshing sound. Astor, of course, wouldn't sit idly by and try to twist his body to dodge Don's finger gun. Astor's efforts were not in vain. Despite his desperate dodges, Don's finger gun only pierced his right shoulder. Before Astor could even feel the joy of surviving a disaster. "Call out." Another whooshing sound filled the air. Not good. It was too late when he realized what was happening. He felt a chill in his throat and instantly lost all his strength. This time, the finger gun struck Astor precisely in the throat. "Astor is dead. Damn it, let's all attack together." I refuse to believe that being injured so many times in a row won't have any effect on him. Grant gritted his teeth and said to Hawkins beside him when he saw this. Grant knew all too well that there was no turning back now. A fully healthy Don would require at least 4 captains plus Ingalls in full health to put up a fight. All of this is predicated on Feshman, the strongest melee fighter, blocking Don head-on, while others cooperate to interfere. However, now, Fisherman, who was trying to surround and kill Green, was instead held back by Green. Ingalls, the main damage dealer, was directly killed, and the others were too exhausted in the previous battle. This is why Astor was instantly killed by Don. Now the only option is to entice Hawkins to go up and delay Don's advance, and then take the opportunity to escape. As long as he escapes to a certain distance, Don Ken and the others will not relentlessly pursue him, since Green's situation is still very critical. So after speaking to Hawkins, Grant immediately dashed out the door like an arrow released from a bow. Grant's idea was good, but reality was harsh. Grant is smart, so is Hawkins a fool? Grant hadn't gone far when he suddenly saw Don blocking his way. What happened? Hawkins was taken down so quickly. Although he didn't know what went wrong with his plan, he didn't have time to think about it. At this moment, Grant, as a pirate, was not lacking in the courage to risk his life. Grant flicked his wrist and swung his long sword at Don, like a gazelle leaping off a cliff. Bang! Don casually raised an arm, effortlessly blocking Grant's slash. The blade struck the flesh and blood arm with a dull thud. Immediately afterward, Don grabbed the blade with his backhand, exerted force, and then kicked out. Grant felt as if he had been hit by a giant hammer, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. The longsword instantly slipped from Grant's hand and was caught by Don, a true example of disarming someone with bare hands. The next moment, Don closed in and moved in front of Grant before he could react. The longsword slashed down fiercely. In the final moments of Grant's life, he turned his head to look at the spot where he had been standing and saw that Hawking was still standing there, motionless. What was he doing? Should we give up and wait to die? With this question destined to remain unanswered, a head shot into the sky. Chapter 46 Apology. After killing Grant, Don walked toward Hawkins, who remained motionless in place. Although Don didn't know what Hawkins was thinking, seeing that Hawkins showed no intention of taking any action, Don would have to prioritize dealing with Grant. Until Don walked up to Hawkins. Thump! Hawkins immediately knelt down before Don. The speed and decisiveness of the action surprised even Don. Captain Don, I surrender. Hawkins' decisive surrender left Don completely bewildered. However, this is not the time to waste, since Green is still in crisis. You two keep an eye on him. He turned and ordered the two pirate underlings who were standing there dumbfounded, then walked towards Green. Hawkins' decisive and humble surrender made Don hesitant to kill him, but he trusted him completely. Moreover, the situation on Green's side was still urgent, so he could only arrange for two pirate henchmen to keep an eye on him. Even if he had something on his mind, the two of them could delay him for a while. Yes, Captain. Leave it to us with confidence. The two only came to their senses after hearing Tang Un's instructions. After taking a couple of steps, Don turned back again, still worried, and added, Be careful. Understood. Don't worry, Captain. ×2. Everything happened so fast that by the time Fisherman and his team noticed what was happening, the battle was already essentially over. Seeing Don heading towards the battlefield, Fisherman made a snap decision, immediately abandoning the two pirates and turning to run. Green alone wasted so much time for three people without them winning, and with another player like Don, who is clearly stronger, the outcome is already obvious. Even Fisherman, who considered himself the strongest fighter among the four captains, did not believe he could defeat Don head-on. At most, he could rely on his exquisite martial arts skills to hold his own. Seeing Fisherman's frantic escape, Don frowned slightly. He then glanced at Green, whose pressure had lessened considerably after Fisherman's escape. Judging from the sight that the two pirates were no match for Green now, Don immediately made his choice and chased after Fisherman. With each shave activated in quick succession, Don's figure flashed, advancing more than 10 meters with each flash. Activating shave at this frequency would undoubtedly put a tremendous strain on his body, and only Don's extraordinary physical strength could allow him to do so. Although Don had tried his best to catch up, the distance between them was too great. Fisherman must have practiced movement techniques, because although the distance between them was gradually decreasing, Fisherman was already almost at the door. Once inside the corridor, it would be difficult for Don to catch up with him. Although Shave was fast for short distances, it was too fast, so it could only move in straight lines and could not turn at all. In the winding corridor, Shave's speed would inevitably be limited. Just as Fisherman was about to enter the corridor, Don's eyes narrowed, and he kicked out in mid-air. Storm kick. A crescent-shaped blade of air was kicked out by Don, heading straight for Fisherman. As Fisherman was fleeing, he was about to enter the corridor when a sharp whooshing sound came from behind him. He instantly realized that this was Don's attack. If he turned around to defend himself, he would inevitably be slowed down, and he might be caught up in that moment of being blocked. But way out was right in front of them. Fisherman had seen Don use the shave technique before. Fisherman, who was very skilled in martial arts, quickly realized the advantages and disadvantages of the shave technique. At this moment, he understood that as long as he entered the corridor, he would basically be alive. Thinking of this, a ruthless look appeared in Fisherman's eyes. Instead of dodging or avoiding, he leaped into the air. A spray of blood drifted through the air as the storm kick struck Fisherman squarely in the back. Although it injured him, the power of the storm kick was weakened due to the distance, so the injury was not fatal. Instead, Fisherman used the momentum from his kick to leap into the tunnel at an even faster speed. After landing, it rolled over lazily, immediately got up and rushed inside, and soon disappeared after turning a corner. Seeing this, even though this was his enemy, Don couldn't help but admire Fisherman's decisiveness. Since it's already difficult to catch up with Fisherman, there's no need to waste energy. Anyway, the ending was already predetermined. Returning empty-handed, they quickly returned to Green's battlefield. The remaining two pirates, seeing Don return, couldn't help but show expressions of despair. Under the combined attack of Don and Green, they soon met their end there. After dealing with the pirates and seeing that he was temporarily safe, Green, who had been holding on by sheer willpower, suddenly lost his spirit and collapsed to the ground. In terms of combat ability alone, Fisherman and Green are basically the same. Green was raised by a large family, while Fisherman is also a veteran with extremely rich combat experience. However, Fisherman had two strong allies, so even though Green was constantly being pressured by the extraordinary weapon Red Peck, he also suffered considerable injuries. If it weren't for the fact that the red beak was too sharp and Fisherman didn't dare to use his body to block it easily, Green probably wouldn't have lasted until Don regained consciousness. "Captain, I'm sorry." Green apologized to Don as soon as he caught his breath. Don was slightly taken aback when he heard Green apologize, then chuckled and said, "There's no need for that. After all, there are more of them. You've already done your best." "No, that's not what I meant." "What is that?" Tongan asked in surprise. Green was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "When you were seriously injured, Captain, I originally wanted to lure Jaeger away, but Engels stopped me. He said that as long as you die here, everyone will be safe, and Miss can also take this opportunity to become the captain of the Black Pearl. I am tempted." Upon hearing Green's words, Don immediately understood. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that when his schedule was brought over, both of the pirate henchmen had tried to stop him, but Green hadn't made a sound. So that was why. "It's all right. You and I are not in a subordinate relationship. Your master is Annie, so it's normal for you to think about Annie." Don smiled without any concern. "Besides, if you hadn't risked your life to hold them off, I might have been killed by them before I even woke up. You rest for a while and recover. I'll go check on that prisoner." Then Don thought of Hawkins, who was being closely watched by two pirate henchmen. During this time, Hawkins showed no signs of resistance or escape whatsoever. Such a pragmatic person is rare indeed. Chapter 47 Loot. "Now tell me your thoughts," Don said with a serious expression, looking at Hawkins kneeling upright in front of him. "How dare I have any thoughts? Captain Don, you decide how to deal with me. Whatever you want me to do, I will not say a word." Hawkins responded excitedly upon hearing Don's words. "Since that's the case, then let's just kill them." "All right, Captain." Upon hearing Don's words, Hawkins was startled. Before he could speak, two pirate henchmen beside him immediately drew their swords and stepped forward, ready to attack. Seeing this, Hawkins hurriedly begged for mercy. "Wait, Captain Don, spare my life. I still have a use for you." This was not what he had expected, and Hawkins couldn't help but secretly regret his own cleverness. Seeing this, a smile appeared in Don's eyes, and he gestured for the two pirate henchmen to stop. "Oh, tell me, what use are you to me?" Seeing Don's interested expression, Hawkins dared not cause any more trouble this time, fearing that Don might attack without warning. There are still several hundred pirates outside. Of course I know that Captain Don has more men under his command, but every captain leaves at least one professional outside, which means there are at least 4 or 5 professionals outside right now. Of course, these people are nothing to Captain Don, but if so many people get into trouble, it could cause considerable losses to your men. However, things will be different with me here. As long as I lead my men to join you, the other 3 ships, which are already weak, will have even less power to compete with us." After hearing Hawkins' statement, Don thought for a moment and then said, "It sounds reasonable, so I'll reluctantly accept you." "Thank you so much, Captain Don. You are very kind." Upon hearing Don agree, Hawkins was overjoyed and immediately thanked Don profusely. However, Don spoke again, looking directly into Hawkins' eyes, abruptly ending Hawkins' joy. "If you're planning anything underhanded, think of Ingalls. I'll be watching you closely." No, Captain Don, don't worry. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west." This brief struggle had already left Hawkins drenched in sweat, and at least for this moment, he dared not have any other thoughts. Don gave a non-committal and then turned and left. "Everything is settled now. It's time to check out my spoils." After awakening Conqueror's Haki in the consciousness space and blasting away the consciousness of the ancient pirate king, Don accepted all of his memories and roughly understood everything about him. The ancient pirate king was a 4th-tier wizard. Yes, there were wizards in the New World once. Tens of thousands of years ago, due to the wizard's reckless experiments, the gate to the abyss was opened, causing the entire New World to be invaded by demons. Wizards in the Old World did the same thing. However, unlike the Old World, which was completely controlled by wizards, the New World has a unique profession called the monk, a profession whose overall strength is no less than that of wizards. After driving out the demons and seeing their homeland in ruins, the monks could no longer tolerate it. They joined forces with other professionals to either expel or eliminate all wizards, and then sealed away all knowledge related to wizardry. This led to the complete loss of the wizard profession in the New World. The expelled wizards could only flee to overseas regions where resources were scarce at the time, and eventually gradually disappeared from the history of the New World. The ancient pirate king can be said to be one of the last wizards in the New World. As a wizard specializing in soul magic, he had already reached the threshold of legend during his lifetime, but unfortunately he perished for some reason. Fortunately, he had laid a contingency plan before his death, which allowed him to survive in these ruins until now. Don walked to the stone throne, looked at the remains of the ancient pirate king, expressionlessly reached out and ripped off the crown from his head, then tossed the body aside. After tapping and knocking on the throne a few times, the stone slab on top was removed, revealing an exquisite box underneath. These 2 items are the most valuable things in this ruin, and also Don's greatest spoils of war. Upon opening the box, a dazzling light immediately filled Tangen's eyes. Even though it made his eyes uncomfortable, Tangen did not look away, staring intently at the exquisite glass bottles inside the box, each filled with various colored liquids and shimmering with iridescent light. At that moment, Don had only one thought in his mind: I've made a killing. Even though he already knew this in the memories of the ancient pirate king, Don still couldn't help but swallow hard. The box contains attribute potions. Each bottle can increase the user's attributes below the extraordinary level by 1 point. There are a total of 6 attribute potions in the box, in 2 colors, blue and purple. According to the information in my memory, the blue one is an intelligence potion, and the purple one is a perception potion. There are 3 bottles of each. This was a contingency plan left by the ancient pirate king, allowing him to quickly regain some self-defense capabilities after possessing another body. There were originally more than just these few bottles, but the ancient pirate king left some in the first 2 halls as bait to lure people deeper into the area. Without a doubt, those were obtained by Grant and Jaeger, with Jaeger even using them to advance to the 3rd tier. No wonder one of them risked offending the pirate king by not attending the captain's council, and the other gathered so many men to come here at all costs. Keep in mind that even the cheapest attribute potion costs thousands of gold coins. Potions like those for intelligence and perception, which are in high demand even among wealthy wizards, can cost tens of thousands of gold coins to buy. As for the crown in Don's hand, it is a marine treasure. Treasures are different from extraordinary items. They're naturally born in the world. Don's devil fruit can be considered a kind of treasure. This marine treasure is called Ocean Calamity. Its function is to slightly affect the weather within a certain range on the ocean. Although it is only a slight influence, its effect can become stronger over time. For example, the storms that engulf the entire island and surrounding waters are the result of the long-term accumulation of marine disasters. This is a strategic level treasure. This ocean catastrophe crown alone could fetch at least tens of thousands of gold coins. Tang was in high spirits after receiving these good things, and even the gloomy mood he had felt from his several near-death experiences was dispelled. Captain, is it really okay for us not to chase after fishermen? Chapter 48, Despair. Hawkins, a newly recruited subordinate of Dawn, approached and asked, Captain, are we really not going to chase after fishermen? If he runs out first and joins the other pirates, then our men and the navigator will be in danger. Also, that deep pit we came from earlier, if Engels had cut the ropes and was already dead, we would be completely trapped here. At this moment, Hawkins was genuinely thinking of Dawn's best interests. After all, if he were trapped here and died, what would be the point of abandoning his dignity to join Dawn's cause? Dawn just smiled and ignored Hawkins's reminder. However, since he had already obtained everything of value, there was no point in staying any longer. Hey, Green, how's the recovery going? Any problems with the return trip? No problem, Captain. Green stood up and nodded, indicating that there was no problem with his actions. After all, they were just minor injuries. Although they would affect his combat ability, they would not affect his ability to travel. Then let's go back. Staying too long will make our navigator lady worry. Oh, right, take that precious pearl with you. Without any unexpected incidents, and with the light from the jewel, they didn't even need torches. Dawn and his companions quickly arrived at the deep pit, and sure enough, the rope had already been cut by fishermen. Although he had expected it, Hawkins still couldn't help but show a look of despair when faced with this situation. Just as he was about to say something, he turned around and saw that everyone else looked relaxed, as if the current situation did not cause them any trouble. Just as Hawkins was wondering if the group had lost their minds due to this despair, Dawn grabbed the rope and leaped into the air, making several frog-like jumps before easily landing on the other side. Hawkins immediately looked horrified, rubbing his eyes hard as if he had seen something unbelievable. Fisherman was in high spirits after crossing the pit and cutting the ropes first. The distance of several dozen meters was definitely not something a second-tier professional could cross. Now, as long as he controlled the situation outside, then Dawn and the others, who had no one to help them, would be completely trapped inside. Although it's a pity we didn't get the treasures from the ruins, it's good to get the legacies of the other captains. And if we wait a year or two until Dawn and the others die in the ruins, we can come back and retrieve the treasures. Imagine having 6 pirate ships under your command in the future, which can be considered a small fleet. Even if you're not a third-tier professional, your prestige will already surpass that of most third-tier pirates. Imagining the wonderful life to come, Fisherman quickened his pace and soon emerged from the cave. The torrential rain outside had not stopped and was still pouring down, but the pirates outside were still busy with something. Still lost in his daydreams, Fisherman didn't look closely and shouted. Dawn's gang attacked the other captains inside. Now, apart from me who escaped, all the other captains are dead at his hands. Everyone, let's take down Dawn's lackeys first. He then charged into the crowd, but halfway there, he realized something was wrong. Upon closer inspection, he saw that not a single pirate had moved. The pirates were all looking at him, as if he were an idiot. Fisherman finally realized that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out exactly what the problem was. Just then, Anne came out of her room and chuckled when she saw Fisherman. Oh, isn't this Captain Fisherman? What brings you out here? You. The moment he saw Annie, Fisherman knew things were going badly, but he didn't have time to think. He pounced on Annie like a tiger, knowing the principle of capturing the leader first. The best option right now is to first capture this beautiful and charming navigator, and then inquire about what happened outside while they were inside the ruins. Call out. A sharp slash came from the air as Lewis, wielding a scimitar, slashed at Fisherman. This forced Fisherman to stop and deal with Lewis. After only a few exchanges, Lewis was sent flying by Fisherman, although he performed somewhat poorly against Dawn and Green. However, Fisherman's fighting strength among the 5 ships could still be ranked third. Just as Fisherman was about to pounce on, and after repelling Lewis, a dozen pirates stepped forward and blocked his way. A mere dozen or so ordinary pirates think they can stop me? Fisherman looked at the pirates in front of him with a disdainful expression, and then pounced on them like a hungry tiger. Fisherman, who was fantasizing about taking down the pirates with one punch, immediately realized something was wrong as soon as he started fighting them. Given his combat prowess, even trained non-professionals would find it difficult to withstand a single blow from him. Yet, each of these pirates could exchange 2 blows with him and escape unscathed. After fighting for half a day, he hadn't achieved any results at all. These people are all professionals? Fisherman was stunned when he discovered this fact. In this world, professionals below the legendary level are very difficult to identify when they are not fighting, unless they are professionals with extraordinary perception who can roughly identify a professional by sensing a person's physical strength and energy. When Fisherman saw these dozen or so professionals, he finally realized what had happened outside. He was confident he could defeat even 5 or 6 of these professional pirates, but now there were more than a dozen. Fisherman couldn't help but show a look of despair. Shortly after dawn and the others left, Annie led her men to attack the other pirates. With the help of a sneak attack and the combat prowess of a dozen or so professionals, they captured the pirates without paying a heavy price. At the beginning in Scimitar Harbor, Don and Annie saw that Grant had ulterior motives. After all, his and Engel's performance was too clumsy. However, they were confident in their own combat ability and the more than 20 professionals. Don still chose to fall into this obvious trap. After all, they had their eyes on Don, but Don had their eyes on them too. But no one expected that the most obviously fake ancient pirate king's ruins in this trap would actually be real. This almost caused Don to get into trouble. After all, who would have thought that the ruins of an ancient pirate king could actually be found by a second-tier professional, and that they would dare to contact people to explore them in such a grand manner? You should know that even the current pirate kings would go crazy if they discovered the ruins of an ancient pirate king. Chapter 49, Extraordinary Will. When Tang In and the others came out, Feshman had already been hacked to death by his subordinates. Even though he was a top-ranking warrior in the second tier, he had no chance to fight back against more than a dozen other warriors of the same tier. Even Green needs the sharpness of his red beak to have a chance of winning. Without any extraordinary weapons, Feshman's fate was already sealed. Seeing Don and the others come out, Annie immediately chuckled and gestured to Don, showing him the mangled body of Fisherman on the ground. The implication was, "You're not good enough either. You had such a big advantage, yet you still managed to let one of them escape." Seeing Annie's expression, Don instantly understood what he meant and couldn't help but twitch his lips. This wicked girl, just wait and see how she'll beg me later. What's this? Suddenly, seeing Hawkins quietly following behind Don, Annie couldn't help but wonder, how is this person still alive? Seeing Anne's expression, and then looking at the unrecognizable Fishman on the ground, Hawkins felt a chill run down his spine. At this point, he was well aware that they were the real prey, and that they were the ones who had been targeted from the very beginning. "Let's go inside and talk. It's not good for us to get soaked in the rain. You all go inside too. Let's arrange for some people to put the prisoners in the caves and the ruins to take shelter from the rain." After saying that, Tang In led the cadres into the house. As soon as everyone sat down, Annie couldn't wait to ask Don, "Why are we still keeping this person around?" As soon as Anne spoke, Hawkins was so frightened that he could barely sit still and his whole body began to tremble. Although Anne didn't specify, it was undoubtedly referring to him. Now that Anne has taken down all the pirates outside, Hawkins' previous claim that she was of no use is completely unfounded. "So from the moment I came out, I acted like a quail, afraid that they would notice me. But what was bound to happen would happen." Upon hearing Annie's question, Hawkins immediately looked at Don with pleading eyes, fearing that Don might casually tell him to chop him up. "A wave chaser is still very useful," Don explained to Annie. "Highly intelligent people are hard to find, and who knows when we'd be able to train them ourselves. Moreover, given how sought after the wave chaser is, recruiting them isn't easy, so taking this one directly will save a lot of trouble." Upon hearing Don's explanation, Hawkins immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the reason Don was willing to take him in was not because he needed him to deal with the pirates outside, but because he valued his profession as a wave chaser. If we were to rank the most suitable professions on the high seas, the number one would undoubtedly be the wizard. Wizards can do 99% of the things that other professions in the world can do. However, a properly trained wizard can only graduate and go out to gain experience after reaching the 3rd level. Even so, most wizards choose to continue to bury themselves in the mysteries of magic. Moreover, those wealthy wizards rarely ventured into the dangerous seas themselves. And as for wild wizards, well, let's just say their abilities in all aspects were rather underwhelming. Second on the list is the Wave Chaser. The Wave Chaser's ability to manipulate ocean currents is extremely useful on the high seas. During the storm, besides the Black Pearl, the only ship that did not suffer any casualties was the Wave Chaser. A well-established fleet on the high seas must have at least one wave rider. His 3rd-tier advanced class was Tide Rider. In Tang Un's memory, the scene of that towering wave was arguably the most extraordinary sight he had ever witnessed in his life, although in the end, that person was still beaten to a pulp by the Oathkeeper. I see. Annie nodded in agreement. The importance of the Wave Chaser was still very important, a point Annie also agreed with. Hey Dawn, tell me what happened inside the ruins. Let Green explain it to you. I need to confirm some things first. Seeing that Annie had already gone to Green to learn about the specific situation inside the ruins, Dawn took out a professional card from his pocket. A string of information flashed by above. Based on your personal characteristics, you have awakened the professional ability, Conqueror's Haki. Your talent and domineering potential have awakened. Based on your willpower attribute, you have gained the extraordinary feat, Iron Will. Based on your personal characteristics and professional abilities, you have been awarded the Professional Expertise King title. Name, Don Campbell. Age, 20. Level, 10. Order, 2nd Order. Occupation, Pirate Captain. Talents, Alien, favored by heaven, possessing the qualities of Tyrant. Strength, 17. Agility, 10. Stamina, 22. Charisma, 11. Intelligence, 12. Perception, 12. Willpower, 20. Professional skills, 6 styles. Professional abilities, plunder, omitted. Activating ships, omitted. Conqueror's Haki, displaying the aura of a king. Specialties, personal expertise, alienation, hypoesthesia, insomnia. Exceptional strengths, exceptional resilience, stamina, exceptional recovery, stamina. Iron Will greatly increase his resistance to charm and seduction abilities. Personal professional expertise, Overlord. As an Overlord, one should be born with a will that surpasses that of ordinary people. The increase in power was due to the activation of the plundering ability when Conqueror's Haki was used to kill the ancient pirate king. The 2-point increase in intelligence was due to the absorption of fragments of the ancient pirate king's consciousness. Of course, these were just minor incidents. The real surprise was the willpower attribute. 20 points, extraordinary willpower. While the enhancement of extraordinary willpower in combat is merely manifested as resistance to certain control-type abilities, it is undoubtedly the last among the 7 attributes in terms of its impact on combat power. However, this does not diminish the importance of extraordinary willpower, which ranks first among the 7 attributes. After all, it is the ticket to entering the legendary realm. In this world, how many 4th-tier professionals are stuck at the threshold of extraordinary will, unable to make any progress, with no hope of becoming legendary, and can only die with resentment? Some old monsters have even been stuck for decades, their minds twisted. Now, Tang In, a professional who is not even at the 3rd tier, already possesses extraordinary willpower. To put it bluntly, even though Tang is only a 2nd-tier professional now, he can be said to have 1 foot in the legendary realm. If this news gets out, it will probably drive those old monsters crazy with jealousy, and they'll gang up on him to kill him. Although the trip was a bit bumpy, compared to what we gained, those bumps were negligible. As for his several near-death experiences, Don said that he wasn't really dead yet. Smack! A crisp sound pulled Tang In back from his great joy. Disturbed from his self-indulgent reverie, Tang In frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the sound. Chapter 50, Dividing the Spoils. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Annie glaring angrily at Green, who was kneeling on one knee, head bowed and silent, with a clear red handprint on his face. Upon seeing this scene, Don was taken aback. How dare you make such a decision on your own? Annie glared at Green through gritted teeth, wishing she could kill him. Green told and everything that had happened at the ruins, including what he had witnessed, including how his momentary hesitation had put Dawn in danger. Upon hearing Green's account, Annie instantly transformed into a furious lioness, slapping Green hard across the face. Even with Green's stamina of 15, the slap left a clear handprint, demonstrating the immense force Annie exerted, and was incredibly frustrated. The rapport she and Dawn had painstakingly built up over this period had been completely destroyed by Green's momentary lapse in judgment. If Green hadn't been a staunchly loyal follower of hers, she would have been ready to draw her sword and kill him. When she saw Dawn looking at her, Annie forced herself to say, "I'm sorry, Dawn. Green really went too far this time. I promise it won't happen again." Upon hearing Annie's words, Dawn first looked puzzled, then realized what she meant. Don't worry about it. Besides, if Green hadn't desperately stalled at the last minute, I probably wouldn't have survived either. At most, we can consider these two matches a draw. How could it be a tie? Hearing this, Annie wanted to say something unwillingly, but after thinking about it, she could only fall into an awkward silence. If Green hadn't pulled this stunt, the relationship between the two sides would definitely be much closer just because he saved Dawn in there. Thinking of this, Annie couldn't help but glare fiercely at Green again. The room fell silent. Annie was thinking about how to make amends to Dawn because of Green, but Dawn didn't take it to heart at all. Just as Dawn said, Green was loyal to Annie, not him. At this moment, Tang Yin's mind was focused on the fruitful harvest, while the others, due to the tense atmosphere earlier, dared not speak casually. The awkward atmosphere inside the room was broken only by the knock on the door. Come. After hearing Dawn's permission, a man in a raincoat pushed open the door and walked in. It was Hans. "How is it, Hans?" Dawn immediately perked up when he saw that the visitor was Hans. "I'm sorry, Captain, there's been an accident. The white shark and the flying fish have sunk." Even Hans' usually composed face showed a hint of embarrassment. When Donald Hans was looking after the ship, he told him to seize the other ships when the opportunity arose, because no one else, for whatever reason, would be wealthy enough to leave a professional to watch the ship. With Hans and his 6 men, plus a group of ordinary pirates, and if they were prepared but caught off guard, taking down the other ships shouldn't be a problem. Now that there's a problem with the transfer, Tang Yin couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. "What's going on?" It was Grant's sharks. Among those sharks, there was one that had become possessed. For some reason, it suddenly went mad. We had no choice but to bombard it. Under it and our bombardment, the white shark and the flying fish sank. After hearing Hans's words, Dawn nodded, not paying too much attention. It was just 2 ships. If they sank, so be it. Compared to the huge gains this time, these 2 ships were nothing. Moreover, even if Dawn were given that many ships, he wouldn't have anyone trustworthy and capable enough to send them over. Currently, the only 2 people under his command who have some leadership qualities are Hans and Lewis, but Lewis is still lacking. As for Anne, as the only navigator, she must stay by her side, and Green is his bodyguard, so he cannot be sent away either. After a moment's hesitation, Dawn began to give orders to the group. "Lewis, take a few men and take Hawkins to find those prisoners and see how many of them are willing to join us." "No problem, Captain." "Don't worry, Captain. I can't guarantee anything else, but all my former men will definitely join you." "Hans." Dawn turned to Hans. "Take some extra men and find the angry whale. Ship. Clear." Soon, everyone who received the order filed out, leaving only Dawn, Annie, and Green inside. Dawn took out his loot from the ruins and placed it on the table, which immediately caught Annie's attention. Looking at the exquisite crown, Anne's eyes lit up. With her knowledge and perception, she easily confirmed that it was a wonderful item with extraordinary abilities. "Is this what we found in the ruins?" Seeing Annie's gaze, Dawn chuckled and said, "This is a marine treasure. Its effect is to slightly alter the weather in a region. The longer the effect lasts, the better." Hearing Dawn's words, Annie became excited, and then something occurred to her. Is the storm outside its power? Yes, but Dawn paused slightly, placing his hand over the box containing the potion. "This is the real gem." Seeing Annie's puzzled look, Dawn opened the box. In an instant, blue and purple light shone brightly, illuminating the small room. Looking at the potion in the box, Annie was initially slightly mesmerized by its dazzling light. Then, realizing what it was, her breathing quickened. This isn't a tribute potion. Annie stammered, overwhelmed with shock. Smack! Don closed the box, bringing Annie back to her senses, and she reluctantly looked away. Then, his eyes burned with fervor as he looked at Tang. On 6 potions, you only need 3 for perception, right? What about the 3 for intelligence? Even though Annie held a very high position in the family, the only resource the family provided was a bottle of agility potion. Seeing the 3 intelligence potions, Annie suddenly became a little overwhelmed. Don is clearly a melee class, and has absolutely no need for intelligence attributes, at least not before becoming legendary. As for becoming legendary, the level determines the need, and, at that point, attribute potions are as readily available as water. Yes, I don't need this intelligence potion for the time being. What should I do? Tang pretended to be worried. Annie, already caught up in a moment, didn't notice Don's teasing tone. She gritted her teeth and adopted a seductive posture. Brother Don, how about giving me these few bottles of intelligence attribute potions? The cloyingly sweet tone gave Tang goosebumps. Chapter 51 Appointment. Although Anne's seductive manner and sweet voice were extremely alluring, it was clear that she had received training in this area. But thinking about Annie before, the contrast between the two still gave Don goosebumps. In the end, Don still gave the intelligence attribute potion to Annie, not because he was moved by Annie's pretentious act, but because he had already made up his mind from the beginning and was just teasing her. He didn't expect that he would be the one to suffer in the end. After all, the only people around Don who currently have intellectual needs are Annie and Hawkins, who has just joined him. Even if he wanted to sell it, with Tang's second-tier strength, possessing such a valuable treasure would make him easy prey for being swindled, and he could easily lose his life if he encountered a ruthless person. So Don had already decided from the beginning that Annie should take this. This is the only way to maximize profits. As a class with primary perception, secondary agility, and intelligence, Annie has 17 points in perception, 16 points in agility, and only 15 points in intelligence. It is widely acknowledged that improving intelligence is extremely difficult, second only to improving willpower. 3 intelligence potions are enough to raise Annie's intelligence attribute to 18 points. Card classes below legendary generally increase their main attribute by 4 points and their secondary attribute by 2 points when they are promoted. Classes with values below this are basically considered lower-tier classes. For example, the lower-ranked class of Tang Pirate increases the main attribute by 3 points and the secondary attribute by 2 points. Therefore, the ideal state for a second-tier professional before advancing is 17 points in their main attribute. After advancing, they can reach 21 points in their main attribute without triggering attribute weakening. Once Annie advances to the 3rd tier, she will be able to possess both extraordinary perception and extraordinary intelligence. Their combat power will be extremely formidable at that time. As for the concern that Annie might surpass him, Don said that while there might have been such concerns before, under the influence of his extraordinary will, such worries simply do not exist. Moreover, once I finish taking these 3 bottles of perception potion, all the requirements for advancing to the 3rd tier will be met. As long as the bounty is met, I can immediately advance to the 3rd tier. After dividing the spoils, the two quickly drank a bottle of attribute potion. Each attribute potion takes a day to be fully digested before they can drink the next bottle, so it will take them 3 days to finish all the potions. This is a perfect opportunity to take 3 days to rest and recuperate on the island. After all, having experienced the storm and the subsequent battle, even Don felt a little tired, let alone the pirates who were just ordinary people. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight shone through the crack in the wall panel. Seeing this, Tang opened the door and went outside, only to find that the thick dark clouds in the sky were gradually thinning. Rays of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the dark clouds, and a rainbow could be faintly seen forming on the distant horizon. The moment Don obtained the crown of the ocean disaster ceased affecting the weather here. Now, the storm that has shrouded this island for countless years is finally beginning to subside. 3 days passed quickly. Don and Annie had finished taking their attribute potions, and Lewis and Hawkins' recruitment of pirates went smoothly. In the previous battles, although the professionals were unharmed, the ordinary pirates inevitably suffered more than a dozen casualties. The other 4 ships, along with Jaeger's remaining men, totaled more than 300 men, of whom about 200 had been captured in the previous battle. At this point, almost all the prisoners chose to surrender to Dawn. After all, for pirates, nothing was more important than life and wealth. Loyalty? Worth a few gold coins? Besides, didn't you see that other captains all surrendered? The total number of pirates under Dawn's command has now reached around 400. As for the professionals, Annie killed them all without leaving a single one alive. After all, these professionals held some prestige among the pirates, and keeping them around could easily lead to accidents. Moreover, Dawn is not currently lacking in second-tier subordinates. It's impossible to fit all these people onto the Black Pearl, even if the Black Pearl could. Hans also found Jaeger's ship, the Whale Hunter, without any incidents this time. Including the captured Bloodbird and Wave Chaser, there are a total of 4 pirate ships. After a brief discussion with Annie, Dawn appointed Hans as captain of the Whale Hunter, with 5 other professionals who had boarded the ship with him to assist him. Lewis was appointed captain of the Bloodbird, and 5 professionals were assigned to assist him. As for the Wave Chaser, after careful consideration, Hawkins was decided to remain captain, since Dawn's crew was limited and lacked any truly capable men. However, apart from leaving behind 2 pirate underlings who had entered the ruins with him to serve as the new bosun and sailing captain of the Black Pearl, Dawn sent all 9 other professional pirates to the Wave Chaser to keep him in check. Hawkins had thought he would be lucky to survive, but now he was surprised to be able to continue commanding the Wave Chaser. Overjoyed by this unexpected turn of events, he immediately swore an oath of loyalty to Dawn. The fact that so many professionals were assigned to the job clearly showed a lack of trust in his behavior, and that the person seemed completely indifferent. While not commenting on his act of loyalty, Dawn said he still found it quite pleasing to hear. As for the ordinary pirates, after they were all scattered, except for 200 people left on the Black Pearl, the rest were divided equally among the 3 ships, with about 60 or 70 people on each ship. Of course, none of the original crew members from the Chasing Waves were sent back. They were all on other ships. Standing on the deck of the Black Pearl, looking at its formidable power, Dawn couldn't help but be filled with doubt. Who would have thought that in just over a month since arriving in this world, it would already have such a strong team? Even and felt dizzy looking at the scene. At this moment, she felt that the decision she made a month ago was really the right one. If she had become a captain back then, she might not have achieved such results even in a year, let alone a month. At this moment, Tang In was eager to go out and do something, increase his bounty, and enter the 3rd tier as soon as possible. In particular, the several dangerous situations he experienced in the ruins made Tang Un's need for power even stronger. Only when one reaches the 3rd rank can one be considered a strong individual among professionals. Moreover, for those high and mighty figures above, only those who reach the 3rd rank can barely be considered human by them. Chapter 52, The Wonderful Uses of Conqueror's Haki. Boom! On the Black Pearl, an invisible wave of energy suddenly erupted, and the pirates on the ship fell down one by one like wheat being harvested. Even the other 3 ships were significantly affected. Aside from professionals, very few pirates can maintain a clear mind. This scene clearly shows Dawn testing his newly acquired ability, Conqueror's Haki. According to Tangen's guess, domineering aura is the energy of his profession, and only 3rd-tier professionals can begin to touch upon this energy. However, due to the unique nature of Conqueror's Haki, it is possible for it to awaken before reaching the 3rd rank. This is precisely why Dawn is unable to use Conqueror's Haki freely. Although he has been able to use it normally after a few days of practice, once Dawn uses Conqueror's Haki, he has no way of distinguishing between friend and foe. However, it wasn't without its gains. After several days of exploration, Dawn had a full understanding of the effects of Conqueror's Haki. Any creature with a willpower attribute below 11 points would fall into a coma under the impact of Conqueror's Haki, while those with a willpower attribute below 13 points would be suppressed by Conqueror's Haki, resulting in a decrease in combat power. Those with a willpower attribute below 15 will feel some discomfort. Although there are no test subjects with a willpower attribute of 15, Dawn guesses that a willpower attribute above 15 should be able to completely ignore the impact of Conqueror's Haki. In other words, only professionals of the third rank or above can completely ignore Don's Conqueror's Haki. It can only be said that Conqueror's Haki is indeed a powerful tool for clearing out mobs. Hey Don, can you please stop testing your abilities? Your constant antics are seriously hindering our journey, Annie said to Don with some dissatisfaction. Although she wouldn't be knocked unconscious by the impact, the feeling of panic, as if facing a dragon, still made it impossible for her to calm down and do anything. Moreover, with so many pirates falling into a coma, there simply weren't enough people to operate the ship. Just then, the newly appointed bosun Tom shook his head, which was still a little dazed from the impact of Don's Conqueror's Haki. He felt something was wrong with himself, so he quickly took out his class card to check it. Then he immediately shouted, "Captain, my willpower attribute has increased by a little." Tom was one of the two pirate henchmen who followed Don into the ruins, while the other pirate henchman, Jerry, became the captain of the sails. Based on their loyalty shown in the ruins, Don specifically kept them on the Black Pearl and promoted them to officers. These words immediately drew everyone's attention. Annie was also stunned for a moment, then immediately looked at Don with an excited expression. "Quick, Don, a few more times, I want more." Green, standing to the side, also looked at Don with eager eyes. Don's eye twitched involuntarily. What kind of outrageous words were these? At this moment, the pirates also realized what was happening and all looked at Don eagerly. Although they didn't dare to make demands on the captain like Annie did, their longing expressions still made Don's scalp tingle. "Since that's the case, I'll grant your request." Boom! The Conqueror's Haki swept out once again, and wherever the invisible shockwave passed, the pirates who had just regained their senses fell down in droves. After a few more days of experimentation, and with the newly appointed Captain Jerry also showing a slight increase in his willpower attribute, Don and Annie were finally able to confirm that being suppressed by Don's Conqueror's Haki for a long time could indeed improve their willpower attribute. While there may be limits, judging from the effects of Conqueror's Haki, it should be possible to increase a person's willpower attribute to 15 points. This was confirmed after Green felt a noticeable improvement in his willpower after being exposed to Conqueror's Haki for the past few days. Both Annie and Green have a willpower attribute of 14 points, but because Green is a traditional class that has achieved this through self-cultivation, he is more sensitive to his own situation. An improvement of less than 1 point will not be reflected in the class card. Although both examples only improved from 11 points to 12 points, and they were probably just one step away from reaching 12 points of willpower, they were ultimately able to take that final step under the impact of Conqueror's Haki. Overjoyed, the navigator unilaterally announced that the captain should release his Conqueror's Haki every day without affecting daily affairs, which was unanimously agreed upon by all the crew members. After all, the pirates' thirst for power is ingrained in their bones, and even those who do not become professional pirates do not lack the desire for power. Faced with the capricious navigator and the overwhelming public opinion, Don could only helplessly agree, even though the latter was of no use. The reason why there was no fixed time for Don to release his Conqueror's Haki is that the effect of Conqueror's Haki would be reduced if he was prepared. To better experience the effects of Conqueror's Haki, the other three ships moved as close as possible to the Black Pearl, causing the fleet's overall speed to slow down again. This time, however, no one had any objections. 1 month later, near the main channel, boom, 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 the booming of cannons echoed throughout the nearby seas, and cast iron shells rained down around the merchant ship, splashing up huge sprays of water. Although none of them hit the ship, every splash that landed on the deck sent shivers down the spines of the sailors. For pirate ships surrounded the merchant ship in the distance, their hundreds of menacing cannons pointed menacingly at it. Clearly, the previous bombardment was just a warning. Faced with a huge disparity in strength between the enemy and ourselves, the merchant ship decisively raised the white flag and surrendered. Soon, the 4 pirate ships departed with their loot, leaving the sailors on the merchant ship heartbroken. These 4 pirate ships belonged to Don and his crew. After a month of training, all the crew members had reached 11 points in willpower. Apart from a few unlucky ones who were turned into idiots by the continuous onslaught of Conqueror's Haki, there were no other surprises. As for those unlucky fellows, Don was kind enough to have them thrown into the sea so they wouldn't have to suffer in this world any longer. They were all ruthless pirates, each with a lot of lives on their hands, so Don felt no discomfort at all in treating them this way. No crew member had any complaints about the plight of these unfortunate fellows. Compared to the slight increase in willpower, the mere 1% risk was practically nothing. Chapter 53, Conscience. For merchant ships that had just surrendered, Don strictly adhered to the piracy code, only plundering half of the cargo. This was partly because he still needed to operate on this route for the time being, and partly because leaving them alive would allow the merchant guilds behind them to issue bounties. As for the previous case involving the Golden Orange, as long as it's handled cleanly, no one on those small merchant ships would care, and no high-level professionals would specifically search for the murderer, since countless such incidents happen on the high seas every day. Moreover, it was just an exception, and the Pirate King might not care. He also knew very well that it was impossible to get these unruly pirates to completely abide by the pirate code. So as long as it's not an overt violation of the law that slaps him in the face, the Pirate King will turn a blind eye. Hey Don, the loot we plundered this time is only worth 12 gold coins, not even enough to pay the wages of the men below. Annie finally realized that she had been tricked by Don. This kind of haul is the norm for pirates. Making nearly 1,000 gold coins in one go, like when they plundered the original Giant Tooth, is rare even among third-tier pirates. Given the current size of the Don fleet, it costs hundreds of gold coins every month just to pay the crew's wages. Annie can already foresee that as the Don fleet grows stronger, her savings will gradually dry up. If it weren't for the astonishing effect of Don's newly awakened professional ability in training willpower, Annie would probably have already run away with Green by now. Upon hearing this, Tang couldn't help but sigh. What can we do? Is there any way to increase our income? Don was also helpless. At the time, he was only focused on expanding his team and never thought that he simply couldn't afford to support so many people. However, it would be difficult to ask Don to give up, as a larger scale would be more advantageous for increasing the bounty. If all else fails, we can separate them out and make them self-sufficient, and suggested after thinking hard for a long time. No, Don shook his head slightly. If we don't work together, the bounties they get for their crimes won't be added to my payout. The top priority right now is to get me enough bounties. The main purpose of Tang in forcibly supporting so many people is to increase his own bounty. If it doesn't help increase the bounty, then why waste the money? Seeing Don's decisive refusal, Annie frowned and said, "Then what should we do? I don't have much money left." The two fell silent. After a long while, Annie took a deep breath and said, "The most important thing now is to quickly increase your bounty and advance to the third tier. Once you successfully advance, these problems will no longer be problems. I'd like to, but if it's just a regular raid on merchant ships, those merchant guilds won't offer me a high bounty anymore." Don shook his head with a wry smile. "Since ordinary looting won't work, let's loot something extraordinary." Don was taken aback. "You mean colonies?" and said with a serious expression, "We'll go and raid the colonies directly." Colonies are resource-producing regions and islands occupied by various countries in the old world. What a joke. Don frowned. Even the worst colony has a third-tier professional guarding it. No matter how arrogant I am, I don't think I can beat a third-tier professional right now. And gritted her teeth. I can contact my family to hire someone to assassinate the third-tier guard and seriously injure him. Then we can take the opportunity to raid the colony. Anyway, the key to your advancement is the bounty, not defeating the third-tier guard. As long as the assassin didn't actually kill a Tier 3 professional, the fact that you raided the colony is enough to warrant a hefty bounty on your head. If all else fails, we can massacre the colony's inhabitants. When it came to the massacre of civilians, Anne's face remained expressionless, her emotions completely unmoved, as if she were calmly slaughtering chickens and sheep. Looking at Annie, who showed absolutely no remorse, Don truly understood the indifference that those in power had towards those in lower positions. "I don't want to drag innocent people into this," Don said in a deep voice. "Innocent? Annie gave a mocking smile. "No one in this world is innocent. Put away your worthless pity. The weak have no right to pity others. You were the one who told me that the road to career advancement is never smooth. Remember, no legendary figure has clean hands. If you still maintain this hypocritical kindness, then you might as well go home and find a decent job. With your qualifications, you should be able to live a comfortable life for the rest of your days. More importantly, the naval headquarters already established by the coastal nations of the Old World are now gradually consolidating their bounties on pirates. When that happens, getting promoted will be even more difficult. Think it over carefully. If you want to quickly obtain a high reward, this is the only way. With that, Annie stormed off. Tang In had long ago learned from his memories that the superiors in this world disregarded the inferiors. Even the original owner of this body, a fallen nobleman, would not care about the lives of ordinary people. Deep down, Don knew that sooner or later he would have to stain his hands with the blood of innocent people, but he always thought that day would be a long, long time from now, long enough for him to get used to everything in this world. After all, the kindness that Tang In had cultivated under the red flag was not something that could be easily abandoned. But, unexpectedly, this day came so soon. However, if they don't choose Annie's method, then with Don's current meager efforts, it will take at least a decade to accumulate enough gold coins for the bounty. As for Annie's suggestion to not pursue a professional career and instead go back to work, let's set aside his ambition to climb the social ladder. From the moment Don extracted the first devil fruit, he no longer had this option. It was inevitable that the special nature of devil fruits would attract the attention of legendary wizards, and once they began to pursue them, it was only a matter of time before Don was discovered. Don't underestimate the abilities of legendary wizards. Don is now racing against time. It's a matter of whether he'll ascend to legendary status first, or whether the legendary wizards will discover him first. Don remained lost in thought, unable to find a solution that satisfied both sides, until the moon was high in the sky, at which point Don finally snapped out of his reverie. Looking at the gloomy sky, Tang In sighed helplessly and took out his professional cards. A prize draw is in progress. Congratulations, you won a devil fruit. Extract. Chapter 54 Advanced Schemes. Looking at the name of the devil fruit he had drawn displayed on the card, Don's eyes widened in disbelief. He then immediately found a fruit and extracted the devil fruit. Watching the apple in his hand gradually turn into a strange purple fruit, Don ate it without hesitation. Vomit! It has to be said that although Don had never eaten excrement before, the moment he ate the devil fruit, he couldn't help but have a thought. This stuff is indeed even more disgusting than excrement. After gagging for a while, Donald recovered and began to feel the changes in himself and the powerful force. Then, looking at the information that had been refreshed on the class card, his pupils dilated instantly, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Here comes the perfect solution. Excited, Don decided not to rest and spent the whole night enthusiastically testing his new ability. Until it arrived the next day. Well, you've been racking your brains all night. Judging from your expression, you must have come to a conclusion by now, Annie said calmly to Don. Looking at Annie in front of him, Don smiled brightly. Yes, there's already a result. We're looting the naval port. Naval ports are places where old world countries need to resupply islands and garrison troops along certain shipping routes. These islands are generally desolate, without any resources, and even without ordinary people living there, or rather, they don't exist now. When Annie heard the word robbery, she nodded subconsciously, then suddenly realized what it meant and looked at Don with disbelief. What the hell are you talking about? We are raiding a naval port. Don smiled and repeated himself. He wasn't surprised by Annie's reaction. Damn it, do you know what a naval port represents? Annie's voice unconsciously grew louder, causing the pirates on the ship to turn their gazes over. Upon seeing that it was the captain and the navigator arguing, they immediately moved away from the area, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Realizing she had spoken too loudly, Annie lowered her voice. Any military port, even excluding third-tier professionals, will have at least several hundred well-trained soldiers, and even more than 10 second-tier professionals. Those aren't the oddballs on our ship. They're all genuine professionals with real potential who are worth nurturing. Robbing a naval port? You're just itching to die. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Calm down, Annie. I have my reasons for choosing the naval port, Don said gently, trying to reassure Annie. Then I'd like to hear what brilliant ideas the captain has to offer, and said sarcastically. I will cover the entire battlefield with Conqueror's Haki when the battle begins. Under the suppression of Conqueror's Haki, I think we can still take down a small military port with our combat strength. Upon hearing Don's suggestion, Annie considered it seriously and found it to be feasible. Yes, your ability is indeed very helpful in group battles. Our crew has already adapted to your conqueror's haki. While our combat strength will certainly be inferior to others, overall it will improve our combat power. This method is indeed feasible. As she finished speaking, Annie's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and she immediately began preparing to take action. Then I'll contact my family right away to find a suitable military port and contact an assassin. She was about to contact her family. Annie had a long-range communication device that could even travel across the storm sea to the old world, which she had taken with her when she left home. However, this kind of thing is expensive and has a limited number of uses, so it is not used easily unless it is a particularly urgent matter. All we need to do is find a naval port. Don stopped Annie. Upon hearing this, Annie stopped and looked at Don in confusion. We don't need an assassin. Don looked at Annie with a serious expression. After staring intently at Don for a long time and confirming that Don wasn't joking, Annie turned and left without the slightest hesitation. Hey, wait, Annie. Don could only hurry after her. I think you've lost your mind. Have you forgotten what happened in the ruins so quickly? And finally couldn't help but blurt out to Don, a mere Jaeger who's lost his mind has kept you on your toes, nearly killing you. Now, you actually want to challenge a fully fledged Tier 3 professional. I think you've forgotten the pain of your past mistakes. Tangen could only smile helplessly. Indeed, it was a well-known fact that the barrier between the second and third tiers in this world was insurmountable. If it were Tang Yin before today, he wouldn't have dared to have such a crazy idea as challenging the third tier with his second tier status. However, Don is different now. In just one night, he has been completely transformed. Ultimately, unable to persuade Annie, Don had no choice but to show her the class cards. Annie was stunned the moment she saw Don's professional card. Name, Don Campbell. Age, 20. Level, 10+2. Order, second order. Occupation, pirate captain. Talents, alien, favored by heaven, possessing the qualities of tyrant. Strength, 19-24. Agility, 13-18. Stamina, 25-30. Charisma, 14-19. Intelligence, 12. Perception, 17-22. Willpower, 20. Professional skills, 6 styles. Professional abilities, plunder, omitted. Activating ships, omitted. Conqueror's haki, omitted. Specialties, personal expertise. Aberrations, hypoesthesia, insomniacs. Bat fruit, mythical zoan, vampire form. Your race has shifted slightly, allowing you to transform into a vampire and possess some amazing abilities. Please explore and develop these abilities on your own. The curse of the sea. You will forever lose the ability to swim. Exceptional strengths. Exceptional resilience, stamina. Exceptional recovery, stamina. Extraordinary resistance. Stamina. Your resistance to various elements and toxins is greatly increased. Iron will omitted. Personal professional expertise, overlord, omitted. The idea of a creature gaining a level across realms was something Annie had never heard of before. Even the most learned elders in her family probably hadn't witnessed such a thing. Because she was too shocked, Annie didn't notice that the willpower attribute on the class card was blocked by Don's finger. The fact that the attribute of extraordinary will appeared in a mere second-tier professional was far too terrifying. Even in Tangen, who seemed to have a close relationship with her now, dared not easily let her know. Annie may have made some guesses about Don's Conqueror's haki ability, knowing that this ability must be related to willpower, but she could not have guessed that this ability would actually require extraordinary willpower. Chapter 55, The First Devil Fruit. A prize draw is in progress. Congratulations! You have drawn the Devil Fruit Bat Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Vampire Form. Extract the Bat Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Vampire Form. Bat Fruit, Mythical Zoan, Vampire Form. The ability that the lone red in the original work obtained was also one of the several plans Don had made for himself. First of all, the choice for the Zoan type is undoubtedly Mythical Zoan. To this day, the words Mythical Zoan are synonymous with power. Don's first choice for Mythical Zoan is undoubtedly the human fruit known as the sun god, mythical Zoan, Nika form. However, Don was not very confident that he could draw it in a short time. Therefore, several more substitutes were selected later in the draft. Second on the list is Guy's fish fruit, mythical Zoan azure dragon form, while third on the list is this bat fruit, mythical Zoan vampire form. So after drawing it, Don didn't hesitate to eat it, since he desperately needed power right now. Although it's a bit of a shame that he can't eat the Nika fruit, Don isn't a perfectionist, otherwise he wouldn't have planned substitute fruit. And the vampire fruit did not disappoint Don. By simply consuming it, Don gained +2 to strength, +3 to agility, +3 to stamina, +3 to charisma, and +2 to perception for a total of 13 attribute boosts. Moreover, after transforming, Don's strength, agility, stamina, perception, charm, and other attributes all increased by 5 points. The only pity is that the attribute increases after transformation cannot be used to obtain extraordinary feats. However, even without acquiring the special ability, the regenerative power brought by the vampire fruit's ability is no less than the extraordinary special ability Super Regeneration, gained after reaching 35 points in the stamina attribute. This is just a basic upgrade. After consuming the vampire fruit, Don also gained the ability to control blood, sound waves, hide in the dark, and fly. With all these enhancements, Don possesses an additional biological level that transcends rank. In other words, from the perspective of professional card players, Don has already reached the combat power of a Tier 3 player. As far as Don knew, this situation had never occurred before in the world, at least not within Don's comprehension. Moreover, the vampire fruit has a crucial advantage. It extends lifespan. Even legendary professionals typically only live for a few hundred years. In this world, the more powerful a profession is, the shorter its lifespan, except for wizards. At the legendary level, each level of a creature takes several years or even decades to advance. Therefore, the ability to extend lifespan is still quite important in this world. Besides, who hasn't dreamed of immortality? After all, even Tang Un's charming ancestor in his previous life had been pursuing this thing. How'd they do that? Annie screamed in disbelief after being shocked for so long. Adding a biological level was something she had never heard of before, and was certain that no one in her family had ever seen such a thing, let alone heard of it. Seeing Annie's extremely frightened state, Don gently put his index finger to his lips to make a shushing gesture, and then, after Annie calmed down a little, he said to Annie, "Of course it's a secret." Then he observed Annie's expression, but to Don's disappointment, Annie did not break down as Don had expected. Hearing Don's slightly teasing reply, Annie was taken aback at first, but then she calmed down completely. That's true. A secret of this level can't be easily revealed. After gathering her thoughts, Annie continued, "Although you already possess the combat power of a Tier 3 professional card, I still need to confirm with you your current specific abilities." Upon hearing this, Don became serious. Since Annie didn't seem inclined to delve deeper, that was perfect. Although Don wasn't too concerned about telling Annie about the devil fruit, the best-case scenario was, of course, for him to be the only one who knew the secret. "My current ability is to manipulate blood, whether it's my own or someone else's, and I can quickly recover by drinking blood. I can fly, and I also have the ability to manipulate sound waves. My hearing has also been greatly improved, and I have some ability to hide in the dark." Don explained in detail to Annie the combat abilities of his vampire fruit, since he was counting on Annie to choose an opponent for him. It would be a huge injustice if she picked someone he couldn't beat because of a lack of information. To give Annie a better understanding of his current strength, Don activated the power of the vampire fruit. Don's face gradually became eerie, his ears became pointed, and his pupils turned blood red. In Annie's eyes, Don's current posture had a strange kind of beauty. Such a high charm attribute. Annie shook her head to keep herself awake. In just a moment of eye contact, Annie almost succumbed to temptation. Seeing Annie's expression, Don couldn't help but look puzzled. Although you have 19 points of charm after transforming, it's not extraordinary charm after all. It shouldn't have such a big impact on you, right? Theoretically, that's how it is. So, I suspect that after you transform into this form, you will have a passive charm ability. To prevent being charmed again, Annie's eyes darted around, trying her best not to look at Dawn. It's not impossible. After all, I only recently acquired this ability, and I may not have fully developed it yet. Tang In quickly went through the myths and legends about vampires from his previous life in his mind, and felt that vampires should have similar abilities. Alright, enough talk. Just show me the moves, and then change back. Annie, who had been maintaining a high level of concentration and guarding against Dawn's passive charm ability, was getting a little annoyed. Soon, after Dawn demonstrated all the abilities he could to Annie, Annie immediately left to contact her family to gather information and find a military port they could attack. After and left, Dawn remained alone on the deck, gazing at the azure sea with a deep look in his eyes. Although the soldiers at the naval port were also innocent, compared to ordinary civilians, Dawn had no choice but to select them. After all, killing soldiers on the battlefield is more reassuring than massacring civilians. Although it's just some psychological comfort that's better than nothing. However, this is exactly what Dawn needs at this stage. Chapter 56 Objectives. A few days later, somewhere in the old world, Boar Manor, the residence of the Boar family, is a vast estate with a permanent population of tens of thousands, resembling a small town. In a spacious conference room within the manor, a group of people sat around arguing about something. What is that girl Annie thinking? She actually plans to attack a naval port. What? Did that girl advance in rank? Or did Green advance in rank? Damn it, those two are still stuck in Tier 2. Is it their so-called captain, with an additional biological level? And she can even cross the barrier between the second and third tiers? That girl must have lost her mind. I knew this young lady was unreliable. She should have just settled down and gotten married through an arranged marriage. Look at what she's doing now. The family spent a considerable amount of money to get the Oathkeeper to make a move, only to have a fallen nobleman get away with it. What's worse, the Oathkeeper started breaking oaths right after looting the Great Fawn. They caught us completely off guard. We weren't prepared at all, and in our haste, we've already made enemies of the two pirate kings. This deal has been a huge loss. It turns out that the Oathkeeper's raid on the Teeth was orchestrated by the Boar family to facilitate Anne's mission. The Boar family's development has reached a bottleneck. They have more than a dozen fourth-tier professionals, but no one has been able to reach the legendary level. It seems that the older generation has lost all hope. The Boar family has set its sights on the next generation of talented young people, providing them with substantial resources and sending them out to gain experience, hoping that they can forge their own legendary paths. After all, legends don't grow in a greenhouse, and was one of them. In order to get the Oathkeeper to act, the Boar family promised to protect him when he broke his oath and help him advance smoothly. To advance to the fourth tier, the Oathkeeper, the Oathbreaker, must break the oaths they made when they were the third tier. Each broken oath reduces their power accordingly, and they may even fall back to the second tier when they are about to advance to the fourth tier. This situation is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. After all, professionals who can advance to this level will inevitably have several enemies, especially someone like Ganymede, who is considered a thorn in the side by most pirate kings. For the Boar family, this was a simple matter. All they had to do was prepare, plan the route for Gannis to break the oath, and send him 1 or 2 Tier 3 professionals as bodyguards. But no one expected that the Oathkeeper, having just completed the agreement and plundered the Teeth, would immediately begin breaking the oath. This was unexpected by everyone, including himself. That's not quite right. After all, that kid named Tang Un is a chosen one and a natural genius. You know, there was once a professional with this kind of status who advanced to the legendary level in less than a year. So what? There are plenty of examples of those who are blessed with good fortune and born with extraordinary abilities, but still fail to become legends. That your Majesty's example is not representative at all. All right, everyone, say less. No way. I've been holding this in for so long. I'm going to make things clear today. In the past 100 years, only 9 travelers have been born, and all of them were born in the early years of the Age of Exploration. The last traveler was born almost 100 years ago. We all know that with the storm sea blocking the way, new sea routes aren't easy to find, and the rebirth of the traveler is practically impossible. If it weren't for the Patriarch's insistence on including his daughter in the plan, the Elders' Council would never have agreed. Instead of wasting resources on Annie, We should concentrate those resources on Maine, who is about to advance to the 4th rank. The speaker then fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table. Master, aren't you going to say something? The middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table, who was also Annie's father and the current head of the Bohr family, glanced at everyone and slowly said, "This is the last time. If Annie still doesn't show any signs of being worth nurturing this time, then we will give up on her." Even as the head of the family, there are some things one cannot do too excessively. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in satisfaction. Where there are people, there will be conflict, even within blood-related families. A few days later, after receiving a message from her family, Annie immediately came to find Dawn. "We found a suitable target. The location isn't in any known sea area, and it's only about 10 days' voyage from us." Annie handed the information from her family to Dawn. The so-called known sea areas are those whose nautical charts have been published to the world by explorers. In contrast, the unknown sea areas fall into 2 categories. One is places that have never been set foot in by humans, which are undoubtedly very dangerous. As for the other point, each faction has its own ocean exploration team. The sea areas explored by these teams are mapped at great expense by each faction, and these maps are generally not made public. This area is considered unknown waters to others. Don nodded and took the documents Annie handed him, then began to read them. For Tang In, the first thing to focus on is definitely the 3rd-tier professionals. Morin, a Tier 3 class general, has been promoted to Tier 3 for less than 2 years and has a biological level of 12. The individual combat power of the general class is not strong at Tier 3, and its core abilities are command and battle aura. General can link himself with his soldiers through command and share his professional energy battle aura with his soldiers. Under such circumstances, the formation of the army is invincible and can even withstand ordinary 4th-level soldiers. This profession is highly sought after by the armies of various countries due to its unique characteristics. The document also thoughtfully provides advice at the end, suggesting that Morin and his soldiers be separated and not allowed to reunite. Otherwise, Morin's actual combat strength would decrease by 1 biological level. This is a suitable opponent for Dawn. After all, Dawn is not a true 3rd-tier professional. Although he has combat power comparable to a 3rd tier through his devil fruit, Dawn is not very confident in his own combat strength. The shadow that Jaeger cast on Dawn was too great. Even with Dawn's current combat strength, he felt that he might not be able to gain the upper hand if he faced Jaeger with a clear mind. According to speculation, Jaeger was only at biological level 13. Chapter 57, Port Purang. Poulin Port is a naval port belonging to the Kingdom of Vesely. Poulin Port itself is just a small island with scarce resources. When the Kingdom of Vesely discovered the island, there wasn't a single living creature on it. Such islands are common in the ocean, and normally the Kingdom of Vesely wouldn't even give an inch of their attention. However, due to its excellent geographical location, it was chosen to undertake the important task of providing supplies to the Vesely Kingdom's ocean exploration team. Therefore, the Kingdom of Vesely has deployed a considerable garrison in the port of Paran. The permanent population of Poulin Port is over 500, all of whom are well-trained soldiers, including 12 2nd-tier professionals, led by Morin, a 3rd-tier professional. With this setup, not to mention pirates, even some weaker 4th-tier professionals would be defeated and sent away. Therefore, since Morin arrived in Purang Port, the entire port has never been attacked. And this is the target that Dawn chose. A gentle sea breeze caressed the scene, and the distant lighthouse twinkled in the night, adding a touch of mystery and tranquility to the seaside night. However, for Tang In and his group, who were watching from afar, this lighthouse was a deadly threat. After more than 10 days of sailing, Tang In and his crew arrived at the waters near their target port, Poulin. To prevent Morin from joining forces with his soldiers immediately, a sneak attack was the preferred option for Don and his men. Nighttime is the perfect time for a sneak attack. But right now, the first problem is the towering lighthouse in Prancing Harbor. On board the Black Pearl, Don convened a meeting of all his officers to discuss the operation. Well, it was mainly Don and Annie who discussed it. The others were basically just following orders. Only Don can solve the problem with that lighthouse. Okay, leave it to me. Don nodded slightly, then looked at Hawkins. How's the ammunition supply? Don't worry, Captain, I've bought enough ammunition in Scimitar Harbor to keep our 4 ships busy all night, Hawkins said, patting his chest. Since war is inevitable, the first thing to prepare is weaponry. As pirates, if they want to purchase large quantities of weaponry, there is only one port in the nearby waters that can meet this need. Because of Don's high-profile actions in Scimitar Harbor, the fact that he went out with the other captains was no secret there. Now that the captain's meeting has ended, the third-tier pirates have gradually returned to Scimitar Harbor. If they become interested in Don or that ruin, they will inevitably cause some trouble. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Don had no choice but to send Hawkins to Scimitar Harbor to procure arms. After all, Hawkins had been in Machete Harbor for over a decade, so dealing with these issues was a piece of cake for him. As for why Don could trust Hawkins, in the past, he certainly wouldn't have trusted him so easily. Even with 9 professionals watching him, Don wouldn't have dared to let him out of sight. However, after Don's Conqueror's Haki revealed its ability to temper a person's will, trust was no longer an issue. Don may not believe in humanity, but he does believe in the world's people's desire for power. And that was indeed the case. Hawkins had been stuck at the 2nd level for more than 10 years, and he thought that this was probably the end of his life, and that he would never be able to enter the 3rd level. After all, once a person's spirit is worn down over a long period of time, it becomes very difficult to improve their willpower. However, now, Don's Conqueror's Haki has given Hawkins hope for advancement. Even with Hawkins' limited knowledge of the supernatural, he can confirm that Don's ability is extremely rare. From that moment on, Hawkins' loyalty to Don increased dramatically, even if it was a legendary figure. Well, let's not forget about that. Even against a 4th-tier professional, Hawkins would have to give it his all. All right, let's finalize the battle plan. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask, Tang En said in a deep voice to the crowd. After all, Don was not a professional military talent, so his plan was bound to have shortcomings. However, as the saying goes, 2 heads are better than 1, and with so many people checking and filling in the gaps, this problem could certainly be made up for. First, I'll take care of the sentries on the lighthouse. Then, everyone except the necessary gunners will take their equipment and go to the island. A small number of professionals will stay on the outer perimeter of the island with the main force. Most of the professionals followed me into the island and headed straight for Morin's residence. Your only mission is to hold off all reinforcements so I can fight Morin one-on-one. Once it's confirmed that I've entered in a battle with Morin, I'll release a signal flare and simultaneously unleash Conqueror's Haki to suppress the enemy. Then, all ships will immediately approach Prunoi Harbor and begin a barrage of artillery fire. Captain, what about the command of each ship? Hawkins asked first. If the ships are left unattended, the pirates could easily sail away if even the slightest problem arises. Don't doubt the integrity of these scumbags at sea, nor expect them to understand the principle of mutual dependence. They're certainly capable of doing such a thing. Upon hearing Hawkins' question, Don pondered for a moment before replying. Annie will remain on the Black Pearl as the overall commander, while the navigators will take command of the other ships. The navigator position is also a legacy left by previous captains. As seasoned veterans who have spent many years at sea, training prospective navigators is a natural step. However, now it all benefits Don. Captain, can your ability last until the end of the battle? All I can say is that I'm trying my best to hold on, but nobody knows how far the battle will go in the end, so it's hard to say how long it can last. By the way, Don, the next changing of the guard at the lighthouse in Poolin Harbor is at midnight. We'd better make our move after the changing of the guard. After listening to Annie's words, Don nodded. He waited a moment longer, and seeing that no one else had any questions, Don finally said, although everyone should already know, just to be on the safe side, I'll say it again. For your personal safety, no one is to approach me once my fight with Morin begins. Also, if you encounter anyone on the road who has been knocked unconscious by my Conqueror's Haki, remember to finish them off. If possible, try to dump the corpses near my battlefield. After giving them a final few instructions, Don activated his ability. A pair of fleshy wings slowly grew from Don's back. Then, Don flapped his wings and soared into the sky, the deep darkness completely enveloping his figure. Midnight has arrived. Chapter 58, the battle begins. At the lighthouse in Purang Port, 2 soldiers who had just changed shifts were chatting to pass the time. Since Pool Port had not been attacked in recent years, the soldiers on the island had become somewhat complacent, and Morin turned a blind eye to such things. After all, he was confident that those filthy pirates posed no threat to him, and those capable of threatening him wouldn't risk offending the kingdom of Vesely by attacking a naval port that merely served a supply function, unless... Suddenly, a soldier involuntarily shivered. "Hey kid, you're too weak. You can't even catch cicadas in this warm weather. Get lost." "I'm wondering the same thing. I don't feel cold." What's with that expression?" The soldier suddenly saw his comrade staring at him in shock, without even having time to think about what was going on. The next moment, a long, slender arm pierced through his chest. Seeing this, another soldier immediately realized what was happening. Enemy. Before he could utter a sound, a hand with sharp fingernails covered his face, completely silencing him. Soon, the soldier's consciousness was plunged into darkness. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, Tang In slightly waved his arm, and the blood from the two corpses was slowly drawn out, gathered into a ball, and finally entered Tang In's body. After dealing with the sentries on the lighthouse, Don signaled in the direction of the fleet. Soon, pirate ships appeared off the coast of Pronoi Harbor without the people of Pronoi Harbor noticing. No wonder the Boer family chose him. He had become so lazy. With his plan going smoothly, Don was in a good mood and even had the leisure to criticize the defenses of Port Pronoi. However, Don hadn't considered that given how rare flying ability was in this world, how could such a remote and impoverished place possibly need to be prepared for it? Under normal circumstances, even if a regular Tier 3 professional rushed forward, the two soldiers on the lighthouse would be able to react and issue a warning. A dozen small boats, filled with pirates, set off in a grand procession toward Poron Harbor. Under Annie's command, pirate ships scattered in all directions, searching for the best positions to fire their cannons. After the pirates landed, Don left the more experienced Hawkins to lead the main force, and then led most of the professionals to rush into the island. It was already late at night, and most of the soldiers in Pool Port had fallen asleep. The few sentries along the way were nowhere to hide from Tang Un's perception attribute, which was as high as 22 points after his transformation. They had all been dealt with by Don and his men beforehand, and the journey was smooth and unimpeded. They soon arrived at the residence of Maureen, the commander of Pool Port. Things were progressing too smoothly, so smoothly that even Don was somewhat incredulous. This was a naval port, practically a military camp, and these nearly 20 men had so easily gotten close to their commander. Looking at the mansion in front of him, Tang In opened his mouth, and a sound wave that was imperceptible to ordinary people came out of Tang In's mouth. Through the echoing sound wave, Tang In confirmed that there was indeed a powerful life form with vigorous life energy in the mansion in front of him. After confirming that there was no one else around, Don said to Green and the others, "You guys should move away for now." Upon hearing this, Green and the others prepared to retreat, when a loud shout suddenly rang in their ears. "Who goes there?" The noise was so loud that it resounded throughout a large part of the island. This woke up all the sleeping soldiers. Boom! The next moment, a cracking sound rang out, and the wall of the mansion in front of him exploded, sending up clouds of dust. Amidst the flying debris and dust, a faint glint of cold light shot straight toward Tang In's face. Seeing this, Tang In revealed a ferocious smile. Well done. His conqueror's haki instantly swept out, and half of the soldiers who had just woken up fainted in an instant. Since landing on the island, Tang In had maintained a state of high alert. Tang In would not underestimate a third-tier professional, so the fact that his whereabouts were exposed and he was attacked first did not shake Tang In the slightest. After all, the main strategic objectives have been achieved, and all that's left is a head-on confrontation. With lightning speed, Don drew his gauntlet sword, raised it to his forehead, and with a loud bang, the ground beneath his feet shattered into a spiderweb pattern. An invisible shockwave blew the professional pirates who hadn't had time to escape several meters away. At this moment, Don finally saw the attacker's true face. He was shirtless and wearing only shorts, indicating that he had just been sleeping. In his hand was a bright silver spear that gleamed and was clearly not an ordinary weapon. This man was none other than Morin, the commander of Seafaring Port. Who are you people? Morin asked Don in a deep voice. To think that more than a dozen people had sneaked up to his doorstep, it seemed that he really needed to clean up his military discipline. Of course, it's the person who killed you. As soon as Don finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force in his hand, and his handguard sword instantly parried Morin's spear. Then, a burst of cold light shot out, and his longsword slashed at Morin more than 10 times in an instant. However, those professionals who can advance to the third tier are not easy to deal with. Morin's spear showed no flaws, and with a few clangs of metal clashing, Tengen's attacks were all blocked. Soon, Don's attack came to an end, and as expected, it achieved nothing. Don then took a few steps back and decisively distanced himself from Morin. Whoosh! Bang! Just as Morin was about to say something, he was interrupted by a noise. He immediately turned his head and saw that the pirates, who had already reacted, had decisively fired signal flares. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, the roar of artillery fire rang out, and the intense bombardment instantly snapped the soldiers in the port back to their senses, making them realize that the enemy was attacking. Then, shouts of battle erupted, instantly catching the unsuspecting soldiers off guard and causing them to cry out in despair. The sounds of gunfire, shouts of battle, and cries of agony quickly reached Morin's ears. In an instant, Morin's eyes turned red, a surge of anger rising within him. No longer intending to waste words, he raised his spear, a dense aura of battle slowly enveloping it. The next moment, a glint flashed in Morin's eyes, and he instantly burst into action, closing the distance with Don at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, Morin appeared in front of Don, gripping his spear with both hands and slashing it diagonally, as if to send Don flying. Don's reaction speed was also extremely fast. The moment the spear came, he pressed down with his handguard sword and accurately blocked Morin's spear. Chapter 59 Anxiety. But the next moment, a fierce force came from the blade in his hand. At this moment, Morin seemed inhuman. The power he unleashed was like that of a monster. Get up! Morin roared. The muscles in his arm bulged instantly, and a tremendous force burst forth as he swung the sword upwards against Don's gauntlet. Caught off guard, Don was thrown into the air by the force. From the air, Morin looked up, staring intently at Don, his spear held upright with the tip pointing upwards, seemingly aiming to pierce Don when he landed. But in the next moment, he suddenly noticed that Tengen, whom he had forced into the air, was faintly emanating a dark aura. Before Morin could think it through, something happened that made Morin's expression change drastically. Don's figure suddenly vanished from the sky. Immediately afterwards, Morin felt a strong sense of crisis, and that sense of crisis came from behind him. Just as Morin had sensed, the next moment, Don's figure suddenly appeared behind him. With a swift strike, Tengen managed to cover Morin's back with only a thin layer of battle aura. The sharp blade quickly pierced through the weak aura, slicing across Morin's spine, and blood gushed out instantly. However, Don did not show any joy after his successful strike. Instead, his expression was solemn. Judging from the feel of the blow when it hit Morin, although it looked bloody on the surface, it was just a superficial wound. The general class has stamina as its primary attribute and strength and agility as its secondary attributes. Due to the nature of this class, a large amount of battle chi needs to be allocated to soldiers, so this class focuses on the amount of energy and the speed of energy recovery. With the combined boost of battle aura and exceptional physical strength, even with the gauntlet sword in his hand, Don only managed to inflict minor flesh wounds on Morin. It's important to know that this handguard sword is no ordinary weapon. It was Annie's personal sword, lent to Don before the war. It's an alchemical weapon imbued with attributes such as sharpness, armor penetration, and sturdiness. Without this handguard sword, Don would probably have had some difficulty breaking through Morin's defenses. After all, Don was not a proper third-tier professional. Although his defense and recovery abilities even slightly exceeded the limits of the third tier, his attack power was still somewhat lacking. At this moment, he encountered Morin, who was also a physical-based professional, and Don finally felt the same sense of powerlessness that his previous enemies had felt when facing him. Your ability must be related to shadows, right? The wounds on his body finally calmed him down. But unfortunately, your attack power is a bit lacking. If your attack power were stronger, I'm afraid I'll be dead by now. This was my carelessness. Don't worry, you won't have a second chance. Don didn't answer Morin's question. Looking at Morin's gradually healing wounds, Don's eyes flickered, and he then abandoned the tempting idea of making a move. Although striking now could inflict considerable injury on Morin, it wouldn't be fatal. Instead, it would put Morin on guard, so Don could only wait for another opportunity. Strive to achieve enough results to secure victory. How dare you daydream in front of me? You're really underestimating me. Before he finished speaking, Morin's figure suddenly disappeared from Don's sight. By the time his words reached Don's ears, Morin had already broken through to Don's front and swept his spear out horizontally. Don felt a chill run down his spine, a strong sense of crisis welling up inside him. But due to that momentary lapse in concentration, he couldn't dodge at all. At this moment, it was too late to defend. Tang merely held his scabbard to his waist, and, the next moment, with a loud bang, an invisible shockwave erupted. The swords and spears were locked in a stalemate for only a moment before Tang In, who was not prepared, was suddenly defeated. Tang In felt a tremendous force coming from his waist, as if it would cut him in two. With a bang, he was sent flying like a cannonball. Without pausing after landing a successful blow, Morin stomped his foot and disappeared from the spot again. When he reappeared, he was directly above Don. Tang In had not yet fully recovered from the impact and was flying backwards along the ground. The moment Morin appeared, he grabbed Don and slammed him to the ground with one hand, stopping him in his tracks. Immediately afterwards, the other hand holding the gun was raised high, brimming with fierce battle aura, and it was thrust fiercely towards Tang In's heart, as if it intended to kill Tang indirectly. The pirates, taking advantage of the surprise attack, gained the upper hand from the start and inflicted heavy casualties on the soldiers. However, the opposing force was, after all, a regular army of a kingdom. Even though their commander was not present, they quickly launched a counterattack under the organization of several officers. The port's coastal defense guns, under the orderly command of the officers, quickly began exchanging fire with the pirate ships. Although the pirate ships had the advantage in the number of cannons, and their initial bombardment focused on the area of the coastal defense guns being on a less turbulent sea. Therefore, the hit rate is relatively higher than that of the pirate ship, and for a time, the firepower of both sides was deadlocked. Led by professional officers, the soldiers of Poulin Port quickly turned the tide against the pirates' offensive. Clearly, Don and his team made a serious mistake in their decision-making. No one went to support Morin. Tang In and the others all knew that once a Tier 3 professional went all out in battle, it would be very dangerous for lower-level professionals to even get close. These professionally trained soldiers and officers were even more aware of this. Therefore, from the moment the sounds of battle came from the commander's side, the officers of Poulin Port had not considered sending reinforcements whatsoever. More importantly, both the officers and soldiers in Purang had great confidence in their commander. If it weren't for Green and his men arriving just in time to join the battle after waiting for a long time without seeing anyone else arrive, realizing something was wrong, the pirates would probably have suffered a complete defeat. Even with the addition of Green and others stabilizing the situation, the advantage of a preemptive strike had long since vanished. Even though Don's side currently has a numerical advantage in professional warriors, ordinary professional pirates would generally have to fight 2 against 1 or 3 against regular military professionals. Therefore, the battle situation inevitably became extremely tense, and the entire battlefield was covered in blood. Chapter 60, Despicable. Bang! With a deafening roar, the ground shattered, sending up a massive cloud of smoke that completely obscured the surrounding area. Amidst the smoke and dust, Morin's expression showed a hint of surprise. The spear, embedded in Tang An's heart, produced a metallic clang, unable to advance an inch. Although the powerful impact caused Don's blood to rush to his head and he involuntarily coughed up blood, it was only a minor injury, far from Morin's goal of killing him with a single blow. A breast protector? Or, before Morin could think further, Don's gauntlet sword had already struck, leaving Morin with no choice but to sheath his gun and retreat. Even before that, Don had always kept the silver mirror of the Eye of the Sky close to his heart as a protective shield. Firstly, because he couldn't be far from it, and secondly, because the mirror was, after all, a legendary item, even if he couldn't use its extraordinary abilities. Its material strength alone is enough to make professionals below the legendary level sigh in admiration. Touching his chest, Don secretly rejoiced that he had placed the silver mirror over his heart. Otherwise, he would probably be dead. Although the vampire fruit greatly enhanced his already superior survival ability, his heart remained his weakness. You even have a breastplate of exceptional quality, plus that gauntlet sort of exceptional quality in your hand. With such wealth, which faction do you belong to? Clearly, Morin had misunderstood something. After all, ordinary Tier 3 professionals rarely possess extraordinary items. Even though Morin was backed by the Kingdom of Vesli and received special training from the kingdom, the only extraordinary item he possessed was the spear in his hand. The spear itself possesses armor-piercing, sharpness, and magic-piercing abilities, making it a weapon specifically designed for defense. However, under Morin's full-force strike with the spear, Don's breastplate remained completely undamaged. It is evident that the quality of this breastplate far surpasses that of the spear. Why don't you take a guess? Don thought to himself. Since Morin had misunderstood something, he might as well continue to mislead him. There might be some surprises, and even if there weren't, it wouldn't hurt. You took my full-force attack head-on and are still alive and kicking. It seems your injuries have basically healed. So, you're also a professional stamina tester, right? At first, Green guessed that Don was an agility-based professional, since Don's shadow-related abilities and his weak attack power were consistent with the characteristics of an agility-based professional. But now, seeing that the blow to the waist that he had struck earlier had no effect on Don, Green guessed that Don was a professional physical fitness test taker. After all, an ordinary agility-based professional would be seriously injured if they took his attack head-on. Morin was very confident in this. Moreover, Morin believed that even if an agility-based professional was momentarily distracted, he would not be able to hit them easily. Don smiled non-committally at Morin's speculation and remained silent. Explaining your professional information to the enemy? It might be acceptable to show off when you have an absolute advantage, but only an idiot would do that without one. Seeing that Don didn't intend to speak, Morin didn't say anything more either. The two remained silent for a moment, looking at each other. The next instant, Don moved. This time, Don made the first move. Don knew that he was inferior to Morin in terms of attack power, martial arts skills, and combat experience. If Morin struck first, he would only be able to be suppressed and beaten. Therefore, this time, he launched the first attack. Shave your head. In a flash, Don appeared in front of Morin, his handguard sword aimed directly at Morin's throat. Since his attack power was insufficient, he could only go straight for the vitals. Morin remained vigilant towards Don. Although Don was fast, he was still within Morin's control. With a flick of his spear, Morin accurately blocked Don's scabbard, preventing Don from penetrating even an inch. However, the next moment, Morin frowned slightly. After Tang Un's attack failed, his figure disappeared instantly. Clearly, this sword was just a feint by Tang Un. The next moment, Don's figure appeared behind Morin. This time, Morin's expression changed drastically, and she even seemed a little flustered. Then, Morin lunged forward, awkwardly dodging Don's attack. In reality, given Don's attack power, it would be difficult for him to inflict any damage on Morin if Morin was prepared. In this situation, even if Morin withstood Don's attack, he would only suffer superficial wounds at most, and the wounds would likely heal before the blood even hit the ground. In fact, Morin originally intended to take the hit head-on and then use it to give Don a hard blow. However, once he identified Don's target, he immediately dodged, which is why he looked somewhat disheveled due to the last-minute change of direction. You despicable bastard. Seeing Don's sword miss its mark, which was exactly where Morin's buttocks had been, Morin was filled with rage and cursed Don angrily. That's right, Don's sword was aimed directly at Morin's chrysanthemum. Since the attack power wasn't enough, the only option was to find a weak point on the opponent. What does fighting have to do with being despicable? Has your kingdom of Vesli always fought people honorably? Don sheathed his sword and said calmly. Don's answer left Morin speechless. After all, in a life-or-death struggle, the one who survives is the victor, and there's no such thing as being despicable. Enraged, Morin abandoned the verbal argument and launched a direct attack. Battle energy surged on his spear as he swung it at Tang Un. in his hands. Morin's spear moved like a serpent, the sound of its tip slicing through the air almost audible with each swing. His eyes were wide open, his face filled with murderous intent and rage, as if he wanted to unleash all his discontent and shame into this single strike. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached Tang Yen. Battle aura surged on his spear like a boiling flood, flashing with a sharp light. He swung it forcefully, the spear hurtling towards Tang Yen with a whistling sound, its momentum seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. However, Don was not intimidated by Morin's offensive. He calmly faced Morin's attack and met it with his gauntlet sword. The gauntlet sword and spear collided in mid-air, producing a crisp metallic clang. Although Don's strength attributes were similar to Grin's, with the boost from battle aura, Morin still had the upper hand. Although he successfully blocked Morin's attack, he was still struggling. Morin didn't stop either, but instead brandished his spear again and launched an even fiercer attack, giving Don no chance to catch his breath. Chapter 61, the outcome. Is it already decided? Under Morin's relentless barrage of attacks, Don gradually found himself at a disadvantage. His body was covered in wounds inflicted by Morin's spear, each wound carrying Morin's power and rage. Although these wounds were minor, they healed quickly thanks to Don's self-healing abilities. However, the situation in the battle gradually deteriorated. Morin seized every opportunity, using his superior martial arts skills and strength to launch an even more ferocious attack on Don. Finally, in a confrontation, Morin found Don's weakness and thrust his spear straight through Don's left shoulder. Even though Tang Yen tried his best to dodge, it was all in vain. In terms of martial arts skills, Tang Yen, who had only been practicing for 2 months, was far inferior to Mo Lin. The spear pierced a fist-sized hole in Don's shoulder, rendering his left arm essentially useless. Morin, who had successfully landed a blow, put away his gun and stood up. Even for a third-tier physical-type professional, this kind of injury was considered serious, and it would be impossible to recover in a short period of time. Since we started fighting, you've only relied on your basic physical abilities and your terrible martial arts skills to fight me. You've hardly used any of your abilities. I don't know what you're trying to hide, but it doesn't matter anymore. With injuries like these, you have no chance. Just take what you're hiding with you to the coffin. As expected, no one is a fool. Since he did not use the ability to manipulate blood, Tang Yen's combat strength at this moment was only barely at the level of the 3rd rank. For Morin, this was simply impossible. How could someone who dared to attack a naval port and provoke a country only be this bad? Moreover, judging from the behavior of Don and others, this did not seem like a spur-of-the-moment skirmish. Therefore, Morin concluded that Don must have been holding back. I was indeed a bit overconfident. After all, I've only been a professional for 2 months, and my abilities in various aspects are still lacking. Looking at his limp left arm, Tang Yen said with some regret, just trying to attract attention. He's only been a professional for 2 months, and he's already at level 3? Morin definitely couldn't believe it. Whether Morin believed Don was irrelevant. He activated his ability, and a faint crimson light flashed at the wound on his shoulder. Upon seeing this, Morin suddenly had a bad feeling. The next moment, Don's wound began to ripple and heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, before Morin could even react, Don's crippled left arm had completely recovered. Super fast regeneration. Morin's face instantly darkened as he stared intently at Don's healing wound. Hyper-regeneration is a superpower awakened after reaching 35 points in stamina. As the name suggests, it is the ability to rapidly regenerate physical injuries. However, even some newly promoted legendary characters may not have 35 points in their main attribute. So at this moment, Morin was somewhat incredulous. No, it's not super fast regeneration. It's your professional ability. Morin said confidently, recalling the faint red light flashing at the wound before Don's injuries healed. That's the only explanation. Otherwise, it would be terrifying if a third-tier professional had a main attribute that surpassed that of a legendary. That's right, Don nodded and said calmly, it is indeed my ability. My greatest strength is this regenerative ability, so I can keep you occupied for a whole day. Don revealed information about himself in a half-truthful manner in hopes of lulling Morin into a false sense of security. Hearing Don's words, Morin revealed a disdainful smile. What a coincidence! My greatest strength is also my recovery ability. I can fight for 2 days without any problem. Let me see how long this punching bag can last. In this world, the people that high-level professionals generally dislike fighting the most are physical fitness test professionals of the same level. Compared to their peers, they may not have strong attack power, agile movements, or fancy martial arts skills. However, they possess the most disgusting defensive and regenerative abilities. Although, to them, the physical fitness testers are basically just punching bags, these punching bags are indestructible. Moreover, as Don said, they can keep you up all day and still be full of energy. Many professionals who get carried away in battles against those who rely on physical endurance expend too much energy and are ultimately worn down and killed by those who test their physical strength. There are quite a few examples of this. Before the words were even finished, Morin charged at Don like a cheetah, his eyes flashing with determination and ruthlessness. Don, however, remained as steady as a rock, showing no intention of retreating, and met Morin's attack head-on. This time, he abandoned defense and chose a more aggressive and dangerous tactic, trading injury for injury. The scabbard in his hand, like a silver serpent, viciously attacked Morin's vitals. With each tremor of the blade, Green was forced to retreat. The battle between the two reached a fever pitch. Each clash was accompanied by the crisp sound of metal colliding, sparks flying, and blood and flesh flying everywhere. Their figures moved swiftly across the battlefield, sometimes intersecting, sometimes separating. Every collision made hearts race and blood boil. As time passed, a faint crimson light continued to shroud Don's body, and wounds kept appearing and healing, with no sign of slowing down. On the other hand, Morin, having to dodge Don's attacks aimed at his vitals, appeared somewhat restrained compared to Don, who had completely abandoned his defense. For a moment, Morin, who had been pressing Don's attacks, was actually being subtly overwhelmed by Don. Upon realizing this, Morin was momentarily incredulous. Then, a fierce look appeared on Morin's face. Seizing the opportunity, he swept his spear horizontally and slammed it towards Don's head. You have a breast protector, but your head doesn't. Upon realizing this, Tang En, as usual, thrust his sword straight at Morin's throat. Unexpectedly, this time, Morin showed no intention of retreating. Only the battle aura covering his neck intensified. Morin felt that, given the attack power Don had displayed, at most he could only tear a wound on his neck, but it wouldn't be fatal while he was attacking Don's head. The head is a vital organ of the human body. Given the difference between Morin's attack power and Don's defense, once hit, even super-fast regeneration will be useless. Seeing Morin's choice, Don was initially taken aback, but then resolutely continued to stab Morin in the throat. Just as Morin had expected, Don's gauntlet sword, hindered by the battle aura, only managed to cut a 1-finger-long gash on Morin's neck. When Morin's spear struck Don's head, Don instantly bled from all 7 orifices and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 62, The Slayer. Seeing Tang En fall to the ground, he fell silent for a moment. Morin smiled dismissively. You think you can hold me off for a whole day? Then he stepped forward, ready to cut off Don's head. Morin hadn't forgotten that the war on the other side of the port was still going on. Taking Don's head there would greatly demoralize the pirates. Reduce casualties among your soldiers. Just as Morin reached Don's side, he saw Don's head, which was bleeding from all 7 orifices, suddenly emit a red light. Morin, who had a strong impression of this, was shocked and was about to make a move. But it was too late. With the help of his ability, Don's injuries healed quickly, though he was still a little dizzy. It's true that the head is a vital organ for ordinary people, but for Don, who ate the vampire fruit, the only vital organ is the heart, which is why he placed the silver mirror on his chest. As for the head, unless it's completely smashed, it shouldn't be fatal. Looking at Morin, whose face was ashen, he said, You've disappointed me, haven't you? You've only escaped with your life. Don't be so arrogant. I want to see how long you can keep regenerating. First of all, I have to apologize. Don gave Morin a bright smile. I was just kidding about spending the whole day on this. What? Do you want to beg for mercy so I can spare your life? No, what I mean is this battle can end now. As soon as he finished speaking, a scarlet light flashed in Dawn's eyes. From Dawn's words and expression, Morin vaguely sensed something was amiss. But before Morin could figure it out, he saw Dawn raise an arm, open his palm, and clench it tightly. A strange energy erupted from his hand, instantly enveloping Morin's wound. At this moment, Morin also felt a strong sense of crisis. The wound on his neck, which had begun to heal, suddenly seemed to lose control and was torn open. This wound was much larger than the one caused by Dawn's previous sword strike. Immediately afterwards, Morin felt his blood inexplicably begin to boil and surge. The next moment, his blood gushed out from the wound like a high-pressure water gun and was sucked into Dawn's palm. Although Morin reacted immediately and covered the wound with a thick layer of battle aura. But in just a breath or two, Morin's face turned deathly pale. The massive blood loss made Morin seem to have lost all his strength, and he collapsed his knees, the extraordinary spear in his hand falling to the ground. The outcome is decided. Boom! 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 Countless shells rained down around the Black Pearl, splashing water everywhere. Although the hit rate wasn't very high, the sheer volume of shells meant that quite a few inevitably hit the Black Pearl. In an instant, sawdust flew everywhere on the deck of the Black Pearl, and occasionally a few unlucky pirates were hit head-on by cannonballs, leaving a trail of bloody mud on the deck. At first, taking advantage of the surprise attack, the pirate ships bombarded Prunoi Harbor with great satisfaction. However, after the soldiers in Poulin Port reacted, they quickly turned the tide and even suppressed the pirate ships. Faced with this situation, if it weren't for and on board, these morally bankrupt pirates would probably have already sailed away. As the battle gradually lost its advantage, Anne's expression turned solemn. She knew that this was inevitable. It was already quite remarkable that these pirates, who only knew how to fight when things were going well, had managed to hold out against the regular army head-on. Even with Dawn's conqueror's haki suppressing them, the pirates, despite outnumbering the pirates, inevitably found themselves in a losing position. Only by quickly ending the battle with Dawn can the tide be turned. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion came from the side. Annie looked in the direction of the sound and saw a small mushroom cloud rising from a pirate ship, with the burning wreckage slowly sinking into the water. That's the Bloodbird. Given the power of cast iron cannonballs, even sinking a ship wouldn't cause an explosion of this magnitude. There's only one possibility that could have caused this. The Bloodbird's ammunition depot was hit by a cannonball. What bad luck! Anne's face darkened. Ms. and the Bloodbird has sunk. Should we go to its rescue? No need. Focus your energy on the enemy. Keep the artillery firing. We can talk about rescue after the battle, if they're still alive by then. At the port of Purang, the battle between pirates and soldiers had reached a fever pitch. Both sides were so engrossed in the fight that no one noticed the sinking of the Bloodbird. Otherwise, given the pirates' nature, their morale would have plummeted to rock bottom. Boom! Suddenly, a figure flew into the battlefield with a bang, smashing the ground and creating a huge crater. Smoke and dust billowed up, engulfing everything. Immediately afterwards, a long spear descended from the sky, dispersing the smoke and dust and pinning the figure firmly to the ground. The next moment, a figure covered in scarlet energy appeared beside the spear. Only then did both sides on the battlefield realize that the figure was none other than Morin. Since Morin is here, then the one nailed to the ground is Dawn. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell silent, and even the sound of artillery fire ceased. With a single, decisive blow, Morin was severely injured. The situation had completely reversed. Dawn immediately stepped forward to finish him off, just as Morin had prepared to decapitate him earlier. However, just as Morin failed to decapitate Dawn, Dawn's attempt to finish him off also failed. Before Dawn could get close to Morin, Morin suddenly underwent a dramatic change, causing Dawn to stop in his tracks in alarm. Suddenly, a crimson color emerged from the gradually thinning battle aura on Morin's body. Upon seeing this, Dawn's expression changed drastically. He said in a deep voice to Morin, who had slowly risen to his feet, "How dare you violate the Wizard Council's prohibition? Do you want to gather killing intent and advance to the Slayer level? The Slayer is an advanced class of the General. One of the main requirements for advancing is to evolve and condense battle aura into killing aura. However, because the killing intent contained within the killing aura is intense, as the killing aura intensifies, the killing intent also becomes more vigorous. Those with willpower below the extraordinary level are easily influenced by the killing intent and turn into madmen who only know how to slaughter. After the creation of card-based classes, since the original Will was not human-centered and only cared about killing without caring about burying, not all the classes created were safe and reliable. Therefore, over the years, the Wizarding Council has issued a ban that lists all professions that are extremely harmful to humanity, prohibiting anyone from advancing to any of these professions. This Slayer is among them. If it weren't for the fact that the general profession is highly compatible with the military, this entire profession line would have to be banned. Chapter 63, Deadly Strike. Oh, weren't you sent by some powerful force that knew about this to eliminate me? Morin said in a hoarse voice. The Morin family has served the Wesley royal family for generations, remaining loyal to the monarchy. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of their profession, they have never been able to truly step into the core power structure of the kingdom. Morin's family had considered training their children in other professions, but for the royal family, there was no shortage of fourth-tier professionals. The general profession, which strengthened the army as a whole, was more important. Until that day, the royal family found Morin. Due to the war between the old and new worlds, the royal family had the idea of training a Slayer. Although the Slayer will gradually be corrupted by the killing intent and turn into a monster that slaughters indiscriminately, this ability can be surprisingly effective on the battlefield of the New World. In particular, the Slayer is not just a simple person, but an entire army. Upon reaching the slaughter stage, one can command thousands or even tens of thousands of soldiers, tens of thousands of tireless, fearless madmen who only know how to kill, and with energy protecting them, they are an invincible force on the battlefield. The ceasefire between the old and new continents was not due to anything else, but because the large number of legendary deaths had become unbearable for the old continent. The new continent was still able to manage because it was to protect its homeland, but few of the legends on the old continent were willing to join the battle anymore. Therefore, as a last resort, a temporary ceasefire was the only option. It is foreseeable that in the next war, both the old and new worlds will tacitly reduce the intensity of the war and try to minimize the probability of legendary figures participating in the war. After all, the rulers of the world are ultimately those legendary figures high above. The legends had underestimated the strength of the new world, which is why they were dragged into the quagmire of war. At this point, a Slayer becomes very important to the kingdom's interests. Therefore, the kingdom of Vesli granted Morin the knowledge to advance to the Slayer level and instructed him to make preliminary preparations in this remote port of Prunoi, so that when war broke out again, Morin could directly advance to the Slayer level and join the battlefield. Indeed, at this moment, Morin had already reached the peak of the third tier with a biological level of 15. Watching Morin's battle aura gradually become completely covered in scarlet, Tang remained silent. He knew that once the killing intent was fully converted, the situation would be very bad, but every time he wanted to make a move, alarm bells would ring in his mind. It is foreseeable that once action is taken, it will be extremely dangerous. Moreover, since killing intent is a higher level energy than battle aura, Tang doubted whether his attack power, which was even difficult to break through battle aura, could effectively damage Morin. If it weren't for the fact that killing intent was of no help in healing injuries, Tang would probably already be thinking about how to run away. After a long silence, Tang immediately turned and ran. He didn't have much blood left in his body, and if he were to fight Morin, who had advanced in energy, he might not be able to hold out for long. The most important thing right now is to replenish enough blood before looking for a way to defeat Morin. And right now, the only place on the entire island with a lot of blood is the battlefield in the port. A moment later, as Tang was about to reach the port battlefield, his hair suddenly stood on end, alarm bells rang in his mind, and a dangerous aura came from behind him. At the same time, a muffled voice reached Don's ears. "Why are you running? You piece of trash? Weren't you going to waste my whole day?" Then, a tremendous force slammed into Don's back, and with a loud bang, Don flew out like a cannonball, landing straight in the center of the port battlefield, creating a large crater. Then a long spear fell from the sky, pinning Don to the ground. At this moment, Tang In felt as if most of his bones had shattered. The scarlet killing intent wrapped around the spear was constantly damaging Tang Un's body and slowing down his recovery. Moreover, the killing intent within the murderous aura constantly assaulted Tang Un's consciousness, attempting to corrupt him. If Tang Un hadn't already possessed an extraordinary will and an unyielding mind, he would likely have been directly overwhelmed by the killing intent, affecting his sanity, given his current severely injured state. The killing intent after the advancement is terrifyingly powerful. The next moment, Morin, shrouded in a scarlet killing aura, appeared in front of Don. You still haven't answered my question. Which faction do you belong to? Severely injured and with killing intent constantly assaulting his consciousness, Morin was now showing signs of madness. However, for Morin, everything is for the benefit of the kingdom. Right now, the most important thing for Morin is to know the origin of Dawn. After all, it is still a truce period. If the Wizard Council finds out that the Kingdom of Wesley intends to violate the ban, it will be very difficult for them to succeed. Then the Kingdom of Wesley will also have to pay a heavy price. And under the punishment of the Wizard Council, the enraged legends of the kingdom may even replace the king. The lofty legends don't care that the lion's share of the profits from the royal family's successful training of the slayers will fall into their hands. They only see that the royal family's unilateral actions have resulted in them being warned and punished by the Wizarding Council. Don coughed up a mouthful of blood, managed a weak smile, and said to Morin, "Come here, get closer, I'll tell you." Morin, whose consciousness was already somewhat clouded, did not consider anything else and immediately approached Don upon hearing this. Seeing this, Don raised his slightly trembling arms, clasped his hands together, and placed them on Morin's forehead. Seeing this, Morin was taken aback. "What? Are you trying to surrender? Tell me who sent you, and I might." Suddenly, Morin noticed that streaks of blood were abnormally pooling beneath Don's body. Morin immediately sensed something was wrong, and his scarlet killing intent surged, but it was too late. Bleeding through, a thin line of blood shot out rapidly from Tang Un's clasped hands. It was so fast that Morin had no time to react before the bloodline shot into his forehead. The intense killing intent didn't even hinder the bloodline for a moment. The next moment, with a loud bang, Morin's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white fragments scattered all over the ground. He was dead beyond any doubt. Even on the run, Don had a sudden inspiration to continuously compress the blood in his body. After being blown away by Morin to the port battlefield, Don, who was on the verge of life and death, even gave up on using his blood to heal himself. He absorbed the blood on the battlefield with all his might, constantly compressing it, and finally used the blood-piercing ability at the last moment. The blood-piercing ability did not disappoint Tang In. After a large amount of blood was compressed to the limit, the speed and lethality of the spray were extremely amazing. Before Morin could react, they blew his head off. They turned defeat into victory in one fell swoop. End of chapter 64. Following Morin's sudden death, both the soldiers and pirates, who had been locked in a tense standoff, were briefly stunned. Don, who seemed on the verge of certain death, unexpectedly found himself in a favorable situation at the crucial moment. "Ha ha! Long live the captain! The captain is invincible! Die, you bastards!" The pirates were the first to recover from their shock. They cheered for Don and surged toward the soldiers like a tidal wave. The soldiers, now leaderless, suffered a sharp drop in morale and quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Suddenly, a professional from Poolin Port rushed straight towards Don, who was lying on the ground. The pirates were caught off guard and failed to stop him. The entire battlefield tensed up again. If this professional could take advantage of Tang Un's serious injuries to kill him, the outcome of the war would be uncertain. The pirates were extremely anxious. Seeing their captain in danger, they were powerless to stop him. The soldiers, who saw a glimmer of hope, fought desperately to hold off the pirates. Soon, the professional rushed in front of Don. At this moment, Morin's spear was still stuck in Don's body. The professional raised his scimitar high, trying to kill Don while he was seriously injured. Don merely glanced at the professional's actions and the professional immediately felt a chill run from his tailbone to the top of his head, but he couldn't care less about that at the moment. If we don't take this opportunity to kill the pirate's leader, then all the soldiers will die. The professional gritted his teeth and slashed down hard at Don's neck with his curved knife. The next moment, Don raised one hand, easily grasped the scimitar in his hand, and pulled hard. The professional felt a tremendous force strike him, and his body fell uncontrollably toward Don. Then, a hand flashing with scarlet light covered his head. In the midst of fierce battle, Don's wounds had already healed rapidly under the nourishment of a large amount of blood, and his combat strength had now recovered to 70 or 80%. However, he still needed to dissipate the murderous aura emanating from the spear stuck in his body. That's why he couldn't move. Now that this professional has delivered himself to his doorstep, Don easily absorbed his life force. The life force of a living person is much stronger than just blood. Under the infusion of this life force, Tang quickly dissipated the remaining killing intent in the spear. After all, it was just water without a source, and even if it was of extremely high quality, every bit of it was dissipated would diminish its power. Seeing that Tang had instantly killed the professional and stood up after drawing his spear, the soldiers of Port were plunged into despair. Seeing this, Morin's adjutant, who had been fighting Green the whole time, gritted his teeth and, at the cost of injury, forced Green back with a single sword strike. He then shouted to the soldiers, "Soldiers, there is no turning back now. Think of your families. The time has come to serve the kingdom." He then charged straight at Don, ignoring Green, who was attacking him from behind. In this world, the outcome of wars largely depends on high-level professionals. Once the outcome among these professionals is decided, there is virtually no chance of a comeback in a war that is not large enough. Seeing that the professionals' attempt to take advantage of the situation had failed, and that Don had stood up again unharmed, the soldiers knew that defeat was inevitable and their morale had plummeted. The adjutant's words had little effect. When his adjutant charged toward him with a death wish, Don remained expressionless and simply raised his sword to finish him off. For Tang now, ordinary second-tier professionals can be easily killed. Not enough attack power? That only applies to third-tier professionals with energy boosts. Moreover, after killing Morin, Don's strength attribute increased in his plunder ability, reaching 20 points, and he awakened the two extraordinary feats of impact and power dissipation. After killing the adjutant, Don surveyed the battlefield and immediately charged toward the coastal defense guns. By this time, Don had discovered that one of his pirate ships had sunk, and to avoid greater losses, he had to prioritize taking out these coastal defense guns. After Don joined the battle, the situation immediately turned one-sided, and the soldiers were quickly routed and killed by the pirates. As for keeping any alive, there is absolutely no need for these soldiers whose homes were in the kingdom of Vesely. There was no way he would surrender and become a pirate. If he did, not only would he not receive any compensation, but his whole family would also die. Soon, the war was completely over, and Don arranged for the uninjured pirates to clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded. After rescuing the survivors from the Bloodbird, the remaining 3 pirate ships slowly entered the port of Paran. Watching Annie walk towards him, Don sat down on the spot, looking somewhat tired. Although his injuries and strength had recovered quickly, the sudden relaxation after the near-death battle still left Don feeling mentally exhausted. What happened? How did you get beaten up so badly? I was almost ready to run away. Seeing that Don was unharmed, Annie relaxed and teased Don. The intelligence is flawed. Morin is already at the threshold of advancement. What? Upon hearing this, Annie's expression changed immediately. Although she was not to blame for this at all, since it involved the Wizarding Council's ban, the Kingdom of Wesley would definitely have to guard against it closely. Even a legendary figure might not be able to easily find out about this situation. Moreover, it was just a mere Boar family. However, the intelligence was ultimately passed to Don through Annie, and now Don almost died because of the intelligence issue. Coupled with what happened with Green before, Annie inevitably felt somewhat guilty. Seeing Annie's expression, Don comforted her. Don't worry about it. Who would have thought something like this would happen? The Kingdom of Wesley dared to violate the Wizard Council's ban, so they must have made thorough preparations. Although Don said that, Annie was still a little uncomfortable. Helpless, she could only vent her anger on the Kingdom of Vesley, Damn the kingdom of Vesely. How dare they openly violate the Wizard Council's ban? I'll find someone to expose this. He then immediately turned around and made contact with the liaison, successfully capturing the naval port. Although the main force was Tang in, this was enough to satisfy the old folks in the family. Moreover, this time, due to the family's intelligence issues, they were put in a dangerous situation. Although it wasn't mainly their fault, they still deserve some compensation. Dawn did not stop Annie from her idea. If it were just an attack on a military port, it would be fine. But now she had unintentionally ruined the Vislay Kingdom's plans and even learned about the Vislay Kingdom's weaknesses. Then it's not just a matter of a bounty anymore. The Kingdom of Vesely might even send a fourth-tier assassin specifically to hunt him down. Chapter 65 Hoffman. Once the matter of the Slayer is exposed, the Kingdom of Navisley will definitely be preoccupied with dealing with the investigation by the Wizard Council, and it will be difficult to spare the resources to deal with him in the short term. Of course, it wouldn't be enough for just a group to go out and spread the word. These kinds of low-level rumors don't even need the Kingdom of Vesely to suppress them, and the Wizard Council won't take them seriously at all. It's still necessary to pass the information through Anne's family connections. After all, there are many forces that want to see the Kingdom of Vesely suffer a setback. As long as the information is delivered to these forces, they won't mind having some fun. Although it violated the Wizard Council's ban, it was a minor matter for a kingdom, something to be taken as a joke at most. Moreover, Morin himself, who violated the ban, is already dead. Even the worst consequence would be nothing more than a change of king. Soon, and returned, bringing a rough account of the battle damage. Firstly, regarding the ships, the Bloodbird was hit and its ammunition magazine exploded directly. The other 3 ships also suffered varying degrees of damage and require overall repair. Then there were personnel losses. More than 100 ordinary pirates were killed, more than 20 were seriously injured or disabled, and countless others were slightly injured. Even among professionals, 5 have died, 1 from the Bloodbird, 1 from the Whale Hunter, and 2 from the Wave Chaser. Upon hearing about the losses, Don fell silent. Ordinary sailors were fine. He wouldn't be too heartbroken if any died, as they could be recruited at any time. After all, in this era, countless people went to sea for various reasons. However, the losses to both the Bloodbird and the 5 professionals were severe. For a normal pirate crew, such losses would essentially mean total annihilation. Most importantly, Don currently lacks professional cards and cannot mass-produce professional players. After all, this is a sea area close to the New World, and even if some professional cards manage to reach this area, they've all been monopolized by forces with channels to smuggle them into the New World. So now, every professional who dies is 1 less available. After a moment of silence, Don said to Annie, "Hold a simple funeral for the fallen crew members before sunrise and scatter their ashes at sea. After all, they contributed to my promotion." And nodded in agreement. Funerals aren't important to the dead. The point is that they're for the living. Holding a funeral lets the crew feel that the captain values them. It is very helpful in increasing their enthusiasm and obedience. As for the disabled crew members, Don pondered for a moment. These disabled crew members were not easy to deal with. If they couldn't make it and died, that would be fine. But if they did survive, they wouldn't be of much use on the ship. What's there to hesitate about? Just find an island and give each person a few gold coins as severance pay. Annie looked at Don with a puzzled expression. This is how most pirates in this world do things. After all, the probability of a disabled pirate dying if he continues to live on the high seas is much higher. So some kind captains will give him some severance pay and send him to a more stable island. As for how they lived afterward, that was beyond the captain's consideration. And these were the more merciful captains. If they had encountered a brutal one, simply getting rid of these burdens would have been the least of their worries. Some people with special professional abilities will even use their remaining lives to hold some kind of blood sacrifice ritual. However, Tang did not want to do that. Not to mention that they suffered heavy injuries because they had contributed to Tang Un's advancement. Tang Un's education in his previous life also made him unable to do such a thing as using and then discarding. Call him a saint or a hypocrite, but at least Un isn't that cold-blooded yet, nor does he want to become so. After a moment's thought, Don decisively said to Annie, "No, we'll take care of them." "What?" Annie was stunned. "Giving them prosthetics, although they can no longer participate in combat, can allow them to do simple chores and help Martin. Martin has mentioned many times that he should be given some helpers, hasn't he? Previously, the crew members were unwilling to go, but now these crippled pirates have no choice, so sending them is just right. After listening to Don's words, Annie remained silent for a long time before sighing. You're the captain, you make the decisions. Just don't regret it later. Also, I checked the island's warehouses, and they are well stocked with supplies, probably just replenished, while the Vislay Kingdom's exploration team hasn't come to resupply yet. Upon hearing this, Don immediately understood. No wonder Annie agreed so readily. She had struck it rich. The supplies provided to a nation's exploration fleet, even if not tens of thousands of gold coins, would at least be worth several thousand gold coins. With that income, it wouldn't be a problem to support those crew members for a lifetime. Captain, we found someone in the island's prison. What should we do? Hawkins came running over at that moment. People locked in prison? Upon hearing Hawkins' words, Don immediately became interested. This remote island might not have had a ship passing by for 800 years, so why would there be people locked in a prison on the island? With Hawkins leading the way, Don and followed him all the way to the island's prison, where they met the man. Hello, Captain, my name is Hoffman. Hoffman was a refined-looking young man who maintained a rather elegant demeanor, even as a prisoner. How long have you been locked up here? I don't remember exactly. It must have been a few months ago. A few months? Looking at Hoffman's fairly neat attire, one could easily believe that Don had just been locked up yesterday. Seeing Don's disbelieving look, Hoffman said with a wry smile, because that guy Morin has needs of me, he's been pretty good to me in other ways, except for restricting my personal freedom. Why were you arrested? Now that you have captured this port, you should know that Morin is planning to advance to this Slayer level. Seeing Don nod, Hoffman continued. From the moment he arrived at this port, he began preparing for his advancement. The transformation of killing intent requires a great deal of killing to accumulate killing power, so for more than a year now, he was always posing as a pirate, slaughtering people everywhere. Unfortunately, the merchant ship I was on was attacked by him. So how did you survive? Don asked, frowning. I'm a second-tier hypnotist, and I am not far from advancing to the third-tier illusionist. Due to his rampage of killing over the past year, he has attracted the attention of many people. Chapter 66, Provocation. But the matter of advancing to the Slayer level cannot attract attention. So after discovering me, he wanted me to join him, hoping that after I advanced to the illusionist level, I could help him cover up the traces of his slaughter. The illusionist class, as the name suggests, primarily focuses on creating illusions. It's a magic-based class with a high intelligence and secondary agility attribute. Furthermore, the illusionist's illusions possess the ability to counteract prophecy. Ordinary divination spells can only reveal the illusions cast by the illusionist. Beings with advanced divination spells are unlikely to intervene over such a trivial matter. So a single illusionist is more than capable of covering up Morin's massacre. After hearing Hoffman's explanation, Don thought about it for a moment and felt it was reasonable enough, so he believed him for the time being. Let him out. After emerging, Hoffman straightened his clothes and gave Don a standard aristocratic bow. Thank you, Captain. No need to be polite. By the way, would you like to join us? The loss of professionals this time made them realize that they still needed to recruit more people. Thank you for your kind offer, but I'm sorry, Captain, I have other important matters to attend to. Otherwise, I would have already agreed to Maureen's offer. Hoffman politely declined. All right. Although he was a little disappointed, Don was not one to force others. After agreeing to give Hoffman a ride, the group walked out of the prison. Meanwhile, the pirates outside were already beheading the dead soldiers one by one. Seeing the soldiers' actions, Hoffman couldn't help but ask Don curiously, Captain, what are your men doing? You mean this? It's a gift prepared for the kingdom of Wesley. Hearing Hoffman's question, Don chuckled and pointed in a direction. Hoffman looked in the direction Don pointed and saw that they had piled up the heads one by one, and it was already vaguely forming the shape of a pyramid. Upon seeing this, Hoffman gasped, then abruptly turned to Don and said, Captain, does my offer to join you still stand? It's no wonder Hoffman was agitated. Don's methods were truly terrifying. What was terrifying wasn't that he used the port soldiers to build a mound of corpses, but rather the implications of his actions. This is a provocation against the kingdom of Vesely. Enraged, Wesley would not spare anyone who left the island alive, including him. He hasn't even reached the third tier yet. As a second-tier professional with low combat power and intelligence, he would be easily crushed by the enraged kingdom of Vesely. He has no chance of advancing to the third tier at all. So, left with no other choice, he could only join Dawn, since they dared to provoke the kingdom of Vesely, which meant they must be confident they could survive the kingdom of Vesely's pursuit. We can only hope that they really have it. A few days later, the exploration team from the kingdom of Vesely arrived at the port of Prunnoi for supplies. Before they even reached the shore, the team's commander noticed something was wrong. The entire port was eerily silent. Under normal circumstances, the arrival of the fleet should have been detected from a great distance by Prunnoi. Morin was supposed to lead a team to greet them at the port, but there wasn't a single person in sight. A bad feeling welled up in the mind of the expedition commander. After disembarking, I saw that the ground in the harbor was full of potholes, which clearly indicated that a large-scale battle had taken place. And so far, no living person has appeared. The expedition commander's heart sank to the bottom. Until he went deep into the port, he saw the mound of 500 human heads. And Morin's head was prominently displayed at the very top of the mound of corpses, its lifeless eyes staring straight at him. A newly erected stone nearby bears the large inscription, "The Murderer, Don Campbell." Boom! A dense aura of battle energy soared into the sky. In his rage, the commander of the exploration team unleashed his battle energy, instantly turning the stones and the mound of stones into dust. This is a provocation against the kingdom. Contact the capital immediately and find all information about this Don Campbell. Boar Manor, in the same conference room. Hey, really? Annie actually succeeded? Are you kidding me? Annie isn't lying, is she? How could the kingdom of Vesely lie about its intention to cultivate the slaughter? Annie couldn't possibly be so reckless. So, that impoverished nobleman named Tang and not only crossed the barrier of the third tier, but also jumped straight to level 15? Is it possible that he had already advanced to the third rank? How could that be? Annie made it very clear that this attack on the naval port was for his third tier advancement. If he had already advanced to the third tier, why would he provoke a kingdom for no reason? After all, the Campbell family was once a legendary family, and it's not that old, so they might still have some heritage. By this time, the Boar family had already thoroughly investigated Don's background. What kind of background allows him to cross the barrier of the third tier? The ancestor of the Campbell family was just an ordinary legend. If he really had this ability, the barrier of the third tier would have been broken long ago. In that case, should we try to get our hands on this method? But nobody knows how applicable this method will be. Don't do anything unnecessary. The family's main focus right now is to cultivate a legend. A third-tier cultivator isn't of much value to us. Regardless, this Don has already shown the potential to become a legend, and that ability to temper one's will. Shouldn't we try to befriend him? Annie can handle this kind of thing. Although she made the wrong career choice, she is still very reliable in other aspects. So, what about the compensation for the intelligence failure that Annie mentioned, and the request to report the Wesley Empire for violating the Wizarding Council's ban? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned to look at the patriarch. After a moment of contemplation, the head of the Boar family slowly spoke. Regarding the compensation issue, have Annie inquire with Campbell. As for the whistleblower issue, secretly contact the Kingdom of Nobel. I think they will be interested. Perfect timing. I have an old friend in the Kingdom of Nobel. Leave this to me. The person who spoke was the same one who had openly questioned the family head last time, and now he actually took the initiative to accept this task. Deal with this as quickly as possible. Don't give the Kingdom of Wesley a chance to attack, and the others. I see. Whether it's a dispute or a questioning, it's ultimately just a matter of different directions in thinking about the future of the family. All of this is for the sake of making the entire family even greater. Chapter 67, Huge Bounty. The Old World, the Royal Palace of the Kingdom of Vesely. King Vesely is discussing some important national matters with several ministers. Suddenly, a palace attendant hurried over. Your Majesty, there's an urgent military report. Bring it here, the king casually ordered. After receiving the military report from the eunuch, the king immediately opened it and began to read it. These damn bastards are truly lawless. They just made peace with the New World, and they're already pulling these petty tricks. Upon seeing the news of the attack on Poulin Port, the king subconsciously cursed, but he didn't get angry. The one that dares to attack a kingdom's territory is most likely another kingdom. Wait, where was the attack? Port Branjing? Suddenly, the king realized, damn it, which bastard did this? This time he was truly enraged. The matter of Poulin Port was a top secret of the kingdom, and if it were leaked, he would be in serious trouble. Don Campbell. Find out about him immediately. Send the kingdom's hounds to hunt him down. The king's anger was at its peak when he saw the mound of corpses Don had built at the port of Prunnoy. Campbell? It seems to be a legendary family from the kingdom of Ryan, but they've fallen on hard times. A minister's words immediately calmed the king down. The kingdom of Ryan, as the strongest nation in the old continent, was not someone the kingdom of Vesely could easily bully. And a legendary family, even a fallen one, was a threat. No one would believe that his actions did not represent the will of the state. Contact the kingdom of Ryan and condemn their actions, the king said through gritted teeth, his face grim. Issue a bounty on him, but don't include his surname. Even if he's a legendary family from the kingdom of Ryan, we can't just let this go. It's terrible, your majesty. The Wizarding Council has issued an investigation order. Damn the kingdom of Ryan, damn Campbell. For pirate ships were slowly sailing on the high seas. Although the Bloodbird sank, a warship was captured in Poulin Port. Considering the size of the warship, it was still a profitable deal overall. Since Don was too lazy to come up with a name, Lewis continued to call the warship the Bloodbird. At this time, apart from the necessary sailors operating the ships, all the pirates were training hard under Green's leadership. The Battle of Prunnoy Harbor made them fully realize their weakness. Despite the preemptive strike and the captain's overwhelming conqueror's hockey, they were almost defeated by the opposing soldiers. This made the pirates train even harder these past few days, especially the professional pirates, who were deeply affected by the deaths of their 5 companions. They learned that becoming a professional doesn't mean they can rest easy and live a life of leisure. Even as professionals, they are among the weakest of all professionals, especially when you're with a captain who has big ambitions. Don lay comfortably on a deck chair under a parasol, with Annie lying beside him reading the newspaper. Ever since eating the vampire fruit, Don had developed a strong aversion to sunlight, though it didn't necessarily weaken his abilities. However, the scorching sun made him feel very uncomfortable, so Tang Yin lay down under the parasol. Hey, Don, aren't you going to practice with us? Annie asked Don while looking at the newspaper. Cultivation is impossible. Even months of hard work can't match the improvement from a single fight. After experiencing the benefits of plundering abilities, Tang Yin's laziness from his previous life resurfaced. Especially after being about to advance to the 3rd rank and having initially grasped the basics of making a living in this world, even extraordinary willpower could not suppress this laziness. Even if your attributes are perfectly adequate, you still need to improve your terrible martial arts skills. You're not a magic-based professional. Annie retorted upon hearing Don's words. We'll see. This scorching sun makes me not want to move at all, Don replied lazily to Annie, and rolled her eyes in exasperation, then decided to ignore Don and focus on reading the newspaper. Tang Yin leisurely enjoyed this peaceful time. Until, hey Don, I have news. Then, seeing Don suddenly pop his head over, Annie swallowed back what she was about to say. Although Tang Yun had been appearing relaxed these past few days, he was actually quite anxious as it concerned his advancement. His feelings were similar to those of someone anxiously awaiting their college entrance exam results after finishing the exam in their previous life. After Annie clicked on a message and inserted a silver coin. A few days ago, villains attacked the military port of the Kingdom of Vesely. The loyal soldiers of the Kingdom of Vesely fought bravely, but were ultimately slaughtered by the enraged villains, who then turned the brave soldiers' heads into a mound of skulls. Don quickly skimmed through the information before finally focusing on the bounty, which was of most concern to him. Blood Demon Tang Yin, bounty of 10,000 gold coins. The image on the bounty poster is of Don after his transformation. Don couldn't help but gasp. This bounty was probably comparable to that of those pirate kings. The idea of building a mound of corpses was conceived by Don in case the kingdom of Vesely didn't offer him a bounty, but instead secretly hunted him down. It was a way to provoke the kingdom of Vesely directly. Thus, unless they can eliminate him as soon as possible, they will inevitably have to respond. But this kind of thing is difficult to resolve quickly unless a legend intervenes. Want to get a legendary figure involved? Nobody dares to bother a legendary figure for such a trivial matter. The most suitable response would be to offer a reward. As it turned out, Don's idea worked. It worked a little too well. As for the title Blood Demon, it was probably given to him by a high-level professional from the kingdom of Vesely who directly recalled the battlefield scene at Pranoi Harbor and saw Don's ability to manipulate blood. Below the bounty was a line of smaller print. This villain is extremely dangerous. It is not recommended that professionals below the 4th rank attempt to capture him. Annie, equally bewildered by the huge bounty, said to Don with a grave expression, "This is bad. You've surpassed Ganymede now, and you've jumped ahead of him, becoming the new thorn in the side of the pirate kings." While a bounty doesn't necessarily reflect strength, the final hint undoubtedly declared to the outside world that Tang In possessed combat power comparable to a 4th-tier fighter. Don shrugged indifferently at Annie's words, then immediately took out his class card, preparing to advance. You have met the requirements for advancing to the 3rd-tier profession, Great Pirate. Do you wish to advance? You have met the requirements for advancing to the 3rd-tier profession, Supernova. Do you wish to advance? Confirmed advancement to Supernova. Chapter 68 Advanced. A strange power flowed from the card, seemingly mixed with something else. Don felt as if something within his body had awakened. A moment later, the advancement ended, and Don looked at the class card in his hand. Name, Don Campbell. Age, 20. Level, 15, +1. Rank, 3rd rank. Occupation, Supernova. Talents, Alien, favored by heaven, possessing the qualities of Tyrant. Strength, 21, 26. Agility, 13, 18. Physical strength, 27, 31. Charisma, 14, 19. Intelligence, 12. Perception, 19, 24. Willpower, 21. Professional skills, 6 styles ultimate technique, 6 King's Spear. Professional abilities, plunder, omitted. Activate fleet. Increasing the number of activated ships grants the entire fleet certain mysterious powers. The number of activated ships depends on the will of the professional. Conqueror's Hockey, omitted. Armament Hockey. Like a layer of armor, it adheres to the body, enhancing defense and attack power. It can even capture some untouchable beings. Observation Hockey. The ability to strongly sense the presence of living beings. Specialties. Personal specialties. Alien, pain reduction. Insomniac, bat fruit. Mythical Zoan, vampire form, curse of the sea. Extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary resilience, stamina. Extraordinary recovery, stamina. Extraordinary resistance, stamina. Impact, strength, power dissipation. Iron will, willpower. Personal professional expertise, overlord. Pirate King, prerequisites. Tier 3 Grand Pirate / Tier 3 Supernova. Advancement requirements. Creature level 15, strength 21, stamina 22, perception 18, willpower 15. Advancement condition. 1. Become the Pirate King. Silver Medal Overlord. Prerequisites. Tier 3 Grand Pirate / Tier 3 Supernova. Advancement requirements. Creature level 15, strength 19, stamina 21, perception 15, willpower 15. Advancement condition. 1. Challenge a Pirate King and survive. After advancing, the attributes of the Supernova class change from main strength and secondary strength to main strength, secondary strength, and perception, adding a perception attribute, which should be related to observation hockey. Normally, after advancing, one should gain 4 points in stamina and 2 points each in strength and perception. However, since strength and stamina are already extraordinary, they're subject to attribute decay, and only half of the original increase was achieved. In other words, although consuming the devil fruit broke the barrier preventing him from reaching the extraordinary attribute level before the 3rd tier and increased his strength to 20 points due to attribute decay, it was practically the same as no improvement at this point. However, the attribute decay ends here. It will return to normal the next time it advances. The class skill is 6 King Spear, which isn't too surprising, but it's a bit disappointing that I didn't get the life return skill. However, Tang Yin guessed that either this skill was a 4th tier skill or it required the prerequisite attribute of extraordinary agility. After all, that kind of deep control over the body is related to agility. His professional abilities go without saying. After awakening Conqueror's Haki, Don was certain that his professional energy would be Haki. The only truly surprising thing was the ship activation skill has been upgraded. The fleet activation skill, according to the description, is basically a group version of ship activation. If 1 point of willpower can activate 1 ship, then it means that Don can now activate 21 ships. However, even if he could activate so many ships, it wouldn't significantly improve Tang Yin's abilities. Firstly, there aren't enough ships to activate right now, and secondly, the activated ships require Tang Yin himself to operate them. Not to mention that Don cannot fully control all 21 ships. Even if he could, it would inevitably drain all of Don's energy, and the combat power of these ships is far less useful than Don himself. Moreover, Tang Yin now possesses combat power at level 16 after his transformation, meaning he has now entered the realm of a 4th tier professional. With Tang Yin's current combat power, it's safe to say that all the tier 3 opponents he's ever encountered wouldn't be enough to defeat him, except for Ganymede. Unlike the insurmountable barrier of the 3rd tier, although it is also difficult for someone to advance from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier, there have been some instances of this happening in this world. Ganymede undoubtedly possesses this potential. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a thorn in the side of the Pirate Kings. However, the ability to activate the fleet is not completely useless. As far as Don knows, there is a Devil Fruit ability that can work perfectly with activating the fleet. The combination of the two should produce an effect comparable to the legendary spell Activate Ship Spirits, which is an essential core element for forging legendary warships. After learning about his advanced abilities, Tang Yin looked at his 4th tier profession. The attribute requirements for the Pirate King are no longer a burden for Don, as they are all met. This is one of the benefits of being born extraordinary, as there are very few times when the advanced attributes are insufficient, except for willpower. However, the conditions for advancing to the next level, becoming the Pirate King, are somewhat troublesome. There are 2 possibilities to becoming the Pirate King. Currently, there are 9 Pirate Kings in the world, each controlling a sea route connecting the old and new worlds. If Don wants to become the Pirate King, the first option is to discover a new sea route, which would create another throne. However, no new sea route has been discovered for nearly a century. So this route is basically impassable unless a new traveler is born. The Traveler is a legendary advanced class of a navigator. This class first appeared at the beginning of the Age of Exploration. Its advancement requirement was to discover a new sea route connecting the old and new worlds and announce it to the world. At this time, there are only 9 sea routes connecting the old and new worlds, meaning that only 9 travelers have ever been born. The second path is to challenge the current Pirate King, defeat him, and take his place. Each Pirate King is a 4th tier professional, which is considered average combat strength within the 4th tier. After all, those with too low combat strength wouldn't be able to control this treasure trove. Meanwhile, the top professionals in the 4th tier are all scheming to advance to legendary status. It is impossible to stay on one waterway for a long time. Without much thought, Don made his choice to challenge the Pirate King. After all, who knows how many lifetimes it would take to find the next new sea route. Having just defeated Morin, a man of a higher level, Don was brimming with confidence. We're both at the 4th tier, so why can't I do what you did, Pirate King? Chapter 69 returned to Scimitar Harbor. After Don completed his advancement, Annie was filled with curiosity about his next path to promotion. However, once a professional reaches the 3rd tier, their professional abilities are basically formed, and at this point, keeping professional information confidential becomes very important. If leaked, it could easily lead to targeting, especially for new professions like Don, where information is even more crucial. Moreover, now that Annie has calmed down, she remembers how Don subtly concealed his identity when showing her the professional cards. So now Annie is also very conscious of not daring to peek at Dawn's professional cards. However, out of curiosity, she couldn't help but ask Tang Yin, "So, what are the requirements for the next level of advancement?" 34. I've now met all the requirements for advancement. To advance to the 4th tier, I need to become the Pirate King. 34. Dawn bluntly told Annie the advancement requirements without any concealment, nor was there any need to conceal them. The Pirate King, and was somewhat surprised. So, this time it's still a battle against a higher-level opponent? Although Tang and had anticipated the difficulty of his career advancement, he did not expect that there would actually be a requirement to advance to a higher rank. When he was advancing from the 2nd rank to the 3rd rank, it was only a bounty that was required. It was because Tang Yin was eager to advance that he took the risk of challenging the 3rd rank. But this time, there are real conditions for promotion. Even with the emergence of new sea routes, Dawn's ambition to become the Pirate King still inevitably involves competition with some 4th-tier professionals. Tang Yin smiled, a sharp glint in his eyes. He knew that due to his talent, his path to advancement would inevitably be more difficult than that of ordinary people. Yes, this time it's unavoidable. I need to choose a good opponent. If something unexpected happens again like last time, it won't be so easy for me to survive. His voice was firm and powerful, full of anticipation and confidence for the future. The previous incident of killing Morin gave Dawn a great deal of confidence, and looked at him, feeling incredibly awkward. Although she knew that Tang Yin's words were not directed at her, and that the matter was ultimately not her fault, she still subconsciously felt that she was to blame whenever the accident was mentioned. To cover up her embarrassment and skip the topic, she immediately pressed Tang Yin. "So what exactly do we do next? What's your plan?" Dawn took a deep breath, his eyes becoming even more determined. "First, we need to return to Scimitar Harbor," he explained. "The last battle not only resulted in heavy casualties, but also severely damaged our ships. We need to go to Scimitar Harbor to recruit crew members and repair the ships. Due to the previous battle at Poulin Port, although they were not directly sunk like the former Bloodbird, the other 3 ships also suffered varying degrees of damage, although they could still sail after simple repairs. However, they might not be able to withstand another high-intensity battle." The reason why he didn't rush to Scimitar Harbor immediately was that Dawn was waiting to advance his cultivation level. At that time, the situation in Scimitar Harbor was unclear, and if Dawn, who had just committed a major crime, went there rashly, he would easily be targeted. Therefore, Tang Yin wanted to wait until he advanced to a higher level and had greater power before making any moves. "I will fully support you, Dawn." Thinking of the message from her family, Annie said softly, "No matter what difficulties we encounter, we will face them together and overcome them together." Dawn looked at Annie, who was suddenly becoming a little sentimental, with a puzzled expression, not understanding why. With the order for Dawn to return to Scimitar Harbor issued, the entire fleet instantly sprang into action. The crew quickly adjusted course, and the entire fleet turned in unison. This was one of the results of the officers' training over the past period. It had taken a lot of effort to get these lazy pirates to this level. The fleet, consisting of only 4 ships, drew powerful trails across the sea. The sea breeze howled, raising huge waves, and the sails shimmered in the sunlight, creating a spectacular sight. Dawn stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze fixed firmly on the distance. He knew the challenges ahead would be even greater, but he was fully prepared. He had no choice but to continue striving to climb higher, until one truly transcends the ordinary, ascends to legend, and becomes a true chess player in this world. Or perhaps they die in some unknown corner and are forgotten by the world. He took a deep breath, feeling the sea breeze, which calmed his mind and made him more focused. The fleet continued its journey, encountering several close calls along the way. Although the 3 ships in the fleet were in a dilapidated state, merchant ships and pirate ships they encountered along the way all kept their distance from them. Dawn had no intention of attacking them. He only wanted to reach Scimitar Harbor as soon as possible and prepare to head toward his next target. Time passed quickly under these circumstances, and a few days later, the fleet arrived at Scimitar Harbor. "Hey, what's going on? Are those 4 ships together?" Judging from the state of the ship's hull, it must have been involved in a very difficult battle. "That looks like a warship in the back. Damn it, could it be that some country's navy has come to surround and annihilate us? Upon seeing the small fleet approaching Scimitar Harbor, the pirates immediately erupted into a heated discussion. Their eyes were drawn to the few dilapidated ships, especially the new Bloodbird, which was clearly a warship. Isn't that the Black Pearl? A pirate who recognized the Black Pearl immediately shouted excitedly, his eyes filled with awe and admiration. Don's feet had by then spread throughout Scimitar Harbor, and many pirates had become his fervent followers. 34. The Black Pearl? Which one is that? Why do you all look so excited? Another pirate, who hadn't been in Scimitar Harbor before, asked in confusion. Is that the Wave Chaser? And the Whale Hunter? Good heavens, Will has been missing for months. I heard he's even absent from the captain's council. Those big pirates think he's dead. Amidst gasps of amazement, the entire fleet slowly sailed into Scimitar Harbor. Its arrival undoubtedly caused a tremendous stir in the port. All eyes were focused on this small fleet that seemed to have just been through a battle, and their captain, Don, became the focus of all the pirates' attention. For the pirates who recognized Don's arrival was undoubtedly an inspiration. His actions became a model for pursuing freedom and glory. The pirates all longed to join this fleet, embark on adventures alongside Don, and write their own legendary tales together. Chapter 70 Bloodbath at Scimitar Harbor. After Don and his companions had traveled a long way to reach Machete Harbor, Tang immediately summoned all the cadres to arrange the next action plan and put them into intensive preparations. The primary task is to recruit new crew members, even if these are just ordinary pirates whose combat power is negligible for Don at this point. However, they are still indispensable, since Don cannot operate 4 ships every day. Unless the fruit is obtained, recruiting a large number of ordinary crew members is still very necessary for Don. This time, Don still assigned Hans and Lewis to recruit pirates. Having previous experience and having successfully recruited last time, they should be able to recruit enough people quickly this time. Meanwhile, Hawkins was tasked with repairing the ships, as several had suffered considerable damage in the previous battles and were beyond the capabilities of the pirates to properly repair. The only option is to contact a professional shipyard in Scimitar Harbor and have them handle the repairs. Hawkins' extensive experience would allow him to handle the situation well. In addition, Don needed to deal with the goods they had obtained during their raid on Poolin Port: weapons, elixirs, supplies, medicines, and even some non-attribute extraordinary potions. Don kept only what he could use. The rest are to be dealt with in Scimitar Harbor. Although it's a dark place, it's the only place that Don, as a pirate, can choose. Now that they have offended the kingdom of Vesely, Anne's family can no longer make any real contact with them. Because of Anne's status, the kingdom of Vesely has already held the Boar family accountable. The Boar family, who neither wanted to nor dared to offend the kingdom of Wesley, could only publicly announce that and had left the family. Although they could still offer some assistance behind the scenes, the Boar family certainly couldn't get involved in such large quantities of goods. Otherwise, the Boar family, without its legendary status, could not afford the price of toying with the kingdom of Vesely. Therefore, Don had to personally take Annie to Scimitar Harbor to contact buyers. Annie was the main contact person, while Don's role was to prevent being double-crossed, since this batch of goods represented several months' worth of traffic in Scimitar Harbor. Under Don's meticulous planning, the work at Scimitar Harbor progressed smoothly, with the cadres performing their duties and everything going well. Apart from 1,000 gold coins? You damned profiteer. These things could fetch at least 8,000 gold coins in the New World. Annie shouted angrily, her voice filled with discontent and protest. She waved her hands, wishing she could chop the profiteer in front of her to death. Then you can sell it to the New World, madam, the merchant said to, and with a smile, ignoring her anger. He had seen this many times before. Almost every pirate who came here had to go through this. But so what? In the end, they still obediently sold the goods to him. Apart from him, there was no other merchant in the entire Scimitar Harbor who could buy goods in large quantities. As for these crude pirates resorting to force in their rage, please, he has the Pirate King behind him. There is a third-tier professional who is the Pirate King's right-hand man stationed in Scimitar Harbor. At least 3,000 gold coins. Otherwise, we'll keep it for ourselves. Annie gritted her teeth, lowering her expectations. She knew the merchants here were ruthless, but this time they were really outrageous. Normally, they would only squeeze about half of the pirates' earnings, since pirates are engaged in dangerous business. If they were squeezed too much, even the pirate king wouldn't be able to protect him. But this time, the heartless businessman was determined to exploit them. The merchant smiled and shook his head at Annie's price reduction. 1,000 gold coins, even one might not be much. Damn heartless bastard. Then we won't sell it. Annie glared at the merchant and turned to leave with Dawn. That probably won't work. As soon as the merchant finished speaking, several pirates appeared and surrounded the two of them. In Tang-Un's perception, the pirates' vitality far exceeded that of ordinary people. They should all be second-tier professionals. Seeing the pirates around her, Annie laughed angrily. What? Don't you recognize us? You actually want to attack us. Meanwhile, Dawn, who had remained silent and let Annie do as she pleased, had a red glint in his eyes before revealing a playful smile. Of course I know him. A voice came from behind the merchant, and a burly man stepped out. Blood Demon Dawn, with a bounty of 10,000 gold coins, has provoked the villains of the Kingdom of Wesley. Bruce the Ripper? Annie's face darkened slightly. Bruce the Ripper was the Pirate King's representative in Scimitar Harbor. Now that he was attacking them, could it be the Pirate King's doing? Bruce looked at Dawn, who hadn't said a word. What? Captain Dawn, aren't you going to say anything? Hearing Bruce's words, Dawn turned his head to look at Bruce, then smiled warmly and nodded. Indeed, I should say something, 10,000 gold coins. Then, while everyone was still somewhat confused, he continued, 10,000 gold coins for our goods, and I can pretend this never happened. Ah, Captain Dawn still hasn't grasped the situation. Bruce sneered disdainfully. I know your situation very well. I don't know what methods you used to launch a sneak attack on the port of the Kingdom of Wesley. However, when I last came to Scimitar Harbor, I was only at Tier 2. Even if you were born extraordinary, you're at most Tier 3 now. Perhaps you're a bit stronger than me. How noisy. Looks like they don't want to. Bruce, who was abruptly interrupted by Dawn, looked at Dawn with displeasure, only to find that Dawn had already disappeared from the spot. A chill rose from his tailbone and went straight to the top of his head. The next second, a hand covered in jet black energy covered his face. Before he could react, the hand firmly gripped his head. Bruce struggled to move the hand, but he couldn't budge it an inch. With those few scrawny third-tier fighters outside. Upon hearing the second half of Dawn's sentence, Bruce's expression changed drastically after being subdued in one move. Have you thought this through? Do you really want to follow Ganymede's example and rebel against the Pirate King? Ganymede is... With a bang, Dawn crushed Bruce's head without any expression. Bruce's head exploded like a watermelon, but strangely, the blood inside splattered out in an orderly fashion, instantly passing through the heads of the merchant and several pirates. The next moment, their heads exploded with a bang. How noisy. Annie, go and inform the crew to prepare for war. Since the Pirate King made the first move, today we will massacre Scimitar Harbor and issue a challenge to the Pirate King. Who are you going to attack? Everyone. Chapter 71 Old Friends. For third-tier professionals, strength is determined by the intensity of energy, which in turn depends on the professional's primary attribute and willpower attribute. With Tang-Un's primary attributes far exceeding those of his peers, and his extraordinary willpower already reaching the legendary threshold. Tang-Un's energy intensity is overwhelming for ordinary third-tier beings. That's why Dawn was able to easily defeat Bruce, who was no weakling even in the third tier. Only then did the several Tier 3 pirates lying in ambush outside realize that something was wrong and rushed in. Bull Asta, Shadow, Ghost Carol, Berserkerman, Tidecourse. These are all the Tier 3 great pirates who are permanently stationed near Scimitar Harbor. Upon seeing the group rush in, Annie immediately reported their names to Dawn. Although Dawn claimed to have reached the 4th tier of combat power and easily defeated Bruce, Annie still expressed some concern about him facing 4 formidable third-tier professionals. After all, the difference between the 3rd and 4th order is not as significant as the difference between the 2nd and 3rd order. Upon seeing the 4 Tier 3 pirates, Dawn said to Annie in a warm tone, "Go and contact the crew first." Immediately, Conqueror's Haki was released with a roar, and a violent aura surged forth. The Conqueror's Haki, which was now at a high level of 21 points in willpower, was mixed with Don's killing intent, plus Bruce's still warm corpse on the ground. This put considerable pressure on the 4th third-tier pirates, who could only watch helplessly as Annie left, daring not to take any action. After advancing to the 3rd rank, Don was able to freely release Conqueror's haki and could distinguish between friend and foe. "Damn it, Bruce, that piece of trash. Can't even delay for a moment," Carol said through gritted teeth. In a moment of carelessness, they had let Bruce, the Pirate King's representative, die before their eyes. How are they going to explain this to the Pirate King? "We have no way out now. If we don't take down this blood demon, the Pirate King won't let us go." Coors' face was also gloomy. Originally, it was a sure thing to win with 5 against 1, and it was a newly promoted 3rd-tier enemy. As a result, the initiator, Bruce, simply disappeared. Although Bruce was the weakest fighter among them, none of them dared to say they could easily defeat him. As for someone like Don, Bruce was killed in an instant before they could even react. I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Now that things have come to this, the group has learned that Bruce, that piece of shit, was wrong in his intelligence. This blood demon's combat power far surpasses theirs, but now that Bruce is dead, they have no way out. If they do nothing and let this blood demon go, the Pirate King will not let them off the hook. You should know that at this stage, the Pirate King's temper is quite bad, especially when I think about what I saw at the Captain's Council. No matter what, one thing is certain. When he came to Scimitar Harbor last time, he was only a tier 2, and now he's at most a tier 3. Perhaps his abilities are just right to counter Bruce. Asta looked at Don in front of him with a glint in his eyes. "You guys," Don suddenly spoke, making the others immediately tense up. "Are you done talking?" Don grinned, revealing a warm smile. "Now that you've finished speaking, I'm going to go for it." The next moment, Tangen's figure suddenly changed. He grew taller, his ears became pointed, like an elf, his pupils turned into blood-red vertical pupils, and 2 sharp canine teeth protruded from the corners of his mouth. Upon seeing this, the group's expressions changed drastically. Although they couldn't recognize what Tang In was transforming into, there was no doubt that transformation abilities would significantly boost basic attributes. Moreover, judging from what they saw when they arrived, Don didn't transform when he killed Bruce. In other words, Don didn't use his full strength to kill Bruce instantly. However, Don didn't give them time to think, and the next second he suddenly pounced on them. After leaving, and immediately quickened her pace and ran towards the harbor. She was well aware of the seriousness of the situation, since those powerful pirates had already made their move against them. Therefore, they must have not only ambushed Tang In, but at least the fleet's officers must also be within their encirclement range, and knew she had to get the message to the crew as soon as possible so they could prepare for what was to come. As for the situation with Don, neither she nor the other crew members could intervene. They could only hope that Don truly possessed combat power of at least the 4th rank at this moment. A sense of urgency filled her heart, and she quickened her pace involuntarily. She raced through narrow streets, dodging pedestrians and obstacles, heading towards the harbor. Her heart pounded in her chest, as if it would burst out her chest, but she knew she couldn't stop. Every step was crucial, and quickened her pace, and soon she could vaguely see the outline of the port in the distance. "Miss Ann." Just then, a voice called out to him, and turned around and saw Hoffman, and was overjoyed. It was wonderful to meet Hoffman at this time. "Hoffman, Don has been attacked by the island's big pirates. Go to the captain immediately and inform them. I'm going to bar to find the others." And quickly and clearly explained the situation to Hoffman, her voice revealing urgency and anxiety. "I understand. Leave it to me, Miss Ann." After hearing this, Hoffman immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. He realized that he and Don and the others were in the same boat. If something happened to Don and the others, he would have to face the pursuit of the kingdom of Wesley alone. So he readily agreed to go to the port to inform the crew members who remained behind to prepare. Hoffman was a newcomer, and the incident with the Ranger Angles had made and somewhat wary of newcomers. However, at this moment, and had no other choice but to trust Hoffman. After all, the longer it drags on, the more dangerous it becomes for the crew, and hurried toward the bar, her mind racing. She knew the bar was a place of many people, and it would be the perfect location for an enemy to make a move, so she had to get there as soon as possible. Soon, Annie arrived at the bar entrance. Without hesitation, she kicked open the door and rushed inside. Bang! The violent sound of the door being kicked open drew the attention of everyone in the already eerily quiet bar. However, the anxious Annie didn't notice anything amiss. After entering the bar and not finding the expected fight, Annie breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss, what's wrong?" At that moment, Green, who was in the bar, hurriedly walked over to Annie and asked in a low voice, "Those damn Tier 3 pirates ambushed us, and Don is currently facing them." Although somewhat surprised that Green was trying so hard to keep his voice down, Annie quickly told Green what had happened. "What's going on here?" Relieved, Annie finally noticed the strange atmosphere in the bar. Normally, bars should be noisy, especially this one frequented by pirates, where fights are common. Why is it so quiet now? Upon hearing his question, Green gave her a wink. Annie looked in that direction. A burly figure was quietly drinking at a table, exuding an air of decadence. What caught the eye was his right arm, severed clean at the root, with faint traces of blood indicating it had been cut off not long ago. Looking at this disabled and dejected man, Annie's mind went completely blank. That man was someone she knew, or rather, someone she had met once. Ganymede, the Oath Keeper. Chapter 72, Crushing. Ganymede, the Oath Keeper? How'd he get here? How did he become like this? Who cut off his arm? When Annie saw Ganys, she could hardly believe it. The spirited and powerful man she had met just a few months ago had now turned into this. Boom! 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 A series of booming sounds came from within the island, pulling Annie back to reality. That sound meant that Don and his men had already started making their move. But she knew that the pirates in the bar had no idea why, and taking this opportunity, they all filed out and fled outside the bar. Although she knew the situation was urgent, Ganys's presence was a thorn in her side. If we're talking about whether Don still has a chance of winning against those few third-tier pirates. If we add Ganymede to the mix, Don is in danger. Even though Ganys is now severely injured and disabled, Annie will not underestimate him. After all, with the help of his family, Ganys should have already successfully advanced to the level of Oathbreaker. Gritting her teeth, Annie walked straight to Ganymede's position. "I'm curious, what kind of blow could have driven you to this point, losing all your love for men?" Annie pulled out a chair and sat down with a smile, while Green stood behind her. "So you're the eldest daughter of the Boar family." The drunken Ganys glanced at Annie. "What? Your rookie captain is getting ganged up on right now, and you still have a nerve to worry about others?" Ganys sneered, continuing to gulp down his cheap liquor. The bottles piled up on the table, and Floor proved that he had been drinking there for a long time. "Compared to our captain's side, it's obvious that your side is more important." Annie looked at Ganys calmly. The family had just helped Ganys advance successfully. Although it was a transaction, Ganys shouldn't turn his back on her now. Bang! Ganys slammed his glass down on the table, making a sharp sound, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Well then, let me tell you my pathetic story." As Ganys recounted the story, Anne's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing that Don dared to attack them so arrogantly despite being outnumbered, Asta was filled with rage. He had dominated the area around Scimitar Harbor for many years, and apart from the Pirate King, no one had ever dared to underestimate him like this. He leaped forward, wielding his giant axe, and charged forward. Asta is a traditional class, warrior. "Call out." Don pointed at Asta, who was charging at him, and a drop of blood spurted out. "Fight!" Asta held his giant axe in front of him, his battle aura surging, directly blocking the blood droplet. The blocked blood droplet slowly dissipated. "A mere trick." "Is that so?" Don sneered and extended his finger again, this time launching the attack in the form of finger gun. Blood finger gun, blood bullet. Although Asta said that, he didn't dare to be careless. He once again held the giant axe in front of him and unleashed his fighting spirit. Bang! The blood droplet exploded upon striking the giant axe, the violent impact causing Asta to stumble back a few steps. Before he could regain his balance, Tang and moved in front of him in an instant. "Oh no! Watch out! Damn it, stop!" Seeing this, the others sensed something was wrong and rushed forward angrily in an attempt to rescue Asta, but it was too late. After Tang In transformed, his sharp fingernails were coated with armament haki, and they shimmered with a metallic luster. It easily tore through Asta's fighting spirit and pierced Asta's chest. The notorious pirate who had dominated the waters near Scimitar Harbor for decades, Bull, Asta, is dead. The warrior class, while possessing considerable combat power at Tier 2, begins to lose its effectiveness in combat after advancing to Tier 3, as its martial arts skills become less useful in battle. Therefore, at the 3rd tier and above, the overall combat power of the warrior is quite low. The derogatory term vulgar warrior doesn't just apply to one person, but to the entire warrior class. Whoosh! The fastest of them all, Carol, the shadow ghost, had already appeared behind Dawn through a shadow, her sharp dagger shrouded in black mist as she thrust it toward the back of Dawn's head. Traditional professions have evolved over tens of thousands of years, and at each stage, there are career paths that allow for advancement to card-based professions. Carol's 3rd-tier profession, Shadow Assassin, is an advancement from the 2nd-tier Assassin. Clang! Faced with Carol's sudden attack, Dawn calmly turned around, raised his arm covered in armament haki, and accurately blocked Carol's dagger, producing a metallic clang. Then Dawn reached out his other arm toward Carol. However, Carol reacted quickly, retreating immediately after missing her first attack, thus dodging Dawn's assault. At this moment, the group finally realized how powerful Dawn was. Although Asta was just a crude warrior, he had a level 15 biological level, and his combat power was far superior to Bruce, that good-for-nothing who served as the Pirate King's dog. At this moment, he was instantly killed by Tang in just one exchange. Roman rushed over at that moment, swinging his two-handed greatsword fiercely, a bloody aura flowing across it, and slammed it down hard on Dawn. Roman's class, Berserker, is a card class that is an advancement from the 2nd-tier warrior. Dawn, who had just attacked Carol, didn't have time to defend himself and could only gather his armament haki on his back. Bang! Roman's smug smile froze instantly, as if his sword had struck a piece of fine iron, causing no harm to Dawn. Damn it, let's attack together. If he gets another chance, we're all dead. Roar! With a roar, Roman's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his muscles bulged, and he grew much taller. The core ability of the Berserker is Berserk. Roman, whose strength had greatly increased after going Berserk, pressed down on the greatsword with all his might, and the violent force caused Dawn to stumble and fall. The next moment, Carol leaped out from the shadows of the two men, her dagger aimed straight for Dawn's vitals. Kors, whose profession is Tide Rider, has now brought his trident, which is carrying a huge amount of water, to Dawn's eyes. Faced with the three's attack, a red light flashed in Tangen's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a thick black mist instantly enveloped everyone. Boom! The next moment, a loud explosion rang out, and the three attacked, but then their expressions changed drastically, as they had missed. Using the darkness, Tang In displayed incredible speed, easily dodging the attacks of the group. However, the three of them had no time to think further, because their senses were compressed to the extreme within the dense black fog. My already low perception level is now even worse than that of an average person. Damn it! We need to find a way to get out of here. Actually, the best approach at this point would have been for the three of them to form a defensive formation, guarding against Tang In. However, Tang In's displayed power intimidated them, and they also didn't fully trust each other. All they could do was scatter and flee, trying to escape the black fog before Dawn made a move. In this darkness, as deep as night, the strength of the group, which was already weaker than that of Dawn, seemed even more insignificant. The already relatively powerful Tang In was even more at ease in this dark environment. The three scattered individuals lost their way in the boundless darkness. With their senses completely obscured, their once proud skills and strength now seemed pale and powerless. Bleeding through, Tang In wasted no time with the three who were already completely trapped. He immediately used the blood-piercing technique, the most powerful attack he had at this stage. The three, whose senses were blocked, were completely powerless to resist the blood-piercing technique. Finally, when the black mist dissipated, only Dawn, who was standing intact, and the corpses cut into pieces on the ground were left. When Annie arrived, this was the scene she saw. Chapter 73, Blockade. In terms of strength, these third-tier pirates are not weak among third-tier pirates, only slightly weaker than Morin, who has advanced in energy. Although Morin's class is relatively weak in individual combat power, Morin, who is already advanced in energy, is already considered to have excellent individual combat power among third-tier characters. These few third-tier pirates, whose combat strength was not weak, were slaughtered like chicks under Tang En's command. Annie, who rushed over and saw this scene, was stunned. Fortunately, Annie knew the importance of the matter, suppressed her shock, and quickly walked to Don's side. "How are things, Annie? Are the crew all right?" "It's nothing. I just ran into someone I know." "Oh, who is it? Do I know them?" "Oathkeeper Ganymede." Seeing Annie's solemn expression, Don also frowned slightly. That's going to be troublesome. Gannis already possessed the combat power of a fourth-tier player when he was at the third tier. Now that he has advanced to the fourth tier, his combat power is still considerable even among fourth-tier players. Why is this guy coming to Scimitar Harbor instead of causing trouble for the Pirate King after his promotion? Don asked, somewhat exasperated. Has he already gone to see the Pirate King? Annie asked Don with a strange expression. Huh? What's going on? He didn't grovel before the Pirate King again, did he? Don asked incredulously, looking at Annie's expression. No, and said in a deep voice, he went to challenge the Pirate King of this Eiger passage, the Great Wave Ronald. And then he lost. Don made a reasonable guess about the outcome of Gannis's appearance in Scimitar Harbor. No, he won. Don looked at Annie in disbelief. If she had won, she should have already become the Pirate King, right? Why would she come to Scimitar Harbor? Is she here to target me? You heard me right, he won. And sighed and continued. After he won, just as he was about to finish off Ronaldo, a legend appeared. Looking at Don's horrified expression, Annie seemed to see her past self. The so-called Pirate King is actually just a representative of legend. Behind every Pirate King stand a legend. After the legend appeared, he asked Ganymede if he was willing to take over the position of the Pirate King and become the new spokesperson. Gannis's attack on the Pirate King is aimed at using the vast resources controlled by the Pirate King to challenge the legendary rank. If there's a legendary rank above him, who takes the lion's share of the profits? What's the point of him being the Pirate King? Therefore, Gannis decisively chose to refuse. Although the legend disdained killing him for bullying the weak, he still severed his right arm as punishment. This happened during the captain's meeting, and all the third-tier pirates present witnessed it. 4 high-level superhumans. The loss of an arm is not a big deal. Whether it's a healing potion or the professional ability of a healer, a severed limb can regenerate. However, neither of these items were affordable for Gannis, who had just been promoted to the 4th rank and was practically penniless. The Oathbreaker class is a class that focuses on perception, so it's impossible for Gannis to raise his Constitution attribute to 30 points and awaken the extraordinary feat of limb regeneration at the 4th rank. As a melee fighter, Ganymede has essentially lost any chance of advancing to legendary status after losing an arm. It's fair to say that unless Gannis sells himself to a powerful force, his professional career is completely ruined. Annie's words plunged Don into deep silence. He was somewhat confident in defeating a 4th-tier Pirate King, but when it came to legends, even after he advanced to the 4th tier, he might not be able to withstand a single slap from a legend. Actually, Don had wondered before how 9 mere 4th-tier Pirate Kings could possibly carve out such a large piece of meat from the hands of the old continent nations. Even a single country could afford to send more than 10 Tier 4 soldiers to besiege the Pirate Kings. Now, Don finally understood that it was the 9 legends behind the Pirate King who had truly torn off this piece of fat. It should be noted that even the strongest nation in the old world, the Kingdom of Ryan, only has 7 legendary figures on the surface. The legendary ancestor of the Campbell family left behind a saying, "This world belongs to legends." Every industry that can make a lot of money, if you trace it back to its source, you will find that there is at least one legend at the beginning. Now, Don understood the meaning of that sentence more deeply. However, putting aside the issue of Don's advancement, he was just about to have a passionate moment, decisively massacre the port of Scimitar, and then go after the Pirate King. Now, they're telling him there's a legend behind the Pirate King. At this moment, Donald felt even worse than if he had eaten a devil fruit that gave him no power. In fact, most professionals at level 4 and above are aware of this kind of thing. The Bohr family never expected that Don would have to face the Pirate King so soon after advancing to the 3rd rank. No one told Annie about this beforehand, since it involved legendary information and wouldn't be easily revealed to a lower-ranking junior. After all, the more you know, the more hesitant you become, which is not only unhelpful for those climbing the path to legend, but also an obstacle. Don, the most important thing now is to repair the ship as soon as possible and prepare to set sail. Things have developed to this point, and if we stay here any longer, the Pirate King will definitely take action himself. Regardless of winning or losing, we won't benefit from that. If they lose, there's no need to say more. But if they win, the legend behind the Pirate King will definitely make a move again, since he's the legend's money-making tool. And Don will never be the legend's dog. He'll probably be in even worse shape than Ganymede. After all, the power of the vampire fruit allowed him to regenerate limbs even before he reached 30 points in his attributes. His disability had no punitive effect on him. In this situation, it's easy to be killed by a legendary player with a single blow. Taking a deep breath, Don suddenly spread his bat wings and soared into the sky above Scimitar Harbor. With the enhancement of his abilities, his voice resounded throughout the entire harbor. I am Blood Demon. For the next week, the entire Scimitar Harbor will be sealed off. Anyone who leaves the harbor without authorization will be killed without mercy. Hey Don, there's Gannies on the island too. Annie shouted at Don, her face changing drastically. Just a crippled oath breaker. No need to worry about him. After repeatedly crushing 3rd-tier professionals, Don was extremely confident in his combat abilities. He was no longer the Don who was easily scared to death by Ganymede. Don didn't think that a newly promoted 4th-tier fighter with greatly reduced combat power could cause him any trouble. Chapter 74, Running Away. After learning about the irresistible power behind the Pirate King's legend, Don quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He understood perfectly well that he currently had no means of directly confronting an existence of legendary status. That's why he decisively declared a blockade of Scimitar Harbor to prevent news of his annihilation of all the Tier 3 pirates in Scimitar Harbor from leaking out and attracting the Pirate King to come in person. Although he will be discovered by the Pirate King sooner or later, what he needs most right now is time. After issuing the announcement, Don acted swiftly, mobilizing all his crew members to tightly blockade Scimitar Harbor, preventing any pirates from entering or leaving. After all the Tier 3 pirates died at his hands, now the only one in the entire Scimitar Harbor who can rival him is Ganymede. But Gannis has made no move in the past few days, spending his days holed up in a bar drinking aimlessly, as if the legend had truly broken his spine. Even though Don made such a big move in the entire Scimitar Harbor, he didn't react at all. Although the plan to massacre Scimitar Harbor failed to materialize, Don was not going to let Scimitar Harbor go easily. Don took even more extreme measures, forcibly confiscating all the pirate ships and pirates in the port of Scimitar Harbor, whether they were old pirates who had committed many evil deeds or newcomers. Aside from Gannis's men and ship, he was, after all, a 4th-tier professional, and even if Don thought he was crippled, he might not be a match for him. However, considering that he hasn't caused any trouble these past few days, it's best not to make enemies unnecessarily. His orders were very clear. Obey unconditionally, and those who resist will be killed without mercy. Don showed no mercy to the pirates who chose to rebel and pursue freedom. He ordered his men to slaughter them mercilessly, regardless of age or gender, and send them to hell to continue their pursuit of freedom. Under the invincible power of Don, who dominated the entire Scimitar Harbor, the 3rd-tier pirates were almost all killed or wounded, and the pirates had no means of resistance. For a time, an atmosphere of terror and despair permeated the entire waters of Scimitar Harbor, and the pirates were all terrified. Meanwhile, those pirates' men, who had originally been assigned to attack Don's men at the tavern and docks, were now there. As a result, because Ganymede was in the tavern, no one dared to make a move. The attack on the docks did cause some casualties, but fortunately, thanks to Hoffman's timely notification, the professionals suffered no losses. With several major pirates now defeated and killed, These pirates, surrounded by pirates from almost the entire Scimitar Harbor, soon all went to see their captains. Don himself knew that many of these pirates were not truly loyal to him. After all the pirates who had not submitted, except for Gannis, had been killed by Don. As long as the pirates did not want to die, they could only pretend to be loyal to Don. However, Don's tough methods did allow him to quickly establish absolute authority within the completely closed curve port. The pirates of Scimitar Harbor no longer dared to show any rebellion, at least not on the surface. They all chose to join Don's crew and became his capable assistants. This allowed Don's power to expand greatly in a short period of time. Including the 4 ships under Don's command before, he now has a total of 19 pirate ships of varying quality, and a fully fledged fleet has basically taken shape. In this situation, a week passes quickly. After successfully repairing the 3 ships, including the Black Pearl, Don immediately ordered the crew to prepare for departure. It was impossible for 19 pirate ships to take away the nearly 10,000 pirates in the entire Scimitar Harbor. Don eliminated the old, weak, sick, and disabled, selecting only the strong, non-professional pirates. They didn't even want navigators, only some pilots. In total, there were over 1,000 people. The reason for not bringing along the professionals was the fear that these less loyal professional pirates might cause trouble. Don had enough veteran professionals under his command to send only 1 per ship. These ordinary pirates could be suppressed by the professionals under Don's command. If there were professional pirates, it would be very dangerous, so even though Don is currently short of manpower, he doesn't dare to keep these professional pirates around. After all, the fleet is now growing larger and larger, and Don can't keep an eye on all the ships at all times, especially on the vast ocean where you never know what you might encounter at any moment. Finally, amidst the complex gazes of the pirates of Scimitar Harbor, the massive fleet of 19 pirate ships slowly departed from Scimitar Harbor. In just 1 week, Don swept away almost everything of value that could be taken from the entire Scimitar Harbor. If it weren't for some concern about Ganymede's ambiguous stance on the island, Don would have wanted to slaughter all the remaining pirates. After all, if he were to go to war with Ganymede, even if he won, Don would suffer heavy losses and might even significantly delay his departure. After all, at the 4th tier level of combat, the small port of Scimitar Harbor might not be able to withstand it. Having already offended the Pirate King, and given the legendary nature of his background, and the fact that they cannot currently take action against him, remaining on this sea route is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. Therefore, Don had no choice but to venture across unknown seas to another route. Although he might still be targeted by the Pirate King, at least he wouldn't be as extreme as Ronaldo the Great Wave is now. Ronaldo must have been in a terrible mood after being defeated by Gannis in front of everyone, especially since his master showed up and didn't care that he was still there, saying that he was going to give up on him. If it weren't for Gannis having some backbone, who knows what would have become of him? Under these circumstances, it's easy to imagine that Ronaldo must have been seething with anger and nowhere to vent it. Now that another Don has emerged, Ronaldo will inevitably use Don as an outlet for his frustrations and relentlessly attack him. Even though Don was confident he was no weaker than Ronald, he was in a very passive position because he couldn't use any drastic measures. Don didn't think he could agree to Ronald, the Pirate King, without holding back. On the contrary, it would be life-threatening. Since there is a risk to life regardless of winning or losing, it is impossible to stay here and wait to die. Running away immediately is the right thing to do. Forced to flee, his path to advancement was blocked, and Don was now seething with rage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to slaughter the entire Scimitar Harbor. Unfortunately, due to Gannis, he had to suppress his anger for the sake of the bigger picture. However, this only fueled the pent-up anger within Don, and he now desperately needed an outlet for it. Chapter 75, Sea Monster. The dangers of uncharted waters undoubtedly far exceed those of the main shipping lanes. The main shipping lanes, being the path of proof for travelers, possess a mystical protection, greatly reducing the frequency of extreme weather events. More importantly, those enormous sea monsters are only likely to be encountered in the stormy sea section of the main shipping route. In other areas, the sea monsters are repelled by the mystery of the main shipping route and cannot get close to it all. In the unknown seas, sea monsters are not only ubiquitous, but also numerous. Virtually every fleet that has explored the unknown seas has been attacked by sea monsters. Upon entering the unknown waters, all the pirates became more vigilant. They worked in shifts around the clock, carefully maneuvering the rudder and adjusting their course according to their captain's instructions. Even Don couldn't take it easy. He had been resting and recuperating in the captain's cabin for the past few days, and his observation hockey was on full 24/7. Even before setting sail, Don had already fully activated all the ships in the entire fleet. The captain's cabin is also for focusing on the overall situation of the fleet so that the ships can be maneuvered at any time in case of crisis. As the fleet's only navigator, and was extremely busy every day, constantly monitoring wind direction and wave changes and gathering various information during the voyage. They observed subtle changes in the color, temperature, and flow rate of the seawater, analyzing the clues that this information might conceal. This information is crucial for them when navigating uncharted waters, helping them better understand the characteristics and potential risks of that area. To ensure the stability of the vessel in the complex marine environment, several lookouts were stationed directly on the lookout tower, holding bronze binoculars, constantly scanning the surroundings, looking for any possible signs of danger. It's important to understand that in this unknown sea, even the smallest detail can conceal enormous risks. In general, the pirates' cautious navigation after entering unknown waters was a comprehensive operation. They relied not only on the captain's decisiveness and the crew's tacit cooperation, but also made full use of their wisdom and experience to collect and analyze information. This comprehensive approach allowed them to remain safe in the unknown and dangerous waters and continue their pirate careers. This continued for several days. On this day, Don, who was pretending to sleep in the captain's cabin, suddenly changed his expression, rushed out of the cabin, spread his bat wings, and soared into the sky. However, it was still too late. A huge column of water surged up from the sea at the edge of the fleet, and then a huge sea monster burst out of the deep sea. Its body was enormous, like a moving island, and its dozen or so clawing tentacles grabbed a ship at the edge of the fleet as soon as it appeared. Sea monsters come in all sorts of strange and wonderful varieties, and it's rare for two sea monsters to look exactly alike. Therefore, it's difficult to name them, and we can only classify them simply based on their characteristics, such as tentacled creatures, shellfish, and so on. Among them, the most terrifying creatures for ships are undoubtedly tentacle-like sea monsters. Although Don spotted the sea monster the moment it approached, the entire fleet was simply too large. Don's observation hockey barely covered the entire fleet. Once the sea monster appeared within Don's perception range, the entire fleet was basically within its attack range. Moreover, the sea monster was incredibly fast. It swung its enormous tentacles and easily shredded the ship. The sailors screamed in terror as their ship was instantly reduced to pieces by the sea monster's attack, and thick blood mist and debris filled the sea. At this moment, Don had just flown out of the Black Pearl. At this moment, the surrounding ships finally reacted. Although the scene before them filled all the ordinary pirates with deep fear and despair, they still entered a state of combat readiness under the roar of their captains. Boom! 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 Soon, the captains of the various ships quickly gave orders, and several nearby ships immediately surrounded the sea monster, with hundreds of cannons bombarding it. In an instant, artillery fire clashed on the sea, and deafening explosions rose and fell. Roar! Although the sea monster was powerful, it could not ignore the cannon fire. Under the bombardment, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the pain made it let out a shrill roar. A dozen tentacles slammed down on the pirate ships that were attacking him. Although they looked terrible, these injuries were nothing compared to the sea monster's enormous size. They weren't even minor injuries, more like a mosquito bite. Just then, Don arrived. Seeing the wreckage on the sea, Don, who was already burning with anger from his hasty escape, was instantly enraged. It charged straight at the sea monster. Suddenly, the tentacles that were about to attack several pirate ships abruptly stopped, and the sea monster also ceased its roaring, even as cannonballs continued to bombard it, tearing its flesh to shreds, yet it remained unresponsive. The sea monster's eyes, so small they were almost invisible compared to its enormous body, were firmly locked onto Dawn. However, Dawn, consumed by rage, paid no attention to this. The next moment, more than a dozen tentacles of the sea monster swarmed over and strangled Tang in. Faced with these enormous tentacles that blotted out the sky, Dawn did not dodge or evade, but expressionlessly stretched out one hand and clenched it in the air. The next moment, tons of purple blood gushed out from the craters on the sea monster's body caused by the cannonballs. Roar! The intense pain briefly restored the sea monster's clarity of vision, causing it to pause its attack on Dawn's tentacles. However, Dawn ignored all of this. With a wave of his arm, the sea monster's blood that was scattered in the sky turned into sharp blood spears and returned to the sea monster's body. In an instant, the sea monster's enormous body was smashed to pieces. Although sea monsters possess combat power comparable to a third-tier fighter due to their massive size, any third-tier professional could easily defeat an adult sea monster in a one-on-one fight. At the third tier, professionals who have entered the extraordinary stage can gradually begin to disregard differences in body size. Despite being badly injured and bleeding profusely, the sea monster was still alive after Dawn's attack. With a mournful roar, it turned and swam into the deep sea. It wants to run away. TCH, what tenacious vitality. Tang sneered, gathering all the splattered blood into a blood spear comparable to the tentacles of a sea monster, and shot it at the sea monster that had not yet fully entered the deep sea. Roar! With a desperate roar from the deep sea, the sea monster's body was pierced through, and all its tentacles hung limply. Chapter 76, Venting Anger. Ha ha! I survived! Long live Captain Dawn! Praise be to the great Captain Dawn! Seeing Dawn's incredible prowess in easily dispatching the ferocious sea monster, the pirates erupted in excited cheers. The pirates who saw the sea monster for the first time all thought they were doomed the moment they saw it. Now that they saw that the enormous beast was so easily killed by Dawn, the pirates, feeling like they had been given a second chance at life, couldn't help but increase their loyalty to Dawn by a few percentage points. After dispatching several pirate ships to dismantle the sea monster's carcasses and rescue the survivors of the damaged ships, Dawn returned to the Black Pearl. The greatest value of a sea monster lies in its flesh and blood. Although it doesn't taste particularly delicious, it is, after all, a third-tier creature, and its body is rich in nutrients. Consuming large amounts of sea monster meat over a long period of time may increase attributes such as strength, agility, and stamina by up to 15 points. Some of the ingredients for certain potions require a large amount of sea monster flesh essence. Due to the sea monster incident, the entire fleet inevitably had to temporarily anchor in this area. After the dead sea monster slowly rose to the surface, the pirates gasped in shock upon seeing the massive, penetrating wound that had pierced its entire head. However, Dawn was not in the mood to pay attention to them at the moment. Although he vented some of his anger on the sea monster, the loss of the pirate ship still cast a shadow over Dawn's heart. Crossing unknown seas would result in losses, a fact that Dawn was well aware of. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to recruit soldiers in Scimitar Harbor while on the run. However, to their surprise, they lost a pirate ship just a few days after setting sail. Fortunately, Dawn had the foresight to concentrate the valuables on the Black Pearl, while the supplies on the other pirate ships were mainly food and other less important items. After all, even though Dawn already possessed combat power comparable to a fourth-tier professional, in this dangerous sea area, he was only confident in keeping the Black Pearl ship intact. However, this wasn't the most frustrating thing. What really annoyed Tang was that, due to the existence of the legend, his career advancement path was stuck in such an awkward position. Even if you change course, it only makes your situation slightly safer, but it doesn't help you get promoted at all. After agonizing over the matter for several days, Tang grew increasingly frustrated. He couldn't help but lightly touch the silver mirror he held to his heart, his eyes filled with gloom. If all else fails, "Captain, a ship has been spotted in the distance." Just then, shouts came from outside. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in Dawn's eyes, and he quickly walked out of the captain's cabin. Once on deck, following the direction the lookout was pointing, Dawn quickly spotted the ship. It lingered at the edge of the horizon, as if observing the situation. Upon seeing that there was only one ship there, a glint of malice flashed in Don's eyes. The evil fire within him grew even stronger after his fruitless pondering. Now, Don is eager to release this long-suppressed emotion through looting. Tell the rest to stay put and finish cutting up the sea monster as soon as possible. Black Pearl, give chase. Don quickly ordered his crew to prepare to plunder the innocent ship. The pirates moved swiftly and methodically. They skillfully maneuvered their ships, approaching their target vessel with astonishing speed and agility. Faced with the pirate ship suddenly charging towards them, the crew members on the opposite ship seemed very surprised, but showed no sign of wanting to escape. Soon, the Black Pearl approached the ship. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that, in terms of sheer size, this ship was significantly larger than the Black Pearl. Faced with the menacing Black Pearl, the sailors on board remained calm and composed. Move closer. Tang Yin knew very well that any ship that dared to venture into unknown waters would have at least one Tier 3 professional escorting it. However, Tang Yin, who was in a very bad mood, didn't care about that. At this moment, he just wanted to kill a third-tier professional to vent his anger. Don had no intention of engaging in an artillery duel with the enemy, and coincidentally, the enemy also had no intention of shelling. In this situation, the two ships quickly approached each other and soon boarded each other. Before Tang Yin could make any move, a handsome young man appeared in their line of sight. He was dressed in finery, and his demeanor exuded aristocratic arrogance and unruliness, as if he were completely unconcerned about the dangerous pirates before him. The man walked to the bow of the ship, looked directly at Don and the others, and gazed at the black sails hanging on the Black Pearl. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His voice was loud and clear, full of provocation and disdain. "Hey, you sea trash. What are you trying to do coming this way? You're not trying to rob us, are you?" Tang Yin and the others were caught off guard by the man's sudden appearance and mockery, and were stunned for a moment. Tang Yin was fine. He just frowned slightly and looked behind the man. In his perception, there was a person with a huge life force in his body. However, after experiencing several major events with Don, his pirates had all become arrogant and self-important. The pirates, who hadn't been insulted like this in a long time, were immediately displeased. "You damn pretty boy. You son of a bitch. Come here and let me show you my big dick. Look at you. You're still all grown up. Go back to your mother's breast." In an instant, countless filthy insults were hurled at the man. When it came to cursing, how could this guy, who seemed to be a noble young master, possibly be a match for these crude pirates? His face flushed red with anger at the insults, and he roared at the sailors on the ship. "Grab them. I'll smash their mouths. Pull their tongues out." As soon as the man finished speaking, the sailors on the opposite ship drew their weapons and prepared to charge. The pirates, however, did not rush to attack. Instead, they all looked at Don. Seeing this, Don nodded slightly, and the pirates immediately charged forward with howls. Although Tang Yin sensed that there were quite a few second-tier professionals on the other side, he did not take them seriously. Boom! The Conqueror's Haki was activated, and an invisible aura enveloped everyone on the opposite ship. The ordinary sailors immediately fell unconscious, and even the weaker second-tier professionals also fell into a coma. On the contrary, the nobleman's body shimmered with a light that actually blocked Don's Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 77, The Right Sandbag. No wonder they're so arrogant. They even have a third-tier professional among them. The nobleman's face darkened. He's just a mere wild Tier 3 professional. Don't be so arrogant. Uncle Lem, a middle-aged man, walked up from behind him. "Young master." "It's all up to you, Uncle Lem." "Don't worry, young master." Although this noble young master was arrogant towards others, he was quite polite when facing this Lem. Looking at the man named Lem, Don's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the person Don had sensed earlier who possessed such vigorous vitality. Of all the people Don encountered after he ate the vampire fruit, only Ganymede, who had already advanced to the 4th rank, had a more vigorous life force than him. Even Morin, who had already advanced in energy, was far inferior to him. This Lem is undoubtedly one of the best in the 3rd tier. However, this is perfect because Don was worried that this punching bag was too weak to be hit. Suddenly, Don spread his bat wings and swiftly lunged towards Lime. Although Lime was surprised by Don's wings, he reacted quickly and thrust his sword forward. To his surprise, Don didn't dodge or evade, allowing the sword to pierce through his body. Under Lem's astonished gaze, Don's hands gripped Lem's body tightly, then flapped his bat wings, carrying Lem into the sky. Kill them all. As soon as Don left those words, the young nobleman's expression changed drastically. He looked at the few second-tier guards left beside him, and then at the hundreds of ferocious pirates opposite him. However, even now, he still didn't put away his arrogant face. "You filthy sea scum, stay away from me. Can't you see that your captain has been stabbed by Uncle Lime?" The pirates ignored his words and pounced on him with savage grins. Led by Morin, the second-tier guards on the ship quickly fell to the ground one by one. Only after his guards were all dead, and seeing the restless pirates around him, did the noble young master finally realize the danger. "Damn it! If you dare do anything to me, my grandfather will not let you get away with it. My grandfather is the chief wizard of the pure White Tower." Unfortunately, these crude pirates didn't know what the Tower of Pure White was. Seeing that this young nobleman was about to die, but was still putting on airs, they immediately rushed up to teach him a lesson. "Stop!" Annie's voice forced the pirates to stop, albeit reluctantly. Unlike the pirates, and knew exactly what the White Tower was and understood the significance of the chief wizard. Upon seeing the young nobleman's eyes lit up. "You see trash, now obediently hand over this woman to me, and I might consider letting you die a quick death." Hearing this fool who couldn't see the situation clearly, Annie's face darkened. "Lock him up first, and we'll talk about it when Donald comes back." After getting a little away from the ship, Don found a good opportunity and suddenly threw Lime into the sea. The longsword fell into the sea along with Lime, detaching from Don's body. Then, red light flashed around the wounds on Don's body, and the wounds healed quickly. Lem reacted extremely quickly, his body surging with energy, and he landed steadily on the turbulent sea as if standing on flat ground. This scene slightly surprised Tang In, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, as there are many high-level professionals who can walk on the sea as if it were flat ground. One stood on the sea, the other flew in the sky, surrounded by rolling waves and howling sea winds, creating a unique battlefield. "Captain, I apologize for my young master's recklessness. It was just a misunderstanding, and we can offer you some compensation." Concerned for his young master, Lime immediately offered to make peace with Don. Having witnessed Don's abilities, they knew it would be difficult to subdue Don's Lime in a short time. For the safety of their young master, this was the only option. Don sneered at Lime's words, then assumed an attack stance and swooped down. Seeing this, Lem's heart sank. "Damn it, our master is pure white." Before Lem could finish speaking, Don had already appeared in front of Lem and launched an attack, forcing Lem to swallow his words. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. Their figures moved quickly across the sea, and the longswords clashed with Tang Un's domineering hands, producing a crisp metallic clang. The surrounding waves were also affected by their battle, creating huge splashes as if cheering on the fight. Don's senses were correct. Lem indeed possessed considerable strength. In this round of combat, Don did not gain the slightest advantage. After forcing Don back with a single sword strike, Lem said urgently, "Our master is from the pure White Tower." How long-winded. Don had no mood to talk to Lem. He needed to vent his pent-up frustration. Immediately, Don moved swiftly and threw a punch at Lem. Boom! The powerful aura emanating from this punch was so intense that it even shattered the air. Seeing this, Lem's expression changed, and he immediately flipped his wrist, wielding a sword with both hands, covering it with dense energy, and went to meet the attack. Bang! 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 The two men clashed with their fists and swords, their energies colliding and creating a series of booming sounds. Compared to the other, Don's energy was clearly superior. After a single clash, Lime felt a tremendous shock throughout his body, and even the fascia in his hands ached. Don stomped his foot and flapped his bat wings, instantly creating a deep crater in the sea. His body transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the spot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Lim with a suffocating feeling. Thump! Tang Yin unleashed a punch imbued with overwhelming domineering power, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, accompanied by the simultaneous roar of thousands of cannons. The surging momentum was exhilarating, yet also chilling. Lim immediately felt his hair stand on end, as if he had been electrocuted. His energy surged and wisps of energy overflowed, gradually covering his entire body. Whoosh! Faced with Don's powerful and domineering attack, Lim's body trembled, and he thrust his longsword straight at Don. Snap! The two energies collided again, causing the air to explode, and the powerful shockwaves spread outwards like a tide, stirring up layers of waves. Even ships in the distance were affected. An ordinary second-tier professional would be severely injured by this shockwave if they stood here. This shows how powerful the aftereffects of their battle were. Chapter 78, The Tower of Pure White. Lim grunted and took a few steps back. Don used the momentum to fly into the air. It's clear that Don is still the better choice. Interesting. Don licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He took a deep breath and charged at Lime again. This time, he was faster and stronger. Lime gritted his teeth and prepared to meet Don's attack with all his might. The two sides traded blows, neither giving an inch. Each clash triggered massive energy fluctuations, whipping up huge waves on the sea. On board the Black Pearl, Annie's expression changed drastically as she watched the massive waves crashing in. Attention everyone, prepare for the impact. Bang! The giant wave, like a towering wall of water, crashed violently against the two ships with overwhelming force. The ships rocked violently, as if they were about to be torn apart, their bows and sterns being lifted high and then slammed back into the sea, splashing water everywhere. The crew clung tightly to the gunwale, struggling to maintain their balance as the ship swayed precariously in the wind. Propelled by the giant waves, both ships were thrown far away like arrows, leaving long trails in their wake as they drifted further and further into the distance. Gradually, Don began to gain the upper hand. His attacks became increasingly fierce, leaving Lime struggling to keep up. Just then, Don found an opening in Lim's defenses. He kicked Lim hard in the chest, sending him flying. Lime crashed heavily onto the sea, splashing up a huge spray of water. Don pressed his advantage, giving Lime no chance to catch his breath. He appeared above Lime like a ghost, ready to deliver the final blow. Knowing the situation was critical, Lime's expression hardened, and his eyes revealed a resolute determination. Without hesitation, he concentrated all his energy and focused it onto the longsword in his hand. The light shimmered on the blade, like a burning flame. Lime flashed forward, rushing towards Don like a gust of wind, his longsword thrusting straight out with a fierce aura. However, to his surprise, Don did not dodge the attack. Lime's blade easily pierced through Don's body. Half of Tang Yin's body was completely blown apart. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. But despite the injuries that would be fatal to an ordinary person, Tang Yin looked at him as if nothing had happened, with a mysterious smile on his face. Lim was immediately confused and uneasy. Although he knew from the previous sword strike that Don was a physical-type professional, in Lim's mind, even a fourth-level physical-type professional would not survive such an injury. The next moment, Lim finally understood why. Instead of dripping like the pieces of flesh, Don splattered blood strangely congealed in the air, transforming into countless sharp, black spikes. The spikes gleamed coldly and shot towards Lime at astonishing speed, like a pack of ferocious predators pouncing mercilessly on their target. Lim's eyes revealed astonishment and fear as he tried to dodge the sudden attack, but the spikes were too fast, moving like lightning, leaving him nowhere to escape. Each spike seemed to carry a deadly threat. Their sharpness was enough to easily pierce any object. Don's blood seemed to possess some mysterious power, turning these spikes into terrifying weapons. At the same time, the half of Don's body that had been blown apart began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was completely restored. Super, fast regeneration. In an instant, The entire sea was filled with the sharp whistling sound and Lime's last scream of his life. Soon, Don returned to the Black Pearl, which had been blown away by the aftershocks of the battle. Upon seeing Don return unharmed, the pirates cheered excitedly. I knew the captain was invincible. How could that old man be a match for the captain? Long live the captain! Only after the pirates quieted down did and signal her men to bring out the noble young master. A short while later, a pale-faced, slightly frightened young man was brought before the crowd. His once luxurious clothes now appeared rather disheveled. His face was bruised and swollen. He had clearly suffered a lot. When the young nobleman saw that Tang Un had returned safely, his expression changed drastically, and his body trembled slightly, clearly knowing what Tang Un's safe return meant. Don stared coldly at the young nobleman, frowning slightly as he said, "Why are you still keeping this guy around?" Before Annie could speak, the nobleman screamed, "My grandfather is the chief wizard of the White Tower. If you dare kill me, my grandfather will not let you get away with it. You're their captain, aren't you? If you know what's good for you, release me now. My grandfather cast a retrospective spell on me. Once I die, the footage of the half hour before my death will be transmitted back. The Tower of Pure White." Don turned to look at Annie. The Tower of Pure White is a wizard's tower that has been built for thousands of years. If it is the chief wizard, then it is probably not far from becoming a legend, Annie said solemnly to Don. Upon hearing this, Tang Un frowned. Wizard towers in this world are not easy to build. Even ordinary legendary wizards rarely have wizard towers. Only high-level wizards above level 30 each have one. Aside from material issues, the biggest reason is the technological blockade. As the most advanced technological achievement of wizards at this stage, the wizard tower is rarely shared. Therefore, many ordinary legendary wizards would gather around those whose research direction was close to that of high-level legendary wizards who possessed wizard towers. Gradually, relying on the wizard tower, various wizarding schools were formed. The chief wizard is the most powerful and learned wizard below the legendary level in a school of wizardry. That's right. My grandfather is in seclusion, advancing to the legendary level. You'd better release me right now. Seeing that Captain Don seemed to know what he was doing, the noble young master immediately started shouting again. Don, upon hearing the noble young master's words, Annie's expression changed. It was all right for a fourth-tier wizard, as it would be difficult for a fourth-tier wizard to find them in the vast ocean. However, it would be easy for a legendary wizard, even a newly promoted one, to find them. Legends can be considered beings from another dimension. Half an hour? Tang Un's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. A moment later, Don had the nobleman tied tightly to the cabin of their ship, and a dozen sharp spears were fixed around him, their tips pointed at him, only a centimeter away. The young nobleman, his mouth gagged, struggled, and whimpered. He wasn't completely stupid. He clearly guessed what Don was going to do, but it was all in vain. Afterwards, Tang Un and the others watched the ship slowly sail away on the calm sea. Chapter 79 died. Hey Don, is this really okay? Annie asked, looking at the departing ship with a worried expression. Given the conditions inside, even the slightest disturbance could cause that noble young master to die instantly. And here we are on the open sea, in unknown waters, where the capriciousness of the ocean is on full display. It's come to this point, I can't let him go. Now let's gamble on whether he can survive this half hour. I'm a chosen one after all. I believe I have some luck. In the worst case, we can just hide in the storm sea. Don's expression remained calm, as if he wasn't worried at all that the young nobleman would die in less than half an hour. The identity of a chosen one is not simply about inheriting a profession. In order to ensure that the profession can be spread completely, the origin of the world still takes care of the chosen ones. In layman's terms, the identity of a favored one is like a low-quality version of a protagonist's halo. While it can't be guaranteed that the chosen one won't die no matter how recklessly they act, an occasional gamble that doesn't involve the legendary will still prevent them from easily losing. Previously, Tang Un would have at most thrown this noble young master onto a ship to fend for himself. Given the young master's abilities, he would likely not have survived in this unknown sea. However, there is still a chance of survival in this situation, and Don, who was in a bad mood, does not want to let him off so easily. That's why he pulled this stunt. Under these circumstances, unless one has the true protagonist halo, death is almost certain. Tang En was betting that his luck would allow this noble young master to live for more than half an hour, so that the rewind spell on him would not be able to see Tang En. If this noble young master can survive under such circumstances, then Don will accept it. In the worst-case scenario, if this noble young master doesn't survive half an hour, he can simply risk hiding in the storm sea. The mysterious element deep within the storm sea is even higher than the legendary level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have prevented the old and new continents from discovering each other for countless millennia. Once inside the storm sea, even legendary figures would find it difficult to locate them. The only problem is that the storm sea is extremely dangerous, with natural disasters commonplace there. More than half an hour later, a thick tentacle suddenly emerged from the sea, wrapped around the ship, and dragged it to the bottom of the sea. After this incident, the entire fleet quickly returned to calm. The crew members performed their duties diligently and systematically, the sails fluttering in the wind, propelling the fleet forward. Meanwhile, Don remained in the captain's cabin. He lay half reclined in a chair, his eyes slightly closed, as if he were dozing. His expression was unusually calm, as if the turmoil that had just occurred had never happened. His hand rested lightly on the armrest, tapping rhythmically, as if he were deep in thought. A tranquil atmosphere filled the room, broken only by Don's breathing and the occasional rocking of the ship. Sunlight streamed through the porthole, illuminating Don's resolute features. His face showed no panic or unease, only a detached calm. It was as if all the disturbances in the outside world could not affect his inner world. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Don opened his eyes abruptly. Then, with a solemn expression, Tang En reached into his robes and slowly took out a silver mirror. Looking at the silver mirror that had been silent for so long, which suddenly became active today, Tang En's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a moment, Tang En still focused his consciousness into the silver mirror. Tiger. Hey. Tiger. Is anyone on the other side? What is this mirror? What is its purpose? Inhu. Tang En narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a deep impression of this somewhat stupid guy. But what was going on with this? Don slowly rubbed the edge of the silver mirror with his fingers as he pondered. After a long period of silence, the silver mirror began to stir again. Shenhao, what's wrong with you? Have you lost your memory? Tiger, who are you? Do you know me? Shenhao, hey, you idiot. Did someone beat you senseless? Watching the conversation between the two, Tang En did not interrupt casually, but silently made some guesses about Inhu's current state in his mind. Rooster. I recently received some intelligence on the New World a few days ago. The sudden appearance of the rooster caught Tang En's attention. Rooster, a genius martial artist in the New World, was killed on his way to becoming a legendary figure. Rooster, it seems His Majesty the Eye of the Sky has wasted a dose of willpower potion. Upon hearing what the rooster said, Tang En was immediately startled. Although he had some guesses, he still found it hard to believe the information the rooster revealed. The combat power of a martial artist is already among the best in their class. In particular, a genius martial artist who is certified by the Eye of the Sky as having legendary potential was actually killed just as he was about to advance to the legendary level. Moreover, judging from the rooster's expression, he was quite certain that the tiger had already signed a contract to join the Eye of the Sky experiment and had obtained the willpower potion. So, the rooster also signed a contract? Otherwise, how did he know that the tiger had signed a contract? Rooster, the martial artist class requires you to challenge 20 different classes of the same level to advance to the legendary Martial Saint class. You must win every time. If you fail even once, you have to start all over again. Rooster, Tiger is quite capable. He easily defeated more than a dozen level 19 fourth-tier professionals in a row. Unfortunately, he was unlucky in the end and picked an old monster. Rooster, this old monster had no hope of becoming a legend in this life, and he was already very jealous of these geniuses who could advance to the legendary level. When he saw that a genius like Tiger, who could advance to the legendary level, still dared to come and provoke him, he directly beat Tiger to death. After reading what Yuji said, Tang En fell silent. This situation was, to put it another way, quite surreal. Normally, the profession of martial artist is known for its combat prowess and usually crushes other professions of the same level. With 20 professionals of the same level, as long as you put a little effort into selecting them, unless you're unlucky and encounter a monster, the success rate is still quite high if you spend more time. Even if they encounter a monster, they might not necessarily kill them. However, this tiger, whether he was stupid or too arrogant, judging from his ending, it's clear that he must have just randomly chosen his opponent without careful selection, which is why he ended up like this. Chapter 80 Legend. Rooster. Oh, right. Let me welcome the newcomer. Let me tell you about the origin and purpose of this silver mirror. After discussing the former tiger, the rooster welcomed the new tiger and enthusiastically explained the origin of the silver mirror and the purpose of the eye of the sky. Soon, several people came forward to offer a brief welcome to the newcomer, and Tangen also took the opportunity to show his face and welcome the newcomer as well. Watching the new tiger about to sign a contract on the spot, persuaded by the rooster. Tangen frowned slightly. Why was this obvious novice in the profession being considered to have legendary potential? What exactly were the standards? He shook his head. He was still uncertain about his own future, so why should he think about others? Don sat blankly in the captain's cabin, staring ahead with a vacant look in his eyes, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. His anxiety about his career prospects was like a heavy dark cloud, making it hard for him to breathe. I finally found a punching bag to vent my depression, but now that feeling of frustration is surging back into my heart like a tide. He sighed helplessly, stood up, and walked out of the captain's cabin with slightly heavy steps. The fresh air outside did not improve his mood. He strolled on the deck, letting the sea breeze whip his face, trying to blow away the vexation in his heart. However, all of this seemed to be in vain, and his mood grew increasingly heavy. At this moment, Don's future was full of uncertainty, and this uncertainty was gradually consuming his heart, making him feel extremely confused. Hey, our captain has finally decided to come out. Annie, who was resting on a deck chair on the deck while the sea was calm, greeted Don. Interrupted from his thoughts by Annie, Don silently walked to the recliner next to Annie and lay down as well. He stared blankly at the boundless sea, ignoring Annie, and gazed at Don, and she keenly noticed the confusion and worry in Don's eyes. Don looked somewhat dazed, as if lost in the fog of the future, and spoke softly, her slightly concerned voice floating in the air. Don, what are you worried about? Is it a legend? Aren't the advancement conditions for the Blessed Ones tailor-made? There must be a way to solve it, right? Don gave a wry smile. The so-called tailor-made only applies to the advancement process. In the assessment of class cards, if I have the potential to defeat the Pirate King, then that will be considered my advancement condition. However, the legend lurking behind the Pirate King is not within the scope of consideration for class cards. In other words, I can defeat the Pirate King to advance, but whether I will be crushed by the enraged legend afterwards is not a consideration for class cards. And fell silent after hearing this, as her family had not kept detailed records of this knowledge. There's not much Annie can do to help in this situation, but the current circumstances certainly allow Don to continue in this state. Hey Don, let's think about this later. We're in dangerous, uncharted waters right now. If this continues, our resources won't last until we reach the new sea route. Hearing Annie's words, Don took a deep breath, shook his head, and cleared his mind of the complicated thoughts. Annie was right. The entire fleet was still in a dangerous situation, and there was no time for him to think about the future. We should at least wait until we're in a safe place before thinking about these things. Oh, look what I found. It's definitely a good habit to consult the oracle before going out. A sudden voice made Don and Annie frown. Even Green rarely interrupted their conversation, especially now that Don was clearly in a bad mood. Which clueless crew member did this? Have we been giving them too much leeway lately? Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a middle-aged man in a classical robe standing abruptly on the deck. Don was certain that this man was not among his crew. The moment he saw the man, a strange emotion welled up in Tang In's heart. In a flash, it seemed as if Tang In saw the man transform into a towering giant, and Tang In now looked up at him like a tiny insect. In an instant, a sentence recorded by his ancestors surfaced in Tang In's mind. Legends are hard to describe in words, but when you see a legend, you can easily recognize him. Apart from a few legends who are masters of stealth, most legends have a very special aura. It's somewhat like the dragon's might, but also quite different. If I had to describe it, it would probably be a leap in the essence of life. This is a legend. With just one glance, Don confirmed that this man was a legend and understood the meaning of the Campbell family ancestor. And it is very likely a legendary wizard. At this moment, the man, who appeared to be a legendary wizard, was carefully examining a card in his hand. Upon seeing this, Don's expression changed, and he immediately reached into his pocket. Sure enough, the class cards are gone. Instantly, Tang In felt a chill rush straight to the top of his head. At this moment, the busy pirates on the ship finally noticed that there was an extra person on board. Hey, who are you? When did you get up here? Snap! Just as a pirate was about to step forward to question them, he was slapped away by the quick-thinking Green. In the heat of the moment, Green didn't take the blow. The pirate didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying, crashing into the bulwark with a thud, and passed out, his face swollen up like a pig's head. Seeing the pirate's miserable state, the other pirates, though somewhat confused, immediately shrank back obediently, not daring to utter a sound. After a long while, seeing that the man who appeared to be a legendary wizard remained silent, Don gritted his teeth, stood up, and stepped forward. Your Majesty. The man, who appeared to be a legendary wizard, looked up at Don. Oh, a chosen one? TCH, this is troublesome. Seeing the man, who appeared to be a legendary wizard, frown, Don broke out in a cold sweat. The bat fruit, mythical Zoan type, vampire form, seems a bit different from the two I studied before. What abilities does it have? The man, who appeared to be a legendary wizard, asked softly. The main thing is the ability to manipulate blood. Facing the legend, Don dared not hide anything and immediately explained his abilities in detail. Upon hearing Don's description, the man, who appeared to be a legendary wizard, immediately showed interest. What an interesting treasure. Damn it. Why is it a chosen one? Chapter 81 Contract. At that moment, Don felt despair. He hadn't expected the legendary wizard to find him so quickly. He had underestimated the legendary wizard despite all his calculations. Now, all we can do is hope that the Chosen One status will make the legendary wizards a little more wary. Bats, the ability to transform into animals, but what does mythical beast mean? Vampire. The legendary wizard glanced at his class cards and then at Don, muttering to himself unconsciously. Looking at the legendary wizard muttering to himself in front of him, Don's back was already soaked with cold sweat, but he dared not make the slightest move. Those favored by heaven, if you're careful, there shouldn't be any major problems. The legendary wizard's next words sent a chill down Don's spine, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Just then, the silver mirror in Tang En's chest suddenly began to move. The legendary wizard's gaze was immediately drawn to it, his eyes peering through Don's clothes and staring intently at the silver mirror. After a long silence, the legendary wizard said with displeasure, "TCH, so someone's already keeping an eye on us." Then, he vanished abruptly, just as suddenly as he appeared. Don merely blinked, and the legendary wizard disappeared from his spot, leaving only Don's class card slowly drifting down. Having narrowly escaped death, Tang In felt weak all over, his legs trembling uncontrollably as if they had lost all feeling, and he almost fell to the ground. He opened his mouth wide and gasped for breath, as if that would calm him down a little. Facing a true legend head-on, Don felt an indescribable, immense pressure bearing down on him. The force was as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on him so much that he could hardly breathe. What terrified him even more was that, when facing such a powerful being, he discovered that his life and death were completely out of his control. This feeling of powerlessness was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, filling his heart with despair and anger. At this moment, a storm raged in Tang En's heart, with all sorts of emotions intertwined. A complex mix of emotions welled up inside me. Fear of death, frustration at my own inadequacy, and uncertainty about the future. Don's eyes flickered with uncertainty, his thoughts swirling, before finally settling into a resolute expression, as if he had made a firm decision. Phew, a legend. A living legend. I never thought I'd actually meet one. After the legend left, Annie, having recovered her senses, was so excited she was almost incoherent. For many professionals in this world, legends hold a place in their hearts akin to celebrities from past life. These professionals are like fervent fans. However, they were chasing after legends who possessed immense power. Ignoring the somewhat frantic Annie, Don silently picked up his class cards and turned back to the captain's cabin. Tang In leaned lazily against the chair in the captain's cabin, his eyes fixed on the mysterious silver mirror he was clutching tightly in his hand. Without warning, a tiny crack appeared on his finger, as if drawn by some force. The bright red blood flowed slowly from the wound, like a trickle, eventually converging on the silver mirror. As time passed, the blood gradually spread, covering the strangely shaped pattern on the back of the silver mirror drop by drop. Upon closer inspection, the pattern actually resembles a sheep, with smooth, natural lines that are so lifelike that it seems as if it might leap out of the silver mirror at any moment. The entire process was unusually quiet, with only the sounds of Don's breathing and blood flowing intertwined, creating an inexplicable atmosphere. The mirror, which was originally smooth as a mirror and shimmering with silver light, was now stained red with endless blood, as if it were draped in a scarlet veil. Blood flowed down the mirror, forming eerie patterns that sent chills down one's spine. Under this crimson reflection, the silver mirror began to emit a faint but extremely eye-catching light. This light is not dazzling, but the sense of oppression and mystery it brings is enough to instill fear in anyone. Then, something unexpected happened. A piece of parchment slowly emerged from the silver mirror. The parchment looks ancient, covered with dense, mysterious symbols and patterns, as if it contains endless secrets waiting to be uncovered. It was like an ancient mystery that had been dormant for a long time, finally awakened at this particular moment. With the appearance of the parchment, the entire room was filled with a mysterious and solemn atmosphere, as if time itself had frozen. Don stared intently at the yellowed parchment before him, as if it contained endless secrets and power. The writing on the paper was twisted and serpentine like ancient incantations. Don didn't recognize the script at all. However, the moment Don's gaze fell upon these mysterious characters, a strange feeling welled up in his heart, and in an instant, Don understood the meaning that the characters represented. This is a Styx contract, with the text recording the requirements for both parties upon signing. It's basically the same as what the Eye of the Sky said before. After experiencing setbacks in his career and this sudden encounter with a legend, Don finally made up his mind to sign the contract proposed by the Eye of the Sky. What happens after becoming a legend can wait until you become a legend yourself. If things continue like this, Don might not even live to see the day he becomes a legend. This time, if it weren't for the Eye of the Sky behind the silver mirror, which forced that legendary wizard to retreat, even with his status as a chosen one, Tang In would likely have been doomed. After all, for a legendary wizard, as long as the benefits are great enough, the cost of killing a chosen one is not unbearable. After carefully reviewing the contents of the contract, Tang In slowly signed his name. In the next instant, the mysterious parchment suddenly burst into flames as if it had been set ablaze. The fire spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the entire parchment was reduced to ashes. Then, from within the ashes, two dazzling beams of light suddenly shot out. One of the beams of light shot out like lightning, heading straight for Tang In. It seemed to possess some kind of spirituality, accurately finding its target and merging with Don. At the same time, another beam of light flew to the side at an astonishing speed. The beam of light streaked across the sky like a shooting star, carrying an aura of endless mystery, and finally landed steadily on the silver mirror. In an instant, the silver mirror emitted a strange light, illuminating the surrounding space with a dazzling brilliance. The contract is established. Chapter 82, 100,000 gold coins. The light from the silver mirror spread rapidly like a dazzling bolt of lightning, instantly engulfing Tang In completely. In the blink of an eye, Don felt that the world around him had undergone earth-shattering changes. When his vision cleared again, Don was shocked to find himself in an endless dark space. The pitch-black environment was oppressive and frightening, but for Don, who had had a similar experience before, he quickly realized that this was the consciousness space he had been to before. Upon realizing this, Don felt a sudden jolt, and his eyes sharpened. He immediately turned his head and began to look around at his surroundings. They scrutinized every single detail, as if searching for the answer in the very air. Suddenly, his gaze settled on a corner. A figure standing there caught his attention. This person was short in stature, with white hair and beard, and looked as ethereal and otherworldly as an immortal. He wore a pure white robe, its hem fluttering, giving him a mysterious and solemn air. The moment I saw the old man, the same feeling I had when I met the legendary wizard before welled up in my heart. He could sense the powerful aura emanating from the old man. It was an indescribable fusion of strength and wisdom. The old man exuded an air of refined wisdom. This is the Eye of the Sky. Before Tang could even speak, the mysterious old man's figure flashed by like a ghost in the distance and appeared in front of Tang in the blink of an eye. It's like teleportation. I am the Eye of the Sky, or more precisely, a wisp of the Eye of the Sky's consciousness. After all, my main body is very busy and cannot wait for you little guys all the time. Let me see, you are Wei Yang. Upon recognizing Don's code name, the Eye of the Sky was stunned, its eyes revealing a hint of astonishment and disbelief. But in just a moment, it quickly regained its composure, as if nothing had happened. Your Majesty. Tang's expression was solemn, his eyes filled with awe. He took a deep breath and respectfully performed a standard and solemn salute to the deep and mysterious Eye of the Sky before him. Now that you've come here, it means you've made your choice and signed the Styx contract, the Eye of the Sky said kindly. Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you for saving my life, Don said respectfully. After reviewing the Silver Mirror's unusual activity, Don found no information. In other words, the unusual activity was purely aimed at that legendary wizard. Upon hearing this, the Eye of the Sky was taken aback. Then countless streams of information flashed through its eyes before it nodded knowingly. I see. So you chose to sign a contract under pressure from the legendary wizard. Don nodded silently. Yes, Your Majesty. You're really unlucky to have been targeted by a legendary wizard. The Eye of the Sky chuckled as it looked at Don. Don's heart tightened immediately, fearing that the secret of the devil fruit would attract the covetous eyes of the Eye of the Sky, unlike the legendary wizards before him. Don guessed that the Silver Mirror must have a surveillance function, so the Eye of the Sky should know something about the devil fruit and its relationship with him. Don't be nervous. The Eye of the Sky shook his head and smiled, as if he had seen through Don's thoughts. For me, the most important thing right now is that experiment, a new profession's companion treasure. Although it is very rare, it is not worth my current distraction. A companion treasure? Don was somewhat puzzled. Did this refer to a devil fruit? The so-called companion treasures are treasures that appear along with the birth of a new profession. These treasures are generally highly compatible with a new profession. Although such companion treasures appear very rarely, there are still a few of them. The Eye of the Sky patiently explained to Don, whom your companion treasure is quite interesting. No wonder it attracted that guy. But don't worry, since you've already signed the Styx contract, all the functions of the Silver Mirror are now activated. It comes with anti-divination spells, so even ordinary legendaries can't predict your fate. However, these are all just illusions. You'd better advance to legendary level as soon as possible. Upon hearing the Eye of the Sky's words, Tang In was overjoyed. The legendary anti-divination spell was a timely help for him. He has attracted the attention of a legendary wizard simply by eating a devil fruit, and he only escaped this time because of the Silver Mirror of the Eye of the Sky. If he were to eat 2 or 3 devil fruits next time and encounter a legendary wizard, then the Eye of the Sky might not be effective. After all, the Eye of the Sky wouldn't directly antagonize a legendary wizard for his sake. However, with this anti-divination function, plus the luck of those favored by heaven, he could basically relax. As long as no high-level legendary wizard specifically sought him out by name, he was confident that he would not easily encounter a legendary wizard again. Your Majesty, my next promotion requires me to become the Pirate King. I wonder if I could ask you to lend a hand and help me stop the legend behind the Pirate King. With the threat to the legendary wizard largely eliminated, Don immediately began considering his own path to advancement. I myself am too busy to take action, the Eye of the Sky said, which made Don look disappointed. But his next sentence rekindled Don's hope. However, the other legends should be able to help. I wonder what price one would have to pay to get a sage to intervene. Although he was pleased that a legend would be involved, Don hadn't forgotten what the Eye of the Sky had said before. Every act of helping someone is not done for free. There's always a price to pay. 100,000 gold coins, the Eye of the Sky said with a smile. For just 100,000 gold coins, you can hire a legendary figure to perform a service. Of course, this is only the price for one service. If you want to maintain your position as Pirate King, then you must follow the rules and pay tribute with the majority of the profits you receive as Pirate King. 100,000 gold coins. Tangen couldn't help but gasp. Is 100,000 gold coins a lot? Compared to the legendary figure's spending, it's certainly not much, but for Tangen, it's something he couldn't afford even if he sold everything he owned. Even after looting Scimitar Harbor, Don only has around 40,000 to 50,000 gold coins, most of which are various resources. Once he sells them, the value will be significantly reduced. As for the subsequent offerings, that's not so important, since Tangen's main goal is to advance to the 4th rank now. Chapter 83, Soul Fruit. When Don returned to reality from the realm of consciousness, it was already late at night, close to midnight. During this time, he not only consulted the Eye of the Sky on many issues, but also spent most of his time carefully studying an extremely detailed exchange list provided by the Eye of the Sky. This list is like a catalog of a treasure trove, listing a dazzling array of rare and precious treasures, peerless divine weapons, rare secret treasures, and all sorts of mouth-watering potions and elixirs. Almost every treasure that Don knows can be found here as an exchange option. If it weren't for the need to accumulate wealth to secure the assistance of a legendary expert, Tangen's current resources would have been enough to acquire many valuable items, further enhancing his strength. However, reality is always so cruel. Faced with these treasures that ordinary professionals dream of, Tang could only sigh in despair. After all, career advancement is more important. It's quite tragic, really, because his advancement speed was so fast. Even though he's now capable of competing with 4th-tier professionals, he hasn't even acquired a single piece of extraordinary equipment. Well, this silver mirror is a legendary treasure, so it doesn't count. As for the young nobleman from before, he did have quite a few magical equipment, but Don did not dare to keep them for use. After all, these items could very well contain hidden tricks left behind by the powerful wizard who was about to enter the legendary realm. It's very likely that they'll follow the clues and pinpoint Tang and his group. Therefore, it was impossible for Don to keep any of them. They could only sink into the vast sea along with that unfortunate young nobleman. However, now that all the problems that have been troubling Don have been solved, a weight has been lifted from his heart, as if a mountain that had been pressing down on him has suddenly been removed. The gloom that had been building up in Don instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and joy. He took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air, as if the whole world had become beautiful. Tangen looked up at the sky outside and realized that it was past midnight. He reached out and gently pulled out a professional card from his pocket. A prize draw is in progress. Congratulations. You've won the soul fruit. Should we extract the soul fruit? Looking at the devil fruit he had drawn, Don's lips curled into a smile. Good things come in pairs. Sure enough, after a lot of bad luck, good luck will start to come. He took a piece of fruit and extracted the soul fruit. Looking at the soul fruit in his hand, Tang indecisively took a bite. Although the soul fruit isn't the best choice among paramecia-type devil fruits, its abilities are a perfect match for Don's professional skills. With his mind and body relaxed, even the devil fruit tasted better to Don. Name, Don Campbell. Age, 20. Level, 15 plus 3. Rank, 3rd rank. Occupation, supernova. Talents, alien, favored by heaven, possessing the qualities of tyrant. Strength, 21, 26. Agility, 13, 18. Physical strength, 27, 31. Charisma, 1-1. Intelligence, 15. Perception, 20-24. Willpower, 21. Professional skills, 6 styles ultimate technique, 6 king spear. Professional abilities, plundering, fleet activation, conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, observation hockey. Specialties, personal specialties, alien, pain reduction, insomniac, bat fruit, mythical zoan, vampire form, curse of the sea. Soul fruit. Your charisma is forcibly locked at 1 point. You gain the extraordinary feat of fear, aura, and the ability to manipulate souls. Please develop the specific abilities yourself. Extraordinary abilities, extraordinary resilience, stamina, extraordinary recovery, stamina, extraordinary resistance, stamina, impact, strength, energy dissipation, strength, iron will, willpower. Fear aura. Charm anyone with a weak will be enveloped in fear when facing you. Extraordinary professional ability. Foresight, perception. Extraordinary perception combined with professional characteristics allows your professional ability, observation hockey, to briefly see the future. Personal professional expertise, overlord. The soul fruit only increased Don's intelligence by 3 points and perception by 1 point. Don wasn't surprised by this, partly because his current attributes were already very high, and even a devil fruit would hardly be able to further improve his base attributes. Furthermore, since the soul fruit is a paramecia-type devil fruit, it's impossible for it to match the improvement in basic attributes of a zoan-type devil fruit. The only surprise was that after eating the soul fruit, my charm remained constant at 1 point. Just as 15 points of charm is the limit of appearance, 5 points of charm is basically the lower limit of appearance. No matter how abstract a person's appearance is, the maximum charm attribute is 5 points. A charisma score below 5 is mainly due to other issues. For example, Don's charisma score is currently constant at 1. His appearance has not changed at all, but under the influence of his extraordinary perk, fear aura. People with weak willpower will feel ugliness upon seeing him, which will then generate fear. Even a most resolute person would feel disgusted upon seeing him, not because of his appearance, but because of something akin to his temperament. Another unexpected bonus is the ability to sense supernatural abilities. Normally, the supernatural abilities awakened through supernatural abilities are just a whim. However, perhaps due to the nature of Don's profession, his extraordinary skill became his extraordinary professional skill of foreseeing the future. Tang In had always thought that this ability could only be obtained at least at the 4th level, but he never expected that it was only related to the perception attribute. With this enhancement, Don's creature level only increased by 2 levels, just 1 level away from the limit of level 19 below legendary. However, compared to the power of the soul fruit, this is only a minor improvement. The soul fruit's ability to create homies, combined with Don's professional ability to activate fleets, can achieve an effect comparable to the legendary spell of activating ship spirits. This creator-like ability can transform all the ships under his command into extraordinary beings. Even without high-level wizards enchanting the ships, these ships would basically possess pseudo-tier 3 combat power, and on the vast ocean, ordinary tier 3 professionals would have to avoid their sharp edge. Ships like the Black Pearl, which possess some extraordinary attributes, can directly rival the combat power of a tier 3 professional. The only problem Tang faces now is that he needs some souls to turn these ships into homies. Chapter 84 Bottom Line. Splash. Splash. The wind howled and the rain poured down. Amidst this terrifying and chaotic storm, a dozen dilapidated ships swayed precariously like lone boats, struggling to move forward. This storm has been raging for several days, and its ferocity far exceeds that of the natural disaster encountered during the last exploration of the ancient pirate king's ruins. Having been in such a terrifying environment for several days in a row, both the teetering ships and the exhausted crew members were on the verge of collapse. The crew members looked exhausted, their bodies trembling from the long hours of work, but they gritted their teeth and fought desperately against the terrible weather. Everyone knew that if they couldn't find safe haven soon, disaster awaited them. The captain's cabin door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Don turned around in surprise and saw a figure staggering in. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be, soaking wet and looking utterly disheveled, and looked exhausted, her eyes revealing an undeniable weariness. Having not slept for several days, she had been wholeheartedly leading the entire fleet forward. Overwork made her once beautiful face look haggard, but she still mustered her spirits and stuck to her post. However, this was a last resort, as the fleet's only navigator, and bore an incredibly heavy responsibility. In the face of this unprecedented and massive storm, she could not leave her post for even a moment. Even a short rest or a nap could cause the entire fleet to veer off course and drift into unknown and dangerous territory. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, and had to grit her teeth and persevere. Dawn also felt quite helpless about this. Recently, he has been staying in the captain's cabin, focusing intently on controlling the entire fleet and doing everything he can to ensure its safety. Although he has successfully swallowed the soul fruit, he is still unable to create homies due to a lack of sufficient souls. Dawn, we can't wait any longer. If this continues, all the pirate ships except the Black Pearl will sink. The Black Pearl can't hold so many people. Annie's eyes were bloodshot. She didn't have Dawn's sleepless perk, and her stamina wasn't high either. She hadn't slept for days and was nearing her limit. If you continue to be stubborn, it won't be as simple as losing a dozen or so men. Just a few weeks ago, the morning after Dawn swallowed the soul fruit, the astonishing transformation that occurred in him caught everyone's attention. The reason is simple. The power of the extraordinary feat of fear aura is simply too great, and it is completely impossible to hide or suppress. For ordinary crew members, they simply felt that the already cruel and ruthless captain had become even more fearsome and chilling. This inexplicable sense of fear followed him like a shadow, as if an invisible pressure emanated from Dawn, making the crew members keep their distance from him. However, those with exceptional intelligence and extensive knowledge, such as an Hoffman, are able to understand the intricacies of it. They immediately realized that the reason Dawn was so intimidating was due to his extremely low charisma. This peculiar quality instilled fear in those around him, making them tremble with apprehension as if facing a demon from the abyss. Dawn briefly explained his newfound abilities to Annie and discussed with her how to acquire a sufficient number of souls as quickly as possible. After all, I don't completely trust Hoffman yet, so I don't plan to tell him about this at the moment. Upon hearing about Dawn's new ability, Annie decisively suggested using the pirates on the ship as materials, killing a dozen pirates in exchange for a dozen superhuman warships, which was a very worthwhile deal. Dawn was somewhat tempted, but in the end, he refused. After all, they were all his subordinates, even if he knew their loyalty was limited, and even if some of the pirates recruited in the port of Scimitar were coerced into joining him. But for now, these pirates are still loyal to themselves. Even if they weren't good people, Tang En still couldn't bring himself to let his subordinates slaughter him at will for his own advancement. Even though Dawn was determined to get his hands dirty for a promotion, he still had to maintain his bottom line. Perhaps under Dawn's pressure, even if they killed a dozen or so crew members on some pretext, these pirates wouldn't say much. However, Dawn couldn't get over this mental hurdle. This storm isn't going to stop anytime soon, and all the crew members are exhausted after these past 2 days. We've already lost one ship, and more than a dozen people died on it. And gritted her teeth as she spoke. If it weren't for the fact that only Dawn's ability could extract souls from the living, and would have done it herself long ago. In the early stages of this storm, the unprepared fleet lost a ship due to the inexperience of its newly appointed captains, leaving only 17 ships in the entire fleet. Dawn remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed firmly ahead, and slowly said, "To die in this storm may be their fate, but I will never rashly slaughter my own men just to minimize losses." Annie's face turned very ugly. She opened her mouth, about to speak, but was rudely interrupted by Dawn. "If I can so easily take their lives today for such absurd reasons, will I abandon you tomorrow in pursuit of a higher position?" Dawn's words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Annie's heart, and was taken aback. She had never thought about this question before. The saying goes, if it doesn't concern you, don't bother with it. Only when something actually happens to you can you truly understand the pain. Dawn's words were like a wake-up call, leaving Annie speechless. For a moment, the two fell silent. "Captain, we've spotted an island ahead." Suddenly, a pirate burst in, breaking the silence between the two. Upon hearing the news, both Don and Annie showed uncontainable joy on their faces. Without hesitation, Don shouted, "Quick! Signal all other ships to follow the Black Pearl toward that island." Then, he turned to and beside him and said seriously, "The important task of finding a suitable landing site now rests entirely on your shoulders. With perseverance, you can finally rest peacefully once we successfully reach the shore." And nodded vigorously, then quickly turned and left the captain's cabin. Meanwhile, Don, who remained in the captain's cabin, dared not relax in the slightest. He focused on continuing to control the entire fleet, doing everything in his power to ensure that every ship could reach its destination safely. Chapter 85: Rest and Reorganization. Under Anne's calm and decisive command, the entire fleet soon sailed towards the island in an orderly manner and successfully found safe harbor. Once the ship had come to a stable stop, Don immediately began to plan the follow-up work. First, they carefully selected a group of crew members with sufficient physical strength to guard the ship. Then, they quickly organized a large force to land on the island and set up a simple but sheltering temporary camp. Soon, the entire group had a place to temporarily shelter from the wind and rain. Since the crew members were mostly exhausted, Don did not assign anyone to guard the camp. Instead, he personally took charge, letting all the crew members rest first. With Don's physical attributes, such a little bumpy ride had no effect at all. The only thing that made Don a little tired was the occasional need to concentrate on maneuvering the pirate ships of the entire fleet. The next day, the storm subsided slightly, and Don convened a meeting of the officers. Though called a meeting, only a handful of people, Annie, Hawkins, Hoffman, and a few others, were truly qualified and capable of discussing the matter. The captains of each ship were all former professionals under Don's command. They had only been professionals for a few months and were all forced into the role of captain. They were mostly just reckless fools who listened to shouts and couldn't offer any effective suggestions. "Annie, how far is this island we're on from the Terror Channel?" Don first asked, and to confirm their location. The names of the 9 Great Sea Routes are all derived from the surnames or titles of the legendary travelers who pioneered them. The fact that Don's target, the Terror Sea Route, indicates that the pioneer of this route was named Terror. Although she had rested for a day, Annie, who still looked exhausted, roused herself and said, "This island isn't on any known nautical charts, but it's not far from the main shipping lanes of Terror. It should be a 3 to 5 day voyage. The sea is unpredictable, making it difficult to give precise figures on distances and voyages, especially in unknown waters." Upon hearing this, Tang In pondered for a moment and then said, "In your opinion, how long will this storm last?" "At the latest, it will take 2 or 3 days. The storm's momentum has already begun to weaken today. Since this island is so close to the main shipping lane, it's perfect as our temporary base. What do you all think?" Tang In asked the group, wanting to hear their thoughts, since 2 heads are better than 1. "Captain, we're pirates. Wouldn't it be dangerous if we had a base?" Hawkins asked, puzzled. "It would be more dangerous for us to rush into the main channel like this," Don explained. "A fleet of this size is no less powerful than the Pirate Kings. What do you think the Pirate King would think if he saw us?" In terms of fleet size alone, the Pirate King might not have as many as Don. After all, the Pirate King wouldn't accept just any kind of crew like Don did, and maintaining so many people and ships would cost a considerable amount. Their role was not very significant, so the Pirate King also adhered to the principle of elite troops. But the pirate lord of this route is Flame. Isn't that why we came to this route? Were we here because of her reputation? Annie said, frowning. Me and Pirate King, known as the most beautiful woman in the 9 seas, is, in some ways, the strongest among the 9 Pirate Kings. She has many admirers, including young talents from various factions. The Terror route, where they're located, is also the route with the most high-level professionals. Perhaps for this reason, the Pirate King, is not very concerned about managing the sea lanes or dealing with competitors, which is why Don and his companions chose to come to this sea lane. With such a large fleet entering the shipping lane, even if Enchantress doesn't care, her sycophants are very likely to attack us, Don said with a hint of helplessness. Those sycophants are best kept at a distance, never provoke them. It's important to know that those lucky enough to become the sycophants of the charming flame, Pirate King, are either third-tier professionals with terrifyingly powerful backgrounds or fourth-tier professionals with terrifying strength. Over the years, anyone who dared to challenge the authority of the charming flame, Pirate King, before she could even see what Mei herself looked like, she was already being thoroughly beaten up by the pack of ravenous sycophants surrounding her. Dawn didn't want to follow in the footsteps of these unlucky guys and become a sacrifice for these sycophants to curry favor with the charming flame, Pirate King. So it's best to be careful and avoid touching those simps' sensitive nerves. Then what should we do? After hearing Dawn's words, Annie also realized what was going on. She had some experience with how terrible sycophants could be. 34. Using this island as a base, the entire fleet would be dispersed, each developing independently and becoming self-sufficient. 34. Dawn sighed inwardly. He knew this was somewhat unfortunate, but for now, it seemed to be the safest and most secure method. If we are driven out of this waterway, we will have nowhere to go. So, for now, we can only develop in a low-key manner for a while. Lewis, take some men to the ship and relieve Hans and the others so they can get some rest. Although it's not impossible to rest on a ship, it's really difficult to fall asleep peacefully in such harsh weather conditions. Yes, Captain. Lewis dared not delay for a moment, and immediately led a few men toward the fleet's location to prepare to hand over the reins to Hans. Let the crew rest well these next couple of days. After the storm stops, Hoffman and Green, you two will lead a team to survey the entire island and eliminate any potential hazards. After all, this will be our base in the future. Hawkins, the defense of the camp is in your hands for the next few days. They all nodded and accepted the order. If there are no problems, everyone can go back and rest. Let the crew get some rest these few days. Once the storm subsides, we'll be very busy. As everyone gradually left, Annie, who was at the back, suddenly turned around. By the way, Don, the gift my family prepared for you is ready. How do we hand it over? Oh, that's great. Let them send it to the nearest island, and we'll pick it up ourselves. Earlier, the Bohr family had expressed their desire to give Don a gift through Annie, leaving Don to specify his own requirements. Don readily accepted the Bohr family's overtures. After all, why not take advantage of a free lunch? Chapter 86 Village. 2 days later, just as Anne had predicted, the fierce storm gradually subsided. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, spilling across the earth like a golden veil, bringing warmth and brightness to the island. On the distant horizon, a magnificent rainbow appears and disappears, as if it were a beautiful gift from nature. 34, heave-ho. 34, 34, heave-ho. 34, 34, heave-ho. 34. Accompanied by deep, powerful shouts, a bustling scene unfolded on the shore. A large group of strong and muscular pirates were working together to drag the wrecked pirate ships ashore. Their muscles were taut, and their expressions were focused, as if they were engaged in a difficult tug-of-war with the sea. Every experienced pirate has a basic understanding of ship repair. While they may not be able to bring a ship back to life, they can certainly perform simple repairs. In the dense forest, groups of pirates wielding axes and saws were busily felling trees. Their movements were skillful and their teamwork was excellent. With each swing of their axes, they accurately felled a large tree. Tang stood not far away, watching the bustling scene before him. Tang knew very well that if he really intended to make this island his base, then these makeshift camps were definitely not enough. So, as soon as the storm subsided, the pirates were instructed to begin logging and construction. Even if they didn't build a magnificent palace, they at least had to build some houses that people could live in for a long time. Especially, it needs to withstand the storms like those before, since given the island's location, storms of that magnitude are likely to occur frequently. Because the main shipping lane is blessed with the mystery of the traveler, extreme weather phenomena are greatly reduced. Therefore, there are relatively more extreme weather phenomena in the sea area near the main shipping lane. Don and Annie were standing in front of an open field, their eyes fixed intently on the scene before them. This place will become their base for a long time to come, but for now it is just a desolate land. Lacking professionals in the relevant fields, they had to take matters into their own hands and plan the layout of this land. If these pirates had even a little bit of talent in this area, they probably wouldn't have chosen to go out to sea and risk their lives as pirates. However, reality is cruel, and only Don and Anne, both of noble birth and well-informed, are capable of shouldering this heavy responsibility. Although they were not experts, their years of accumulated knowledge and experience made them at least better than the pirates. 34. Captain. 34. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came, and then Hoffman was seen rushing towards them with a solemn expression. 34. What happened? 34. Don's heart tightened, his gaze fixed on Hoffman, whose face was solemn. Hoffman had only been on the island to investigate for a short time, but seeing his solemn expression now, could it be that something had happened on the island? Thinking of this, Don's expression also became serious. There are other people on the other side of the island. Green is currently leading a group to monitor them. Hoffman immediately relayed the information he had gathered without hesitation. There are other people on the island. Don's expression changed slightly, and Annie beside him couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. What exactly is going on? Could they be here too, like us, to escape this storm? Don frowned and asked in confusion. However, Hoffman slowly shook his head and said firmly, "No, judging from their appearance, these people do not seem to be temporary refugees, but rather natives who have always lived on this island." Upon hearing this, Annie's eyes widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. She frowned and retorted, "How is that possible? How could an ordinary person survive on such a desolate island with such a harsh environment for a long time? This island is just a small island. If there were indigenous people, what would they eat? Given the island's environment, not to mention anything else, just the storms of the past 2 days. The islanders suffered heavy losses in both agriculture and animal husbandry. Under such circumstances, how could ordinary people possibly survive for long? They do look like ordinary people. There is a canyon on the other side of the island near the sea, which can provide a lot of shelter from the wind and rain. Although the area is not big, it should be enough to support about 100 people." Hoffman's words silenced both Don and Annie. In any case, since the decision has been made to use this island as a base, the presence of the island's indigenous inhabitants will inevitably have an impact on them. After thinking for a moment, Tang Yin said, "Let's go take a look first." Soon, led by Hoffman, Don and the others arrived at a hillside from which they could clearly see the village not far below, where Green was currently monitoring the area with his men. Judging from the current situation, there shouldn't be any professionals in the village, at least no professionals with sensory abilities. Otherwise, we would have been watching this place for so long without making a sound. Green calmly voiced his guess. If there truly were highly perceptive professionals inside, Green's blatant spying was tantamount to provocation. Even a most good-tempered professional would step in and do something about it at this point. Upon hearing this, Don nodded slightly. The next moment, a red light flashed in his eyes, and his observation hockey instantly enveloped the entire village. A moment later, Don frowned. Of the 100 or so people in the entire village, they were all ordinary people. Not a single one of them was a creature with vigorous vitality. After surveying the village's surroundings, I noticed it was not far from the sea, nestled in a valley halfway up a mountain. This provided shelter from the wind and rain without causing flooding. Some crops are scattered throughout the canyon. In addition, they catch some fish and shrimp in the sea. Although it is difficult, it is not impossible to support the 100 or so people in the village with these. Of course, Don's perception wasn't that precise. If it was an intellectual or perceptive professional, then in the early stages, their vitality was no different from that of an ordinary person in Don's perception. If we want to use this place as a base, this village will definitely affect us. Annie, who already knew some of Don, looked at him calmly. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, Don immediately understood what Annie meant. Since they are all ordinary people, let's go take a look first. Tang Yin calmly looked at the village below, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 87, Staying at Someone Else's Place. Don, along with Annie and Hoffman, stepped into the village. Green was left to lead the team, to continue observing the situation outside the village. Hoffman was brought along because his abilities might come in handy. When the villagers saw Tang Yin and his 2 companions, they stared at these uninvited guests with curiosity and surprise. It was probably because Tang In and his two companions were dressed in clothes that were so different from the villagers that they attracted whispers and pointing fingers from the villagers. Their clothes seemed to be in the style of the New World, but the designs look rather old-fashioned, Annie said thoughtfully, looking at the villagers around her. It should be the style of the eastern coast of the New World 100 years ago, Hoffman said with certainty. A few children clung tightly to their parents' clothes, hiding behind them and peeking out furtively. The older men frowned and whispered among themselves about the stranger's intentions. Tang In and the others naturally felt the gazes around them, but none of them felt uncomfortable with these gazes. Soon, an elderly man led several villagers toward Tang In and his two companions. "Who are you? What are you doing in our village?" The old man looked calmly at Tang In and his two companions. "Hello. We were passing through this area on a trading trip. Due to the storm a couple of days ago, our merchant ship sank, and only a few of us managed to reach this island." Don tried to speak to the old man in a gentle tone, but the mask he was wearing made him sound somewhat stiff. Because of his extraordinary feat of fear, Don could only come to the village wearing a mask, and with Hoffman's professional ability of hypnosis, the villagers, who were just ordinary people, were not thrown into panic. So you want it?" the old man asked calmly. "Judging from your appearance, you must be someone in charge of things in the village. I wonder if we could stay here for a while." Don's words left Annie and Hoffman looking at him with puzzled expressions. They hadn't mentioned staying in the village before, but they knew what was important and kept their questions to themselves. "There are some abandoned houses behind the village. You can stay in them if you want. If you don't need anything, don't disturb the villagers. If you need anything, come find me. I am the village chief." The old man looked at Tang In and his two companions calmly, without the slightest suspicion, and readily agreed to their request to stay the night. Then, the village chief called over a young and strong villager, gave him a few instructions, and then turned and left. The young villager who was assigned to the task seemed somewhat unwilling, but he still obediently followed the village chief's orders. "Come with me." The villagers looked at Tang Un and his two companions warily. On the way, Don and his two companions tried to strike up a conversation with the villagers, but the wary villagers completely ignored them. Hoffman subtly asked Don if he wanted to hypnotize the villager, but Don shook his head and refused. Soon, the villagers led Tang In and his two companions to the back of the village, where dozens of dilapidated houses stood scattered about, looking as if no one had lived there for many years. "These houses are all unoccupied, so please choose any one you like." With that, the villager hurriedly left. The three of them casually walked into a room that appeared to be relatively intact. As soon as they stepped across the threshold, a musty, rotten smell hit them, causing them to frown. Thick dust filled the room, kicking up clouds of choking smoke with each step they took. Through the murky air, one can see that the roof and walls are covered with dense spider webs, as if giant nets are enveloping the entire space. The spiders silk-shimmered silver in the dim light, adding an eerie touch to the already gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. The ground beneath our feet was covered in dust, and each step made a rustling sound, as if something was wriggling underneath. The room was filled with some old and worn-out furniture, all of which had lost their original luster and were unrecognizable due to the erosion of time. All three were professionals, and after a simple cleaning, the room was soon barely habitable. After several months of living at sea, this kind of place wasn't too difficult to accept. "Hey, Don, why are we living here?" After a quick tidying up of the house, Annie couldn't wait to ask the question, and Hoffman looked at Don with the same puzzlement. "I have a feeling something's off about this village," Don said softly, casually sitting down on a stool, ignoring the dust on it. "Something's not right. Didn't you already sense that there are no extraordinary beings left in the village?" Annie believed that even after reaching the third rank, she might not be able to match Don's perception abilities. It's important to know that Annie is a professional whose main attribute is perception. Yet at the same level, her perception ability is inferior to that of a professional who is only tested on physical strength. Therefore, Annie has great trust in Don's perception abilities. Don shook his head. "If it's a profession that relies on perception or intelligence, my perception won't be of much use. That's at most second tier. Professionals above third tier, Even those on the perception or intelligence side will have life force far exceeding that of ordinary people due to the presence of energy. You can't possibly not sense it. Then a cold glint flashed in Annie's eyes. If it doesn't work, let's just kill them all. This canyon is perfect as a base. Don didn't respond to Annie's words, clearly indicating that he didn't want to do it. That village chief's behavior was also very problematic, Hoffman chimed in. Normally, when encountering strangers, the behavior of that villager was the norm. That village chief seemed completely unconcerned about whether we would pose a threat to them. So, if we just take action directly, we can save ourselves all this trouble. Annie said with some dissatisfaction. Just then, a commotion outside stopped the three of them from discussing. The three exchanged glances and then walked out of the house. You monster! I'll kill you. You steal things from the village every time. Everyone in the village hates you, but you still shamelessly stay here. Your parents died because of you. If I were you, I would have died long ago. As soon as Tang Yin and his two companions stepped outside, they saw several teenagers chasing a much younger child. The child being chased was covered in dirt, and it was barely recognizable as a little girl. The children, who were quite far away, started throwing stones at him while cursing at him. The girl, however, paid no attention. She nimbly dodged several stones thrown at her and quickly ran into the room next to Tang Yin and the others, slamming the door shut. Chapter 88, Extraordinary Intelligence. When the girl ran into the house, the boys continued to throw stones at it, but for some reason, they only dared to throw stones from a distance and did not dare to get close to the house. Upon seeing Tang Yin and his two companions emerge, the children immediately looked at them warily before scattering and running away. Poor girl. Hoffman couldn't help but sigh when he saw this, even though he didn't know the specifics. Annie gave a disdainful sneer, while Don frowned slightly as he looked into the house the girl had run into. Just then, the door to the room opened slightly, and a pair of dark, gleaming eyes could be vaguely seen peeking at Tang Yin and the others through the crack. Hearing the noise, the three looked over and saw that they were all looking at her. The girl then slammed the door shut again. It was soon evening, and the three of them took out the bread and dried meat they had brought with them and simply lit a fire to heat them up for dinner. By the way, what about Green and the others? We can't just leave them waiting there forever. While eating the toast in her hand, Annie suddenly remembered Green. I've already used my abilities to tell them to go back to camp first. The vampire fruit grants the ability to manipulate sound waves. After so much time, Don easily developed the ability to transmit sound over distances of several kilometers. When the decision was made to stay in the village, Don used his ability to notify Green, instructing him to take his men back to the camp first and to keep a low profile for the next couple of days. Don't want to run into any of the villagers. Don hasn't figured out how to deal with the village yet. Suddenly, Don's expression shifted, and he glanced subtly in Annie's direction. A small, dark hand reached out towards the dried meat that Annie had placed to the side, and Annie didn't even notice. Just as the little hand was about to succeed, Annie suddenly frowned, decisively reached out, and grabbed the hand. The three turned around and saw that it was the little girl next door who had been chased and beaten by the village children. Damn it, she really is a thief, and a born thief at that. I almost didn't even notice her faint presence. Annie gritted her teeth as she looked at the little girl in her hands. The little girl seemed frightened. She had never been caught stealing before, and this was the first time she had been caught. Let me go. After a moment, the little girl began to struggle frantically. You little brat. You really need to be disciplined. Annie sneered, reaching out to teach the girl a lesson. Pity? That didn't exist with Annie. Hoffman, who was standing to the side, opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end he gave up. Suddenly, Don seemed to see something unbelievable and looked at the girl in Annie's hands in shock. Just as Anne's hand was about to land on the little girl's face, the little girl let out a shrill scream. An invisible wave spread out, like a tidal wave, and Anne and Hoffman were instantly pushed away by a tremendous force, crashing into the wall. Only Don remained focused on the little girl, seemingly unaffected. Caught off guard by the impact, Annie, whose physical attributes were not very high, felt a sweet taste in her throat and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. However, Annie did not care about these things at the moment. Instead, she looked at the little girl with burning eyes. Exceptional intelligence. Annie looked at the little girl as if she were looking at some priceless treasure. Even someone as strong as Dawn before consuming the vampire fruit wouldn't dare claim to be invincible among second-tier professionals. After all, those with innate physical prowess are better suited to being tanks. Of the 6 attributes, the only one that can be said to be invincible below the 3rd rank is the intelligence attribute. Like other extraordinary attributes, reaching 20 points in intelligence will grant you an extraordinary feat, materialized mental power. In layman's terms, it's telekinesis. It allows you to manipulate any object within a 10-meter radius using your mental power, which is equivalent to 15 points of strength attribute. Every inch of it is equivalent to 15 points of strength. Although shocked by the little girl's extraordinary intelligence, Dawn still managed to appear beside her and catch her before she ran out of the house. The little girl, who had been captured, looked at Tang In with a terrified expression. She opened her mouth as if to scream, and the air around her began to distort and deform, her spiritual power faintly about to be unleashed. "Shut up!" Conqueror's Haki activated, instantly silencing the little girl who was about to make sound. Although the little girl did not faint, she trembled under Dawn's Conqueror's Haki, her power suppressed. "Hey, Dawn, don't scare her." Annie rushed over and said to Dawn with displeasure. Question mark. Dawn looked at Annie with a question mark in his eyes. Goodness, who was it that was about to hit her just now? "Little sister, come tell your big sister what your name is." Annie took the little girl from Dawn's arms and said gently. He didn't even care that the little girl was filthy. He gently held her in his arms. Although she didn't understand why the beautiful older sister in front of her had suddenly changed her attitude, the little girl now understood very well that she was no match for these people and couldn't protect herself. So he looked at her timidly and said, "My name is Monet." "Monet, what a beautiful name. Where are your parents?" and asked Monet with a smile. "They're all dead." A hint of sadness flashed in Monet's eyes when she mentioned her parents' deaths. "Oh, what a poor child." Ann's exaggerated expression made Dawn and Hoffman, who were watching Ann's performance, a little embarrassed. "Your situation in this village doesn't seem too good. How about your sister adopts you?" "Cuckoo." At that moment, Monet's stomach growled. "Oh dear, look at you, sister. You've forgotten that Monet is still hungry. Come and eat something." Annie immediately stuffed the jerky that Monet had tried to steal but failed to get into Monet's hands. Looking at the fragrant dried meat in front of him, and then at the suddenly kind older sister in front of him, Monet decisively began to wolf it down. "How about it? Let your older sister adopt you. Not only will she feed you delicious food every day and make sure you don't go hungry, but she'll also dress you in pretty little dresses." Ann's voice was alluring, making Monet involuntarily swallow. Although Monet was quite mature due to his exceptional intelligence. However, limited by his environment and experience, Monet was unsurprisingly tempted by Ann's tricks to deceive children. Chapter 89: The Cave. Unlike other extraordinary attributes, the probability of being born with extraordinary intelligence is extremely low. However, conversely, once someone is born with extraordinary intelligence, they will inevitably be sought after by various forces. Those born with extraordinary intelligence have a 90% or higher chance of becoming legends. Of the remaining 10% who failed to reach the legendary level, most died prematurely or chose the wrong class. The profession most suited to those with innate extraordinary intelligence is undoubtedly that of a wizard. As a traditional profession, wizards do not have complicated advancement rituals. They can advance in rank by studying magic step by step. Moreover, among the 7 attributes, apart from charm, the other attributes are all interconnected. For example, stamina and strength. If one attribute is too high, it will boost the other attribute. The same applies to agility and perception, while intelligence is unilaterally linked to willpower and perception. An increase in willpower or perception will not lead to an increase in intelligence. However, a significant increase in intelligence can significantly increase perception and slightly increase willpower. Moreover, higher-level magic represents certain rules of the world, and wizards will also improve their willpower attribute when they delve into higher-level magic. In general, As long as a creature with extraordinary intelligence successfully becomes a wizard, it is almost certain that it will become a legendary wizard, unless it dies halfway through. Monet ultimately couldn't resist the temptations offered by and obediently gave in to this older sister. Under Anne's gentle prompting, Monet told her everything. Monet lived in this village from a young age and was loved and cared for by the villagers because of his intelligence. However, fate took a dramatic turn a few years ago. A sudden accident greatly frightened Monet and caused her talent to awaken abruptly. At that time, Monet was not yet familiar with how to control this substantial spiritual power. When it first erupted, the powerful and uncontrollable impact instantly took the lives of her ordinary parents. At first, the bewildered villagers took in the lonely Monet out of kindness. However, not long after, the young Monet still failed to fully master this suddenly awakened and immense spiritual power and unintentionally harmed the villagers around him. The villagers, who knew nothing of the supernatural, could not comprehend what had happened to Monet. They stared in horror at the unusual girl, their hearts filled with fear and confusion. Gradually, this feeling evolved into disgust and hostility and eventually even developed into a desire to put Monet to death. However, when his life was truly threatened, the power deep within Monet was unleashed. Her mental strength suddenly became exceptionally powerful, as if an invisible storm was sweeping in. Before the villagers who attempted to kill her could react, they were struck by this powerful force and died on the spot. Faced with such a horrific scene, the other villagers were at a loss. They were both afraid of Monet's abilities and unable to kill her. After some discussion, they finally decided to drive Monet out of the village and leave her to fend for herself in the wasteland behind the village. Monet has lived here alone for many years. Lacking other survival skills, she had to resort to theft to make a living. Every night, she would sneak into the village under the cover of darkness and steal the villagers' food. As time went on, Monet became increasingly adept at controlling his mental power. She was able to use her powerful mental strength to tightly wrap herself up, thereby greatly reducing her presence. In this way, even if they are operating right under people's noses, it is difficult to be detected. With this unique ability, Monet always succeeded in stealing and never failed. The villagers, who were just ordinary people, were completely unaware of her presence, let alone able to capture her. Faced with this situation, the villagers felt extremely helpless and had no way to resolve it. In the end, they had no choice but to let things take their course. But the villagers' disgust for Monet only grew stronger day by day. Like those children, they would always scold and beat Monet from afar. But because of their parents' warnings, they dared not approach Monet. The precocious Monet knew he was in the wrong, so he ignored them, since they couldn't do anything to him anyway. These fools! A cold glint flashed in Annie's eyes as she heard Monet's words. Hey, Dawn, have you thought it through? When are we going to take them out? Ignoring Annie, Dawn thought for a moment and then whispered to Monet, who was clearly still a little scared of him. Monet, what was the accident that caused you to become like this? Monet's face turned deathly pale, her eyes wide with fear and unease. She stared intently at Dawn, her body trembling slightly, as if she had witnessed something horrible. At the same time, she gripped him tightly with her little hand, as if trying to get some comfort and security from her. And sensed Monet's tension and gently patted her hand, trying to calm her down. However, Monet's emotions did not calm down. She still bit her lip, her eyes revealing deep fear. Seeing Monet's expression, Dawn awkwardly touched his nose. Faced with Monet's extraordinary intelligence, the hypnotic ability that Hoffman had applied to the mask was completely ineffective. Haha, little Monet, don't be afraid. This older brother may look scary, but he's a very nice person. Seeing Dawn's embarrassment, Annie immediately laughed and then comforted Monet. Reassured by Annie, Monet timidly spoke up. I don't remember. I only remember that my parents took me into a cave with the village chief. Upon hearing this, Tang frowned. For someone with extraordinary intelligence, having a photographic memory is the most basic requirement. How could they possibly not remember? I really don't remember. Seeing Dawn's expression, Monet immediately and carefully repeated herself. So, there's something wrong with that cave. Don and Hoffman said in unison, offering the most reasonable guess. As for Annie, she was still comforting Monet. The poor child, speaking to Don under the aura of fear, was trembling all over like a sieve. In other words, Monet went through many hardships from a young age. If it were a normal child, even one with extraordinary intelligence, they would have been terrified and cried long ago when faced with Don. Monet, do you remember where that cave is? At Don's prompting, Hoffman stepped forward and asked Monet softly. Chapter 90 Demon. I don't remember. However, every few days, the village chief would take people out to the mountain at night, probably to that cave. Monet's words made Don and his two companions' eyes light up. That cave was probably strange. Extraordinary intelligence cannot be awakened out of thin air. Even if Monet had natural talent, he would need something powerful and mysterious to stimulate him to awaken it. Late at night, Tang In and the others sat quietly in a house. The house was pitch black, with only a sliver of moonlight shining through the window. Tang In's observation, Haki, firmly locked onto the village chief's position. Given the level of torrential rain a few days ago, the village chief definitely wouldn't have gone up the mountain. Even if he were a second-tier professional, going up the mountain under those circumstances would have been very dangerous. If what Monet said is true, and the village chief goes up the mountain every few days, then he will most likely go up the mountain tonight. Monet was nestled in Annie's arms, cautiously glancing at Don. Due to his innate extraordinary intelligence and the hardships he had endured over the years, Monet's willpower was already quite strong. After spending a long time with Don, I have gradually become able to withstand the power of the fear aura and am no longer so afraid of Don. After a long silence, Don suddenly spoke softly. They've already left. We're getting ready to go too. Then, Don looked at Monet, who was secretly glancing at Don, and shrank back in fright. Are you really going to take her with you? Upon hearing this, Monet immediately grabbed and tightly. Although she understood that Anne's friendliness towards her was not entirely pure, it was the first time in so many years that she had met someone so friendly to her, and Monet quickly succumbed to her charm. Ultimately, Monet was still just a child, and patted Monet reassuringly, then said, I don't feel comfortable leaving her alone. It's better to keep her with me. What's there to worry about? She's been living like this all these years. Tang rolled her eyes and silently complained to herself. In the end, Don agreed to bring Monet along. After all, from a professional point of view, Monet was much better at protecting herself than Anne and Hoffman. Let's set off then. They've already gone up the mountain. Tang In and his group quietly followed behind the village chief, keeping a certain distance. The mountain forest was silent at night, with only the sounds of their footsteps and breathing. Monet nervously gripped Anne's clothes, his eyes darting around nervously. Don's observation Haki locked onto the village chief's aura, preventing them from suddenly entering some special place and losing track of him. The mountain road became increasingly steep, and the trees gradually thinned out. With Tang In's eyesight, he could already vaguely see the figures of the village chief and others above. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of cave. Tang In gestured for everyone to wait a moment, then quietly approached the cave entrance and peered inside. The cave was filled with an old, musty smell, and some traces of human excavation could be vaguely seen. Don turned around and gestured to the others to follow. They carefully stepped into the cave, trying not to make a sound. Monet stayed close to Annie, her little hands clenched tightly. From the moment he entered the cave, Monet seemed to gradually become uneasy. With his superior senses, Tang In groped his way forward in the darkness. Suddenly, the village chief and the others ahead of him disappeared from Tang In's perception. Don raised an eyebrow slightly, but made no sound and continued forward. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they spotted faint lights ahead. Don immediately signaled for everyone to hide and observe. The village chief held an ancient scroll in his hands, muttering incantations. The surrounding villagers gathered around a rough stone statue, performing a strange ritual. Because the stone statue was too rough, Don and the others couldn't recognize what it was and could only barely confirm that it was a non-human monster. Several strong young villagers took out several baskets and poured a large number of live fish into the altar in front of the stone statue. Then, With a swift movement, they chopped the live fish into pieces, and a large amount of blood stained the altar red. Then, a crimson light flashed across the stone statue, and a somewhat annoyed voice rang out. "Damn it! What do you foolish mortals want now? Great Pekanis, we humbled ones only wish to thank you for your blessings upon us." The village chief respectfully prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed to the stone statue. "Bullshit! You bunch of idiots! You always use these rotten fish and shrimp as blood sacrifices, and I have to waste my own power to respond to your cross-dimensional attacks. Great Pekanis, please calm your anger. Some outsiders have come to the village today. We will sacrifice them to you as soon as possible." Pekanis was furious. Being a demon these days wasn't easy, even for a legendary demon like him. The old world had wizards, and the new world had monks. Under their strong suppression, the demons haven't been able to enter the prime material plane for many years, which greatly angered Pekanis, who had once tasted the benefits of the prime material plane and risen to the rank of legendary demon. Over the years, the humans in the prime material plane have become increasingly difficult to fool, especially on the two continents. Even if they successfully open the Abyss Gate, they will immediately face a group attack from the legends. At first, it was easy to fool some fools into opening the Abyss Gate, allowing them to enter the prime material plane and engage in rampant slaughter, killing souls and spilling blood. Decades ago, Pekanis was fortunate enough to make contact with humans on a remote, isolated island far from both continents. These people are in despair. After being given something to keep them alive, they readily began to worship the great Pekanis. However, what Pekanis didn't expect was that these fools would always use rotten fish and shrimp as sacrifices, which were completely useless. In order to maintain this hard-won connection to the material plane, Pekanis had to expend a great deal of energy to respond to these fools every time they sacrificed themselves. Over the decades, not only did he not gain any benefits, but he also lost a lot of money. No one else has ever gone to such lengths as to do evil. Pekanis was originally prepared to give up on this storyline, but a few years ago, a girl with extraordinary talent appeared in this village. If properly nurtured, that girl... This is that girl's aura. Pekanis' words startled the village chief and the others. Of course, they knew who the girl was, but unfortunately, they were completely helpless against her in the village. That's why the girl couldn't be sacrificed to the great Pekanis for so long. Immediately, the village chief and the villagers all turned to look at the passage behind them. Chapter 91, Demonization. The moment the stone statue rang out, a strange smell quietly entered everyone's nostrils. "Do you smell anything strange?" Don asked, his brows furrowed and his expression grave. Annie, standing nearby, also noticed the strange smell and frowned slightly, saying, "I smell it too. It smells like sulfur." The two looked at each other, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. 34. What kind of extraordinary creature would have this kind of smell? 34. Don tried hard to recall what he had learned, but his mind was blank, and he couldn't remember for a moment. Suddenly, he and Annie exchanged a glance and exclaimed simultaneously, "The devil!" The word struck them like a thunderbolt, startling all three of them. A shadow instantly fell over the faces of the three. In this world, both the old and new world have suffered great calamities from the invasion of demons. The power of demons is beyond doubt. Therefore, for all major powers, once traces of demons appear, dealing with them is a very high priority, and they may even put aside some grudges to join forces. The Wizarding Council has even solidified legendary prophecy spells. If the Abyss Gate is opened, the Wizarding Council will immediately detect it and swiftly dispatch a team of legendary wizards to the scene to launch a massive, all-out attack. The demon that could communicate across dimensions and respond in such a rudimentary blood sacrifice must at least be a legendary being. This is that girl's scent. Suddenly, an eerie silence fell inside, pulling Tang in and the other two back to reality. Peeking out, I made eye contact with the villagers inside. "Damn outsiders. Perfect, you'll be sacrificed to the great Pekanis." The village chief was furious when he saw Don and his group, and commanded the villagers to rush towards them. As the villagers rushed toward them, Don slowly removed his mask and stepped out. Without the masked restraint, Don's fear aura feat immediately took effect. The villagers were so frightened that they retreated one after another, as if they had seen a ghost. Some of them even collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Tang approached the villagers step by step, and with each step, the villagers felt as if the ground trembled slightly. The village chief's face turned extremely ugly. He never imagined that this seemingly ordinary young man would be so terrifying. Ha ha! To possess such a unique and extraordinary skill. Mortal, pledge your loyalty to me, and the great Lord Pekanis will grant you eternal life. When Pekanis saw Don's fear aura ability, he felt a surge of ecstasy. He realized that this specialty was a perfect match for demons. After all, souls exuding fear and despair were among the top 3 on demons' list of favorites. However, Don didn't care about Pekanis' thoughts. He flashed and suddenly leaped into the air. In midair, Don's hands clenched tightly, his body radiating a powerful aura. An incomparably domineering aura slowly climbed up his arm, as if to tear the entire space apart. As the power continued to accumulate, Don's fist became as hard as steel. Immediately afterwards, Tang unleashed a powerful and domineering punch, striking directly at the stone statue before him. The wind howled from the punch, carrying boundless power, as if capable of destroying anything in its path. The moment the fist collided with the stone statue, a deafening roar echoed throughout the surroundings. The statue suffered severe damage. Countless cracks appeared on its surface, and it teetered on the brink of collapse. "Damn it, you reptile! How dare you!" Pekanis' furious voice gradually faded away. No, this was the village chief's belated cry. After the stone statue shattered, a cloud of black mist flew out from it. This was the energy that Pekanis had left in the prime material plane. After swirling briefly in the air, the black mist dispersed and entered the bodies of the villagers. After dealing with the statue, Don breathed a sigh of relief. Although theoretically the demon on the other side couldn't possibly get through, it was, after all, a legendary demon, and no one knew what tricks it might have up its sleeve. Now that we've dealt with this statue first, there's basically nothing left to threaten him. "You actually sacrificed demons. What were you thinking?" Don said to the village chief with a gloomy face. "What demon? The great Lord Pekanis is our savior." The village chief glared at Don with bloodshot eyes. Under the influence of the black mist, both the village chief and the villagers began to mutate, growing thick scales and gradually turning into demons. The legendary demon's energy was so immense that even a tiny fraction of it transformed all the villagers into second-tier extraordinary beings. However, since ordinary people could hardly withstand the power of the demon, their minds gradually began to go mad, and they all roared at Don in a ferocious manner. "Hey Don, stop wasting time talking to them. They've been corrupted. Kill them quickly, or the island will be corrupted once the demonic aura becomes strong enough." Annie shouted at Don with a grim expression. The power of demons is essentially negative energy. Once it appears on the material plane, it will cause irreversible corruption to the environment of the material plane. Don's face was gloomy, and he released his conqueror's haki. Combined with the effect of the fear aura, it immediately caused the demonized villagers who were about to lose their minds to scream in terror. The soul fruit's power was activated, instantly extracting the souls of all the villagers. Then, Don looked at the village chief, who hadn't changed at all. Under the combined impact of Don's aura of fear and conqueror's haki, the village chief showed no fear whatsoever, rendering the soul fruit's power completely ineffective against him, which greatly surprised Don. Seeing all the villagers collapse to the ground and die, a trace of sorrow flashed in the village chief's red eyes. This long-awaited sacrifice brought together the entire village, meaning that their village was now completely wiped out. Seeing the village chief's expression, Don sighed helplessly. There's no good end to associating with demons. "Bullshit!" the village chief roared furiously. "When we were on the verge of starvation, it was the great Pekanis who gave us the means to obtain food. When we suffer disaster, it is the great Pekanis who protects us and helps us get through it safely. When we were being plundered by you outsiders, it was the same great Pekanis who gave us the power to kill the invaders. You call Lord Pekani's a demon? Chapter 92 God. But for us, after taking a deep breath, the village chief slowly said, the great Pekanis is the supreme and irreplaceable God in our hearts. When he heard the village chief say those words, Don was utterly astonished, his eyes widening as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. He simply couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just then, Tang In suddenly felt a chill rise up his spine and instantly spread throughout his body. Every hair on his body stood on end, as if he had been electrocuted. Immediately afterwards, a huge and inexplicable sense of fear surged over him like a tidal wave, enveloping him completely. At that moment, Don felt unprecedented fear and helplessness. His body completely lost control, and he could not move an inch. Even when facing that legendary wizard, Don was not so powerless. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder rang out, as if the whole world was about to be torn apart. Even inside this cave, deeply embedded in the mountain, one can still feel its powerful, awe-inspiring presence. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling bolt of lightning pierced the sky like a sharp sword, forcefully penetrating the solid rock wall and striking the village chief directly. In an instant, the village chief's body was engulfed by raging flames and turned into a pile of ashes that drifted away in the wind. Standing not far away, Don witnessed, thanks to the power of the soul fruit, that all the souls in the village were instantly annihilated by the terrifying lightning bolt, vanishing without a trace. Surprisingly, this sudden change seemed to affect only the village chief. Apart from him, not only were Don and the others unharmed, but even the incredibly solid mountain walls around them remained completely intact. If Don hadn't witnessed the village chief completely vanish without a trace, he would have almost suspected that everything he had just experienced was nothing more than a bizarre and absurd illusion. At this moment, Tang Un's eyes widened, his face filled with a mixture of astonishment and confusion. He stared intently at the unbelievable scene before him, as if trying to imprint every detail into his mind. The reality before him was incomprehensible and unacceptable to him, yet he could not find any reasonable explanation, and his heart was filled with unprecedented confusion and fear. Back when he transmigrated to this world, Tang had discovered something shocking, unimaginable, and extremely terrifying. There were no gods in this world. However, this is impossible, especially since some things in this world are very similar to a certain worldview in Don's mind, although there are always some similarities and differences. At first, Don thought that this might be due to the limitations of his own environment, which prevented him from having heard of anything about gods. Moreover, because his environment was not very safe, Don did not investigate the matter further at that time. However, with the passage of time and subsequent in-depth exploration and research, he was astonished to realize that he could not find any trace of deities in the ancient biographies and legends, or in the popular novels and operas. Even beings similar to gods have never existed. Moreover, even those words and concepts closely associated with God and faith have vanished, as if they had never existed in this world. However, this situation is simply unbelievable, because in the course of the evolution of any civilization, people will feel awe and worship for all kinds of things, and even regard them as faith. Yet in this world, there is no trace of gods, let alone the concept of faith. It was as if some strange and mysterious force was secretly at work, preventing them from appearing. Now, the village chief has been able to sacrifice demons for many years without any problems. But now he has been suddenly punished by divine retribution simply for uttering a sentence that treats demons as gods. This is because equating gods with demons is blasphemous towards gods who may exist and are hidden. Or is it that this existence limits the concept of God? Suddenly, Don felt as if he had discovered some incredible secret. Don, what just happened? Annie, who had also felt the terror just now, asked Don, still shaken. We don't know, and it's not something we could know, Don said gravely to Annie and Hoffman. Have you forgotten what you saw today? Both Anne and Hoffman came from distinguished backgrounds, possessed profound knowledge of extraordinary knowledge, and understood the seriousness of the matter. Especially since I had just met the legendary wizard not long ago, I could clearly feel the oppressive force of this great terror, which far surpassed that of the legendary wizard. So the two of them nodded knowingly. As for Monet, he had already fainted when Pekanis found them. Let's get out of here. Although there was no danger here anymore, Tang and still felt a chill run down his spine when he thought about what had just happened. At this moment, Don couldn't help but feel quite glad that he had been cautious and hadn't casually asked about the gods. Otherwise, thinking about the village chief's fate, Don couldn't help but shudder. After the group left the cave, Monet slowly woke up. "Monet, how are you? Is anything bothering you?" Seeing that Monet had woken up, Annie, who had been holding her tightly, immediately asked with concern. Although Monet was young and suffered from long-term malnutrition, she was still 10 years old and weighed several tens of kilograms, while Annie's strength and stamina were only slightly better than those of an average person. So both Don and Hawkins had offered to help Annie hug Monet, but Annie refused. Now, Monet is the most precious treasure to Anne, and she will definitely seize every opportunity to cultivate their relationship. I remember now. Back then, young Monet was taken by his parents to participate in the ritual of sacrificing Pekanis, which every child in the village had to go through. However, the moment Pekanis responded, he keenly recognized Monet's talent and immediately demanded that the village chief sacrifice Monet to him. Because of the village's sparse population, Pekanis has never asked them to sacrifice their own people over the years, for fear of accidentally breaking this lifeline. This was the first time that villagers were forced to make a sacrifice. After a brief hesitation, both the village chief and Monet's parents reluctantly agreed to sacrifice Monet. However, during the sacrifice, Monet's talent was awakened due to the stimulation of the demon's negative energy. With the burst of his spiritual power, Monet's parents died on the spot. Then, out of fear, Monet instinctively ran away, but because the sacrificial ritual had already begun, under the influence of negative energy, Monet's memories of the cave were obscured. As for Monet's memory recovery, Don guessed it was due to the effect of that mysterious lightning, which dispelled the negative power. After all, no one present had the ability to expel legendary-level negative energy. Chapter 93: Monet's Career Choice. In the now deserted village, Tang, In, and the others rested briefly for the night. The following morning, Don sent Hoffman back to the camp to have him move the pirates there. In this way, they no longer need to spend time and effort building new camps. After all, there's already a suitable place to live, and it only needs a little renovation to meet the needs. Fortunately, since construction had only been underway for a day, there hadn't been too much waste. Moreover, the fact that this village has existed for at least 100 years undoubtedly proves the safety of its location. This is especially important on this island, which is close to the main shipping lane. Once his pirate crew arrived, Don immediately ordered them to blow up the cave. Whether it was because of the demon or the mysterious lightning, Don was never at ease leaving the cave standing. In the following days, everyone enthusiastically began the village renovation project. Meanwhile, in the past few days, Don also began to try using the soul fruit's power to create homies for the first time. The first things to build, of course, were the pirate ships. The souls of the 100 or so people in the village were more than enough to build homies for 17 pirate ships, and the finished products were exactly as Don had envisioned. Apart from the Black Pearl, which has Tier 3 combat power after being activated, the other pirate ships are only Tier 2. However, on the high seas, they can still hold their own against slightly weaker Tier 3 professionals. It can be considered a pseudo-third-order extraordinary creature. With the remaining souls, Don tried to make some homie soldiers. After experimenting with various materials, Don made more than a dozen homie soldiers. Most of them were just ordinary people who were stronger than average, but one homie, which Don attempted to create using extraordinary materials, had combat power equivalent to a second-tier professional. Don speculated that if complete supernatural equipment were used to create homies, it might be possible to create Tier 3 homie soldiers. However, one problem is that there are no extraordinary equipment to waste on hand, and the other is that their souls have been completely exhausted. Ordinary homies are fine, but the homies used to build pirate ships require multiple ordinary human souls to be successfully created. The Black Pearl was built using the souls of more than a dozen ordinary people. Tang In, Annie and other cadres discussed future development issues in a makeshift meeting room. Monet sat quietly to the side, clutching a pile of delicious snacks carefully made by Martin. Her little mouth was stuffed full of food. In recent days, Monet had experienced an unprecedented sense of happiness. At this moment, Monet was wearing a gorgeous and exquisite little dress. This dress was actually made by and from her own old clothes, but its workmanship was perfect. Even Dawn had never expected that and had such excellent tailoring skills. After being carefully dressed up, Monet, though still looking somewhat thin due to long-term malnutrition, still showed from her delicate features and the spirit between her brows that she would surely grow into a beautiful and graceful woman. This is normal. People with innate extraordinary intelligence usually have special characteristics, and their charm attribute is generally not low. Under Anne's sweet talk, Monet had become Anne's little follower, going wherever Anne went. Consequently, Monet was no longer so afraid of Dawn. Through long-term contact, thanks to her superior intelligence and strong willpower, Monet had basically adapted to the effect of Dawn's fear aura, and also asked for a professional card for Monet. Given Monet's talent, Dawn would never be stingy with a professional card, and directly gave one of his few remaining cards to Monet. Name Monet. Age, 10 years old. Level, 0. Rank, none. Occupation, none. Talent, child of the secrets. Strength, 6. Agility, 9. Physical strength, 6. Charisma, 13. Intelligence, 20. Perception, 15. Willpower, 13. Specialty, personal specialty, child of the hidden. A hidden force has chosen you, greatly enhancing your intelligence. Extraordinary specialty, materialization of mental power. Intelligence, your ethereal mental power, is so vast that it can be materialized and influence reality. Regarding Monet's talent, there seems to be something wrong with it. What's the secret? Who chose him? And who has the ability to create someone born extraordinary? However, at this stage, neither Dawn nor Annie can do anything. As far as Dawn knows, even the eye of the sky cannot possess the power to create innate extraordinary beings. However, if it comes to giving up Monet, not only would Dawn be reluctant, but even Annie, who is currently treating Monet like her own daughter, would probably not agree. He possessed extraordinary intelligence. With proper nurturing, he could have become a legend even before Monet reached adulthood. Ahem. After finishing the business, Hoffman looked at Monet, whose cheeks were still puffed out as she struggled with her snacks, and coughed twice. Seeing that everyone's attention had turned to him, Hoffman slowly began, have you made any plans for Monet's career path yet? Of course, it's the wizard, Annie said without hesitation. But we shouldn't know any legendary wizards, right? Even 4th-tier wizards are hard to contact. And even if we did manage to contact a 4th-tier wizard, wouldn't little Monet have to be sent away anyway? After all, wizarding apprentices must always be by their teacher's side to learn. We've only just met little Monet. If we're separated for years or even decades, who knows what little Monet's surname will be then? Upon hearing Hoffman's words, Dawn frowned slightly. This was indeed what Dawn was worried about. If such a surefire legendary seed were snatched away by someone else, Dawn would probably have nowhere to cry. Moreover, as Hoffman said, none of them knew the legendary wizard. As for ordinary wizards, even if he could contact them, Dawn would not trust them, fearing they might mislead students. As for contacting the Eye of the Sky, Dawn didn't even consider it. The Eye of the Sky would definitely be happy to accept a legendary wizard-level test subject. However, given Monet's talent, becoming a legend was practically a certainty, so going to the Eye of the Sky to sign a contract would be a complete waste. As for Anne's family, not only does Dawn not trust them, but Anne herself doesn't trust them either. Once Monet is handed over to the Bohr family, then it will have absolutely nothing to do with Dawn anymore. You have to understand that the Bohr family is desperate to cultivate a legend, and by then even Anne might never see Monet again. Chapitre 94 Promotion. So what you mean is, Anne looked at Hoffman with a cold smile, as if she had already seen through Hoffman's thoughts. Hoffman looked at Annie's expression and smiled gently, saying, my career path happens to be on the intelligence side, and I have complete career information that leads directly to the legendary nightmare. Wouldn't it be perfect for Monet to become a hypnotist? Bullshit. Annie scoffed. How can a mere nightmare compare to a legendary wizard? Why can't we compare? Hoffman said, his face somewhat unpleasant at Annie's disdain for his profession. The chosen one of my profession is also born with extraordinary intelligence. After becoming the nightmare, he once shrouded the entire old world in a dreamlike state. Even ordinary legendary wizards couldn't match that power. Then, that legendary wizard who was caught in the crossfire was killed, and said with a sneer, as she happened to know this part of history as well. All right, stop arguing. Monet is still young. There's no rush. Seeing that the two were arguing more and more intensely, Dawn had no choice but to step in and stop them. If given a choice, the best option would certainly be to make Monet a wizard, but Hoffman's point is also valid. Not only is it difficult to find a qualified wizard mentor, but there's also the risk of Monet being kidnapped. Dawn was still somewhat unwilling to let Monet switch to Hoffman's profession. Hypnotist, after all, as an intelligence-based profession, other professions were far inferior to wizards. Fortunately, Monet was still young, so it wouldn't have much of an impact even if it dragged on for a few years. Looking at the crowd arguing because of him, Monet blinked, not understanding what they were arguing about, and continued to eat, as if trying to make up for all the food he had eaten in his youth. Because of the existing village, the renovation project was basically completed in less than a month. Apart from a few pirates left to guard the area, most of the pirates were sent out by Dawn to get to work. If Tang continues to live off his savings, he'll likely drift further and further away from earning 100,000 gold coins. For the pirates who went out to sea, Dawn stipulated that the spoils of each ship be divided 50/50ths. That is, 50% was handed over to him, and the remaining 50% was distributed among them. Dawn's level of contribution was already considered very high among pirates. After all, they were all vicious pirates. Even the Pirate King only required his pirate ships to pay 30% of their loot. Pirates, join your ranks to make more money. If you squeeze all their money out of them, most of them will run away. In the past, Dawn would certainly not have set such high standards. After all, not all pirates are like Hawkins, who simply hope to go further on the path of a professional. Most pirates are only after wealth, so Dawn was afraid that these pirates would run away after they left. At that time, the loss of personnel will be secondary. The most important thing will be the loss of ships, since it will be virtually impossible to have the same generous delivery as before at Scimitar Port. In particular, Dawn needs to keep a low profile now, so he must abide by the pirate code as much as possible and not arbitrarily seize ships. However, now that all the pirate ships have been turned into homies, Dawn no longer needs to worry about this problem. As long as the loyalty of the pirate ships is guaranteed, the pirates will have no chance to be disloyal. Although there is a precedent of Zeus betraying Big Mom in the original work, it is impossible for the homies' pirate ships to betray Dawn. One reason is that when Dawn was creating the homies, he infused the concept of loyalty to Zeus into their souls because of the precedent of Zeus's betrayal. Another issue is that the current homies are completely dependent on Dawn, and Dawn's soul fruit ability is not permanent. As long as Dawn removes the ability, the homies will immediately die. This should be the case at least until Dawn's soul fruit awakens. Moreover, the homie pirate ship also solved the problem of the lack of navigators, and even the number of pilots was not enough to be allocated to all the pirate ships. The homie pirate ship remembers every place it has been, thus serving as a part of the navigator function. Tang lay comfortably on the beach, a large parasol above his head shielding him from the scorching sun, and was playing and frolicking with Monet not far away. Because Hoffman has recently shown signs of trying to seduce Monet and rebuild the glory of the Nightmare class, he often argues with Annie. To keep things quiet, Dawn had no choice but to send Hoffman out as well. Seeing that Monet had been completely conquered by Anne, and with each attempt to abduct him failing, Hoffman had no choice but to set sail to find an opportunity for advancement. With everything on track, Tang was in high spirits, enjoying his leisurely time. Suddenly, a sharp aura rose from the village behind them, catching Tang's attention. Tang turned his head to look in the direction of the village. In Tang's perception, he saw a flame of energy slowly rising in the village. At this moment, Annie also sensed something and immediately looked towards the village, her face instantly lighting up with joy. Green is about to succeed. Don nodded, agreeing with Annie's words. As a bodyguard carefully trained by the Boar family, Green definitely has the potential to advance to the third rank. Under the tempering of Conqueror's Hockey by Dawn over the past few months, Green's willpower attribute finally reached 15 points not long ago, and she began to advance to the third tier. Of course, Annie's willpower attribute had already reached 15 points, but due to the requirements for advancement, and is not in a hurry to be promoted, and because of Monet, she is not in a rush to get promoted. As a traditional profession, Green's advancement method is completely different from that of card-based professions, and it is not as convenient as that of card-based professions. When Grimm, as a warrior, advances in rank, he needs to use his strong will to draw out a trace of energy from his hard-earned body, continuously strengthen it, and eventually transform it into battle aura. Only at this point can the advancement be considered complete. However, this process carries the risk of failure. Before Monet, Annie would probably have had to wait outside Green's house until his breakthrough is finished. Judging from the current atmosphere in the village, Green's fighting spirit has basically been formed. Advancing to the next level is basically a sure thing. With this, the entire pirate crew will finally have its second regular Tier 3 combatant. Chapter 95 Income. This month, the captain's tributes are around 1,300 gold coins, which is 500 gold coins less than last month. In the conference room, Annie and Don reported on this month's income. There's nothing we can do about it. In the past 2 months, the news has spread throughout the entire shipping lane that more than a dozen powerful pirate ships are rampaging through the lane, and there are fewer merchant ships now. For the past few months, Don's fleet has been operating with Hammond Island as its core. Hammond Island is the name of the island that Don and his companions consider their base. Their fleets have dispersed, each wantonly plundering along the main shipping lanes. Initially, thanks to the near-invincible combat power of the pirate ship homies below the third tier, the entire fleet achieved remarkable results. Tangen's highest monthly contribution was as high as 3,000 gold coins. This made Tang and deeply realize what it means to make money while lying down. This made Don realize that all those ships and people he had been supporting hadn't been in vain. Unfortunately, this astonishing 3,000 gold coins also became the peak of Don's income. This situation did not last long and soon began to show a gradual, decreasing trend. Within just a few months, news of a new and troublesome group of pirates arriving on the sea route spread like wildfire throughout the entire Terror Seaway. This news was like a bombshell, causing a huge uproar. Merchants, terrified by the news, scrambled to protect their ships and cargo. The once bustling Taylor shipping route was plunged into tension and panic. Nowadays, every merchant ship has to pay a high price to hire third-tier professionals as escorts to ensure the safe passage of a ship. Fortunately, the pirate king, Charming Flame, wasn't very attentive to management matters, resulting in a large number of Tier 3 professionals on this route. Otherwise, without a sufficient number of high-level professionals available for employment, commercial activities along the entire Terror waterway would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow and might even stagnate. This once bustling trade route may become deserted and desolate. The situation should not have developed to this point so quickly. Initially, the pirates under Don's command maintained a considerable degree of caution, but everything changed after one of their pirate ships inadvertently attacked a merchant ship carrying third-tier professionals. Just as the pirate captain gave the order to rob, he was surprised to find that the third-tier professionals on the other ship suddenly emitted powerful energy fluctuations that were clearly visible to the naked eye. Upon seeing that third-tier professional, both the captain and the other pirates on board were filled with endless despair. However, unlike them, the pirate ship homies was not consumed by fear. These pirate ships, the homies, are like newborn babies, each with its own unique personality. Therefore, out of caution, Don gave them 2 clear orders. First, they must retreat without hesitation if they encounter a third-tier professional. Second, in other matters, they must completely obey the ship's captain's command. At this critical moment, the other crew members, and even the captain himself, panicked. But the pirate ship homies remained calm and steadfastly carried out the orders given by Don. With adrift at sea, it turned and fled, opening its cannons as it ran and unleashing a barrage of fire at the third-tier professional opposite it. On a vast ocean, it would be impossible for an ordinary Tier 3 professional to catch up with a supernatural ship. In the end, not only did the entire ship escape safely, but it also left the third-tier professional looking disheveled and utterly humiliated. Although with the support of energy, third-tier professionals can completely withstand artillery shells with their bare hands. Apart from professionals who have passed the physical fitness test, artillery shells are not entirely incapable of harming these third-tier professionals. Even third-tier professionals must avoid the onslaught of heavy artillery fire. After this battle, the pirate captains under Don's command finally realized the enormous potential of the pirate ship Homie. As a result, they all became bolder and more reckless, no longer as cautious in choosing their targets as before. After all, even when they occasionally encountered powerful opponents like third-tier professionals, those opponents were helpless against them. In fact, Don originally intended to step in and stop this situation. However, when he saw the offerings increasing significantly month by month, he couldn't help but think of the 100,000 gold coins he desperately needed. Ultimately, inner desires prevailed over reason, and Don chose silence and acquiescence. Fortunately, so far, they haven't encountered a single Tier 3 professional who could pose a threat to them, so they haven't suffered any losses yet. However, as the pirates became increasingly arrogant and reckless, constantly provoking and harassing more and more powerful Tier 3 professionals, strangely, these pirates remained unscathed and were not eliminated. This peculiar phenomenon spread rapidly, and their names spread like wildfire throughout the entire shipping lane. Gradually, the merchants became more vigilant, and they dared not easily go out to sea to trade without the escort of a third-tier professional. As a result, Don's originally substantial profits were greatly affected, showing a significant reduction. Making nearly 20,000 gold coins in a few months is not bad. Don sighed softly. Tell them that they should keep a low profile from now on. If they continue like this, they will attract the attention of the Pirate King. All merchant guilds and ships along a shipping route must pay tribute to the Pirate King. This is the rule, and it guarantees that the Pirate King and his men will not attack you. As for the other minor pirates plundering, the Pirate King didn't care. Most merchant guilds didn't care much, since the combat power of the ships and second-tier professionals recruited by these legitimate guilds was far superior to that of these wild pirates. However, the extensive operations of Don's forces over the past few months have brought many merchant ships and business associations to a near standstill, and under such circumstances, they will certainly be paying protection fees to the Pirate King. With the Pirate King's income significantly reduced, he had no choice but to take action to eliminate these parasites, and nodded and then said, "By the way, your gift has been delivered to Panama Island. When are we going to pick it up?" That's really great." Recalling the gift from the Boer family, Don smiled slightly. "Let Green guard the house, and we can go out for a walk. Staying on the island all the time will get rusty." Chapter 96 Panamania. The news that the Black Pearl was about to set sail again plunged the entire island of Hammond into unprecedented excitement and commotion. The once peaceful island has become unusually lively, as if it has been ignited by an invisible force. The main reason for this situation is that their captain will be away from the island for a period of time after this voyage. With Don no longer pressing down on the island, the remaining pirates could finally breathe a sigh of relief and enjoy a rare moment of relaxation. All of this stems from the ruthless image that Don had previously cultivated and the aura of fear he exuded. Fortunately, after being constantly honed by Don's conqueror's haki, even the ordinary pirates under his command have generally developed willpower attributes exceeding 11 points. In addition, after spending a long time with Don, these pirates, although still somewhat apprehensive in his presence, were at least not so frightened that they would run away in terror, panic, or lose their composure. Now that Don is leaving Hammond Island, even though it's only a temporary departure, the pirates are quite happy. Don also knew that these ordinary pirates were basically trembling in front of him and could hardly play any role. Therefore, the main crew of the Black Pearl consisted of a few professionals and dozens of homies. In the past few months, Don has asked the pirates who went out to plunder to bring back some prisoners if conditions permit. Although the number is not large, it is enough for Dawn to create about 100 homies. Most of them are ordinary ones, with only a dozen or so second-tier homies. After all, the main task at this stage is to make money, so we can't waste those extraordinary materials. The revitalized Black Pearl requires no human intervention for either navigation or cannon operation during combat. Therefore, Dawn only brought about 20 people with him on this voyage. Even in the future, all the crew members of the entire fleet will be gradually replaced by homies. Unless they are exceptionally talented individuals, Dawn doesn't plan to recruit large numbers of ordinary pirates anymore. In terms of both combat prowess and loyalty, these homies were clearly superior to the pirates. More importantly, these homies don't need any salary. They're very easy to raise. Woohoo! Let's set sail. Accompanied by Black Pearl's cheerful, mature voice, the Black Pearl slowly set sail with Tang, In, and the others. Black Pearl is the name of the ship's spirit that was brought to life on the Black Pearl. To save trouble, Dawn directly named these ship spirits after the original name of the ship. Black Pearl has a fairly calm personality, but after all, she is a ship. She was stuck on Hammond Island for several months after her birth, so it was inevitable that she would feel a little depressed. Therefore, it's quite obvious that Black Pearl was in a very good mood during this voyage. No matter how many times I see it, your new ability is truly amazing. Annie stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the giant face that suddenly appeared on the bow of the Black Pearl, and said to Dawn with admiration, "Oh, is Annie praising me?" Before Dawn could reply, Black Pearl's magnetic, mature voice came through. Dawn couldn't understand how the homies' genders were determined. The two several-meter-long tusks on the bow of the Black Pearl didn't look like girls at all. But this Black Pearl has a mature and alluring voice. "Of course I'm praising you, Black Pearl." Annie showed no displeasure at Black Pearl's interruption. Instead, she patted the bow of the boat affectionately. Annie was a master at reading people's minds. Of the 17 pirate ships, only the Black Pearl has the potential to become a legendary warship. All you need is a high-level wizard, preferably a 4th level or higher, who could spend a lot of time and effort to fully enchant the Black Pearl. Yes, Black Pearl is the best. Monet, who was next to Annie, also praised Black Pearl when she saw Annie's expression. She then carefully examined Annie, tilted her head, and pondered for a moment before saying, I think second place is better." Then he glanced at the intimidating captain standing next to Annie, swallowed hard, and muttered under his breath, "Then let's go with third." Whoosh! So, the question is, who are the first and second place winners? Before he finished speaking, 2 thick ropes suddenly darted out from a corner of the cabin like snakes, quickly wrapped around Monet, and lifted him high up, swinging him up and down, playing a fun game of lifting him up high. In an instant, the once peaceful deck was filled with joyful laughter. Panna Island is the second most important trading island on the Terror route. It is a large island that is divided among several kingdoms of the Old World, with nearly half of it belonging to the Kingdom of Rhine. Of all the islands along the Terror Sea route, only the island of Enchanted Flame, belonging to the Pirate King, surpasses Panna Island in terms of prosperity. This is mainly because the Pirate King is a figure who has connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds, and he doesn't impose many restrictions on trade on the island, which is why Flame Island is able to overpower Panna Island. As they approached Panamanian Island, Dawn instructed Black Pearl to keep a low profile. Although ships that resembled living beings were not uncommon in this world, it was still best to remain discreet. Because of the fear aura and Hoffman's absence, Dawn had to stay on the ship while Annie and the others went ashore to retrieve the gift. After the Black Pearl was successfully revitalized, the Black Pearl underwent a massive and comprehensive transformation, and it is no exaggeration to say that it has undergone a complete metamorphosis. If those 2 tusks weren't the very essence of the Black Pearl's extraordinary nature, the Black Pearl wouldn't have left them behind. For this reason, it is almost impossible for anyone to recognize that the ship with such a different style is actually the flagship of the big pirate from the next channel, who has a bounty of up to 10,000 gold coins. Based on the same concerns, the homies all chose to stay on the ship, only sending a few professional pirates to accompany and in Monet to the island. Dawn wasn't too worried about the safety of Annie and the others. Panamanian Island was a major island, and even the Pirate King wouldn't dare to cause trouble there easily. As for Monet's uniqueness, unless a legendary wizard is present in person, no one can recognize Monet's extraordinary intelligence at a glance. As for someone targeting Annie and her group, waiting to make a move after they set sail, then it's hard to say who will be the prey. Chapter 97, Unexpected Gain. Bored out of his mind on the ship, and finding nothing else to do, Don cautiously began to use his keen observation hockey. Silently observing the surroundings, trying to find out if there are any interesting things or special events hidden around. As his own strength increased, Don's concerns gradually diminished. It's important to understand that if others notice his actions, it could very well be seen as a provocation or even espionage. However, considering that there were no legendary figures on Pana Island, Don became somewhat reckless. Suddenly, a merchant ship that had just entered the port caught Don's eye. On the surface, it seemed to be just an ordinary merchant ship, but with Don's keen perception, he discovered a shocking fact. There were actually 5 powerful and magnificent life forces hidden on the ship. These vitality levels were only slightly inferior to those of the young nobleman's guard, who was the most powerful third-tier professional that Don had ever faced. This shows that these people are definitely top-notch in combat among third-tier professionals, and are by no means ordinary people. Looking at the seemingly ordinary but actually mysterious merchant ship in front of him, Tangen's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile of great interest. So many powerful Tier 3 professionals were on board, yet the ship was disguised as an ordinary merchant vessel. There's probably something good on this ship. Annie and her group received the generous gift that the family had carefully prepared for Don without much effort. However, since they hadn't left Hammond Island for several months, Annie decided to take this opportunity to explore the island thoroughly. As they were about to disembark, Annie had already greeted Don. Seeing Monet's pitiful yet expectant look as he stared intently at the bustling island, Don readily agreed without even thinking. Just then, as Anne was intently searching for a new dress for Monet, a voice suddenly rang in her ear without warning. "Come back quickly, it's urgent." Annie was startled when she heard the voice. She looked around but didn't see anyone speaking. Then, she quickly realized that Don was using his special ability to communicate with her telepathically. Realizing this, Anne felt a surge of tension. She knew Don wouldn't contact her this way without a reason. Something important must have happened. Without hesitation, she took action, grabbed Monet's hand tightly, who was reluctant to leave, and quickly ran towards the boat. "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" Annie handed the long box she was carrying to Don after returning to the ship. "I've discovered something very interesting." Don took the long box, but didn't open it right away. Don pointed to a merchant ship that had just set sail in the distance and said to Annie, "Do you recognize the ship's logo?" Annie looked in the direction Don pointed. "I don't remember that logo. It's probably just a small business association." He then frowned and asked Don, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with that ship?" Although she didn't understand what was wrong with such an ordinary merchant ship, Annie believed that Don wouldn't make things up without reason. There are 5 professionals of level 3 or above on that ship. Don gestured to the homies to prepare to set sail while gently opening the box in his hand. Inside the box was a black umbrella over a meter long. The umbrella was entirely black, reflecting a metallic sheen in the sunlight, and the end of the handle was decorated with an exquisite bat. This black umbrella is a gift from the Boar family to Don. It is an extraordinary weapon. When Don received the gift the Boar family was going to give him, the first thing that came to his mind was an extraordinary weapon. In the previous battle at Port Prunnoi, without Annie's extraordinary weapon, Don wouldn't have been able to break through Morin's defenses. Tangen was well aware that, as a professional physical fitness tester, his lack of offensive power was inevitable, though it wasn't apparent at this stage. It's simply because, thanks to the effects of the devil fruit, his actual combat power far surpasses that of his peers. This advantage will become increasingly weak as the enemies encountered become stronger. Therefore, Don desperately needs a superweapon. Just then, the Boar family saw Don's potential and offered themselves up. With the mindset of, why not take advantage of it? Don decisively made his demands to the Boar family. This black umbrella is an extraordinary weapon that the Boar family commissioned at great expense to have made at Don's request. The black umbrella itself is enchanted with extraordinary attributes such as sturdiness, armor penetration, and aura penetration. The handle can also be pulled out and instantly transformed into an extraordinary sword, which is further enchanted with the extraordinary attribute of sharpness. 5 tier 3s. Annie exclaimed in surprise, then immediately realized, so there must be something good on that ship. That's right, this is a perfect opportunity to try out the Night Feather. The moment Tang got his hands on the black umbrella, he had already named it. Wait, Don, the fact that they can send 5 tier 3 professionals and arrange such disguises means they're probably backed by some powerful force. The things on the ship are likely extremely important to them too. Should we reconsider? And try to dissuade Don with some concern. It's alright, even if they have a legendary backer, it doesn't matter. Besides, with this level of security and disguise, the stuff on the ship should fetch tens of thousands of gold coins without any problem. As long as one is cautious enough and does not reveal any flaws, with the powerful protection provided by the Silver Mirror, even if there are legendary professionals behind this merchant ship, they will have a hard time discovering Don's presence. He had already mentally prepared himself, understanding that successfully advancing to the 4th tier would likely require a long time and a great deal of effort. But when such a perfect opportunity to greatly increase the speed of advancement and shorten the process suddenly appeared before him, how could Don not be tempted? But Annie was still a little worried. Don hadn't told her about the Silver Mirror, so she didn't quite understand Don's unfounded confidence. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Don interrupted Annie without hesitation. He was well aware that robbing this merchant ship would definitely involve a considerable degree of danger. However, ever since his encounter with that legendary wizard, Don has come to realize that time is life itself. He is now racing against time. Only by rapidly advancing to the legendary realm can he completely control his own destiny and no longer worry about dying in some unknown corner one day. Chapter 98, Taking Action. The Black Pearl trailed far behind a merchant ship for a whole day. Panama was, after all, a large and bustling island, and even in the surrounding waters, there was a considerable number of ships coming and going. Once discovered, even if Don runs a little slower, he might not be able to escape. There are several 4th tier professionals on the entire island of Pana, and more than 10 3rd tier professionals. Therefore, only by getting far away from Panamanian Island could Don make a move against the merchant ship. Black Pearl, speed up and catch up. Be careful not to get sunk by them. The merchant ship opposite also seemed to be in a hurry, not just resupplying on Pana Island before setting off in a rush. After it came out, it moved forward at full speed. Although it appeared to be an ordinary merchant ship, its speed was abnormally fast. If it were before the Black Pearl was activated, it would have been easy to lose track of it. Roger that, Captain. Black Pearl's cheerful voice rang out, tinged with excitement, as if she were eagerly anticipating the upcoming battle. Don hadn't expected Black Pearl to be such a warmonger. He then said to Annie and the others, "Take care of yourselves. Don't participate in the fighting." After the Black Pearl was activated, these crew members below the 3rd rank were basically of no help in combat. With the extraordinary Black Pearl in full pursuit, they soon spotted the merchant ship ahead. As the distance gradually closed, the merchant ship opposite actually began to slow down. Soon, the enemy entered the range of the Black Pearl. Tang frowned as he looked at the merchant ship that was almost coming to a stop. Did the other side realize they couldn't escape and were preparing to kill them outright? He then gave a cold laugh, realizing he had been underestimated. Black Pearl, get ready. Wait for me to make my move before you go. Tang transformed instantly. His bat wings unfurled and trembled slightly. His figure flashed, and he instantly traversed a distance of several hundred meters. Roger that, Captain. When Don flew over the merchant ship, the deck was already filled with vigilant sailors. Upon seeing Don, most of the crew members showed fear, but there was no obvious disturbance. It's clear that the sailors on this ship were of a very high skill level. One of the men, who looked like a captain, waved his hat at Don, who was flying in the sky. "Sir Pirate, we are willing to pay 1,000 gold coins to let us go." Oh wow, these people actually surrendered and asked for tolls. If other pirates were in this situation, they would definitely agree without hesitation. After all, given the size of this merchant ship, 1,000 gold coins would normally be enough to cover most of its assets. Most pirates would gladly accept such a good deal, getting money for free without firing a single shot. Unfortunately, in Don's eyes, who already knew their background, the more they acted this way, the more it proved that the things on their ship were extremely valuable. Don's sinister gaze swept across the sailors on the ship. The captain who had spoken was not a third-tier professional. At this time, there were only 2 third-tier professionals mixed in with the sailors, which seemed to be a precaution in case Don's appetite was too great and they couldn't reach an agreement. The other 3 professionals were gathered in the cabin. Judging from the direction, it should be the captain's cabin. Upon seeing Tang Un's sweeping gaze, the captain and the 2 third-tier professionals paused slightly in the direction of the 2 third-tier professionals and immediately realized that their true identities had been exposed. Attack now. Finish this quickly. 2 figures leaped out from the captain's group, their powerful energy surging forth as they charged straight at Tang Un. You underestimated me. Those 3 people were able to stay inside safely. Did you think the 2 of you could take me down? Don's words caused the 2 third-tier professionals who rushed in front of him to change their expressions drastically. However, there was no room for retreat at this moment. The 2 exchanged a glance, increased their energy output, and attacked Tang Un together. A surge of energy rushed towards him. The combined pressure from these 2 third-tier professionals was actually slightly greater than that from the guards of the noble young master. The guard combat power was almost at the threshold of the 4th tier. In other words, these 2 third-tier professionals working together could temporarily rival ordinary 4th-tier professionals. However, Don didn't care about this. On the contrary, he was even happier. The stronger they were, the more valuable the things on the ship were. Tang Un slightly raised the black umbrella, Night Feather, in his hand. At this moment, the bat on the handle of Night Feather seemed to reveal a slight smile. Armament hockey surged, giving the already jet black Night Feather a subtle sheen. Boom! The tip of the umbrella collided with the 2 third-tier attacks, producing a deafening explosion, and a shock wave rapidly generated from the center of the collision. The surging air currents spread rapidly, creating waves on the sea surface. But strangely, the merchant ship remained firmly in place, completely unaffected by the air currents. Don remained motionless, while the 2 third-tier professionals were knocked back dozens of steps, blood spilling from their mouths. How is this possible? The 2 stared at Tang in utter shock. Even an ordinary 4th-tier cultivator couldn't have remained unscathed by their combined attack. As for those above the 4th rank, with that kind of strength, why would they want to be pirates? Tang Un sneered and leaped towards the 2. His black umbrella danced like a ghost, whistling through the air with deadly precision. His attack was fierce. They were immediately and completely subdued. Call out. Suddenly, a whooshing sound came from the air. In Tang Un's perception, a sharp arrow, wrapped in sharp energy, was aimed precisely at him. The 3 members on the merchant ship could no longer sit still when they saw their companions falling into a disadvantageous position so quickly. Seeing the reinforcements arrive from the ship, the 2 disregarded their injuries, gathered energy in their hands, and launched an attack on Tang Un. Finally, after the 2 stalled for time, Don was unable to dodge the incoming arrow, which pierced through his chest and left him severely injured on the spot. The 2 were overjoyed. Based on Tang Un's accurate perception of the exact location of the 3rd-tier professional on the ship, they judged that Tang Un should be a perception-type professional. With such severe injuries, their combat effectiveness will inevitably be greatly reduced. The 2 immediately exerted their strength, expending a large amount of energy to briefly stay airborne, and pressed forward, trying to take down Tang Un as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Tang Un revealed a strange smile, and the 2 instantly sensed that something was wrong. Don's figure vanished from their sight in an instant. The next moment, a black umbrella pierced straight through the chest of one of them, just like the arrow that pierced Don's chest. Chapter 99 Kill. After successfully striking his opponent, Don smiled slightly. He gripped the black umbrella tightly in his hand and swung it with all his might. At the same time, he activated his blood manipulation ability, and the black umbrella, like an incomparably sharp sword, drew a strange arc in the air. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The unfortunate third-tier professional didn't even have time to let out a scream before being cut in half at the waist by this powerful force. His head separated from his body. The sprayed blood, as if drawn by some mysterious force, condensed into blood-red beads in midair and fell into Tang En's arms. Another third-tier professional who witnessed his companion's tragic death showed a look of astonishment on his face, but he quickly came to his senses and turned around without hesitation to run towards the merchant ship. His movements were exceptionally swift, like a startled hare, and in the blink of an eye he was back on the deck of the merchant ship. Boom! 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 Just then, the Black Pearl also entered combat mode, and its cannons began to roar. These cannons were personally operated by the revitalized Black Pearl, and each cannonball seemed to have eyes, hitting the merchant ship with astonishing accuracy. In an instant, the merchant ship was torn apart by blood and flesh, a gruesome sight. The shells mercilessly ripped open the hull, blowing the crew and cargo inside into pieces. Blood, debris, and broken planks were splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. The once sturdy merchant ships became extremely vulnerable under the fierce artillery fire, with deep furrows dug into them, as if the earth itself was groaning in pain. Just then, the Tier 3 professionals inside the cabin could no longer contain their excitement and stepped out of the cabin. Their eyes were sharp as they stared intently at the battle unfolding before them. A middle-aged man wielding a long spear was the first to attack. He moved with lightning speed and instantly rushed to the bow of the ship. He wielded the spear with great skill, making it seem like a dragon soaring and circling through the air. Amazingly, he did not release any external energy at all, relying entirely on his superb martial arts skills to accurately deflect the cannonballs that were fiercely blasting at the merchant ship. I was careless. I didn't expect it to be the blood demon who rose to fame in the neighboring channel a few months ago. The bespectacled man recognized on the moment he saw him. It does indeed appear to have fourth-tier strength. Then let's attack together and finish him off quickly. Don't forget our mission. After saying this, the man holding the spear leaped forward and charged towards Tang En. Tang En dodged the attack with a swift movement, while his black umbrella shot out like a ghost, aiming straight for the throat of the man holding the spear. The female archer drew her bow and fired 3 arrows in quick succession, each arrow shimmering with a faint magical glow. The sense of danger emanating from his observation haki made Don abandon the idea of taking the arrows head-on. Don dodged to the side, and with a flick of his black umbrella, a beam of blood-red light shot out. The bespectacled man smiled slightly and waved his hand, creating an invisible barrier in front of the female archer, blocking Don's attack. Seeing this, Don's eyes finally became serious. Judging from the man with glasses move, he was probably an intelligence-based magic user. Just then, the third-tier professional who had previously fought Tang En jumped into the sea without hesitation, like a cannonball entering the water. It created a splash on the sea, then sped off at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the Black Pearl. Clearly, they had noticed the Black Pearl's astonishing accuracy in its shelling, and if it continued to bombard the merchant ship indiscriminately, the merchant ship would very likely sink. Don didn't care about the Tier 3 professional who rushed towards the Black Pearl. He had already figured out from their previous encounter. It was a Tier 3 professional specializing in agility. Agile-based professionals would find it difficult to gain an advantage against a large, extraordinary creature like the Black Pearl, although the Black Pearl itself might not necessarily be able to do anything about it. But if he dares to board the Black Pearl, then the Black Pearl will give him a surprise. After dodging a streak of green light from the gun-wielding man, the man had already become a blur, rushing forward with lightning speed, his spear sweeping towards Tang En's neck. Clang! Tang En extended his black umbrella to meet them, and a series of metallic storms spread outwards from the two of them. The female archer seized the opportunity and fired 3 more arrows in quick succession, blocking Tang En's retreat in a triangular formation. The magical shimmer on the arrows indicates that they have been enchanted with magic that targets the defense and recovery abilities of those who rely on physical strength. Don't changed his expression, and just as the arrow was about to hit him, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared, It emerged from the shadows behind the female archer, the black umbrella aimed straight for her back. The female archer's expression changed drastically. It was too late to dodge. Even the bespectacled man, standing to the side, had a drastic change in expression. Completely unexpected that Tang and had such a trick up his sleeve. The black umbrella pierced the female archer's heart, killing her instantly. Then, Tang Yin grinned maliciously at the bespectacled man with an ugly expression standing to the side. Damn bastard. The gunman let out a deafening roar and pounced on Don at an astonishing speed, like a raging beast. He gripped the gleaming gun tightly in his hand, as if pouring all his anger and hatred into it. At the same time, a powerful and violent energy erupted from his body, sweeping around like a surging wave. Oh! Don sneered at the gunman charging at him, flicked his black umbrella, and sent the corpse of the female archer wearing the umbrella flying towards the gunman. Upon seeing his companion's body flying towards him, the gunman's attack faltered, and he instinctively reached out to catch it. Careful! Upon witnessing this, the bespectacled man shouted out. However, it was all too late. The moment she approached the man with the gun, the female archer's body swelled up rapidly, as if inflated. In the blink of an eye, a deafening roar was heard, and her body exploded, with bits of flesh and bone flying everywhere, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Scalding red blood poured down like a torrential rain, soaking the gunman from head to toe. Before the man could recover from this sudden turn of events, the blood clinging to his body seemed to come alive and began frantically drilling into his 7 orifices. In an instant, the man felt a suffocating sensation, his throat and nasal cavity filled with a strong smell of blood. Immediately afterwards, sharp thorns formed from congealed blood burst forth from his skin at an astonishing speed, like a bizarre rose blooming on flesh and blood. Each bloodthorn gleamed with an eerie light and emitted a nauseating, foul stench. Chapter 100 Treasure. The battle had barely begun when Don easily defeated 3 Tier 3 professionals as if he were strolling in a garden. At this moment, everyone, from the bespectacled man to the other members of the merchant ship, was filled with deep despair and fear. 34, damn it. Pal, come back now. 34. 34. What on earth is this thing? 34. The bespectacled man was startled and was about to call out for the 3rd-tier professional who had charged towards the enemy ship to return when suddenly, a shrill scream came from afar. His heart tightened, and he quickly turned to look, only to see that Pal had already successfully boarded the enemy's warship. But to his astonishment, at this moment, on the enemy warship, countless cables flew everywhere and wrapped around Pal's entire body like snakes. And among these dense cables, there was a huge anchor with a ferocious face and a cold light. These cables seemed to have a life of their own, binding Pal tightly and rendering him unable to move an inch. Pal struggled desperately to break free of his restraints, but the heavy anchor relentlessly held him back, rendering every effort futile. Seeing Pal in danger, the bespectacled man was extremely anxious. He stared intently at the distant battle, wishing he could fly to Pal's side immediately and lend him a helping hand. Just then, the giant anchor, several meters long, mysteriously floated in midair and rose high into the air. It seemed to be gathering strength, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the trapped Pal. Then it crashed down with a loud bang. Each heavy hammer blow resounded like thunder, accompanied by Pal's piercing screams. The sound grew weaker and weaker. Clearly, Pal could no longer withstand such a fierce attack, and the light of life was gradually being extinguished. The man wearing glasses turned deathly pale instantly, his face devoid of any color. He stared wide-eyed at the scene, his face filled with horror. However, they then remembered their extremely important mission. The bespectacled man gritted his teeth, then turned to Tang Yin and said, "The people behind us are not people you can afford to offend. I advise you to back off now, and I can pretend nothing happened." Before he could finish speaking, Don's black umbrella had already pierced his body. Don sneered at the man in front of him who was gradually regaining his life. "There are plenty of people I can't afford to offend, but even a legend can't catch me." Upon hearing Don's words, the bespectacled man's astonished face revealed a hint of understanding. Indeed, ignorance, fearlessness. Upon seeing the man die, Don first observed the situation on the Black Pearl and saw that Pal was basically beyond saving. In fact, if these 5 Tier 3 professionals had joined forces with all their might to fight Tang Yin from the beginning, it would have been questionable whether Tang and could have safely defeated them. These 5 individuals are all complementary professions, and when they work together, the effect is greater than the sum of its parts. Together, they can even take down many 4th-tier professionals. Unfortunately, these people were a bit too arrogant, or rather, they didn't expect to encounter a powerhouse like Don. Then, Don turned to look at the remaining crew members. Judging from the bespectacled man's dying words, they must have a legendary background, so none of them should be left alive. With a thought from Tang, a rain of blood swept across the entire merchant ship, extinguishing all life on board. The crew members died instantly, without even having time to utter a scream. At this moment, the Black Pearl had already begun to sail in this direction. Remembering that there were still children on board, Don used his ability to throw all the corpses off the ship. All the blood was collected by Tang Yin. After everything was completed, the Black Pearl had already approached the merchant ship. After arranging for the homies to move all the valuables off the ship, Don went into the captain's cabin alone. Based on the previous distribution of Tier 3 professionals on merchant ships, the most valuable items on the ship would undoubtedly be in the captain's cabin. At this moment, Don was eager to see what the spoils of war he had obtained at such a great risk were. The captain's cabin on this merchant ship was very simple, with only a few beds, presumably for the 3rd-tier professionals to rest in. Seeing this, Tang Yin became even more curious about the treasure being transported by the merchant ship. What exactly was it that made these 3 3rd-tier professionals have such close guards on a lone ship? The entire captain's cabin was so small that you could see right to the end. Don scanned the area, but didn't find anything that looked like a treasure. He went over and searched through several beds, finally finding a small box about the size of a palm at the head of one of the beds. The box was simple and plain, with nothing unusual about it, which almost made Don overlook it. If Don hadn't subconsciously squeezed the box hard without causing any damage, Don wouldn't have thought it was anything special. After examining the box for a while, Don confirmed that it was a very high-end seal box, mainly used to seal off the magical fluctuations inside. It may also have functions such as anti-prophecy. However, this box would cost at least several thousand gold coins, which made Don even more eager to see what was inside. Tang Yin carefully manipulated the few drops of bright red blood, letting them slowly seep into the keyhole, and felt the changes within them. After some fumbling, a soft click was heard, and the box was successfully opened. However, when Don saw what was inside the box, he was quite surprised because these items were all too familiar to him. Don frowned slightly, staring at the inside of the box with a puzzled look, trying to find the answer in this familiar object. The next moment, Tang Yin's expression suddenly changed drastically, and a chilling coldness surged into his heart. Don suddenly dropped the box, rushed out of the captain's cabin, and ordered the homies who were unloading cargo outside. Everyone, drop everything, leave nothing behind, and get back to the ship immediately. What's wrong, Don? Seeing Don's unpleasant expression, Annie, who had just brought Monet aboard the merchant ship, couldn't help but ask. Let's get out of here first. Black Pearl, sink this ship. Roger that, Captain. Boom! With a deafening roar, the Black Pearl accurately struck the merchant ship's ammunition depot. In an instant, a tremendous explosion resounded, as if the entire world was shaken and trembled. Immediately afterwards, a gigantic mushroom cloud rose into the sky, soaring straight into the heavens. Watching the merchant ship slowly sink into the sea, Don's eyes were filled with gloom. He then decisively ordered, Black Pearl, activate wave-breaking charge, and enter the storm sea at top speed. Chapter 101, The Sword Saint of Kanglan. Breaking waves is the main ability of the Black Pearl as a super powerful warship, relying on the 2 giant tusks of a 3rd-tier demonic elephant at the bow. By reducing wind resistance and the enormous drag from the seawater, the Black Pearl's sailing speed was greatly increased. Each activation requires a large amount of magic stones. It's simply a money-burning ability. Previously, when the Black Pearl was still the giant tooth, this ability was only activated when crossing the storm sea. Originally, Launching the Black Pearl's wave charge required a large number of people to operate it. Now that the Black Pearl has been revitalized, it requires absolutely no human assistance whatsoever, whether it's putting magic stones into the magic circle or adjusting the sails and other preparatory work. All of this was controlled by Black Pearl alone. In the blink of an eye, a deep blue energy surged out from the ivory bow of the Black Pearl like a surging tide, enveloping the entire ship like an indestructible shield. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a deafening roar, the Black Pearl seemed to be endowed with inexhaustible power, instantly transforming into an arrow released from a bow, speeding forward at an astonishing speed. On the deck of the Black Pearl, although the wave breaker had been activated, Don's expression did not improve at all. He remained grave. How long will it take us to enter the Storm Sea? This place is close to part of the Storm Sea. At the current speed, it would take about 10 minutes. Annie quickly gave her answer after a brief assessment. Seeing that Don's expression hadn't improved at all, and that he still had a furrowed brow, Annie couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" "We're currently in the stormy sea outside the main channel. Without the protection of the main channel, it's extremely dangerous." Upon hearing Annie's question, Don couldn't help but recall what he had seen in the box earlier, and even now, thinking back on it made him break out in a cold sweat. The box contained a class card that had already been used. Name: Carlos Misk. Age: 1,327 years old. Level: 31. Rank: Legendary. Class: Sword Saint. Talent: Sword Heart. Strength: 39. Agility: 43. Physical Strength: 31. Charisma: 28. Intelligence: 21. Perception: 34. Willpower: 30. That class card was clearly a high-level legendary class card. Below the legendary rank, the secrecy of class cards isn't actually that important, since there's a lot of uncertainty surrounding promotions below legendary. Perhaps a newly promoted professional, by sheer luck, ingested some rare and precious herb, directly raising their biological level by several levels. Some people even achieved consecutive promotions within a year, directly reaching the legendary level. However, once a player reaches the legendary rank, the importance of keeping their class card secret skyrockets. After a player becomes a legendary, it takes years or even decades to advance the level of each creature. Under such circumstances, if the information contained in the professional cards is leaked, they will most likely become targets for enemy attacks. For this reason, every legendary class card that exists in the world is considered an absolute secret, and even one's own parents, wife, and children cannot easily be shown to them. This is not only about personal safety, but also about the stability and security of the entire family and even the sphere of influence. Surprisingly, a high-level legendary class card was hidden on this seemingly ordinary merchant ship. It was protected by multiple layers of security, including elaborate camouflage and heavy guard. Given this level of caution, this class card is very likely to belong to a legendary class player who is still active in the world. Coincidentally, Don just happened to know the owner of this professional card. At first glance, Don didn't quite understand. After all, people mostly refer to Carlos Misk by his title, Azure Wave Sword Saint, Commander-in-Chief of the Wizarding Council's allied forces in the New World colonies, a follower of the Wizarding Council Speaker, and a third-ranked Sword Saint in the Old World. Upon realizing that this Carlos Misk was the Azure Sword Saint, Tang instantly felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The fact that the Kanglan Sword Saint's class card appeared on this ship, and that it was escorted in such a low-key and secretive manner, can only mean one thing. Someone has made a move against the Kanglan Sword Saint. Taking action against the Azure Sword Saint is not as simple as just killing a high-level legendary figure. Putting aside everything else, the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Wizarding Council's allied forces in the New World colonies alone demonstrates that the Azure Sword Saint represents the Wizarding Council, the actual rulers of the Old World. Under these circumstances, attacking the Azure Sword Saint would be a blatant provocation against the Wizard Council, which has ruled the entire old continent for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, the Azure Sword Saint is a follower of that Wizard Counselor, and this behavior is undoubtedly a slap in the face to that Wizard Counselor, whose biological level is as high as 49. Regardless of the consequences of these people's actions, the fact that they dared to do so proves that they are backed by at least high-level legends, or even legendary figures of destiny. Moreover, there will inevitably be legendary wizards of considerable rank. The class cards on a merchant ship could not possibly be Kanglin's Sword Saint's own class cards. Otherwise, the loss of class cards would have alerted Kanglin's Sword Saint. Only legendary wizards have the ability to steal a professional's information using professional cards. Now that Tang In has hijacked this merchant ship, putting everything else aside, the mere fact that he discovered someone was targeting Kanglin's Sword Saint is enough to warrant sending a legendary figure to silence him. In particular, such an important item, although no legends will accompany it in order to avoid attracting attention, will definitely be able to sense the problem very quickly and teleport over immediately. After hearing what Don said, Annie was stunned and remained speechless for a long time. After a long while, she finally snapped out of her daze and rushed to the bow of the boat without hesitation, frantically pounding on the front of the hull. He shouted loudly, "Hey, Black Pearl, run faster. This is already the fastest speed we can go, Annie. Then hurry up. We need to get into the storm sea as soon as possible, or people will die." Shortly after the Black Pearl departed, two figures suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea at the spot where the merchant ship had sunk. One of them made a single gesture, and the box containing the Azure Sword Saint class card appeared in his hand. Chapter 102 Stormy Sea. "Oh, the professional cards are still around?" Another person said with a strange expression after seeing it. "He's a smart person. As soon as he saw the card, he understood what was going on and ran away." If someone were truly intelligent, they would be staying here obediently and waiting to die. Even an insect will try to survive. Let me see where they've gone. After saying that, the person immediately formed a hand seal, and his body shimmered with spiritual light. What's wrong? There's a legendary level anti-prophecy spell. What? The other person frowned immediately. How is that possible? Didn't that person say that no legend would notice what's going on here? That person even said that doing it this way would be foolproof, but now problems have arisen. However, judging from their reaction, they probably didn't come specifically to target our plan. So, who is this person's junior? Don't even mention juniors. Even if I were here today, I would die. Then, the man quickly formed several complex hand seals while chanting incantations. A moment later, a scene appeared out of thin air before the two of them. In the scene, a ship covered in dark blue energy was sailing at high speed. The image shown is of the Black Pearl. It's actually an extraordinary ship, and it's quite fast. Another person looked at the Black Pearl on the screen and said with amusement. Then, seeing that his companion didn't react, he turned to look at him. He noticed that his companion's expression was rather strange. "What's wrong? They're almost inside the storm sea. What? What are we waiting for? Let's chase after them. If they get away, it'll be a disaster. That stormy sea has deviated from the main channel. It's the monsoon season now, and the stormy sea has already started to riot. Even if we go in, we could easily get trapped inside. If we were trapped in the stormy sea for months at this time, that would be a real disaster. Then what should we do?" However, even with a superhuman warship, a fourth-tier professional could not possibly survive the stormy seas of the monsoon season. So you're just going to ignore it? It doesn't matter. All preparations are complete, so it's fine to start ahead of schedule. The person casting the spell looked at the Black Pearl on the screen with an inscrutable expression. On board the Black Pearl, and had calmed down by now, and she was crouching on the bow of the boat, hugging Monet, quietly waiting for the verdict. Suddenly, as if remembering something, and immediately stood up. "I need to inform Green about our current situation." "Calm down. Any energy fluctuation emanating from the Black Pearl will be intercepted by those legends. Even if we escape, they will find our lair." After hearing Don's words, Annie squatted down again, feeling utterly helpless. "Your life talisman is in Green's hands. Even if we don't go back, Green can still observe your situation through the life talisman. A talisman is a magical artifact made from certain parts of a person's body, such as hair or nails, that can sense the owner's physical condition. Others can observe the life condition of the owner through the talisman. With the Black Pearl accelerating at full speed, the Black Pearl quickly approached the storm sea. As we approached the stormy sea, the wind on the sea began to grow increasingly noisy. As the Black Pearl moved forward, Dawn and the others saw an endless expanse of darkness on the horizon. That is the storm sea. The exact time when the storm sea appeared is unknown. The entire storm sea is like an abyss, stretching between the old and new continents. This resulted in the two continents having no communication for tens of thousands of years. The entire storm sea is shrouded in thick, inky black clouds year-round, never seeing a ray of sunlight. Endless gales blow year-round in the storm sea, and the storms in most areas of the storm sea are comparable to legendary spells. Storms, whirlpools, and waterspouts are commonplace in the storm sea and can be seen everywhere. Only on a few main shipping lanes is the situation slightly better. It is said that the storm sea was once a battlefield for some ancient beings, and the mystery surrounding the entire storm sea supports this view. This powerful mystique can even prevent legendary wizards from spying on it. Even natural disasters, no matter how destructive they may be, could not possess such mystery. Moreover, after years of research by numerous legendary figures, it has been found that both the mystery of the storm sea and the natural disasters within it are gradually weakening. It wasn't until more than 100 years ago, when the storm sea weakened to a certain extent, that the old and new continents were able to connect. The Black Pearl sped towards the stormy sea. As the Black Pearl crossed a certain boundary, Dawn and the others felt the light dim. The surrounding winds suddenly howled, instantly escalating several levels. At this point, we had already entered the area of the storm sea. Only then did Dawn finally feel relieved. Now that he has entered the storm sea, and the legend has not yet caught up, it will be very difficult for the legend to find him under the dual protection of the storm sea and the silver mirror. And, who was standing nearby, understood this as well and breathed a sigh of relief. Black Pearl, stop breaking wave charge. After escaping danger, Dawn immediately thought of his need for 100,000 gold coins and quickly ordered Black Pearl to stop breaking wave charge. Every minute that breaking wave charge is active consumes several gold coins. Wait! Annie's slightly terrified scream rang out. This is the monsoon season. The storm sea has entered the monsoon season. Don't stop wave charge. What? Upon hearing this, Tang Un's expression changed. The storm sea experiences 2 months of turmoil each year, with wind speeds increasing several levels throughout the sea. This period is known as the monsoon season. During the monsoon season, even an adult sea monster that surfaces on the surface will be quickly torn to pieces. Even the main shipping lanes have become less safe. Unless it's a major force with urgent business, no ships will be able to pass through for the next 2 months. The energy that enveloped the entire ship, breaking wave charge, also possessed protective capabilities, so Dawn and the others did not feel the fierce winds of the storm sea at this time. Once the breaking wave charge stops, everyone except Dawn will be in constant danger of losing their lives, and even the Black Pearl could disintegrate at any moment. Even for someone like Dawn, there are life-threatening situations in certain areas of the storm sea. There is no storm beneath the surface of the storm sea, but the storm sea is the lair of sea monsters. Among them are fourth-order sea monsters that are hundreds of meters long, and even legendary sea monsters that are thousands of meters long. Chapter 103 Monsoon Season. Behind them were the legendary figures who wanted to silence them, and ahead lay the stormy seas of the monsoon season. It seems like a dead, and no matter which direction you go. Dawn, we can still get out of the storm sea now. If we go any further, it won't be easy to get out, Annie said to Dawn in a panic. As an experienced navigator, and possesses a profound understanding of the stormy seas during the monsoon season, far exceeding that of ordinary people. She knew all too well that this sea was full of endless dangers and fears. Even in normal times, venturing into the stormy seas that deviated from the main shipping lanes could be considered a gamble with one's life. However, once the monsoon season arrives, this behavior is practically suicidal. Anyone below the legendary level who enters will perish at sea with the slightest mistake. There is virtually no chance of survival. Therefore, the storm sea during the monsoon season can definitely be called a death zone. The reason it is called fundamental is because there was indeed a person in history who miraculously survived after stepping into that terrifying storm sea during the monsoon season. However, this person who created the miracle was no ordinary person, but a hero with a special mission and favored by the heavens. It is important to know that the birth of each hero is often a destiny to save the world. They carry endless luck and blessings, as if the whole world is protecting them on their journey. In contrast, this group of people is just an ordinary mortal with neither earth-shattering supernatural powers nor the blessing of destiny. It doesn't seem like someone who deserves the same treatment as that hero. 34. Absolutely not. 34. Don's face was as gloomy as the sky before a storm. He stared intently at the turbulent, surging sea, his eyes flashing with determination and resolve. 34. Once we lose the protection of the mysterious power of the storm sea, all we need to do is take this step, given the importance of what we've uncovered. We'll definitely be targeted by legendary figures immediately. At that point, only death awaits us. Upon hearing this, Annie's face turned deathly pale, her despair palpable. For her, neither the legendary powerhouses nor the raging storms of the current monsoon season were within her capacity to withstand or cope with them. In her perception, these forces were an insurmountable chasm, an inescapable destiny. 34. Black Pearl. How much longer can the magic stones on the ship sustain the wave-breaking charge? 34. On this sea that seems shrouded in endless darkness, a place that inspires near despair. Despite such a dire and perilous situation, Don was able to remain calm thanks to his extraordinary willpower. He knew that he must not panic at this moment, but calmly deal with the crisis before him. 34. Captain, due to the exceptionally fierce winds outside, the energy consumption of the magic stone has accelerated significantly. If it maintains its current intensity, it is estimated that it can only continue operating for about 3 more days at most. 34. Compared to the others, including Don, who were under tight protection on the ship, Black Pearl felt the fear of the stormy sea more deeply, because it was itself that was bearing the brunt of the raging winds. Upon hearing this, Don's expression grew even more somber and grave. It should be understood that, normally, the Black Pearl's magic stone reserve should have been sufficient to sustain the wave-breaking charge for 5 days. However, they have only just stepped into the outer area of the storm sea, and their remaining time has already been cut in half, leaving them with only 3 days. What if we go even deeper? How long can it last? 2 days? 1 day? Or will it simply disintegrate during the journey? These thoughts kept flooding his mind, making Tangen's face even more gloomy. Stop all devices that consume magic stones, such as the freshwater conversion unit and the cold storage. Don decisively ordered to reduce magic stone consumption. Received, Captain. Everything has been shut down. However, the magic stones save will probably only be enough to sustain breaking wave charge for a few more hours. Black Pearl was well aware of the urgency of the situation, but she did not panic. Instead, she dealt with the crisis with a calm and composed attitude. In fact, as a homie that is only a few months old, it may not yet possess the emotion of fear. Don's face was as gloomy as a stagnant pool, his gaze fixed on the rolling waves and howling wind in the distance. Even if it can only last for 1 more minute, it is crucial. Then, he turned and gave the order. Black Pearl, sail along the edge of the storm sea, and absolutely do not go any further in. In response to Don's instructions, Black Pearl asked, "Then, Captain, which direction should we head?" "Yes, follow the storm sea directly into the main channel. We still have a chance to make it through the main channel." Annie suddenly realized what was happening and said anxiously, "What are you thinking about?" Tangen scolded. The area near the main channel is where the mysteries of the storm sea and the power left behind by the traveler. This advancement clash most severely. Every inch of it contains energy equivalent to a legendary spell. With our small bodies, if they got close, we wouldn't last a second. We'd be torn to shreds. Don's reprimand startled Annie for a moment. Then she calmed down slightly and said apologetically, "Sorry, I was a little out of my mind. Take Monet with you and go observe the surroundings. Try to avoid dangerous areas. Our situation cannot withstand any turmoil right now." Seeing that Anne's condition was gradually returning to normal, Dawn did not hesitate to let and immediately throw herself into her work. After all, as the ship's crucial navigator, Anne bears a tremendous responsibility, as her performance will directly affect the life and death of everyone on board. The decision to bring Monet along was made out of concern for Anne's personal safety. At this moment, Monet is the only person on the entire ship capable of protecting Anne. Monet's powerful, extraordinary ability to materialize her mental energy grants her a survival ability comparable to some third-tier professionals, even before she has become a formal professional. When she heard Dawn's order and nodded silently, then she led Monet away to begin her work. Black Pearl, sail to the other side of the main channel. Be careful to stay close to the edge of the storm sea at all times. If you encounter any insurmountable danger, leave the storm sea immediately. Roger that, Captain. Chapter 104. Deep into the storm sea. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck, briefly illuminating the gloomy sea. Splash! Splash! Rain, accompanied by a fierce wind, dripped continuously onto the dark blue energy shield of the Black Pearl. A day has passed since the Black Pearl entered the storm sea. Throughout the day, Dawn and the others had no time to rest at all, and even Monet remained on high alert at all times. Even with her extraordinary intelligence allowing Monet to remain mentally sharp, she was still a child, and ultimately, her tender body could not withstand such intense pressure. Fortunately, in recent months, thanks to Anne's care, Monet's health has improved considerably. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on much longer. In the turbulent sea, where the storms are usually extremely rare, the fiercest storms are commonplace. Shortly after the Black Pearl entered this area, it unfortunately encountered an unprecedented and massive storm. The intensity of this storm far exceeded anything Dawn had ever experienced. Fortunately, thanks to the powerful ability Breaking Waves Charge, the Black Pearl did not suffer too much damage, only consuming some more magic stones. At this moment, Tang In, standing steadily at the bow of the ship, stared intently at the endless dark sea ahead. He maintained his transformed form throughout, with a faint red light clearly visible in his eyes, which was proof that he had been using observation hockey. Suddenly, Dawn trembled. His face changed drastically, as if he had seen something unbelievable. He then immediately shouted, "Black Pearl, get out of the way immediately." Despite her doubts, Black Pearl, being a loyal homie, immediately carried out Dawn's order to evade without hesitation. Dawn's tone was so urgent that Black Pearl had to swerve abruptly while speeding along. The immense inertial force surged forth like a raging wave, instantly throwing everyone on board, along with the other homies, off the ship. If it weren't for the powerful energy shield formed by the Breaking Wave Charge protecting them, this accident would likely have resulted in at least half of them being killed. "Dawn, what's wrong?" Annie, who was thrown onto the ship's side and was dizzy from the fall, rubbed her forehead and asked Dawn in confusion. In the very next instant, from the farthest reaches of the sky, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from beyond the storm's edge. The light was like a sharp sword piercing through the darkness, instantly illuminating the surrounding pitch-black sea as bright as day. However, this light did not bring people any warmth or comfort. On the contrary, a terrifying and destructive aura swept over them like a surging torrent. Immediately afterwards, the beam of light rushed in from beyond the storm sea at an astonishing speed, like a meteor burning with raging flames, traversing the raging storm sea with lightning speed. Wherever it passes, it stirs up towering waves, changes the color of the wind and clouds, and makes the whole world tremble. After a brief silence, it was as if time itself had stopped flowing. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility, and an indescribable wave of terror spread outwards like a giant bomb exploding. In the blink of an eye, the entire ocean began to tremble violently like an enraged beast. Huge waves roared and churned, forming a towering wave thousands of meters high. Looking out, the 1,000-meter-high giant wave resembled a towering mountain, surging in with an aura of destruction. The wind howled and the rain poured down, creating an apocalyptic scene together with the giant waves. Above, a vast expanse of dazzling golden sunlight poured down like a tide, resembling a magnificent rainbow bridge spanning the sea of clouds, dazzling and mesmerizing. The thick, dark clouds that had long shrouded the stormy sea were actually cleaved in a deep crack by that mysterious and powerful ray of light. This crack is like an insurmountable chasm, stretching endlessly, and you can't see its end at all. If it weren't for the threat of that 1,000-meter-high wave in front of them, Tang, In, and the others would have loved to admire this rare spectacle. Looking at the surging giant wave behind them, Annie couldn't help but swallow hard. After a quick visual estimate, she figured the wave wouldn't be able to catch up with the Black Pearl. Annie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you reacted quickly, otherwise we would have really been doomed this time. It's not over yet. Tang In looked solemnly towards the direction of the storm's outer edge. In Tang In's perception, there were also giant waves at least several hundred meters high surging in from there. And one after another, I don't know how many layers there are. At this moment, Annie could also faintly see a white line on the horizon in that direction. Damn it, this is... After recognizing that it was also a colossal wave, Annie was momentarily speechless. There are legendary figures fighting over there. Judging by their strength, they're at least high-level legends. Annie stared in shock in that direction. This is an undeserved disaster. What undeserved disaster? Don said grimly. Think about why we ran into the storm sea in the first place. Upon hearing this, Annie realized what was happening. You mean they're the ones who made the move? High-level legends might not even make a move once in 800 years. How could it be such a coincidence that we just stumbled upon a weapon targeting high-level legends, and now a battle at the high-level legend level is taking place here? This must mean they've started their move. We've been in the storm sea for a whole day, and not a single legend has come after us. This means we're no longer important. Don never dreamed that he would become the catalyst for a legendary battle so early on. So what do we do now? After facing one desperate situation after another these past 2 days, Annie had become somewhat accustomed to it. And surprisingly, she didn't lose control of her emotions this time. Now we have no choice but to venture deeper into the storm sea. Black Pearl, turn around and head into the depths of the storm sea. Don made a decisive decision. Now, both behind us and on the outer side of the storm, there are monstrous waves that would smash to pieces with the slightest touch. Moreover, judging from that beam of light, just now we are still within the battlefield range of those high-level legends. In this situation, if Tang, In, and the others were even slightly grazed, they would instantly die on the spot, leaving not a trace. The only chance of survival lies in venturing deep into the storm sea and using the natural disasters within to combat the man-made calamities brought about by the legendary battles. Only then can Don and his companions find a glimmer of hope. But before that, we need to improve Annie and the other survival skills. Chapter 105, Distributing the Fruit. On the deck of the Black Pearl, despite the critical situation, Don still managed to gather all the human crew members together. The entire ship was operated by Black Pearl, so there was no need for these crew members. At this moment, several oddly shaped fruits were placed on the deck in front of Don. The situation is urgent, so I won't waste any more time. Each of you eat one of these, Don said to the crew, pointing to the devil fruits in front of them. These devil fruits were all accumulated by Don over the past few months, ever since he signed the Styx Pact with the Eye of the Sky and activated the Silver Mirror's anti-prophecy function. Don began to consciously keep some devil fruits with decent abilities, intending to use them to train his subordinates in the future. It's been almost a year since I came to this world. After Don's research, I've found that Zoan-type devil fruits are the most suitable for this world, at least for now. With Tang-On's attributes far exceeding those of other professionals of the same level, he could increase his base attributes by more than 10 points after consuming a Zoan-type devil fruit. Even if you convert those attribute points into attribute potions, they'd be worth tens of thousands of gold coins, equivalent to several Don's heads. Not to mention, it also adds attributes beyond the extraordinary. Whether it's professional skills or devil fruit abilities, what determines their strength is always these basic attributes. In this world, the elemental transformation ability of a natural type is considered powerful only for those below the 3rd rank, but it is not invincible. After all, even second-rank professionals have many abilities that can break through elemental transformation. Once they reach the third tier, most professionals can break through elementalization with their energy. Therefore, the devil fruits that Dawn has taken out are all Zoan type. Although they're all common types, their power-up is definitely not as great as the vampire fruit that Dawn ate. However, the improvement won't be insignificant. As for mythical Zoan and ancient Zoan-type devil fruits, even if Dawn obtained them, he would never give them to his subordinates who have little potential. None of the pirates raised any questions about the captain's request, and they obediently divided up the devil fruits. Dawn brought only 3 professional pirates with him this time: Captain Jerry, Bosun Tom, and a man named Frodo. Therefore, Dawn only took out 3 Zoan-type devil fruits: the cat-cat fruit, the mouse-mouse fruit, and the giraffe fruit. Whether by coincidence or not, Tom chose the cat-cat fruit, Jerry chose the mouse-mouse fruit, and the giraffe fruit was left to Frodo. Seeing the pirates preparing to eat the devil fruit, Annie finally couldn't help but speak up. "Wait, Dawn, are you sure you want them to eat this weird-looking fruit?" Annie sensed the cursed aura emanating from the moment Dawn took out the devil fruits. For a perception-based professional, the curse emanating from the devil fruit was far too strong. So strong it was nauseating. Don't worry, I prepared one for you too." With that, Dawn took out another devil fruit, which he had specially reserved for Annie. "That's not what I meant. Didn't you notice the strong curse aura on these fruits?" Seeing that Dawn had even prepared one for her, Annie couldn't hold back any longer. Upon hearing Annie's words, the 3 pirates immediately stopped their actions of preparing to eat the devil fruits. If it weren't for the intimidating power of their captain, Dawn, all 3 of them would have wanted to throw the devil fruits away on the spot. "So that's what you meant." Dawn was taken aback when he heard Annie's words. He had forgotten about it, if Annie hadn't mentioned it. For Dawn, it was normal for devil fruits to have the curse of the sea on them. However, for and the others, anything related to curses must be something bad. It's just a curse that prevents you from swimming. Compared to the improvement it brings, it's insignificant, Dawn explained to the group. Such a strong aura of curse, and it only curses people to be unable to swim. Annie looked suspiciously at the devil fruit that Dawn had prepared for her. It's no wonder Annie was suspicious. After all, such a thing was unheard of in this world. Given the intensity of the curse on the devil fruit, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a bloodline curse capable of wiping out an entire race. "Would I lie to you? I've eaten this stuff before," Dawn said, rolling his eyes. "You used this fruit to advance through the third tier?" Annie's eyes lit up upon hearing Dawn's words. She was also very envious of Tangen's secret of having the combat power of a third-tier opponent while only being at the second tier, but since Tangen didn't say anything, she didn't press him for details. After all, such a secret, if spied on casually, could easily lead to a deadly feud. Dawn nodded in agreement, and then Annie immediately stepped forward, took the fruit from Dawn's hand, and put it to her mouth to eat. However, due to the heightened sensitivity, it paused for a moment when it was brought to its mouth. Then, Annie gritted her teeth and bit into the devil fruit, juice splattering everywhere. By the way, this devil fruit doesn't taste very good. Just as Dawn was about to remind Annie, he saw that Annie had already taken a bite. Vomit, 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 for consecutive sounds of vomiting. After Dawn's explanation, the 3 pirates immediately ate the devil fruits. "This is not good." "Ugh," Annie replied to Dawn while gagging. This scene made Monet, who was initially eyeing the devil fruits with envy, swallow hard and immediately lose interest in them. "Oh, and one more thing. You only need to eat 1 bite of a devil fruit. Not eating the rest won't have any effect." Upon hearing this, Annie, who had just mentally prepared herself and had already taken her second bite, suddenly felt a surge of anger. "Damn it, you should have said this sooner." As for the other 3 pirates, they froze, looking at the devil fruit they had almost finished eating, feeling like crying. When it comes to eating disgusting things, they are clearly more adept than, this noble lady. Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them felt the change in themselves. Even without looking at their class cards, they could feel a significant increase in their attributes. Sensing the new abilities they had acquired, the 3 unconsciously activated them. In just a moment, a humanoid cat, a humanoid mouse, and a humanoid giraffe appeared on the deck. Feeling the immense power they gained after the transformation, the three of them revealed expressions of ecstatic joy. Chapter 106 Improvement. Looking at the three of them after their transformation, especially Jerry's mouse form, Annie gave a disgusted look. They're so ugly. I hope I don't turn into one too. No, they're Zoan type, while yours is Logia type. Their abilities are not the same. Upon hearing this, Annie sensed the extra energy within her body and then instinctively unleashed it, instantly releasing a chilling, bone-deep cold. Monet, who was standing next to Anne, involuntarily took a few steps back to distance himself from Anne. The fruit that Dawn prepared for Annie was a natural-type ice-freezing fruit. Although Dawn felt that in this world, Logia-type devil fruits were probably not as popular as in the world of One Piece. However, for a magic-based class like Annie, the attribute boost from a Zoan-type devil fruit isn't significant overall. Zoan-type devil fruits primarily enhance physical strength and power, but these two attributes will not significantly improve Annie's combat abilities. Only certain special Zoan-type devil fruits can enhance agility and perception attributes. Mythical Zoan-type fruits, however, do have some effect. However, Dawn hasn't drawn a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit yet, so far. Of all the devil fruits Dawn has drawn so far, only the Ice fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit, can enhance Annie's self-defense capabilities in the current environment. Although elementalization is basically useless for third-tier professionals. However, when facing common natural disasters in the stormy sea, the elemental ability to survive is still quite useful. Moreover, even after advancement, the freezing ability can complement Annie's professional skills. Ha! Just then, Annie, who was examining the class cards, let out an excited laugh. Dawn turned his head and saw Annie holding a class card in one hand and with the other hand on her hip, emitting a queen-like laugh. Hey Dawn, I now have the combat power of a third-tier player. Do you still have any of these devil fruits? Give me another one. Seeing Dawn looking over, Annie excitedly said to him. At this moment, Annie no longer cared about the taste of the devil fruit or the ugly appearance of Tom and the others after their transformation. This kind of thing, which can boost a creature's level across different tiers, is something you should eat as much of as possible. Don't even think about it. Each person can only eat one devil fruit. If you eat a second one, you'll explode and die. Dawn told them this seriously. Huh? Did all your abilities come from a devil fruit? Annie asked in surprise. Although she knew that Dawn would definitely eat the best devil fruit himself, the difference was just too big. No, my physique is special, and I can eat multiple devil fruits. Ordinary people definitely can't do that. Dawn explained simply, without telling Annie and the others exactly how many he could eat. Okay. Annie had no doubts about Dawn's words, but shook her head with a hint of regret. Dawn had no reason to lie to her about this. Monet, your current abilities are enough to protect yourself, so we'll let you eat the devil fruit that's right for you later. Dawn patted Monet's head and explained reassuringly that everyone on the ship except the homies had a devil fruit given to them by Dawn. Except Monet. Dawn didn't want Monet to think that she was being isolated. It wouldn't be good if we developed a rift with our child over something so trivial after all the effort we put into raising him. Hearing Dawn's words, Monet swallowed hard and said nervously, No, it's okay. Captain, Monet doesn't have to eat. Although he knew from their words that devil fruits were good things, Annie's previous appearance, which made her look like she was about to vomit, still left Monet with some lingering unease about them. Having developed a sense of humility and distance, Monet felt it was best to never eat this disgusting fruit again in his life. Tang In and the others were unaware of Monet's thoughts. After eating the devil fruit, apart from Annie's biological level increasing from level 10 to level 11 of the third tier, the other three only increased to level 10. However, due to the improvement in their attributes, they have basically mastered all 6 styles, which has greatly improved their survivability. While the 3 of them might not be a match for Dawn in his second tier form when fighting one-on-one, they would be a formidable opponent even if Dawn were at his second tier, if they joined forces. Afterwards, Dawn gave the chef Martin a fruit to eat. Although it didn't help increase his combat power, the fruit was just too perfect for the chef's profession. And that was indeed the case. After eating the eat fruit, Martin only increased his biological level by 1, reaching the second tier. However, after Martin ate the fruit, they basically no longer had to worry about food. Having made all the necessary preparations, the Black Pearl has gradually ventured deeper into the storm sea. Even with the energy shield of breaking wave charge protecting them at this moment, everyone on the ship could feel the howling wind outside. The Black Pearl was not as smooth as before during its journey, and it would jolt from time to time. Every jolt was terrifying, as if it would be swept into an abyss at any moment. As the Black Pearl ventured deeper into the stormy sea, strange ripples began to appear on the once dark and calm surface. These ripples grew larger and larger, eventually evolving into towering waves that, like ferocious beasts, lunged at the Black Pearl. The raging waves mercilessly lifted the Black Pearl high into the air, hurling it dozens of meters into the air. Amidst these raging waves, the Black Pearl was like a fragile leaf, ready to be torn to pieces at any moment. At this moment, the Black Pearl was like climbing a series of mountain peaks, going up and down, and the constant turbulence caused everyone on board to fall over. Apart from Dawn, Monet, and Annie, everyone else was tossed around and repeatedly slammed against the energy shield of the Black Pearl. Dawn and Monet's abilities are well known, while Annie used her newly acquired devil fruit power to freeze herself firmly onto the deck, securing herself securely. As the Black Pearl was repeatedly flung high into the sky, the sharp-eyed Dawn could already see streams of waterspouts pouring into the sky in the distance, densely packed and stretching as far as the eye could see. On the dark sea, enormous whirlpools, each with an astonishing diameter, resembled gaping maws of abyss, waiting for their prey to approach. This means they have entered the depths of the storm sea. Chapter 107 Weathermaster. Amidst the deafening roar of thunder, the gale howled like a fierce lion, ravaging and tearing at the face of the sea. The heavy rain poured down like a dense beaded curtain, pounding against the sea surface and splashing up sprays of water. The Black Pearl sailed precariously through this raging sea, as if it could be swallowed up at any moment. The ship rocked violently with the waves, and the crew clung tightly to the gunwale, struggling to maintain their balance. 5 days have passed since they entered the depths of the stormy sea. During these 5 days, the Black Pearl has been sailing with extreme caution. In the depths of this stormy sea, even the slightest disturbance could destroy the entire Black Pearl and kill everyone on board. Fortunately, Black Pearl skillfully maneuvered the ship. Otherwise, if it were solely controlled by human power, even with Dawn's ability to activate the ship, the Black Pearl wouldn't be alive today either. Shortly after venturing deeper into the storm sea, the 1,000-meter-high tsunami caused by the battle between the legendary powerhouses completely disappeared. Because the intensity of the storms and rain in the depths of the storm sea far exceeded that outside, the magic stones that sustained breaking wave charge were almost depleted in just 1 day. Left with no other choice, Tang In could only exchange a large number of magic stones at the eye of the sky for the silver mirror. Fortunately, before setting sail, Tang In, being a miser, brought most of his valuables onto the Black Pearl. As a legendary extraordinary equipment, the silver mirror has the ability to teleport items between 2 locations, and its status can temporarily ignore the mystery of the storm sea. Therefore, Dawn can trade anything directly through the silver mirror and the eye of the sky, as long as he has enough gold coins. The only good news these past few days is that Annie has successfully advanced to level 3. The third-tier profession that a navigator can advance to is the Weathermaster. The advancement ceremony involves surviving 4 to 7 extreme weather events in the ocean. The more experience you have, the stronger you become after advancing to the Weathermaster level. For the navigator profession, the best place to advance is the stormy sea. In just a few days, you can experience all the natural disasters on the sea and advance in rank with ease, provided, of course, that you can survive. Annie's attributes had already met the promotion criteria several months ago, and during these few days in the storm sea, Annie's promotion ceremony was completed very easily. So 2 days ago, Annie successfully became a 3rd-level Weathermaster. The Weathermaster is a magic-based class whose main abilities are mastering 3 types of magic: storms, water, and lightning. The more natural disasters one experiences during the advancement ceremony, the more spell systems one can master. Only by experiencing 7 natural disasters can one fully master these 3 spell systems. Annie, without a doubt, became a weather master after experiencing 7 kinds of natural disasters, and who successfully advanced, has reached the extraordinary level in her main attribute, perception, and awakened the extraordinary talent, a whim. This skill allows the user to have a vague premonition before encountering certain events. Furthermore, thanks to the intelligence attribute potion she obtained from the ancient pirate king's ruins, Annie's intelligence attribute has also reached the extraordinary level, awakening the extraordinary feat of materializing mental power. With the addition of the ice fruit, Annie has reached level 15 in terms of biological level upon advancement, although it is not as high as Dawn's ability to directly skip levels upon advancement. However, Annie's actual combat strength now should be no less than that of the noble young master's bodyguard from before. Anne's promotion will undoubtedly greatly enhance the Black Pearl's survivability in the current situation. Having been promoted to Weather Master, Annie's perception of the climate has become even more acute. With the meteorological knowledge she learned since childhood, Annie can help the Black Pearl survive for a longer time in the depths of this stormy sea. Of course, this was merely a precarious survival. For Tang In and the others, the most important thing now was to find a way to escape the storm sea. Based on their previous encounters, it's clear that the legends have begun their operation. Even if they were to leave the storm sea now, the legends would likely be too preoccupied to attend to them. Unfortunately, the newspaper had no signal at all in the stormy sea and could not receive any information. Otherwise, we could have had a clearer understanding of the situation outside. Well, Annie, have you found a way out? Don approached Annie with a grave expression. For the past few days, Don had kept his observation hockey active. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. There was no sign of life on the entire sea surface, and observation hockey did nothing to help with the perception of the weather. The only potentially useful ability, predicting the future, was of no help in this situation, given that it only lasted for a second. Of course, it cannot be said that there are no living creatures at all. At least beneath the surface of the sea, there are still quite a few signs of life. However, thinking back to his curious exploration of the seabed a few days ago, Don still felt a chill run down his spine. Beneath the surface of the sea, countless enormous creatures roam the ocean floor. They are none other than colossal sea monsters. Even if they were only third-tier adult sea monsters, their sheer number would be enough to tear Tang In and the others to shreds. In Tang In's perception, there was also an astonishingly strong life force deep beneath the surface of the sea. Don guessed that those were legendary sea monsters slumbering at the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, after several days of terrifying sailing, Don discovered that these sea monsters never surfaced. I have absolutely no clue. The weather here is too chaotic, and there's something mysterious about it, Annie sighed. If she were outside, Annie would have been overjoyed for days after successfully advancing in her cultivation. However, faced with the current situation, the joy of being promoted didn't last even a second. Then why did you choose this direction so decisively? Don looked at Annie with disbelief. My intuition tells me that only by heading in this direction can we have a chance, Annie said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Tang In's eyes twitched slightly, his intuition telling him, "Do you think you have a sixth sense?" The sixth sense is a special ability that awakens when the perception attribute reaches 30 points. However, seeing Annie's serious expression, Don still didn't say anything. The extraordinary feat of spur of the moment could be considered a precursor to the sixth sense in some ways. It's possible that it could have some of the effects of a sixth sense. Moreover, in this situation, we can only trust and believe in a woman's intuition, this kind of mystical thing. Suddenly, Annie shouted excitedly. The weather ahead is showing signs of calming down. Chapter 108, A Way Out. Upon hearing Annie's words, Don was taken aback, then quickly asked, "Are we leaving the storm sea? How is that possible? Normally, even the Black Pearl with the wave breaker charge activated would need about 10 days to cross the storm sea. We are still deep in the stormy sea." Annie rolled her eyes and explained to Don. "Then what do you mean?" Don asked, puzzled. This means that the area in front will be greatly weakened by extreme weather conditions like storm seas, essentially becoming a safe haven. There are places like this in the storm sea? Don asked incredulously. The existence of a safe haven in the storm sea was simply unheard of. Theoretically speaking, it's impossible, but based on my perception and observation, that's how it is. Annie, who had just come to her senses, also looked somewhat serious, no longer as joyful as before. Are you sure it's not a mirage? Before I advanced, that was still a possibility, but now that I've advanced to Weathermaster, how could I possibly be fooled by a mirage? Upon hearing this, Don fell silent. Since Annie had confirmed it, Don ultimately chose to believe her. However, whether this abnormal phenomenon is a good thing or a bad thing is hard to say. Looking at the exhausted crew members, even homies would feel terrible after being in such an extreme environment for so long. Even Black Pearl's face showed signs of fatigue. She had been the most exhausted person these past few days. Even with the protection of the breaking waves charge, the wood on the Black Pearl had begun to creak and groan in a way that made your teeth ache. After several days of turbulence, the Black Pearl was already overburdened and risked serious damage if it was not repaired soon. Annie stood silently watching Don, knowing that in this situation, with an uncertain future, only Don himself could make the decision. After thinking for a moment, Don gritted his teeth and made a decision. No matter what dangers lay ahead, he had to go, as the entire ship and its crew were on the verge of collapse. Once the Black Pearl is lost, everyone is doomed, even and in Monet, thanks to the materialization of their supernatural powers. They can survive for a short time, but not for long. Only Tang Yin, perhaps with his amazing physique and recovery ability, can last. If this continues, only Don will survive in the end. Trapped deep in this stormy sea, Don will eventually meet his demise. There's no other choice. Charge in and take the gamble. After making the decision, Don decisively gave the order. Although it didn't look very far, due to the terrain of the storm sea, the Black Pearl, which had to take detours, still spent almost a day getting close to the area Annie had mentioned. As they drew closer, amidst the raging wind and rain ahead, they could faintly see a glimmer of light. However, the closer one gets to this area, the more violent the surrounding winds and rain become. Even though the energy shield of breaking wave charge is constantly consuming a large number of magic stones, it has begun to sway precariously, as if it may break at any moment. This is the main channel? Annie looked at the increasingly violent weather and the faint sunlight shining ahead with disbelief. No, impossible. The mysterious clash near the main channel is comparable to a legendary spell. Annie then rejected her guess. It must be a territory carved out by some powerful being in the storm sea, Tang Yin guessed, gazing at the distant sunlight. How is that possible? Even a traveler only managed to solidify their main course with the blessing of the world's origin during their ascension. To try and carve out a pure land in the storm sea, even an ordinary high-level legend couldn't do it, and retorted with an incredulous look. No matter what, we'll know once we're inside, Don said with a serious expression. In this mysterious region of conflict, the closer you are to the center of the conflict, the more violent the energy becomes. At this moment, Annie also held her breath and stopped thinking about anything else. Even if this kind of mysterious countermeasure is far weaker than that of the main channel, it probably has power close to that of legendary spells in the central area. After saying that, the two men's expressions immediately darkened. Even if it was only close to the power of a legendary spell, it could easily destroy them. Annie, go and put on the ocean calamity. Don's face showed a hint of determination as he slowly said, do everything you can to weaken this storm. Upon hearing this, and immediately turned and walked towards the cabin to retrieve the ocean calamity, a marine treasure she had previously obtained from the ruins of the ancient pirate king. With the ocean disaster combined with Annie's newfound abilities after advancing to Weathermaster, it should be able to stir up this storm that hasn't yet reached the legendary rank. Black Pearl, don't worry about the magic stone consumption. Maintain maximum power to keep breaking wave charge going. Don't worry about anything else. Just charge forward. Understood, Captain. Black Pearl's somewhat tired voice came through. Everyone, get into the cabin. After clearing the people off the deck, Don's body was covered in blood, which quickly enveloped the entire ship. Don stood at the bow, his eyes fixed on a distance. As the Black Pearl drew closer to the center of the mysterious collision, pop! The energy shield of Wave Breaker shattered. Having lost the ability to break through the waves, the Black Pearl's speed also suddenly slowed down considerably. Just then, Don focused his mind and exerted his power, his entire body surging with energy, and his dark, domineering aura completely covered the large amount of blood that enveloped the entire Black Pearl. Clang! 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 The endless storm raged on the Black Pearl, creating a constant clanging sound of metal on metal. Each collision ended in the Black Pearl's defeat. The fierce wind tore through Don's armament hockey and left deep scratches on the Black Pearl's hull. The next moment, a large amount of blood covered the gap again, and a dark, domineering aura slowly adhered to it. They held on. A hint of joy appeared on the tense Tang's face upon seeing this. As long as it's not directly breached, there's still a chance. As the Black Pearl drew closer to the light ahead, the raging storm intensified. The scratches on the hull of the Black Pearl grew deeper and deeper, and even the mast was blown off and crashed heavily onto the ship. If it weren't for Black Pearl's control, the entire Black Pearl would have lost power and been left to die on the spot. Just then, the raging storm suddenly and strangely paused. This was due to Annie's interference. Taking advantage of this brief moment, the Black Pearl crossed an invisible barrier and entered a sunlit area. Chapter 109 Wizard Tower. On one side is a raging storm that can drain a person's marrow, while on the other side is a calm and sunny day. Once they crossed that invisible barrier, the Black Pearl seemed to have entered a completely different world. The raging storm that had been raging just moments before vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the fact that he could still see the turbulent, restless sea not far behind him when he looked back, Tang would have even wondered if he was dreaming. Just then, as they felt the ship stop rocking violently, and her group rushed onto the deck. They were stunned by what they saw and then burst into cheers. 34. It's incredible. There's such a place in such a raging, stormy sea. 34. Annie stared wide-eyed, curiously looking around at this vast, calm, and sun-drenched sea, only to find that she couldn't see its end no matter what she did. However, despite being temporarily out of danger, Don's expression remained extremely grave. He frowned and said, "Nothing surprising. Look over there." Hearing Don's slightly heavy voice, Annie couldn't help but turn her head to look at the place he was pointing to and gaze into the distance in the direction he was pointing. What unfolded before her was a vast, scattered archipelago of islands. These islands were lush and vibrant with life, a rare and unique sight even amidst the turbulent and perilous sea. However, among these many islands, the most eye-catching is a tall tower located in the very center of the archipelago. This tower soars into the clouds, reaching straight into the sky, as if it were about to pierce the heavens. From a distance, it is impossible to even see where the top of the tower is, giving it a mysterious and unpredictable feel. And gaze at the tower, a sense of awe rising within her. That's the Wizard's Tower. Annie stared wide-eyed at the tower, looking utterly incredulous. Neither Annie nor Don had ever seen images of the Wizard Tower in the newspapers. They had never actually seen it in real life. However, upon seeing the towering tower that seemed to reach into the clouds, both of them simultaneously confirmed that this was the legendary Wizard's Tower, a spiritual warning from their extraordinary senses. No wonder a wizard tower of this size could carve out such a large pure land in this stormy sea. Annie's throat bobbed as she swallowed. The taller the wizard tower, the more powerful it is. This is a consensus throughout the world. Every inch of a wizard tower requires extremely expensive, extraordinary materials and must be inscribed with profound and complex magical runes. Conventional wizard towers are typically tens or even hundreds of meters tall, and a wizard tower of this height alone could essentially drain the wealth accumulated by a high-ranking legendary wizard over thousands of years. However, the wizard tower standing before Don and the others is nearly 1,000 meters high just from its exposed height. And when you include the part that extends into the clouds, it is definitely a giant wizard tower over 1,000 meters tall. Everyone, perk up. We're going to pay our respects to the master here. Dawn looked solemnly at the wizard tower in the distance. At this point, retreating was definitely not an option. The group was exhausted and had essentially depleted all the blood he had stored up over the past few days. Annie had also exhausted her magic power when she stirred up the storm sea. Breaking Wave's charge was directly destroyed by the storm. Its core was damaged, and it cannot be used again until it is repaired. In this state, they would probably be torn to shreds by the raging storm as soon as they stepped outside. Moreover, this sea area was clearly forcibly created by that wizard tower, meaning that this sea area is within the power radiation range of that wizard tower. From the moment the Black Pearl entered this sea area, their group should have already come into the sight of the wizard tower's master. Therefore, the only way out now is to pay a visit to the owner of that wizard's tower. The Black Pearl slowly made its way toward the wizard's tower. As it got closer to the islands, scattered creatures began to appear before Dawn and his companions. Many of these creatures were ones that Dawn and his companions had never even seen before. La 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 la. A melodious song suddenly reached Tang In and the others' ears. The clear voice was like heavenly music, washing away their fatigue from the journey. Oh ho ho, what a beautiful voice. Even Black Pearl regained her energy. Following the sound of the song, Tang In and the others saw a blonde girl sitting on a rock jutting out into the sea, singing loudly. When Dawn and the others saw the girl, they were all stunned. The blonde girl's lower body had no legs, but a thick fishtail. Beautiful mermaid! Annie's slightly trembling voice slowly escaped her lips as she gazed at the girl in the distance with shining eyes. It's no wonder Annie felt this way. Whether in the old world or the new world, mermaids were already legendary creatures long before the age of exploration. For Anne, mermaids only existed in the fairy tales she heard as a child. Many people speculate that, apart from certain legendary collections, the mermaid species is probably extinct. Mermaids, as extraordinary creatures that can rival second-tier professionals once they reach adulthood, should, under normal circumstances, have no problem surviving and reproducing, if not becoming a regional overlord. However, the problem lies in the fact that mermaids are just too beautiful. Among all humanoid creatures in the world, only elves can compare to them. Therefore, whether in the New World or the Old World, mermaids were among the most prominent figures in the slave trade, on par with elves. Unlike the elves, who possess the strongest beings under the stars, the mermaid race has only a handful of legendary figures, making it impossible for them to protect the entire race from the greed of humans. Even they themselves are in a precarious situation. According to an unknown rumor, there is a legendary mermaid in the collection of that wizard counselor. In this situation, if one could capture a mermaid and take it out, it would surely fetch an unimaginably high price. Cough cough. Seeing that Annie's eyes were almost turning into the shape of coins, Dawn coughed a few times to bring Annie back to her senses. Hey Dawn, a mermaid. The legendary mermaid. Let's go catch her. Before Dawn could even speak, Annie shouted excitedly at him. The sound was so loud that it even startled the mermaid who was singing normally, causing her to look over in surprise. Chapter 1, 10 Elvia. The mermaid looked at Tang In and the others with a puzzled expression, then jumped into the sea with a splash and disappeared instantly. Damn it, she got away, and looked at the gradually calming sea in the distance with some annoyance. Seeing Annie's expression, Dawn was speechless. If you don't run away, what do you want? This is obviously a mermaid kept by the owner of this place. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Hearing Dawn's words, Annie realized what she meant and chuckled sheepishly. Sorry, I got a little excited when I saw the mermaid. Didn't you ever dream of having a mermaid when you were little? In this world, almost all children from noble families have heard stories about mermaids when they were young, especially in this age of great exploration. For these aristocratic children who grew up listening to fairy tales about mermaids, keeping a mermaid as a pet was basically a dream for most of them. As for the elves who are on the same level as mermaids, since the rampant slave trade 10,000 years ago enraged the elf queen, who stormed the old world and wreaked havoc, no one in the old world has dared to keep elven slaves for a very long time. At least openly, no one would dare to do it. That battle cemented the elf queen's status as the strongest being under the stars. Although the details of the battle are not known, it is speculated that the Wizard Council chairman was severely beaten by the elf queen. Otherwise, the notoriously domineering Wizarding Council would never have issued a ban on the buying and selling of elves. "Who are you people?" Just then, a clear and pleasant voice entered their ears. Dawn and Annie looked in the direction of the sound and saw the mermaid girl from before emerging from the sea not far from the Black Pearl, looking at them with curiosity. Upon seeing the mermaid peek out, Annie's expression instantly turned into one of fervor. Although she tried her best to suppress it, the mermaid was still startled and took a step back. "Excuse me, we were sheltering from the storm outside and accidentally wandered in. We'd like to pay a visit to the owner of this place," Dawn said with a gentle smile to the mermaid lady. Upon seeing Dawn smile, the mermaid trembled again and subtly took another step back. Seeing this, Dawn's smile froze on his face. Exhausted, he even forgot about the aura of fear surrounding him. Now, both Dawn and Annie have a significantly lower first impression of this mermaid lady. "You wish to visit His Majesty Ettinger? He hasn't been out for a long time. Miss Alice handles the outside affairs now." Although she felt a little flustered looking at the two people in front of her, the mermaid lady still kindly struck up a conversation with Tangan. "Then, could you please take us to see Miss Alice, Miss Mermaid? I'm sorry, we don't know your name yet." Dawn wasn't surprised at all that he couldn't meet the true master of the Wizard Tower. He was at best a mid-tier, fourth-tier professional. To that being, who was at least a high-level legendary wizard or even a legendary wizard of destiny, they were no different from ants. How could he possibly receive them so casually? "Elvia, my name is Elvia." The mermaid Elvia was still somewhat wary of Dawn and the others, and did not explicitly agree to take them to see Miss Alice. "My name is Dawn, and this is Annie." Dawn carefully introduced himself and Annie, not letting Annie speak, for fear of scaring Elvia and making her run away. "My name is Monet." At this moment, Monet activated her ability to float to the ship's side and introduced herself to Elvia. Monet's big eyes, like Anne's, sparkled with excitement as she stared intently at Elvia. The moment she saw Monet appear, Elvia's eyes lit up, and she smiled with delight. "This is a human cub. So cute," Elvia murmured to herself as she looked at Monet. Elvia's voice was so faint that it was almost impossible for ordinary people to hear it. However, both Dawn and Annie, who were present, possessed extraordinary perception, even though Elvia's voice was barely perceptible. They heard it very clearly. The two looked at each other and smiled. "Monet, how about we invite Elvia to come and play on the ship?" Annie said, hugging Monet tightly. "Great!" Monet also had a very good impression of an interest in that mermaid sister. "Sister Elvia, want to come aboard our ship and play with Monet?" Under Annie's instigation, Monet immediately waved to Elvia, luring her onto the ship. Hearing Monet's call, Elvia gently bit her finger, hesitated for a long time, but finally couldn't resist the temptation of the cute human cub and slowly swam towards the Black Pearl. Elvia, who had arrived at the edge of the Black Pearl, suddenly used her fishtail to propel herself up and land easily on the deck of the Black Pearl. Only then did Tang and get a clear look at the mermaid lady's full appearance. Dazzling long golden hair and exquisitely beautiful features. Her upper body was almost naked, with only some seashell-woven clothing covering her large, milky white breasts. Below her navel was a fishtail over a meter long. At this moment, Elvia was standing on the deck. Even though her fishtail was bent due to standing, she was still a head taller than Dawn, with a height of over 2 meters. Dawn subtly activated his observation haki. In his perception, this beautiful mermaid lady possessed a vitality no less than Annie's, making her a third-tier extraordinary being. After Elvia boarded the ship, her eyes remained fixed on Monet. Seeing this, Annie released Monet, allowing him to use his powers to float towards Elvia. Seeing Monet with her arms outstretched, ready to throw herself into her arms, Elvia carefully took Monet in. Then Annie joined in, and soon the two of them were playing together with Elvia, their laughter filling the air. "I can take you to Miss Alice, but whether she sees you or not depends on Miss Alice's decision." Although the way Annie looked at her still made Elvia a little uncomfortable. However, with the help of Annie's social skills and the human child Monet, the naive Elvia quickly fell for her. Chapter 111, Eddingard Island. Under Anne's gentle prompting, the naive Elvia revealed quite a bit of information. This sea area was created by His Majesty Ettinger, the master of the Wizard's Tower, and has existed for countless years. Elvia's people were the first to follow His Majesty Ettinger here. Elvia has only just come of age. She heard all this from the elders of her tribe. Elvia grew up in this sea, and everything in this sea belongs to His Majesty Ettinger. However, His Majesty Ettinger rarely appeared to manage this place. He might not be seen even once in hundreds of years. Elvia has never left this sea area, as both the storms outside and the sea monsters beneath the surface pose a deadly threat to her. Not only Elvia, but all the creatures in this sea have never left this place since birth. Miss Alice is Lord Ettinger's only disciple. She was brought back from the outside world by Ettinger more than 10 years ago, and she is the only human in this sea area besides Ettinger. That was also the last time Elvia heard anything about Her Majesty Ettinger. Until a few years ago, when the adult Miss Alice stepped out of the Wizard Tower and announced that she would take over the territory in place of her teacher, His Majesty Ettinger. The various races living in this sea area naturally dared not have any objection to this. After all, the races that can live here are all under the protection of His Majesty Ettinger, although most of them will never see Ettinger in their entire lives. However, the Wizard's Tower, standing in the very center of the entire sea and reaching into the clouds, is something that no living being has ever seen since birth. For all living beings in this sea area, that Wizard's Tower is a sacred place. This sea area is home to hundreds of intelligent races, including those that live in the sea like mermaids and others that live on land. The entire sea area is dotted with islands of varying sizes, the largest of which is, of course, Eddington Island, where the Wizard's Tower is located. This island is named after the owner of the Wizard's Tower. Given its size, Ettinger Island is considered a large island by outsiders. The islands in this world are divided into small islands, medium islands, large islands, and giant islands. Islands smaller than 100,000 square kilometers are considered small islands. Medium-sized islands range from 100,000 to 1 million square kilometers, and large islands range from 1 million to 10 million square kilometers. Giant islands, on the other hand, span over 10 million square kilometers. In the entire known sea area, there are only 2 giant islands, and the land of one giant island can support country. Led by Elvia, Don and his companions soon arrived at Ettinger Island. Along the way, they encountered various races, and thanks to Elvia's warm welcome, no one made things difficult for them. Judging from the behavior of those creatures, it's clear that Elvia is extremely popular here. It's safe to say they truly deserve to be called extraordinary beings of the charm type. Every mermaid, once they reach adulthood, possesses a charm level of at least 15 points. Even a third-tier mermaid like Elvia. Her charm attribute not only reaches an extraordinary 20 points, but may even have reached 25 points. With such an exceptionally high charm attribute, few creatures could resist being attracted to a mermaid. Of course, purely in terms of beauty, Don felt that and was not much less attractive than Elvia. The main reason and charm didn't reach 15 points was, in Don's opinion, it must be because Annie is too rich. Upon arriving at Ettinger Island, Don instructed his crew to rest for a while, keep a low profile, and avoid causing trouble. He then took Annie and Monet and followed Elvia aboard Ettinger Island. After going ashore, Elvia's fishtail shimmered with a faint blue light, and then transformed into 2 long, shapely legs in front of Don and the others. To Don's disappointment, after transforming, Elvia's lower body now had a small skirt woven from seashells. After spending the night at a nearby orc tribe, Elvia borrowed several mounts from the tribe and continued her journey toward the Wizard's Tower. A few days later, the group arrived near the Wizard's Tower, covered in dust. Around the tower, a large number of various creatures had gathered, including orcs, mermen, halflings, and even an elf. The large number of creatures gathered there has given rise to the outline of a city near the Wizard's Tower. These people were all moved here after Miss Alice started managing things. Elvia explained to the group. Although His Majesty Eddington did not explicitly state it, no one would be allowed to approach within a radius of 100 kilometers of the Wizard Tower. But now that Miss Alice is in charge, she's allowed us to live near the Wizard's Tower, so several tribes have voluntarily moved here. So, this Miss Alice is someone who enjoys lively gatherings. Annie's eyes lit up as she asked. Understanding Miss Alice's preferences would allow for a better approach to addressing her needs. It shouldn't be. Elvia slowly shook her head. Miss Alice never leaves the Wizard Tower when she has nothing to do, and she has never participated in our activities. Huh? They clearly prefer quiet environments, just like those wizards. How could they allow you to move to the vicinity of the Wizard's Tower? Annie asked Yehuda. Although the Wizard Tower has excellent soundproofing, the heavy smoke and fire in the vicinity can still affect the wizard's research and may distract them. In particular, some young wizarding apprentices are very likely to succumb to this temptation, thus delaying their progress in learning magic. It was because Miss Alice was kind-hearted that she saw our longing and allowed us to approach the holy site and feel the greatness of His Majesty Edinger. Elvia looked at the Wizard Tower in front of her with a pious expression and was speechless for a moment in response to Elvia's answer. However, and absolutely refused to believe this so-called explanation of kindness. Expecting those black-hearted wizards to show mercy was like expecting pigs to fly. Although, and greatly admired wizards due to her upbringing, she also learned quite a bit about what kind of people those wizards were. It's fair to say that if wizards didn't exist, the world would be far more wonderful. The wizard's power is beyond doubt, and so is their wickedness. Chapter 112 Alice. Although Miss Alice generously allowed others to settle around the Wizard's Tower, these residents spontaneously left a vacant area within 100 meters of the tower, as if by unspoken agreement. This does not mean that the space is completely empty, as if nothing exists. In fact, there is a straight and clean stone path leading directly to the gate of the Wizard's Tower. The rest of the area was covered with a wide variety of exotic flowers and fruits of all shapes and sizes. Some of these flowers and plants are valuable medicinal herbs, while others are just common wildflowers, but they all share one obvious characteristic. They're all breathtakingly beautiful. Although most of the plants and flowers here were unfamiliar to Tang Yin, after all, he had never received systematic learning and training in this kind of knowledge in this world. However, among these many unknown flowers and plants, there was one flower that successfully caught Don's attention and that he recognized at a glance. It is a mysterious and deadly plant called the wailing flower, which is one of the essential ingredients for the willpower potion. This flower appears extremely beautiful and alluring, seemingly exuding seductive charm, but in reality, it hides endless dangers. If any living being dares to touch it, it will instantly trigger a soul-piercing wail. The sound was like the howl of a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell, carrying an irresistible power. For those beings who could not transcend the limits of will, this wailing was nothing short of a nightmare. Their souls will be severely damaged, ranging from becoming mentally unstable to becoming idiots, and in some cases, even dying on the spot, their souls dissipating into the world. However, despite its danger, the wailing flower is invaluable. As a key ingredient in willpower potions, it commands a high price on the market, fetching tens or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Such an exorbitant price is enough to prove its preciousness and rarity. Countless people have risked venturing into dangerous places to acquire it, just for that fleeting moment of wealth and glory. It's unbelievable that it's now so casually planted outside the Wizard's Tower, growing alongside a tangled mess of weeds. It's important to know that plants with extraordinary power like the howling flower have an extremely domineering thirst for nutrients. It is no exaggeration to say that no other plant can survive, not only in the area around it, but even within a few dozen meters of it. In this situation, it is clear that someone has intervened forcibly, and the only one with the ability and need to do so is Miss Alice, the disciple of the Wizard Tower Master. Soon, Elvia led Dawn and the others to the gate of the Wizard Tower and gently knocked on a carving resembling a human face on the gate. In the next instant, the seemingly ordinary door underwent an astonishing transformation. The intricately carved patterns on the door seemed to come alive, wriggling and twisting, and finally coalescing into a clearly recognizable human face. The face seemed to have just awakened from a long slumber. Its eyes were half closed, revealing a hazy and confused expression. And so, still half asleep, it slowly opened its eyes and sleepily gazed at Elvia, who was standing in front of the door, about to knock. "Oh, it's Elvia. What? Are you here to see Miss Alice?" The human-faced man greeted Elvia absent-mindedly, seemingly quite familiar with her. "Yes, Mr. Towering. These are humans who accidentally wandered in. They wish to pay a visit to Miss Alice." Elvia respectfully explained her purpose to the person. This human face is the spirit of this wizard's tower, created by the legendary wizard who built the tower using legendary magic to activate the spirit. The legendary spell, Animate Tower Spirits, can be considered a superior spell to Animate Ship Spirits. The Animate Ship Spirits spell originated a century ago, after the Age of Exploration began. Legendary wizards simplified the legendary spells of the living tower spirits in order to create legendary warships. Outsiders. Upon hearing outsiders, the tower spirit immediately snapped to attention, glancing warily at Tang, In, and the other two. After a moment, it relaxed again. "Yes, Mr. Tarling, they're all outsiders." Elvia nodded in confirmation. "I'll inform Miss Alice first." The tower spirit glanced at the group again before speaking slowly. Then, the faces on the gate were transformed into sculptures. After a while, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. "Outsiders? How'd you get in?" Don and the others were startled by the sudden sound. Don and Annie were both people with extraordinary senses, but they didn't notice anything before the sound came out. Even after the sound rang out, the two of them couldn't find where it came from, which was clearly not a skill that an ordinary fourth-tier wizard could possess. Is this a show of force? Using the power of the wizard tower? But there's absolutely no need for that. Putting everything else aside, just the presence of this wizard tower alone would make even ordinary legends have to keep a low profile. "We stumbled in here while trying to escape the storm." Although he was somewhat surprised by Miss Alice's abilities, Don replied calmly. "Avoiding the storm? You've already ventured into the storm sea. Are you afraid of the storm?" Alice's cool voice carried a hint of doubt. I'm sorry, Miss Alice. I didn't explain clearly. We had no choice but to enter the storm sea to escape our pursuers." Don was surprised that Alice would so strangely focus on this point, so he could only offer an explanation. So you came to see me because you want to?" Alice gave a soft, indicating that she agreed with Don's explanation. "We would like to rest here for a while, and we hope to get Miss Alice's permission." "Okay, Elvia, I'll leave the arrangements to you." "Yes, Miss Alice." Elvia respectfully accepted Alice's order, then turned to Don and the others and asked, "Where would you like to rest?" "Let's go somewhere near where we landed. We still need to repair our ships," Don decided after a moment's thought. Upon hearing Don's choice, Elvia nodded. Now Elvia knew that the terrifying and repulsive aura emanating from this human man was due to some kind of solidified supernatural ability. Therefore, he was no longer afraid of Don. After all, Don was a third-tier extraordinary being with a high willpower attribute, and the extraordinary charisma attribute had a certain resistance to this kind of charisma-based ability. Chapter 113, The Emperor. And so, Don and the others settled down temporarily on Edinburgh Island. After settling Don and the others in, Elvia reluctantly left for a few days, though her main reluctance was towards Monet, and was extremely jealous of this. Although she and Monet were both looking at Elvia with the same fervent gaze, Elvia was very wary of her, but she was exceptionally fond of Monet. But on one hand, there was her childhood dream of becoming a mermaid, and on the other hand, there was the legendary seed she had raised as her own child. Annie could only helplessly sulk in silence. A few days later, Don and Annie moved deck chairs and parasols to the beach and relaxed leisurely. They had just decided to settle here. The nearby orc tribe enthusiastically sent people to help them build their shelter. Although they weren't very impressed with the orcs' artistic skills, they couldn't refuse their kindness, so they had no choice but to ask for their help. Under Black Pearl's command, the homies began repairing the damage to the Black Pearl. The other 3 professional pirates had been visiting the neighboring orc tribe every day for the past few days and had already become friends with them. This orc tribe is actually a cat tribe. After Tom and the others transformed, they were quickly accepted by them. However, compared to Tom, they seemed to prefer Jerry. As for Frodo, he was just an extra. Monet is also quite popular, and at this moment several catgirl girls are playing with him on the beach. Hey, Don, big news. Annie, who was reading the newspaper on a recliner, suddenly called out to Don in alarm. Normally, newspapers have no signal in the stormy sea and cannot receive information at all. However, after entering the sea area opened up by the wizard's tower, the newspaper miraculously received the signal. So even in the stormy sea, we can still get information from the outside world. Hearing Annie's shouts, Don got up and went over. Judging from Annie's condition, it must be something serious. War reignites on both the old and new worlds, and the source is surprisingly him. As soon as he arrived, Don saw this alarming headline. The old and new worlds are at war again. The war had only ended less than 100 years ago, and it's already started again so soon. And it already paid the fee, so Don could see the specific information directly. Recently, the commander-in-chief of the Wizarding Council's allied forces in the New World colonies, the Azure Sword Saint, was besieged and killed by multiple legendary figures. The very first sentence made Don exclaim, "Good heavens!" This matter was actually related to them. If they hadn't crashed into the ship transporting the professional cards, the war wouldn't have started so early. It is said that when the incident occurred, the Speaker of the Wizarding Council was on his way to the New World, but was ambushed by a mysterious figure en route. The two fought a fierce battle against the storm sea for several days, and the outcome remains unknown. Upon seeing this, Don immediately thought of the white light that had almost annihilated them, so it must have been the work of the legendary Wizard Council chairman. However, there are no more than 5 beings in the entire world who could fight that Wizard Council president for several days. Based on subsequent events, this mysterious figure is likely E, the strongest monk in the New World. Monk E is also a level 49 being. Currently, there are only 5 beings in the entire known world who have reached level 49. The Elf Queen, the Speaker of the Wizard Council, E, the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, and the Mother of the Sea Monsters who dwells in the center of the Storm Sea. These 5 are the most powerful beings in the entire world. The day after this incident, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Ryan, the strongest nation on the old continent, announced in a colony on the new continent that the Kingdom of Ryan would be renamed the Ryan Empire, and the Crown Prince would ascend the throne as the first emperor of the Ryan Empire. Subsequently, the legendary Wizarding Order, which had been teleported to eliminate the Emperor, was driven away by the suddenly appearing wrath of the heavens. Had the Wizard Council not arrived in time, the legendary Wizarding Order would likely have been wiped out. Based on this, it can be inferred that E is the mysterious figure who fought the Wizard Council speaker for several days overseas. Upon seeing this, Tang En was startled. Although Emperor is also the title of a head of state, it is also a profession, a legendary profession. One who ranks at the top of the list of professions banned by the Wizarding Council. The Wizard Council has decreed that any emperor who appears must be eliminated immediately, and if necessary, a campaign to annihilate a nation can be launched. It is important to know that the Wizarding Council established a rule at its inception that no professional should massacre civilians. Because of this rule, all legendary wars must choose their battlefields in advance. After all, once legends start fighting, the impact is extremely wide, and for ordinary people, it is even more terrifying than natural disasters. The fact that the Wizard Council was willing to defy this rule in order to eliminate the Emperor demonstrates its determination. The legendary class Emperor has 2 abilities. All land under heaven belongs to the Emperor, and all people under heaven are subjects of the Emperor. Under heaven, all land belongs to the Emperor. For every 1,000,000 square kilometers the Empire's territory increases, the Emperors will attribute permanently increases by 1 point. All under heaven are subjects of the King. The Emperor himself can permanently consume 1 point of willpower. Willpower cannot be lower than 20 points. To pardon and confer the title of legendary status upon a creature of level 19. The combination of these 2 abilities allows for the mass production of legendary items. This is what makes the Emperor so terrifying. There are legendary figures who can be considered supreme anywhere, and with the Emperor's power, they can be mass-produced. This greatly affected the status of the legendary class. But if it were only this, the profession of Emperor would not have been regarded as a scourge by the Wizard Council. When the Emperor profession was first created, no one took it seriously. They simply regarded it as an ordinary legendary profession, even though this profession could wholesale legendary items. There were no legends to care too much about, but the profession of emperor had a huge need for territory, so war was inevitable. By the time the Wizarding Council took notice, the situation was completely out of control, with dozens of emperors emerging across the old world, each commanding over 2,000 legends. Even ordinary legendary figures, when their numbers reach 2,000, are enough to make the Wizarding Council avoid their advance. Even the Wizard Council chairman, whose biological level was as high as 49, fell silent when faced with 2,000 legends. You know, even in this day and age, it's hard to say whether there are even 2,000 legends in all the known worlds combined. At that time, the Wizarding Council had only about 100 legends directly under its command. Chapter 114, Lost and Found. The situation across the old world inevitably slipped out of the Wizarding Council's control. The war lasted for over a century, and the legendary figures who were usually high and mighty became expendable resources on the battlefield under the command of the emperors. According to statistics, the number of legendary figures who have fallen in the past century exceeds tens of thousands. Even the legends were in the same situation, not to mention the ordinary people. The population of the entire old world was almost reduced to less than 1/100th, and even the landscape of the old world had undergone major changes. Just as the emperors were about to tear the entire old world apart, the world's consciousness finally couldn't hold back any longer and gave birth to a hero. With the world's consciousness giving him the green light all the way, the hero quickly rose to the legendary profession of savior. The savior class, as one of the few classes with willpower as its primary attribute, is among the strongest of all legendary classes. That savior completely disregarded the law that it was difficult for legends to advance, and climbed to the level of a destiny legend at an extremely fast pace. Ultimately, with the assistance of the Wizarding Council, the savior wiped out all the emperors. This brought an end to the war among the emperors. Following the War of the Emperors, the Wizard Council issued an order banning the emperor profession and showed no mercy to any kingdom that attempted to ascend to the empire level, wiping it out without hesitation. Now, the kingdom of Ryan dares to defy the world and cultivate an emperor. Shortly after Emperor Ryan announced to the world that his country would be renamed the Ryan Empire, news flooded in from all directions. Numerous powers across the New World expressed their willingness to join the Ryan Empire and swore, without hesitation, to be forever loyal to the great Emperor Ryan I. Following this, the Ryan Empire, in close cooperation with the native inhabitants of the New World, launched a series of swift and fierce offensives. They launched a swift and devastating attack on the Old World's colonies in the New World, successfully driving almost all of these Old World powers out of the New World. By this point, the Ryan Empire had seized control of nearly 1/3 of the vast territory of the New World, completely freeing itself from the constraints and limitations once imposed by the Wizarding Council. Now, it was like a behemoth rising from the ashes, its power astonishing. Faced with this situation, the Wizarding Council was enraged. Unable to tolerate the rise of the Ryan Empire, they decisively issued a war mobilization order, calling upon all forces across the old world to unite and launch a new war against the New World. Without a doubt, the scale of this impending war between the old and new worlds will exceed everyone's imagination, and may even bring about unprecedented and enormous changes to the entire world. As expected of the world's #1 superpower, this is quite a grand gesture. While Dawn was still shocked by the news, Annie, who had already read it, began to exclaim, "Huh, so that merchant ship we plundered before belonged to the kingdom of Ryan. No, the Empire?" Annie suddenly remembered this and said in shock, "That should be it." Dawn nodded silently. We're going to die. The Empire that's directly confronting the Wizard Council. We've offended them. We'll be hunted down and killed as soon as we go out." And sighed in despair. And the kingdom of Ryan was already a colossal entity that she could only look up to. As for the Wizard Council, they were revered like gods. Now that they had inadvertently offended the evolved Ryan Empire, how could they not be desperate? "Those big shots won't care about small fry like us," Dawn reassured him. "What we do has virtually no impact on their plans, so they shouldn't have time to deal with us." Annie only sighed again in response to Dawn's words, without replying. She understood this principle, of course, but no one could say for sure. After all, there were legends who were narrow-minded. In any case, we won't be able to get out of the storm sea anytime soon. Don looked at the wizard tower, standing in the distance, and fell into deep thought. In the dead of night, all was quiet, and the moonlight shone like water onto the empty beach. Tang In stood there alone, his figure appearing somewhat lonely. Since eating the vampire fruit, Don has found himself becoming increasingly energetic at night. He originally possessed the talent of the sleepless one, which allowed him to maintain his energy without needing to sleep. Now, this change is even more pronounced. He finds it completely impossible to fall asleep at night. It was nearly Monday morning when Don took out an exquisite professional card from his pocket, held it tightly in his hand, and waited quietly for something. A prize draw is in progress. Congratulations! You've won the devil fruit, the flame fruit. Should we extract the flame fruit? Looking at the information on the card, Don's eyes widened in disbelief. It's the flame fruit. What's going on? The flame fruit has already been drawn and extracted, hasn't it? Tang In rubbed his eyes and checked several times before finally confirming that he had indeed drawn the flame fruit. Calming down, Don slowly pondered why his cheat ability allowed him to repeatedly extract the flame fruit. After much deliberation, Don had two guesses about this situation. One of them is that his lottery ability allows him to repeatedly draw the same fruit. He had never drawn it before because the number of draws was too small. The second theory is that the devil fruits extracted by Don, once eaten, would return to Don's lottery system after the host's death, rather than being reborn somewhere in the ocean. Either way, this is good news for Don. This means that Don has truly and completely monopolized devil fruits, and can now confidently use them to train his subordinates without worrying about them going to waste if they betray him. Anyway, the devil fruit will come back after we kill them. As for the flame fruit, Don doesn't plan to extract it for the time being. At least, not until he becomes a legend. If the host of that flame fruit was still alive or had died naturally, that would be fine. The fact that the legendary wizard found Don and wasn't too surprised by Don's devil fruit ability suggests that he must have already had several test subjects. If the previous host of the flame fruit died on that legendary wizard's experimental table, then the reappearance of the flame fruit would very likely arouse his in-depth investigation. Therefore, just in case, Don decided to keep the flame fruit, which he had lost and then regained, hidden away for a while. Chapter 1:15 Erasure. The Old World, the Kingdom of Ryan. Inside the magnificent royal palace. The entire palace was in chaos. The king sat on his throne with a grim expression, showing no joy whatsoever at the prospect of becoming an empire. Your Majesty, the kingdom of Vesely has also attacked. Now, 7 countries have joined the fight. The kingdom has already lost most of its territory. A minister rushed into the palace and delivered the newly received news. These words caused even more chaos in the already flustered royal palace, with the nobles and ministers inside the hall discussing among themselves. The king was not surprised by the minister's message or the chaotic crowd below. It was all destined from the moment that rebellious son was promoted to emperor. On the very day the Ryan Empire was established, 3 kingdoms declared war on the Ryan Kingdom. At first, the Ryan Kingdom easily overwhelmed them. After all, the strongest nation is not to be underestimated. Not only does it have the most legendary figures, but its ordinary professionals and legion soldiers also far exceed those of other nations. However, this situation only lasted for one day. The next day, news of the establishment of the Ryan Empire spread throughout the old world. The situation then completely reversed. The Wizarding Council's bans were completely public, and ordinary people might not have paid attention to them. However, those high-level professionals are at least familiar with the Wizard Council's prohibitions, if not intimately familiar with them, because these prohibitions can be fatal if one is not careful. After the news of the establishment of the Ryan Empire was confirmed, a large number of high-level professionals left the Ryan Kingdom, either by fleeing or by seeking refuge in other countries. The Kingdom of Ryan was the strongest nation in the old world, and before today, these professionals would have even been proud of it. But this is a blatant challenge to the Wizard Council. No one believed that the Kingdom of Ryan could survive. Not even the Ryan Empire across the sea, which had temporarily withstood the judgment of the legendary wizards. The Wizarding Council's accumulated power, which had ruled the old world for tens of thousands of years, played a very important role at this moment. These high-level professionals were mostly high-ranking officers in the Kingdom of Ryan's army. With their escape, the entire military system of the Kingdom of Ryan basically collapsed. Even with some die-hard loyalists of the Kingdom of Ryan, there was no way to reverse the situation. Therefore, under the siege of multiple countries, the Kingdom of Ryan began to suffer repeated defeats, and its destruction was only a matter of time. "Shut up, all of you!" King Ryan suddenly roared, silencing the entire hall. "Shut up. All you do is argue. Can't you bunch of idiots offer any useful advice?" Faced with the king's sudden outburst of rage, the nobles and ministers in the hall were trembling with fear. The accumulated power of this king, who had ruled the strongest nation in the old world for so many years, was still deeply ingrained in their hearts. As the king of the most powerful nation in the old world, he can be said to be the only man in the entire world who, without being a legend, stands on equal footing with a legend. "Your Majesty, that is the Wizard Council." A nobleman stepped forward, his words unfinished, but everyone understood what he meant. Faced with the Wizard Council, the only option now is to wait for death. If these noble ministers hadn't already been deeply bound to the Kingdom of Ryan, they probably would have already fled by now. That damned rebellious son. If I had known this would happen. The king understood this perfectly well, and after being exposed by the nobleman, he couldn't help but curse his now rebellious son, who was now the emperor. The king was undoubtedly aware of this promotion plan, but in the original plan, he should have been the one to become the emperor. Now, that rebellious son has somehow taken his place and caught him off guard, leaving him in the old world as a target for the Wizarding Council to vent their anger on. So what if you knew this would happen? Would you have given up on this plan? A sudden voice drew everyone's attention, wanting to see who was so foolish as to provoke the king at this time. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman dressed in a wizard's robe suddenly appear in the hall. Most of the people present were high-level professionals and clearly remembered that this position had not been occupied before. "It's actually you who came in person." A figure suddenly appeared in front of King Ryan, looking at the woman in front of him with a solemn expression. 7 legends, and 6 of them escaped without a sound. It seems the mastermind really is that guy. He muttered calmly to himself, looking at the woman who had only appeared as a legend. "Uncle, who is this?" The king asked the figure in front of him with a puzzled look. This was the only remaining legend of the Kingdom of Ryan, a member of the royal family, and by seniority, the king's uncle. A member of the Wizarding Council, another legendary wizard destined for heaven. The kingdom legend introduced to the king with a grim expression. As beings standing at the pinnacle of this world, even the Wizarding Council, which ruled the entire old world, only had 2 members in the Destiny Legends. What a joke, to actually mobilize the mandate of heaven for something like this. The king looked at the witch in disbelief. Before this, the king always felt that he still had a chance, and even the Wizard Council would not necessarily make a big fuss over an emperor. Moreover, they also have the support of members of the Wizarding Council. Now, the king suddenly realized that his rebellious son's choice was correct. If he dared to advance to the rank of emperor in the old world, he would probably be killed by the Wizard Council. "Do you think it's a joke that the emperor is at the top of the list of prohibitions?" the witch said expressionlessly. "The Wizarding Council has ruled the entire continent for tens of thousands of years. Only during the War of the Emperors did they completely lose control of the continent and experience that sense of powerlessness. You, including those young people who now occupy parliamentary positions, have never experienced this, so you are ignorant and fearless." Both the king and the legend were incredulous when the witch herself admitted to the Wizarding Council's scandalous period of weakness. "All right, enough with the nonsense. It's time to send you on your way." Then, a surge of magic flowed through the witch's body. Just as the kingdom legend was about to make a move, a dazzling yellow light instantly spread out, and everything that the light touched began to melt away. Even legends are powerless to resist this light. In the end, the entire capital was completely reduced to nothing, leaving only an empty space, as if the capital of Ryan had never existed. Chapter 1:16 Summoning. Hey Dawn, the kingdom of Ryan in the old world has been destroyed. Annie exclaimed to Dawn, who was standing beside her, holding a newspaper. Isn't this normal? The Wizard Council suffered such a huge loss in the Ryan Empire in the New World. How could they possibly let go of the Ryan Kingdom in the Old World? Tang, and lay under the parasol, lazily replying to Annie. Not only that, the entire capital has been completely wiped out. Furthermore, it is forbidden for any other former citizens of the Kingdom of Ryan to mention the Kingdom of Ryan. Anyone who does so will be executed immediately. And, somewhat puzzled, recounted the information from the newspaper. Doesn't the Wizarding Council prohibit the mass slaughter of ordinary people? In the past few days, at least tens of millions of civilians have probably been massacred. Although, and was also one of those nobles who treated ordinary people like pigs and dogs, she couldn't help but feel a chill when she saw this report. To the Wizarding Council, a noblewoman like and was no different from commoner. It is foreseeable that among these tens of millions of commoners, there must be nobles of Anne's caliber. Hearing Annie's words, Dawn raised an eyebrow slightly. This is not something we should be concerned with. How could we possibly guess what those big shots are thinking? Wait a minute, Dawn. Aren't you supposed to be very kind to those common people? Annie didn't quite understand Dawn's attitude. I just don't want to do it myself. What does it matter to me who killed the people? Dawn rolled his eyes and said. Dawn made no response to the fact that tens of millions of people had died. It's like watching the news in your past life. You'd see how many people died somewhere, and you just mutter about it briefly, then go back to eating and sleeping as usual, and nothing would affect you. If these people had died in front of Dawn, he might have been somewhat emotionally affected, but only by the numbers in the newspaper. So for Tang Yin, it wouldn't matter at all, even if there might be some of his original acquaintances in there. Just then, the silver mirror in Tang Un's arm stirred. In recent days, the silver mirror had been sending some messages intermittently, but they were all just meaningless chatter. However, this time the disturbance seemed a little different as Dawn took out a silver mirror from his pocket. Eye of the sky. Everyone, please move to a quiet and safe place. In 10 minutes, I will extract your consciousness into the consciousness space. Eye of the sky. If anyone is currently in a dangerous situation, simply resist when I pull you away. Is the eye of the sky summoning us? Or is it semi-forced? Regarding the sudden appearance and summons by the eye of the sky, Tang Yin had some guesses that it was probably related to the current war, given its far-reaching impact. Even legends will be affected, and the intensity of the war will even exceed that of the last war between the old and new worlds. I have some things to attend to. Don't let anyone disturb me before I come out, Dawn said to Annie before heading to the captain's cabin of the Black Pearl. When it comes to the safest place, it's definitely the homie on the Black Pearl. Annie looked at Dawn's back with a puzzled expression. Dawn had never made a point of hiding the silver mirror from people when he took it out, so Annie had seen it many times. With Annie's exceptional knowledge, she could easily tell that the silver mirror was no ordinary object, but Dawn didn't say so, and Annie didn't ask. After all, as professionals rise higher in rank, they accumulate more and more secrets, which they can't easily confide in even their parents, spouse, or children. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Tang Yin lay on the bed in the captain's cabin, giving Black Pearl his final instructions. Do not let anyone near him before he woke up. The silver mirror emitted a soft light, enveloping Tang Yin. Tang Yin completely relaxed, allowing the light to envelop his entire body without any resistance. In the blink of an eye, Dawn arrived in the consciousness space. Unlike last time, this time when Tang Yin entered the consciousness space, he sat upright at a round table. In this world, tables also have rules. Normally, those in lower and higher positions sit at the same table. They should be sitting at a long table, with their seating clearly divided into different classes. A round table is for people of equal status. Being able to sit at the same table proves that everyone at the table is of equal status. Now, the Eye of the Sky has actually prepared a round table for them. They certainly can't compare to the Eye of the Sky. Even after they advance to the legendary level, it's still impossible. However, the actions of the Eye of the Sky undoubtedly elevated their status by force. Given the strength and status of the Eye of the Sky, it was hard for Tang Yin to understand why they would do something like this. Could that so-called experiment really be that important? There were 13 chairs around the round table, and they were all occupied by people. Well, let's call them people for now. At this moment, Apart from the Eye of the Sky, the other 12 people all had the appearance of beast heads and human bodies. To Tangen's left was a person with a Q version of a horse's head, and to his right was a person with a Q version of a monkey's head. Needless to say, these two are Wu Ma and Shun Ho, and it's not hard for that person to imagine that they are currently wearing a Q version sheep's head. Damn it, what are you doing? A furious shout drew Don's attention, and he looked in the direction of the voice. The one who spoke was Chunlong, who had a chibi-style dragon head. He was glaring angrily at Mautu beside him. Judging from his posture, if it weren't for the Eye of the Sky, he would probably have attacked directly. I'm sorry, she's just so cute. I instinctively reached out my hand. Mautu apologized to Chunlong with an embarrassed look on her face. You. Chunlong was speechless for a moment at Mautu's words, and his anger was taken aback. All right, everyone quiet down. At this moment, the Eye of the Sky spoke up, and Chunlong had no choice but to give up, only glaring fiercely at Mautu. Everyone has already signed the Styx contract. I believe you all have quite a few questions about why I called you here today. At this point, the Eye of the Sky suddenly changed the subject. However, we'll talk about that later. Right now, let's congratulate His Majesty the Rooster on his successful ascension to legendary status. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned to look in the direction of the rooster. Everyone was incredulous at how quickly the rooster had advanced to legendary status. The fact that they were all here meant that everyone had signed the Styx contract. Since the Styx contract was signed, it means that there was a considerable distance between them and the goal of becoming a legendary being. After all, if they were already on the verge of becoming a legendary being, they wouldn't have signed the Styx contract and sold themselves out for nothing. Chapter 117 Reminder. And most importantly, there hasn't been a single news item about a legendary advancement in the last few days, even though the biggest news right now is about the Ryan Empire. The news of the birth of a legend is bound to appear in the headlines. However, the advancement of each legend is a momentous event for the entire world, and it is impossible for there to be no news about it at all. Even if this rooster belongs to a force on a new world, it won't be completely silent. Every legendary advancement will cause quite a stir, even for card-based classes. Wait a minute. Don suddenly remembered that there was indeed a newly emerged legend recently, and news about him was everywhere. The man who is now the focus of the entire world, the former crown prince of the kingdom of Ryan, and now the emperor of the Ryan Empire, Ryan I. If the rooster is the emperor of the Ryan Empire, then did the Eye of the Sky play any role in this war between the old and new continents? Congratulations, Your Majesty the Rooster. Although everyone was somewhat surprised, they still congratulated the rooster immediately. Congratulations, Your Majesty the Rooster. Tangen also offered his congratulations to the rooster. Among the other 10 people present, there were certainly some intelligent individuals who could have thought of this, but Don glanced over and found that none of them showed any clues. If this rooster is indeed the emperor of the Ryan Empire, then revealing his identity would be a very dangerous thing. Although the Ryan Empire now has the strength to rival the Wizard Council with the full support of the New World. However, almost everyone believed that the Wizarding Council would ultimately prevail. During the tens of thousands of years that the Wizarding Council ruled the old world, they faced many situations far worse than this one, and each time the Wizarding Council emerged victorious. No one expected anything to go wrong this time. I think some of you have already guessed His Majesty the Rooster's identity. The Eye of the Sky smiled as it swept its gaze across the crowd, its gaze lingering briefly on Tangen's ram's head, without noticing anything amiss. Upon hearing the Eye of the Sky's blunt words, Don felt a sense of foreboding. That's right, His Majesty the Rooster is the current emperor of the Ryan Empire. As the Eye of the Sky finished speaking, the chibi-style chicken head of the rooster suddenly changed into a handsome young man. Looking at that handsome face, an aura of majesty and domineering presence swept over me. Upon hearing this news, everyone was shocked. Even Tangen, who had long suspected the identity of the rooster, felt his heart sink to the bottom. The Eye of the Sky so bluntly revealed the identity of the rooster to everyone, making it impossible for Tangen and the others to pretend to be ignorant anymore. What are they trying to do? Force us to take sides. But are we insignificant figures, worth them resorting to such petty tricks? Tang Yin stared at the smiling eye of the sky with a gloomy expression, trying to see through his intentions. The reason I've summoned you all here today is not only to congratulate His Majesty the Rooster on his promotion, but more importantly, to remind you all of something. The eye of the sky put away his smile and said with a serious expression, I am the main initiator of this Emperor promotion plan. Ignoring the shocked crowd, the eye of the sky continued. You have all signed the Styx Pact with me, which means you have no choice but to stand on the same side as us. The Wizarding Council has become aware of my involvement. Although they will not issue a public warrant for my arrest based on my status, His Majesty the Speaker will certainly hunt me down personally. I am quite confident in my divination skills. Even His Majesty the Speaker would not be able to find me easily. However, it's a different story for you. So this time, the main point is to remind everyone not to casually disclose any information about Silver Mirror and me to anyone. Even your closest relatives, once discovered by the Wizarding Council, they won't care about your talents or your background. At that time, you will surely die. Everyone seemed to be startled by the eye of the sky's words, and they all froze, the entire space falling silent. Only the rooster looked at everyone with amusement. No one spoke up, and Tang Yin certainly wouldn't be the first to stick his neck out in this situation. He just silently pondered what the eye of the sky and the rooster meant. Judging from the words of the eye of the sky, this can be seen as a reminder to them to be careful to hide their relationship with the eye of the sky. But what is it about these people that makes the eye of the sky go to such lengths to win them over? If it's just about using them as test subjects, that doesn't hold water now. Once the Emperor appears, the eye of the sky should have plenty of test subjects for its so-called experiment. Moreover, whether these people can become legends is still unknown, and the fate of the former Ian who is still fresh in everyone's mind. However, one thing the eye of the sky is right about. Since a contract of this magnitude, as the Styx contract has already been signed, they can be said to be deeply bound to the eye of the sky. After all, there is currently no known means to break the Styx Pact. But I've already told my teacher, Rabbit said cautiously, raising her hand. It's all right. Not all legends are on the side of the Wizarding Council. The eye of the sky said kindly to Rabbit. Don's heart skipped a beat. The eye of the sky's words revealed two pieces of information. One was that this Rabbit's teacher was a legend, and the other was that this legend was not of one mind with the Wizard Council. In other words, this legend is on the side of the eye of the sky, or rather, remains neutral. Your Majesty, given your current situation, why waste time reminding us? Shenhe finally couldn't help but ask. Let's not talk about test subjects anymore. After His Majesty the Rooster was promoted to Emperor, you shouldn't lack test subjects anymore. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the eye of the sky. Clearly, everyone was very interested in the answer to this question. The legends bestowed by the Emperor are too simplistic. Eye of the Sky replied seriously. This experiment requires sufficient data, so the test subjects must encompass as many different professions, races, talents, and so on as possible. In other words, these 12 people include people of different races and professions, although this explanation is theoretically sound. But Don still had a strange feeling that the real reason wasn't that. What exactly is this so-called experiment? Inhu couldn't help but ask. Chapter 1:18 Investiture of the Gods. I originally intended to tell you after you advanced to legendary status, the Eye of the Sky said after a moment's thought. However, given the current situation, you probably won't be able to rest easy if I don't tell you. No, you've told us, so we probably can't feel at ease either. Don thought to himself, my current biological level is 39, and I have been stuck at this level for thousands of years. Thousands of years is a considerable amount of time for a high-level legend. Normally, the lifespan of an ordinary legend is only a few hundred to 1,000 years, and the maximum lifespan of a high-level legend will not exceed 10,000 years. As is widely known, the profession that has been held for the longest time is that of a wizard. Therefore, the average lifespan of other professions is even lower. Over the past few thousand years, I have searched for every possible way to break through the threshold of destiny. Finally, I had discovered something. Those legends who have reached the pinnacle of destiny are all from traditional professions. Not a single card-based profession has ever reached that level. Does this mean that the limit for card-based classes is level 39, and they cannot become the ultimate destiny? You have to know that the existence of professional card players has a history of tens of thousands of years. If card players can achieve destiny, then at least one must have appeared over all these years. However, I have searched through history and found that there has never been a legendary card player. The highest level a card player can reach is level 39. It can be basically confirmed that the card class has some kind of flaw and cannot be promoted to the Destiny Legendary level. Upon hearing this, Tangen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, his profession was also a card player, and if what the Eye of the Sky said was true, that means his future is already limited to level 39. Of course, it's not to say that a level 39 high-level legendary is weak, but this level 39 Sky Eye in front of us can easily stir up the winds and clouds between two continents. The entire Wizarding Council probably hates him to the core right now, but judging from the current situation, they're completely powerless to do anything about him. However, as a time traveler, what Tangen wants to pursue is definitely to climb to the true summit. If you say that the upper limit for everyone in the world is level 39, that's fine. However, those traditional professionals can climb to even higher levels. The upper limit is a full 10 levels higher than that of card classes. Even with the cheat code of Devil Fruit, it would be impossible to overcome such a huge gap. Moreover, it's still uncertain how effective Devil Fruits are for legendary level professionals. After discovering this fact, I was once in despair, but my lifespan was running out, and it did not allow me to stop. Therefore, for many years, I've been dedicated to finding another way to break through. It can only be said that the world is blessed. After years of searching, I have finally found another path to break through the level limit. In the process of exploring the path, I discovered that every legend is surrounded by some mysterious energy that seems to be lurking around them. This kind of energy is extremely subtle, and even legendary figures with a destiny would find it difficult to detect. I discovered these energies by chance. After in-depth research, I discovered that these energies are extremely complex, yet extremely powerful. And the younger and more active a legend is, the more widely his or her deeds are told, the greater the energy that surrounds him. Hearing this somewhat familiar description, Tangen looked at the eloquent Eye of the Sky with some shock. If it really was what Tangen was thinking, I call this energy faith. Don was so excited he almost shouted it out. Fame. Tangen's excitement was immediately suppressed. Well, this world doesn't have the concept of faith yet, so calling it fame isn't wrong. However, Tangen's eyes darted around, and he suddenly thought of something, his heart burning with excitement. After many experiments, I discovered that as long as fame is transformed into kindling through a special ceremony and then lit, it will form a special flame. This flame brings extremely powerful energy. Several successful legends have jumped directly from level 20 to level 30, and the power gained after the advancement is of a quality that even surpasses the magic of a legendary wizard of destiny. From this, we can deduce that this method of advancement can certainly reach or even surpass the level of destiny. In this world's energy system, the highest quality is generally recognized as the magic of wizards, and the magic of a destiny wizard who has advanced multiple times is undoubtedly the highest quality in the world. An energy whose quality surpasses that of the legendary wizard's magic at level 30. No wonder the Eye of the Sky is so certain. Unfortunately, they were unable to continue the experiment because their reputation was exhausted. However, judging from the way that flame is burning, further advancement is inevitable. It is worth mentioning that, so far, only card-based classes have succeeded with this promotion method. Without exception, all experiments with traditional classes have failed. From this, I guess that this promotion method is specifically designed for card-based classes. The card description describes that flame as divine fire. Those legendary figures who have been promoted are listed as demigods on their cards. Based on this, we have decided to name this experiment the Consecration Ceremony. After hearing the Eye of the Sky's words, Tangen felt a surge of excitement. No wonder he had never heard of the existence of gods since coming to this world. It turned out that the gods had not yet been born. And Tangen was fortunate enough to participate in the birth of the first batch of gods. Moreover, judging from the term fame Even the Eye of the Sky's exploration of the gods is still only in the exploratory stage. However, in Don's mind, there was a complete promotion process. These are all the assets you need to overtake others on a curve. Originally, Don was not very confident about catching up with those top figures in the world. After all, reality is not a fictional story, and there is no plot where others have worked hard for thousands of years and I catch up in 1 or 2 years. After reaching the legendary level, especially the higher legendary level, each level advancement requires hundreds of years. If Tang In wants to catch up, it will take at least several thousand years. Now, with the new track of Investiture of the Gods, Tang In immediately gained the confidence to overtake others on the curve. Chapter 119 Information. Although he was overjoyed, Don remained outwardly composed. Such secrecy was best enjoyed by himself, given the current progress of the Eye of the Sky. Without any key hints, it would take at least several decades or even centuries to perfect this system. After all, they haven't even figured out the most crucial thing, faith. Although the name fame is very similar to faith, their actual effects are vastly different. Even if someone were to be deified by chance, Don was confident that he could surpass him later. Moreover, since fame can indeed be categorized as part of faith, and it can have some effect on their deification ceremony, it is impossible for them to discover the secret of their faith in a short period of time. Since only card-based classes can succeed, what does it mean to choose me? After a moment of silence, Qianlong looked at the Eye of the Sky with an unfriendly tone. This Qianlong is quite bold. Where does he get his confidence? Tang In looked at Qianlong, who spoke in an unfriendly tone, and fell into thought. Even a descendant of the legendary destiny wouldn't dare to speak like that. Moreover, it is impossible for the descendants of the Destiny legend to sign the Styx Pact. Despite Qianlong's aggressive tone, the Eye of the Sky was not angry. Instead, it soothed him gently, saying, "The fact that only card players can successfully ignite the divine fire is currently just speculation. So, you chose me as the next test subject?" Qianlong asked in a gloomy tone. "Given your current situation, if you don't take this gamble, you're doomed anyway." It has to be said that the Eye of the Sky has a really good temper. Even when questioned by a mortal, its tone remains quite kind. Upon hearing about the Eye of the Sky, the expression on the dragon's head became visibly even more somber, but it remained silent. After Qianlong fell silent, the entire meeting fell into complete silence. Everyone still immersed in the new track of the newly emerged consecration ceremony. Most of the people present have a high level of extraordinary knowledge and can deeply understand the benefits brought about by this conferment of godhood ceremony. Putting everything else aside, just according to the Eye of the Sky, those who successfully ignite the divine fire directly skip 10 levels of creature level to reach level 30. This alone can save an ordinary legend from hundreds of years of arduous cultivation. Moreover, reaching the level 30 advanced legendary rank means one can truly be considered a major figure standing at the pinnacle of this world. Those who can achieve legendary status are few and far between, and each one may not even show their face for thousands of years. The Eye of the Sky scanned the room, and, seeing that no one had any further questions, said, "Since everyone has no more questions, I'll give you one last warning. Do not easily reveal anything related to me to anyone. So this meeting will now conclude." "Wait a minute, Your Majesty." Just as the Eye of the Sky was about to announce the end of the meeting, the rooster suddenly spoke up, interrupting him. Looking at the rooster that suddenly spoke up at this moment, the Eye of the Sky calmly looked at him. "Since we're all on the same side now, why don't we exchange some confidential information to deepen our mutual trust?" The rooster spoke softly with a smile. "What does Your Majesty think?" "You can decide this yourselves," the Eye of the Sky said slowly after giving the rooster a deep look. "Then I'll begin." Ignoring the gaze of the Eye of the Sky, the rooster said with amusement, "Recently, a strange fruit has appeared." Upon hearing this, Tang In was immediately startled. Although this fruit carries a strong aura of curse, it is a secret treasure with extremely powerful effects. Upon hearing this, Don was basically certain that what he was talking about was probably the devil fruit that he had released. A legendary figure once consumed this fruit and gained several attribute points, as well as an additional creature level. Upon hearing this, The crowd erupted in an uproar. Improving a legendary attribute was already a powerful effect, but compared to something like raising a creature's level, it wouldn't stand out as much. You have to understand that it takes at least several years, and sometimes decades, for a legendary creature to advance its level. This one fruit is equivalent to at least several years of hard work for a legendary creature. Moreover, since legendary beings can be upgraded by one level, wouldn't they be able to upgrade even more for mortals who haven't yet reached the legendary level? For Don, this was also a very useful piece of information, at least showing that devil fruits, even for legends, have a significant effect. However, the rooster changed the subject, his smile deepening. After tasting the sweetness of this fruit, this legend immediately began to search extensively for the same fruit. Luckily, he found a second one. Upon hearing this, Don's lips twitched. He had already guessed the plot development that would follow, since devil fruits could enhance the strength of legendary characters. Therefore, its negative effects will inevitably also be effective for the legend. However, Don has only released 20 or 30 devil fruits in total so far, and yet the same person still managed to find 2 of them. It's not worth saying whether this legend was lucky or unlucky. Just after that legendary figure eagerly ate the fruit, the rooster paused slightly, then continued. With a bang, his entire body exploded and he died on the spot. After Yuji finished speaking, everyone except Tang In looked stunned. In order to fit in, Tang In also pretended to be stunned. So, it's the curse on that fruit that's taking effect. After a moment of silence, the monkey sitting next to the rooster asked, "No, the curse of that fruit only renders one unable to swim." The rooster chuckled. It's speculated that each person can only consume one fruit. Eating a second one will cause the body to explode and die. The upper limit is currently unknown, but it's certain that ordinary legendary figures cannot withstand it. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. This world is indeed dangerous. Even a legend could suddenly perish on a fruit. Throughout history, similar events have occurred frequently, so this legendary figure's death cannot be considered comical. However, what's even more captivating in this story is that strange fruit. Does your majesty have any specific information about this fruit? The rat asked the rooster, his eyes filled with barely suppressed greed. That's all the information I have about this fruit. Now it's time for the next one. Chapter 120 Elvia is back. After another moment of silence, Zishu cautiously spoke up. With my status and strength, I cannot know too many high-level secrets. It's all right. This is just a simple interaction to bring us closer and strengthen our relationship, the rooster said with a light laugh to the rat. Then I'll say it. It seems the alien races of the old continent are going to hold a meeting to discuss something, but I don't know the specifics. So, this rat is some non-human race from the old world? Tang In vaguely guessed based on the rat's words. All right, next up, the rooster said, looking at the ox next to the rat. Judging from his expression, he seemed to want to proceed in order. Ugly Ox pondered for a moment, then slowly said, there may be some activity in the underground world soon. Tang had some difficulty guessing what Chonyo was saying. Was it that his faction was located at an entrance to the underground world, or that he himself was from the underground world? Then, before the rooster could speak, the tiger spoke up on its own. Old Hanson from the east side of Cairo City goes to the widow's house on the next street every day. Upon hearing this, Tang couldn't help but twitch his lips. Goodness, the style of the conversation has completely gone astray with you. Okay, no problem. Next. The rooster was stunned for a moment after hearing Tiger's words, then burst into laughter, which was considered as acknowledging Tiger's information. Seeing the appearance of the rooster, Tang In seemed to already foresee the style of the following characters. Fortunately, the next few were relatively serious. The United Naval Headquarters plans to use this war to wipe out the Pirate King's faction, said Mao Tu in a serious tone. You've exposed your whole family's secrets, Tang In thought to himself upon hearing Mao Tu's words. In her several speeches, Mao Tu basically revealed all her secrets. Without a doubt, she must be a disciple of one of the legendary figures who founded the United Naval Headquarters. After all, the profession of naval officer should be the foundation for establishing the Joint Naval Headquarters. Given the importance of those favored by heaven, Rabbit's teacher is most likely the leader of the Raging Wave Sword Saint. As for the United Navy headquarters plan to wipe out the Pirate King, Don wouldn't care at all, nor would he worry that before he became the Pirate King, the Pirate King would be swept into the dustbin of history by the United Navy. Although the United Naval Headquarters is a powerful force, those 7 legends are not to be underestimated. Qianlong, the Dragon Clan, is preparing to send a small number of adult dragons to participate in this war. Ishi, the elf race, has recently begun to arrange for a large number of young elves to travel abroad. So Qianlong really is a giant dragon, and the snake is an elf. Wuma, the curse of the sea has spread for unknown reasons. Wuma's cryptic words left Tang In somewhat bewildered, and not only Tang In, but the others also didn't quite understand. However, Don didn't have time to think about it further, because it was his turn next. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him, Tang In pondered for a moment before speaking. Deep within the storm sea, a legendary figure of destiny lives in seclusion. Indeed, after a moment's thought, Don decided to reveal the existence of His Highness Ettinger. Judging from the height of that wizard's tower, Don judged that Ettinger had probably surpassed the High Wizard and reached the level of destiny. Although the rooster signifies that it doesn't care much about the importance of this information. However, after hearing the information revealed by the previous people, Don still felt that he should provide some substantial information. This is how one can subtly elevate their status within this fledgling organization. Putting everything else aside, just considering the matter of the conferred gods, Tang In would inevitably stand firmly on the side of the Eye of the Sky. Although Tang In had a more complete conferred gods process in his mind, he was not entirely sure of its authenticity. Therefore, obtaining a large amount of experimental data here is the optimal solution. As for the Wizarding Council, with the gods already out, who cares about the Wizarding Council? Although they are currently at a disadvantage, Don believes that they will ultimately be victorious. This is the confidence that the gods gave to Don. As soon as Tang In spoke, everyone looked at him in shock. Even Yuji lost his composure, and the Eye of the Sky, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them instantly and looked at Tang In. It's no wonder they were so excited. The existence of a legendary wizard could even change the course of the battle in such a tense situation. After giving Tang In a deep look, the Eye of the Sky returned to its closed-eye state to rest, and the rooster also regained its calm expression, but the constant glances at Tang In revealed its inner turmoil. Shenho hee, I'm going to tell you about the romantic affair between King Carlos and the Duchess. The information provided by the remaining few people was not very informative, and it was impossible to discern any specific details about them. This exchange of information quickly came to an end. In that case, this meeting is adjourned. I wish you all a speedy advancement to legendary status. As soon as the Eye of the Sky finished speaking, Don felt a blur before his eyes and found himself back in the captain's cabin of the Black Pearl. Only the Eye of the Sky and the rooster remained in the consciousness space. After everyone had left, the rooster immediately asked the Eye of the Sky, "What's going on with that chosen one in the storm sea?" "Don't panic," the Eye of the Sky said calmly. "I know who that is. I didn't expect him to still be alive. But don't worry about him. He probably won't live much longer. And even if he does survive, he won't side with the Wizarding Council." Looking at the clock in the captain's cabin, I confirmed that the time in my consciousness space was basically consistent with reality. Don got up and walked out of the captain's cabin. As soon as he stepped out, he heard laughter coming from the beach not far away. Don walked to the side of the ship and looked out. On the beach, Monet was laughing and playing with several scantily clad older women. It was clear that these women really liked Monet. One of them was Elvia. "Is this Elvia back?" Don asked in surprise. "That's right, Captain. Not only has Elvia returned, she's brought her people with her." Black Pearl quickly replied to Don. "Elvia's people?" In other words, those older sisters who played and frolicked with Monet were all mermaids. Looking at the few scantily clad and glamorous mermaids, Don couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, Don suddenly understood Annie a little. Chapter 121, Alice's Summoning. For the next few days, Don's life was a mix of pain and pleasure. On one hand, he was immersed in endless pleasure. The beautiful and graceful mermaids, dressed in light and cool clothes, swam gracefully before him every day. Their beautiful and charming figures are undoubtedly a pleasing sight to behold. However, on the other hand, this feeling of being able to only admire from afar and not get close to him caused Don a lot of pain. Seeing such a captivating beauty, so close yet unable to touch her, is a torment even more unbearable than never seeing her at all. Moreover, since coming into this world, for various reasons, Tang has been unable to vent his desires, which have only grown stronger. Don once asked Elvia why they liked children so much. According to Elvia, all the creatures in this sea area inexplicably lost their ability to reproduce more than 20 years ago. Elvia is currently the youngest generation in this sea area. Otherwise, Eddington wouldn't have brought Alice back from the outside world to be his apprentice. Even without thinking, Don could intuitively guess that the ability to bind together all the creatures in such a vast sea area was definitely related to His Highness Eddinger. After all, in a world full of mysterious power and fantasy, no one has the ability to cause trouble in the territory of a legendary wizard with invincible power. You must know, the legendary wizards of destiny are the pinnacle of existence in this world. Therefore, if anyone dares to cause trouble on His Majesty Edinger's territory, there is only one possibility. They have the tacit approval or support of this incredibly powerful and legendary wizard. Don would never be so foolish as to offer his own speculations about such a matter, especially since they were still on someone else's territory, and Elvia and the others said they didn't know the reason. This means that Eddinger probably didn't want these people to know that if Don were to talk too much, he would likely be struck by lightning, literally struck by lightning, in a physical sense. Moreover, even if they did tell her, these mermaid ladies who admire Eddinger would probably not believe them, and might even despise her. So all I can say is sorry to the poor mermaid ladies. On this day, the mermaid ladies played with Monet on the beach, as usual, while Don lay aside, as usual admiring the figures of the scantily clad mermaid ladies. It's painful yet pleasurable. Suddenly, Elvia, who was playing with Monet, was startled, causing the sandball that Monet was manipulating with his mental power to hit her squarely in the chest. Seeing the two large white rabbits jumping around wildly, Monet panicked. The sandballs that Monet manipulated with his mental power were powerful enough to kill an ordinary person. The reason he used it while playing with the mermaid sisters was because, in recent days, Monet had discovered that his abilities were simply insufficient to reach these mermaid sisters. After all, these mermaids are basically third-tier extraordinary beings. But now, because Elvia was inexplicably distracted, the sandball hit her. Judging from the way Elvia's breasts were swaying, it must have been very painful, right? Sister Elvia, are you all right? Monet flew to Elvia's side as fast as she could, looking at the two big white rabbits that were still swaying up and down with a worried expression. However, Elvia ignored Monet at this moment. At this moment, the other mermaid ladies realized what was happening and pulled Monet away. This is Miss Alice advising Elvia. We shouldn't disturb them. Hearing this, Monet breathed a sigh of relief and nodded obediently, afraid that she might accidentally hurt this mermaid's sister who was so kind to her. Tang Yin, who had been admiring the beautiful scenery, noticed this immediately, but he did not go over to join in the fun. After all, he didn't know what kind of person Miss Alice was, whom he had never met. If he accidentally offended her, things could get very bad. In social interactions, a sense of boundaries is very important. Don is not like Anne, who can completely abandon her sense of boundaries with strangers. All I can say is that Don is a little thin-skinned. After a short while, Elvia returned to normal. Once recovered, Elvia first gave her fellow tribesmen and Monet a brief indication that she had something to attend to and told them to go ahead and play. Then he calmed his two big white rabbits and walked towards Don. When Don saw Elvia walking towards him, he looked at her with a puzzled expression. Mr. Don, Miss Alice wishes to see you, Elvia said solemnly as she approached Don. Miss Alice wants to see me? Why? Don asked Elvia, puzzled. If they wanted to see them, they should have done so when they went to the wizard's tower last time. Judging from Miss Alice's attitude last time, it was clear that she didn't take him seriously. So what is the reason for this sudden request to see him? Miss Alice didn't mention this. If you agree, please take my hand, relax, and don't resist. As she spoke, Elvia extended her hand to Don, clearly believing that Don would have no reason to refuse. And that is indeed the case. Now, on someone else's turf, Their crown prince wants to see him. If I refuse outright, not only will I seem inconsiderate, but I might also get kicked out. If he were to encounter a heartless person, it wouldn't be impossible for them to kill Dawn on the spot. Putting everything else aside, the limited authority Miss Alice wields over the wizard tower alone is enough to obliterate Dawn. Since he was under someone else's roof, Dawn had no choice but to accept Miss Alice's summons. Even if they might have malicious intent, if they really did, they should have just unleashed a fourth-tier spell, not Elvia. So Dawn simply took Elvia's hand. In the next instant, a mysterious and powerful magical force erupted from their tightly clasped hands. This dazzling magical radiance, like the first rays of sunlight at dawn, instantly enveloped the two of them completely. Dawn felt a surge of surging magical energy around him, as if he were in an endless ocean of energy. He couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly, thinking to himself, with this kind of energy intensity, you actually think I can withstand it? I'm afraid the moment I even have the slightest thought of resistance, I will be mercilessly suppressed by this terrifying power. Chapter 122 Fireball in the Face. As the magical light enveloped his entire body, Dawn felt as if he had been stuffed into a twisted and crooked pipe. And this pipe rotates continuously, just like a drum washing machine. Fortunately, Tang's exceptional physical attributes came in handy. If it were a third-tier professional, they would probably be completely disoriented by now. Soon, Dawn was ejected by the drum washing machine. "Oh, Mr. Dawn, you didn't throw up." Before Dawn could even see what was happening in front of him, Elvia's surprised voice came over. Upon hearing this, Dawn turned to look at Elvia with a puzzled expression. Seeing Dawn's expression, Elvia chuckled and said, "Miss Alice's teleportation spell isn't very specialized. Even with the help of the wizard tower, the person being teleported still suffers a lot. Generally speaking, people who are teleported by Miss Alice for the first time will vomit for a while after they come out. However, this is something that can be adapted to." After saying that, Elvia looked at Dawn with a disappointed expression, as if her prank had failed. "I'm so sorry I didn't spit it out." Looking at Elvia's expression, Dawn's lips twitched slightly. "Elvia!" came a voice filled with resentment. Tang looked in the direction of the sound and saw a beautiful silver-haired girl standing opposite them. The girl was wearing a gorgeous wizard's robe, and mysterious runes were faintly visible around her. Only then did Tang see his surroundings clearly. He was now in a room that resembled a study. The silver-haired girl, who must be Miss Alice, was sitting on a sofa opposite the two of them. "Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Alice. I didn't expect to be teleported directly to your study this time." Elvia playfully stuck out her tongue. Alice glared at Elvia, then turned to Dawn with a serious expression. "Mr. Dawn, please have a seat." After Dawn sat down, a cup of black tea appeared out of thin air on the table in front of him. "Elvia, you should go back first." Before Elvia could even speak, Alice simply waved her hand, and a flash of teleportation magic took Elvia away. At this moment, only Alice and Dawn remained in the study. Tang picked up the black tea and took a sip. As soon as the tea went down his throat, a cool sensation rushed to his head, and he immediately felt much more refreshed. "This black tea is top quality. Miss Alice, may I ask what brings you here today?" Looking at Alice, who had been silently watching him without saying a word, Dawn had no choice but to ask first. However, even after Dawn had asked the question, Alice remained silent, staring at him without giving any response. Helpless, Dawn could only stare at Alice. Time passed by, and soon, Dawn couldn't hold back any longer. Dawn is now beginning to suspect that Alice may have gone on a mental journey. So Dawn got up and walked toward Alice, wanting to touch her to see if he could wake her up. Just as Dawn approached Alice, a sense of crisis suddenly appeared in Dawn's mind, and his observation hockey was frantically warning him. A fireball suddenly hurtled towards Tang Yin. Without thinking, Tang Yin immediately crossed his arms in front of him, applying armament hockey. Boom! With a loud bang, the explosive force propelled Tang Yin several meters away. Fortunately, Tang Yin was not injured, but he was covered in dust and dirt. Surprisingly, the impact of this fireball spell only affected Dawn. Neither the books nor the chairs around them were shaken in the slightest by the impact of the fireball. At the same time, a cold voice rang in Tang Un's ear. What do you want to do? It's a misunderstanding, Miss Alice. I just thought something was wrong because you hadn't spoken for so long. Don quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Alice fell silent once again. I'm sorry, I had something to attend to, so I'm late, Miss Alice. Suddenly, a human face appeared abruptly on the wall of the study and began to speak. It was the tower spirit that Don had seen at the entrance of the wizard tower. After the tower spirit arrived, Alice finally seemed to come back to her senses and said to Don, "Don't come near me." Don looked at Alice in disbelief. Wait, is your reaction time really that slow? Seeing Tang Un's disheveled appearance, the tower spirit finally seemed to realize something. She said to Don, "Excuse me, sir. Miss Alice is a little shy and finds it difficult to speak when she is alone with strangers. I can only speak when there are familiar people around." After hearing the tower's explanation, Don finally understood. It turned out that Alice was a socially anxious person, and a severe one at that. But if that's the case, why send Elvia away in the first place? As if sensing Don's thoughts, Alice said, "What we're about to discuss is not something Elvia should know." Upon hearing this, Don immediately understood. He then composed himself, sat back down on the sofa, and stared intently at Alice with a serious expression. "So, Miss Alice, what brings you here?" This time, Alice finally answered Don. "I've come to you, Mr. Don, because there's something I'd like to ask you to help me with." "Help?" Don was taken aback, wondering how he could help Alice. Tang knew his own situation well. The only thing he could be proud of was his fighting ability. However, judging from that fireball spell just now, it's clear that Don's combat power is still somewhat lacking compared to Alice's. Not to mention the legendary Lord Ettinger. Alice herself could easily overwhelm Don in terms of combat power, and that's without the help of the Wizard Tower. With my limited abilities, I don't know how I can be of any help to you. You don't need to underestimate yourself. All your information is laid bare before the Tower Spirit. I know clearly that you are only a third-tier professional right now. However, to emerge unscathed from my sudden fireball attack is something even many fourth-tier professionals haven't been able to do. Fireball is only a third-tier spell, but due to its powerful destructive force, even legendary wizards still use it. Alice is a fourth-tier wizard who has reached the threshold of advancing to the legendary level. As the only disciple of destiny, her talent is beyond doubt. The fireball she unleashed was even more powerful than most fourth-tier spells. Chapter 123 Commission. Don was not surprised by Alice's words. In front of a legendary figure, everything about Don would inevitably be exposed. Even matters concerning devil fruits can no longer be kept secret. However, judging from the previous attitude of the Eye of the Sky, he did not care much about devil fruits, and even regarded devil fruits as the companion treasure of the Tang in heavenly favor profession. Even the Eye of the Sky, a high-level legend, doesn't care much about it, so it's even less likely that the Destiny legend would have any covetousness for devil fruits. Therefore, Don was not very panicked at this time. With so many races under Miss Alice's jurisdiction, finding a third-tier professional who can transcend ranks shouldn't be too difficult, right? However, Don did not agree easily. Anyone with a brain could tell that it was no simple matter to get Alice, a disciple of the Destiny legend who managed a territory comparable to a country, to come and entrust him with a task in person. No one in the entire archipelago can accomplish this, Alice said slowly after a moment's thought. And it's best not to let them know. Why? Don asked, puzzled, even though he hadn't seen many native races these days. However, according to Elvia, all races on the archipelago should be loyal followers of His Highness Ettinger, and even after Alice took over the administration, they still respected Alice very much. Even if some of these races do harbor ill intentions, Ettinger, the legendary figure of destiny, is no pushover. Even if Alice controls the Wizard Tower, she can suppress all the races on the archipelago. According to Elvia, there is no other legend on the archipelago besides Ettinger. A fourth-tier wizard plus a wizard tower is practically the same as a legendary being to creatures below the legendary level. Alice fell silent in response to Don's question, a conflicted expression on her face. After a long while, she sighed and said slowly, "I can't tell you now, but you'll know if you successfully complete the mission." After saying that, Alice's face showed a complicated expression. After listening to Alice's words, Dawn began to ponder. Judging from Alice's behavior, this commission must have some hidden secrets, and it is quite difficult. To be honest, Dawn is not very willing to take on this obviously hot potato. At this stage, Dawn just wants to lay low here for a while, then leave and collect 100,000 gold coins as soon as possible to complete his promotion. But we're on their turf now. Dawn will have to stay here for at least a while, and he will need to ask Miss Alice for help if he wants to leave in the future. Unlike before when we rushed in, if we exhaust all our protective measures and rush into the storm sea when we leave, it would be no different from suicide. If His Majesty Ettinger was able to carve out such a large safe haven in the storm sea, then he must have a way to allow people to leave the storm sea safely. Thinking of this, Dawn said somewhat helplessly, "All right, Miss Alice, I'll take this commission." Upon hearing that Dawn had agreed to accept the commission, Alice seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and her tone became relaxed. "That's great, Mr. Dawn. Now I'll tell you the details of the commission." Mr. Dawn must have heard about the fact that these races on the islands have lost their ability to reproduce these days. After seeing Dawn nod to indicate that she had heard about it, Alice continued, "I've always known the root of this problem, but I haven't been able to solve it. Even His Majesty Ettinger can't handle it." Dawn asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Alice's face showed a complicated expression. Before Alice could speak, the tower spirit suddenly spoke up. "His Majesty Ettinger has many things to deal with and has no time to deal with these situations." After hearing this, Dawn understood somewhat. For someone like Ettinger, it was perfectly normal to ignore the lives of the beings sheltered under his wizard tower while researching magic and other such matters. After all, beings above the legendary level rarely care about mortals below the legendary level, especially cold-blooded wizards. As for Alice wanting to handle this matter, it's probably because she's still too young and therefore has some compassion. If Miss Alice is manipulating the wizard tower, she could probably hold her own against even an ordinary legendary figure. You can't even handle that. While I understand why Eddington didn't intervene, I think Alice, with her abilities and some authority over the wizard tower, could have handled it, right? That place is somewhat special. The wizard tower cannot reach it. Alice explained softly to Dawn's question. "And what about you, Miss Alice? With your abilities, you should be above me, right?" After all, Alice was a 4th-tier wizard, and at this stage, the advantages of a wizard were fully demonstrated. A wizard who is completely flawless can basically defeat all other professionals of the same rank. "No," Alice replied softly. "The things there change depending on the rank of the person who goes there. If a 3rd-rank professional goes there, it will be at the peak of the 3rd rank. If a 4th-rank professional goes there, it will be at the peak of the 4th rank. So, what you need is someone who can transcend levels." After hearing Alice's explanation, Dawn immediately understood. "That's right. So you're the only one who can solve this problem." Alice nodded in agreement. "Very good. Now let's talk about the reward." Having learned the specific details of Alice's request, Dawn immediately felt confident. Now, he would have to think twice before asking him to fight a 4th-tier professional. However, Tang En was confident that he was invincible against 3rd-tier beings. "You can tell me what you need." Alice spoke calmly about the compensation question raised by Dawn. Seeing Alice's wealthy and powerful demeanor, Dawn swallowed hard, trying his best to suppress his desire to make an exorbitant demand. Although he really wanted to devour the big spender, reason told Dawn that if he didn't want to get hit by a barrage of fireballs, he should put that idea aside. "I have only one request." Suppressing his inner turmoil, Dawn slowly said, "I want Miss Alice to escort us safely out of the storm sea." "No problem." Alice agreed to Dawn's request without hesitation, which made the tower spirit, who was about to speak, swallow back the words he hadn't yet uttered. Chapter 124 Tricky. A dazzling magical light flashed, and, as the light faded, Dawn appeared on a small, somewhat lush island. The second time I was teleported, the discomfort was much less. Shaking his slightly dizzy head to shake off the faint vertigo, Tang En began to look around at his surroundings. The towering, lush trees and the weeds that grew up to Tang En's chest. There are also all sorts of exotic flowers and rare herbs. Looking at the excessively lush vegetation around him, Tang En frowned slightly. In Dawn's perception, these plants were filled with rich magic. This is most likely caused by a supernatural being who possesses life-related abilities and has been dissipating their own energy over a long period of time. According to Alice, this island is the closest to the stormy sea in this area. For unknown reasons, a mysterious and extraordinary creature appeared on the island. Its presence caused all the creatures in the entire sea area to lose their ability to reproduce. Dawn was skeptical of Alice's statement, mainly because Alice was really bad at lying. Although she tried her best to hide her guilty expression, Dawn could still see it at a glance. However, when it comes to things that others are unwilling to talk about, Tang can only turn a blind eye and pretend he doesn't know anything. Moreover, the ability to sterilize such a large area must be at least a legendary level. Of course, judging from the island's environment, this extraordinary life form should be the culprit behind the sterilization. It's important to know that life-related abilities can not only make life grow more vigorously, but can also cause life to wither away. Dawn didn't doubt Alice's claim about the extraordinary creature's ability to grow stronger when facing stronger opponents, mainly because Alice had no reason to lie to him about this. Don't do Alice any good by dying. Besides, if Alice really wanted to kill Dawn, she could have done it back in the Wizard Tower. Under the suppression of the Wizard Tower, Dawn had no room to resist at all. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Tang unleashed his observation haki. This island was only a small island, and Tang-En's observation haki could easily cover the entire island. According to Dawn's observation haki, the entire island was densely packed with the aura of living beings. This situation caused Dawn's face to darken. Under the magical blessing of that unknown being, the flowers, plants, and trees on the island all possessed a strong biological aura. This made it difficult for Dawn to discern. More importantly, Dawn's senses found no trace of that extraordinary creature. This is a very bad thing. If we can't spot the enemy, we lose the right to seize the initiative. Suddenly, the flowers and plants around Tang began to stir restlessly, as if Tang-En's actions had triggered some switch. Upon seeing this, Tang-En's expression suddenly changed. These flowers, plants, and trees generally possess vitality of around the second tier. Although it won't pose a fatal threat to Dawn, it will still cause Dawn a lot of trouble. That unknown supernatural being is still hiding somewhere. If Tang-En were to reveal a weakness while entangled with these flowers and plants, he would be in considerable danger from the sneak attack of that extraordinary creature. It's important to know that life-related abilities can directly extract someone's life force and even corrupt their body. It can ignore the defensive capabilities of physical-based extraordinary abilities and also strongly suppresses the recovery effects of physical-based extraordinary abilities. It can be said to be the natural nemesis of physically demanding professions. Dawn's eyes narrowed, and he unleashed his conqueror's haki. However, the flowers and plants were completely unaffected by the impact of the conqueror's haki. These plants are only fit to have vitality, but have no self-awareness at all. In other words, these plants are manipulated by humans. Dawn's expression turned serious. With his conqueror's haki ineffective, Dawn was completely lacking in methods of large-scale destruction. When he ventured into the stormy seas, Dawn's stored blood was almost completely depleted, and his soul was mostly used to create homies, leaving him with very little. It's not easy to add these things during my time on Edinburgh. So, for a moment, Tang-En actually found these flowers and plants a bit of a challenge. After all, if they only use close combat to clear these flowers and plants, they will inevitably use some wide-ranging and aggressive techniques, which will inevitably expose their weaknesses and allow them to be ambushed by the hidden supernatural creature. Dawn had absolutely no desire to experience the taste of life's decay. Just as Dawn was cautiously avoiding the flowers and plants, Night Feather in his hand suddenly spoke up. "Captain, let me handle these things." As early as when he first obtained Night Feather, Dawn used the power of the Soul fruit to activate it. Unlike ordinary homies, Night Feather was brought to life by Dawn's own soul. In doing so, Dawn permanently lost some of his intelligence and willpower. Guided by Yiyu, Tang-En opened the black umbrella and flung it out. Yiyu, who was flying in midair, began to spin rapidly. It then spun around Dawn at an extremely fast speed, its sharp umbrella blades easily snapping flowers and plants wherever they passed. In a short while, all the flowers and plants around Tang and were swept away. Upon seeing this scene, Dawn immediately beamed with joy. After activating Night Feather on the spot, Tang was still heartbroken at losing 2 attribute points. Although Night Feather was much stronger after activation, the loss of attributes was still hard for Tang to accept. In particular, some of their willpower was also lost. However, seeing Yiyu's performance now, Tang felt that spending that bit of willpower attribute was well worth it. At this moment, Yiyu alone is equivalent to a top-tier, third-tier combatant. Under Yiyu's sweeping, large areas of flowers and plants were easily harvested. However, after wriggling for a while, the cut flowers and plants began to grow wildly. However, under Yiyu's suppression, there was absolutely no possibility of them emerging. With Yiyu's help, Tang didn't need to worry about the interference from the flowers and plants. He could focus entirely on guarding against the hidden supernatural being. After a long stalemate, the hidden supernatural being finally seemed unable to sit still any longer. As a series of rustling sounds came, several towering trees rose from the ground. These trees are all comparable to third-tier professionals. Even when Yiyu slashed through them, it only left a deep wound, which was quickly healed by the tree's regenerative abilities. Upon seeing these third-tier trees, Tang was initially taken aback, but then an idea suddenly popped into his head. With a wave of his hand, the last remaining part of his soul flew out and rushed towards those third-tier trees. Chapter 125 Wizard. When Tang saw these third-tier trees, some crazy ideas came to mind, since those flowers and plants were all mindless beings. Are these large trees the same? So he used up all the remaining souls he had. So even if he failed, it wouldn't be a big loss. But if it succeeds, that will be several tier 3 homies. The reason we didn't use these flowers and plants before was that the remaining souls were a drop in the ocean compared to the large number of flowers and plants, and there was no need to waste them. As Dawn's soul merged into the bodies of several large trees, human faces immediately appeared on the trunks of these trees. Then, the large trees that were heading towards Dawn suddenly stopped in their tracks. Those who had just appeared all showed signs of struggle. Upon seeing this, Dawn immediately showed a look of joy. With his meager soul reserves, the energy allocated from each tree would barely be enough to create a second-tier homie. However, these trees have now been activated by that unknown supernatural being, and the most energy-consuming step has been completed. So Dawn easily completed the creation of the homies, and now these newborn homies are resisting the control of the supernatural being in that location. However, because their souls are too weak compared to their rank, these trees, despite possessing third-rank combat power, are easily killed by mental and soul-based abilities. But none of that matters, as long as Dawn imbues them with souls later. As the trees completely broke free of control, a questioning voice suddenly rang out. Tang, who had been on high alert, immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Suddenly, a figure appeared in midair. The figure was a refined-looking middle-aged man, wearing a wizard's robe adorned with intricate patterns. In Dawn's eyes, this middle-aged man was radiating a strong magical aura. Clearly, this must be the mysterious supernatural being. However, Dawn did not expect that this so-called extraordinary creature actually looked like a person. Although many high-level extraordinary beings like to disguise themselves as humans, the figure in front of him, in Tang's perception, was a living person. Seeing this, Dawn's face immediately darkened. Alice hadn't told him anything about such an important matter. Unlike supernatural beings, if a human professional were to appear here, the situation would be completely different. An ordinary human professional dares to run rampant in a territory with a wizard's tower. Even a fool could tell that there must be some large force or powerful legend supporting this. So, have they been drawn into a conflict between two forces? Thinking of this, Dawn's expression couldn't possibly be pleasant. What an interesting ability. You must be a melee fighter, yet you possess such a profound soul ability. The middle-aged man spoke in a very kind tone, completely unlike Tang's tense demeanor. Seeing Tang's gloomy face and wary gaze, showing no desire to talk to him, the middle-aged man chuckled and shook his head. There was no way that Tang would casually talk to this middle-aged man. If he overheard something he shouldn't have, he could easily be silenced. Now, all Tang wanted was to kill this middle-aged man quickly and then go back and leave this place as soon as possible. If it was really as he guessed, then staying here would probably be fatal. Dawn reached out and beckoned, and Night Feather flew back into Dawn's hand automatically. Without any hesitation or testing the waters, Tang indecisively activated his transformation. With a flap of his bat wings, he rushed towards the middle-aged man at lightning speed. Dark armament Haki climbed onto Yoru's umbrella, giving it a metallic sheen. In response to Tang Un's attack, the middle-aged man merely chuckled and pointed his left hand at Tang Yin. Once the pale green ray shot straight at Dawn, its speed was even faster than Dawn's charge. Facing the oncoming rays, Dawn felt a chill rise up his spine. It was obvious that the seemingly casual ray emitted by the middle-aged man opposite him was an extremely dangerous ability. Dawn certainly wouldn't dare to take on that kind of ability head-on. The bat wings behind him fluttered, narrowly dodging the ray. The ray grazed past Dawn and shot into the ground. In just an instant, all the flowers and plants on the ground withered. Tang Yin glanced at it briefly and saw that the area within a radius of several hundred meters was the same. Seeing this, the homies retreated and escaped unharmed. This is a corruption ray. Upon seeing this, Dawn immediately recognized the ability by drawing on the memories of that ancient pirate king. So, this middle-aged man in front of me is a wizard? A wizard of the life element. Upon learning of this, Dawn's expression turned even more grim. Not to mention that life-type wizards are very effective against physical-type professionals. The mere fact that a wizard hostile to the wizard tower has appeared here has basically confirmed Dawn's previous guess. This is a wizarding force testing or provoking His Majesty Eddinger. It is known that His Highness Eddinger is most likely a legendary wizard of destiny. Therefore, the one who dares to challenge a legendary wizard must be another legendary wizard. Even in a dispute between two ordinary legends, someone as insignificant as Don Karami could easily be killed if he got involved. It appears to be a dispute between two legendary wizards of destiny. Don couldn't even imagine what would happen if he stayed here any longer. However, there was no other choice at the moment. Don had to kill the wizard in front of him in order to have any chance of leaving the storm sea with Alice's help. Otherwise, Don would be trapped here and forced to passively participate in the conflict. With this thought in mind, a scarlet light flashed in Don's eyes, and wisps of black mist spread out, instantly enveloping Don and the wizard. In the darkness, Don gripped the black umbrella tightly, his figure flashing as he rushed towards the wizard. Such methods of obscuring perception are ineffective against wizards. Unexpectedly, the wizard accurately pinpointed Don's location in the darkness and chuckled softly in Don's direction. Then, several rays of corruption shot towards Tang Yin, completely blocking his space to dodge. Chapter 126 Solution. Unable to dodge in time, a corrosive ray struck Don's body precisely. However, the middle-aged wizard who hit Don showed a solemn expression. The moment the corruption ray struck Don, he vanished completely, turning into nothingness. It wasn't corroded away, it completely disappeared. The middle-aged wizard's expression changed the next moment. Clang! A crisp, clanging sound rang out, and Don's figure suddenly appeared behind the middle-aged wizard, his black umbrella, imbued with a strong armament Haki, hovering over the wizard's back. Unfortunately, the unexpected attack was blocked by the magical shield that emerged from the middle-aged wizard's robes. With so many seemingly unrelated abilities, I'm quite curious about your profession now. Seeing that his magical shield had blocked Don's attack, the middle-aged wizard regained his calm expression, even though the shield's color had faded considerably. Don was not surprised at all that his surprise attack had been thwarted. Although he had no experience fighting wizards, the previous possession by the ancient pirate king could not be considered a formal battle. However, Don was still very clear about the wizard's fighting style. Wizards are inherently powerful in combat, and due to their wealth, every wizard who goes out for training will have a complete set of extraordinary equipment. It has everything from attack and support to defense. Don did not believe that a single surprise attack could easily defeat a wizard. In particular, this wizard is not an ordinary third-tier wizard. Whether it's Alice's introduction or the conclusion drawn from this brief exchange, it all applies. It could be confirmed that this third-tier wizard possesses combat power that transcends tiers. Unlike the insurmountable barrier between the second and third orders, the gap between the third and fourth tiers, especially between levels 15 and 16, is not insurmountable. The world is not lacking in geniuses. Although it is not easy to cross ranks, every era will always produce some. And the middle-aged wizard in front of us is undoubtedly that kind of person. Unfortunately, Don was an even more outstanding genius. Looking at the middle-aged wizard in front of him, who had relaxed somewhat after a sneak attack was blocked, Don revealed a strange smile. Upon seeing Don's smile, the middle-aged wizard immediately sensed something was wrong, and a dangerous aura emerged. Although he didn't understand where the danger came from, the middle-aged wizard still prepared to increase his own protective measures. But it was too late. The black umbrella in Don's hand trembled slightly, and a crimson line of blood shot out from the tip of the umbrella, piercing through the middle-aged wizard's shield in an instant. The wizard's robe, which was meant to be a piece of extraordinary equipment, couldn't even stop the bloodline for a moment before it was completely pierced. After the bloodstream entered the middle-aged wizard's body, it seemed to lose its impact and did not exit through his body. It seemed that Don's carefully prepared attack had only caused a minor wound to the middle-aged wizard. The middle-aged wizard also showed a puzzled expression at this point. However, the middle-aged wizard's expression suddenly changed drastically the next moment. The blood in my body suddenly began to surge restlessly, as if it had gained its own consciousness. Consequently, the magic power within the middle-aged wizard's body also became somewhat restless. First, Don looked at the middle-aged wizard in front of him, his smile undiminished, and uttered a single word in a soft voice. The next instant, the middle-aged wizard's body suddenly exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere, and countless drops of blood splattering out. Although he had lost his body, the middle-aged wizard, who was now only left with a head, breathed a sigh of relief. As the magic calmed, a vibrant green light emerged, and the fleshy buds on the middle-aged wizard's mangled neck began to wriggle. Just as the granulation tissue began to grow, a large hand covered the middle-aged wizard's head and exerted force, despite the wizard's desperate resistance. However, under Don's immense power, it still exploded with a bang. Don was also aware of the powerful vitality of life-type wizards. In terms of recovery ability, life-type wizards are much stronger than physical-type professionals of the same level. Seeing that the flesh and blood scattered by the middle-aged wizard still seemed to be writhing, Don manipulated the blood in the sky to wrap all the pieces of flesh. They were completely corroded until nothing was left. In this situation, the middle-aged wizard must be dead beyond any doubt. At this point, Don finally breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was resolved so quickly only because the middle-aged wizard was completely unaware of his own abilities and launched a series of surprise attacks. After all, no one could have imagined that a melee-focused professional would possess so many seemingly unrelated abilities. If this raid fails to capture the middle-aged wizard, then with his blood and soul reserves already depleted, it won't be easy for Don to take him down. Of course, Don will eventually win, but it will take a lot of time, and he may even suffer some serious injuries. However, now that the middle-aged wizard has been dealt with, why hasn't Alice taken him back? Tang Yin frowned and pondered for a moment. Was there some other problem? Just then, the flowers, plants, and trees on the entire island suddenly began to stir. Green specks of light emerged from the flowers, plants, and trees throughout the island, except for the few homies trees that Don had transformed. Upon seeing this, Tang Yin immediately became alert and on high alert. The emerald green light spots gradually gathered together and coalesced into a human shape in front of Tang Yin. Once the human body was fully formed, Don's expression changed drastically. This figure was none other than the middle-aged wizard from before. The next moment, a ruthless look appeared on Don's face. He was not someone who could quietly wait for the enemy to recover. Don exerted a slight force, raised the black umbrella in his hand, and thrust it towards the middle-aged wizard. The black umbrella struck the middle-aged wizard's body without any surprise. However, Don's face was indeed gloomy, because in his mind there was no sensation of the piercing flesh. The black umbrella seemed to pass right through the middle-aged wizard's body. The black umbrella was completely covered in armament hockey, so even if the middle-aged wizard was a soul, it should theoretically be able to hurt him. Despite his failed attack, Don did not stop. In an instant, he used all his methods, and only after confirming that he could not harm the middle-aged wizard did Don reluctantly retreat and create distance. Chapter 127 Ettinger. The middle-aged wizard, who had been watching Don's methods with amusement since the beginning, finally spoke after Don retreated far away. Blood, soul, shadow. Quite a complex set of methods. They shouldn't all belong to professional abilities. To the middle-aged wizard's seemingly questioning, yet actually confident inquiry, Don simply looked at him solemnly without replying. Seeing Tang Un's tense expression, the middle-aged wizard chuckled and said, "No need to be so nervous. You've won this battle. I no longer have the ability to fight." Upon hearing the middle-aged wizard's words, Don's expression shifted, but he didn't completely believe him. Seeing that Don remained vigilant, the middle-aged wizard smiled and nodded. "Not bad. Alice is a very good follower. For professionals, vigilance is a very important thing." Alice's follower? Don didn't speak about the middle-aged wizard's misunderstanding, but the middle-aged wizard's tone seemed a little off. Seeing the slightly puzzled look on Don's face, the middle-aged wizard continued. "It seems Alice didn't tell you my identity. Girl, my name is Ettinger." Ettinger. Don was taken aback. The name seemed familiar. Then, Don suddenly realized, wasn't that the master of the wizard's tower, Alice's teacher? How is this possible? Don exclaimed. Shouldn't this middle-aged wizard be from an opposing force of the wizard tower? Why is he named Ettinger? Is it just a coincidence that they share the same name? No. Tang and suddenly realized that the so-called hostile forces were just Tang and's preconceived guesses. If this middle-aged wizard is indeed His Highness Ettinger, then Don's previous speculations are completely unfounded. But is this middle-aged wizard really His Highness Ettinger? If so, how could he have become like this? You must know, that was a legendary wizard who seemed to be destined for greatness. Nothing is impossible. I'm already dead. This place is merely the remnant of my magic. Ettinger said with a light laugh, showing no discomfort whatsoever in announcing his death. At this moment, Don, who had begun to sort out some of the clues, suddenly realized that if this middle-aged wizard was Ettinger, then many things would make perfect sense. Things like ensuring that the power of the wizard's tower cannot penetrate this place, and that the races of the archipelago cannot know about this matter. If you really are His Majesty Ettinger, then how did you die? And what's going on now? Don finally couldn't help but ask his questions. As a legendary figure of destiny, one can basically say that one has reached the point of immortality. To date, there has never been any legendary figure of destiny who died because of the exhaustion of their lifespan. In fact, in this world, only those 5 beings standing at the pinnacle of the world can kill a legendary figure. If His Holiness Eddington was indeed murdered, then, thinking of this, a deep look appeared on Don's face. Upon hearing Don's question, Ettinger's expression finally changed slightly. My cause of death was that I got into an argument with someone about some ideological issues and was then beaten to death. What kind of being could kill you? Although he had some guesses in his mind, Don still couldn't help but ask. You must be from beyond the storm sea, right? After seeing Don nod in confirmation, Ettinger continued. His name is Augustus, but most people outside now refer to him by his title, Speaker of the Wizarding Council. Sure enough, although Xie Shui had already guessed, Tang In was still somewhat shocked when he heard Ettinger say who the murderer was. Seeing Don's somewhat unpleasant expression, Ettinger reassured him, Don't worry about Augustus targeting you. My feud with him ended the moment I died. Don wasn't worried about the Wizard Council speaker. After all, since the last meeting held by the Eye of the Sky, Don had already confirmed that he and the Wizard Council were definitely not on the same side. As for the curse that rendered the creatures within the Wizard Tower infertile, it was because of my loss of control that I leaked magic, Ettinger said, a hint of guilt on his face. Although legendary and above powerhouses, especially legendary wizards, are mostly cold-blooded creatures, there are some exceptions among legendary wizards of the life element. They love all life, but at the same time, they are ruthless when experimenting on these beloved creatures. Out of control? With your level of expertise, how could you possibly lose control? Tang asked Ettinger incredulously. The word out of control is practically impossible for wizards of legendary status or higher. Even those professionals who reach the level of high-level legends may still lose control under the influence of some kind of power. However, legendary wizards were completely unaffected by this. After all, legendary wizards represent absolute rationality and control. Dawn couldn't think of any kind of power that could make a legendary wizard lose control, especially since this was a legendary wizard destined for heaven. It was Augustus, Ettinger sighed. Augustus' final magic not only severely damaged me, but also split my soul and created another personality. Severely injured, I was powerless to eliminate the other personality. I might not have died, but the other personality took advantage of my injuries to continuously draw on my power and grow stronger. If I force myself to prolong this, even if I survive in the end, I will be replaced by another personality. At that point, it will be no different from death. Therefore, in my final moments, I chose to die, restricting the other personality so that when facing an enemy, he could only exert power equal to that of the enemy. And I brought Alice back, hoping that one day she would grow to the point where she could overcome my other personality. In the end, Alice failed to meet your expectations, and I had to solve it myself. Don thought to himself, already mostly believing Ettinger's identity. Even if he didn't believe it, none of Don's methods could have any effect on him. As if reading Don's mind, Ettinger said, Alice has become a very good wizard, just as I expected. Chapter 1, 28 Silencing? Then why did Alice still ask me to help? Don asked, puzzled. Because she softened, Ettinger sighed. Last time, she was almost done with my other personality, but at the last moment, she softened. Upon hearing this, Don fell silent. His stereotypical image of wizards as cold-blooded made him completely unaware of this possibility. Ultimately, Alice was just a young girl who hadn't had much contact with people, so it was perfectly understandable that she couldn't bring herself to kill her teacher. Although this is incredible for the cooling-off wizarding community. However, considering Alice's social anxiety, Don felt it was not surprising at all that this happened to Alice. All right, my remaining consciousness is almost giving out. I was saving this power to see Alice one last time, but in the end, she still didn't have the courage to make a move. As Ettinger's figure gradually faded, his silhouette grew fainter and fainter until it finally disappeared. Watching Ettinger's figure disappear, Don confirmed it again and again. He sensed that the magic of the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees was gradually disappearing. Only after confirming that he was really dead did he feel relieved. Fortunately, the several tier 3 homage trees that Tang and Sheen obtained remained unchanged, possibly due to Tang's activation of them. When Don heard the news of Ettinger's death, several thoughts popped into his mind, but due to the tension at the time, he didn't think about them in detail. Now that it's temporarily safe, Don can take this opportunity to sort out his thoughts. The next moment, a dazzling magical light suddenly appeared and enveloped Don. This was Alice's teleportation magic. They arrived just in time. Tang thought to himself. Suddenly, Don's expression changed. A domineering aura surged from his body as he tried to resist Alice's teleportation magic. Unexpectedly, Alice seemed to have been prepared, and this time her teleportation magic was extremely powerful. Don's resistance was easily suppressed without causing a ripple. The scene shifted, and in the next instant, Don was already in the study of the wizard's tower. Seeing Alice still sitting on the sofa, Don immediately became fully alert. At the moment he was teleported, Don suddenly realized that the most dangerous person for him now was Alice. After dealing with Ettinger's remaining power, Don knew that Ettinger was the culprit behind the sterility curse that shrouded this sea area. If this news gets out, many races in this sea area might launch a rebellion against the wizard tower, especially after learning that Ettinger is dead. One more thing, a wizard tower that has lost its master, whose current master is still a minor wizard who is not yet a legend. If those legendary wizards outside knew about this, they would all rush in recklessly to seize this wizard tower. The legacy of a legendary wizard of destiny is something that would tempt even some other legendary wizards of destiny. Therefore, to prevent the information from being leaked and causing danger, if we put ourselves in Alice's shoes, the best option would also be to kill him to silence him. Therefore, even though he knew that facing a fourth-tier wizard inside the wizard tower would almost certainly mean certain death, Dawn was not about to obediently sit back and wait to die. "What are you doing?" Alice's questioning voice reached Dawn's ears. Hee hee. This setup is probably to prevent Miss Alice from killing him to silence him. A chuckled voice came from the tower's spirit beside them. "Silence him? Why would I kill him to silence him?" Alice asked, puzzled. "The information he knows is dangerous for us. If he leaks it, you could die," Tarling said softly. If possible, the tower spirit would really like to kill Tang and to silence him. But unfortunately, without its master's permission, the tower spirit only has the right to defend itself, not the right to launch an attack. Moreover, the tower spirit was also consciously trying to train and cultivate Alice's ability to handle these matters. Otherwise, given Alice's personality, even if she became a legend, she would be easily killed. Upon hearing the tower spirit's explanation, Alice fell silent. Due to Ettinger's death, Alice had no one to rely on since childhood. For safety reasons, she mostly stayed in the wizard tower to study magic. She hadn't seen many people and lacked experience in social interaction, but she wasn't stupid. Once the tower's spirit explained, Alice instantly understood the situation. However, despite understanding the situation, Alice was unsure how to deal with Dawn. She couldn't bring herself to kill Dawn, especially since he had just helped her. However, if she doesn't kill Dawn, she herself might be in danger. For a moment, the entire study fell silent. At this moment, Dawn finally realized why Ettinger said Alice was soft-hearted, rather than because of any teacher-student relationship. It turns out that Alice's soft heart is for everyone. However, even though Alice is still somewhat soft-hearted, if things continue like this, Dawn is still in great danger. We can't just sit here and wait to die, but if we resist with force, we have absolutely no chance of winning in this wizard's tower. If we want to survive, we have no choice but to find a way to persuade Alice. Dawn's mind raced, hoping to come up with a solution before Alice made up her mind to take action against him. "We can." Alice's sudden words broke the silence in the study and sent a chill down Dawn's spine. "We can sign a contract. You are not allowed to reveal these things to anyone, and you must not leave my surveillance range until I advance to legendary status." Upon hearing Alice's words, Dawn's lips twitched. Signing a contract was fine, but even without a contract, Dawn wouldn't casually say such things. Signing the contract puts Alice at ease, and Dawn has no problem with it. However, the fact that he cannot leave before Alice advances is something that Dawn can't accept. The advancement of a wizard is not as straightforward as that of a card class. A fourth-tier wizard who wants to advance to a legendary wizard needs to study and learn a legendary spell. During the research process, magic and willpower will be continuously sublimated, and eventually, while learning legendary spells, one will achieve advancement. However, the time required for this process is very difficult to control. Even the most talented wizards dare not say how long it will take them to fully analyze and learn a legendary spell. There is a fourth-tier wizard who is just one step away from completing the analysis of a legendary spell, but failed for over 100 years. Chapter 129 Negotiation. Not to mention hundreds of years, even if it takes Alice several decades, or even several years to advance, Dawn simply cannot afford to wait. Not to mention that if the devil fruit came from him in a few years, it will be discovered that he did so. At that time, once Dawn leaves the Storm Sea, he will probably be captured by the legendary wizard. Most importantly, no one knows how long it will take for the Eye of the Sky's plan to become a god to succeed. If, decades later, Dawn leaves the stormy seas and finds the world has transformed from the age of exploration to the age of gods, Dawn will be in real trouble. This is the best path for Dawn to overtake others and reach the pinnacle of this world. If Dawn, who has a huge advantage on this track, misses out on the biggest dividend of this era, then Dawn might as well just kill himself. After a moment's thought, Dawn organized his thoughts and slowly said, "Miss Alice, I cannot accept your condition. I cannot waste at least several years here." Upon hearing this, Alice frowned. Before she could speak, Dawn continued. However, I have a better idea. What are your thoughts? We can sign the Styx Pact. The Styx Pact is indeed more robust, but it's impossible for me to let you leave here. After all, obtaining the information in your mind doesn't necessarily require you to voluntarily reveal it. In this world, some professionals who are proficient in soul or mental abilities can easily extract memories and thoughts from other people's minds, especially when the person does not resist. In other words, it is still possible for Dawn to sell this information. After all, it is an unclaimed wizard tower. If Dawn hadn't had his own secret, he definitely wouldn't have been able to resist finding a way to sell this information in exchange for a legendary wizard to support him in becoming the Pirate King. No, what I mean is, we can add to the Styx Pact that if I ever reveal your secrets in any way, I will be instantly obliterated. Upon hearing this, Alice was stunned, not expecting Dawn to have such determination. Do you really want to do this? You know, even if you fall into the hands of a legendary wizard, you might not necessarily die. In this world of highly advanced and prosperous civilization, death is not the end. For high-level professionals, there are still opportunities. However, there is absolutely no chance of the soul being scattered. I know the entire sea area is under the Wizard Tower surveillance, so you should have been observing me ever since I came in. Therefore, you should have noticed some of my special characteristics. Dawn calmly said to Alice, if I fall into the hands of a legendary wizard, I'll basically be finished anyway, so there's no difference. You don't need to worry about me selling you to a legendary wizard. After all, my situation would make me coveted by some legendary wizards. Upon hearing this, Alice fell silent. Indeed, as Dawn said, Alice had discovered them before they entered this sea area and had been monitoring them ever since. Therefore, Alice was somewhat aware of and curious about Dawn's peculiar abilities and combat power, far exceeding his rank. Furthermore, I also possess some soul-based abilities, so you don't need to worry that anyone will be able to obtain any complete information before I die. Dawn's next words finally made Alice relent. All right, let's sign the Styx contract. After glancing at the tower spirit and seeing that it didn't object, Alice summoned the Styx contract and said to Dawn. After confirming the contents of the contract, Dawn decisively signed his name on it. After signing the contract, Dawn visibly relaxed, plopped down on the sofa, and smiled at Alice, saying, now that this matter is resolved, let's talk about the next thing. What's wrong? Alice asked Dawn, puzzled. Judging from your reaction, Miss Alice, not all the citizens of those wizard towers outside are easy for you to deal with. Dawn looked intently at the astonished Alice in front of him. Normally, even if all the creatures in this sea area had been sterilized for decades because of Ettinger, it would be a different story. But faced with the wizard tower that had ruled and protected this sea area for countless years, these creatures dared not utter a single complaint. However, Alice is now blocking this news, not even letting Elvia, who seems to be very close to her, know about it. This suggests that among the races below, there must be some who are not very peaceful and could pose a threat to Alice. Miss Alice is probably not in a position to deal with them, right? Dawn continued with a smile. Whether it's out of pity or for some other reason, since Alice is still deliberately hiding Ettinger's situation, it must be because she hasn't dealt with these threats yet. We can cooperate. I'll help you deal with these troubles. And in return, you can help me with some minor troubles. A shrewd glint flashed in Dawn's eyes. Alice fell into deep thought upon hearing Dawn's proposal for cooperation. Just as Dawn had guessed, some races had indeed become quite restless after Alice began taking charge. Before Alice took over the management, this sea area was not so peaceful, and there were still some incidents of inter-race fighting. However, the total number of all species living in this sea area is only a few 100,000. Compared to this vast sea area, there are more than enough people, so there aren't that many incidents like this. After Alice took over management, she completely stopped such things and put some shackles called rules on each race. This caused these races to have many complaints about Alice, but they dared not openly oppose her because they were wary of her being Ettinger's disciple. However, as time went on, some races found that they had not been punished for their mistakes, and they gradually began to become restless. All of this was due to Alice's youth, inexperience, and ruthlessness at the time. Now, these races are starting to show signs of disregarding the Wizard Tower. If they find out about Ettinger, they will surely rebel. Although Alice is soft-hearted, she is not stupid. Given the current situation, she would definitely have to kill them. However, Alice cannot simply eliminate them without any reason. If that happens, other races will panic, and this sea area could easily descend into chaos, which is something Alice doesn't want to see. Chapter 130 Apprentice. Alice was somewhat tempted by Dawn's proposed cooperation. As long as she didn't personally intervene, even if Dawn wiped out an entire race, it wouldn't be a big problem. As for why Alice didn't let the relatively loyal races take action, one reason was that she was worried about their safety, and the other was that she didn't want them to know about Ettinger. And now, with Dawn and already knowing about these things, offering to take action, that couldn't be better. What are your requirements? Alice asked Dawn after weighing the pros and cons. My request is very simple. Seeing that Alice was interested, Dawn smiled brightly. I have a little girl on my ship who is very talented. I would like you to take her as your wizard apprentice. That little girl with extraordinary intelligence. Before Alice could speak, the tower spirit, who had been silent and acting as an accessory, couldn't wait to speak up. Yes, it's her. Dawn nodded with a light laugh. Upon hearing Dawn's words, Alice showed a hint of excitement. She had been observing the little girl, named Monet, for the past few days, and had grown quite fond of the adorable girl. Moreover, Monet also possessed the innate gift of extraordinary intelligence. Keep in mind that Alice herself only had an intelligence of 19 points, yet she was still chosen as the successor by Ettinger, the legendary Wizard of Destiny. However, Alice's only concern was whether she had the ability to teach Monet well. As if sensing Alice's doubts, the tower spirit spoke directly to her. Miss Alice, your main task now is to focus on breaking through to the legendary level. I can take care of the little girl's initial instruction. The tower spirit knew very well that its former master had wanted to find a successor with extraordinary intelligence, which was why, over the years, he had only had Alice as his apprentice. If Eddington hadn't run out of time, he wouldn't have chosen Alice as a second choice. Now, having taken in a grand disciple with extraordinary intelligence can be considered a way of making up for the old master's regret. The tower spirit had this idea as early as when it discovered Monet, but unfortunately, it also knew the importance of innate extraordinary intelligence, so it kept thinking about how to put this idea into practice. Now that Dawn has brought it up, it has hit the nail on the head with what the tower spirit is thinking. Moreover, having a lively and lovely little girl can keep Miss Alice company and make her less lonely. Hearing the tower spirit's words, Alice finally made a decision. After all, Alice's magic was mainly taught by the tower spirit. This request is fine, but is this the only request? That's all I need, Dawn said with a strange smile. Hearing Dawn's words, Alice felt a little embarrassed. Taking Monet as an apprentice was, in a sense, not a request, but a need of Alice's. Therefore, under these circumstances, the somewhat naive Alice inexplicably felt indebted to Dawn. Miss Alice, now you can tell me about the troublesome issues that need to be addressed. After receiving the information from Alice, Dawn was teleported back by Alice. He needed to go back and inform Monet about Monet becoming Alice's apprentice first. When Dawn returned to the camp, it was already late. Annie was waiting for Dawn to come back, and Elvia was holding Monet beside her. Upon seeing Dawn's return, Annie angrily exclaimed, "Dawn, you bastard! You went into the wizard's tower without taking me with you." Annie has never entered a wizard's tower in her life, and she longs for it, even more so than for the mermaid. Dawn didn't even say goodbye when he left, otherwise Annie would definitely have insisted on following him. To Annie's question, Dawn casually replied, "There will be opportunities in the future." Then, Dawn turned his gaze to Monet. Seeing Dawn looking at her, Monet tilted her head and looked at Dawn with a puzzled expression. "Monet, I found you a teacher. What do you think?" Dawn said to Monet with a smile. Upon hearing Dawn's words, Annie's eyes lit up instantly. The clever girl realized what he meant the moment Dawn spoke, and was quite happy to be able to climb the high branch of the wizard's tower. And, judging from Dawn's expression, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. "I'll listen to Captain and Annie," Monet said very sensibly. The astute Monet had already learned from Dawn and Anne's daily conversations that this day would come sooner or later, so he had no objections. "Is it His Holiness Eddington?" After Monet agreed, and immediately came closer excitedly. "It's Miss Alice," Don said calmly. "Ah, that's a bit of a pity, but Miss Alice is quite nice too," Annie said with some regret. "Hmm? Miss Alice is going to take Monet as an apprentice." Elvia's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this news. Inside the wizard tower, after Don left, only the tower spirit and Alice remained. "Uncle Tarling, what do you think of this, Don?" Alice asked Tarling impatiently as soon as Don left. Both her talent and temperament are quite good. Although she has some minor flaws, they are harmless. The tower spirit calmly replied to Alice. "Then why won't you let me take him as a follower?" Alice asked, puzzled. "Miss Alice, you must know that although wizards are the most powerful beings in this world, there will always be some geniuses who possess the talent to challenge the status of wizards. And this Tang is that kind of person. Such a person would never willingly remain subservient to others." The tower spirit sighed. If it could, it would also like Don to become Alice's follower, so that it could save itself a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, through these days of observation, Tarling is quite certain that Don is a very ambitious and thoughtful person, and it is impossible for him to become Alice's follower. If Alice were to rashly suggest that Don become her follower, she might offend him. Therefore, the tower spirit stopped Alice's idea. "What a pity, such a good person," Alice said with some regret. "Okay, Miss Alice, you're too naive. He's just taking advantage of your naivety to make you feel guilty first, and then he'll come up with more conditions later." The tower spirit, having lived for countless years, easily saw through Don's little scheme. "Huh, you can do that?" Alice exclaimed in disbelief. "But it's all right. This Tang has good potential and a good way of doing things. Even if you suffer some losses in the cooperation, it's fine. After all, our family is big and powerful. It's good for you to grow by suffering some losses." Chapter 131 Operation. The next day, Don contacted Alice and sent Monet over. This time, Annie was also brought to the wizard tower along with Elvia. There was no complicated ceremony. They simply met, and with a few people as witnesses, Alice accepted Monet as her apprentice. From then on, Monet would live in the wizard's tower for a long time, learning the basics of wizardry from the tower spirit. It was quite obvious that Monet was somewhat reluctant to ask for this, but being very sensible, she didn't bring it up. Finally, after an argued her case, she was granted permission to visit Monet at the wizard's tower at any time, which improved Monet's mood somewhat. After dealing with Monet's matter, Don pulled Annie, who wanted to linger in the wizard tower and get closer to Alice, away from the wizard tower. As for dealing with those restless races, the sooner the better. It wasn't just Alice who was anxious to resolve these issues, so she could focus on her seclusion and advance to legendary status. Don also wanted to leave the Storm Sea as soon as possible and advance to the next level. As for bringing Annie along, it's not because Alice has become a social phobic because of Annie, but because Annie's combat power is needed. Among these restless races, although there are no legendary figures due to Ettinger's suppression, there are quite a few third and fourth tiers. There are several entities that are even quite troublesome for Don. Therefore, Don had to use all available resources to deal with it. With a flash of magical light, Don and Annie appeared on the Black Pearl, where the crew had already assembled. "Where's our first target?" After leaving the wizard tower, Annie regained her composure. At this moment, she was also eager to try her hand at it. Since advancing to Weathermaster, she hadn't yet made a move. "Of course, we should pick the softest persimmons first. Let's go to Ponto Island. Those fishmen." After Don returned, he told Annie all the information he could, so Annie was also aware of the details of this collaboration with Alice. Although she didn't know where Don's confidence in cooperating with Alice came from, Don didn't say, and Annie knew that even if she asked, he wouldn't tell her, so she didn't delve into it. Wutao Island is located on the edge of this sea area, close to the Storm Sea. Due to its geographical location, few races like to live here. Not only here, but all the islands near the Storm Sea are basically uninhabited. After all, although these islands near the Storm Sea are protected by the Wizard Tower, their environment and climate are relatively poor. However, while some people may not like it, others may like it. Unlike mermaids, who are half human, fishmen are simply fish with 4 limbs that can walk upright. From a human aesthetic point of view, this thing is absolutely hideous. Despite this, The fishmen are a formidable race in the ocean. The card class for the wave chaser path is copied from Murlocs. After the creation of class cards, not only will some new classes be created, but classes from other races will also be copied and adapted for humans. In other words, the wave chaser career path originally belonged to the Murloc race. Fishmen are amphibious creatures. Although they cannot live away from water for long periods, they can also live on land. That's why this group of fishmen chose to live near Beauties Island, which no one else wanted to live on. Because of its proximity to the storm sea, Beauties Island experiences rain for most of the year, making it a very suitable place for the merfolk. The reason why this group of merfolk was considered unruly by Alice was because merfolk were more beast-like than humans. The entire merfolk tribe was still in the era of eating raw meat and drinking blood, and the merfolk often attacked and hunted other races. They not only hunt creatures without intelligence, but they also hunt and eat intelligent creatures. Elvia's mermaid clan, for example, had been attacked, so even a simple and kind mermaid like Elvia doesn't have a good impression of the fishmen. Due to the various rules that Alice set after taking charge, the merfolk have always had a lot of complaints about her. It is worth mentioning that the first to violate the rules set by Alice were also merfolk. After going unpunished, the merfolk gradually reverted to their former ways, frequently attacking friendly and peaceful races. Furthermore, in interactions with other races, there's a clear tendency for her to rebel against Alice. On the Black Pearl, after selecting a target, Dawn took out a compass that emitted a magical aura, turned it slightly, and a magical light enveloped the entire Black Pearl. With a flash of light, the entire Black Pearl vanished from its spot. The next moment, the Black Pearl appeared near an island where a light drizzle was falling. This compass is a token that Dawn borrowed from Alice, which allows Dawn to teleport to any location within the Wizard Tower's area. Well, the compass only serves a positioning and activation function. The real mastermind behind it all is the Tower Spirit of the Wizard Tower. After all, this sea area is quite large, and the race is to be cleared out live in completely different directions. If we rely solely on the Black Pearl, it seems that just the journey itself will take several months. Neither Dawn nor Alice wanted to waste time like this, so Alice preferred to expend some magic to let Dawn use teleportation to travel. Of course, it's only because Alice has a wizard's tower that she can consume magic so freely. It's worth noting that the cost of Dawn's teleportation over the past few days alone will be worth nearly 10,000 gold coins and magic stones in the outside world. Magic stones are highly concentrated crystals of magic, and only wizard towers can produce them in large quantities. The Black Pearl immediately attracted the attention of the fishmen on the island as soon as it appeared near Beauties Island. The Murlocs that spotted it immediately started yelling, and soon dozens of them rushed toward the Black Pearl. Dawn was not surprised by this. Such a savage, intelligent race would surely have sentries on guard. Moreover, Dawn didn't plan to launch any surprise attack. Faced with such an obvious crushing defeat, Dawn just wanted to charge straight in. Black Pearl, fire! A cruel smile appeared on Dawn's lips as he looked at the fishmen swimming rapidly in the sea. Roger that, Captain. Black Pearl's voice also revealed excitement. Chapter 132, Take Action. The Murloc tribe on Raging Waves Island only has a few hundred Murlocs in total. One of the fourth-tier merfolk is a Sea King, which is the fourth-tier job name for the Wave Chaser job path. There are 5 Tier 3 merfolk, including not only the Tide Rider, but also the Sea Beast Priest class. The profession of Sea Beast Priest is not unique to the Fishman race. Many races in the sea can take on this profession. As for the origin of this profession, no one knows at present. There are nearly 100 second-tier Murlocs, and the other ordinary Murlocs also have considerable combat abilities. This Murloc tribe can be described as a nation of soldiers. Boom! 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 The roar of cannons stunned the fishmen. Cannons had only existed for a little over 100 years, and no one in this secluded sea area had ever witnessed their power. Watching those lumps of iron blast their companions to pieces at an imperceptible speed, even the brutal fishmen couldn't help but feel fear, and one by one they immediately turned around and ran back to Wave Island. Just then, a gentle breeze blew by, and in the blink of an eye, a tornado formed on the sea surface. Before the fishmen could even react, they were swept into the sky by the tornado and torn to pieces. Then, the tornado rushed toward Boitao Island without stopping. Among them were some second-tier murlocs, who, like ordinary murlocs, were completely defenseless. This tornado was Annie's doing. After advancing to the Weathermaster level, Annie is like an elemental mage, able to cast various kinds of spells. Although its magic is slightly weaker compared to that of wizards of the same rank, it is still not to be underestimated. Roar! Just then, a roar came from the island, and the scene near the island began to tremble with the sound. The light drizzle in the sky visibly stopped. This is the anger of the Sea King of the Fishmen. By the time Aquaman reaches this stage, his ability to manipulate water is already sufficient to easily create towering waves. Among the 9 pirate kings, there is one called the Sea King, who once caused a tsunami hundreds of meters high along the coast of the New World due to a conflict with a certain force, destroying several coastal towns. Moreover, Aquaman also possesses considerable close combat abilities. When fighting against melee professionals of the same level, they are not at a disadvantage at all. This means that this Fishman Sea King only has a level 16 creature level, which is considered to be the initial stage of the 4th tier. Otherwise, Don would never have chosen a target first. With the roar of the Sea King, a massive amount of seawater shot into the sky, and a thick column of water violently slammed into the tornado released by Annie. The tornado didn't even last a second before it was smashed apart by the water column. So, do you still want to challenge it? Don asked Annie with a light laugh. Before setting off, after learning that the 4th tier merfolk were only level 16 creatures, Annie was eager to try it out and suggested that she fight this Sea King to experience what it was like to fight someone of a higher level. Seeing Don's teasing smile, Annie's face darkened. This tornado was already Annie's strongest attack at the moment. In this world, perhaps due to the stormy seas, wind magic is the most destructive elemental spell. Therefore, wind magic is currently Annie's most powerful attack method. As for the devil fruit, Annie only ate it recently, so her development of the ice fruit isn't very good yet. It can still be effective in battles against opponents of the same level, but it's useless in battles against opponents of higher levels. However, even Annie's most powerful attack was easily defeated by that Sea King. This blow made Annie realize the truth. She wasn't a genius. I'll leave it to you. I'm going to find those 5 third-tier ones, Annie said through gritted teeth, then flew off. Hey, don't be reckless. Be careful. Seeing Annie's somewhat embarrassed and angry look, Don couldn't help but say with some concern. Although Annie has a level 15 creature rank, it would probably still be quite difficult for her to take on 5 tier 3 opponents at once. However, seeing that Annie continued forward without pausing at all and did not respond to him at all, Tang Yin sighed helplessly, knowing he could only go all out to deal with the Sea King as quickly as possible before going to support her. Black Pearl, you and your crew, get rid of these small fish as soon as possible. After saying that, without waiting for Black Pearl's reply, Don spread his bat wings and flew directly to the location of the Sea King on the island. On the way, they also collected the blood that the fishmen had spilled earlier to replenish some of their inventory. As for souls, at this stage, Don can only collect souls that instill fear in him, so these souls unfortunately cannot be wasted. At this moment, the enraged fishman, the Sea King, also stepped out, carrying a trident. The two met on the beach of Boitao Island. The moment it saw Tang Yin, the fishman, Sea King, was stunned. It didn't know all the races in the entire sea, but it had at least seen them before. However, Don's current appearance is unlike any of the races it has ever seen. However, while it hesitated, Don did not. The moment he spotted Sea King, Don adjusted his posture, swooped down, and his black umbrella, imbued with armament hockey, pierced straight towards Sea King. It wasn't until Don approached and his violent aura swept over him that the alarm bells in Aquaman's mind finally rang, bringing him back to his senses. In haste, Aquaman raised his trident to meet the attack. Clang! A loud explosion resounded throughout the entire island, and an invisible shockwave spread out from the point where the two weapons clashed, plowing away a layer of the sandy ground beneath Sea King's feet. Even the nearby seawater was deeply submerged. Although it was just a hasty defense, this Sea King still managed to withstand Don's attack thanks to his immense power. From the azure fish face of Aquaman, Don couldn't tell whether it had been taken down intact. However, from the sensation of the weapon in his hand, Don discovered that this Sea King was no weaker than Don's power when he used armament hockey, relying solely on his physical strength. Roar! The next moment, Aquaman roared angrily, like a wounded beast. Don felt the sky darken, and when he turned his head, he saw the seawater covering his head and crashing down on him. Chapter 133, Easy Kill. Looking at the overwhelming seawater, which probably weighed tens of thousands of tons, even with Tang En's current physique, he wouldn't fare well if he were hit by it. Therefore, Don could only flap his bat wings and quickly move out of the area covered by the seawater. Boom! Tens of thousands of tons of seawater crashed onto the beach, completely submerging the Fishman race's Sea King. Tang En Fei hovered in midair, warily watching the seawater below. Unlike the human race's Sea King, the Fishman race's Sea King possesses a passive ability that allows their aura to blend with the seawater when they are underwater. With this ability, even Don's observation hockey couldn't detect the location of the Fishman, Sea King. The human race's Sea King does not possess this ability, possibly because the class that humans steal through class cards is not as complete. However, Don was not too worried about this, even though he could not sense the presence of the Fishman, Sea King underwater. However, as soon as it leaves the seawater, it will reappear within Don's perception range. Under Don's gaze, the seawater on the beach slowly receded, and the spot where the Fishman, Sea King, had just been lying was completely gone. The next moment, the sea surface suddenly became turbulent, and dozens of thick water columns shot towards Tang En like flying arrows, completely surrounding him. Although these water jets are not as thick as the ones that destroyed Annie's tornado, they should not be underestimated. What's more, there's also the merman, Sea King, lurking somewhere, waiting for a chance to launch a surprise attack. Tang En carefully dodged several water jets, only using Night Feather to block one when there was no other way to avoid it. Just as the dozens of water columns dissipated, even more water columns rose from the sea surface. Seeing this, Don revealed a cold smile. Seeing this, Tang En immediately understood that the Fishman, Sea King, was trying to exhaust Tang En through a continuous barrage of attacks, eventually revealing a weakness. However, since you want me to reveal a weakness, then I will grant your wish. Just like before, Tang En cautiously dodged the water columns whenever possible and used Night Feather to block the ones he couldn't dodge. However, this time the water jets continued uninterrupted, showing no sign of stopping. After a brief stalemate, when Don used Night Feather to block the water column once again, his movements became slightly more exaggerated. After making his move, Don's expression changed instantly. At that moment, the sea exploded with a roar, and a huge splash of water shot into the sky. Once the dark blue figure rushed towards Tang En at great speed, even Tang En could only see a fleeting afterimage. This is a racial ability of the Fishmen, allowing them to accelerate underwater using ocean currents and complete super-fast charges. This figure was none other than the Sea King of the Fishman race. At this moment, the Fishman Sea King held the trident upside down with both hands, and a very unusual clump of seawater was wrapped around the trident. In just a moment, before Don could react, the Fishman Sea King rushed in front of Don, and the trident covered in seawater crashed down on Don. As he was about to succeed, the Fishman Sea King revealed a ferocious smile, like a beast ready to devour its prey. Just then, Don revealed a mocking smile to the Fishman Sea King. Smack! The Fishman Sea King, his heavy blow struck the air, producing a muffled blast, and layers of air waves surged and spread, sweeping away the surrounding rain. However, the snarling of the Fishman Sea King came to an abrupt halt, and where its trident had struck, Don was nowhere to be seen. Don was not knocked away by the Fishman Sea King. The Fishman Sea King clearly saw that just as its trident was about to strike Don, Don's figure suddenly vanished. Immediately afterwards, a chill ran through the heart of the Fishman Sea King. The next moment, a black umbrella pierced through its chest, and dark green blood spurted out. Roar! A piercing scream rang out from the mouth of the Fishman Sea King. Even after suffering such a severe injury, This fishman, Sea King, still possessed abundant strength. It struggled fiercely, raised its trident, and swung it at Dawn behind it. Unfortunately, before it could swing its trident even halfway, it seemed to have lost all its strength, and its hands holding the trident fell limply to its sides. As the eyes of the fishman, Sea King, gradually lost their life force, Tang In pulled out Night Feather and collected the large amount of dark green blood he had extracted. With Tang Un's current abilities, dealing with professionals who lack energy protection, as long as he can inflict a significant injury on them, the battle is basically over. Unfortunately, there are too few melee classes like Neptune that don't have energy shields. However, Dawn didn't expect to succeed so easily. Normally, Sea King's perception ability is quite good, especially in this kind of weather. Those drizzling raindrops are like the sensory organs of Aquaman. Unfortunately, the fierce attack from the fishman, Sea King, just now cleared away the surrounding drizzle, and since it was now in midair, its senses were greatly weakened. That's why it didn't notice that Dawn had appeared behind it. Otherwise, Dawn's attack would have only caused it minor injuries at most. Even with the manipulation of blood extraction, it would be difficult to kill him instantly. At most, it could only severely injure him. After dealing with the fishman, Sea King, Dawn turned to look at the battlefield on Annie's side. In Dawn's perception, Annie was currently floating in the sky, bombarding 5 Tier 3 Murlocs. Wind, water, and lightning spells were unleashed on the 5 Tier 3 Murlocs without restraint, and a fierce storm of wind and lightning enveloped the entire area. Occasionally, a few ice spikes would be thrown in, causing the 5 Tier 3 Murlocs to scream and run away in terror. Although there are no fatal injuries for the time being, it's not a pleasant experience either. The 5 Tier 3 merfolk were helpless against Annie flying in the sky. They manipulated the ocean currents to attack Annie, but Annie didn't even need to pay attention to them. As soon as the ocean currents touched Annie, they were completely frozen and turned into ice pillars. Even if the fishmen escape into the sea and use the current to accelerate into the sky, Annie's senses can easily detect and evade them. However, while the Murlocs have little chance against Annie, Annie also has a hard time killing any of the Murlocs. This stalemate should continue until Annie's magic runs out. Seeing this, Dawn was relieved and turned to look at the situation on the Black Pearl. Chapter 134 is exactly the same. Boom! 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 Ha ha! Watching Black Pearl fire her cannons while letting out a queenly laugh as she chased after the fleeing merman, Dawn's eye twitched. He felt that Black Pearl style seemed a bit off. However, it seems that the other side is completely unnecessary. The Black Pearl alone is enough to completely slaughter that group of fishmen without high-level professionals. As for Homies, Tom, and the others on the ship, they were basically just dealing with any stragglers who slipped through the net. It's a pity that Tom and his 2 companions were all eager to try out their newfound power before they arrived, but Black Pearl showed no intention of coming ashore, leaving them with no opportunity to use their skills. Seeing that there was no sign of needing support, Dawn headed towards Annie. When Dawn arrived, Annie's magic was almost depleted, and her attacks were no longer as intense as they had been. Upon seeing Dawn arrive, Annie looked at him in surprise. So fast? Annie had always known that Dawn was very strong, the kind of strong that she could never hope to match, but she never expected that he could deal with a 4th-tier professional so quickly. A lucky break, Dawn said with a faint smile. So, how about handing over the reins? Seeing Dawn's nonchalant demeanor and feeling her nearly depleted magical energy, Annie sighed helplessly. All right, it's up to you. I thought that even if I couldn't fight against 4th-tier professionals, I could still take on a few 3rd-tier ones. But even though my magic power was almost exhausted, those 3rd-tier mermen were still full of energy. It should be noted that these Tier 3 merfolk are basically at level 12 or 13, which is considered relatively weak among Tier 3 professionals. If it weren't for Annie's advantage in flying, she probably would have lost to several Tier 3 Murlocs long ago. After hearing Annie's words, Dawn nodded slightly. Then his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared behind a 3rd-tier merman the next moment. Although the mermen only suffered minor injuries from Annie's barrage of attacks, they did expend a considerable amount of energy. Annie stopped at that moment, and they had just relaxed. Then, Dawn suddenly appeared. Before the other fishmen who saw Don could speak, Don's black umbrella had already pierced out. The black umbrella easily pierced through the chest of the third-tier merman. Having already learned from the fourth-tier merman that mermen were incredibly resilient, Don did not hesitate. He decisively activated his blood manipulation ability, drawing out a large amount of the third-tier merman's dark green blood from the wound in an instant. By the time the other Tier 3 Murlocs realized what was happening, this Tier 3 Murloc was already dead. After collecting the blood of the third-tier merman, Don looked at the next merman. When the third-tier merman saw Don's gaze coming his way, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Then, Don's figure rushed straight towards the merman. When the third-tier merman saw Don, the monster who had just killed his companion, rushing towards him, he was visibly panicked. In a panic, he raised the bone spear in his hand and thrust it at Don. Seeing the bone spear aimed at him, Don raised the black umbrella in his hand. Snap! The merman's bone spear couldn't even withstand a second of being held up under Don's black umbrella. It snapped the moment it touched it. The immense force was transmitted to the merman, knocking him to the ground. Seeing the unsteady merman, Don paused his actions for a moment and pointed the black umbrella at the merman's head. Puff! The fishman's head was easily pierced through without any resistance under the sharp and sturdy black umbrella. Even after the fishman died, a look of terror lingered in his eyes. After collecting the soul and blood of the fishman, Don turned to the next fishman. For these Tier 3 merfolk, there was no need for Don to specifically collect their souls. The soul quality of most creatures below the legendary level was roughly the same. Therefore, collecting high-ranking souls isn't particularly valuable, and Don doesn't need to waste time messing with these fishmen for a few souls. At this moment, the remaining 3 Tier 3 merfolk finally reacted, and they all roared and charged towards Don. As one of the fishmen ran, its 2 arms gradually swelled up and transformed into 2 tentacles of a sea monster. Looking at the 2 dancing tentacles, Don's expression wavered slightly as he recalled the scene in the ancient pirate king's ruins where he was almost killed by the sea beast priest. In the blink of an eye, 2 tentacles reached in front of Don and slammed down fiercely at him. Looking at the scene, which was exactly the same as the one at the ancient pirate king's ruins, Don revealed a cold smile. This time, the situation is completely different. Tang Yin released Yu, raised both hands, and coated them with dark armament hockey. Bang! The next moment, Don's hands firmly grasped the 2 tentacles that were slapping down. Just then, the other 2 fishmen approached, and, seeing that Don's hands were being held back, excitedly stepped forward to deliver a fatal blow. I felt I had seen 2 level 3 Murlocs. Don sneered disdainfully, firmly grasped the 2 tentacles, and with a burst of strength, lifted the 3rd Tier Sea Beast Priest, merman up, tentacles, and all. With a sudden burst of force, he swung the 3rd Tier merman as a weapon, catching the other 2 3rd-tier mermen who were charging towards Don off in time. They were swept away, and under Don's immense force, dark green blood gushed from the mouths of the 2 3rd-tier fish. Seeing the blood spit out by the 2 Tier 3 merfolk, Tang and had a thought, and the dark green blood transformed into sharp spikes that flew back through the gaping mouths of the 2 Tier 3 merfolk. Puffed, puffed. Although this dose of blood is not very damaging, it can still easily pierce the fishman's brain inside the fishman's fragile, unprotected mouth. 2 Tier 3 Murlocs died so easily at the hands of Don. Looking at the last remaining Sea Beast Priest, Tang In suddenly exerted force with both hands, tearing off 2 large chunks of flesh from its thick tentacles. Then, Don manipulated its blood to erupt within its body, and in an instant, countless blood spikes pierced out from the fishman's body. Because the fishman's scales are too hard, these blood spikes protrude from the gaps between the scales or from places like the eyes and mouth. Finally, the fishman ended his life amidst painful howls. Chapter 135 Reaction. After dealing with the high-level professionals, the remaining merfolk were completely powerless to resist and were nothing more than fish to be slaughtered. The Black Pearl and its crew alone could easily slaughter them. However, in order to collect some souls, Don still joined the battlefield and joined the ranks of those slaughtering these fishmen. With Don joining the fray, the battle quickly came to an end. Apart from a few fishmen who managed to escape by diving into the sea, the vast majority of them turned into corpses. blood, and soul became Dawn's materials. Dawn didn't care about the few fishmen who escaped. The few remaining fishmen had completely lost their threat and were even struggling to survive in the sea area. After all, while murlocs aren't universally hated, they're not exactly popular either. Some aggressive races might even kill them outright, especially since they no longer have any support. Which one should we choose next? After the battle, Annie, who had regained some of her magic power, flew to Dawn's side and asked, "Which one should we choose?" "Let's go back and rest for a couple of days first," Dawn said to Annie with a light laugh. "Huh? Aren't you in a hurry to deal with these people and leave Stormsea?" Annie asked, puzzled. "There's no need to rush," Dawn explained with a faint smile. "These merfolk are already the weakest targets. They all have 1 4th tier and 5 3rd tier members. The other races are all stronger than these fishmen. If we go to them now, even if we can defeat them, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses." Although Dawn had the combat power of a 4th tier warrior, he was still ultimately a 3rd tier professional. The reason he was able to easily defeat the fishman, Sea King, was because the main reason is that don't know his methods are quite complicated, and professionals who are unfamiliar with them are likely to suffer a great loss when they fight him for the first time. The Sea King class, in particular, lacks the protective energy of a combat class due to its dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, and is thus subtly restrained by Tang. Therefore, Tang and Kai seemingly easily defeated the fishman's Sea King. The other target race's 4th tier professionals are all relatively experienced 4th tier individuals, and with the addition of many 3rd tier support characters, even Dawn might not necessarily fare well. Moreover, some races have more than 2 4th tier professionals. Then what are we going back to wait for? Annie asked, frowning in confusion. "Of course, I'm waiting for Miss Alice to give me some help," Dawn said with a hint of a smile. "You mean," in an instant, Annie realized what was going on. Although she had only met Miss Alice once, Annie already had a general understanding of Alice's personality. "We were helping Miss Alice, and now that we've encountered some problems, it's only right that she solves them. Alice may not be able to take direct action herself, but providing some assistance to Dawn is no problem for her." After cleaning up the battlefield, Dawn took out his compass, activated teleportation magic, and sent the entire Black Pearl back. 2 days later, under someone's deliberate manipulation, Dawn slaughtered the fishmen and spread the news of their extermination throughout the entire sea. "Hey, have you heard? A group of outsiders wiped out the merfolk. Good riddance. Those merfolk are all wicked bastards. But isn't this too cruel? To wipe out the entire merfolk race. Yeah, what if those outsiders come back and slaughter us next time? No way. It must be that the merfolk were too wicked, which is why they provoked those outsiders. Why not? I think it's very likely. You know, the place where the fishmen live is quite remote. I saw those outsiders before. The place they came from was completely opposite to the fishmen's territory. How could the fishmen possibly provoke them? What? What should we do then? Should we expel these outsiders?" In no time, the news that Tang had wiped out the fishman race spread like wildfire among all the races in the entire sea. Although the merfolk had some grudges against most other races, given the overall peaceful environment of the sea, most people still felt that Dawn's massacre of the merfolk was too cruel. Therefore, most races harbored deep resentment towards Dawn and his group. Just as these races were preparing to unite and drive out the outsiders, including Dawn, a piece of news reversed people's attitudes. News spread that someone in one of the races was pregnant, and as soon as this news came out, everyone put aside the matter of Dawn and the others. They all went to this race to gather information. After all, this matter was extremely important. It is important to know that reproduction is always the most important thing for all living things. God knows how desperate these races were during those 20 years when they lost their ability to reproduce. Soon, the news was confirmed, and not only that, but pregnant women began to appear in many different ethnic groups. Just as everyone was cheering for the restoration of reproductive ability, a message came from the Wizard Tower. Alice personally confirmed that it was the outsiders, namely Dawn and others, who had solved the sterilization problem. As soon as the news spread, Dawn and the other outsiders immediately became heroes of all races, and no one doubted the truth of the matter. One reason was their trust in Miss Alice and the Wizard Tower, and the other was that they regained their reproductive abilities shortly after Dawn and the others arrived. Given this subtle connection, no one would believe that this matter had nothing to do with Tang, In, and the others. Soon, Don and his companions' prestige among all the races in this sea area soared, and Don's status in the hearts of these races even surpassed that of Alice. Wizard Tower in the study. Alice was sitting on the sofa with a furrowed brow, looking rather sullen. "Miss Alice, what's wrong?" Tailing asked curiously. These past few days, Alice had been in a good mood because of Monet's presence. Monet was a very sensible little girl, and both Alice and Tailing liked her very much. That Don has won the favor of most people so easily. Now Don probably holds a higher place in their hearts than I do. Alice sighed, speaking with a hint of jealousy, like a little girl whose toy had been taken away. "This is not important, Miss Alice," the tower's spirit comforted her. "Your own strength is the most important thing. Once you become a legend, these people will flatter you even more." Chapter 136 Help. Snake people. Have you heard? Those outsiders slaughtered the fishmen and wiped them out. Those rotten fish should have died long ago. Your news is outdated. The latest news is that those outsiders have solved the sterilization problem, and now all of us can reproduce. That's wonderful. These outsiders are much more useful than that Miss Alice. Seriously, that damn woman is completely useless. She keeps restricting us with all sorts of rules and regulations, forcing us to now secretly steal those birdmen's eggs for a snack. Naga race. Chieftain, this sterilization curse that has plagued us for 20 years has actually been solved by a group of newcomers. Compared to them, Miss Alice is utterly useless. Nagas and mermaids are very similar, both having human upper bodies, but Nagas have snake lower bodies. Moreover, Naga have multiple arms. Among the Naga, the more arms a Naga has, the more powerful it is. The chieftain of a Naga tribe was an 8-armed Naga who wielded the 8-sword style with unparalleled skill. His combat prowess was among the top of the 4th-tier powerhouses in this sea area. It's also possible that those outsiders were too strong, the Naga chieftain said softly. Even if he's strong, he couldn't possibly be stronger than His Majesty Edinger. Not even that Edinger. Shut up. The Naga chieftain snapped at the reckless tribesman beside him, stopping him from continuing. The tribesman realized he had misspoke and lowered his head to change the subject. Regarding the suggestion from those dragon-human fellows, "This is not something we can get involved in. Don't mention it again. Stay away from those arrogant guys in the future," the Naga chieftain warned his people with a deep look in his eyes. Wizard Tower in the study. At this moment, Don and the others, along with Alice, were gathered in this study, where images were appearing on the walls. The scene of the snake people talking with the Naga chieftain is clearly shown in the video. This was a piece of cake for Alice, who controlled the Wizard Tower. Alice could easily see any corner of the entire sea from within the Wizard Tower. This Naga chieftain is quite clever. Didn't you say before that the Naga were a key focus? Don asked Alice, tilting his head as he looked at the Naga chieftain's appearance on the screen. The reason why Don did not continue to fight after dealing with the fishmen, but instead returned to rest. Aside from their somewhat insufficient combat strength, it's even more important to observe the attitudes of these races. According to Alice's introduction, there are 5 races that clearly intend to rebel against her, while the other dozen or so races, although they have considerable resentment towards her, are relatively restrained. Alice wanted to resolve the issues of sterilization and the extermination of the merfolk race through Dawn, to observe the reactions of these races, and to distinguish which races were stubborn and needed to be eliminated, and which races could still be saved, and to give them a small punishment as a warning. The Naga are a warlike race. Most of my people have spoken against me. If it weren't for their chieftain suppression, they would be the 6th. Alice replied to Dawn in a flat tone, though her voice was somewhat unpleasant. Although the Tower Spirit's persuasion had had some effect, Alice still didn't like Dawn much these past 2 days. Dawn could only smile helplessly at Alice's attitude. Dawn knew very well why Alice was acting this way. The news that he had solved the sterilization problem in this sea area was pushed forward by Dawn, and Alice was just cooperating with him. The results were better than Dawn had expected. Most of the races in the entire sea area revered Dawn as a hero, which greatly helped Dawn's plans. Not only that very night, Elvia climbed into Dawn's bed. This allowed Tang In to experience the fiery passion of mermaids. Mermaids are different from other races. Their race consists only of women, and if they want to reproduce, they must choose to mate with other human races. If the offspring of such a union is a girl, she will be a mermaid. If it is a boy, he will be of the father's race. Mermaids have a different view of chastity than humans. They are more open and passionate. As a hero who had been freed from the curse of sterility, Dawn was naturally chosen by the mermaid clan as their breeding partner. That's right, it wasn't just Elvia, but the entire mermaid clan, which consisted of more than a dozen mermaids. So, Dawn has been having a very comfortable time these past few days, and he doesn't care at all about Alice's childish tantrums. Even though I care, there's nothing I can do. After learning of Ittinger's death, Dawn focused his attention on this sea area, especially after discovering that Alice's mind was still very immature. Tangen was even more certain of his idea to develop this sea area into his base. After all, he would need a large number of believers to become a god in the future. This rich sea area, deep in the storm, can easily support hundreds of millions or even billions of people. Moreover, the natural barrier of the storm sea can largely prevent man-made disasters. Moreover, there is Alice, a future legendary wizard with a wizard tower under his protection. In conclusion, this sea area will play a crucial role in the future development of Tangen, so Tangen will definitely try its best to establish itself here. Of course, as the tower spirit said, everything still depends on one's own strength. If Tangen grows too slowly, even if he has gained great prestige among the races in this sea area, it will be a problem. But in the end, he will inevitably become Alice's appendage. If Dawn can advance to legendary status as soon as possible, then he will have the capital to cooperate with Alice on an equal footing for a long time, instead of wanting Alice to become his vassal. I'd better just forget about this idea and go to sleep. It might come true in my dreams. Alice, who controls the wizard tower, will be able to contend with even high-level legends once she advances to the legendary level. Even without the wizard tower, Dawn wasn't very confident that he could be stronger than Alice after advancing to legendary status. After all, wizards are the most powerful profession in the world, even in the legendary realm. Once a wizard advances to the legendary level, they will directly jump to the level 25 creature level. The other legendary creatures are mostly at level 20, with a few exceptionally talented individuals only raising their creature level by 1 or 2. Now that we've observed the situation sufficiently, when are you planning to make your move? Alice asked Dawn, glancing sideways at him. I can take action at any time, but the remaining races are not easy to deal with, especially the dragon race, which has 3 4th-tier professionals. Dawn sighed helplessly. So I need some help. Chapter 137, The Legendary Warship, Black Pearl. What kind of help? Alice asked, frowning. She already knew that Dawn's combat power was insufficient, but she was very curious about what kind of help could greatly improve Dawn's combat power. It should be noted that the Dragonkin are a relatively powerful race, especially one of the 4th-tier Dragonkin who is close to the threshold of legend. Otherwise, they would not have harbored the idea of rebelling against Alice. Although there are many legendary treasures in the Wizard Tower, Dawn, who is only at the 3rd tier, has no need for them. Even without using the Wizard Tower, Alice herself would find the Dragonkin race very difficult to deal with. It's very simple. You just need to put in some effort. Dawn gave Alice a mysterious smile. That's easy. Alice glared at Dawn through gritted teeth as she looked at the Black Pearl in the Wizard Tower laboratory where she had been teleported. That's right. What Dawn wanted Alice to do was to enchant the Black Pearl, allowing it to complete the final step in becoming a legendary warship. To create a legendary warship, you first need to use the best materials to build the warship, and then a wizard needs to inscribe magic runes all over the warship to enchant it. That's a huge undertaking. Then, and most importantly, the legendary wizard casts a legendary spell to activate the ship's spirit. This legendary spell is not only quite difficult to cast, but each time it is cast, it also permanently consumes 1 point of the caster's willpower attribute. Therefore, there are not many legendary warships in the world, and each one is a national treasure. The Black Pearl, now powered by Dawn's professional ability to revitalize the ship, and aided by the Soul Fruit, can achieve an effect similar to the legendary spell of revitalizing a ship's spirit. Although they are not quite the same as real living ship spirits, They each have their own advantages and disadvantages, and the impact is not significant. While the shipbuilding materials of the Black Pearl were not top tier, they were not too bad either, and it was fully capable of becoming a legendary warship. The Black Pearl is now only missing a wizard to enchant and inscribe magic runes before it can transform into a legendary warship. Normally, enchanting a standard legendary warship requires several 4th-tier wizards leading dozens of 3rd-tier wizards to take at least 10 to 15 days to complete. However, since the Black Pearl is relatively small compared to regular legendary warships, it is relatively simpler to deal with. However, no matter how simple it is, it still requires a wizarding group to handle. For a wizard, even someone like Alice who has 1 foot in the legendary realm, this is a huge workload. In response to Alice's anger, Don simply touched his nose and gave an awkward smile. After learning about the production process of the legendary warship, Don himself felt that it was a bit excessive. However, this can be said to be the only time that Don had the opportunity to upgrade the Black Pearl to a legendary warship before he was promoted to legendary status. Therefore, Don had no choice but to shamelessly seize this opportunity. Moreover, the most difficult step has already been completed, and all Alice needs to do is perform some hard labor. Don is thick-skinned, but Alice is thin-skinned. He felt bad about going back on his promise, especially since it was to help Alice deal with her own problems. In the end, Alice gritted her teeth and began the enchanting work. Fortunately, with the help of the Wizard Tower, Alice completed the enchanting of the Black Pearl in just a few days. Otherwise, it might have taken her several months to complete the task on her own. Thus, the legendary warship, the Black Pearl, was born. The Black Pearl, now a legendary warship, doesn't look much different from its predecessor, but when Don saw it again, he felt a strong sense of danger. This was an extraordinary perception warning Don that the behemoth before him possessed the ability to kill him. The Tower Spirit told Don the specific data of the transformed Black Pearl. As for Alice, after being tricked by Don, the combination of old and new grudges made her unwilling to see Don now. Since Don's main goal is to increase combat power, the enchantment and modification of the Black Pearl also focuses on combat power. All of the hundreds of cannons have been enchanted and modified. Now, each cannon no longer fires cast iron shells, but rather 3rd-tier magical shells of various elements. On average, it can fire 1 magic projectile per second. 1 Black Pearl can rival the firepower of a wizarding company. The only problem is that it consumes a lot of energy. Therefore, Alice inscribed multiple energy-gathering arrays on the Black Pearl. Now, the energy contained within the Black Pearl is no less than that of an ordinary legendary ship, and its recovery speed is extremely fast under the blessing of the energy-gathering arrays. The Black Pearl's core power source is the purple crystal ball that Donald brought out from the ruins of an ancient pirate king. As one of the few remaining treasures of the ancient pirate king, this purple crystal ball is a pure magic crystal that can naturally and automatically absorb magic. Such a large piece could be sold for at least tens of thousands of gold coins. Furthermore, the Black Pearl can also use magic stones to replace energy. In melee combat, the enchanted and reinforced ropes and anchors are now even stronger than the sea monster's tentacles. These are just the Black Pearl's standard combat tactics. Alice has modified the 2 ivory tusks on the bow of the Black Pearl into something resembling main cannons. It takes 1 minute to charge and has a 3-minute cooldown after each launch. It can fire a 4th-tier spell, Annihilation Ray, which is among the best 4th-tier spells. Any creature below the legendary level will be instantly reduced to ashes by Annihilation Ray. In terms of defense, although the Black Pearl lost its ability to break the waves because the ivory was converted into the main cannon, Alice was able to overcome this by carving protective and speed-enhancing magic runes on the hull. This gives the Black Pearl a speed and shield that are now far greater than when it activated Wavebreaker. Even 4th-tier professionals would need multiple individuals to break through the Black Pearl's shield in a short time. Even if the shield is broken, every inch of the Black Pearl's hull and deck is covered with sturdy magic runes, making the ship's defenses exceptionally strong. During the test, when Alice unleashed a level 3 fireball, only one section of the deck plank was charred. Without exaggeration, Black Pearl has now surpassed Dawn and become the strongest fighter in the pirate crew. This is the power of the legendary warship, known as a national treasure. It's important to know that, due to its size, the Black Pearl is probably among the weakest of the legendary warships. After all, other forces have spent a lot of materials and even sacrificed a legendary wizard's willpower attribute, so they should use them on the top-tier warships. Chapter 138 Dragon Race. Of course, although a legendary warship carries the word legendary, it doesn't mean that it can actually rival a legendary professional. While legendary warships possess overwhelming combat power against professionals below the legendary level, they are merely difficult targets when facing a legendary professional. Only on a legendary warship presided over by a high-ranking wizard can one possibly contend with a legendary figure. Of course, the weakest of them. After all, a legendary warship is essentially a low-end version of a wizard tower. Only when paired with a wizard can it fully unleash its potential. Nevertheless, at this stage, the legendary warship, Black Pearl, is more than enough for Dawn. With this legendary warship, wiping out those restless races will be a piece of cake. Speaking of which, your ability is truly amazing. It's not inferior to the legendary spell of animating ship spirits at all. However, this ship spirit doesn't seem to have any contractual relationship with you, so it won't betray you, will it? The tower spirit asked Dawn in a somewhat serious tone. When a legendary spell is successfully cast to animate a ship spirit, it generates a control hub. The person holding this control hub can have complete control over the ship spirit. The Black Pearl clearly doesn't have this. After transforming into a legendary warship, it has a large amount of energy replenishment and will not perish when Dawn removes the soul fruit's power. That's why the tower spirit asked this question. At least for now, it's still in the wizard tower. If the Black Pearl really becomes uncontrollable, the wizard tower can still suppress it. If they leave the wizard tower, although they are still within the wizard tower's attack range, it will be difficult for Alice, who is not yet a legendary wizard, to take down a legendary warship that is determined to escape. Hey, you old rascal, you're talking badly about me while I'm still here. Shouldn't you be talking about this behind my back, the person involved? Since the tower spirit made no attempt to conceal his words, Black Pearl naturally heard them and began to complain loudly in dissatisfaction. Dawn reached out and pressed down gently to soothe the Black Pearl before saying to the tower spirit, "The Black Pearl was made by my own hands. To me, it's like my own child. How could a child betray its father? As long as the father treats the child well, the child is unlikely to betray the father. Especially since these homies tend to have simple and straightforward personalities." Upon hearing Dawn's words, Black Pearl immediately became moved to tears. "Captain, in that case, you should get to work as soon as possible." The tower spirit gave Tang a meaningful look and began to urge him on. "No problem. I can't wait either." Dawn looked at the Black Pearl with a burning light in his eyes. Dragon Breath Island is a medium-sized island completely occupied by the Dragonkin. In addition to the Dragonkin, there are also kobolds and other vassal races of the Dragonkin on the vast island. These vassal races were used to perform hard labor and serve the dragon people, allowing the dragon people to simply enjoy life. As descendants of humans and dragons, the Dragonkin are a race with considerable strength. Once they reach adulthood, they possess the strength of the peak of the second tier, and with a little training, they can break through to the third tier. However, the Dragonkin also inherited the arrogance and laziness of the dragon race, so they basically live off their past achievements and few people cultivate. Otherwise, the current Dragonkin would have at least a dozen fourth-tier professionals, if not legendary ones. It was also because the Dragonkin had inherited the arrogance of the Dragonkin that they had never taken Alice seriously. If it weren't for the legend of Ettinger, the Dragonkin would have openly rebelled long ago. Even so, the dragon people have never followed any of the rules set by Alice, especially after realizing that even if they didn't follow them, Alice couldn't do anything about it. These Dragonkin became increasingly rampant, repeatedly and openly proclaiming their opposition to Alice, even declaring that once their chieftain ascended to legendary status, he would directly replace Alice. Although they claimed to be replacing Alice, it was clear to everyone that what they really wanted to replace was His Majesty Ettinger. However, Since the Dragonkin Patriarch has not yet been promoted to Legendary, they still know to keep a low profile. Once the Dragonkin Patriarch is promoted to Legendary, then the Dragonkin should openly challenge His Majesty Edinger. Even Alice noticed this. It's no wonder that the Dragonkin are so brave. In the eyes of the Dragonkin, who have inherited the power and arrogance of the Dragonkin, no other race can be their match at the same level except for the Dragonkin. Even legendary wizards are no exception, and lacking in extraordinary knowledge, they are unaware that legends are also divided into levels. However, even if they knew, they probably wouldn't care. It's worth noting that even among purebred dragons, there are precedents of ordinary dragons looking down on legendary ones. Although most of these dragons met tragic ends, it shows just how arrogant the dragon race can be. In the waters outside Dragon's Breath Island, a magical light flashed and the Black Pearl appeared. Because of the dragon race's power and arrogance, they did not set up sentry posts for guarding. So even though the Black Pearl had already appeared near their lair, the dragon race did not notice it. Looking at the completely unguarded beach in front of him, Don used his observation hockey to lock onto the locations of the strongest life forms on the island. Then, Don revealed a bloodthirsty smile and began to issue orders. Black Pearl, main guns, prepare, aim in this direction. The direction Don pointed to was the area with the most advanced life forms on the island. The Dragonkin race has over 1,000 members, with 3 at the 4th rank, nearly 100 at the 3rd rank, and the rest at the 2nd rank. If it weren't for the fact that the Dragonkin race is so small, then the Dragonkin race could be called the strongest race in this sea area. Roger that, Captain. Main guns charging. Black Pearl's tone was also filled with excitement, and between the 2 ivory tusks at the bow of the ship, a ball of white energy began to slowly gather. Dragon's Breath Island. The dragon-human patriarch, who was feasting and drinking at a banquet, suddenly felt a chill. Strange, why do I feel a bit cold? The dragon-human patriarch muttered to himself in confusion. With his physique, he wouldn't feel cold even in the freezing cold. The long period of comfortable life has made the Dragon Clan chief's vigilance extremely dulled. By the time he realized that the chill was a warning sign of danger, it was too late. A dazzling white light, carrying an aura of world destruction, swept towards them at such a speed that even the Dragonman Patriarch, who had reached the threshold of advancing to the legendary level, could not react in time. Chapter 139, The Power of Legendary Warships. The 1-minute charging time passed quickly. Because there are no guards on Dragon's Breath Island, no one noticed the Black Pearl's appearance and attack beforehand. Even if they discovered it, it wouldn't make any difference. When that dazzling white light carrying an aura of destruction appeared, even Tang couldn't help but close his eyes, feeling a pang of fear. Although the Annihilation Ray possesses extremely powerful destructive force, apart from emitting a somewhat dazzling light, it does not make any great show of force. When the light faded, Tang opened his eyes and saw a chasm tens of meters wide in the middle of the island. Seawater was already flowing into the chasm, and it was impossible to tell how deep it was. However, this ravine divides the entire Dragon's Breath Island in 2. Looking at the scene before him, Don couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "What exaggerated destructive power!" Regarding this destructive power, Don strongly suspected that even if he advanced to the 4th rank and ate a 3rd devil fruit, he would still be completely unable to do so. All I can say is, it truly lives up to its reputation as the main gun of a legendary warship. Roar! A deafening dragon roar echoed from the island, filled with anger, killing intent, boundless hatred, and a hint of weakness. Roar! 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 Then, dragon roars echoed throughout the island. Looking into the distance, Tang saw dragon people soaring into the sky and flying into the air. Dragonmen have wings, so the entire Dragonman race can fly. The dragonmen flying in midair quickly discovered the culprit, the Black Pearl, and immediately flew towards it at high speed. The leading Dragonman looked rather miserable. His left arm, along with a large chunk of his chest, was completely gone, covered in blood. With Don's eyesight, he could vaguely see some budding flesh wriggling on the wound, a sign that it was healing. The Dragonkin have inherited the power of the dragon race. Once they reach adulthood, They possess near superhuman strength and physical attributes. With a little training, they can acquire superhuman strength and physical abilities. Judging from the healed wounds of the leading dragon man, his physical attribute should be close to 30 points, but probably less than 30 points, as he does not possess the extraordinary feat of limb regeneration. So at this moment, his wound was only healing, and there was no sign of his arm growing back. However, even in this miserable state, Tang Yin could still sense the powerful aura emanating from him. Tang Yin guessed that this must be the patriarch of the Dragon Man race. Feeling the aura of this dragon-human patriarch, Tang Yin felt that even in his current severely injured state, he might not be his match. Don's guess was correct. The severely injured Dragon Man with the missing arm was indeed the chieftain of the Dragon Man race. At the last moment before the Annihilation Ray arrived, the chieftain managed to react and barely dodge the fatal attack. However, he did not dodge completely, which resulted in him losing an arm. However, the other two fourth-tier Dragon Men were not so lucky. Under the Annihilation Ray, they were directly vaporized, leaving not even ashes behind. Seeing the Dragon Men flying angrily towards them, Tang Yin used his observation haki to roughly sense that, apart from the seriously injured fourth-tier Dragon Man patriarch, there were still dozens of third-tier Dragon Men. Even disregarding the fourth-tier Dragon Clan chief, those dozens of third-tier beings were not something Tang Yin could withstand. If it were before, seeing this situation, Tang Yin would have had no choice but to run away with his tail between his legs. But now, Tang Yin can also say that a mere few dozen third-tier beings are nothing. Black Pearl, it's all yours now. Don said with a light laugh to Black Pearl. No problem, leave it to me, Captain. Black Pearl's voice, brimming with fighting spirit, rang out. After transforming into a legendary warship, Black Pearl, as a violent individual, was also eager for a thrilling battle. The Black Pearl slowly turned around, pointing one of its cannons at the Dragon Men. After the cannons were modified into magical projectiles, their range was greatly increased. Therefore, even though those Dragon Men were still deep inside the island, they were still within the range of the Black Pearl. Boom! 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 With a series of booming sounds, dozens of colorful magical projectiles blasted towards the dragon people. Looking at the dozens of magical beams, the dragon-human patriarch sneered disdainfully. Although the dragon-human race was not as resistant to magic as pure dragons, ordinary second-tier magic could not harm them. However, when those magical projectiles got close to the dragons, the Dragon Clan chief's eyes instantly filled with disbelief. That's a fireball spell, and frost bombs, thunderstorm spell. When the Dragon Race chieftain discovered that those spells were all third-tier spells, he was immediately horrified. It should be noted that even a fourth-tier wizard cannot instantly unleash dozens of third-tier spells. Could it be that the person on the other side is a legendary wizard, His Highness Ettinger, who has finally discovered the threat posed by the Dragonkin and can no longer resist taking action against them? The next moment, the magical cannonballs launched by the Black Pearl arrived in front of the Dragon Race chieftain, instantly engulfing the dragons. The entire sky was ablaze with dazzling fireworks. As the magical turbulence subsided, the Dragonkin chieftain led the remaining members of his people in a continued charge toward the Black Pearl. Even a legendary wizard, after unleashing so many third-tier spells in an instant, needed to catch his breath. Even so, the Dragon Men could not escape death, but for the arrogant Dragon Men, even in death, they wanted to see with their own eyes who the enemy was. They could not die at the hands of the enemy without even seeing them. In terms of sheer stubbornness, the Dragonkin are even more so than the dragons. While the dragons sometimes have to flee when they are outmatched, the Dragonkin never even consider such a thing. Then, just as the dragons unleashed the first magic projectile, they were horrified to discover that the second magic projectile was already upon them. Even a third-tier dragon-human race member would not be able to withstand being bombarded by third-tier magic continuously. Finally, after being bombarded by the third magical cannonball, only the Dragon Race chieftain remained alive. Dragging his wounded body, the dragon-human chieftain rushed to the Black Pearl and looked at the several unfamiliar humans and creatures on board. The dragon-human patriarch roared in anger. Ettinger! Then his body was smashed to pieces by the anchor controlled by Black Pearl, and he died completely. The Dragonkin race was wiped out. Chapter 140, Preparing to Leave. Don didn't understand why the Dragon clan chief called out His Majesty Ittinger's name before he died. However, Don didn't mind the matter too much. Although these dragonmen seemed to have died heroically, Don felt no pity for them. The dragon people are a brutal and arrogant race. They're so arrogant that they would not place any other creature on the same level as themselves. Besides the dragon race, the dragon-human race often takes pleasure in killing and toying with other races, using extremely brutal methods. Furthermore, due to the arrogance of the dragonkin, they will not become the source of faith for Tang in the future. Just like the dragonkin cannot fully offer their faith. Therefore, for both Don and Alice, these dragon people were not only useless, but also harmful. After wiping out the dragonkin, Don did not exterminate the vassal races on Dragon Breath Island. These races are different from the dragon people. Most of them are not brutal races. Even those that are more savage are bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. Therefore, apart from those affected by the initial annihilation ray, Don did not kill anyone. After all, these people were the source of his faith in Don. After dealing with the dragon race, Don immediately headed to the next location. Among these restless races, the most powerful and extreme are the dragon men. Now, even the dragon men have been easily wiped out by the Black Pearl, a legendary warship. Needless to say, other races were completely wiped out by Don in just one day. As for those races that were not yet extremely radical, Don did not take action against them, but instead gave them a chance. A few days later, news of the annihilation of several races spread throughout the entire sea, and for a time, all races in the sea were on edge. Those restless races basically calmed down instantly. Everyone wasn't stupid. Those who were wiped out were the races that had been clamoring against Miss Alice. Although it was outsiders like Don who took action, anyone with eyes could see that Don was working for Miss Alice. As for those races that were neither very intelligent nor very docile, Don took a little more time to deal with them. In less than half a month, the entire sea area underwent tremendous changes, and everyone strictly adhered to the rules previously set by Alice. In an instant, the entire sea area entered a state of complete peace and tranquility. Wizard Tower in the study. Don, Annie, Elvia, Alice, and others gathered here, and even Monet, who had been under the watchful eye of the tower spirit while studying, made a rare appearance. This was because Don and the others were preparing to leave, so they came to say goodbye to Alice and the others. After a few days, and with the good news of getting rid of her biggest threat, Alice's resentment towards Don had almost dissipated. Monet, who had to stay at the Wizard Tower to study, could no longer wander around with Don and the others and had to stay at the Wizard Tower. So today, the tower spirit made an exception and allowed her to rest for a day to say goodbye to Don and the others. "Are you in such a hurry to leave? Can't you stay a few more days?" Alice asked Don and Annie with some reluctance. Although she harbored deep resentment towards Don, Alice was like a child. Her resentment came and went quickly. Due to Ettinger's fall, both the tower spirit and Alice felt very insecure, so they basically wouldn't leave the Wizard Tower until Alice advanced to legendary status. In the days since Don and the others arrived, it has been the first time in many years that Alice has had so many people with her. Before Don and the others arrived, only Elvia could occasionally come to the Wizard Tower to keep her company. As for the others, they were either too respectful or malicious towards Alice, so Alice didn't really like interacting with them. "Don't worry, Alice, it's not like we're not coming back. We went out mainly to advance our ranks. You're about to become a legendary, and we can't fall too far behind. You wouldn't want us to bow to you so respectfully and next time we meet, would you?" And stepped forward, took Alice's hand, and comforted her. After these days of getting to know each other, Annie, with her social skills, broke through Alice's social anxiety defenses and successfully became Alice's second best friend. As for first place, it's definitely Elvia. Her mermaid-like affability and natural sociability make her unmatched by Annie's social skills. "What's the outside world like? I really want to see it," Elvia said with longing, her eyes fixed on Don. Seeing the expectation in Elvia's eyes, Don almost couldn't resist inviting her out, but the next moment his extraordinary will made his reason prevail. We can't take you with us this time, Elvia. The outside world is very dangerous, especially since mermaids have disappeared. If we take you out, many people will be after you, and we won't be able to protect you. Upon hearing Don's words, Elvia's expectant gaze instantly turned to disappointment. Seeing Elvia's pitiful appearance, Don sighed helplessly and comforted her. Next time I will definitely take you out. Upon hearing this, Elvia instantly perked up. It's a promise. Nodding to Elvia, Don then said to Monet, who was sitting obediently to the side, Monet, stay here and listen to your teacher and the tower spirit. Try to become an excellent wizard as soon as possible. Yes, I will definitely study hard with Grandpa Tower Spirit and Teacher Alice to become a powerful wizard so that I can help Captain Brother and Sister Annie. Monet nodded vigorously, his little face serious as he spoke to Don and Annie. Monet can definitely do it. Alice smiled and patted Monet's little head, then turned to Don and said, in that case, I won't force you to stay. If you need any help, just let me know. Since you put it that way, then I won't stand on ceremony. I do have a small favor I need your help with. Upon hearing Alice's words, Don immediately said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Alice was taken aback. It was just a polite gesture she had learned since childhood, and she hadn't expected that Don would take it so seriously. Seeing Don's malicious smile, Alice immediately had a bad feeling and turned to look at the tower spirit who had been watching the show, casting a pleading look in her eyes. Chapter 141 Departure. The tower spirit simply ignored Alice's pleading look and watched the show with amusement. For the tower spirit, this was the perfect time to cultivate Alice's social skills. As the tower spirit had said before, their family was large and powerful, so it didn't matter if they suffered a little loss, as long as Alice could grow. Seeing that the tower spirit had no intention of helping her, Alice looked helplessly at Don and gritted her teeth, saying, what do you want me to do for you? Miss Alice should have access to legendary spells within the Wizard Tower's authority, right? Don asked Alice with a smile, an expression that made Alice want to punch him. Yes. Although she didn't know what Don meant by asking that, Alice still answered Don truthfully. However, before I advanced to legendary, I only mastered 3 legendary spells inscribed on wizard towers. Due to various reasons, I had already released 2 of them, and now I only have 1 legendary spell left, Destruction Beam. Even with the assistance of the wizard tower, it is still a huge burden for wizards to use spells beyond their level, especially legendary spells. If used too much, it can even have a serious impact on their subsequent advancement. Upon hearing this, Don's smile widened. May I keep this legendary spell? Upon hearing this, Alice frowned. What do you want to do? The destructive power of the hyper beam is too strong. I can't just release it carelessly and cause chaos. And, who was standing to the side, seemed to remember something and looked at Don with her eyes lighting up. This concerns my promotion. Rest assured, this legendary spell will not cause anyone's death. I can assure you. Don solemnly assured Alice. Seeing Don's serious expression, Alice paused for a moment, then took out a crystal bracelet and handed it to Don. When you need it, activate this bracelet, and I will cast this legendary spell on your target. Don was taken aback and subconsciously took the bracelet. Even Don himself did not expect to persuade Alice so easily. Unexpectedly, Alice trusted him so much in such a short time. Thank you. All the words I had prepared were reduced to just these 2. At the boundary with the storm sea, a magical light flashed, and a black pearl was teleported there. The next moment, a dazzling beam of light shot out from the towering wizard tower in the center of the sea, striking directly at the boundary with the storm sea. In an instant, the stormy sea ahead of the black pearl dissipated completely. To be able to shake the storm sea, this is the power of a legendary wizard. Annie gazed at the scene before her with longing. As a weathermaster, Annie's upbringing included countless mentions of the storm sea's chaos and insurmountable nature. In Annie's mind, even a legendary figure venturing into the storm sea was an extremely dangerous undertaking. Therefore, when Annie saw Alice, who was only a 4th-level wizard, manipulate the wizard tower to shake the storm sea, she couldn't help but marvel. It's just a temporary shock. Black Pearl, full speed ahead, activate the energy shield. If we don't move now, the storm will start again soon. Don said calmly, knowing everything. Since Edinger is a legendary wizard destined for greatness, among the very elite of this world, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to shake the storm sea and carve out a haven. Even though Eddington has fallen, the wizard tower he built, befitting his status, still possesses the power to shake the storm sea. However, since Alice was still too inexperienced, she could only temporarily shake the storm sea to allow Dawn and the others to come and go. The next moment, a dark purple energy shield emerged from the Black Pearl, and under its protection, the Black Pearl shot into the stormy sea like an arrow. Not long after, the storm that had been dispersed by the Wizard Tower returned with even greater force. Wizard Tower, inside the study. Now only Alice and Tarling remained in the study. Uncle Tower Spirit, my teacher said that I shouldn't use that last legendary spell before I advance to legendary status unless absolutely necessary. Why are you making me agree to it? Alice asked the Tower Spirit in confusion. It turned out that the reason Alice had agreed to leave this last legendary spell to Dawn was because of the Tower Spirit's request. Otherwise, even if Alice were as thin-skinned as she is, she would never have agreed to Dawn's request. It's important to understand that while the legendary spell Destruction Ray isn't powerful enough to kill a legendary being in terms of single target damage, its destructive range is so vast that it can wipe out all life within a country. This legendary spell is the last trump card that Edinger left for Alice. If a legendary wizard sets his sights on the Wizard Tower and Alice has not yet ascended to legendary status, then Alice will unleash this legendary spell. This legendary spell will annihilate all living beings in the sea area. Among those who are legendary or higher in this world, there's a rule that they cannot massacre ordinary people in a short period of time. This is not only because of the Wizarding Council's ban, but also because the massacre of a large number of ordinary people in a short period of time will be punished and rejected by the world's will. This kind of punishment, even if it were to fall upon the legendary destiny, would not be pleasant. After Alice used the Wizard Tower to unleash a destructive ray that slaughtered all living beings in the sea, the punishment would fall on the Wizard Tower since the main body of the punishment was the Wizard Tower. This would allow the hypothetical legendary wizard to abandon the Wizard Tower. After all, a wizard's tower that is punished and rejected by the world's consciousness is like a useless trifle to a legendary wizard. While there is a way to remove this punishment, ordinary legendary wizards certainly do not have that ability. At that time, aside from anything else, at least Alice will be able to save her life. I suddenly remembered what's so special about this Dawn, the Tower Spirit calmly explained to Alice. Because this situation is so rare, even the old master has only encountered a few times, so I didn't immediately recall that it was a kind of professional companion treasure. A career companion treasure? What is that? Alice asked in surprise. She had never heard of this career companion treasure before. It should be noted that Alice had already memorized all the books in the Wizard Tower. When it comes to extraordinary knowledge, even some high-level legends might not be able to compare with Alice. However, it's quite unbelievable that Alice had never heard of the existence of this profession's companion treasure. Chapter 142 Waterway. The so-called class companion treasure is a treasure that appeared after the class cards were created. This kind of treasure is extremely rare, but its effect is indeed amazing. Even some high-ranking legends covet this item. Generally speaking, only those who are extremely favored by the world have a chance of obtaining it. With the Tower Spirit's explanation, Alice gained a general understanding of the profession's companion treasure. If that's the case, then isn't Dawn in a very dangerous situation? Alice said, frowning. That's true, but it's also an opportunity. Tower Spirit said calmly. Moreover, this Dawn is a smart man. Before he became a legend, he had already begun to share this treasure. It's worth noting that there were once individuals who were blessed with a special treasure that accompanied their profession. After becoming legends, they clung to the treasure tightly and used its power to make a name for themselves. Ultimately, he was dismembered by the legendary wizards. Of course, the vast majority of those blessed with professional companion treasures perished young due to their carelessness. Items like the profession companion treasure are so valuable that even a legendary figure couldn't protect them. However, if you share them, you can make them valuable. So once you reach the legendary level, legendary wizards won't break ties with a legendary over something they can get their hands on. Each career-related treasure exists in multiples like a devil fruit. So, sharing is perfectly fine. Dismemberment? Shouldn't the focus be on the treasure? Alice asked, puzzled. The companion treasure of a profession is deeply bound to the chosen one. Once the chosen one dies, all treasures except those already in the world will disappear along with the chosen one. Only legendary figures above the heavenly fate level and some ancient high-level legendary figures understand this. After all, profession-related treasures are extremely rare. So, after searching in vain, those legendary wizards resorted to dismembering the chosen one in an attempt to find the treasure. Upon hearing this, Alice fell silent. The tower spirit continued. Although some ancient beings don't care much about this kind of treasure, it can indeed create a high-level legend. In other words, given Don's cautious nature and his innate professional treasure, becoming a high-level legend should be virtually guaranteed. So, legendary spells are an investment? Alice wasn't stupid. Since the tower spirit had put it that way, she immediately understood the tower spirit's idea. That's right, I had some guesses about what that kid was thinking, which is why I had you agree to his demands. Knowing that kid's personality, he's taken so much advantage of us. I certainly won't be so at ease with that. This way, you'll have a loyal ally with high-level legendary potential in the future. In the stormy sea, the legendary warship Black Pearl is many times faster than when it last entered the stormy sea. At full speed, the Black Pearl arrived at the outer edge of the storm sea in less than a day. Looking ahead, where the sunlight could be faintly seen, it meant that Tang In and the others were about to leave the storm sea. But at this moment, Don fell in a deep thought. After a moment, Don turned to Annie and asked, "The weather should have been quite stable from the Wizard Tower's territory until now." Annie looked at Don with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he asked that. However, Annie still answered Don's question. The journey has been very smooth, mainly because once we left the Wizard Tower's territory, we've basically left the depths of the storm sea, so the weather along the way has been relatively stable. Even the Black Pearl could have passed through safely and easily. So, what are the chances that an ordinary merchant ship could reach the gates of the Wizard Tower's territory? Ordinary merchant ships? If they have experienced navigators, there's still more than a 50% chance that they will safely reach the gates of the Wizard Tower territory outside of the monsoon season. After a brief moment of thought, and answered, "But why are you asking this question? Ordinary merchant ships." Suddenly, as if she had just realized something, Annie began to tremble and stammer to Dawn, "You mean the new channel?" Anne's trembling and stuttering were due to excessive excitement. Although she didn't realize it at first, Annie keenly noticed the problem after answering Dawn's question. Since the Wizard Tower's territory basically covers the depths of the storm sea, the most difficult aspect of opening up new sea routes has been resolved. Therefore, with the cooperation of the Wizard Tower, this route across the Wizard Tower's territory will most likely become a new waterway. The new sea route signifies the foundation of the traveler's legend. Annie, who had already given up hope for the path to legend, felt her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat, and had never felt so close to a legend, and forced herself to control her excitement, and said to Dawn in a deep voice, "However, His Majesty Edinger built the Wizard Tower deep within the storm sea. It's probably to avoid the world. Once a new sea route is opened, His Majesty Edinger will inevitably appear before the world. Given His Majesty Edinger's original intentions, it's impossible that he would agree to open a new sea route." The more Anne talked, the more her heart sank. If it were true, a new path could be opened up. Given Anne's current status as Alice's second best friend, this road to legend would surely fall into her hands. After all, her best friend wasn't a navigator. However, above Alice is His Majesty Edinger, who is the one who truly holds the power of discourse. Seeing Annie's mood instantly shift from excitement to dejection, Dawn chuckled and comforted her. "Who can predict the future? You should advance to the 4th rank first. Maybe by the time you reach the advancement threshold, the Wizard Tower's territory will be ready to open to the public. What if they open it then, and you're still not at Tier 4? That would be awkward." "I hope so." Annie rolled her eyes in response to Dawn, taking it as him trying to comfort her. The next moment, Dawn and Annie felt a bright light before their eyes as the bright sunlight shone on their faces. After many days, The Black Pearl had finally left the stormy sea. Chapter 143 Crisis. After leaving the stormy sea and briefly assessing the situation, Annie roughly confirmed the current location of the Black Pearl. We shouldn't be too far from the Terror Channel now. At the current speed of the Black Pearl, we can return to the Terror Channel very soon. After leaving the stormy sea, Annie felt much more relaxed. Although she was a little reluctant to part with Monet and Alice, she still felt somewhat depressed while in the stormy sea. Then let's go back to Hammond Island as soon as possible and see how things have developed while we've been away. As Donald finished speaking, the Black Pearl sped off towards Hammond Island. Hammond Island. Boom, boom, boom. Kill. Hammond Island was now engulfed in war, with dozens of warships engaged in fierce battles in the waters near the island, amidst the roar of cannons. Upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that although one side has more warships, the other side, with fewer warships, is overwhelming them. Although these advantageous warships are all different in style, they have one thing in common. They all have anthropomorphic faces on their bows. These are none other than the homies pirate ships created by Dawn. Quickly, annihilate them as soon as possible. Lord Grin and the others are about to collapse. Even if we destroy these warships, we still won't be able to do anything about the high-level professionals on the island. Yes, the captain didn't tell us what to do in a situation like this. No matter what, we should destroy these warships first. Even if the people on the island win, they won't be able to leave easily. At this moment, these homies were suppressing the enemy warships while chattering and discussing countermeasures. Bang! On Hammond Island, several dense energies surged and collided, and ultimately 2 of them were severely suppressed and sent flying backward. Several other energies followed closely behind, catching up and landing in front of the 2 heavily injured and collapsed individuals. There's even an illusionist here. If we hadn't been more cautious this time, with 5 Tier 3 professionals, you might have easily escaped. One of the men looked at the 2 men lying on the ground and said irritably, if Don were here, he would recognize that the 2 people lying on the ground were Green and Hoffman. During the days that Don and the others had been in the Storm Sea, Hoffman had also suddenly advanced to the 3rd level illusionist. You guys, do you even know whose territory this is, daring to cause trouble here? Hoffman glared fiercely at the group in front of him. Having just advanced to the 3rd rank, Hoffman should have been full of confidence, but unexpectedly, he was crushed in every aspect in his first battle. There was no way to deal with it. Not only were the combat strength of the people on the other side stronger than his, but there were also more of them. Hoffman and Green were both newly promoted to the 3rd tier, and they could basically crush these enemies on their own. Of course I know, it's just the blood demon. Do you know who's behind us? The man who had spoken earlier sneered at Hoffman. Upon hearing this, Hoffman felt a chill in his heart. He said this because he was clinging to the hope that the people opposite him were just petty thieves who didn't know that the owner of this place was Dawn. After all, Dawn was a major pirate with a bounty comparable to that of the Pirate King, so he still posed a certain threat to ordinary 3rd-tier pirates. In that case, under the current circumstances, the other party might back down. But judging from the way they are acting now, they clearly don't care about Tangen's reputation, which suggests that there is probably a considerable force behind them. In that case, they're probably going to die here today. Stop talking nonsense. Our warships are almost destroyed by them, and will be at a disadvantage then. One of the men, who seemed to be the leader, spoke up, and the others immediately fell silent. You two, if you don't want to die, make those ships outside stop and hand over the means to control them. Upon hearing this, both Hoffman and Green felt a chill in their hearts. As expected, someone had their eyes on these homie pirate ships. Back when Don created these homie pirate ships, the 2 people behind him recognized them. It's somewhat similar to the legendary spell of activating ship spirits, but Don didn't mention it, and neither of them asked any further questions. Moreover, Don had already given the order to keep a low profile to these homies pirate ships. In this extraordinary world, merely living pirate ships were not anything too novel. However, the disappearance of Don and Annie threw Green into a panic, allowing the homies to gradually loosen their grip on searching for news of Don and Annie. In addition, due to the war between the old and new worlds, the number of knowledgeable people on the sea routes gradually increased, and these homie pirate ships still attracted the attention of some people. It's obvious that this is how these people came to be. Seeing that the two remained silent, the leader said with a gloomy face, "Very well. It seems you two are determined to suffer the consequences. Green is one thing, but even if he wasn't loyal to Don, he was at least loyal to and, which is quite normal. But Hoffman, as someone who joined the group halfway through, is another story. He had a bright future ahead of him, and he didn't have a deep relationship with Don and the others. He only joined because of the pressure from the Kingdom of Wesley. If Hoffman really knew these things, he certainly wouldn't mind revealing them to save his life in the current situation. Unfortunately, he didn't know the specifics of these homie pirate ships, only that it was Don's ability. Therefore, Hoffman couldn't say anything at the moment, and as for saying that these things were caused by Don's abilities, it's hard to say whether they would believe it. If Hoffman opens his mouth, they will definitely use him as a breakthrough point, and Hoffman will likely suffer a lot more. It's better to keep quiet than to do that. Hoffman made a clear distinction on this point. Chop off their hands and feet first. Let's give them a good beating, the leader said with a grim expression, as both of them were third-tier professionals. Both of them are very determined, and it is difficult for mental professionals among them to easily manipulate them. Therefore, it is necessary to first suppress and break down their psychological defenses. That way, it will be easier for mentally trained professionals to interrogate them. Whom do you want to target? Just then, a sinister and murderous voice came from behind the leader, who felt a chill rise from his back. Just as he was about to make a move, a hand firmly grabbed his head, like an iron clamp, and no matter how hard he struggled, it was to no avail. Chapter 144 Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Boom! The leader felt an immense force pressing down on him as the hand slammed his head violently into the ground, creating a large crater and cracking the surrounding ground inch by inch. In the instant he fell, the leader caught a glimpse of the joy on Hoffman and Green's faces out of the corner of his eye. In that instant, the leader suddenly realized the identity of the person behind him. Then, under that immense force, blood gushed from the 7 orifices of the leader's head. Blood splattered everywhere. His pupils turned white, and he completely lost consciousness. "Captain!" Hoffman shouted with delight. The person who arrived was none other than Tangan. After leaving the stormy sea, the Black Pearl headed straight for Hammond Island. With the legendary warship's incredible speed, the Black Pearl approached Hammond Island in less than half a day. It was at this moment that the perceptive Don sensed the ominous situation on Hammond Island. Therefore, Don immediately returned alone ahead of time. Even when Don was flying at full speed, his speed was still faster than that of the legendary warship Black Pearl. Fortunately, Don arrived in time at the last moment, and Green and Hoffman only suffered minor injuries, with little impact on their health. After giving Green and Hoffman a slight nod, Don turned to look at the other third-tier intruders. At this moment, the group of people also realized what was happening and stared in shock at Tang Yin, who had suddenly appeared in front of them. Among these people, the leader was the strongest, but he was instantly killed by Tang Yin. The speed was so fast that none of them had time to react. Although Don's actions involved a surprise attacks are a common combat tactic. Besides, none of them had any idea how Don appeared. However, based on this point alone, in the eyes of the group, Tang Yin's strength was not weak even among 4th-tier individuals. Seeing the murderous intent blazing in Tang Yin's eyes, the group couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Blood Demon Don," one of them said solemnly, "although you are stronger than all of us, do you know who is behind us? That's someone you can't afford to offend." "Oh, I'd like to hear who's behind you," Tang Yin said calmly, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. However, the man didn't realize that Don had spoken, but didn't immediately make a move, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "We are the Pirate King's men." "Pirate King? Enchanting Flame?" Don frowned. Wasn't it said that the Pirate King of Charm Flame usually didn't get involved in anything? Why would he make a move against Hammond Island? "No, we are subordinates of the Pirate King of the Giant Waves." The man spoke proudly. Upon hearing this, a strange expression appeared on Don's face. Seeing the expression on Tang Yin's face, the man thought Tang Yin was afraid. Although Tang Yin was also a 4th-tier in his eyes, there were different 4th-tiers, especially now that the legend behind the Pirate King had spread throughout the sea. "Haha, you're scared now, aren't you? But it's okay. As long as you let us go, I guarantee the Pirate King won't bother you. Oh, what about this guy under my command? Don asked with amusement, pointing to the leader he had pinned to the ground. The man didn't pick up on Tangen's tone. Hearing Tangen's question, he assumed Tang and was backing down and immediately became arrogant. It's all right. Just hand over those magical pirate ships outside and apologize to the Pirate King. He will forgive you. He's been very eager to recruit talent lately, so he'll definitely welcome you if you go. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, even more intense artillery fire came from the sea outside the island, and after a moment, the artillery fire completely stopped. This unexpected turn of events caused the expressions of the intruders to change drastically. With the leaders of both sides present, there was only one possibility for the warships outside to cease fire. That means one side was completely annihilated. But that's impossible. You see, they had just confirmed that their own warships should be able to hold out for another half an hour, even though the enemy's magical warships were incredibly powerful. However, our side was not to be underestimated either. Not only did we outnumber the enemy, but our sailors were also seasoned veterans. Although they were no match for them, they shouldn't have been defeated so easily. Even if this dawn brought back a warship, it wouldn't be possible to change the course of the battle so quickly. After all, that's dozens of warships, not dozens of cabbages, unless it's a legendary warship. Ah, the Great Wave, Ronald, what a small world. At this moment, Don's somewhat cold voice entered their ears. Upon hearing Don's words, the group's expressions changed drastically. Even the most foolish person would no longer hold any hope that Don would be wary of the Pirate King's power. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, and a bolt of lightning struck directly at one of the third-tier intruders. Caught completely off guard, the third-tier intruder was struck directly by lightning. A wisp of smoke flew out, revealing the intruder's charred body and the aroma of roasted meat filling the air. He was clearly badly injured, but this bolt of lightning was obviously not enough to kill a third-tier professional instantly. The next moment, a visible wind blade shot over at lightning speed. The third-tier intruder was still relatively conscious and tried to dodge the wind blade. However, the body, paralyzed by lightning, was unable to move for a time. The sound of wind blades piercing flesh rang out, instantly slicing the third-tier intruder in two. You two beat me up to this state with this little bit of skill. You two have been too lax lately. At that moment, Annie's cool voice came over. Looking at Annie's figure floating in midair, Green and Hoffman were immediately shocked. Miss, you've reached level 3, too. You've reached tier 3, too? One voice held a hint of surprise. It was Green. The other voice held a hint of astonishment. It was Hoffman. After the initial surprise, Hoffman's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Due to the previous disagreement with Annie regarding Monet's career, Hoffman and Annie had not had a pleasant argument. Therefore, in Hoffman's mind, he and were competitors. He left the island last time to advance his cultivation level, but after he returned, Annie went out with Dawn and disappeared. Now, Annie is back, but she has also advanced to the third tier. Not only that, she easily killed a third-tier professional who is usually very strong. It's obvious that, although they are both at the third tier, Annie is now far stronger than him. This immediately caused Hoffman to feel quite frustrated. Chapter 145, The Pirate King's Council. Seeing Annie fall from the sky, the remaining tier 3 professionals immediately showed expressions of despair. It was already obvious that Don and his group were no match for them, and now Annie had arrived who could instantly kill their companions. At this point, they probably wouldn't even be able to escape. After all, apart from the leader, the strength of the group was not much different. Now that Annie was able to kill that third-tier professional, even if there was an element of surprise attack involved, beating them up would be an easy task. Furthermore, since Annie has already taken action, and considering the implication in Don's words, it means that the Pirate King behind them is simply no match for them. Let's deal with them first before we talk about catching up, Don said to Annie with a grim expression, sensing the drastically reduced life force on the island. Seeing Don's expression, Annie understood that they had probably suffered a great loss this time, and she was furious. If they had returned any later, Green would probably have been finished. As for Hoffman, well, and didn't really care. He's dead, so be it. The next moment, A strong wind arose, caused by Annie's rage. At that moment, Dawn also flashed and rushed towards a third-tier professional, etc. Spare me, although they were all Tier 3 professionals, and it was a 2-on-3 situation, these Tier 3 professionals were really not that great among Tier 3 professionals. They could only bully ordinary newly promoted Tier 3 professionals like Green and Hoffman. Putting aside Dawn, even Annie's combat power in the third tier is now top-notch. Now, in their rage, the two of them attacked at the same time, and the three third-tier professionals were torn to shreds before they could even beg for mercy. Physically, tearing apart is something that a third-tier professional would have a hard time resisting in the storm that Annie is gradually mastering. Not to mention that there is also Dawn, who is comparable to a fourth-tier professional, making a move. After dealing with these Tier 3 invaders, Dawn and Annie then cleared out the other invaders below Tier 3 on the island. Since these people have come, there can't just be a few Tier 3 soldiers. Besides the sailors fighting at sea, there are hundreds of well-trained warriors on the island. Among them were dozens of second-tier professionals who consistently suppressed and defeated the pirates under Tangan's command, causing them significant losses. If Dawn had arrived any later, these pirates would likely have been slaughtered. Inside the conference hall on Hammond Island, Dawn and Green, Hoffman, and others were all sitting here. Both Green and Hoffman received simple bandaging and were able to move around without worry, but they would be unable to fight for several days. Lewis, Hans, Hawkins, and the others compiled a report on the losses and gave it to Dawn. Looking at the manpower lost this time, Dawn's face was gloomy. This time, not only were more than half of the thousands of pirates lost, but even the veteran professional pirates suffered more than half of their losses. Fortunately, Lewis, Hans, Hawkins, and several other officers only suffered minor injuries. Otherwise, Dawn would really go crazy. What exactly happened? How did we get targeted? Dawn asked Green with a grim expression. This is my fault. Because you and Miss went missing, I panicked and lost my composure, which allowed the pirate ships to search for you freely, and that's how we got targeted. Green said to Dawn with some guilt. Dawn entrusted his home to me because he trusted me, but I was careless and almost had my home destroyed. Although Dawn and the others returned in time to save them, Green was largely to blame for the losses this time. It's not your fault. We had to hide in the storm sea for a while due to an accident, so we couldn't contact you. Seeing Green's guilty expression, Dawn comforted him. After all, Green lost his composure because of his loyalty, and ultimately it was Dawn's own poor decision-making that led to this situation. Stormy Sea. Captain, you've entered the stormy sea. You disappeared during the monsoon season. Hoffman looked at Dawn and Annie in disbelief. We'll talk about that later. By the way, why did Ronald's men end up on the terror route? Dawn stopped Hoffman's curiosity and asked about Ronald. The 9 pirate kings have always kept to themselves and never crossed the line to extend their reach into other sea lanes. Even though the pirate king, Enchanting Flame, doesn't really get involved, Ronald's men are making such a big show of things on the Terror Passage. It's like dancing in the face of the Charming Flame, Pirate King. Even if the Charming Flame, Pirate King can tolerate it, her sycophants can't. In this situation, even a legend couldn't protect him, considering that among the sycophants of the Charming Flame, Pirate King were some direct descendants of legends. Although we can't directly defeat Ronaldo, we can teach him a lesson, and even the legend won't say anything. Therefore, Dawn was puzzled as to why Ronald's men would attack Hammond Island. Due to pressure from the Navy headquarters, the 9 pirate kings are holding a joint meeting to discuss how to jointly resist the Navy headquarters, and the location has been set for Flame Island. Upon hearing Dawn's question, Hoffman immediately responded. This matter was the hottest topic on the high seas recently, and the pirates' attention to it even surpassed that of the war between the Old and New Worlds. After all, this matter was closely related to the pirates. As he listened to Hoffman's explanation, Dawn gradually understood what was going on. After the establishment of the joint naval headquarters, it was stated that it would eliminate all pirates. This time, taking advantage of the renewed war between the old and new continents, the joint naval headquarters directly crossed the storm sea and extended its reach into the waters of a new continent. It is important to understand that since the age of exploration, the waters of the New World have always been relatively free, and no single power has any right to control them. Even the powers of the New World having lost most of their coastline in the previous wars, were powerless to govern the seas. Even now, the powers of various countries only control some islands along shipping routes. In the waters of the New World, the true rulers are the pirates. This is not only because of the 9 legends following the Pirate King, but also the result of compromises between various parties in the Old World. After all, many of these pirates were privateer fleets from various countries, which led to the current situation. However, now, this newly established naval headquarters is inexplicably trying to disrupt this order, which is something the pirates cannot tolerate. Chapter 146 Promotion Goals. So after realizing what was happening, each pirate king summoned all the pirate captains and launched a counterattack against the Navy Joint Headquarters. However, all the pirates underestimated the power of the Joint Naval Headquarters. All the pirate lords were defeated and forced to retreat, and the Navy Joint Headquarters easily gained a foothold in all 9 sea routes. Furthermore, joint naval branches were established in various waterways. It also stationed a large number of troops there. It was only at this point that people realized that a new type of professional navy had emerged at the United Naval Headquarters. The naval profession is highly versatile on the high seas, and the vast majority of soldiers at the Joint Naval Headquarters are professionals in this field. Among them are a large number of Tier 3 naval professionals. Although there are no 4th-tier professionals in this profession yet, the United Naval Headquarters does not lack 4th-tier professionals in other professions. In the midst of the fierce battle, many pirate kings personally went to the battlefield, but most of them were defeated by the 4th-tier professionals from the United Naval Headquarters. Under these circumstances, the pirate kings ultimately had no choice but to unite and cooperate to resist the offensive of the United Naval Headquarters. After all, if things continue like this, these pirates might actually be wiped out by the United Naval Headquarters. As for the legends behind the Pirate King, they never made a move. After all, the United Navy Headquarters also has many legends, especially that Raging Wavesword Saint, who is said to be a high-level legend. Don guessed that the 2 legends must have reached some kind of consensus to stop the war at the level of the legends, since most events in this world are like that. Legends rarely fight to the death for small gains. Even if there are some disputes, they are mainly resolved by their subordinates. After all, the lives of legends are very precious. Of course, this was just Don's guess. After all, Hoffman couldn't possibly find out what those legendary figures were thinking. Ultimately, after exchanging ideas and testing each other, the Pirate Kings chose Enchanted Flame Island as the location for their alliance meeting. One reason is that the Pirate King, Meiyin, is known to have little ambition, and another is that the Terror Route is located in the middle of the 9 major routes, making it a very suitable location. Of course, there is also the most important point. Due to the inaction of the Flame Pirate King, a large number of high-level professionals frequent the Terror Seaway. It is very suitable for pirate kings to recruit soldiers and horses. It's important to know that among the 9 major shipping routes, the only one that puts pressure on the Joint Naval Headquarters is the Terror shipping route. Even the Pirate King, Charming Flame, and her sycophants didn't make a move. Of course, in this situation, most of the sycophants' elders wouldn't let them get involved. They were able to suppress the navy that invaded the Terror Channel simply by relying on those high-level professionals who were involved in the incident. It is said that the Joint Naval Branch in the Terror Channel was established on a small island off the main channel. Previously, in order to maintain the authority of the Pirate King, there were basically no 4th-tier pirates in any of the shipping lanes except for the Pirate King, and even 3rd-tier pirates were relatively rare. Even among the Pirate King's subordinates, there were no more than 10 3rd-tier pirates. Such combat capability is clearly insufficient when facing the Joint Naval Headquarters. However, due to years of suppression, it is not an easy task to recruit enough combat power in a short period of time. Therefore, these pirate kings set their sights on the Terror Route. In order to recruit enough high-level professionals, with the tacit approval of the legends, they even raised the banner of the legends behind them. Under such circumstances, each pirate king recruited a large number of high-level professionals, including some 4th-tier powerhouses. These Tier 3 professionals who attacked Hammond Island were likely the new subordinates Ronald recruited after arriving in the Terror Channel. Otherwise, it's impossible that he hadn't heard of Don's name. After all, Don himself considered himself to be somewhat famous in the Eagle Channel. I see. That saves me the trouble of going back to find Ronald. A hint of coldness crept into Don's voice. Back in the stormy seas, Don had been thinking about which pirate king to target. Although they're currently in the Terror Passage, Pirate King, Mayan is definitely not going to be chosen, not just because of the sycophants behind her. The reason is that the Pirate Queen, Charming Flame, and a legendary figure behind her are father and daughter. If anyone attacks the Pirate Queen, Charming Flame, her legendary father is likely to retaliate excessively. Therefore, the option of Enchanting Flame, Pirate King, was directly eliminated by Dawn. As for the remaining 8 Pirate Kings, Dawn would definitely prefer to choose the Great Wave Ronald. Not to mention that Dawn still remembers his previous embarrassing escape from the Eagle Channel. Ronald, as a Sea King, is someone Dawn already has some experience dealing with, so there won't be any surprises. Most importantly, the Terror route is the shortest in the Eiger route, which can save a lot of time and trouble. Now, Ronald's men have attacked Hammond Island, causing huge losses to Dawn. With both old and new grudges, Dawn can't possibly let Ronald off the hook. In particular, he has now taken the initiative to go to the Terror Passage, saving Dawn a lot of time. What? Captain, are we going to cause trouble for Ronald now? Hoffman looked at Dawn in shock, not understanding why Dawn no longer cared about the threat of the legend after just one trip into the Storm Sea. Yes, after a short rest, we'll set sail directly for Enchanting Flame Island to challenge the Pirate King, Dawn said calmly, surprising everyone. Don't worry about the legends. Now that I've chosen to take action, I'll naturally find a way to deal with the legends that follow. Captain, do we have a legendary backer now? Hoffman asked excitedly upon hearing this. It's no wonder he was excited. You see, in this world, no matter what industry you're in, having a legend behind you makes a world of difference. Anyone with a legendary backer can easily reach the top of an industry and arbitrarily squeeze others who can only endure it. Hoffman had suffered many losses in this regard before, so when he heard Don's words that this all-powerful captain had found a legend to rely on, he immediately became excited. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Don glanced at Hoffman. Some things shouldn't be said casually, otherwise it's easy for someone to find clues, and then it could easily cause trouble. Chapter 147, Octopus Man's Heart. Hawkins. Don's sudden words drew everyone's attention to Hawkins. Captain. Hawkins stepped forward respectfully to receive instructions. Is your willpower attribute at 15 points yet? Don asked after looking Hawkins up and down. We've arrived, Captain, shortly after you left. Although he didn't know what Don meant by his question, Hawkins still answered it carefully. Upon hearing this, Don nodded in satisfaction, then took out something and said to Hawkins, Then you should advance to the Tide Rider. Rank as soon as possible. Hawkins looked at what Don was holding, a blue ball of flesh that was throbbing and beating like a dyed heart. That is the fishman's heart, is the source of the fishman's power. The merman's immense power originates from his heart. So even though his heart is separated from his body, it is still beating. Hawkins stared at the fishman's heart in Don's hand, his heart pounding in his chest. Since Don took out this Murloc heart at this time, it must undoubtedly be the heart of a third-tier Murloc Tidebringer. The Ascension ritual for the Tide Rider requires devouring the heart of a Tide Rider, fishman in the deep sea, completely converting the fishman's power into one's own. Only then can the promotion be considered complete. Because this behavior will be met with a backlash from the fishman's power, it requires strong willpower to succeed, so it also requires a willpower attribute of 15 points or more. Hawkins stared blankly at the fishman's heart in Don's hand until Hansen pushed him from behind, bringing him back to his senses. Captain, is this really for me? Hawkins swallowed hard, asking incredulously. The heart of a Tier 3 Murloc Tide Rider is worth at least 1,000 gold coins, since it's a valuable item that can create a Tier 3 professional. Especially after the age of exploration, this item was basically in a state of being expensive but not available, since on the high seas, the importance of the profession of Tide Rider was second only to that of navigator. Normally, a wave chaser without any background might never be able to obtain the heart of a Tier 3 Murloc Tide Rider in their entire life. Just like Hawkins, who spent half his life as a pirate and was quite well known among second-tier pirates. However, he still hasn't saved up a few hundred gold coins. Purchasing a Murloc Tide Rider heart seems a long way off, and even if he saves up enough money, he might not be able to find one. Besides you, who else here would need this thing? Don chuckled, explaining that the heart of the Murloc, Tidebringer, was deliberately left behind when he killed those Murlocs in the Wizard Tower Sea area. It was because Don remembered that he had a wave chaser under his command. Normally, killing a Tier 3 Murloc is not an easy task on the open ocean. Unlike the fishmen of the Wizard Tower Sea, who are ignorant and narrow-minded, these are not like the fishmen of the Wizard Tower Sea. The fishmen from the outside world are well aware of their weakness. As soon as they sense something is wrong, they immediately retreat into the deep sea. At that time, even ordinary 4th-tier professionals are helpless against them. Moreover, even when encountering weaker creatures, these fishmen hide in the sea and sell them cautiously. Moreover, even if you manage to kill the Murloc with great effort, you might not get its heart. Fishmen are social creatures, and their hearts are considered highly nutritious by their kind. Once a fishman dies, its kin will immediately drag the dead fishman's body into the sea and take it away. Therefore, even Don was not confident that he could hunt down a Tier 3 Murloc Tide Rider as hard in the outside world. Therefore, Don carefully collected the hearts of these fishmen in the Wizard Tower Sea. After all, this thing is worth quite a bit of money. Captain, upon hearing Don's words, Hawkins looked eagerly at the heart in Don's hand and immediately began to pledge his loyalty. From now on, I will swear to serve the captain to the death. Don just smiled at Hawkins' words, not really believing them, unlike Hawkins who had been a seasoned veteran of the sea for many years. It's impossible for someone to actually sell their life for such a small favor. After all, pirates are pirates precisely because they're a group of selfish and self-serving people. However, unless Don clearly shows signs of defeat, Hawkins will undoubtedly serve Don wholeheartedly. If Don really reaches that point, Hawkins won't matter much anymore. Soon, Hawkins took the fishman heart given to him by Don and went to the nearby sea to advance his level. Looking at the remaining few people, Don pondered for a moment and decided to take out the devil fruit to enhance their combat power. Although Don is confident that he can easily defeat Ronaldo, his subordinates are not up to par. Even after Hawkins advanced to the 3rd tier, he, Green, and Hoffman were merely newly promoted 3rd-tier professionals, and even if the 3 of them joined forces, they might not be a match for Annie. Although Annie's combat strength is now considered top-notch among 3rd-tier professions, she alone is not enough. Previously, a pirate king had about 10 3rd-tier professional subordinates. Now that a large number of people have been recruited, there will inevitably be more Tier 3 and even Tier 4 professionals. Therefore, it is essential for Don to improve the combat effectiveness of his subordinates. Fortunately, we still had some decent devil fruits on hand, enough for the group to share. Don then turned around and retrieved several devil fruits. After watching Tang and leave for a while, he returned with several oddly shaped fruits, leaving everyone puzzled. "Captain, what is this?" Hoffman asked Don, puzzled. "These fruits can enhance your strength. Each of you should eat one." Hoffman looked at Don in disbelief. Although he didn't think Tangan would harm them. After all, if he really wanted to do something to them, their strength was no match for Tangan's. But looking at these fruits, which were brimming with the aura of curses, and knowing that Don would actually enhance their strength, and even make them eat them, Hoffman found it hard to accept. Seeing Green looking at her with the same questioning expression, Annie smiled and nodded at him, indicating that she could eat. At Annie's prompting, Green picked up the devil fruit in front of him and ate it without hesitation. Vomit. Chapter 148 Preparation. Seeing Green vomit, Hoffman's expression turned even more grim. Captain, can I not eat this?" Hoffman said to Don somewhat awkwardly. Before Don could speak, Green exclaimed in surprise. Green has always been a rather quiet and reserved person, and he is very composed. The fact that he exclaimed in surprise now means he must be genuinely shocked. Everyone immediately looked at Green. At that moment, Green was staring in shock at his arms. At this moment, Green's arms no longer resembled human arms at all. Instead, they had turned into 2 sharp and ferocious blades. It gleams with a metallic sheen and looks quite impressive. The devil fruit that Grim ate was the Paramecia-type, quick-cut fruit. Although it doesn't boost basic attributes as much as Zoan-type devil fruits, This fruit provides a significant boost to a technically skilled fighter like Grimm who uses swords. Seeing Green's change, Hoffman couldn't help but ask, "Green, are you all right?" "Excellent. I feel a significant increase in my strength." Feeling the increased power within his body, Green was in high spirits. Now, facing those third-tier invaders, at least one-on-one, Green was confident he wouldn't lose to them. Vomit! Vomit! Just then, Lewis and Hansen also ate the devil fruits in front of them. They all started gagging. It has to be said that the unpalatable taste of devil fruits seems to be a rule, not to mention Lewis, but even old sailors like Hans who have been working at the bottom of the class for many years. I've basically gotten used to all kinds of unpalatable food, but now, after eating a devil fruit, I still can't help but gag. In just a short while, everyone except Hoffman had eaten a devil fruit. Hoffman was in an awkward position. He was a newcomer, and his expression made it seem as if he didn't trust his captain. Just as Hoffman was hesitating about whether to eat the devil fruit, things also changed for Lewis and Hans. The two let out a low growl, and their bodies began to grow fur like that of ordinary wild animals. Hans had golden fur, while Lewis had dark gray fur. The two of them also began to grow taller, seemingly growing several centimeters longer out of thin air. In the end, Hans became a large, upright cat, and Lewis became a large, upright dog. Hans's devil fruit is the zoan-type cat-cat fruit, leopard type. Lewis's devil fruit is the zoan-type dog-dog fruit, wolf type. The two transformed at this moment exuded a fierce and wild aura. Looking at the two, Hoffman could tell without a doubt that their strength had greatly increased, and even he felt a faint threat. Although he was only a newly promoted third tier, he was still a third tier, while the two of them had not even reached the peak of his second tier at level 10. Now, just eating a single fruit has resulted in such a significant improvement. Hoffman looked thoughtfully at the fruit in front of him, just as he was about to decide to eat it. An arm reached out and took the devil fruit. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Hawkins turned his head and saw Annie smiling at him, holding the devil fruit. Upon hearing this, Hawking immediately frowned. Ever since the last time they discussed Monet's career, the two had not gotten along. However, these were all minor issues, and Don did not interfere. At this moment, Anne's words put Hoffman in a difficult position, leaving him in a dilemma. Especially after witnessing the changes in the other three after they ate devil fruits, Hoffman realized that devil fruits were indeed a good thing. But at this point, Hoffman couldn't possibly back down to Anne. They could only look to Tang-un for help. Seeing Hoffman's pitiful look, Don shook his head with amusement. "All right, Annie, stop teasing him. Let him get used to his abilities as soon as possible. We need to get going." After hearing Don's words, Annie chuckled and tossed the devil fruit to Hoffman. Hoffman, having obtained the devil fruit, ignored Anne's mocking gaze. He took a big bite out of the devil fruit in his hand. "Vomit! This stuff is so disgusting. It tastes like eating excrement. Could this be the curse of this thing?" While vomiting, Hoffman began to complain. "Oh, what's this? You've eaten excrement before," and seized on Hoffman's words and teased him. Hoffman rolled his eyes at Anne's words and was about to retort when his expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, sand began to fall from my body. Then, with a bang, Hoffman turned into a pile of sand and fell to the ground. Hoffman's devil fruit is the Logia-type sand fruit. This time, Don only took out these 4 devil fruits, and only these few executives received them. As for the other subordinates, not to mention that Don currently doesn't have enough to give each of them a devil fruit. If everyone had a devil fruit, they would be too conspicuous and easily attract attention. Moreover, Don was not particularly interested in training these ordinary pirates who had little potential. As for Hawkins, it's not because giving a fishman's heart would be bad for a devil fruit. The main reason is that Hawkins' profession is that he is best at naval warfare. If he eats a devil fruit, although his attributes will be improved, his overall strength will decline. A non-swimmer will be several times, or even dozens of times slower in the ocean. After consuming the devil fruit, both Lewis and Hans, 2 second-tier professionals, reached level 10 in terms of biological rank. In terms of combat power alone, the two were not even inferior to Don at the second stage without eating a devil fruit, and Don at that time might not have been their match. Green, on the other hand, is only at the level of level 13, but his combat power has indeed made a great leap. Even a level 15 warrior would probably not be his match. As for Hoffman, his biological level was only 12, yet he gained a level. Nature-based classes don't add much to their base stats, and these stats aren't very useful for magic-based classes, so the increase wasn't significant. However, the Sansan fruit did indeed provide Hoffman with a significant boost. Not only does the elemental ability provide survivability, but the Sand's power also significantly enhances Hoffman's attack capabilities. The illusionist class is quite lacking in offensive capabilities, and its combat power at the 3rd tier is not outstanding. Most illusionists will need a magic gun to compensate for their lack of output. Now that he has the Sansan fruit's power, Hoffman has a considerable offensive capability. Chapter 149, the 3rd Devil Fruit. After enhancing the capabilities of his officers, Tang indecisively ordered his men to prepare for departure. They didn't even allow these wounded soldiers a chance to rest. Aside from leaving some seriously wounded soldiers behind and having some homies take care of them. After leaving behind a pirate ship, Don led his entire fleet away from Hammond Island in a grand procession. Target: Enchanted Flame Island, the Pirate King's Council. Although the number of crew members has been greatly reduced, since the pirate ships are all homies, there is little need for crew members. So it didn't cause any impact. Enchanted Flame Island is located close to the New World, and even the legendary warship, Black Pearl, would take several days to reach it. Moreover, due to the presence of the fleet, the Black Pearl has to accommodate their speed, so this voyage will take some time. At night, Don closed his eyes to rest in the captain's cabin, even though Don's talent allowed him to not need to sleep. However, when nothing was amiss, Don slept normally, as sailing at sea was quite monotonous, and there was little entertainment at night. So, generally speaking, people go to bed early. Since it was the weekend, Don didn't rest, but waited until midnight to draw the prize. When the clock on the captain's cabin wall turned to midnight, Don slowly opened his eyes. He took out the class cards from his pocket. A prize draw is in progress. Congratulations! You've won the dark fruit. Should we extract the dark fruit? Upon seeing the fruit he had drawn, Don's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. The last devil fruit has finally appeared, and Don's power puzzle is finally complete. Back when he chose the alien talent, Don had already decided on the Logia-type devil fruit he needed. The first one on the list is naturally the dark fruit, especially after eating the vampire fruit, when one does not lack combat power for a short period of time, so one should focus solely on this dark fruit. Other options have been eliminated. As a Logia-type devil fruit, the dark fruit does not possess the ability to transform into an element, which many people consider somewhat weak. However, in this world, the ability to transform into elements is not very useful. It merely adds another defensive measure, which is essentially useless to Tang Yin. The dark fruit is known as the most vicious devil fruit, as its ability can completely nullify the abilities of other devil fruit users. What Don wanted was this ability. Due to various reasons, Don had to share the devil fruits, but these devil fruits were not things that recognized a master. Those who eat devil fruits could very well become his enemies, and even his own trained subordinates could betray him. Therefore, Don needs this fruit to deal with these hypothetical enemies. Imagine an enemy using a devil fruit to gain immense power to attack Don. Then, Don uses a hidden attack, and the enemy instantly loses their devil fruit abilities. How desperate that must be. Moreover, in this world where gods can be made, the power of darkness is also a relatively high-level power. After all, in most Western fantasy worlds, the light, as the opposite of darkness, is the big boss. Now that he had the dark fruit, Don couldn't wait until tomorrow to eat it. After finding a fruit, he immediately extracted the dark fruit and ate it. Name: Don Campbell. Age: 21. Level: 15 plus 4. Rank: 3rd rank. Occupation: supernova. Talents: alien, favored by heaven, possessing the qualities of tyrant. Strength: 24, 28. Agility: 13, 18. Stamina: 30, 34. Charisma: 1. Intelligence: 14. Perception: 20, 24. Willpower: 20. Professional skills: 6 styles ultimate technique, 6 King's Spear. Professional abilities: plundering, fleet activation, conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, Observation hockey. Specialties. Personal specialties. Alien, pain reduction, insomniac, bat fruit, mythical zoan, vampire form, curse of the sea, soul fruit. Dark fruit. You have mastered the power of darkness. Please develop its specific abilities on your own. Damage absorption. When you take damage, the power of darkness will completely absorb the damage, but you will pay the price of double the pain. Extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary resilience, stamina. Extraordinary recovery, stamina. Extraordinary resistance, stamina. Impact, strength. Energy dissipation, strength. Iron will, willpower. Aura of fear, charisma. Limb regeneration. Stamina. Your superhuman physique allows you to recover far beyond what humans can do. Even missing limbs can grow back. Exceptional professional expertise. Foresight, perception. Personal professional expertise. Overlord. Eating the dark fruit only increased Tang and stamina and strength attributes by 3 points. Tang didn't feel regretful about this. On the contrary, he was quite pleasantly surprised. After all, with his current attributes, he's almost comparable to some legends. A Logia-type devil fruit can actually increase his base attributes by 6 points. And those are even above the extraordinary level. How could this not surprise Don? Don had previously thought that it was basically impossible for Logia-type devil fruits to improve his base attributes, or at most by 1 or 2 points. Of course, this was just an unexpected bonus. What was truly important was that Don had reached level 19, the highest level below legendary. Except for the rank, it is still at the 3rd rank. No matter where you are, you can no longer be considered nobody. I knew in advance that even among the 9 pirate kings, none of them had reached level 19 on the surface. As for doing it secretly, that's unlikely. 4th-tier professionals who reach level 19 are basically looking for an opportunity to advance to legendary status. No one will stay in one place and risk their life for someone else for years to come, even if that person is a legend. After all, time is extremely precious for these professionals. After all, becoming a legendary figure is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It is a rather lengthy process. Even those with little hope will not give up. They will continue searching until death arrives. Only those level 19 4th-tier professionals whose future is cut off would waste their time working for others. Moreover, they were all sold to powerful forces. Therefore, Don doesn't think there could be such a person in Pirate King. Don was already confident in dealing with Ronald, and now that his strength has increased, dealing with Ronald should be a piece of cake. After all, Gannis defeated Ronald right after advancing to the 4th rank, so Don didn't think Gannis was stronger than him. Chapter 150 Encounter. Sailing on the high seas is always tedious, and time quickly passed, with several days to go. In the past few days, Greenhoffman and others have mostly recovered from their injuries. The main attribute boosted by devil fruits is stamina. After eating a devil fruit, their stamina increases significantly, and their recovery ability is greatly enhanced. With the help of healing medication, I was able to recover so quickly. After recovering from their injuries, the group immediately began to familiarize themselves with their newly acquired powers. And combat is the best way to get familiar with something. As for their opponents, they are 5-tier 3 homies that were brought out from the Wizard Tower Sea. Before leaving the Wizard Tower Sea area, Don made a point of bringing these homies trees with him. After all, these are 3-tier 3 combatants, and the combat power of these homies is not weak among tier 3 trees. For Tang In, who is currently in dire need of high-level combatants, this is a great addition. These homie trees, being products of life magic, possess astonishing defensive and regenerative abilities, making them ideal sparring partners. With the help of homie's magic, Green and his companion's strength improved visibly every day. Captain, there's a small island ahead. Shall we go over? The lookout shouted from the lookout tower. It has been more than 10 days since they left Hammond Island. Although they will arrive at Mayan Island in a few more days, the crew has just experienced a major battle and is rushing on their way, even though they do not need to operate the ship. I've been quite tired these past few days, and once we arrive at Enchanting Flame Island, there will likely be another major battle. If we go in this condition, we're afraid we'll suffer heavy losses. After a moment's thought, Don gave the order, rest on the island for a day, then continue your journey. Oh, The pirates on the ship immediately perked up, and the homies were also overjoyed. Facing the sea every day, even the most beautiful scenery can become tiring. So these crew members were still looking forward to going to the island. Soon, the entire fleet arrived at the small island ahead. This is a small island, and it looks deserted. When he got closer, Don used his observation hockey to scan the area. There were indeed no humans on the island, and apart from some small animals, there were no other creatures. After Don and his crew landed on the island, the Black Pearl, along with its little brothers, immediately began to frolic and play around the island. After all, they're just ships, and they prefer the sea. Well, they can only like the sea. After a quick setup and setting up camp, it was getting dark. Tang arranged for the crew to hunt and fish on the island, and together with the supplies from the ship, they held a simple bonfire party. The pirates and homies sang, danced, ate meat, and drank wine together, having a great time. Because these homies were all relatively simple-minded, the pirates and homies got along very well after spending these days together. For these vicious pirates, being with the homies was much more enjoyable than being with their pirate companions. Tang sat by the campfire, watching the lively and peaceful scene, and felt quite gratified. Although Tang was not a person who particularly enjoyed crowds, he surprisingly felt quite good in this kind of occasion. Now, Don understood why that pirate loved throwing parties so much. The next day, Don and the others slept until almost noon. Because of the presence of the homie pirate ship, Don did not arrange any special guards. With a legendary warship on guard, any fool who dares to come along can vent their anger on the Black Pearl. Since the Black Pearl and other pirate ship homies were not given drinks at yesterday's banquet, this greatly angered the homies on their pirate ships. There was nothing that could be done about it. Not because they were kept from drinking alcohol so that the dogs would keep watch at night. Don had previously given the homies a drink, and after they got drunk, they started firing their cannons and acting recklessly. If Don hadn't reacted in time, the entire Hammond Island would have been razed to the ground long ago. This was before the Black Pearl became a legendary warship. Now that the Black Pearl has been upgraded to a legendary warship, if it were to get drunk and act crazy again, even Don wouldn't be able to handle it. After waking up and resting briefly, the pirates prepared to board the ship and leave under Don's orders. Just then, Don's expression changed, and he looked towards the sea. Noticing that Don's expression was off, Annie immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "Someone's coming." Don frowned in response. In his perception, it was a creature with terrifyingly vigorous vitality. Seeing Don's expression, Annie didn't press further and looked in the direction Don was staring. A moment later, a small boat appeared in the direction of the sea that Tang was looking at, and it sailed slowly towards the island where Tang and the others were. At this moment, everyone saw the small boat, but Don did not speak. They simply watched quietly. As the small boat gradually approached the island, Don finally saw an old man sitting on the boat. The old man was dressed in coarse linen clothes and had a long pipe in his mouth, looking just like an ordinary farmer. Don stared intently at the old man for a moment, then suddenly revealed a wicked smile. "Old sir, it's very dangerous for someone your age to drift alone at sea." Annie, standing beside him, noticed the old man's slight frown and fell into deep thought. "What danger is there for an old man like me to fear at my age?" the old man said slowly, exhaling a smoke ring. Seeing the old man's calm demeanor, Tang suddenly lost the desire to continue the conversation. "Old man, your killing intent is so obvious. Why didn't you even try to hide it?" The old man remained silent in response to Don's words, only continuing to stare at the pipe in his hand. "We shouldn't have met before, and we have no grudge against each other. So, is it for the bounty?" Don asked the old man with a light laugh. The old man didn't answer Don's question, but just stared straight at Don. So young, truly a genius. A genius, a genius. Geniuses all deserve to die. As he finished speaking, the old man's face suddenly contorted into a ferocious expression, like a wild beast ready to devour its prey. The next moment, the old man slowly rose to his feet, and a savage aura emanated from him. Just then, Annie suddenly looked up, her face filled with horror. "Don, this guy is a level 19 old monster. Because his career path was broken, he's mentally unstable and specifically hunts down famous geniuses. This guy's incredibly strong. We're afraid." Upon hearing this, Tang In smiled slightly. It's alright, just level 19. Who isn't a level 19? Tang In said, immediately transforming and then flashing towards the old man at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 151: The Gap Between 19 Levels. In a battle between 4th-tier beings, destroying an island would be a piece of cake. In order to avoid affecting Annie and the others, Tang In made a decisive move to try to bring the battlefield to the sea. As for Annie's reminder, Dawn didn't pay attention. Dawn was also a level 19 professional now. Everyone was level 19. So who was worse than whom? Seeing Dawn's figure disappear, Annie swallowed back the words she was about to say, her face pale. Bang! The next moment, a loud collision rang out, and an invisible shockwave spread out, raising dust and leaving Annie and the others covered in soot. On the sea, the homies' pirate ships were also thrown away by the aftershocks, except for the Black Pearl. Immediately afterwards, they saw Dawn fly back at an even faster speed than when he had rushed forward. With a loud bang, it crashed down on many trees and finally slammed heavily onto the ground, creating a huge crater. Lying in the deep pit, Dawn's mind was a bit fuzzy. Who am I? Where am I? Dawn went all out this time, aiming to take the old man to a new battlefield in one fell swoop. As soon as he made contact with the old man casually waved his pipe, the movement seemingly effortless. However, the instant the pipe touched Dawn's black umbrella, Dawn felt an irresistible force, sending him flying without any resistance. After catching his breath, Tang In sensed the condition of his body. Half of the bones in his body were broken, and there was also an energy attached to his body, which greatly weakened Tang In's recovery ability. This energy is of extremely high quality. Tang In roughly estimated that it would take at least a few minutes to wear down this energy without any source. If Dawn hadn't eaten the dark fruit and gained the ability to absorb damage, he would have been lying here, unable to move for at least a few minutes. A moment later, Dawn stood up, billowing black smoke rising from his body. The old man remained motionless on the small boat, but his gaze was not on Dawn. Instead, he stared grimly at the Black Pearl beside him. After knocking Dawn away, the old man wanted to press his advantage and kill Dawn directly. However, just as he was about to make his move, he felt as if he had been locked on, and a deadly sense of crisis surged into his heart. The old man turned his head and saw the Black Pearl on the sea. A legendary warship? The old man's expression finally changed, and he looked at the Black Pearl with a gloomy expression. When Dawn returned, the old man was in a standoff with the Black Pearl. Dawn, how are you? Annie asked Dawn anxiously. What's the panic? As a physical strength specialist, I'm incredibly resilient if nothing else matters. Dawn looked at Annie and didn't quite understand. If it were any other opponent, it wouldn't be a problem, but that old monster on the other side is none other than Pearl, the old smoker. Seeing that Dawn was all right, Annie finally breathed a sigh of relief. What, you know him? At this point, Tang In, who had suffered a loss, finally took this opponent seriously. Previously, because Dawn had reached level 19, achieving the pinnacle below the legendary level, he became somewhat arrogant. Therefore, even though he sensed the old man's immense life force, and even though Annie urgently reminded him, Dawn paid no attention. He was just thinking of having a good fight, but reality taught him a lesson. His newly formed arrogance was immediately extinguished by the old man's pipe. Old Smoker Pair is among the top 5 level 19 professionals in the entire old world. Because his career path only went up to the 4th tier, his path to legendary status was cut short. As he grew older, his mentality became distorted, and he began hunting down geniuses everywhere. They're probably targeting you this time. Upon hearing Annie's introduction, Dawn keenly noticed the key point. Are there rankings for level 19 professionals? Dawn was quite shocked by this, as there are no such things as lists or rankings in this world. Although there are only 5 ranks, including legendary. However, the world is too vast, and there are too many professionals. Even in the old world alone, the number is not small. Moreover, the speed of career advancement is too uncertain, and even legendary wizards cannot create a ranking of the combat power of professionals at each level. Now, Annie has actually revealed that level 19 professionals are ranked in the top 5. How could Dawn not be shocked? Of course, other ranks, even legendary ranks, don't have rankings, but level 19 is an exception. Below the legendary rank, there are normally 5 levels of difference between the different ranks, but the 4th rank only has 4 levels of difference in abilities. Furthermore, level 19 is the threshold for transcending the legendary realm. For these reasons, the strength gap between level 19 professionals can be described as astronomical. Taking dragons as an example, every dragon reaches level 19 upon reaching adulthood, even the weakest white dragon. However, an adult white dragon would be utterly defeated if it faced an adult red dragon, black dragon, or similar creature. Even when dragons enter their old age, they're still within the level 19 biological level. It's important to know that dragons become stronger the longer they live. Those powerful older dragons can even instantly kill a fully grown white dragon. Only by reaching the level of an ancient dragon can a dragon break through to the legendary realm. After hearing Annie's explanation, Don immediately understood. It turned out that there was a gap between the 19 levels, and this gap was quite large. The threshold for becoming a legend isn't easy to cross. Due to various reasons, there are quite a few professionals in the world stuck at level 19. Among them are many geniuses. Even if they cannot advance to legendary status for various reasons, they will continue to improve within the level 19 hierarchy. They gradually become more powerful, and the best among them can even exchange a few blows with ordinary legends. This Pearl is one of them. The reason for the ranking of level 19 professionals is to resolve disputes between legendary figures. Even those legendary figures who stand high above others have their own interests at stake, but for these big shots, it's not worth risking their lives for a few minor conflicts of interest. Therefore, the way these legends resolve disputes gradually evolved into having their subordinates fight to the death on their behalf. The winner takes all. The loser eats the dust. In this context, those old monsters stuck at level 19 have become highly sought after, with legendary players spending considerable sums to recruit them for leveling services. As time passed, modern legends created a ranking of level 1 to 9 professionals from each era, and this ranking gradually circulated as time went on. This Pearl has participated in hundreds of stand-in battles against legends, without a single defeat. According to the legend's estimates, his combat strength ranks at least among the top 5 of level 19 professionals. Chapter 152 Pearl. At that level of ranking, even legends can no longer arrive at an accurate ranking. So this is just a rough ranking, but in the eyes of the legends, it shouldn't be too far off. If Pearl is recognized by the legends as having the top 5 combat power among level 19 professionals, then he must not be underestimated. Don has already experienced it firsthand. After hearing Annie's introduction, Don's face darkened. Not long ago, Don thought he had reached the pinnacle below the legendary level. And now, they're suddenly telling him that it was just another beginning. Anyone would be upset in that situation, especially after getting a beating. However, Don then revealed a cold smile. Even so, he's bitten off more than he can chew. We have Black Pearl. No matter how powerful he is, he's not a legend. Hearing Don's words, Annie looked somewhat uncomfortable and slowly said, the legendary warships were originally created to counter these overpowered level 19 professionals. Because these monstrous level 19 professionals are so rare, legendary warships were developed to dominate battlefields below the legendary level. Upon hearing Annie's words, Don's expression immediately turned serious. At least Don had no idea of the strength of a level 19 professional. After all, he had never seen a dragon, but he had seen legendary warships. With the power of the Black Pearl, it's no exaggeration to say that even without its main guns, it could easily crush the current Duncan. With hundreds of third-tier magic cannons firing simultaneously, Tang was completely unable to withstand it. But now Annie is telling him that the legendary warships were built to be comparable to these super powerful level 19 professionals, which means that Pearl is not afraid of the legendary warships. At this moment, Pearl's deeply lined, old face stared grimly at the Black Pearl. The next moment, Pearl suddenly smiled and took a deep drag on her pipe. A mere legendary warship, though difficult for me to dismantle, is no match for me in killing a little brat like you. Yes, the legendary warship is very powerful, but it is helpless against a level 19 professional like Pearl, unless its main guns can hit him completely. However, given Pearl's reaction speed, this is difficult to achieve. Black Pearl had realized this, which was why it had kept its fire at bay, merely locking its main gun on Pearl in hopes of deterring her. After all, if the main gun misses, the cooldown period is enough to wake up everyone present. However, it seems that Pearl is not paying attention to the Black Pearl's main guns. Indeed, legendary warships focus more on warfare, while the superclass level 19 professionals focus more on individual combat. The two have different focuses and are unlikely to pose a threat to each other. Pearl was staring at the Black Pearl with a somber expression, deep in thought, because she was considering other matters. A legendary warship represents a legendary wizard, and a powerful one at that, since an ordinary legendary wizard wouldn't waste a bit of willpower attribute to create a legendary warship. So Pearl was considering whether or not to offend this legendary wizard who didn't actually exist. Finally, considering her limited lifespan, Pearl made a decisive decision. QT&D legendary wizard. Seeing Pearl turn around and give them a sinister look, Don's expression changed drastically. After their brief exchange, Don was certain that he could only last a few minutes against Pearl at most. This is still thanks to its powerful recovery and damage absorption capabilities. Simply put, it's about getting beaten to death. This was undoubtedly unacceptable to Don. Seeing Pearl's murderous intent growing stronger, Don quickly racked his brains, trying to think of a way to break the deadlock. Finally, just as Pearl's figure began to rush towards him, Donald came up with a way to resolve the predicament. "Wait!" Don shouted as he saw Pearl rushing towards him with intense killing intent. However, Pearl did not stop at all and charged towards Don. In the blink of an eye, Pearl was in front of Don. Don had no choice but to raise the black umbrella, Night Feather, and do his best to defend against Pearl's attack. Boom! In a single exchange, Don was sent flying. As he flew away, the two words Don uttered made Pearl finally stop her pursuit. Pardon. Those two simple words seemed to possess some kind of magic, making Pearl unconsciously stop listening. Pearl's eyes flickered with uncertainty as she watched Don rise, his body emitting eerie black smoke. "What did you say?" "I said, grant amnesty." Don, who had gotten up, looked at Pearl's wavering expression and smiled slightly. Although he was in pain all over his body due to the damage absorption effect, Don still managed to laugh. "What's the meaning?" After thinking for a moment, Pearl couldn't help but ask. For Pearl, her greatest obsession in this life is to become a legend. You're stuck at level 19 because of your career path, right? Then your willpower attribute should have reached extraordinary willpower by now, right? Instead of answering Pearl's question, Don asked him a question in return. Faced with Don's question, Pearl's face darkened, and she exuded murderous intent, but in the end she still nodded. In other words, you meet the conditions for a pardon. Don squinted and chuckled softly. What? You have a connection with that Emperor. Pearl looked at Don with a gloomy expression, barely suppressing her murderous intent. Even before the Emperor appeared, Pearl had considered going to join him. For him, as long as he could advance to legendary status, the Old World and the Wizarding Council were unimportant. Unfortunately, the Emperor had already allocated the slots before the promotion, and you have to understand that there are a lot of professionals stuck at level 19 in this world. Therefore, the Emperor does not lack tools. Having lost her last resort, Pearl began a somewhat frantic hunt for the genius, eventually tracking him down to Dawn. Not very familiar. I know it well, Tang Yin said familiarly. Kid, are you kidding me? Pearl immediately flew into a rage, and her chilling killing intent made Dawn's hair stand on end. Fearing that Pearl might act rashly in a moment of anger, Dawn decisively stated, No, my legendary profession is also that of an emperor. There isn't just one emperor profession in this world. There are several other professions with emperor in their names, and without exception, all of these professions possess some legendary abilities. After advancing to the third tier, Tang Yin had some guesses about his legendary profession name. Following this logic, it was probably related to the Emperor. Therefore, faced with Pearl's crisis at this moment, we have no choice but to resort to this conjecture to deal with him. Chapter 153 Negotiations After the Legend. Even if Don's guess is wrong, and his legendary profession has nothing to do with the Emperor, it doesn't matter. After all, by then he will be a legend, and crushing a level 19 professional will be a piece of cake. Upon hearing Don's words, Pearl's expression became uncertain. Before chasing Don, he had learned about Don's information. Although it was somewhat outdated, he still knew that Don was a chosen one. Of course, this doesn't mean that Pearl believed Don's explanation. After all, there are very few professions like Emperor in this world, and Pearl didn't really believe that she would actually come across one. But what if? Pearl is now nearly 200 years old, which is quite a long lifespan for humans below the legendary level. If Pearl hadn't helped the legends fight for them over the years and obtained some life-extending treasures, she would never have lived to this point. Even so, Pearl now has less than 10 years left to live. Let me see your professional card. Pearl's expression changed, and she asked Don with a somewhat gloomy look. Even outsiders can see the class advancement information on the favored 1 class card. It's no use for you to look now. I'm only at the 3rd tier, Tang, and replied calmly. 3rd tier. Pearl's expression changed slightly. In the exchange, just now, although Pearl did not use much force, an ordinary 4th tier would be severely injured if they received that attack. Judging from the fact that Tang In was able to get up unharmed in just a short while, Tang In must have at least a relatively high level of combat power among 4th tier fighters. That's secondary. The main issue is if Don is at the 3rd tier. Kid, you're lying to me. Pearl's eyes flashed with chilling, killing intent. You're only at tier 3. How would you know what your own legendary class is? How could I lie to you? If I were lying, I wouldn't have revealed that I'm at the 3rd tier. Don was unfazed by Pearl's intimidating killing intent and simply replied calmly. Then how could you possibly know your legendary class in advance? Pearl stared at Don with a grim face, as if he were about to strike. If Don's answer didn't satisfy him, he would immediately kill Don. Of course it's because... As he spoke, Don reached in his pocket and took out something, a certain legendary big shot. Pearl looked at the item in Don's hand, which was a silver mirror. Due to her experience playing as a substitute player, Pearl had come into contact with many legends and was very familiar with the aura of many of them. That is, the Eye of the Sky. That's right. This time Don was using the Eye of the Sky as bait to fool Pearl. However, seeing this silver mirror that exuded the aura of the Eye of the Sky, Pearl was actually somewhat convinced. Despite these doubts, given the Eye of the Sky's power, it's quite possible that it could actually foresee the legendary profession of the Chosen One. Moreover, if this Tang In had no significant value, the Eye of the Sky would not have given him such an obviously extraordinary legendary treasure. It's important to know that even among the legends Pearl has met, not everyone possesses a legendary treasure. Seeing Pearl deep in thought, Don smiled slightly. It seemed that using the Eye of the Sky's name had worked this time. After all, Pearl might go to the Eye of the Sky to question them, but he doesn't have that kind of nerve. And now that Don is on the Eye of the Sky's side, the Eye of the Sky is unlikely to deliberately sabotage them. Therefore, Tang In felt confident enough to boldly exploit the power of the Eye of the Sky. Mr. Pearl, if you are still not at ease, we can sign the Styx Pact. Seeing that Pearl had not spoken for a long time, Don said with a smile. Oh, Pearl's eyes flickered slightly. Seeing that Pearl was somewhat tempted, Don continued with a smile. The contract states that after I advance to legendary status, I will grant you a pardon, and you will serve me for 100 years. Impossible in 100 years. Pearl replied decisively, but her expression showed no dissatisfaction. Legendary figures typically live for at least 300 years, and with the addition of life-extending treasures, they can generally live to be over 500 years old. A mere 100 years isn't much, is it? I'm almost 200 years old now. If I don't have a secret treasure to prolong my life, what difference is there between spending another 100 years and selling me to you? So, what do you mean, senior? At most 10 years. Upon hearing Pearl mention 10 years, Don's face darkened. Apart from the Emperor, the number of other professions related to the Emperor that can be granted the title of legendary is limited. If I waste one on you, I will lose one of my trump cards. The only restriction on the Emperor's pardon is the territory of the country. However, Due to the long planning and the large number of people recruited, there are still quite a few level 19 professionals waiting in line for the pardon. The territory of the Ryan Empire is unlikely to expand significantly in the short term. Other emperor positions have even stricter restrictions, with the highest number of emperors granted such titles being only a dozen or so. Kid, you're risking your life. Pearl threatened coldly. Then you can kill me now. Dawn smiled at Pearl, completely unconcerned by his threat. For this old monster, achieving legend was the most important thing. Everything else could be discarded. Now Dawn is Pearl's last lifeline. In any case, after learning that Dawn's legendary profession might be emperor, Pearl will not dare to lay a hand on Dawn. Moreover, seeing how seriously Dawn was bargaining, Pearl trusted Dawn even more. Annie and the others were a little confused by the situation on the field. Just a moment ago, the two were at each other's throats, but now they seemed to be haggling like two street vendors. Ultimately, after discussions between Dawn and Pearl, it was decided that Pearl would serve Dawn for 50 years. Both sides were relatively satisfied with this outcome. The reason why Dawn is arguing so strongly now is, of course, to prepare for the real promotion to the legendary emperor level. As he said, the number of pardons is limited, and it is impossible to pardon Pearl and then set him free. The Styx Pact is something even a legend cannot renege on. 50 years is a reasonable time frame. If Dawn's idea is correct, he should have ascended to godhood by now, 50 years from now. Even if Dawn is not promoted to the emperor profession, Dawn will not be worried, since the main part of the contract is that he grants the title in exchange for Pearl's 50 years of service. If Dawn doesn't have the ability to grant pardons, then at most Pearl will simply refuse to serve him. There are no other effects. Therefore, Dawn can't possibly lose out. Chapter 154, Enchanting Flame Island. After Dawn and Pearl signed the Styx Pact, the entire fleet left the island. However, unlike before, there is one more person in the fleet, Pearl. I don't have many years left to live. It wouldn't do if I died of old age before you became a legend, Pearl said to Dawn. So, I will stay with you until you become a legend, and I will even help you get promoted. This period of time won't be counted in those 50 years. Damn brat, what a schemer. Don't worry, this period won't be counted in those 50 years. Pearl's irritating words didn't upset Dawn at all. On the contrary, he was quite happy to have Pearl as a free henchman. With Pearl's abilities and the legendary Black Pearl, Dawn is basically safe from any danger unless the legend intervenes. Even if it's a legend, as long as it's not something particularly important, Pearl can still give them some face. After all, over the years of boosting, Pearl has developed considerable relationships with many legends. While these relationships couldn't make people abandon their conflicts of interest, Legendary would still give Pearl face on some simple matters. While having Pearl as a powerful henchman is a good thing, there are also some downsides to Pearl joining the crew. Pearl's overwhelming combat power gave her a superior position within the fleet, even subtly surpassing Dawn. This is not a good thing. You know, before, the entire fleet was dominated by Dawn's one-man rule. Even Annie could only offer Dawn some suggestions. The final decision-making power always rested with Dawn. However, with Pearl in the picture, if Pearl makes a request that conflicts with Dawn's orders, whose orders should be obeyed? That's the question. Fortunately, Pearl was quite sensible. After boarding the ship, she only asked Martin to cook her some good food and didn't make any other requests. And so, the entire fleet arrived at Enchanted Flame Island a few days later. Enchanted Flame Island, as the base of the Pirate King of the Terror Passage, is undoubtedly a large island. Because Enchanted Island is the largest island on this shipping route that is closest to the New World. Therefore, the entire island is very prosperous, and all kinds of trade are carried out on the island. Moreover, due to the inaction of the Flame Pirate King, even in his stronghold of Flame Island, the Flame Pirate King doesn't really take care of anything. Even if it's a rule set by the 9 Pirate Kings, as long as it doesn't directly offend the charming Flame Pirate King, she won't care. As a result, the entire Enchanted Flame Island has attracted various forces from both the old and new continents, as well as various illegal transactions and a rampant black market. This made Mayan Island the best place to sell stolen goods on the entire sea, and also boosted the island's economy and trade to an extraordinary level. It can be said that Enchanted Flame Island is the most prosperous island in the entire ocean, apart from those two giant islands. When Tangen's fleet arrived at Mayan Island, it did not cause any ripples. Tangen's dozen or so unevenly equipped fleets were a perfectly normal configuration for Mayan Island. Throughout the entire Enchanted Flame Island, there are at least 800 to 1,000 groups with this configuration. Therefore, the arrival of Tang In and his group went unnoticed. After entering the port, Don sent his men out to gather information and see how the Pirate King's Council was progressing. After all, news from newspapers is always outdated. Although it took Tang In about 10 days from receiving the news to arriving at Mayan Island. But the Pirate King's Council still hasn't ended. After all, at this stage of business cooperation, many aspects are involved, such as who will take the lead after the cooperation. How will the joint navy fight? From where will they fight? Even the distribution of spoils after a victory. All these matters must be thoroughly discussed and agreed upon during this meeting. Although the basic framework for the cooperation was set by the legends behind the Pirate Kings, the details of the negotiations still had to be handled by the Pirate Kings themselves. After all, a high and mighty legend wouldn't care about such trivial matters. However, if their own Pirate King clearly suffered a great loss in the alliance and lost face, then the Pirate King would also be punished. Therefore, these Pirate Kings have been scheming and plotting against each other in their discussions these past few days, and some of them with short tempers almost started fighting on the spot. Although the Pirate Kings haven't directly taken action due to the presence of legendary figures above them, their subordinates have already clashed numerous times in recent days. That's right, the legends have all come to this Pirate King Council meeting. This council meeting is related to the legends' base of influence, so the legends attach great importance to it. Therefore, the 9 legends gathered on Enchanted Flame Island. Although they weren't directly involved in the Pirate King's meeting, they were all paying close attention. After all, even though the United Naval Headquarters is being somewhat aggressive at the moment, these legends still want to keep the war within the realm of legends. It's important to understand that once the legends start fighting and get really into it, casualties are inevitable. For these legends, living was the most important thing. Their lives were their life. They didn't join the major powers because the war between the old and new worlds was too terrifying. Instead, they ruled the seas. If we're going to fight to the death for such a small amount of profit, we might as well have joined one of the major powers to acquire resources. It's important to understand that a newly crowned legend, even if they join an ordinary kingdom, will gain far more resources than they would from occupying a shipping route. After all, the so-called control of shipping lanes by these pirate kings only meant controlling a portion of the plundering rights. Besides the pirates they didn't control, there were also the privateer fleets of various forces. They only controlled a few medium-sized islands. The large island was only obtained through compromises by all parties out of respect for the legend. However, even so, these resources are still enough to support a legend. Since the island of Enchantress is now a mixed bag, and the Pirate Kings have no intention of keeping secrets, it is easy to find out about the Pirate Kings meeting. In just one day, Don obtained all the information he had gathered about the Pirate Kings Council. After sorting through this information, Don thought about various contingency plans. Although he had already finalized a plan, Don still felt a little nervous when the moment came. After all, if any oversight were to occur, Don would be certain to die. Chapter 155 Meeting. As the central hub of the entire Enchanted Flame Island and the residence of the Pirate King, Enchanted Flame City is located not far from a port. All pirate lords did this. They placed their residences near the port, and each pirate lord's directly controlled island was a large island. Even for a 4th-tier professional known for their speed, crossing a large island would take several days. Therefore, pirate kings all set up their bases near ports, since their foundation was still on the sea. Even the inactive pirate king, Charming Flame, was no exception. As the central hub of Enchanting Flame Island, Enchanting Flame City can be considered the most prosperous place on the entire island. Especially now, the entire ocean knows that the 9 pirate kings have gathered in Enchanting Flame City. Not only that, it is said that the legends behind the pirate kings have also gathered here, a total of 9 legends. For most people in this world, they may never even see a legend in their lifetime, not even those high-level professionals. Therefore, after hearing the news, Many people rushed here just to witness the legendary splendor. Although they knew that those lofty legends would never care about them. Even if there were 9 legends, they were still very likely to never see any of them. However, there's always a chance, right? What if you actually see them? There are quite a few people who think this way. In this world, legends are like celebrities, or even more so. There are also some legends circulating in this world that say that ordinary people will have good luck when they meet legends. Although these claims have not been confirmed by high-level professionals, they're still very popular in some places and have many followers. At this moment, in a grand hall in the city of enchanted flames, 9 figures sat around a huge round table. Apart from these 9 people, there was not a single living person in the entire empty hall. Even the servants who served them tea and water were lifeless puppets. This is where the 9 pirate kings hold their council. The 9 figures sitting at the round table were none other than the 9 pirate kings. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire hall was somewhat tense. Bang! One of the pirate kings suddenly slammed his hand on the round table, making a dull thud. I disagree. Why shouldn't the Navy clear out my shipping lanes first? What a mess your shipping lanes are in. Do we even need to tell you? Another pirate king retorted without any hesitation. Barbarossa, you bastard, are you asking for a beating? Enraged by the rebuke, the pirate king immediately stood up, ready to attack. Come on, whoever chickens out is a coward. Barbarossa stood up abruptly, ready to make a move. Enough! A lazy, charming voice came from behind. Although it was a word tinged with annoyance, it sounded like she was being coquettish. The voice belonged to a woman with long, fiery red hair, who wore a large robe that completely covered her body. A light veil covered half of her face. Even so, the woman's every move and alluring manner still made the pirate kings present feel their mouths go dry. This woman was none other than Lilith, the pirate king of enchanting flame. At this moment, Lilith was frowning as she looked at the noisy pirate kings in front of her. If she could, Lilith would rather not get involved in the affairs of these vulgar pirates. However, this time the situation had clearly gone too far, so at her father's behest, she had no choice but to get involved. Although Lilith wasn't particularly concerned about the resources controlled by the Pirate King. After all, Lilith was a sorcerer. As a traditional profession, the abilities of a warlock are not improved through training, but through the power of bloodline. A warlock's ultimate potential depends on the source of her extraordinary bloodline. For example, Lilith's mother is an adult red dragon, so Lilith's limit is level 19, and she can't advance to legendary level at all. However, these resources are very important to Lilith's father. As the legend behind Lilith, he is the guarantee that Lilith can now enjoy a free life. However, Lilith's father's profession was Dragon Knight. After losing his partner, who was Lilith's mother, Lilith's father's combat power was greatly reduced, and he was also severely injured. That's why the father and daughter occupied a shipping lane and became pirate kings, in order to collect resources to support Lilith's father's training and recuperation. Although Lilith didn't do much during her time as Pirate Queen, she certainly didn't miss out on the wealth that was due to her as Pirate Queen. Similarly, because Lilith has always been known for her inaction and lack of ambition, this time the meeting of the Pirate King has been held at her place. Even though Lilith was unwilling, she was powerless to change it. Therefore, Lilith could only act as a mediator to preside over this Pirate King meeting. Just like this time, when these two idiots were about to fight, she had to step in to stop them. This kind of thing has happened dozens of times in the past few days of the Pirate King's meeting. After all, most of the Pirate Kings are rough and uncouth people who are used to solving problems with violence. So it is normal for them to start fighting at the drop of a hat. Barmer, Lilith said coldly to Barmer, the Pirate King who had slammed the table at the beginning. Your shipping lane has been completely occupied by the Navy. There's no way you'd waste time and manpower clearing it out first. In that case, shouldn't you give me more compensation? Barmore certainly knew this too. The reason he slammed the table was to get a bigger share of the profits. You're dreaming. Your shipping lane is occupied by the Navy because you're useless. Nobody's going to pay for your incompetence. Another Pirate King, upon hearing Barmer's words, uttered a sarcastic remark. Ronald, what right do you have to speak, you piece of trash? You were defeated in front of everyone by a newly promoted 4th tier. If it weren't for His Majesty's intervention, you would probably be dead by now. If it were someone else saying this, Barmer wouldn't know what to say, but Ronald, how did that good-for-nothing have the courage to speak up? Barmer. Upon hearing Barmer's words, Ronaldo immediately flew into a rage. He had almost died at the hands of Gannis and was nearly abandoned by the legend behind him. It was a great humiliation for him. Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves echoed throughout the hall, a sign that Ronald was about to take action in his rage. Chapter 156 Intrusion. Seeing the tense situation escalate once again, Lilith clutched her head in anguish. Dealing with these cunning and treacherous pirate kings was far more difficult than dealing with her suitors and sycophants. Lilith's extraordinary charm was greatly diminished when faced with these pirate kings who lived on the edge of death. Although some of Lilith's devoted followers are capable of easily defeating these pirate kings in terms of combat prowess, in a no-holds-barred, rule-breaking fight where all methods are employed, her followers would be no match for these pirate kings. Although they are considered prodigies, in Lilith's eyes, none of these sycophants have the potential to become legends. After all, even a genius with legendary talent couldn't be so captivated by her charm. Just like these pirate kings, even though their eyes clearly showed their desire for her, none of them could be easily manipulated by her. In truth, Lilith believes that these pirate kings are far more likely to achieve legendary status than those arrogant sycophants. Looking at the furious Ronald and the sneer of Bumor sitting there, Lilith felt a terrible headache coming on. Being defeated by Gannis was Ronald's Achilles heel, and during their time on Flame Island, Ronald had taken action against her several times because of this. It took killing a 4th-tier professional and several 3rd-tier professionals to shut those reckless fools up. Ronald was, after all, a pirate king and the chosen watchdog of legends, so his fighting ability was not bad. The reason he was defeated by Ganymede was mainly because Ganymede was too strong. It's worth noting that Gannis had escaped from a pirate king when he was at Tier 3. Now that he's advanced to Tier 4, Lilith dares to say that few of the 9 people present can confidently say they can defeat him. All right, you two idiots. The emperors are watching. Do you really want to fight right under their noses? A deep, resonant female voice rang out, offering a way out for the 2 men who were on the verge of conflict. Ronald snorted and sat back down. He knew, of course, that he couldn't act rashly in this situation. It didn't matter if his men were fighting to the death outside, but these pirate kings represented legends. If they were to start a fight at the negotiating table when the legends asked for cooperation, it would be a slap in the face to the legends. Even if the legends don't deal with them now, they won't let them off easily later. Especially Ronaldo, the loser. After being defeated by Ganymede, the legends behind him have begun to dislike him. They may replace him at any time if they have the right people. That's why Ronaldo has been acting like a mad dog lately, snapping back at anyone who dares to challenge him. Even at this Pirate King Council meeting, Ronald kept striving for more benefits, hoping that the profits from this war would earn him the trust of the legend behind him once again. Seeing that Ronald and Barmer had calmed down, the booming female voice spoke again. We've wasted several days on this shitty meeting. I imagine your majesties are getting a little tired of this, so let's not waste our time on such trivial matters. The speaker was a woman with broad shoulders and a thick waist. She was over 2 meters tall. As for her face, although she wasn't ugly, she didn't look like a woman at all. This pirate lord, named Bella, is the only female pirate lord besides Lilith. Unlike Lilith, who secured her position as pirate lord through her beauty and her legendary father, Bella is different. Bella is able to sit firmly on the position of pirate king despite being a woman, solely because of her immense strength. Among the 9 pirate kings, Bella's fighting power ranks first, which is a universally acknowledged fact. At least that's how it appears on the surface. Therefore, as soon as Bella opened her mouth, Ronaldo and Bumor tacitly stopped fighting. One reason was that Bella mentioned the legends, and the other was to give Bella face. After all, for pirates, strength is the only way to determine their status, even for pirate kings. Are you saying the question I raised is irrelevant? Barmer said with a gloomy face. Although Bella's strength might make him give her face in some situations, this time it concerns his own interests. If he doesn't speak up now, people will think that he, Barmer, is afraid of Bella. Putting aside his pride, if he backs down this time, the legend behind him won't let him off easy. I think Bella makes a lot of sense. Everyone knows what's going on with your shipping lane, Barmore. No matter what, it's impossible for them to attack your shipping lane first. At this moment, another pirate king spoke up. Clary. Barmore looked at the pirate king, who had spoken with a grim expression. Including this one, there are now 4 pirate kings who have spoken out against him, which is already half of the total. Even if Barmore is stubborn, he already understands that he can no longer continue to make trouble. In that case, let's move on to the next item as soon as possible. Seeing that Barmore had fallen silent, Lilith immediately took charge of the meeting. That's right, Lilith is the host of this Pirate King meeting. Because of Lilith's reputation and status, all the Pirate Kings would feel at ease with her sitting in this position. Next item. Just as the Pirate Kings were enthusiastically discussing cooperation and alliance, a sudden commotion arose outside the main hall. The noise caused the Pirate Kings in the hall to stop their discussion and frown. Lilith, what's wrong with your subordinates? Are they so incompetent? Hearing the commotion outside, Bella frowned and looked at Lilith. Come on, the guards outside aren't just my men. Lilith rolled her eyes and said. Because they were both women, Bella, who wasn't particularly attractive, always disliked Lilith, but for various reasons, this dislike remained only in the form of words. These damned bastards are so clueless, Barmore said with a gloomy face. Barmore, who was already annoyed because he hadn't gotten any benefits, immediately prepared to go out and teach the guard the lesson. As for whose men they were, it didn't matter. Boom! Just then, the main hall door shattered with a crash, and a figure flew in rapidly, crashing heavily in front of the Pirate Kings. Wow, it's quite lively here, everyone. Would you mind if I joined you? Chapter 157 Choice. The person who arrived was none other than Dawn. After reviewing his own plan and finding no obvious oversights, Dawn immediately led his third-tier subordinates, including Annie, to the main hall where the Pirate Kings were holding their meeting. As for subordinates below the 3rd rank, they wouldn't be of much use in a battle of this level. Even for Anne and others, it was basically useless, since the scope of the battle could not be expanded in front of 9 Pirate Kings. When they arrived at the entrance of the main hall, the guards naturally stopped Tang In and his group. What are you doing? Is this a place for you to come here? Get out of here! The guards shouted at Tang In and the others in a harsh tone. These guards were originally pirates under the command of various Pirate Kings, and those who could be assigned to guard the gate at this time were basically 3rd-tier professionals. If it weren't for the fear of disturbing the Pirate Kings meeting inside the main hall, these guards wouldn't have simply reprimanded them. They would have taken action. Brother, which Pirate King are you associated with? Dawn ignored the guard's reprimand and asked in a friendly tone. I'm working for Lord Barmore, the guard said arrogantly to Dawn. Although Dawn came here to cause trouble and was bound to offend many people, he couldn't afford to offend all the Pirate Kings at once. So before coming, Dawn had already made a mental list of some Pirate Kings he shouldn't offend this time. And this Barmore is definitely not among them. After all, there is no reason to be afraid of a Pirate King who can't even protect his own territory. Upon hearing the guard's reply, Dawn's face lit up with a warm smile. Is there anything else? If not, get lost. If you disturb the Pirate King's business, you won't have enough lives. Seeing that Dawn showed no sign of leaving, the guard impatiently shooed him away. Smack! The next moment, Dawn slapped the guard across the face, and the guard, who was caught off guard, was sent flying. Upon seeing this, the other guards' expressions changed drastically, and one of the hot-tempered guards even rushed over. You bastard! How dare you! Seeing this, the other guards all took a few steps back without making a sound, even though those assigned here were basically the most loyal subordinates of the various Pirate Kings. However, they were also among the more intelligent subordinates of the various Pirate Kings. The man in front of them was able to slap a 3rd-tier professional flying. Although there might have been an element of surprise attack involved, it was still something they couldn't do. Especially since this person had a lot of subordinates with him. This is beyond their ability to handle, especially since it wasn't their comrades who were attacked. Although the Pirate Kings are talking about cooperation, it doesn't mean they've truly become one family. Therefore, the pirate guards all tacitly took a few steps back. Seeing the guards rushing towards him, Dawn did not hesitate at all and decisively kicked out. Bang! The guards who rushed forward were sent flying backward at an even greater speed, crashing heavily into the main hall's doors. The doors only blocked them for a moment before shattering with a deafening roar. The guard flew straight into the main hall. With Tang's current strength, he can easily kill most ordinary Tier 3 professionals. Only some genius-level Tier 3 professionals can make Tang and put in some effort. The reason why Don was not afraid of offending people and decisively attacked the guard was that anyone who took the initiative to attack under these circumstances was probably one of Barmore's men. Even if that's not the case, the owner of the house who arranged such a clueless guard in this situation is probably not a smart person either, so it's no big deal to offend him. Wow, it's quite lively here, everyone. Would you mind if I joined you? Without any guards to stop them, Don led Annie and the others into the main hall. Looking at the 9 pirate kings sitting around the hall, Don's tone was slightly flippant. Kid, do you know where you are? Barmore looked at his unconscious subordinate on the ground, then glared at Don, the uninvited guest. I only know this isn't your place. The host hasn't even spoken yet. So who do you think you are? Don retorted mercilessly to Barmore, who had spoken. Ha, you're right. This isn't your territory either. Are you trying to steal the show? Ronald immediately mocked before Barmore could even speak, seeing him being rebuked. Ronald still remembered the grudge for being mocked earlier. As for Don and the others, just like Don said, this wasn't his territory, and the people who got beaten up weren't his people. So what did it have to do with him? Ronald. After Ronald spoke, Barmore, who was about to teach Don a lesson, immediately shifted his anger. Looking at Ronald, who spoke up for him, Don's face showed a strange expression. Although he might only be targeting Barmore, he hoped that Ronald would still be able to laugh later. Seeing the 2 pirate kings about to start arguing again, Lilith rolled her eyes and chose to ignore them. He turned to Tang In and said, So, your purpose in coming here is to embarrass me, the host? No, Miss Lilith. I've come here to challenge the Pirate King. Don still didn't want to offend this most beautiful woman in the 9 seas and the head of the Pirate King's Council. Oh, you want to challenge me? Lilith's lips curled into a smile beneath her veil. Of course, she knew that if Don were in his right mind, he wouldn't be targeting her. Not to mention her legendary father, her sycophant alone would be enough to give Don a hard time. Although most of the sycophants have been recalled home due to the Navy's declaration of war, the remaining sycophants should not be underestimated. Of course not. The one I want to challenge is Don's gaze swept over the 9 pirate kings before finally settling on Ronald, who was confronting Barmore. Ronald. Upon hearing his name, Ronald turned around in a daze. The other pirate kings' originally dignified and imposing expressions also became distorted. Ha ha ha! Barmore burst in a hearty laughter. Looks like I've been underestimated. Amidst Barmore's grating laughter, Ronald rose with a grim expression and looked at Don. All 9 pirate kings were present, yet he was chosen by all of them. It seems that his defeat to Ganymede back then made others think he was a weakling. At this moment, a pirate king whose expression had remained unchanged since Don entered spoke up. Kid, we're here to discuss an alliance, and you come here to cause trouble, saying you'll challenge the pirate king whenever you want. Who do you think you are, daring to disregard us? Chapter 158, Deterrence. The pirate king who spoke was named Romantis. In Don's list of people he couldn't offend, Romantis was second only to Lilith, although Romantis was no match for Bella in terms of personal strength. However, this pirate king's intellect and the power under his command should not be underestimated. Romantis is the only pirate king besides Lilith who can suppress the Navy in the shipping lane. It should be noted that the terror line, now that most of Lilith's sycophants have been recalled, is beginning to be subtly counterattacked by the Navy. It can be said that Romantis is currently the only pirate king who can suppress the Navy. Just based on this, it can be seen that Romantis is not simple. Once the Pirate King Alliance is formed, there is a very high probability that Romantis will become the Alliance's strategist. It's almost certain that Lilith, who doesn't actually manage things, will be the leader of the Pirate King Alliance. This means that Romantis, who has become the strategist, is likely the true commander of the soon-to-be-established Pirate King Alliance. At that moment, as soon as Romantis spoke, the other pirate kings realized what was going on. Yeah, you son of a bitch, you swagger in and challenge whoever you want. What about our dignity? Barbarossa looked at Don with a cold smile. This is clearly a sign that they don't take us seriously. Don't waste time. Just kill them and get back to business. Under normal circumstances, they would be happy to watch Ronald put on a monkey show for them. But not now, because the legends are watching from behind. Don's actions are not only a slap in the face to them, but also to the legends. For these dregs of the sea, losing a little face to watch a monkey show by people of equal status is still worthwhile. However, they had to maintain Ronaldo's reputation, even if they secretly wanted to see him make a fool of himself. They hadn't thought of this before, but when Romantis spoke, they realized that this time was different from usual, with the legend's attention focused on this place. Therefore, at this moment, half of the pirate kings stood up, ready to kill Don. Even Ronaldo didn't say much about this. Although he really wanted to prove himself, he had to consider the legends. After all, anyone who dares to provoke others in this kind of situation is either a fool or someone with real skills. Judging from Tangen's appearance, he doesn't seem like a fool, so he must have something going on. Although Ronald was still confident, after all, he didn't have any impression of Don, and he could tell at a glance that Don was not a famous figure who had been around for a long time, but a newly promoted 4th-level professional. After all, not everyone is a genius like Ganymede, especially a wild genius without any background. It's already quite remarkable that such a person has emerged in the vast ocean over the years. Previously, Ronaldo had only heard of Don's name, but since Don had run away, Ronaldo hadn't paid special attention to him, so he didn't recognize Don this time. If Ronaldo makes a move and wastes a little time with Don, the legend behind him will definitely look down on him even more, making his already precarious situation even more difficult. Therefore, Ronald did not try to be brave and say that he would handle Don himself. Seeing that half of the pirate kings had stood up and were about to make a move, Don chuckled and looked at Ronald, who had remained silent. Fortunately, I had anticipated that there was a high probability of facing this situation. Originally, Don's solution for this situation was to use the Black Pearl. The legendary warship's combat power is such that even if the 9 pirate kings join forces, they might not be able to defeat it. Of course, Don would not underestimate these pirate kings. After all, those who have been able to hold their positions for so many years must have some trump cards up their sleeves. Therefore, Tang and Kai decisively chose Ronaldo, whom he knew better. Moreover, the appearance of the legendary warship also indicates that there is a legendary wizard behind Don. Normally, only large powers, such as the powerful nations of the Old World, possess 1 or 2 legendary warships. This thing can be considered a national strategic asset. Even if you add up all 9 pirate kings together, you still can't put together a single legendary warship, even if you include the legends behind them. Without legendary ships available, legendary warships are the undisputed overlords of the high seas. But now, due to an unexpected event, Don has a better option. After all, once a legendary warship is revealed, it is easy for others to covet it. I'd like to see how you brats manage to kill us. An old, mocking voice rang out, causing the pirate kings, who were about to make their move, to stop. Where did this old codger come from, so arrogant? Old smoker, Pearl. Barmer was about to start cursing when he saw the figure speaking, and his face immediately turned ugly, causing him to swallow the rest of his words. Pearl, the longtime smoker? Upon seeing Pearl's figure, the pirate kings present instantly changed their expressions. For beings like them, it was impossible to remember the names and appearances of all the legends, since each legend had a particularly distinct biological stance. Unless a legendary figure possesses top-tier stealth abilities like the legendary Wanderer, no other legendary figure can conceal their presence. So basically, they can recognize a legend as soon as they see one. However, they would know the likes of each of them well, since these people could easily crush them. Even the legends behind them wouldn't necessarily blame these beings because of them. Moreover, these old monsters are mostly stuck at level 19 and have some psychological issues, so they might not be afraid of the legends. Moreover, the legends also need these old monsters, since even in times of war, the practice of proxy fighting will not cease. That's why, after the Emperor appeared, these old monsters were basically not on the list of those granted amnesty. Upon seeing Pearl, Lilith's face showed a hint of shock. Before Pearl appeared, Lilith had always thought it was just a farce. This applies not only to Lilith, but also to the other pirate kings. Ronaldo was defeated by Gannis. But who is Gannis? He is the only figure on the entire sea who is feared by pirate kings at the 3rd rank. In terms of talent and combat prowess, They are comparable to the prodigies nurtured by top-tier forces. As for Dawn, Lilith recognized him the moment he appeared. After all, he was someone who had come to her course, and there was a bounty of 10,000 gold coins on his head. Although Lilith doesn't get involved, it's still worthwhile to learn about this kind of being. Chapter 159, Preparing for the Battle. According to Lilith's intelligence, Dawn had only just advanced to the 3rd tier before arriving at the Terror Channel. Even if Tang-Un's advancement speed is fast, at this stage, he has only just advanced to the 4th rank. Moreover, Lilith was aware of the fact that Dawn was a fallen nobleman without any powerful backing. As for Dawn, he has talent comparable to Ganymede and is another prodigy on the high seas. Lilith didn't believe it, well, before Pearl appeared. Even if someone like Pearl is a genius with a 100% chance of becoming a legend, he wouldn't be worth Pearl stepping forward to protect him. For Pearl to step forward, there must be a legend behind her. In this situation, a figure with legendary backing challenges the Pirate King. It's less about challenging the Pirate King and more about challenging the legend behind him. Things are starting to get interesting. Lilith smiled slightly. Senior Pearl, your presence is an honor. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? I, as your host, have been neglected. There's no need for that. This old man is just accompanying this lad to take a look. Pearl was still very kind to Lilith, a legendary offspring who was also someone who had no hope of becoming a legend. Senior Pearl, what do you mean? Romantis asked Pearl with an icy expression. What? Do I need to report to you, Brad, what I'm going to do? Pearl puffed on his pipe and glanced at Romantis. At other times, of course, there's no need for that, but now, you need to understand where you are. At other times, Romantis would never offend someone like Pearl. Even if Pearl were to ride on his head and poop on him, he would endure it. But things are different now. This meeting represents the reputation and interests of the legends. If it were just a matter of saving face, the legends might let Pearl off the hook. After all, Pearl is quite old, and many of these legends are still considered Pearl's juniors. It's still possible to give a mentally disturbed old man face. However, this time the interests of the legends are also involved. Cutting off someone's interests is tantamount to killing their parents. If Pearl dares to act recklessly at this time, the legends will not tolerate it. Even an old monster like Pearl would surely die in the face of a raging legend, let alone 9 legends here. Senior Pearl is just here to lend me some support. Let's get back to the main topic. I want to challenge Ronald's Pirate King title. Does anyone have any objections? Fearing that Pearl might say something that would offend the legends in this setting, Dawn quickly took over the conversation. Seeing Dawn respond, Pearl picked up her pipe and fell silent. If it were the Pearl of the past, she might not have cared about the legends. After all, he wouldn't live much longer, but things are different now. Seeing the hope of advancing to legend, Pearl no longer dares to be so reckless. Dawn's words silenced the Pirate Kings. In the past, they would have treated Dawn and his companions as a joke. But now, with Pearl's arrival, the Pirate Kings realize that things are getting out of control. Of course, these Pirate Kings all have some trump cards up their sleeves. If they really used all their methods and joined forces, they might have a chance to kill Pearl. However, at that time, probably half of the Pirate Kings present would not survive. Moreover, it's impossible for these pirates to truly work together and sacrifice themselves for others. Therefore, in this situation, if legend doesn't intervene, there really is no way to punish Tang-In and the others. And for some reason, the legends haven't made a move yet. After a moment of silence in the hall, Lilith sighed helplessly and said, since Mr. Dawn wants to challenge Ronald, then it's up to Ronald to decide. If she could, Lilith really didn't want to bring this up, because now that she had, no matter the outcome, she had offended the legend behind Ronaldo. However, if they remain silent and continue this stalemate, delaying the alliance's affairs, they will offend more than just a legend, since Lilith is the host of this alliance meeting. Upon hearing Lilith's words, Ronald's expression twitched. Although he was reluctant, he had no choice but to come out since he had been called upon. Ronald understood the same principles as Lilith, and after meeting Pearl, he realized that things couldn't end peacefully today. But the name Dawn sounds vaguely familiar to Ronaldo. As for Lilith knowing Dawn's identity, Ronald wasn't surprised at all. After all, this was Lilith's territory, and she was in charge. It was impossible for Lilith not to know about a troublemaker. Since you want to challenge me, then I'll accept. However, I don't think Senior Pearl will interfere, will she? Ronald stood up and looked at Pearl with some apprehension. I'm just an observer today. If others don't make a move, I certainly won't either, Pearl said, puffing on his pipe without even glancing at Ronald. Since that's the case, if you're going to fight, then please go outside. Lilith suddenly interrupted Ronald. After all, it wasn't easy for me to accumulate this little bit of wealth. Of course, no problem. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Don would certainly not offend Lilith, a legendary heir, just to save a little time. Fine. Ronald's words were squeezed out through clenched teeth. He was barely containing his anger, preparing to unleash it all on Don later. Soon, Don and Ronald arrived in an open space near the sea outside the city. And Pearl and the others, along with the pirate kings, also came to the vicinity to watch the battle. Even many high-level professionals in the city followed the news to the vicinity, wanting to witness the battle. After all, challenging the pirate king is not a very common thing, let alone in this kind of situation. I remember now, you bastard, Blood Demon Don, right? After selecting the battlefield, Ronald suddenly remembered Don and said with a grim expression, "Oh, that's rare. It's actually quite rare for the pirate king to remember the name of such a nobody as me," Don replied calmly. "Ah, I'll let you get away back then, but this time you've actually delivered yourself to my doorstep. That's great." Ronald laughed angrily. Ronaldo was furious for a long time after Don raided Scimitar Harbor, and this time Don, the culprit, actually delivered himself to their doorstep. Perfect, let's settle both the old and new scores together. Chapter 160, the battle begins. The sky was already quite overcast. This is the power of Aquaman. At Aquaman's level, the ability to manipulate water has evolved to the point where it can influence celestial phenomena. Making it rain in an area within minutes is quite an easy task. Classes like the Sea King, which have limited and singular combat abilities, generally possess similar capabilities that allow them to maintain sufficient combat power even in unfavorable environments. Ever since he came out, Ronaldo had been secretly manipulating the celestial phenomena, and now, just before the match was about to begin, the preparations were complete and it could start raining at any moment. Don noticed Ronald's little tricks from the beginning, but he didn't pay attention to them or try to stop him. One reason is that Don has enough confidence in himself. Another point is that the combat power of the Sea King class will be greatly reduced if they are not on the sea, although this allows Don to make some changes. However, becoming the Pirate King in this way would inevitably lead to others looking down on him, so Don was confident in his own fighting ability. Allowing Ronaldo to make full preparations and unleash his strongest fighting power, although it would require more effort, would save a lot of trouble later, making it relatively worthwhile. As Ronald finished speaking, raindrops began to fall from the gloomy sky. Ronald gripped a deep blue scimitar and swung it fiercely. Countless raindrops gathered together as the blade swung. In an instant, a water blade was formed. It flew straight toward Don. Even at a time like this, Ronald is still resorting to underhanded tactics. How shameful. Bumor scoffed at Ronald's actions. After all, the previous defeat to Gannis had already made that guy very unhappy. If something unexpected happens this time, Ronaldo's chair might really be replaced. Barbarossa also said with a hint of schadenfreude. Seeing the water blade rushing towards him, Tang casually waved his black umbrella, easily shattering the water blade. "It seems I overestimated you. You've already come this far. Do you still want to stall for time?" Don said calmly to Ronald. Indeed, Ronaldo's seemingly probing attack was actually intended to buy time. After all, if Don went along with Ronaldo's plan and they tested each other for a few rounds, Ronaldo's expectations would be met. At this time, although it had started to rain, it was not heavy yet, and the rainfall was still relatively sparse. Ronaldo was not yet able to exert his strongest fighting power, so the cautious Ronaldo wanted to delay for a while and try to wait for the rain to become heavier. When facing a prepared enemy, being cautious is the way to survive. Ronaldo only realized this after his defeat at the hands of Gannis. After all, someone who wants to challenge you must already know all about you, while you know nothing about her, which is very dangerous. In particular, anyone who has the courage to challenge you, unless they are a fool, must have plenty of self-confidence. Since that's the case, I can't let you have your way. As soon as he finished speaking, Don stomped his feet several times and used shave, instantly disappearing from the spot. Although it's not commendable that Don doesn't want to take advantage of Ronaldo, he can't simply let Ronaldo turn this place into his home ground. Appropriate indulgence can demonstrate self-confidence, but excessive indulgence is foolish. Don's speed startled Ronaldo, but it was nothing serious, since the light rain would serve as Ronaldo's senses at that moment. No matter how fast Don was, Ronald could still sense him. Clang! Just as Don rushed in front of Ronaldo, Ronaldo timely blocked with his scimitar, which collided with Don's attacking black umbrella, producing a metallic clang. The moment their weapons clashed, Ronaldo felt a sudden numbness in his hand. His expression changed slightly in an instant. That's some real strength. The profession of Sea King is characterized by strength, and Ronaldo was actually feeling the strain in his head-on clash with Don. According to Ronald's memory, Don should be a physical strength specialist. This made Ronald feel somewhat uneasy. But before Ronaldo could even think, Don launched a fierce attack. The black umbrella, enveloped in thick armament haki, relentlessly attacked Ronald. Although Ronald accurately blocked Don's attacks every time, he gradually started to strain his arms due to being at a disadvantage in strength. Ronaldo is at a disadvantage. Bella frowned slightly as she saw the situation before her. It's all right. Ronald hasn't gone all out yet, and what's wrapped around that Don's weapon is probably his professional energy. Romantis seemed quite calm about the scene before him. The implication is that Don must have gone all out to suppress Ronaldo. They're still young, a bit impatient, Barmore said with a hint of regret. Although both Don and Ronald had grudges against him, Barmer still preferred to see Ronald lose. It's too early to say anything now. Ronald didn't go all out, and Don might not have gone all out either. You know, Don's nickname is Blood Demon, but his current performance is completely unrelated to Blood Demon. Lilith's seemingly casual words immediately changed the expressions of the others. Under Don's relentless pressure, Ronaldo gradually found himself at a disadvantage and eventually became unable to cope. Finally, when he was caught off guard, Don cut a wound on his face. Looking at the wound on Ronald's face, Don chuckled, closed his umbrella, stepped back, and then raised his other hand to Ronald, giving him a sudden grip. Ronald, who was puzzled by Don's withdrawal of his attack, suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The next moment, Ronaldo felt a sudden pain in the wound on his face, and a large amount of blood gushed out from the wound. Realizing what was happening, Ronaldo suddenly contracted his muscles, trying to stop the blood from flowing out. However, it had little effect. Due to the gushing blood, the wound, which was not very large to begin with, was torn open and covered half of Ronaldo's face. Although due to the nature of his blood vessels, it is difficult to drain Ronaldo's blood in an instant. However, for Ronald, who lacks the energy to prevent Don from drawing blood, it's only a matter of time before he's drained dry. Seeing Ronald's face gradually turn pale, Don's face revealed a victorious smile. For a class like Sea King, that has no protective energy, as long as there's a wound in front of Don, it can basically be said that the defeat is inevitable. Chapter 161, I hadn't even used my strength before you collapsed. Seeing Ronaldo's performance, which seemed destined for defeat even before he had used his full strength, the Pirate Kings watching all wore expressions of disbelief. Are you kidding me? Is this ability really that unbeatable? Barmer looked at the swaying Ronald in disbelief. No. Under the cover of energy, his ability should be isolated. After a moment's thought, Romantis immediately saw the drawback of Don's ability. So, this ability is only effective against professions like Ronald? Hearing Romantis's words, Bella's solemn expression softened somewhat. That should be the case, otherwise, this ability would be far too terrifying, Romantis said confidently. However, Ronaldo is not necessarily doomed to lose. The other Pirate Kings were not surprised by Romantis's words. Although Don's ability was somewhat effective against Ronald, Ronald was still a Pirate King of equal rank and could not be defeated so easily. As he lost a lot of blood, Ronaldo gradually lost his strength and became unsteady on his feet. Just when Don was about to completely drain Ronald's blood and thought victory was assured. The next moment, a torrent of rain rushed towards Ronaldo, and to Don's astonishment, a large amount of rainwater poured into Ronaldo's body. As the last drop of blood was drawn from Ronaldo's body, he did not lose his life force. Instead, his vitality gradually increased. Seeing Ronaldo's face turn from pale to glowing with a deep blue light, Don gave a wry smile. It can actually use rainwater to replace blood. The fishman, Sea King, I killed before didn't have this ability. Although the profession of Sea King was copied from the fishman race, it doesn't necessarily mean that human Sea Kings are weaker than fishmen Sea Kings. In the end, those fishmen are still just some intelligent beasts, Ronald said expressionlessly. However, this kind of ability of yours probably isn't a long-term solution, Don said with a faint smile. Killing you is enough. Before he finished speaking, Ronaldo raised his scimitar, and the torrential rain was instantly drawn towards the blade. At this moment, the light rain here had turned into a torrential downpour. A huge amount of rainwater was drawn around the scimitar, then compressed, and finally turned into a thin film of water covering the scimitar. The next moment, Ronald swung his scimitar at Don, and a line of water, barely visible to the naked eye, flew rapidly toward Don. Where the waterline passed, the torrential rain seemed to be cut in half, creating a strange gap. The water stream was extremely thin and fast. It reached Tang in before he could react. Facing the water line rushing towards him, Don leaned back and easily avoided it. Seeing that Don had actually dodged his attack, Ronald's expression changed slightly, looking incredulous. He was extremely confident in his attack, even though Gannis had been seriously injured by it before. This was because Ronaldo was caught off guard by the challenge and was not prepared. Now, with the added boost of the torrential rain, this attack is far stronger and faster than before. Ronaldo was confident that if Gannis had faced that same attack, he wouldn't have lost. If it were just relying on Don's reaction and perception, he certainly wouldn't be able to react in time and would ultimately have to take the hit head-on. However, Don's ability to foresee the future allows him to see what will happen a second from now. A second might not mean much to an ordinary person, but it is a huge deal for a powerful person like Don. The outcome could be decided in a second. With his ability to foresee the future, Don saw the scene of himself being cut in half by the waterline a second in advance. With that 1 second, Don was able to calmly dodge Ronaldo's surefire attack. This scene also changed the expressions of the pirate kings who were watching from the sidelines. Hey, are you kidding me? You dodged it so easily? Barmer looked incredulous. Although he didn't get along with Ronald, Barmer had to admit how powerful Ronald's move was. With ample water resources, Ronaldo's move was not just an ordinary waterline. Although the waterline was so thin that it was difficult to see with the naked eye, it was still rotating at a high speed. In this situation, the cutting and destructive power of the waterline is significantly enhanced, and because the waterline is extremely fast, no one in the 4th tier can withstand it unscathed. Even if they manage to avoid it, few people can do so. Romanus' expression also turns serious. Roman, can you dodge Ronaldo's attack? Roman, also one of the pirate kings, is a combatant with a sensory ability. He is the strongest among the pirate kings in terms of both perception and speed. Regarding Romanus' question, Roman also shook his head solemnly. There's no way to avoid it. Facing Ronald, who has the advantage of terrain, I can only choose to avoid battle. Upon hearing this, the pirate kings looked at Don with even greater caution. Ronald was slightly stunned by the missed shot, but Don was not. Although Don dodged Ronald's attack, he would still have a headache if this kind of attack happened a few more times. Therefore, after dodging the waterline, Don immediately rushed towards Ronald, preparing to suppress him in close combat. Seeing Don rushing towards him, Ronaldo felt a little gloomy, but he didn't have time to think too much at the moment. Raising his curved sword, he blocked Tang Un's attack with a clang. The force was immense, and Don was involuntarily forced back a step, while Ronald remained completely still. In this duel, Ronaldo actually came out on top. The curved blade, coated with a massive amount of rainwater, greatly enhanced Ronaldo's strength, causing Don to fall behind in the contest of power. That wasn't the end of it. As Tang In involuntarily retreated, the rain transformed into countless sharp swords, instantly piercing towards him. The next moment, Ronaldo's expression changed drastically. Tang In, who was about to be struck by the rain sword, suddenly vanished. Immediately afterward, Ronald lunged forward, but it was too late. A black umbrella pierced straight through his heart. Because Ronaldo had already exerted his force to lunge forward. Even though his heart was pierced, he still managed to break free of the black umbrella and lunge out, falling to the ground. Don emerged from the shadows and chuckled as he looked at Ronald, who was sprawled on the ground. "Oh, I haven't even used any force yet, and you've already fallen?" The power of Aquaman comes from the heart of a fishman. Even for a human like Aquaman, the heart is the source of power. If Ronaldo's heart is pierced, he will surely die. Chapter 162, The Legend Appears. The Pirate King's watching frowned as the battle suddenly turned out to be one. "Is this a shadow jump?" Bella frowned as she looked at Dawn emerging from the shadows. "Although it's not shadow energy, its abilities should be similar," Lilith confirmed after a moment of contemplation. Manipulating blood and leaping shadows are two completely unrelated abilities. His professional energy is also entirely unrelated to these abilities. What exactly is going on with his profession? Barbarossa scratched his head and asked a question with some confusion. For conventional combat professionals, the abilities they gain after each advancement are basically inherited and traceable. However, the abilities that Dawn displayed were basically unrelated. If it weren't for the fact that Dawn's professional energy was clearly amplified in melee combat, the Pirate Kings watching the battle would have thought that Dawn was a magic-based professional. "It looks like several professions have been combined together," Lilith murmured. "His professional abilities, however bizarre, are irrelevant now. Ronaldo's heart has been pierced. Even if he has a trump card to survive, his defeat is inevitable. Next, that guy will probably lose his temper." Romanus's words made the group of Pirate Kings tense up, and they instantly lost their desire to investigate Dawn's professional abilities. Ronaldo lay on the ground, a large puddle of rainwater accumulating beneath him. This rainwater, which served as Ronaldo's own blood, was now continuously gushing out from his ruptured heart. The heavy rain falling from the sky also began to noticeably subside at that moment, a sign that Ronaldo's power to manipulate the celestial phenomena was gradually dissipating. The next moment, a soft white light enveloped Ronaldo, and the hole that Dawn had stabbed in Ronaldo's back was visibly repairing itself. Seeing this, Tang Un's expression changed. Tang Un still understood the principle of taking advantage of someone's illness to kill him. He immediately and decisively struck, thrusting his black umbrella straight at Ronaldo's head. Since stabbing his heart didn't kill him, he would stab his head instead, determined to make him die. "Stop!" A shout suddenly came from afar, and then Tang Un felt his body sink as an invisible pressure enveloped him. Having faced it once before, Dawn knew that this was the aura of a legend. However, unlike the close encounter last time, this time the oppressive aura coming from afar did not have a significant impact on Tang Un. Therefore, Dawn ignored the legend's shout to stop him, and without pausing, his black umbrella pierced Ronaldo's head. With a whoosh sound, Ronald's head was pierced directly by Dawn's black umbrella. Red and white blood splattered all over the ground, and the white light repairing his heart flickered a few times before he fell silent completely. "You dare!" The next moment, a furious voice exploded in Tang Un's ears. Tang Un felt a piercing pain in his head, and blood flowed from his ears and eyes. Fortunately, it was just a legendary shout, not a direct attack from the legendary. With Dawn's physique, he fully recovered in just a moment. When Dawn recovered, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and a heavy pressure pressed down on Dawn, making Dawn quickly recognize that this should be the legend behind Ronaldo. "Kid, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" Karagon stared blankly at Dawn in front of him. As a young legend who has been elevated to the rank of legend for less than 100 years, Karagon has already come to understand the hardships of life, even for a legend. Professionals who reach the legendary level can be said to be at the top of the world. They can make more money in any industry than an ordinary professional can earn in a lifetime. However, the expenses for becoming a legendary are also high. Normally, the first thing to do after becoming a legendary is to use potions to raise all of your attributes to the extraordinary level of 20 points. Generally speaking, this would cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Moreover, for a relatively young legend like Karagon, there's an ambition to continue climbing to higher levels, and both training and taking drugs require a lot of gold coins. There are also legendary treasures, which can greatly enhance combat power, even for legendary figures. These items cost at least 1,000,000 gold coins, and most ordinary legendary figures do not even possess a single legendary treasure. Karagon's weapon is still an enchanted short sword, and in terms of quality, it may not even be as good as Dawn's Night Feather. After all, Night Feather is also an extraordinary weapon that has been enhanced by some of Tang Un's willpower attribute. Although it is not yet legendary, its quality is still in a class below legendary. After Ronaldo's defeat at the hands of Ganymede, Karagon's income shrank significantly. After all, the reputation of a pirate king who was utterly defeated was somewhat diminished. In addition, Ronald had suffered repeated defeats against the Allied Navy. Although he was not the weakest, he was still ranked near the bottom among the 9 pirate kings. Therefore, Carragher also considered replacing Ronald. However, he lacked talented subordinates. The various pirate lords had previously suppressed geniuses in the shipping lanes for this very moment. Although the legends knew this, they hadn't paid much attention to it. After all, they were just tools for making money. But as Ronaldo made Karagon increasingly dissatisfied, Karagon is now in a bit of a predicament. It's not that Ronald was really that bad. The various pirate kings on the Terror route recruited about a dozen 4th-tier professionals, but none of them could compare to Ronald. Ronaldo's previous poor performance can only be attributed to the exceptional quality of his opponents. It's hard to say what Carragher felt at Ronald's death at the hands of Dawn. However, for Carragher, Dawn was a good replacement for Ronald. However, Karagon was still somewhat annoyed that Dawn had ignored his orders. Since ascending to the legendary level, no mortal below the legendary level has dared to disobey him for a long time. This is a good opportunity to put a good dose of Dawn's arrogance on the table, so he won't be like Gannis before, who rejected him outright. I apologize, Your Majesty. Ronald put too much pressure on me before, and I didn't pay attention to what you said, Dawn said respectfully to Karagon with a slight bow. Even if this legend is likely to be his enemy, Dawn still has to be polite. Any mortal, even the son of a legend, must be respectful when facing a legend, as long as you are not a legend. Otherwise, even if you're the ruler of a country or a descendant of a legend, if you disrespect a legend and someone kills you, it will be difficult for the legend behind you to stand up for you. This is the rule of this world. Chapter 163, Legendary Spells. The onlookers were all incredulous when they heard Dawn's answer. He was lying through his teeth in front of the legend. Did he really think the legend was that good-natured? Even Pearl frowned. Was he afraid that the legendary wouldn't take action against him? Did he really think that I could save his life from the legendary's hands? Despite these thoughts, Pearl remained fully alert and prepared to make a move. After all, this kid was his last hope for achieving legendary status. We can't die here so easily. Upon hearing Dawn's blatant lie, Karagon's face instantly darkened. Let alone someone of Dawn's level. Even an ordinary 3rd-tier professional would surely be brought back to their senses by Karagon's shout during a deathmatch. If Karagon hadn't been overconfident, believing that he could stop Dawn simply by using his legendary aura, Ronald wouldn't have died. After all, for a legend, stopping Dawn was a piece of cake. However, even if Karagon miscalculated and Dawn killed Ronald, Karagon didn't care much. Although he lacked talent, wasn't Dawn a good alternative? Of course, if Lilith could guess that there might be someone behind Dawn, Karagon certainly could too. However, those who are interested in the Pirate King's profits are mostly newly emerging legends. Normally, Karagon might have some concerns. After all, he wasn't exactly at the bottom of the legendary tier. But at this moment, even if the legend behind Dawn is stronger than him, he wouldn't care. After all, the Allied Navy is coming with great force at this time, aiming to destroy them. This time, a legendary battle is a foregone conclusion. Other legends certainly wouldn't casually change their teammates at such a crucial moment just because of a slight difference in combat power. After all, no one can be sure whether this suddenly appearing legend might be the person on the other side. Even if he wasn't an invincible being sent from the other side, it would still be difficult for the other legends to cooperate well with someone whose background they didn't know. Because the other legends wouldn't stand idly by, Karagon didn't care. As for Dawn, in Karagon's view, if he could submit to another legend, then it's not impossible for him to switch sides after that legend's downfall. However, the scene of Dawn blatantly lying to him now is quite shocking. This instantly ignited Karagon's anger, as he was already eager to put down Don's arrogance. Presumptuous. Bang! Bang! Before Tang Un could even react, he was sent flying. Tang In felt all the bones in his body break instantly, and he fell to the ground helplessly, unable to get up for a long time. As for the second sound, it was the sound of Pearl seeing the legendary strike and being repelled by him. Unlike Don's miserable state, Pearl was merely repelled by the legendary's attack and did not suffer any damage. Pearl. Karagon's expression softened slightly as he addressed the peak-level supplier. What price did the guy behind this kid offer you? I'll give you a little more and help me out. How about it? You probably can't afford this price. Pearl relaxed when he saw that Don was only seriously injured. He took a puff of his pipe and said calmly to Karagon, "Old man, don't be stubborn and ask for trouble." Karagon's face darkened, and he became threatening after being rejected by Pearl in a contemptuous tone. In the past, Karagon would have at most taught Pearl a lesson, but now, due to the war between the old and new worlds, Pearl's old customers had no time to take care of him. Even if Karagon killed Pearl at this point, nothing would happen. Pearl just smiled dismissively at Karagon's threat, not taking it seriously. Although they hadn't had much contact, Pearl knew very well that if Don dared to challenge the Pirate King, he must have made thorough preparations. In particular, thinking of the legendary warship docked in the port, Pearl had a lot of confidence in Don. The only problem now was to keep a close eye on Don and make sure he wasn't instantly killed by Karagon in his rage. Seeing Pearl's disdainful expression, Karagon's face darkened, and he was about to attack Pearl. "Your Majesty, as a legendary figure, isn't it a bit beneath you to target us insignificant characters like us?" Karagon turned his head and saw that Don was still standing up, with wisps of black smoke rising from his body. "Oh, what? You think that by lifting me up, I won't attack you?" Karagon sarcastically exposed Don's little trick. Although he had some doubts about how quickly Don had recovered, Karagon didn't pay too much attention to it. But even now, why hasn't your powerful backer come forward? Or rather, do you not have any powerful backer at all? Karagon stared sharply at Don, but it doesn't matter. I don't believe he'll be able to sit still after I crush you. As Karagon finished speaking, Don suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Don understood that this time, Karagon was truly determined to kill. Without any hesitation, Don decisively activated the bracelet on his wrist. After speaking, Karagon walked step by step toward Don. Seeing that Karagon was about to get serious, Pearl, with a grave expression, flashed in front of Don, watching Karagon warily as he approached. "Oh, you old codger, you're still protecting this kid, even at this point. Now I'm a little curious. What price did you offer?" Karagon was somewhat incredulous to see Pearl dare to step forward at this moment. Ultimately, Pearl is essentially a mercenary, someone who does things for money. However, the clients they serve are relatively high-end, usually legendary figures. Now you're actually risking your life to protect an ordinary professional? However, you old codger, you've disregarded me once or twice, so I'll just have to. Just as Karagon was about to make his move, and the legendary pressure pressed down hard on Don and Pearl's shoulders, Karagon suddenly turned his head to look in one direction. At the same time, 8 figures suddenly appeared in the arena, all looking in the same direction. The next moment, in the direction they were looking, a huge hole suddenly opened up in the sky, the inside of which was pitch black, like a gaping maw of an abyss. Immediately afterwards, a burst of purple light shone out from the large hole. "This is a legendary spell." One of the figures looked at the scene and murmured solemnly. Chapter 164 Backstage. Not only is it a legendary spell, but it can also be cast from a distance and across space. And it's a legendary spell cast through a wizard's tower. Another figure, with a similarly solemn expression, gazed at the purple sky. Is it the person behind this kid? As legendary figures, the fact that Don activated the bracelet did not escape their notice. They had been watching Don and his group's antics from the sidelines. Indeed, to the legends, Don's challenge to the Pirate King was nothing but a farce, even if Don might have a legend behind him. That's also true. However, it seems that something is not quite right now. Never mind that. Judging from the situation, this is a legendary spell with a wide area of effect. We have to work together to block it, otherwise, no one on the entire island will survive except us. Upon hearing this, the legends suppressed their various thoughts and instantly faced the legendary spell in the sky. After all, these pirate kings on the island were their capable subordinates. If these pirate kings died here, they wouldn't need to fight the allied navy anymore. They could simply admit defeat. Only Karagon had a gloomy expression, but seeing that everyone else was ready to make a move, he could only reluctantly follow. At this moment, the dazzling purple light finally broke through the black hole in the sky and shot out at lightning speed. Its direction was exactly where all the legends were located. Faced with the surging purple light rushing towards them like a torrent, the legendary powerhouses wore solemn expressions, their energy erupting like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, various colors of light shone brightly, dazzling and magnificent. Although the legendary spell was very powerful, it was extinguished before it could even make a ripple when faced with the combined defense of several legendary experts. After extinguishing the legendary spell, the legends gathered together. Although this legendary spell is area of effect, its power is still somewhat weak, a legendary figure questioned. Normal legendary spells, even those with an area of effect, pose a considerable threat to legendary figures of their level. Moreover, this is a legendary spell blessed by a wizard tower. As everyone knows, wizards who possess wizard towers are basically high-level legendary wizards. However, even an ordinary legendary wizard who has inherited the wizard tower is not to be underestimated. Even if such beings unleashed legendary area of effect spells, they wouldn't be able to withstand them so easily. Judging from the power of this legendary spell, even if Karagon himself were to take it, he could withstand it at a slight cost. So, this legendary spell is more of a warning? Another legend speculated. Warning? Warning about what? Does a legendary wizard really care about the pirate king's meager profits? Upon hearing this, the legends were all momentarily speechless, and then focused their attention on Karagon. Seeing the way everyone was looking at him, Karagon broke his silence and said with a hint of sarcasm, "What? If you were truly a legendary wizard with a wizard's tower, do you think you would care about the profits from a mere shipping route?" The implication is that this legendary wizard is eyeing the combined benefits of all the shipping routes. Of course, Karagon isn't sure about this either. He just wants to drag the other legends down with him and put them on the same side. After all, even an ordinary legendary wizard without a wizard's tower would be no match for Karagon. However, Karagon was clever, and the other legends were no fools either. That kid named Tang and is clearly this person's spokesperson. Since you've been chosen, then. The rest of the words were left unsaid, but the meaning was already quite clear. Upon hearing this, Karagon felt a chill run down his spine. "Sparrow, what do you mean?" The legend named Sparrow remained silent, but another legend spoke up. "Even if this legendary wizard covets our shipping lanes, it's impossible for us to turn against him now. Keep in mind that we are currently at war with the United Navy. If we break ties with this legendary wizard and he sides with the United Navy, we will surely be defeated. At that point, everyone will be left with nothing. Moreover, with the addition of this legendary wizard, our chances of winning against the Allied Navy will greatly increase." Hearing the words of this legend and seeing the approving looks in the eyes of the other legends, Karagon's heart sank to the bottom. He understood that he had basically been abandoned by these legends. Without the support of these legends, Karagon alone would never be a match for a legendary wizard. Thinking of this, Karagon gritted his teeth and suddenly charged toward Dawn at top speed. At this point, there was only one way to get these legends back on the same side as him: to kill Dawn, the representative of the legendary wizard. After being warned by the legendary spell to let the representative of the legendary wizard die here, in front of a group of legends, is a blatant slap in the face to that legendary wizard. And the group of legends present who did not stop it are undoubtedly accomplices. At that time, the legends will inevitably stand with him on the opposite side of that legendary wizard. Karagon's idea is good. Unfortunately, in the next instant, several legends stopped Karagon. Clearly, what Karagon thought of, the other legends also thought of. For these legendary figures who were already wise enough to avoid joining major powers, There was no reason for them to want to face a legendary wizard with a wizard tower. Karagon, stop being so stubborn. You're out of the game. Good, good, good. Karagon stared grimly at his old friends before him. After a brief standoff, Karagon decisively turned and left Flame Island. Don and the other pirate kings knew nothing about what had happened between the legends. After watching the legends block the legendary spell, an argument broke out, and Karagon left. The other legends also disappeared from sight. The legends didn't need to tell the pirate kings what had happened between them. They simply left a message acknowledging Don as the new pirate king. Chapter 165, Pirate King. Inside the grand hall of Enchanted Flame City, where the pirate kings hold their council. The gate that had been damaged by Don had been repaired, and the interior of the hall had been cleaned. 9 figures were still sitting around the round table. Unlike before, Don sat in Ronald's seat. Don killed Ronald in full view of everyone, forcing the legendary Karagon behind Ronald to leave. The other legends have already accepted the fact that Don has become the Pirate King, so even if the other Pirate Kings have their own ideas, they have no choice but to accept that Don has replaced Ronald. Because the situation was urgent due to the combined navy, the Pirate Kings pulled Donald aside to continue the meeting after the legends left. I only asked for the same treatment Ronald received before. After leaving those words, Don sat down and did not participate much in the meeting of the Pirate Kings. For Don, the most important advancement condition has been met, so facing the Allied Navy is no longer that important. In particular, there is actually no legend behind Don. He merely relies on Alice's influence. Even if the legendary spell intimidated the legends, the fake legendary wizard couldn't show himself, and the deception would be exposed sooner or later. Therefore, Don didn't have much confidence to compete with the other pirate kings for any benefits. After all, if he excessively infringed on the interests of the other pirate kings, then the legends would have to negotiate on their own. If it weren't for the fear of arousing suspicion, Don wouldn't even want anything. Therefore, it's just a matter of asking for what Ronald had previously secured. The pirate kings and the legends behind them will surely grant that request. Moreover, with the pirate king side missing a legendary figure, their chances of winning against the well-prepared Allied Navy are even slimmer. At this moment, Tang was prepared to run away if things went wrong. I glanced at the pirate kings, who had started arguing fiercely once again. With nothing to do, Don took out his professional cards to prepare for advancement. After being recognized as a pirate king, he was immediately pulled into a meeting by these pirate kings and had no time to advance his rank. As things stand, it's unclear how long this meeting will last, so advancing during this period is certainly possible. After all, Tang will have to stay on this island for a while, and as long as he stays on this island, he will inevitably be under the watchful eyes of the legends. Once he advances, the legends will all notice. Therefore, advancing in front of the pirate kings at this moment and revealing some information is not far off. After all, Don couldn't wait until the end of this war to advance his level. That would take too long and could lead to many unforeseen events. Moreover, thanks to the lingering power of that legendary spell, this is actually the safest phase for Don. Don's actions attracted the attention of the other pirate kings. After all, Don, the newly crowned pirate king who rose to power by stepping on Ronaldo, was still a mysterious figure to them. You have met the requirements for advancing to the 4th tier class, Pirate King. Do you wish to advance? You have met the requirements for advancing to the 4th tier profession, Silver Medal Overlord. Do you wish to advance? Confirmed advancement to Pirate King. As Tang confirmed his advancement, a vast and pure power surged from the card into his body. Unlike the previous 2 advancements, which were silent and unnoticed, this advancement, although still quick, still revealed some fluctuations during the process. Is this advancing to a higher level? The pirate kings, realizing what Don was doing, looked on incredulously. This level of fluctuation in advancement is definitely not enough to qualify for legendary status. That means you've advanced to the 4th rank. In other words, Don was only a 3rd tier professional before. The pirate kings looked at Don's advancement with different expressions. Although it was not uncommon for 3rd tier pirates to advance to 4th tier, those who were advanced to 4th tier were just those who had just entered 4th tier or whose combat power was not strong. Ronald is, after all, a pirate king. Even if we don't compare him to a top-tier fourth-tier being like Pearl, he's not exactly weak among fourth-tier players. Now he has actually been defeated by Tang In, a third-tier professional, and completely defeated at that. Judging from Tang In's condition at the time, Tang In did not even use his full strength. This was hard for the pirate kings to accept. Not only the pirate kings, but even the legends who were watching the situation were all somewhat surprised. Don was unaware of what others thought, and even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. After all, under the intimidation of the legendary wizard, no one would dare to have any designs on him now. After advancing, feeling the surging power within his body, Tang In revealed a satisfied expression as he looked at the refreshed class card. Name, Don Campbell. Age, 21. Level, 18 plus 1. Rank, 4th rank. Occupation, Pirate King. Talents, Alien, favored by heaven, possessing the qualities of tyrant. Strength, 26-30. Agility, 13-18. Physical strength, 34-37. Charisma, 1-1. Intelligence, 14. Perception, 22-25. Willpower, 21. Professional skills, 6 styles ultimate technique, 6 king spear. Professional abilities, plundering, fleet activation, conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, observation hockey. Specialties, personal specialties, alien, pain reduction, sleepless, bat fruit. Mythical zoan, vampire form, curse of the sea, soul fruit, dark fruit, damage absorption. Extraordinary abilities, extraordinary resilience, stamina, extraordinary recovery, stamina, extraordinary resistance, stamina, impact, strength, energy dissipation, strength, iron will, willpower, aura of fear, charisma, limb regeneration, stamina. Armor penetration, strength due to your immense strength. You can inflict greater damage on armor-type protective gear. Specialty, advanced form of Ryuo armament hockey, possessing the ability to penetrate defenses. Exceptional professional expertise, foresight, perception. Personal professional expertise, overlord. The increased attributes remain 4 points in stamina, 2 points in strength perception, and 1 point in willpower. Because his strength exceeded 25 points, he gained the armor penetration special ability, a strength-based ability. Aside from advancing his professional energy, armament hockey, to Ryuo, he didn't gain any additional abilities. The advancement to the 4th tier is like this. Most 4th tier professions are merely an upgrade from the 3rd tier and do not have any additional abilities. Therefore, there's a possibility of being defeated by those below the 3rd rank. The creature level plus the additional level is still level 19, but after advancing, Don felt that he was good again and should be able to compete with Pearl. However, the next major event completely extinguished Don's joy. A legendary promotion ceremony. Chapter 166, The Legendary Promotion Ceremony. Emperor of the Sea, Prerequisites, Tier 4 Pirate King / Tier 4 Silver Overlord. Advancement requirements, Biological level 19, Strength 28, Stamina 33, Perception 24, Willpower 20. Advancement conditions, 1. Establish an empire and become emperor. 2. Have at least 1 million people who devoutly support you. 3. Possess Conqueror's Hockey. 7. Warlords of the Sea. Prerequisites. Any Tier 4 class. Advancement requirements. Biological level 19. Willpower 20 points. Advancement conditions. Appointed by a Sea Emperor. Each Sea Emperor can only appoint 7. Legendary Pirate. Prerequisites. Tier 4 Pirate King / Tier 4 Silver Overlord. Advancement requirements. Creature level 19. Strength 22. Stamina 26. Perception 20. Willpower 20. Advancement conditions. 1. Perform an act that will make your name known throughout an entire continent. 2. Disappear from the world for 100 years, ensuring your name remains widely known throughout the world during this period. There are 3 paths to advancement, and surprisingly, 3 paths to becoming a legend. However, although there was now an additional path to becoming a legendary figure, Don's expression was quite grim. First of all, this 7 Warlords of the Sea class has extremely lenient advancement requirements, merely meeting the basic conditions for becoming a legendary. However, This position requires the title of Sea Emperor, meaning that this profession cannot appear unless someone is promoted to Sea Emperor. However, this is similar to what Dawn had guessed before. The emergence of this profession can be used to win over Amber, eliminate Pearl's doubts, and allow Pearl to work for Dawn with peace of mind. Furthermore, one could use this profession to win over important figures stuck at the 4th tier in advance, and quickly complete initial accumulation, just like that rooster. It was precisely by leveraging the Emperor's power that Rooster was able to win over various forces and quickly establish itself in the New World, challenging the Wizard Council. Although the 7 Warlords of the Sea class of Dawn is limited to 7 people, if used well, its effect is not much worse than that of the Rooster. After all, the Rooster is currently drawing most of the Wizard Council's firepower. However, the other 2 legendary professions that Tang In could advance to were somewhat unacceptable to him. The 2 advanced requirements for Sea Emperor left Dawn somewhat bewildered. To establish a nation or to form an empire amidst the raging war between the Wizard Council and the only empire in the world. If Dawn were to establish an empire, what difference would that be from dancing on the graves of the Wizarding Council? If the Wizarding Council can't deal with the Ryan Empire, can't they at least deal with this little Karami? Moreover, there are rules governing the establishment of a country in this world. The existence of any country must be supported by legends in order to be recognized. The country with the support of a legend is a duchy. A country can be called a kingdom if it has 2 or more legends, one of whom must be supported by a legendary wizard. As for the empire, well, actually, as long as you're tough enough, there aren't any special requirements. However, to gain the world's recognition, a kingdom must meet at least one of the following conditions: 2 legends, one of whom must be a legendary wizard. For Dawn, there wasn't even a legend to be found. Otherwise, would he have needed to borrow the power of a pirate king to challenge him? There's a second point. Attracting over 1 million people. That's going to be a nightmare. In any country, most people at the grassroots level don't really care who the king or emperor is. To have a following of over 1 million people, you need at least tens of millions of citizens. Now, that the powers on both continents have basically taken shape, whereas Tang is going to find at least tens of millions of people to serve as citizens. As for the other legendary profession, the legendary pirate, it is even more difficult. First of all, it is basically impossible for Dawn, who is only a 4th tier player, to do something that would make his name resound throughout an entire continent. Let alone Dawn, most legends would find it difficult to achieve this, especially to ensure that the event's influence remains significant even 100 years after the event has disappeared from public view. Even legends would be terrified by these conditions. In Tang On's opinion, for professionals below the legendary level, there is probably only one possibility to achieve this: to defeat a legendary figure while not being a legendary one. In Dawn's mind, only by doing this could he possibly meet the advancement requirements for the legendary profession of the legendary pirate. However, even with his current greatly increased strength after advancing, Dawn is still far from being a legend. Not to mention a legend, Dawn might not even be a match for Pearl. Dawn had previously asked Pearl about the gap between him and the legend. Pearl told Dawn a story about a 4th tier professional in the Butcher class. This class had a core ability called Slaughter. Once you killed a certain number of people, you would randomly gain 1 attribute point. This Butcher spent over 100 years wandering around, carefully carrying out massacres to increase his attributes. Ultimately, all attributes were raised to 49 points, reaching a point where they could not be improved any further. Even so, he was still level 19, but after reaching that level, he became arrogant and directly sought out a newly promoted legend to challenge him. The final result was that the legend was severely wounded, and the Butcher died a gruesome death. It's important to know that 49 points in all attributes is a level that even a regular legendary character, let alone a legendary one, cannot achieve. Even taking drugs wouldn't achieve this attribute. The limit for magic potions is 30 points. It is likely that only a few individuals standing at the pinnacle of the world possess this attribute. However, even beings with such attributes cannot cross the barrier of legend, which shows just how difficult it is to overcome the barrier of legend. Tang In has now consumed 3 devil fruits and advanced to the 4th tier. He no longer has any means to significantly increase his attributes. It can be said that even if Tang were to improve further, it wouldn't be by much. So, after hearing Pearl's story, Don gave up the idea of reversing the punishment legend. Putting everything else aside, just a few extraordinary feats that Don knew about the physical attribute would basically make a professional truly immortal. Even so, he was still killed by a legend. Don't think his current recovery ability is any better than that of the Butcher. Therefore, the path to advancement for this legendary pirate is basically impossible. After all, if he does anything else wrong, he could waste 100 years of his life. Therefore, for Don, the most likely legendary profession to be successfully promoted to is still Sea Emperor. Chapter 167 Attack. As Don's thoughts wandered through the ceremony of ascending to legendary status, the entire hall fell into complete silence. The pirate kings were so preoccupied with the fact that Tang had just advanced to the 4th rank that they lost all interest in arguing. When Don's thoughts returned and he looked up, he saw that all the pirate kings' eyes were focused on him. "Everyone, why are you all looking at me instead of talking about business?" Don asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, the pirate kings remained silent. After a moment, Lilith stepped forward and asked, "Were you advancing in rank just now?" Upon hearing Lilith's question, Don immediately understood. It turned out that the commotion of advancing to the 4th rank was too great, which had alerted the pirate kings. So he was shocked by the scene? With his thoughts racing, Don glanced around at the assembled pirate kings and, noticing their attention was focused on him, calmly began to speak. "Yeah, what's wrong? You guys haven't seen the advanced stage before. I've seen advanced level characters before, but I've never seen one who easily defeated a 4th level character and then just advanced to the 4th level." However, although they were very curious about Tang's situation, none of them had any connection with him and therefore had no way to investigate. Seeing that Don was not going to elaborate, Lilith coughed lightly. "Everyone, let's continue the meeting. We need to come up with a plan today. Your Majesties are running out of patience." The legends wouldn't normally be in such a hurry, but today, due to the unexpected appearance of Don, they've started to get anxious. "I was afraid that if we delayed for a few more days, something unexpected might happen. Therefore, the pirate kings were ordered to discuss the alliance today. This request is not unreasonable. After so many days of meetings, most of the matters have been agreed upon. The only problem is the newly joined Don. But since Don has requested to continue Ronald's previous treatment, there's no need to waste time renegotiating. In that case, let me state my position first," Romantis said solemnly. "The main battlefield must be located on this sea route, and there is no room for discussion on that. Putting aside geographical factors, this sea route is home to a large number of high-ranking free pirates due to Lilith's influence, even if these pirates do not submit to the Pirate Kings. They will also contribute to this war. After all, pirates and the Navy are natural enemies. Moreover, the purpose of this joint naval effort is to eradicate the pirates. Using the sea route as the main battlefield would not only reduce the losses of the major pirate kings, but also allow them to replenish their troops at any time. This is an advantage that no other waterway can match." At this moment, Romantis spoke up, and the other pirate kings, understanding the gravity of the situation, stopped vying for the paltry gains and did not raise any objections. However, while the other pirate lords agreed, some others disagreed. "I disagree. This is my territory. Who will compensate me for the damage if it gets smashed up?" Lilith's objection surprised everyone. After all, Lilith is known for not getting involved in anything and for not competing or fighting for anything. However, Lilith's words also make sense. Once a battle of this scale breaks out, this waterway will inevitably suffer heavy losses, and even more so if the legends start fighting. This waterway could potentially be destroyed. Even if Lilith doesn't take charge, she will still suffer significant losses. "Lilith, it's no use if you disagree. Putting aside the will of your Majesties, even the Allied Navy will most likely choose this place as the main battlefield." Faced with Lilith's objection, Romantis spoke calmly. "The United Navy is coming with great force and full of confidence. They will definitely choose the toughest nut to crack and strive to win in one battle. Rather than saying that we chose this place as the main battlefield, it is more accurate to say that we had no choice but to choose this place as the main battlefield. Romantis' words left Lilith speechless, and she fell silent. Seeing that Lilith had stopped objecting, Romantis continued. Since no one objects, then this matter is... Boom! 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 Just then, a burst of cannon fire suddenly came from outside the palace, interrupting Romantis' words. What's going on? At this moment, there are not only 9 pirate kings on Enchanting Flame Island, but also 8 legends who are stationed on the island. Who has the audacity to act so recklessly at this time? At first, no one paid much attention, thinking it was just a minor incident. But after waiting for a while, the sound of cannons did not stop. Instead, it became more and more intense. Some of the more perceptive pirate kings even faintly heard shouts of battle. Bang! The doors to the main hall were suddenly pushed open, and a group of people filed in, rushing toward the various pirate kings. Judging from the situation, it seemed that all the pirate king's subordinates had arrived. What's going on? Lilith asked, frowning. The Joint Navy has attacked. There are at least 1,000 warships densely packed off the coastline, and they are currently shelling the port. The attack was sudden, and at least dozens of warships have sunk in this wave on the port side. Upon hearing Lilith's question, one of the pirates immediately and decisively told the story. Upon hearing this, all the pirate kings' eyes immediately focused on Romantis. Those lips, they've been blessed. At this moment, Hoffman hurriedly came to Don's side. Captain, Annie and the others have boarded the ship. We have suffered no losses this time. Upon hearing this, Tang nodded. Damn Navy scum, I'll kill them. Barbarossa's furious roar echoed throughout the hall, indicating that the losses were considerable. This Joint Navy is really confident, coming straight for us. I really want to finish them off here in one fell swoop. Romantis' face was also grim. His men had suffered considerable losses in this surprise attack. Gentlemen, let's go out and prepare our respective fleets. Since the Allied Navy dares to come, they must be fully prepared. This time, we're probably going to have to fight to the death. When Don and his pirate crew arrived at the port, most of the pirate ships were already ready to leave and were exchanging fire with the naval fleet in scattered formations. The coastal defense guns of Mayan Island were also in full swing. Although the pirates had numerical advantage, they fought individually, unlike the Navy, which had a well-organized and orderly formation. Therefore, for a time, the two sides fought back and forth. However, everyone knows that this is just an appetizer. After all, in a war of this scale, ordinary warships are not the means to determine the outcome. The real winners and losers are the high-level professionals, and even the legends. Chapter 168, United Navy. Boom! Boom! The entire waters near Enchanted Flame Island were completely turned into a battlefield, with thousands of warships of various types from both sides engaging in a brutal artillery battle in this area. The Navy, due to the surprise attack, inflicted heavy losses on the pirates, causing the pirates, who originally had numerical advantage, to be overwhelmed by the Navy even with the assistance of coastal defense artillery. On board the United Navy flagship, USS Justice Forever, several figures stood at the bow of the ship, dressed in the uniforms of senior officers of the United Navy. Unexpectedly, the person standing at the very front of the group was a beautiful young girl. What a bunch of rabble, so easily suppressed by us, one of the young men said contemptuously. Isn't this normal? Our warships are built at great expense, while most of these pirate ships of the sea scum are converted from plundered merchant ships. Although they have several thousand warships, more than half of them are inferior to even our lowest-ranking warships. They're just there to make up the numbers. Another young man chuckled and chimed in. Don't be careless. We also benefited from a first-mover advantage. Our teacher once said that these pirates who have made it on the high seas are all quite capable. The girl in the lead gave a solemn warning. Christina, don't put it so harshly. How can this be considered a sneak attack? It's the pirates' own problem that they didn't discover our massive fleet of over 1,000 warships. One of the young men, his face flushed, argued that although modern warfare is less about such matters, they could carry out the surprise attack in the name of justice. But they couldn't say it out loud, as it wouldn't sound good, especially since it was said by their leader himself. Adolf, if it weren't for the psychedelic mirage lamp concealing us, how could we have gotten so close without being detected? Christina frowned as she looked at Adolf. The illusory lantern is a marine treasure that can conceal one's presence over a large area. Few professionals below the legendary level can see through the illusory lantern's concealment effect, making it a formidable weapon in naval warfare. The mystic mirage lamp was originally the property of another kingdom, but it was lent to the Allied Navy to support their campaign against the Pirate King. The Navy fleet was able to launch such a surprise attack on the pirates so easily only because it used the illusory mirage lantern as cover. Since no legendary figures accompanied the fleet, and the pirates' legendary figures were all focused on the Pirate King's meeting, no one noticed. There are also legendary beings on the island. The psychedelic mirage lamp has no effect on them, another young man said at this moment. Beauties. Speaking of legends, have you heard anything about the origin of that legendary spell? Before Christina could retort, Curry's immediately changed the subject. Upon hearing Kulis's question, Christina, as expected, stopped arguing about the sneak attack and frowned, saying, I don't know yet. The teachers haven't given me any information. Upon hearing this, everyone present frowned, and Adolf spoke with a grave expression. At this time, the sudden appearance of a legendary wizard who is neither friend nor foe, I'm afraid the legendary war may not be able to break out. For this war, the United Navy mobilized a total of 9 legends. Of course, the United Navy itself did not have that many legends. Half of them were recruited through exchanges of benefits and by calling on friends and allies. Under the leadership of the Raging Wave Sword Saint, suppressing the 9 legendary pirates was a piece of cake. The legendary class Sword Saint is among the top in combat power, even in the legendary world. Among the pirates, only the Dragon Knight can rival him. But unfortunately, that Dragon Knight has lost his mount. Therefore, among the legends of the pirates, no one is a match for the Raging Wave Sword Saint. Of course, merely suppressing them is insufficient. Not to mention that the half of the legendary figures they recruited are unlikely to fight to the death. The Allied Navy also doesn't want to actually engage in a life or death struggle with the pirates' legendary figures. If the pirate legends are really pushed too far, at least half of the naval legends will die, even if those legends they recruited fight desperately. If these legends don't contribute, the Navy could easily be wiped out by pirates. Therefore, after considering all factors, the legends can only fight a limited war. However, now that an unknown legendary wizard has appeared, the legends are unlikely to start a war easily. After all, the wizard class has always been among the top tier in terms of combat power at any level. Even the Raging Wave Sword Saint wouldn't dare say he could reliably defeat a legendary wizard. If the legends don't fight, then the outcome will depend on us. Christina's voice was somewhat low. If we rely entirely on these naval forces to decide the victors from the pirates, then the battlefield will inevitably be littered with corpses and the losses will be devastating. After all, for the legends, they wouldn't mind if they all died for the sake of victory. Thinking of her subordinates and colleagues, many of whom would likely die after today, Christina's heart grew heavy. It's all right, we have Senior Kyle. With Senior Kyle's strength, we can defeat at least half of the Pirate Kings. Adolf smiled confidently. Upon hearing this, Christina's eyes lit up, and she said to an elderly man in military uniform behind her, That's right. If the legends really can't start a war, then we'll leave it to you, Senior Kyle. Your Majesty summoned me here precisely to handle this situation. If I don't have the opportunity to take action, I would be letting down the reward your Majesty has given me. Kyle, among level 19 professionals, is one of the top 10 in combat power. Like Pearl, he is an old monster who fights for the legends. Attracted by the rewards offered by the Raging Wave Sword Saint, he joined the United Navy. At this moment, it is clearly a trump card in the United Navy. All right, everyone, prepare for battle. Once we receive confirmation from our teachers that they will not participate in the war, we will launch a full-scale attack. Christina addressed the crowd with a serious expression. In the name of justice, wipe out these damned pirates completely. In the name of justice. Chapter 169 ends below the legend. On the high seas, the roar of cannons never ceased. As time went on, the pirates who fought independently were gradually suppressed by the Navy. Even with the pirate kings joining the battle and Romantis gaining command of most of the fleet, they could not stop the pirates' decline. One reason is that the pirate faction is a mixed bag, including not only the Pirate King's subordinates, but also many free pirates, making it impossible for Romantis to unite all the forces. Another reason is that, although Romantis was very intelligent, he had no experience in commanding naval battles of this scale. Romantis understood that if a naval battle continued, the pirates would surely be defeated, so he commanded the pirates to make a desperate attempt to approach the naval warships and prepare for boarding action. The pirate fleet repeatedly tried to approach the warships, but the naval vessels avoided them. Since naval warfare offered a significant advantage, the Navy did not want to start boarding operations too early. After all, the legends haven't spoken yet. How to fight depends on their decision. Even if scattered pirate ships manage to get close to naval warships, they will be easily wiped out by the Navy's superior numbers. Watching their fleet suffer continuous losses, the pirate kings cursed in frustration, but even so, they were powerless to do anything about it. The two players, the Sea King and the Weathermaster, exchanged a few blows from a distance, while the entire battlefield was ravaged by torrential rain, fierce winds, and towering waves. Both sides suffered losses, but the losses were somewhat greater than those in a naval battle. So both sides tacitly stopped fighting and continued to wear down each other in a naval battle. As time went on, the pirates suffered increasing losses, with most of their inferior warships being sunk. At this point, the pirates' numerical advantage gradually disappeared. Suddenly, a gigantic energy hand appeared from the sky, abruptly piercing through the clouds and pressing down on the naval fleet. This is, finally, a legendary figure on the pirate side can't sit still anymore. The location where the giant energy handprint landed was exactly within the Justice Forever, and for a moment, the Marines covered by the giant hand were thrown into chaos. Even the naval commanders, including Christina, had very serious expressions. After all, to ensure the success rate of the surprise attack, the naval legends did not follow and only began to arrive after the war began. If the legends don't arrive in time, the Navy will inevitably suffer heavy casualties, and even the naval commanders themselves may be injured or killed. Call out. Just as the giant energy palm was about to strike the naval camp, a streak of light flew past and collided with it, followed by a dazzling flash of light. The giant energy hand vanished silently. The streak of light transformed into a figure dressed in naval uniform and landed on the warship below. Ha ha ha, really? Jacob, is it all you've got? Take on a bunch of mortals? Don't you think it's beneath you? The naval legend's slightly mocking laughter echoed throughout the entire battlefield and could be clearly heard even deep within Enchanting Flame Island. Lanul, eats you. What? You've given up your thieving business and joined the Navy. A figure suddenly appeared on the shore of Enchanted Flame Island, shouting at the naval legend from afar. That figure was one of the legendary figures on the pirate side. With the appearance of the two legends, the entire battlefield calmed down tacitly, and the two sides temporarily ceased hostilities. So, are you going to take action now, or would you like to talk first? Naval legend Renal ignored Jacob's taunts and calmly addressed him. Since you're willing to talk, then come on the island and let's talk. Another voice rang out from within the island. It belonged to yet another pirate legend. Good, Laner replied calmly, then transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the island. Immediately afterward, several more streaks of light flew in from behind the naval fleet and entered Enchanting Flame Island. On an open space within Enchanted Flame Island, a dozen or so figures landed here, standing in two opposing groups, one with 9 people and the other with 8. After the two sides took their positions, someone from the Navy suddenly spoke up. Why are there only 8 of you? Let me see. Where did Karagon go? Where Karagon went is none of your business. You're here to negotiate, so don't bring up irrelevant matters. A legendary figure from the pirate's side coldly replied. The existence of the fictitious legendary wizard behind Dawn gave the pirate legends a lot of confidence. Although that person was not around, the pirate legends believed that he would definitely step in at the crucial moment. After all, having gone to so much trouble to make Donald the Pirate King, he couldn't just step down after only one day. The naval legends were taken aback to see that the pirate legends were still so defiant and showed no sign of backing down. Originally, the Navy was confident of suppressing the pirates' legends. So the original plan was for the fleet to launch a surprise attack first, and then start the battle as soon as the legend arrived. With Kyle in command, the fleet was also able to suppress the pirates. However, not long ago, a fluctuation of a legendary spell suddenly appeared on Enchanting Flame Island. This made the Navy uneasy. The appearance of a legendary wizard at this time could rewrite the course of the battle. Therefore, the naval legends did not engage in direct combat, but instead chose to negotiate first. Seeing that the pirate legends are still so tough, even with one less person, the Navy has some guesses. Braun, has Karagon been replaced? A middle-aged man leading the Navy asked calmly, looking at a legendary figure leading the pirates. Although the Navy did not receive any intelligence about the island of Mayan due to time constraints, they still made accurate guesses based on the scene before them. That's right, Braun said calmly. A legendary wizard? Yes. The naval legends fell silent. As expected, things were developing in the worst possible direction. Although a legendary wizard had replaced Karagon, the number of legends on the pirate side remained unchanged. However, their combat power has increased significantly. Where is that person? Asked the legendary wave sword saint, the leader of the Navy. In the wizard tower, Braun said with a light laugh, but his words sent the hearts of the naval legends sinking to the bottom. The sword saint of waves also had a gloomy expression. He could fight an ordinary legendary wizard, but he had no desire to even touch a legendary wizard with a wizard tower. As for whether the pirates were lying, no one on the Navy's side thought so, since everyone had sensed the fluctuations of that legendary spell. This war will end below the legendary level. How about that? Wave Sword Saint said with a grim expression. Good. These few words determined the course of the war and the fate of millions of lives on both sides. Chapter 170 Beheading. As the legends set the tone for this war, the stagnant battlefield has begun to move again. The artillery fire that had ceased on both sides roared up again, but this time, unlike before, the warships were no longer simply keeping their distance and firing at each other. Instead, they began to move closer to each other and engaged in close-quarters combat. On a battlefield of this scale, the power of artillery is amplified infinitely by sheer numbers, easily tearing apart an ordinary warship. However, they were still unable to achieve anything against warships equipped with high-level professionals. Therefore, even though the Navy had the advantage in the artillery battle, they had no choice but to engage in boarding action in order to determine the victor. Barbarossa, a Tier 4 expert, has appeared on the Eastern battlefield. Go and stop him. Taylor, take a few 4th-rank officers to the west. There are some naval commanders there. Romanus's flagship is positioned safely at the rear, providing a comprehensive overview and enabling him to command the battlefield via communication devices. Each of the other pirate kings was dispersed to different parts of the battlefield, with Romanus in the center to command them, and then each pirate king to unite the pirates within their respective territories. At this moment, the battle between the two sides has gradually intensified, with high-level professionals engaging in fierce combat from time to time throughout the battlefield. This time, there are dozens of 4th-tier professionals and hundreds of 3rd-tier professionals on both sides of the battlefield. The professionals, including Sea King and Weathermaster, once again took action, causing the entire sea area to erupt into chaos. This disrupted the naval fleet's formation. The main reason was that the battles between high-level professionals had a wide impact, and once high-level professionals started fighting, both fleets had to detour and leave the area. Otherwise, most of the warships would sink in the crossfire of the battle between high-level professionals. Don, what are you doing in front of me? Romanus's questioning voice came from the communication device in Don's hand. This device was distributed by Lilith to all the pirate kings after the battle began, for use in commanding the battle. Because this item is quite precious, only 9 pirate kings possess it. These pirate kings then oversee various operations and command their fleets using methods such as flag signals. While the legends were negotiating, Romanus had already hastily assigned the locations where the various pirate kings would be stationed. Don was assigned to another battlefield, but at this moment, Don's fleet was stopped not far in front of Romanus. I've thought about it. With so few men and so few ships, we can't even make a ripple on the battlefield. It's better to stay with the commander-in-chief to prevent those naval forces from carrying out a decapitation strike. Even before this war, every pirate king had at least dozens of warships and nearly 10 third-tier professional subordinates. In order to prepare for this battle, each pirate king recruited soldiers and horses, each with hundreds of warships, dozens of third-tier professionals, and even several fourth-tier professionals. Relatively speaking, Don's small number of men were simply not enough to handle the situation. As for the subordinates Ronald had recruited before, Ronald had only been dead for a short time, so Don had no chance to recruit them. After all, Don would have to recruit those high-level professionals himself. Even those fourth-tier professionals need a legendary figure to step in. Otherwise, even if they are both fourth-tier and slightly stronger than the Pirate King, why would they risk their lives for you? These fourth-tier professionals were recruited by legends rather than by the Pirate King. Therefore, due to the somewhat hasty arrival at the battlefield this time, Don's limited manpower was in a rather awkward situation. Romantis was aware of this, so when allocating the battlefields earlier, he assigned Don to a relatively less important one, out of respect for that fictitious legendary wizard. Unexpectedly, Don did not go but stayed behind. Are you kidding me? If you don't go to the designated location, the entire battlefield command system will be missing a part, which will have a huge impact on us. The voice of Romantis, barely suppressing his anger, came through the communication device. Although the location where Don was assigned wasn't very important, it was still a command node, relatively speaking. Now, that Don wasn't there, there was a point in the pirate fleet that couldn't receive commands. Most of those warships belong to those free pirates. Do you think they'll listen to the orders of me, the newly crowned Pirate King? Don ignored Romantis' angry tone and responded calmly. Don's answer caused a moment of silence in the communication device. What Don said made sense. These free pirates didn't join the Pirate King's forces in the first place because they didn't want to be the Pirate King's lackeys. Asking them to take orders from Don is wishful thinking. Other pirate kings primarily commanded their own fleets, and under the leadership of their fleets, the free pirates could only follow the main force. After all, the free pirates weren't stupid. They knew that following the main group would increase their survival rate. However, this method was not feasible for Don. His fleet was too small to lead the free pirates. Therefore, I think it's best if I stay here to protect the commander-in-chief. Seeing that Romantis remained silent for a while, Don chuckled and said, "There is no danger here at all, and I don't need your protection. Even if you can't command, you can still join the battle. Your combat strength is still very important to the battlefield." A moment later, the sound of Romantis gritting his teeth came over. "Who says there's no danger here? Look ahead." Don's words startled Romantis, who immediately looked ahead. Not far ahead of Don, a naval warship was seen crossing the battlefield and heading straight for them. Any pirate ships that attempted to obstruct or attack the naval warship along the way were easily destroyed. Just as Romantis was looking at the naval warship, a third-tier pirate rushed onto the ship and was then crushed by an old man dressed in naval officer's uniform at the bow of the warship with one hand. Upon seeing the old man in the uniform of a naval admiral, Romantis' pupils contracted, and his throat became dry as he asked, "Is that Kyle?" Romantis had certainly seen footage of Kyle, the fourth-tier substitute fighter. For someone of his status, it was essential to know about these beings who could not be easily offended. The Navy actually got Kyle involved. Romantis' face was grim. At this moment, Kyle's appearance here clearly indicated that he was there to carry out a decapitation operation against him, the commander-in-chief. With his life in serious danger, how could Romantis possibly have a pleasant expression? Of course, although Kyle is strong, the Pirate King, who has mobilized most of his forces, can still stop him. However, let's not even mention that the Pirate Kings are currently scattered across the battlefield and have no time to come over. Even if they manage to catch up, if Kyle manages to hold off most of the Pirate Kings, the entire main battle will collapse. After all, the Navy also has quite a few fourth-tier experts. However, relying solely on himself and the two Pirate Kings, they would likely not last long against Kyle before being defeated. No, Romantis suddenly looked towards the Black Pearl, where there was someone comparable to Kyle. Chapter 171, Decapitation 2. Naval Fleet, aboard the Justice Forever. By this time, the naval commanders on board had all returned to their respective ships to command the local battle. The pirates all had communication devices, and the wealthy Navy had even more. Therefore, the Navy's command was more meticulous than that of the pirates. At this moment, only Christina and Kyle remained on the Justice Forever ship. Looking at the turbulent battlefield and the heavily damaged fleet, Christina frowned. Although she knew these sacrifices were inevitable, she still found it difficult to remain calm. This situation became even more serious after the high-level professionals on both sides engaged in a large-scale war. Finally, after a fierce battle between a pirate king and a fourth-tier naval professional affected several warships, Christina couldn't hold back any longer. Senior Kyle, what do you think about sending you to behead the pirate's commander? Just to be on the safe side, Christina still asked Kyle for his opinion. That kid Romantis may have some tricks up his sleeve, but they're not very useful. As long as it's not a group of more than 5 pirate kings, I can handle it. Kyle chuckled and spoke with confidence, a confidence that naturally stemmed from his strength. Most of the pirate kings are currently engaged in combat with our Navy's 4th-tier professionals. Romantis is alone, and even if some pirate kings come to his aid, there will be no more than 3 of them. Christina is a natural-born genius with a keen senses. As she is a chosen one of the naval professions, the naval profession is primarily based on senses, with secondary strength and physical abilities. Christina, now at the 4th rank, has surpassed 30 points in her perception attribute, and her observation hockey can cover the entire battlefield, so she knows the distribution of the pirate kings like the back of her hand. Since Don had only been the pirate king for less than a day, Christina didn't recognize him and only regarded him as an ordinary 4th-tier professional. As for Pearl, with his aura concealed, Christina only sensed a low-level professional pirate. Then I'll leave it to you, Senior Kyle. Once you take down Romantis, the pirates will lose their command and their resistance will inevitably drop a notch. After that, please go and hunt down those high-ranking pirates. Christina spoke sincerely to Kyle. No problem, leave it to me. So Kyle rode a frigate straight into the battlefield, as if it were empty, crossing it head-on and crushing everything in his path. During this time, a pirate king did spot the arrogant naval warship, but upon seeing Kyle's figure, he did not attempt to stop it. After all, Kyle's target wasn't himself, so why would he go and court death? Even though the pirate kings are now in an alliance, they still have their own selfish motives. Of course, if Romantis asks for help, they will definitely go to his aid immediately. This is for the legends to see later. However, if you just brush past Kyle, you can simply pretend you didn't see him. After all, it's normal for your perception to drop slightly on a battlefield in crisis, and even a legend wouldn't find fault with that. In this situation, Kyle quickly arrived in the heart of the pirate territory, right in front of Romantis and Don. Don, since you're here to protect me, then the people on this ship are yours. Upon seeing Kyle, Romantis decisively agreed to Don's suggestion to stay behind and protect him, and took the opportunity to have him confront Kyle. Romantis certainly didn't think Don could stop Kyle, but there was also Pearl over there. If Romantis were to ask Pearl to help, Pearl might not necessarily be able to, given the opinion of Romantis and other pirate kings. A powerful individual like Pearl must have been recruited by the legendary wizard behind Don, and her mission should simply be to protect Don. He might not necessarily take the initiative to attack in the war. Even if he does, he can wait until Kyle kills him, so it won't have any impact. But it will be different if Don faced Kyle. If Kyle were to kill Don, Pearl would definitely have to step in to protect Don. Although Don didn't know Kyle, Romantis' sudden change in attitude made Don feel uneasy. It's Kyle. Pearl stood beside Don, watching the approaching naval warship with a serious expression. Who is Kyle? Just like that old man. Tang instantly understood. This was yet another top-tier expert at the 4th level. However, the next moment, Tang Un's face darkened. Was his mouth blessed? He had originally stayed here to avoid participating in the battlefield and reduce losses. After all, with only this small force under his command, without using legendary warships and Pearl, he could easily be wiped out on this kind of battlefield. Therefore, Tang and Kai used the pretext of being the commander of the guards to stay in this safe rear area. As it turned out, the Navy actually had such top-notch experts to carry out decapitation strikes. As a result, this location became the most dangerous place on the battlefield. Are you his match? Don asked Pearl with a dark face. Although he knew very well that Kyle's target was definitely Romantis, now that things had come to this point, if he stepped back and let Kyle behead Romantis, he would be in trouble. Those legends will definitely hold him accountable. At that time, without a legendary wizard to stand up for him, Don will easily be killed by these legends. The old man is in the top 5, he's only in the top 10. Pearl, puffing on her pipe, said dismissively, "Then it's up to you." Pearl nodded without saying anything. After Don's promotion, he had taken the time to show him the class cards. After seeing the legendary class, 7 Warlords of the Sea, Pearl became completely tied to Don. Now, let alone Kyle, even a legend, Pearl would dare to go up and fight 2 rounds if she posed a threat to Don. As Kyle approached, Pearl vanished from the Black Pearl in a flash, and the next moment, she reappeared on the opposing warship. "Old man, it's been a long time." "Huh? It's you old codger." Upon seeing Pearl, Kyle looked surprised. "How come these pirates were able to get you to help them?" Kyle frowned as he looked at Pearl in front of him. If Pearl were here, it would be difficult for him to complete the task he had promised Christina. Someone offered me a price I couldn't refuse. "Old man, how about you give me some face and back out? I'll compensate you for what the Navy gave you." Pearl has accumulated considerable savings over the years, so it would be good if she could spend money to make Kyle back down. After all, although Pearl is in the top 5 and Kyle is in the top 10, at their level, the gap isn't that big. If either of them makes a breakthrough by accident, it's not impossible for them to overtake each other. Now that Pearl has a chance to become a legend, she naturally doesn't want to risk her life against others easily. Chapter 172 Chill. Coincidentally, someone else also offered me a price I couldn't refuse, a price you definitely can't afford to pay. Kyle looked at Pearl with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, Pearl fell silent. The two had known each other for nearly a century and had a considerable understanding of one another. Since Kyle said he couldn't give it to her, then he really couldn't. Of course, if Pearl were to reveal the matter of granting legendary professions the absolution, she could certainly persuade Kyle, and might even be able to turn him against her. However, Pearl knew very well that Don would not waste a spot for a level 19p combat power. After all, Tang An's ability to grant amnesty is different from the Emperor's, which is almost unlimited. He only has 7. Recruiting top-tier, 4th-tier combatants is enough with just Pearl. The best option for the remaining slots is to use them to win over other large forces, which would greatly help Tang and achieve legendary status. After all, the requirements for advancing to the rank of Sea Emperor are not much easier than those for becoming Emperor. That's exactly what the Emperor of the Ryan Empire did. Since that's the case, we still have to fight. Pearl sighed helplessly. With the hope of advancing to legendary status, Pearl's anger had subsided considerably. At this moment, he was still reluctant to take action against his old friend who shared his plight. It seems this match really will have to be decided. Seeing Pearl's attitude, Kyle's heart sank. Both of them had reasons that they could not back down, so this battle was likely to be a fight to the death. I've never reached this level when I boosted for legendary players before. However, thinking of the hope Christina had given him, Kyle hardened his heart. This was his last hope in this life. Even when facing his old friend Pearl, Kyle has to go all out. There's no room for negotiation. As Kyle finished speaking, Pearl, smoking her pipe, confronted Kyle, the atmosphere tense, and the two remained silent for a long time. As Pearl exhaled her last smoke ring, the two figures vanished from the spot in an instant. Bang! A dull thud echoed across the entire sea, and the warship Kyle was on was instantly torn to pieces. An invisible surge of air rapidly spread outwards, stirring up layers of waves. The Black Pearl, which was relatively close, was directly pushed several miles by the waves. Immediately afterwards, Pearl and Kyle's figures collided rapidly on the sea surface, each collision producing a silent, loud bang. The intense battle brought the entire battlefield to a standstill for a moment. In just a short while, all the warships within a 10-kilometer radius of the battle zone were pushed out. On Enchanted Flame Island. This is truly a rare sight. Braun's expression shifted slightly. He had thought that with Pearl on his side, victory was assured. Although Pearl's mission may not necessarily be to participate in this war, with Romantis around, Bloom believed that Romantis would find a way to get Pearl to join the battle. However, I didn't expect that the Navy would also recruit such top combat power below the legendary level. No wonder the raging Wave Sword Saint and the others are so confident. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. The Sword Saint of Raging Waves' expression turned somewhat gloomy. The reason he was so confident in setting an agreement to stop the war below the legendary level was because of Kyle's existence. A fourth-tier professional like Kyle could easily become the deciding factor in the outcome of a war of this magnitude. However, to everyone's surprise, the pirates also recruited such a person. You should know that even the Raging Wave Sword Saint could not recruit Kyle if he did not have a good disciple. The Sword Saint of Raging Waves guessed that this was probably related to the legendary wizard who had suddenly appeared. Otherwise, with those few poor bastards, they probably couldn't even afford to hire Pearl as a substitute fighter, let alone recruit him directly to participate in the war. However, the current situation means that the course of the battlefield is beyond the control of the Raging Wave Sword Saint. Even after excluding Kyle and Pearl, the Navy's overall combat strength can still suppress the pirates. However, if they continue fighting like this, even if they win, the Navy will suffer heavy losses. You must understand that these people are the core of the Navy. If they are lost too much, even if we win the war, it will be disastrous. The Navy is also powerless to control the sea. The main purpose of the Raging Wave Sword Saint in initiating this war was to take advantage of the war between the old and new continents to control the entire sea and firmly grasp all the shipping lanes. Based on this, the profits that can be obtained are enough to support dozens of legends, enabling the United Navy to leap into a behemoth second only to the Wizard Council. However, the sudden appearance of this legendary wizard essentially ruined the Raging Wave Sword Saint's plans, even if he had won the battle. Severe losses would also render the Joint Navy unable to control the overall situation. After all, those who truly have meticulous control over various regions are the ordinary beings beneath the legends. When that time comes, other forces will inevitably take the opportunity to reap the benefits. Putting aside others, the legendary figures we've invited, along with these defeated pirate kings, are bound to cause trouble. Thinking of this, the Sword Saint of Raging Waves' expression became even more unpleasant. Justice Forever, Part 1. Sensing the intense battle, Christina found it hard to believe that someone of Kyle's caliber could be stopped by just one person. If such a being existed in the Pirate King universe, their intelligence system should have known about it long ago. So, it's that newly crowned Pirate King? Christina's expression was grim as she looked at the battlefield that no one dared to approach. At that moment, a voice came through the communication device asking, "Hey, Christina, what's going on? Someone's blocking Kyle's senpai." "Yes," Christina replied through gritted teeth. "Great. How many people have they sent? Can we launch a full-scale attack now?" A joyful voice came through the communication device. One person. Then when will we? Wait, you said one person? The excited voice in the communication device came to an abrupt halt. Now, the entire army, listen to my command and launch a general offensive, prioritizing the annihilation of the pirate kings. Spare no effort to wipe out these parasites of the sea. Christina was startled to hear her voice coming through the communication device, giving orders, even though she hadn't actually spoken. Wait, Christina was about to stop her when she suddenly realized that the communication device in her hand was being restricted. Receive. Everything for justice. Everything for justice. The communication devices received responses from various commanders one after another. Although their answers were passionate and inspiring, Christina felt a chill run down her spine. Chapter 173, The Rise of Defeat. With the Navy launching a full-scale offensive, the pirates' already disadvantageous situation became even more unbearable. Although the pirates have the advantage in average combat strength among high-level professionals, the Navy simply has more high-level professionals. Currently, the pirate kings facing the Navy on the battlefield are at least up to a fourth-tier Navy officer, plus several top-tier, third-tier Navy officers. Bella, a top-tier pirate king, directly faced 3 fourth-tier naval professionals. Even someone as strong as Bella was firmly suppressed when facing 3 people of the same tier. Judging from the situation, if nothing unexpected happens, they won't be able to hold out for much longer. After all, these fourth-tier naval professionals, although weaker than the Pirate King, are not pushovers. If Bella is in such a predicament, the other Pirate Kings are in even more difficult situations. Moreover, in low-level battles, the pirates were also firmly suppressed by the Navy. No, suppressing them might not be the right word. Massacre would be more appropriate. Although the battles between high-level professionals have divided the entire battlefield into small sections, the Navy lost its strategic advantage, but even so, its combat power was not diminished in the slightest. The Navy is a perception-based profession, so it is far superior to other professions when it comes to operating artillery and firearms. With the latest steam rifles, those low-ranking pirates don't even have a chance to engage in boarding combat. They're just sitting ducks for the Navy. Steam rifles are currently the most advanced firearms in the old world, followed by enchanted and alchemically crafted extraordinary firearms. Its power can even threaten third-tier professionals. In the hands of perception-based professionals, it can create distance and basically slaughter professionals below the third tier at will. This item is a controlled item exclusively for the armies of various countries. For example, pirates can only obtain 3 to 5 of them at a considerable cost. However, due to the deep cooperation between the United Navy and the countries of the Old World, steam rifles were basically equipped throughout the entire Navy. At this moment, only Romantis, Dawn, and Lilith on the Pirate King's side are relatively safe, having not encountered any powerful opponents. Romantis was able to do so because he was the commander-in-chief, and in the rear, apart from powerful figures like Kyle, no one else was willing to fight their way through. Because of his role as protector of the commander-in-chief, Tang In was also very safe. However, it's somewhat unreasonable that Lilith hasn't been besieged by any powerful naval forces yet, considering she's a magic-based professional. On the battlefield, the fact that a high-ranking enemy magic user was not restrained is a very serious situation. I wonder what the Navy is thinking. What's even more puzzling is that Lilith hasn't made a move yet. After briefly observing the battle between Pearl and Kyle, and confirming that neither side could gain the upper hand in the short term, Romantis also noticed that the Navy had begun to exert its full force, and within just a few minutes of the Navy's efforts, the pirates began to show signs of defeat. The low-ranking pirates were being slaughtered and besieged by the Navy, and the high-ranking professionals who were being held back could not be relied on. At this time, some free pirates had already begun to secretly run away. If things continue like this, the pirates are likely to be completely defeated. Dawn, Lilith, what are you two waiting for? If this continues, we're doomed to lose. Romantis's furious voice rang out through the communication device. At this moment, he needs to stay in command and cannot join the battle. The other pirate kings are either suppressed or restrained. Only Dawn and Lilith have the potential to change the course of the battle. Dawn didn't pay attention to Romantis's words. He was now considering whether he should get more involved in the battle. If he got too involved and got tied down like the other pirate kings, it would be difficult to escape if anything unexpected happened. However, while Dawn didn't care, the others couldn't sit still. Suddenly, a blazing light flashed in space. Attracting everyone's attention, Dawn looked up and saw Lilith floating in the sky, with several scorching fireballs gathering above her head. In just a moment, they became enormous, enveloping the entire battlefield like suns. Even though Tang Un was at least dozens of miles away, he could feel the air starting to get hot. This is a pseudo-legendary spell, Sun Fire Burst, and it's multicast, and looked at the several suns that had appeared in the sky with disbelief. Among the professionals in this world, magic-based professionals are half a level stronger than combat-based professionals, mainly because the power of their spells is too great. The pseudo-legendary spell is a spell whose power exceeds the 4th tier limit, but does not reach the power of a legendary spell. Those who can use such pseudo-legendary spells are basically warlocks who rely on the power of their bloodline. Even Pearl and Kyle temporarily stopped fighting, sensing the powerful magical fluctuations in the sky. Pearl took a puff of her pipe and sighed slowly. With this kind of power, especially with multiple spells, even with the power of the warlock bloodline, I'm afraid they would be drained dry. With that girl's bloodline, she has no hope of becoming a legend anyway. This time, we're not at a loss. Kyle looked at Lilith under the sun, with a gloomy face. Originally, the Navy's plan had failed because of Pearl's unexpected appearance. If this happens again, the Navy's advantage will likely be completely wiped out. Pop! With a crisp sound that echoed throughout the entire sea, several suns took shape and slowly descended. Watching the massive fireball slowly descend, Tang In felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he were facing the heavenly barrier star from Naruto. Seeing the massive fireball pressing down from the sky, the Navy showed expressions of despair, and so did many of the pirates, as the two sides were entangled together. This legendary spell doesn't discriminate between friend and foe. Although the main target was the Navy, at least a third of the pirates were also within the attack range. Several fireballs soon fell. Boom! Dazzling rays of light spread out, and the deafening roar caused the eardrums of the low-level professionals on both sides to rupture. Mushroom clouds shot straight up into the sky from the sea. Upon seeing this, the surviving pirates erupted in thunderous cheers, celebrating their victory. Although the pirate side had also suffered heavy losses, it wasn't them who had died. Moments later, as the light faded and the smoke dissipated, the naval force at the epicenter of the explosion was found to be completely unharmed. This scene brought the pirates' cheers to an abrupt halt, and even the pirate kings stared in disbelief at what they had witnessed. 5 menacing naval warships, radiating energy, suddenly appeared. Anyone with discerning eyes could easily see that these 5 warships were inextricably linked to the blocking of the pseudo-legendary spell. At the same time, Lilith, whose power had been drained by the pseudo-legendary spell, also lost consciousness and fell from the sky. Chapter 174, Weighing the Options. A near-legendary warship. On Enchanted Flame Island, a legendary figure from the pirates' side stared in shock at the 5 naval warships. Since the age of exploration, the world's artisans and legendary wizards have been constantly improving and building more powerful warships. The legendary warship is the culmination of the greatest wisdom of the past century. Between legendary warships and ordinary warships lie extraordinary warships. So-called extraordinary warships are warships that have been enchanted by wizards, alchemists, craftsmen, or other professionals, giving them abilities similar to those of their respective professions. The previous Black Pearl was an extraordinary warship, but a relatively weak one. The strength of a super battleship depends entirely on the amount of enchantments applied to it. The most powerful, super powerful warship has basically completed the enchanting of the entire warship, and is only one legendary spell away from becoming a legendary warship, activating the ship's spirit. Such warships are known as near-legendary warships. Since no legendary spells are required, the construction of near-legendary warships is relatively simple. However, this simplicity is only relative to legendary warships. Only powerful forces could possibly completely enchant a warship. Even Alice spent several days doing so with the help of the Wizard Tower. For ordinary wizards, it would probably take a wizarding group several months or even years to complete. Putting aside everything else, the entire pirate faction, excluding Dawn, couldn't even produce a single near-legendary warship, which shows how difficult it was to acquire. Brun's face was also gloomy. His daughter's pseudo-legendary spell, which she had launched at a great cost, had not only failed to achieve any results, but also the appearance of these 5 near-legendary warships basically signals the pirates' defeat, without the Pirate King's resources to sustain them. It will be difficult for my daughter to recover from this injury. That's quite a generous gesture. Pearl exhaled a smoke ring, calmly observing the 5 near-legendary warships. Hee, the outcome is decided. It seems that this time, my side has the upper hand, even if you don't get your reward. Kyle looked at Pearl with a smile, taking Pearl's calm expression as a mere facade. After all, he's an old monster of considerable age, so it's quite easy for him to keep his emotions hidden. At this point, the two had stopped fighting. Now, the outcome was no longer decided by the two of them, since it wouldn't be easy for them to determine a winner in a short time. By the time they determine a winner, the war will probably be over. Since they can no longer influence the course of the battle, why should the two of them fight to the death? As long as they keep each other in check, even if they have given their dues, the legends won't be able to say anything. Pearl chuckled lightly, offering no rebuttal. He was well aware that Don possessed a truly legendary warship. No matter how powerful a near-legendary warship is, it's still only near-legendary. Against a legendary warship, let alone 5 against 1, even 10 against 1, it would be utterly crushed. After all, the legendary spell that consumes a bit of the legendary wizard's willpower to activate the ship spirit is the true core of the legendary warship. The outcome is decided? Indeed, but the pirates should be the victors. After all, judging from this scene, the Navy has probably used all its trump cards. The power of the near-legendary warship is beyond doubt. Now that it has made its appearance, it should unleash its full firepower and sweep across the battlefield. With the high-level professionals mostly tied up, the low-level pirates were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter when faced with a near-legendary warship. Before long, the pirates began to flee en masse. Not only the free pirates, but even many of the Pirate King's men began to desert. After all, the situation was basically settled, and these pirates could not possibly die for the Pirate King. It wasn't just ordinary pirates. Even the Pirate Kings were tempted. If it weren't for the legendary figures behind them, some Pirate Kings might have already started to flee. Even if they didn't run away immediately, most of the Pirate Kings began to fight and retreat, trying to get as far away from the center of the battlefield as possible. If their lives were in real danger, they wouldn't care about being legendary. At this moment, Don weighed the pros and cons. Although the 5 near-legendary warships seemed very powerful, Don felt that he could destroy one of them even in a one-on-one fight. Even with his current advancement, he would likely find it difficult to break through the defenses of the legendary Black Pearl. Comparing the two, Don was quite certain that the Black Pearl should be able to easily defeat these 5 near-legendary warships. Moreover, judging from the situation, this should be the Navy's last trump card. If they can directly eliminate these 5 near-legendary warships, then victory will come to the pirates. However, Don still had some concerns. Legendary warships were so important that they could be called national treasures. Even the Kingdom of Ryan only had 2 of them. Other major powers typically have only 1 ship, and many countries don't have any at all, relying solely on their legendary warships to create a spectacle. If Don's possession of a legendary warship were revealed in this setting, many forces would likely be tempted. Possessing such a treasure is a crime, especially for someone as mere Pirate King as Don possessing such a powerful weapon. For those big shots, he was unworthy of his position. Tang and was not worthy of the legendary warship. Even with a legendary wizard as his backer, there would still be people who coveted it. Moreover, the legendary wizard behind Don is entirely fabricated. However, if Don does nothing now, it would be tantamount to giving up the Pirate King's throne that he hasn't even warmed up yet. This isn't that important. Although the Pirate King's profits are great, it's still not as important as the legendary warship. Giving up isn't a big deal. However, Don is now only afraid that those legendary figures from the pirate side will come after him after losing their source of wealth. After all, since the start of the war, this Pirate King has basically not exerted any effort, only sending Pearl to the field. If the pirates win, all will be well. Out of consideration for the legendary wizard, the other legends won't say anything. But if they lose, these legends who have lost their territory and wealth are very likely to seek revenge on this Pirate King who didn't contribute. Although losing wasn't his fault, those legends who were desperate for a win didn't care about such things. Even if only one legend had this thought, Don would probably be finished. After all, even a legendary wizard wouldn't want to offend a legend without territory or property. After much deliberation, Don gritted his teeth and made a decision. Black Pearl, main guns charging and ready, aim at those near-legendary warships on the other side. Chapter 175 The Might of the Legendary Warship. After weighing the options, Don ultimately decided to bring out the Black Pearl. Although the legendary warship would be coveted, it had the protection of a legendary wizard that was not actually there. It might buy them some time, but if they were targeted by other legends, Don might just die on the spot. After all, Don has now offended a legend. Moreover, Don was also very envious of the Pirate King's resources, which were enough to support a legend. You have to understand that his ascension to legendary status requires a huge amount of resources, and without the position of Pirate King, it would probably take him hundreds of years to gather them. At Don's command, A pale white light emanated from between the ivory tusks at the bow of the Black Pearl. Because the Black Pearl was engraved with magical runes that concealed energy, this earth-shattering energy condensation went unnoticed by most people. That's Kyle and Pearl, who were not far from the Black Pearl, noticed the anomaly immediately. Looking at the Black Pearl charging up, Kyle's eyes widened in disbelief. You knew all along. Kyle looked at Pearl with a grim expression, remembering that Pearl seemed to have come from this ship. Pearl chuckled, her energy surging. Her meaning was clear. You just stay here and watch quietly. Don't even think about causing trouble. Seeing Pearl's heightened vigilance, Kyle understood that the outcome was truly decided this time. Aside from the legendary ships, he was the only one in the entire Navy capable of interfering with a legendary warship. And now he was stuck here, unable to make a move. A minute passed quickly, and the Black Pearl's main guns were fully charged. A dazzling white light, carrying an aura of world-destroying power, rapidly struck the Navy's near-legendary warship. The speed was so fast that even the Navy's near-legendary warships couldn't react in time. In just an instant, one of the near-legendary warships was vaporized. Since quasi-legendary warships lack ship spirits, a large number of wizards are needed to operate the ships in order to unleash their full power. If a sufficient number of wizards were to operate a near-legendary warship, it wouldn't be impossible for it to fight a regular legendary warship. However, it is clear that the Navy does not have enough wizards. This is the main gun of a legendary warship. Quickly reinforce the protective shield. Speed away from its range. The wizards on the other near-legendary warships of the Navy quickly realized what was happening and immediately ordered a response. Unfortunately, due to the arrogance of the wizards who were piloting the near-legendary warships, the 5 near-legendary warships did not separate and operate independently. At this moment, they were all extremely close. Even though the wizards on the near-legendary warships made the right decisions very quickly, 2 near-legendary warships were still attacked. One ship was hit head-on and instantly vaporized, while the other was grazed and, although it lost its combat capability, it still retained most of its hull and the wizard, making it possible to repair. This is the power of a legendary warship. Although there was an element of surprise attack, a single shot destroyed half of the 5 near-legendary warships, which shows the difference in power. On Enchanted Flame Island, a legendary warship, a naval legend, gritted his teeth as he looked at the Black Pearl. If it weren't for a pirate legend standing in his way, he would have attacked directly. You guys actually had such a trump card hidden away? When did you become so cunning? You bunch of brutes. Another naval legend also looked at the pirates with a gloomy expression. Same here. You also sent 5 near-legendary warships to fight us. A pirate legend sneered disdainfully, although they were unaware that their side possessed such a trump card. After all, Dom was the newly crowned pirate king, and they had not gained any in-depth understanding of him. The legendary wizard never appeared to communicate with them. Legendary warships possess the ability to conceal themselves, making them difficult to detect even if deliberately searched. However, in this situation, since the legendary warship belongs to their side, they certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity to mock the enemy. A legendary warship. The Wave Sword Saint looked at the Black Pearl with a strange expression, his tone filled with anger and jealousy. You bunch of scum, you actually have a legendary warship. You should know that even though the Sword Saint of Waves spent a great deal of effort to establish the United Navy, almost begging and pleading, he still couldn't get a single legendary warship, not even one that was borrowed. Now, these pirates whom he had previously disregarded actually possessed a legendary warship. Subconsciously, the Sword Saint of Waves slowly took a step forward. So the outcome is decided now. After the Black Pearl's main cannon fired, Braun had been keeping a close eye on the Raging Wave Sword Saint. Upon seeing the Raging Wave Sword Saint's actions, he immediately stepped forward, blocking the Raging Wave Sword Saint's path, and asked with a smile. Seeing Brahm's actions, the Sword Saint of Waves laughed in anger. What, you think you, a Dragon Knight without a mount, can stop me? The legendary class of Dragon Knight is extremely dependent on dragon mounts. Without a mount, although they remain legendary, their combat power drops by more than 1 level. Upon hearing the words of the Wave Sword Saint, the pirate legends all changed their expressions drastically. Among the dozen or so legends present, the Wave Sword Saint was undoubtedly the strongest. It is said that the Wave Sword Saint is almost level 30 and has become a high-level legendary. Given the legendary fighting prowess of these pirates, it would take at least 3 of them to reliably stop him. I can't stop you, but that person is watching. Brown chuckled softly. If it were before, he would have been at a disadvantage against the raging Tide Sword Saint after losing his mount. But things were different now. Upon hearing this, the Sword Saint of Waves' expression shifted between light and dark. Finally, after confirming that he wasn't entirely confident, he suppressed his anger and growled. This time, you win. Let's go. Eddingard Island, in the Wizard's Tower. Gulp. Alice swallowed hard and said to the tower spirit, Teacher was right after all. The outside world is too dangerous. That guy Don actually encountered more than a dozen legends so easily. After casting a legendary spell following Don's signal, Alice, out of curiosity, used the power of the Wizard Tower to observe the situation there. Although the legends could perceive this observation, due to the extremely high status of the Wizard Tower, they could not discern the observer's true abilities. It was precisely because Alice had been observing the situation that these legends stood so firmly on Don's side. What a joke. Even outside, it's not that common to see a dozen or so legends. The tower spirit chuckled as he explained to Alice. He then said, However, we still underestimated this Don. He actually has so many legends backing him. It seems we can invest more in him. Chapter 176, Celebrating Victory. The Navy retreated, just minutes after the Sword Saint of Raging Waves conceded defeat. There was no other way. If the fighting continued, the Navy's remaining 2.5 near-legendary warships would all perish here. 4 top-tier 4th-order combatants like Pearl and Kyle, multiple 4th-order professionals can be dispatched to contain them. But this method is completely useless against legendary warships. For a 4th-tier peak combatant like Pearl, the biggest threat from a legendary warship is its main gun. Even a professional like Pearl has no ability to resist the main gun of a legendary warship. However, powerhouses of Pearl's caliber are well-rounded, possessing exceptional perception and reaction speed that allow them to evade the main cannons of legendary warships. Furthermore, Pearl's destructive power will put immense pressure on the legendary warship's energy shield. However, for other Tier 4 professionals, the legendary warship's numerous secondary guns posed a deadly threat. Under the high-density fire of these secondary guns, it was difficult for a typical Tier 4 professional to completely dodge. Moreover, a typical Tier 4 professional can deal very little damage to the energy shield of a legendary warship. Therefore, after the legends issued the ceasefire order, both sides sounded the retreat, and the naval fleet slowly departed, towing its damaged ships. Watching the Navy fleet leave in disarray, the pirates erupted in deafening cheers. A large number of pirate ships swarmed toward the Black Pearl, the hero of this battle. Countless pirates sailed around the Black Pearl, chanting Donald's name. Although most of these pirates did not recognize the legendary warship, those who had spent their lives on the high seas had heard of its name. Thanks to the word of some knowledgeable pirates, all the pirates knew that the Black Pearl was a legendary warship, and its owner was the greatest contributor to the pirates' victory over the Navy. Seeing this scene, most of the pirate kings did not look too good. After all, most of the pirates who went up were their subordinates. After the series of changes on a battlefield, most of the free pirates, who were already in the minority, ran away. At this moment, how could they not mind that their own men were going to fawn over another pirate king? If it were before, it wouldn't have mattered. After all, these pirate kings each occupied a sea route, and they might never see each other in their entire lives. Previous pirate kings had all done this, but now, due to the existence of the United Navy, the pirate kings have been forced to band together and form a unified entity. After all, although the Allied Navy was defeated, they still exist and have the potential to make a comeback. Therefore, these pirate kings still maintained frequent interactions afterward. It is a major taboo for one's own subordinates to develop a sense of admiration for other pirate kings. Putting aside everything else, these pirates, who already lacked loyalty, are highly likely to betray him and join Don in this situation. The following day, a grand celebration was held on Enchanted Flame Island, funded by the host, Ms. Lilith. Lilith, who had fainted after being drained of her power by a pseudo-legendary spell, was caught by her followers and, after a day of rest, has regained consciousness. Although she was still pale due to excessive exertion, attending the victory celebration was not a problem. Inside the city, ordinary pirates drank and ate heartily, while groups of prostitutes, dressed in flamboyant attire, moved among them. Meanwhile, the pirates of the third rank and above all entered the banquet hall, specially arranged by Lilith. Unlike the vulgar scenes outside, the banquet hall was more like a noble party. Don observed the banquet from a corner of the banquet hall. Due to his contributions in the war and the strength he had demonstrated, Don was surrounded by many people as soon as the banquet began. These people were all there to establish a relationship with Tang and Pan, or even to join his ranks. Among them were quite a few fourth-tier professionals. Unfortunately, Don made it clear that the legendary wizard behind him had given him full authority to handle all matters and did not want to meet with anyone. This dispelled the idea of these fourth-tier professionals. After all, these fourth-tier professionals wanted to serve the legendary wizard, not the pirate king Don, even though they were weaker than Don. After all, joining Don's crew and joining Legend's crew are two different things. To outsiders, everyone knows that the Pirate King controls most of the resources on the sea lanes and supplies them to Legend. The fourth-tier professionals who come here are also seeking resources to improve themselves. For fourth-tier professionals, the fact that the Pirate King can offer them higher salaries is all thanks to the legend behind them. Moreover, to outsiders, the ownership of both the legendary warship and Pearl, which determined the outcome of the war, belonged to that legendary wizard. Therefore, after learning that they could not meet the legendary wizard behind Don, all the fourth-tier professionals chose to wait and see. The third-tier pirates, however, didn't have so many complicated schemes, although the top third-tier pirates also gave up on joining Don for the same reason. However, quite a few Tier 3 pirates still chose to join Don's ranks. Don entrusted Annie with the task of dealing with these pirates, since taking in these pirates who had pledged allegiance was not a simple matter of a single word. Salary, the pirate's strength, character, and personality are all things that need to be understood and discussed. After leaving these troubles to Annie, Don was finally able to get away and enjoy the banquet. He casually picked up a piece of unidentified seafood and stuffed it into his mouth. Don nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a veteran pirate king, the food he made was far superior to what Martin made. "Mr. Don, are you satisfied with the food?" A seductive voice reached Don's ears. Upon hearing the sudden words, Tang In slowly swallowed the food in his mouth and replied softly, "Of course I'm satisfied. It's so delicious. Someone as poor as me could never afford to eat this in my entire life." "Mr. Don is too kind. As a nobleman of the kingdom of Ryan, how can you be considered a down and out?" Lilith said with a sweet laugh, although the upper half of her face was pale due to exhaustion. However, she exudes a unique charm. Even with Don's current composure, his heart skipped a beat when he looked at Lilith. "That vixen, Miss Lilith, seems to know me quite well." Suppressing his inner turmoil, Don replied calmly. Chapter 177 Big Trouble. There's no other way. When a big shot like Mr. Tang In comes to my territory, I have to make sure I understand everything before I feel at ease. Lilith raised her wine glass and handed it to Don, gently and coquettishly saying. Tang In chuckled, raised his glass and clinked it lightly, then tilted his head back and drank the wine in his glass without replying. After drinking the wine in her glass, Lilith pondered for a moment and then said softly, "Speaking of which, given Mr. Don's current strength and status, the Ryan Empire should restore your title, right? I remember that Mr. Don also seems to have a valuable fiefdom in the New World." Upon hearing Lilith's words, Don remembered that he still held the title from the Kingdom of Ryan, although many of his former titles were no longer recognized after the Kingdom of Ryan became the Ryan Empire. However, now that Don has become the Pirate King and has a legendary wizard behind him, the Ryan Empire will definitely restore his title. Putting everything else aside, that legendary warship alone is worth a marquise. For the Ryan Empire, which is currently at war with the Wizard Council, a legendary warship is a formidable fighting force. As for dukes, in the current Ryan Empire, only legends can be granted the title of duke. However, this situation is not necessarily a good thing. After all, the pirate kings have always been a neutral force, including the legends behind them. They only went to the seas to establish their own kingdoms in order to avoid getting involved in the war between the old and new worlds. These legends have rejected countless attempts to win over both sides over the years, and the Wizarding Council's behind-the-scenes influence is more or less responsible for this joint naval effort. Although the United Navy is also a group of neutral legends, their roots are in the old world, and they are still closer to the Wizarding Council. Comparing the two options, it is more in the interests of the Wizarding Council to unite the Navy to control the seas. If it were any other pirate king, the Ryan Empire would simply refuse their attempts to win them over, since the Ryan Empire's current situation doesn't allow them to offend other powers. However, Don is different. Don is a legitimate former Earl of the Kingdom of Ryan. If the Ryan Empire were to restore Don's title and return his fiefdom, it would be very tempting. After all, the Campbell family's fiefdom includes a gold mine, and the overall profits are comparable to those of a pirate king. This is also what the other pirate kings and legends are worried about. After all, the pirate kings are now a unified whole. Once Don accepts the offer of the Ryan Empire, the other pirate kings will no longer be considered neutral by the Wizard Council. Even if they claim to be neutral, it's all for naught. That's why Lilith came to test Don's thoughts. However, there is something else that others don't know. Tang also has a contract with the Eye of the Sky, who is the mastermind behind the birth of the Ryan Empire. Perhaps the rooster, as the emperor, doesn't know that Tang is a sheep, but the Eye of the Sky certainly does. Once they use this relationship to win over Don will simply be unable to refuse. Even without any effort to win him over, simply revealing this connection would force Don to obediently join the Ryan Empire's camp. This is undoubtedly not what Don wanted to see. At this moment, Don couldn't help but wonder if it was a mistake for him to have taken action to repel the Allied Navy. After all, once he takes sides and joins the war between the Ryan Empire and the Wizard Council, with a small frame, Don would probably be torn to pieces very easily. Even if he survives by sheer luck, it will have a serious impact on Tang's advancement, and may even completely cut off his path to becoming a legend. As for the gold mines and the fiefdom, they're not that attractive to Tang now. Not to mention that the Ryan Empire takes the lion's share of the gold mines. The many newly promoted legends in the Ryan Empire are all eager for food. Even a small share of the gold mining industry is a tempting prize in the eyes of legends. With a fictitious legendary wizard behind them unable to show his face, even if Don is restored to his noble title. They probably won't get much of the gold mine's share, and since the gold mine is in their own territory, they'll have to put up with a bunch of legends nagging them. Therefore, at this stage, this gold mine is a double-edged sword for Tang. Don would certainly not step into the deep pit of the Ryan Empire for a gold mine that wouldn't yield much. Don't worry, Miss Lilith. I don't care about a mere title. I will never step into the vortex of the Ryan Empire. Although he was somewhat at a loss about this big problem, Don still smiled and expressed to Lilith his determination not to align himself with the Ryan Empire. Lilith clearly represents the opinions of the other individuals and even the legends behind them. If Don cannot clearly appease them now, then Don probably won't even have time to wait for this big trouble to arrive before he's suppressed by several legends, forcing out that fictitious legendary wizard for a face-to-face meeting. Without a legendary wizard to stand up for him, Don might be doomed. Hearing Don's words, Lilith seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said with a light laugh, "Then I won't disturb Mr. Don't enjoy his meal any longer." After receiving the answer she wanted, Lilith left on her own initiative. One reason was that she needed to rest, and the other was that, judging from Don's previous reaction, Don clearly preferred seclusion. So, after confirming that Don would not easily take sides, Lilith rushed back to report. After Lilith left, Don looked at the delicious food in front of him, but suddenly it didn't taste good anymore. With such a big trouble weighing on his mind, how could Don possibly have the mood to eat? For the rest of the time, Don racked his brains until the end of the banquet, but he still couldn't come up with a solution. After all, this problem was too unsolvable. Don was certain that once the Eye of the Sky revealed their connection, it would force him to take sides. Therefore, Don might not even have to wait for the Wizard Council's army to come and defeat him before he is killed by the legends behind the other pirate kings. Although this might offend the Ryan Empire, given its current state of being suppressed by the Wizard Council, the Ryan Empire couldn't do anything to the other pirate kings. Thinking about these possibilities, Don felt a headache coming on. He had already reached the high position of Pirate King and had a backer behind him. The trouble we're encountering is getting more and more dangerous. Chapter 178, The Confused Rabbit. On the second day of the banquet, the Pirate King set sail to leave. After all, although the war was won, each side still had a mess to clean up along their respective shipping lanes. Therefore, most of the Pirate Kings did not intend to stay any longer and took their leave to go home. The same goes for Don. Although he hadn't yet figured out a way to deal with the troubles of the Ryan Empire, Don could only take it one step at a time. However, this did not affect Don's preparation to take over his newly acquired territory. After all, this is the source of Don's future assets and the foundation for his rise to legend. So, after seeing the Pirate King take his leave, Don also hurriedly bid farewell to Lilith and set sail with his subordinates to leave Enchanting Flame Island. Unlike other pirate kings who left with shrunken fleets, when Don's fleet left, it had grown from a dozen ships to nearly 50. These are all pirates who have joined Don in the past few days, even though Don had instructed Annie to select them carefully. It has also reached its current scale, although there are no fourth-tier experts among them. However, there are more than a dozen third-tier pirates and countless other second-tier pirates. After all, once you become the Pirate King, you still need some manpower to manage your territory, and these manpower must be at least tier 3. The massive fleet was once again traversing the unknown seas, preparing to head towards the Eagle Passage, unlike the last time when Don left in such a sorry state. This time, thanks to the presence of numerous tier 3 professionals, the losses along the way were not significant. If Don were to convert all the ships to homies, there wouldn't even be any losses. However, Don did not do so. After all, with so many people in the fleet, there were bound to be spies from other forces among them. Once the capabilities of the Don Homies pirate ship are transmitted back, there will surely be clever people who will connect it to the legendary warship. Not to mention the covetousness that such an ability would attract. It's important to understand that the legendary warship is now strong proof that Don has a legendary wizard behind him. Once it's believed that the legendary warship is linked to Don's abilities, then people will inevitably question the situation of the legendary wizard behind Don. Therefore, Don definitely can't freely transform the homie pirate ship now. On this day, the fleet was sailing peacefully on the sea. Don locked himself in the captain's cabin, idly watering with his silver mirror. Since the last meeting held by the Eye of the Sky, after everyone signed the contract and became partners, Silver Mirror has become lively. People often ask each other questions and share information here. Some people even use this to exchange goods and make transactions. When Don had nothing to do, he would sometimes boast to them in the Silver Mirror, hoping to glean some useful information. Shunho, young, innocent girls are still more alluring. Inhu, why do I feel that the widow in the west of the city is more alluring than the young woman beside me? Shunho, that's because you're still young and haven't experienced enough. Tangen looked at the information in the Silver Mirror, puzzled. It seemed, perhaps, maybe it was all backwards? These two are basically the most active chatters in the Silver Mirror group. They could chat in there almost every day. Today, for some reason, these two started talking about women. One likes young girls, and the other likes widows. They seem to be arguing about it. As the two argued about whether a young girl or a widow was more appealing and began to give examples, Tang In chuckled and enjoyed the show. Rabbit, could you please answer a question for me? The sudden appearance of the rabbit forced the argument between the monkey and the tiger to a halt. Although both of them were somewhat shameless, it was not appropriate to argue about such topics in front of the rabbit, who was clearly a young woman. Especially Shunho, who always considers himself a gentleman. Shunho, what's the problem? Rabbit, how do you all view justice? What do you think constitutes justice? Good heavens, what triggered this defeat? Don knew the name and identity of Mao Tu, which Mao Tu had revealed himself. As the Pirate King, Don also learned from others that the Navy's commander was Mao Tu. Tiger, justice? Isn't that something for kids? Rat, justice? Bullshit. Snake, justice? Is it the virtue of knights in fairy tales? Pig, isn't justice just an excuse for those big shots to fool the lower classes? Goodness, everyone was lurking. As he watched the group members being blasted out, Don kept exclaiming, goodness. Looking at the replies from these people, Christina was completely bewildered. Did these people really despise justice so much? For a moment, Mao Tu also began to have some doubts about justice. Shinho, based on my years of experience reading historical legends, poems, and epics, justice is nothing more than an excuse for the victors to embellish themselves. In other words, the victors represent justice. Rabbit, does true justice truly not exist in this world? Are those knights who uphold justice and virtue also fake? Everyone fell silent at Mao Tu's somewhat naive words, unsure how to respond. Those virtuous knights gain power by practicing a virtue. To put it bluntly, it's about using a kind of constraint to strengthen one's own will. This thing is rather idealistic, so the things those knights of justice do may not actually qualify as righteous. Sheep, Wei Yang. So what happened to you? Don was still a little curious about what had provoked Usagi and what the situation was like after the Navy withdrew, so he asked. As for matters involving Usagi's privacy or even Navy secrets, Don wasn't worried that Usagi would turn against him because of it. After all, Mao Tu is known as a naive and innocent person in the group. Even if it's a secret, it's possible for it to be revealed when no one in the group knows each other. Especially now, with the rabbit, Mao Tu, behaving rather abnormally. Rabbit, on our way back, my teacher ordered us to do some rather inappropriate things. Although Mao Tu spoke rather vaguely, the group members who already knew her identity due to her self-disclosure understood that when she mentioned a return voyage, she meant the return voyage after the Navy's defeat. Of course, the tiger that came later is an exception. Shinho, what exactly happened? Please elaborate. Snake, what bad thing happened? Pig, could you elaborate on what you did specifically? Tiger, returning to base? From where? Indeed, gossip is in the nature of all living things. Chapter 179 Money and Justice. Rabbit was clearly taken aback by the gossip of the group members, and the entire group remained silent for a long time. Of course, Tang In was also a gossip, but seeing that others had already asked the question, he quietly deleted the message he was about to send. Silver Mirror remained silent for a long time, just when Dawn thought that the matter was over. The rabbit sent out a message, slowly. Rabbit, on the way back, my teacher ordered a massacre and sweep of the islands along the way. I want to try to dissuade him, but he locked me up instead. Upon seeing the message about the rabbit, Tang In was immediately shocked. He hadn't heard a word about this at all. Moreover, as a member of the Navy, their methods are even more ruthless than those of pirates. Not only Tang In, but the entire group was in an uproar. Ce n'est impossible. How could His Majesty the Sword Saint of Raging Waves do something so heinous? Shinho, how could such a large-scale massacre go completely undetected? Rat, filthy humans. Tigerine, huh? How do we end up talking about the Raging Wave Sword Saint again? Snake, besides, doesn't the Wizarding Council strictly forbid legendary professionals from indiscriminately slaughtering mortals? And isn't the Raging Wave Sword Saint afraid of divine retribution? Shunho, the Wizarding Council's main focus is currently on the Ryan Empire. As long as this matter is kept hidden and not publicized, the Wizarding Council will turn a blind eye at this time. Shinho, as for the divine punishment, the Wrathful Sword Saint merely gave the order. He didn't personally carry it out. Shinho, however, even so, isn't anyone going to stop the Raging Wave Sword Saint from doing this? After all, the Allied Navy is acting in the name of justice. If this gets out, the Allied Navy will probably be finished. Rabbit, I don't know about the legends, but many Marines were dissatisfied with their teacher's orders and even openly disobeyed them. But they all died at the hands of the oversight team. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Although, for legends, mortals below the legend level were no longer considered a species. However, the actions of the Raging Wave Sword Saint were truly too outrageous. Such wanton slaughter has not occurred for thousands of years, not even in the occupied territories of the New World. After all, besides the Wizarding Council's ban, there's also the sharp blade of divine punishment hanging in the sky. Moreover, there is absolutely no benefit to massacring civilians, except for a very few special professions. Rooster, the Raging Wave Sword Saint has incurred considerable debt due to the establishment of the United Navy in this war. Just as everyone was puzzled, the rooster suddenly appeared and, with a casual remark, answered everyone's questions. Rabbit, you're saying the teacher did this for money? Rabbit, that's absolutely impossible. My teacher has been a legendary figure for many years. Not to mention his vast wealth. Just from the naval financial reports I've seen, his annual income is over 1 million gold coins. How could he possibly do something like this for a mere few gold coins? Rooster, 1 million gold coins is indeed an astronomical figure for you. And even for some legendary figures, it's a huge sum. Rooster, but that's far from enough to support a large force. You've only seen the income, not the support. Just the combined Navy's thousands of warships alone cost millions of gold coins. Rooster, there are also the expenses for maintaining those armies, and even inviting other legendary figures to help. Even if we emptied the savings of Raging Wave Sword Saint and the others, it wouldn't be enough. Rooster, the United Navy has only been established for a year. How can it maintain such a large force like the United Navy if the Raging Wave Sword Saint doesn't borrow money? It can only be said that he truly lived up to his title as the Emperor of the Ryan Empire. His aura of completely disregarding millions of gold coins was truly astonishing to Tang Yin. Not only Tang Yin, but everyone in the group must have been shocked. These people may be the pride of their respective regions, and some may even be the key talents cultivated by large forces. However, with their current strength, they would have difficulty even handling more than 100,000 gold coins. After all, the annual income of an ordinary fourth-tier player is only a few thousand gold coins. Rabbit, so, teacher, you did this really just for money? After a simple calculation, the rooster, Yoji, made the rabbit, Mao Tu, believe in this story. Putting aside everything else, the Raging Wave Sword Saint spent a considerable amount of money to rent those 5 near-legendary warships alone. The loss of 2.5 ships in this battle alone is a considerable expense. Originally, with a Raging Wave Sword Saint having paid such a high price, this battle should have been a sure thing, and the Allied Navy would have completely seized control of all the shipping lanes. Hundreds of millions of gold coins are really a small amount. They can be easily paid off. By then, the revenue of the joint navy will be in the hundreds of millions. However, the unexpected appearance of Dawn led to the United Navy's crushing defeat. Not only did the Furious Sword Saint's plan fail, but he also had to find a way to repay his huge debt. After all, the people the Furious Sword Saint could lend money to had to be at least legendary figures, and he had lent money to quite a few people. If he doesn't repay the money, not to mention the reputation of the Raging Wave Sword Saint, those legendary figures could easily kill him if they joined forces. Under these circumstances, the Raging Wave Sword Saint, driven by malice, swept through all the small and medium-sized islands in the sea area of the New World. Besides the islands where powerful forces were stationed, they didn't even spare some islands where legendary forces were stationed. After all, as long as it's well hidden, these smaller factions simply won't find any evidence that the United Navy did such a thing. It was because they knew about the Surge Sword Saint situation that the other legends did not stop him. They didn't dare to stop them either. Those legendary figures who came to help didn't want to get involved in these matters. They were minding their own business and staying out of it. The legendary figures, who also belonged to the Navy, needed the money from these raids to survive, since they had basically emptied their savings in order to unite the Navy. Even if some legendary figures wanted to stop him, they were afraid of getting beaten up. After all, the Raging Wave Sword Saint was recognized as the strongest among these legends. Moreover, the Raging Wave Sword Saint is in a bad mood right now, and if we try to stop him, he might become our punching bag. It's not worth it for a few ordinary people. Didn't you see that those Navy soldiers who tried to obstruct or disobey orders were all executed on the spot by the Sword Saint of Raging Waves? If it weren't for the fact that Christina the Rabbit is quite important to the Navy, she would probably have been easily killed by the Raging Wave Sword Saint. Chapter 180, I Am Justice. Rabbit, just for this money, not only have so many innocent people been slaughtered, but even our own people have been turned against. Was all the justice my teacher taught me a lie? Sheep, Wei Yang. Justice is something only the strong deserve. The weak have no right to speak of justice. Having just learned such a shocking piece of gossip, Tang Yin, seeing that Mao Tu seemed to have lost his Dao heart, couldn't help but chime in. Rabbit, the weak are not fit to talk about justice. Sheep, Wei Yang. Yes, if you were stronger than your teacher today, he would definitely submit to your sense of justice and wouldn't do such a thing. Now that Don has firmly secured his position as the Pirate King, the Allied Navy, which intends to wipe out the Pirate King and unify all sea lanes, is bound to be his enemy. As a chosen one in the Navy, Rabbit, undoubtedly holds a pivotal position. Once he advances to legendary status, a dramatic rebellion against the established order might unfold. This is very beneficial to Tang, since weakening the enemy is the same as strengthening oneself. Rabbit, but is justice that succumbs to violence still justice? Sheep, Wei Yang. Violence is not about forcing others to submit, but rather a means to get them to calmly listen to your principles of justice. Sheep, Wei Yang. Think about it. If you had abilities surpassing your teachers, wouldn't your teacher be unable to lock you up and would instead calmly listen to your advice? Sheep, Wei Yang. Without this power, you would be completely at your teacher's mercy in this situation, unable to do anything and even offending your teacher. Is that right? Rabbit, it seems that's really the case, so what should I do? Sheep, Wei Yang. From now on, you should try your best to play the role of an obedient disciple. Do whatever your teacher tells you to do. For now, put aside thoughts of justice and try your best to repair your relationship with your master. Rabbit, why? If I also collude with the teacher, wouldn't that be betraying justice? Sheep, because you are too weak. Although, due to your being favored by heaven, there won't be much of a consequence for disobeying your teacher this time. Sheep, but what about next time? And the time after that? By doing this, you'll eventually completely enrage your teacher. Even if your legendary profession is crucial to the Navy, he won't keep you. After all, you're already at Tier 4. Your career path is complete. It's not impossible for someone else to advance. Rabbit, teacher, he really can. Rabbit looked at the message from Sheep with disbelief. She had thought that her teacher had only locked her up this time and had not taken any action, out of consideration for their teacher-student relationship. However, judging from Wei Yang's expression, this is only because she is still useful. This was somewhat difficult for Rabbit to accept, but then she thought about it again. This time, all the Navy personnel who disobeyed their teacher's orders, even the 4th-tier elites, were killed. She was the only one who survived after disobeying. Considering the importance of the legendary profession the teacher had chosen for him, Rabbit's heart gradually leaned towards what Sheep had said. Looking back now, the total time Mao Tu spent as an apprentice was less than 2 years. In just 2 years, how could they have developed such a deep bond? Rabbit, Mr. Sheep, what do you think is justice? What is justice? Don was taken aback. How could a pirate like me explain this to you? Suddenly, Tang remembered a sentence he had read in his previous life, which seemed particularly suitable for showing off at this moment. Sheep, Wei Yang. My words and actions are as clear as a mirror. All my deeds are righteous. Tiger, huh? So Rabbit's teacher is the raging wave sword saint. New World, the Ryan Empire, inside the royal palace. The young Emperor Ryan I sat on a luxurious chair, toying with a silver mirror in his hand. A playful smile appeared on his lips. Am I justice itself? Bullshit justice. This is domineering. The sheep, huh? Seems like an interesting fellow. Stormy sea, within the naval fleet. The girl, locked in solitary confinement, looked at the silver mirror in her hand and murmured softly. My words and deeds are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is just. Everything I have done is just. An invisible force erupted from the girl, instantly engulfing a large portion of the fleet, causing many low-ranking Marines to fall unconscious in an instant. Enemy attack. Looking around at the many companions who had fainted for unknown reasons and feeling a faint pressure pressing down on him, the alert sailors quickly issued a warning. Such a large-scale operation alarmed even the legends. After all, although the fleet was still within the shipping lanes and it wasn't the monsoon season, the storm sea was still extremely dangerous. Even within the shipping lanes, safety is not guaranteed. Soon, the legendary Sword Saint and others arrived on the warship where Christina was. Looking at the remaining imposing presence on the ship, and at Christina, who seemed somewhat different, the group of legends all wore expressions of disbelief. This is an extraordinary will. The Sword Saint of Raging Waves looked at his beloved disciple with a bewildered expression. You should know that Christina's willpower attribute was only 15 points before, although she advanced quickly and reached level 19, the peak of the 4th tier. However, in the eyes of the Raging Wave Sword Saint, the difference in willpower alone could hold Christina back for who knows how many years. How did he suddenly achieve extraordinary willpower? If it weren't for the presence of so many legends, it would have been impossible for someone to tamper with things without anyone noticing. Even the Raging Wave Sword Saint would have suspected that Christina's soul had been replaced. However, regardless of the circumstances, it is a good thing that Christina was able to achieve extraordinary willpower. It barely dispelled some of the gloom of the recent defeat. Although there was some estrangement between the master and apprentice, in the eyes of the Raging Wave Sword Saint, it was only because Christina was too young and inexperienced. After all, before he took Christina as his apprentice, Christina was also a noble lady, raised in seclusion and ignorant of the ways of the world. Once Christina experiences more and time settles her emotions, she will understand what her teacher did. At least for now, the Sword Saint of Raging Waves still thinks highly of his apprentice, especially now that the apprentice has crossed the threshold of half a legend. Chapter 181 Territory. Giant Wave Island, the residence controlled by the Pirate King of the Eiger Passage. According to the rules, it should be called Blood Demon Island now, but that name isn't very good, and it sounds too eerie. We need to consider changing the name. As the Pirate King's residence, Giant Wave Island is among the larger islands in terms of size, rich in resources, and has a permanent population of over 1 million. If it weren't for the various powers giving face to the legendary figure behind the Pirate King, a mere Pirate King wouldn't be worthy of occupying an island of this caliber. Moreover, even though it is nominally the Pirate King's base, the island is a melting pot of various forces, including some with legendary backing. Many of these forces, even the Pirate King, dare not easily offend. When Don's fleet entered the port of Giant Wave Island, many eyes were focused on them. The news of the Pirate Alliance's victory over the United Navy has spread throughout the world in the past few days, even overshadowing the war between the Wizard Council and the Ryan Empire in terms of popularity. And Don's name, which determined the outcome of this war, resounded throughout the world. Everyone knew that this newly crowned Pirate King was the most important factor in the pirates' victory over the Allied Navy. Of course, others just treated this as news, but for the people on Giant Wave Island, it was something that was closely related to them. Therefore, after Tang En left Mayan Island, all parties estimated Tang En's voyage and have been keeping an eye on the port of Giant Wave Island these days. After all, the nominal island owner has changed, which has a significant impact on them. Even a Pirate King is still a pirate. Even if he has a large, fixed territory, his base will still be located on the sea. The port where Don landed was the same city where Ronald had previously been stationed. It can also be said to be the largest city on this Giant Wave Island, Giant Wave City. As soon as he entered the city, Tang En felt countless eyes focused on him, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, envy, jealousy, and fear, among other emotions. The fear stems from Don's fear aura ability. Due to this passive ability, it is a very painful thing for beings below the 3rd rank to look directly at Don. Ignoring the stares, Don led his men straight to the very center of Giant Wave City, where a massive, palace-like mansion stood. This was Ronaldo's former residence. Of course, the mansion now belongs to Campbell. By this time, the servants, guards, and even Ronald's family members in the mansion had already received the news and fled. The entire mansion was in complete chaos, as if it had been robbed. Looking at the scene in the mansion, Tang En's eyes narrowed. He wasn't surprised that they had run away. After all, their backer had fallen, so why not run away and wait to die? As for those servants and guards, it's normal for them to run away. After all, this is a change of Pirate King, not a change of nobles. No matter what, a Pirate King is still a ruthless Pirate King. There have been instances where, after a change of Pirate King, the former Pirate King's servants were all slaughtered. Don didn't care about these runaways. They posed no threat to him. Even if they absconded with money, Don wouldn't keep such a small amount on him. After all, as a pirate, Ronald wouldn't feel comfortable leaving truly valuable items at home when he was away. What Don was concerned about at that moment was that, Despite the mansion being in such a mess for so many days, none of the many forces on the entire island had come to curry favor with him or clean it up for him. This suggests that it won't be so easy for Dawn to take over Giant Wave Island. Those forces backed by legendary figures are one thing, but those forces without legendary backing didn't even make such a simple move to curry favor with him. This is clearly someone trying to cause trouble behind the scenes. Dawn, someone's trying to challenge us. Dawn could see it at a glance, and Annie quickly realized it too, speaking up angrily. In Annie's view, her family had a legendary wizard who was at least a high-level legendary wizard behind them, and these people dared to cause trouble on their territory. They were courting death. Have someone clean it up first. We'll stay here for the next few days, Dawn said calmly to Annie. Okay. Seeing Dawn's expression, Annie nodded, suppressed her anger, and began directing the pirates to work. After spending so much time together, Annie understood Dawn. Although she didn't say anything at the moment, Dawn would definitely not let those troublemakers get away with it. At this moment, there were several thousand pirates under Dawn's command. With the joint efforts of these pirates, the entire mansion was quickly cleared out. Although it cannot compare to professional servants, the mansion is now habitable. Captains, please make temporary arrangements for your crew members to stay. We'll make do for the next few days. Once I've sorted things out on the island, I'll arrange accommodations for them. The mansion is very large and can easily accommodate several thousand people. However, the living conditions will certainly not be very good. Well, for Dawn, this mansion is, in theory, his home for the foreseeable future. With so many pirates staying for a few days, the situation will likely be even worse than when they first arrived. However, given the current unclear situation on the island, but the obvious signs that someone was trying to cause trouble, Dawn was reluctant to let his subordinates scatter. Martin, take some men to buy ingredients to prepare dinner. We've been at sea for so long. Let's treat the brothers to something good to eat today. Green, take some men and move those trees over here and plant them in the yard. Those three-tiered home-eyes trees had been complaining to Dawn after leaving the storm sea, wanting to be planted in the ground, but Dawn couldn't grant their wish because they had nowhere to live. It's clear this mansion will be occupied for a while, so transplanting them here will also serve as a security guard. After all, Homies was more trustworthy to Dawn than these pirates. Moreover, 5 level 3 combatants are more than enough to guard the house. Annie, take stock of all the assets on the island these next few days, including those of all the factions. Hoffman, take your men and notify all the factions on the island that they must send their leaders here for a meeting in 3 days. Those who don't come will bear the consequences. Chapter 182 Analysis. The new pirate king summoned the leaders of various factions as soon as he arrived, and everyone knew why. After all, anyone who can become the head of a force must have some ability. Some people wanted to challenge this new pirate king. They already knew this, even though they had heard that this new pirate king seemed to have a legendary wizard behind him. However, in their view, the new pirate king's chances of winning were not very high. 3 days passed quickly. In the hall of Dawn's mansion. At this moment, a dense crowd had already gathered. After all, Giant Wave Island was a large island of considerable size, with at least 100 or so forces of varying sizes, each with a high-level professional in charge. Fortunately, this council hall was probably specially prepared by Ronald to receive these people, and it was more than enough to accommodate 180 people. Charlemagne, how's the harvest on the plantation this year? Not bad, not bad. How's it going on yours? Mr. Cass, it's been a long time. How about coming over for a drink later? The leaders from various parties who had come here were all exchanging pleasantries with their acquaintances, seemingly not caring at all about the new pirate king who had not yet appeared. Moreover, everyone tacitly avoided mentioning the purpose of Tang and summons. Meanwhile, in another room of the mansion, Tang and Jung, Annie, and others are here. This is the intelligence I've gathered over the past few days regarding the various factions on the island, Annie said, looking at Dawn, who was flipping through the documents. Very detailed. Dawn was slightly surprised by the information Annie provided. They were a group of outsiders, and even though they were highly skilled in combat, it was still a bit unbelievable that they had collected such detailed information in just a few days. After all, intelligence gathering cannot rely entirely on violence. My family owns some businesses here, and said with a light laugh. After hearing Annie's words, Dawn suddenly realized that when Annie went out to train before, she chose this route, so it was understandable that their family had some influence here. With the support of family power, gathering this intelligence was easy. Although the Boer family had essentially cut off support for, and due to the events in the Kingdom of Wesley, things changed when Don ascended to the throne of the Pirate King. It's quite normal that the Boer family is contacted and again. Don couldn't find any fault with this. After all, the Boer family hadn't wronged them. On the contrary, they had given them a lot of help. Overall, it's still Don who owes the Boer family. According to our investigation, there are only 5 forces that have the confidence and strength to challenge us, Annie explained as Don reviewed the documents. They are Badar, the head of the Tulip Merchant Guild, Goya, the head of the Magic Crystal Mine, Marshall, the head of the Pure White Merchant Guild, and Stein, the head of the Silver Mine, and Morda, the head of the Iron Mine. Hearing Annie's words, Don nodded knowingly. Although there were more than 5 legendary forces backing the island, those forces either had weak legendary backers or had relatively weak connections with their respective legendary backers. Basically, no one can rival the Pirate King. These mining managers shouldn't be doing this, right? Tangan asked, frowning slightly. As a large island, it also has many mineral veins. These veins are mined by the Pirate King, who sells mining rights and distributes the profits. After all, it would be quite difficult for a group of brutes like pirates to mine. There are only 3 large mineral veins on the entire island that can be considered valuable. These 3 mineral veins were negotiated by the legendary Karagon himself with 3 legendary-level major powers. For these 3 major powers, the only things they could be interested in on Giant Wave Island were these few mineral veins. Even if the legend behind the Pirate King has changed, at most it would just be a matter of renegotiating. They shouldn't resort to such tactics. After all, if they really angered a legendary wizard, they could simply be driven away. At this point, no one would risk a falling out with a legendary wizard over a small amount of property. I think so too. Whether it's the elves represented by Goya or the kingdoms represented by Einstein and Morda, whoever becomes the Pirate King will have to curry favor with them. Their share will never be small. There's no need to make a fuss and incur the displeasure of the legends. Then it must be Badal and Marshall. Looking at the 2 people's information, Tang In felt much more relaxed. If it really was those 3 forces above who were causing trouble, Tang In might have to take some losses. After all, he didn't have a real legend behind him. However, Don was not so concerned about these 2 forces. The Tulip Merchant Guild is the #1 merchant guild in the old world, and its controllers are said to be several legendary figures, while the Pure White Merchant Guild is a subordinate merchant guild of the Wizard Tower, the Pure White Tower. Although these 2 forces are no worse than the previous ones, their sphere of influence is also much larger. Even if they lost their assets on Giant Wave Island, the legends wouldn't even give them a second glance. This is what Don heard Pearl say. For legends, especially those from powerful forces, they generally don't care about these small things. They usually have professional procedures for handling them. Unless they encounter a legend, they won't waste their time getting involved. If something really goes wrong with their own business, the most likely outcome is a change in the person in charge. After all, a subordinate who needs to trouble their immediate supervisor to step in is not a good subordinate. The legends hire these subordinates to handle affairs so they can focus on their cultivation and enjoy life, not to clean up their messes. Of course, most people below the legendary level are unaware of this, except for Pearl, who has had more contact with legendary figures and thus knows this. However, we don't know exactly who these 2 people are, and frowned in exasperation. Not knowing who the enemy was put her at a disadvantage. It's all right, go see them and you'll find out. Don smiled confidently, then stood up and led Annie and the others toward the council hall. Unless a legend intervenes, Don is confident that his current power can suppress all evil spirits. The sea is home to legendary warships, and on land there is the old monster Pearl. Not to mention, Don himself has a combat strength of level 19. If things really come to a head, Don is confident that he can easily crush all the forces on the island. Chapter 183 Rules. When Don led Annie and the others into the council hall, the entire hall fell silent. Although everyone felt that Donald, the newly crowned Pirate King, was going to suffer a setback this time, they still had to give him face. After all, he was a pirate, and if he really got angry and started fighting, they might not be able to handle it. After all, they're doing business on someone else's turf. Even if they have a powerful backer, they can't possibly bring a lot of high-level professionals to stay here permanently. Although Ronaldo was a bit of a mediocre pirate king before, this is definitely unacceptable. How can one tolerate someone else snoring beside one's bed? Tang walked to the head seat and sat down, glancing around at the various leaders present. He forced a fake smile. I'm very happy that everyone is here today. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sarcastic voice rang out. Mr. Don't know how to treat guests? There isn't even a chair for us to sit on. That's right, Don didn't prepare chairs for these people this time. Everyone was standing. Since these people basically wanted to take advantage of the fact that someone was arm wrestling with him to get some benefits, Don didn't need to be nice to them. As for the representatives of certain powerful forces who don't want to get involved, all Tang can say is that they'll have to suffer a bit. After all, this level of humiliation is insignificant to their interests here. Tang looked at the speaker and, unexpectedly, found him to be the head of a small faction. He was also a third-tier professional and the leader of his faction. At a time like this, resorting to such underhanded tactics is clearly a pawn being used by the mastermind behind the scenes to test the waters. A disdainful sneer appeared on Don's lips. Of course, Don wouldn't be so arrogant as to think that the few rudimentary power tactics he had learned in his previous life over a mere few thousand years of history could outmaneuver the seasoned veterans of this world that had developed for countless millennia. Therefore, the method that Don initially chose was the most primitive, simplest, and most brutal. Brute force to overcome all methods. Puff! Tang raised his hand, and a line of blood shot out from his hand, instantly blowing the speaker's head off. Blood and brain matter splattered all over the people around them. This scene stunned everyone present, and several of the weaker individuals were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. What was the name of this little merchant guild again? Never mind, it's not important. Green, take some men and wipe them out. Don gave orders with a warm smile. Understood, Captain. Green responded and immediately turned and went out. Apart from a few key cadres, all of Don's men were waiting outside. Only after Green left did the people present realize what had happened. They all looked at Don with disbelief, because Ronald had always spoken to them politely for the past 10 years. This made them almost forget that the Pirate King was also a pirate, and the most ferocious and brutal pirate at that. Mr. Don, your actions are breaking the rules. A middle-aged, overweight man stepped forward, his eyes narrowed to slits, revealing a hint of cunning. So it was you. Looking at the person who stepped forward, Don understood. This fat man was called Marshall, the head of the pure white Chamber of Commerce. Since he had stepped forward, the mastermind behind it was probably this guy. Rules? What rules? Don still wore that warm smile as he looked at Marshall. On the island, no one is allowed to use force to kill people from other factions, not even the Pirate King. A shrewd look appeared in Marshall's small eyes. However, since you are new here, Mr. Don, you may not be familiar with the situation, so we will let it go this time. Just make sure you compensate Madden's family properly. Tang burst out laughing on the spot. What, Mr. Don? Do you have a problem with this? Marshall's face instantly darkened. That good-for-nothing Ronald. A pirate king reduced to this state? What a disgrace. Don knew Ronald was useless before, but he didn't expect him to be this useless. How could a pirate king allow others to set rules for him on his own territory? What a huge joke. I don't care what kind of trash Ronald was before, but from today onwards, my rules are the only rules on this island. Upon hearing Don's words, Marshall's face darkened further, his narrowed eyes widening as he glared fiercely at Don. Not only Marshall, but everyone else also looked at Don with grim expressions. After all, Ronald was very lenient with them when he was around, and judging from Don's current demeanor, he couldn't possibly be any better than Ronald. If it checked, Ronald used to collect 20% of the money from your families. Now, I'm increasing it by 10%. Not only that, I'll be sending someone to each of your families to audit your accounts. Do you have any objections? Don still wore a warm smile as he looked at the crowd below. Are you kidding me? My pure white Chamber of Commerce. What are you to dare send people to investigate my accounts? Marshall jumped up as if he had been insulted and burst into a tirade of rage. Don didn't seem to care about Marshall, maintaining his warm smile as he looked at the others. Does anyone else have any objections? As soon as Tang said this, everyone's face turned ugly. No one who could become the head of a force was a fool. They all understood that if they stood up now, they would definitely not get the better of him. However, they cannot remain silent at this moment. They can accept a 10% increase in their share, but they absolutely cannot accept the idea of having someone audit their accounts. When Ronald was in charge, although the official contribution was 20%, in reality, the amount handed over was less than 10%. The smaller powers are fine, but the larger powers, especially those with powerful backgrounds, will definitely not agree to such a thing. Firstly, it would be a slap in the face for them. Furthermore, these powerful figures who are sent abroad to manage their affairs often engage in some form of embezzlement. If their accounts are audited, it's one thing if their income is cut off, but if this kind of thing is exposed, they might not even be able to die. So at this moment, they couldn't just watch Marshall and Don fight in the ring. So they had to step in themselves. Immediately, most people stood up and began to express their dissatisfaction to Don. Of course, everyone's reasoning was that this was a slap in the face to the forces behind them, and they absolutely could not accept it. Chapter 184 Expulsion. As time went on, more and more people stepped forward. Those who were initially hesitant immediately stepped forward upon seeing so many others do so, knowing that these people represented considerable power. With so many people together, they didn't believe that Tang and could kill them all. Tang and looked at the large number of people who had stood up in front of him, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. Seeing Tang smile, everyone present suddenly had a bad feeling. The next moment, their premonition became a reality. Tang raised his palm once again, and this time, dozens of blood streaks shot out from his hand. Puff, puff, puff. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people, just like the one before them, had their heads blown off. Damn it, are you crazy? Marshall growled at Don with a grim expression. His body was trembling slightly. Don's actions had truly frightened him. After all, many of the people who had been killed were stronger than him. In other words, if Don were to kill him, it would only take a moment. Don ignored Marshall's questioning, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. Those who stepped forward, all those without a legendary backer, kill them all. Those with a legendary backer, expel them from the island. If there is any resistance, kill them without mercy. Don was still self-aware enough to know that if he really killed all the people from these legendary forces, he wouldn't get the better of them even without the legends personally intervening. Therefore, this time, those whom Tang eliminated were all people from forces without legendary backers. Fortunately, none of these people were fourth-tier beings, and since their main job in recent years has been managing businesses and they rarely fight, they were all third-tier beings with mediocre combat abilities. That's why Tang was able to kill them so easily. If this attack had been blocked, even if Tang could easily suppress them afterward, his deterrent effect on others would have been greatly reduced. Those leaders of the fourth-tier forces were generally smarter than these dead men. Apart from a few legendary-level leaders who stepped forward, the others quietly observed. Generally speaking, once a professional reaches the fourth tier, unless their aptitude has reached its limit and they cannot improve further, they will prepare for the legendary advancement. Of course, most people are wasting their time, since becoming a legendary isn't easy. But you have to have dreams, right? What if you're lucky enough to reach the legendary level, but haven't made any preparations and get stuck at the promotion ceremony? That would be so frustrating. This has happened many times before, and in light of this history, this unspoken rule exists among current Tier 4 professionals. The fourth-tier professionals who are able to take on these leadership roles are basically those who have no hope of advancement and are here to enjoy their retirement. How dare you do this? Having provoked so many forces, do you think you can still hold onto the position of Pirate King? I demand to see His Majesty behind you. I refuse to believe that His Majesty will allow you to act so recklessly. Upon hearing Tang's words, the leaders of the legendary forces who had stepped forward immediately erupted in uproar. Since they were certain that Tang would not harm them, they all began to angrily denounce him. Marshall had recovered by this point, and after confirming that Don dared to fight against these forces backed by legends, he immediately returned to normal. I'm from the Pure White Merchant Guild. What you're doing is tantamount to breaking ties with the Pure White Tower. Are you sure you want to start a war with the Pure White Tower? Good heavens. As expected of a representative of a major power, he opens his mouth to declare war on behalf of the Tower of Pure White. Don couldn't help but glance at Marshall. This guy's mind was quick, and he even knew how to use someone else's name. If it were Ronald, he would probably back down immediately. Don now understands why Ronald has ended up in such a sorry state. He's always going to war with the Tower of Pure White. Not to mention Ronald. Even Don would be confused if he hadn't learned about the legends from Pearl. Marshall was at a loss. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to go to war on behalf of the Pure White Tower. If this got back, he would be in serious trouble, if not dead. If a mere branch manager of a subordinate chamber of commerce can casually declare war on behalf of the Pure White Tower, then the Pure White Tower wouldn't need to do anything else but fight with people every day. However, Marshall is now in a desperate situation. Whether Don sends people to audit the accounts or leads the Chamber of Commerce out, he will not have a good ending. Marshall hadn't expected Don to be so assertive, the new Pirate King. Ronald had always been polite and even somewhat subservient when facing him. This gave Marshall the illusion that he was no different from other pirates and had to abide by social norms. Therefore, Marshall, who was originally just secretly enriching himself, has become increasingly outrageous and greedy over the years, while Ronaldo has turned a blind eye to such matters, which has fueled Marshall's arrogance. In the last 2 years, Marshall alone has received more than the combined contributions of the Pirate King and the Tower of Pure White. As for the tribute paid to Karagon, the majority came from those few mines, so these minor fluctuations did not affect Ronaldo. This time, Ronald and Karagon stepped down and were replaced by Don. Marshall was also blinded by greed. Although what he coveted was a small matter for a legend, it was an astronomical sum for him. Therefore, they thought of giving Don a hard time, so that Don would remain unchanged like Ronald had before. As for that legendary wizard, Marshall didn't care. After all, the White Tower had several legendary wizards, and he knew which one was more powerful. The others shared Marshall's opinion, and with Marshall leading the way, they figured it was good to follow along and get some benefits. No one expected that Tang would do something completely different from what they thought and would start attacking right away. It can only be said that Ronaldo's previous weakness gave them the illusion that the Pirate King also had to act according to their rules. The Tower of Pure White, of course I dare not neglect it, but what are you to represent the Tower of Pure White? Don looked at Marshall with disdain. Although he thought Marshall was an idiot, he couldn't afford to give anyone ammunition against him verbally. Otherwise, the Tower of Pure White would surely send someone to demand an explanation from him. At that time, without a true legendary wizard behind him, Don could easily slip up. Chapter 185 Farce. You. Seeing Don's contemptuous gaze, Marshall was furious, but helpless. Although he was also a third-tier professional, his third-tier status was completely inflated. These powerful figures, who were assigned to various regions, were not required to rank themselves according to their combat strength. After all, those with high combat strength were rarely good at handling affairs or doing business. However, there is a strict requirement that it must be at least level 3. This rule originated a long time ago when a professional skilled in charm controlled most of the outpost leaders of a large faction, causing that faction to suffer great losses. Since then, powerful forces with the means have required that those in charge of sending personnel out to other areas be at least third-tier professionals. Once you reach the third-tier professional level, with a consciousness attribute of 15 points or more, you have a great resistance to charm-type abilities. It is unrealistic for professionals below the legendary level to control them for a long time and in large numbers. What are you doing? You actually dared to lay a hand on me. Damn it, just because I don't show my power doesn't mean you think I'm a pushover. A bunch of mere third-tier brats dare to fight me. Get out of my way. At this moment, a conflict broke out between the two sides as Don's men stepped forward to drive away the leaders of those legendary forces. And these people were not going to leave so easily. Puff! Several of the fourth-tier leaders directly knocked Tang and's men away. Of course, they only knocked them away. Although they were also fourth tier, they knew very well that their strength was still inferior to Ronald's, not to mention Tang Yin, who could defeat Ronald. If they would act ruthlessly now, they feared that Tang Yin would use this as an excuse to kill them and intimidate others. Especially after seeing Tang Yin's earlier decisive action, they felt that Tang Yin was capable of such a thing. Seeing this scene, Don ignored Marshall and looked at the men who had attacked him with a stern face. "Oh ho, you actually dare to resist?" As he spoke, Don slowly stood up, activated the power of the vampire fruit, and began to transform. Seeing that Don was about to make a move, the group of men hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Don, if you expel all of us, you won't be able to explain yourself later." "Yes, we can discuss the terms. Let's all compromise. There's no need to be so ruthless. A 30% share is not out of the question. Let's sit down and talk. Business isn't negotiated like this." These people were not afraid of Tang and taking action personally. Although Tang's combat strength was stronger than theirs, there were quite a few fourth-tier fighters present. They were confident that they could still deal with Tang if they joined forces. What they feared was that Don might really disregard everything and directly deploy the legendary warship. After all, Giant Wave City was a port city, and the legendary warship, Black Pearl, was docked there. If it were deployed, it could raze Giant Wave City to the ground. Before today, they certainly wouldn't have believed that anyone would dare to bombard Giant Wave City, even if it was a legendary warship. However, what Don did today made them think that it wasn't impossible for Don to do such a thing. Bang, 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 bang. With a few muffled thuds, these fourth-tier professionals were sent flying backward. Although they were all fourth-tier professionals, they hadn't fought in many years. Moreover, their combat strength in the fourth tier is not very good. Some powerful third-tier professionals can easily defeat them. Although it would take Don a lot of effort to kill them, it would be easy to kick them out before they could react. "You trash, Ronaldo. That piece of trash could take on 3 or 4 of you. You dare to try and fool me." Tang slowly walked into the council hall, looked at the several fourth-tier professionals who had scrambled to their feet in a disheveled state, and said contemptuously. As for the others in the hall, they all watched obediently. Although some of them had been itching to make a move, they all quieted down now. Not to mention that the third-tier professionals under Tang were all watching with predatory eyes. Although their combat strength was low, their eyesight was still sharp. They could clearly see that Tang could easily defeat those fourth-tier opponents, so they had no choice but to behave themselves. Seeing the murderous look in Tang's eyes, the fourth-tier professionals who had been kicked out of the door hurriedly begged for mercy. "Mr. Don, please don't do anything. We'll leave obediently." After a brief exchange, the group realized that they were no match for Tang, and that if they continued fighting, they would most likely be killed by him. Sui, taking advantage of the fact that things hadn't escalated yet, quickly backed down. After all, even if they were expelled, as fourth-tier professionals, they wouldn't be unable to survive. Even the forces behind them wouldn't kill them over this matter. Seeing that the others had backed down, Tang also stopped. After all, if he were to deal with these fourth-tier individuals on his own, it would take a lot of time, and half of the entire Giant Wave City would probably be destroyed, which would be a loss. Then the deterrent effect on others will not be as great. The current situation is good. A few simple moves to subdue several fourth-level opponents sounds more intimidating. After dealing with these fourth-tier individuals, Don turned to Marshall and the others who were still standing there. "What are you all waiting for? Anyone have any objections?" Marshall's face was ashen as he looked at the menacing pirates around him and gritted his teeth, saying, "Even if you're going to drive us away, you should give us a few days. After all, we have quite a lot of assets, and we can't move them all in a day or two. You have 7 days. Don readily agreed to this. It would be fine to drive them away because of the conflict, but since it was a conflict of interest and they were less skilled, no one would say anything. No one would risk offending a legendary wizard over something like this. If he were to seize someone else's property by force, he would be completely offending the power behind him. At that time, some petty legends might come looking for trouble. Without the protection of a legendary wizard, Don would be in big trouble. "Can we go now?" "Can." Seeing that Don had agreed, Marshall walked out with a gloomy face and a fierce look in his eyes. Although he had accepted being expelled, Marshall was not going to let it go so easily. After Marshall and the other expelled officials left, Don smiled at the remaining officials who hadn't stepped forward and said, "All right, the farce is over. Now, let's continue our discussion." Chapter 186 Campbell. The remaining people in charge fell silent upon hearing Tang's words. A moment later, a clear and melodious female voice rang out, giving one the feeling of being in nature. "Mr. Don, Is our going to increase in price as well? Tang turned his head and saw that the speaker was a beautiful young girl with pointed ears, unlike ordinary people, and she looked like an elf girl. Of course the elven race's share won't increase, Miss Goya. Not only you, but the other two mines won't change either. The speaking elven girl was Goya, the person in charge of the magic crystal mine. Although she still looked like a young girl, Dawn knew that she had been in charge of the magic crystal mine for nearly 50 years. These three mines were agreed upon by Karagon and the legends behind the three forces. Now that Dawn has no real legend behind him, he certainly can't just move these three mines. Although he coveted the profits from these three mines, Karagon had given up a considerable amount of benefits in order to win over these three forces. But there's nothing we can do now. We have to accept it. The ones who are auditing the accounts. Goya looked at Tang In with a smile. This is a must, otherwise I won't be able to explain it to anyone. Don spoke decisively, his words subtly revealing that this was a request from the person behind him. Upon hearing this, Goya paused, sighed softly, and said nothing more. Seeing that Goya didn't speak, Tang In glanced at the others and noticed that the heads of the other two mines didn't seem inclined to offer any opinions. On the contrary, Badar, the head of the Tulip Merchants Association, seemed hesitant to speak. Don said firmly, except for these three mines, everyone else has to do as I say. Seeing Don's resolute attitude, Badal could only swallow back the words he was about to say. Although the Tulip Merchant Guild is quite powerful, it is, after all, a merchant guild, and it follows the rules when doing business. Unless absolutely necessary, the Tulip Merchant Guild will not resort to force. This is also one of the main reasons why the Tulip Merchant Guild became the #1 merchant guild in the old continent. After all, no one likes to have a group of people whose strength can easily defeat them doing business on their territory. If that happens, whose territory is it? Therefore, seeing Don's attitude, Badar quickly accepted it. After all, everyone was treated the same way, and there was no one to target him. As for those mines, not to mention that the legendary figures personally negotiated the deals, they were already required to hand over 60% of their profits, so asking them to raise prices would be a bit excessive. I hope everyone here has no objections. Seeing that no one objected, Tang In asked another question. The remaining managers are relatively cautious and shrewd. Although their share has increased to 30%, they will only earn less, not nothing at all, so there's no need for them to risk their lives. Moreover, in their view, it was uncertain whether Tang In would receive the money safely. After all, some people certainly wouldn't just leave like that. Suddenly, one of the managers spoke up and asked, Lord Don, those people were expelled, leaving behind a business vacuum? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the people in charge on both sides lit up. Yes, although they had lost some money, the expulsion of nearly half of the forces had freed up a large amount of business opportunities on Giant Wave Island. The Pure White Chamber of Commerce, in particular, has a business that is almost half the size of the other expelled factions. Oh, I haven't thought about those things yet. Do you have any suggestions? Don looked at the person who spoke with a half smile. As soon as the man opened his mouth, Don understood that he had ideas about these businesses. What he said was of course true. He had only been thinking about how to deal with Marshall. These issues were not considered at all. After all, Don was not a professional in these political intrigues, so his thinking was certainly not comprehensive, a fact that Don himself was well aware of. Although our Sea Serpent Merchant Guild is not large, we can still help Lord Tang In with some of the burden. The person in charge of the Sea Serpent Merchant Guild immediately responded after hearing Tang In's words. Before Tang In could even speak, the other people in charge immediately erupted in chaos. Our Green Vine Merchant Guild can also help Lord Tang In share the burden. Our Seaweed Trade Association is the same. You're all the same. Your little merchant guild can't even manage its own small business, yet you still want to take on new business. You're really not greedy. Seeing the people in charge arguing, Tang In was taken aback for a moment, then coughed lightly and suddenly released his Conqueror's Haki. The people in charge, who were affected by the Conqueror's Haki, immediately fell silent. Since they were all professionals of level 3 or above, none of them were knocked unconscious. However, at this moment, they were stunned by Don's Conqueror's Haki. They all stared at Tang In shock. The sheer force of his aura, almost tangible, was enough to intimidate them. How could they not be shocked? I haven't thought this through yet. We'll discuss it in detail after they've completely withdrawn. Upon hearing Tang Un's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Not only was Tang Un unprepared for this, but neither were they. It's a good time to make some good plans over the next few days so that we can get a bigger share of the profits later. As for what will happen to those expelled forces if they don't want to leave, that's impossible. At this point, they have no choice but to leave, even though the forces of the three mines did not participate in the division. However, the Tulip Merchant Guild would not let this opportunity pass. With the Tulip Merchant Guild leading them, these people were not afraid of being driven out by those forces. If they stay here, even if Dawn doesn't make a move, these forces will have to deal with them, taking away nearly half of the market share of Giant Wave Island. However, it's no small business. After all, as the Pirate King's base, Giant Wave Island is where more than 80% of the pirates in the entire Eiger Channel sell their stolen goods. Seeing the crowd's high spirits, Tang Un was secretly delighted. He hadn't expected such an unexpected surprise. Tang Un had been thinking about how to appease these people, even though he didn't know much about political maneuvering. However, Don understood the principle of giving a sweet treat after a beating, but given the current situation, it seemed that the sweet treat was unnecessary. Since no one has any objections, let's call it a day. I haven't finished tidying up yet, so I won't keep you for dinner. Seeing that the matter was basically resolved, Tang Un told his guests to see him out. Upon hearing Tang Un's words, everyone immediately took their leave. They needed to discuss the events of the day with their families, especially the matter of competing for business share in 7 days. By the way, this island will be renamed Campbell Island from now on, and Giant Wave City will be renamed Campbell City. Chapter 187, A Little Floating. Pure White Chamber of Commerce. Bang! 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 Marshall returned furious. In recent years, Ronaldo's forbearance had made him somewhat arrogant. Now, suddenly encountering Dawn, Marshall was brought back to reality and found it hard to accept. As soon as he got back, he smashed several vases. After seeing that Marshall's anger had subsided somewhat, the Chamber of Commerce's vice president, Doran, stepped forward and said, "President, are we really going to be expelled? We can't explain this to headquarters." Before Marshall returned, Doran had already heard about the matter. After seeing how Marshall looked upon his return, he was basically certain that his family was also among those to be expelled. Bullshit. A brat who doesn't know his place, relying on a bit of luck to find a legendary wizard as his backer, is so arrogant. How could I let him have his way? Marshall's ferocious expression startled Doran, who had served as Marshall's deputy for decades and had never seen him so out of control. Then what do we do? Doran asked Marshall as soon as he came to his senses. He's just relying on his strength. There are plenty of highly skilled professionals in this world. Get someone to take him out. But the Chamber of Commerce probably won't send anyone to deal with this, will it? Idiot. How could you contact the Chamber of Commerce for something like this? Just go outside and find mercenaries, find assassins. That's no problem, but I'm afraid no one would dare to take on the task of assassinating a pirate king. As long as the money is right, a mere pirate king is nothing. I refuse to believe that 100,000 gold coins can't buy someone to take him down. If you're willing to spend that much money, then there's definitely no problem. 3 days later, at Campbell's mansion. How's the situation outside these past few days? Don asked Annie. Don wasn't interested in handling these matters, so he left everything to Annie to manage. After all, this is an extraordinary world where martial prowess is an essential quality for rulers. Even legendary figures delegate affairs to their subordinates while they focus on enjoying themselves or cultivating. Although they are all making moves, it is obvious that they are stalling for time. At this rate, they definitely won't be able to leave in 7 days. When Dawn asked her question, Annie rolled her eyes before answering. She had been exhausted these past few days. Although Dawn had entrusted her with some tasks, their pirate crew wasn't very large. But things are different now. Campbell Island is a large island with a permanent population of nearly 1 million and has to be involved in all aspects of its affairs, which is making things a bit overwhelming for her. In other words, most card classes don't require much training, otherwise Annie would have quit long ago. After all, Annie, who comes from a noble family, understands that the most important thing in this world is always strength. Looks like they're waiting for something. Don paid attention to Annie's attitude and was thinking about something. It's obvious they're waiting for someone to start a rebellion. Annie said coldly with disdain. If you ask me, we should just kill them. Who would dare to cause us trouble then? You're getting too cocky, Don said, his eyes twitching as he looked at Annie. It's not surprising that Annie was pessimistic. After all, from Annie's perspective, they had a powerful backer who possessed a wizard's tower and was at least a high-level legendary wizard. Not to mention the Pure White Merchant Guild. Even the Pure White Tower behind the Pure White Merchant Guild wouldn't easily offend them. After all, the master of the Pure White Tower is a high-level legendary wizard. If and knew that Ettinger was a legendary wizard of destiny, she would probably be thinking of demanding compensation from the Tower of the Pure White. However, while Annie can be arrogant, Don can't. He knows very well that he has no one behind him, not even Alice, who owns the Wizard Tower. Don doesn't think she would help him if something serious happened. Now that we're on the world stage, we can't just fight and kill like before. We need to learn about human relationships and social dynamics. Don earnestly advised Annie that although it was understandable for Annie to become arrogant, Don could not allow her to continue having such dangerous thoughts. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Annie looked at Don with a puzzled expression. Haven't you been the one fighting and killing all along? I've been advising you to follow the rules of human relationships, but you never listen. Now that we have a powerful backer, how dare you turn against the Heavenly Gang? Ignoring Annie's expression, Don continued. The only one who can lead is the Pure White Merchant Guild. We should be cautious these next few days, wait for him to make the first move, and then we can rightfully take him down. Although both involve taking action against the Pure White Chamber of Commerce. Having a reputation and not having one are two different things. For the legends, the two most important things are profit and face. On Campbell Island, the only interests worth pursuing for a legendary figure are those three mines. A mere branch merchant guild is not worth the trip for a legendary figure. By letting Marshall make the first move and then striking back, it could be considered that he gave the White Tower enough face. After all, anyone who is attacked has to fight back, and the legends of the White Tower would not have the face to cause trouble for Don because of this. After all, everyone is powerful backers. TCH, you're the boss, so you get to decide. Annie was a little dissatisfied, but there was nothing she could do. She wasn't the one in charge. Don could only turn a blind eye to Annie's dissatisfaction. There was nothing he could do. Due to the contract, he couldn't tell her that the person she thought was her backer was Alice, who was only at the 4th rank. Moreover, this backing is not stable. However, Marshall will definitely not leave any evidence if he does something. So how can we take action against him? And said with some worry as she turned around. It doesn't matter. This kind of thing is not important. If I say it's him, then it's him, Tang In sneered. Hearing Don's words, Annie was taken aback, and after a long while asked, what if it really wasn't him who did it? Well, he's just unlucky. In any case, whether it's him or not, in the end it can only be him, since he has the most power. So, no matter what, Marshall is doomed, and thought to herself, rolling her eyes. However, and had no objection to this, since she also disliked that fat Marshall. Moreover, among these expelled individuals, the Pure White Merchant Guild, under Marshall's control, is the most powerful. Only by eliminating him can the others be effectively deterred and forced to be expelled. Don didn't want to kill any more people. The more he killed, the greater the risk. After all, they were all people with powerful backers. If any of the legendary figures didn't play by the rules, he could easily die suddenly. Chapter 188 Assassination. Time flies, and there is only one day left until the originally set date for deportation. However, things have been calm for the past few days, and some companies that acted quickly have already completely evacuated Campbell Island. Don took Annie out for a stroll around Campbell. Of course, it's not that she's idle. Don is indeed idle, but Annie has been extremely busy lately and has basically no free time. The main reason for coming out this time was that there had been no movement for so long, and Tang In was getting impatient. He was afraid that people wouldn't have a chance to make a move while he was in a mansion, so he came out to give them a chance. As for bringing Annie along, it was out of fear that they might use a diversionary tactic and something might happen to Annie. Currently, among Don's subordinates, only Annie has some value and the potential to be promoted to legendary status. In Don's opinion, he felt safer by his own side than in the mansion. Damn it, have those cowards really backed down? They're still not making a move. As night fell, Annie became increasingly irritable. That shouldn't be the case. Only a small group of people left. Most of them are still dawdling and observing, clearly waiting for the outcome. Don was also somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, he was outside the mansion with only Annie by his side, which should have been the easiest time to succeed. However, they encountered no unexpected events throughout the day. They knew that if they wanted to take action again tomorrow, it would be too late. Once they openly resisted, it was hard to say whether they could even be a match for them. If we were to openly eliminate Don, the Pirate King, that would be a slap in the face to the legendary wizard behind the Pirate King Don, and then the legend behind them wouldn't let them live either. Otherwise, this matter could easily escalate into a conflict between legends. So for these people, today is their last chance. If everyone's just watching, who's going to make a move? Annie rolled her eyes dismissively. I was already busy enough these past few days, and then Tang and Xiang dragged me out to wander around aimlessly all day without any results, wasting the whole day. Starting tomorrow, she will have to take over the vacancies left by the expelled forces. Annie can already imagine how haggard her delicate face will look in the next few days. Therefore, one can imagine how Anne felt at this moment. Some people will definitely take the risk. If they just admit it, many of them will have to pay with their lives when they go back. If you don't risk your own life, you'll risk the lives of your whole family. Don shrugged noncommittally. He didn't care about the lives of these people. After experiencing so much, he no longer felt uncomfortable about killing some people who were in his way. It's almost time, let's hurry back. I still need to arrange some tasks for tomorrow. Those brutes, if you give them even slightly vague instructions, they won't understand. As the sun completely sank below the horizon, Annie spoke to Don in a dissatisfied tone. Don looked around at the city, gradually plunging into darkness, and sighed. Then let's go back. After all, they were pirates, so it's normal that they weren't very bright. On the way back, Tang In said helplessly. His family was nouveau riche, and apart from their decent fighting skills, they lacked everything else. Among pirates, there are very few impoverished nobles like Don and Hoffman, and even fewer like and who venture out to hone their skills, since the dangers at sea are far greater than on land. These pirates, even the high-ranking ones, were mostly from commoner backgrounds, and many were struggling to survive. Most of them couldn't even read, let alone handle affairs, which is why Annie was so exhausted. No, my family connections need to send me some capable people. If this continues, I'll have to— What are you doing? You're here, get away from me. Before he could finish speaking, Don grabbed Annie and threw her away. The next moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind Tang In, and a dagger flashing with blood-red light stabbed straight at Tang In's head without making a sound. As if he had anticipated this, Don easily dodged the dagger aimed at his head and delivered a powerful punch wrapped in armament hockey, sending the assassin flying. Tang In, who had succeeded in his attack, was not careless. Since someone had come, there must be more than just this one person, even though this person was a fourth-tier assassin with excellent stealth skills. Unfortunately, the observation hockey of the Dawn Time activator, Foresight, had already seen the assassin's attack. That's why he was able to calmly throw Annie out and easily repel the assassin. Sizzle. In the next instant, Tang In suddenly turned his head to dodge. An arrow wrapped in dense battle aura flew past Tang In's ear. The battle aura collided with the domineering aura that Tang Un had gathered in advance, producing a loud sound. At this moment, Annie, who had been thrown out by Dawn, also reacted. Before her body could fall, a gentle breeze blew, and Annie's body instantly floated hundreds of meters away with the breeze. An assassin and a ranger, two mere fourth-tier warriors, think they can take me down? That's a bit too petty. Both of them were skilled in stealth, which allowed them to easily approach and attack Tang In. If Tang In hadn't possessed observation hockey that allowed him to foresee the future, it would have been very difficult for him to detect them. Fortunately, the two of them didn't seem to care about Annie's departure, which put Dawn at ease. Neither of them spoke. As professional assassins, they clearly had no intention of talking to their target. After their first attack failed, they immediately activated their stealth abilities, concealing their figures and preparing to strike at an opportune moment. For a moment, the whole world fell silent. After all, Tang In is not a profession that primarily relies on perception, making it difficult for him to break through the stealth abilities of opponents of the same level. Therefore, at this moment, we can only rely on foreseeing the future to take passive action. However, this was Don's territory, so Don believed they couldn't hold out for too long. Sure enough, not long after, the two launched their next attack. Call out, call out, call out, call out, call out. First, 5 arrows, imbued with intense fighting spirit, shot towards Tang Un's head, heart, and other vital organs. Don simply dodged the attack with a few quick movements. Just as Don was dodging, a dark shadow appeared behind him, and the assassin's blade pierced towards the back of Don's head. Just as the blade was about to pierce Tang in, a dark, domineering hand firmly gripped his arm. A cold smile appeared on Don's lips. Don had used this tactic many times before. At the same time, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Bang! The next moment, Don's head suddenly exploded. Chapter 189, Confiscating Property. On the empty street, Don's headless body stood there. A figure carrying a bow and arrows leaped down to the side. This newly crowned pirate king is nothing special, the ranger said with a hint of disdain. Ha! Facing the gunmaster, with his alchemical steam rifle, everyone below the legendary level, except for those old monsters, will die. As the assassin spoke, he tried to pull his hand back. I tried to pull, but it wouldn't budge. The assassin was taken aback. Then his expression changed drastically. He's still alive. Upon hearing this, the Wandering Knight's expressions changed. Before coming, they had already learned about the information of this newly crowned pirate king, knowing that he was a physical-type professional, born extraordinary, and a chosen one. However, even a superhuman with exceptional physical abilities cannot survive being shot in the head. Normally, even for a superhuman with exceptional physical abilities, losing vital organs like the genitals requires reaching 40 points in physical attributes and using the superhuman feat of flesh and blood derivation. Normally, even a regular legendary character wouldn't reach 40 points in their main attribute. Even for someone as abnormal as Don, it would have been impossible before becoming a legend. Therefore, in their common sense, Don should be dead as good as dead. The next moment, the flesh at the broken point on Don's neck writhed, and a gush of blood gushed out, forming the shape of a head. In a few moments, Don's head was completely restored. So he was a gunman. No wonder he could bypass my senses. Don's head, now restored to its original state, grinned menacingly at the assassin in his hand. At this moment, Don was also feeling a lingering fear. That shot had startled him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, after eating the vampire fruit, his head was no longer a weak point. The only weakness right now is the heart. If they had shot Don in the heart, he would have been dead. As for why Don's observation hockey, which allows him to foresee the future, didn't detect the shot in advance. That's because the gun master is a 4th-tier professional with a perception-based skill set. Don's ability to foresee the future can be nullified when someone else's perception is significantly superior to his. The primary attribute of the gun master class is perception, and it has no secondary attributes. It is all about ultimate perception ability. Therefore, it's normal for one's perception ability to exceed 30 points by the 4th tier, which is more than enough to suppress Tang Yin. Moreover, even now, Don still doesn't know which gunman is hiding where. After all, a gunman wielding an alchemical steam rifle has a range estimated to be tens of thousands of meters. We can only get a general idea of the direction from the attacks we've already suffered. This situation ruined Don's original plan to deal with these assassins alone, demonstrate his strength, and intimidate all the forces involved. Pearl! As Don grabbed the assassin's arm and tightened his grip, he roared loudly. A flat response reached Tang Un's ears. After confirming that Pearl had dealt with the gunman, Don grinned maliciously at the assassin who had been pulled in front of him. Under the assassin's terrified gaze, Don clenched his fist and punched him. The most difficult thing about dealing with fragile classes like assassins and rangers is getting close to them. Once you catch them, other classes of the same level can quickly take them down. Just like this assassin at this moment, he reacted quickly. After realizing that he could not break free, he immediately made up his mind to cut off his own arm. However, Don had indeed been on guard for a long time. Bang! 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 After 3 punches, the assassin's head exploded as expected, just like Don had done before. However, unlike the others, his head probably won't grow back. Then, Don pulled out several arrows stuck in his body. These were the arrows that the wandering knight had shot when he tried to rescue the assassin. However, Don did not dodge or avoid it at all, and did not take it seriously. Of course, some of them were definitely aimed at the heart, but Don could move the heart to a different position. That's why Don was able to be fearless. Then, Don turned to look at the terrified ranger. Seeing Don's murderous smile, the ranger turned and ran, but it was too late. The next second, a thick darkness enveloped him. This caused him to briefly lose his sense of direction. In that very brief moment, Don caught up with him. Bang, bang, boom, boom. In less than 2 minutes, the black mist dissipated, leaving only a corpse on the ground besides Don. At that moment, Pearl also jumped down in front of Don, carrying a steam rifle, and looked at him with a smile. "That kid, you almost got a big loss, didn't you?" Pearl's words made Don feel somewhat embarrassed. Pearl had advised him not to underestimate anyone, but Don inevitably became a bit arrogant after his promotion. He had killed the Pirate King Ronald before his promotion, and now that he had promoted, he regarded ordinary 4th-tier players as mere chickens and dogs. He believed that no one below the legendary level could kill him. As a result, this taught him a lesson today, making him deeply understand the principle that there are always people more capable than you. If these people had known more information today, and that bullet had hit his heart, he would be dead by now. Ignoring Pearl, Don knew he couldn't beat him, even though he was very angry. They can only vent their anger elsewhere. Just then, Don's men, led by Annie, arrived. Seeing this scene, no one was surprised. Putting aside Don's combat strength, Pearl's presence here was certainly not unexpected. "Are you all right, Don?" Annie walked over to Don and asked, feigning concern. Seeing Annie's insincere expression, clearly just a polite remark, Don's anger flared even more, but he couldn't possibly take it out on Annie. They also couldn't tell her about the near accident they had just caused. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Take your men and go to the Pure White Merchant Guild to ransack their property." Chapter 190, Confiscating Property 2. Pure White Chamber of Commerce. Marshall was sitting quietly in a chair in the living room, waiting for news. Although Marshall believed the operation was almost certain to succeed, he still felt uneasy. This sense of unease compels him to wait anxiously here. Just then, Duolong rushed over. "How is it?" Although Marshall appeared calm, a slight tremor in his voice betrayed his true feelings. "They must have started their operation. I saw that navigator fly by overhead. She must be going to ask for help," Doran said calmly. "That's all they can observe. After all, in a 4th-tier battle, a mere 2nd-tier non-combat professional like Doran would probably die without even knowing how he got close. As for sending high-level professionals close, that's practically suicide. Even a 2nd-level professional getting close might not necessarily kill them. However, if a 3rd-tier being gets close, it will inevitably be killed. Neither side will allow a threat to get close under such circumstances, even if the threat is relatively weak." Upon hearing Doran's words, Marshall's fat face twitched. He knew that now that the operation had begun, the results should be decided soon. Although Marshall didn't go very far in his professional career, he still had some basic information due to his position. Combat involving agility-based professions usually ends quickly, and the area of destruction is not large. Similarly, agility-based professionals are also easy to kill. Agility-based professionals below the legendary level are basically doomed if they are touched by a professional of the same level. Therefore, regardless of who wins, the result will probably be revealed soon. Just as Marshall was thinking this, a commotion arose outside the Chamber of Commerce. Damn it! What kind of idiot came to cause trouble at the Chamber of Commerce? Marshall, already irritated, was now burning with rage. Unlike Marshall, Doran's expression was somewhat grave. At this point, who else could possibly come? In an instant, Marshall realized that these must be the Pirate King's men, meaning the assassination attempt had failed. Marshall's expression was terrifying at that moment. Damn it! How dare they do such a thing? Are they trying to declare war on the Pure White Merchant Guild and the Pure White Tower? Hearing this, Doran looked speechlessly at the idiot in front of him. Since everyone was already here, they certainly wouldn't care about the Pure White Tower. Besides, a mere branch of a merchant guild couldn't represent the pure white tower. Dorn has always looked down on Marshall, that fool. In terms of handling the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce, Doran is far superior to Marshall. However, Doran has never been promoted to the third rank, which means that he can only be Marshall's deputy. At this point, let's think about how to deal with it. As long as the compensation is appropriate, it should satisfy that pirate king. After all, if he really wants to attack us, he will offend the pure white tower. That pirate king shouldn't be so unwise. Yes, I lost this round. I admit defeat. Once I get back and overcome this ordeal, I will definitely get my revenge. Marshall's narrowed eyes were filled with resentment. His so-called surviving a calamity referred to the accountability he would face upon returning to the Chamber of Commerce after being expelled. Doran looked at Marshall with disdain, thinking he was dreaming if he thought he could get through this ordeal. He had evidence that Marshall had embezzled the Chamber of Commerce's assets, which was why he couldn't easily leave and return to the headquarters before. Once he returned to headquarters, he submitted the evidence, and Marshall was doomed. Indeed, neither of them believed that Don would do anything to them for a failed assassination attempt. After all, in their view, Don's success in driving them off Campbell Island was already a victory. From any perspective, it's impossible to kill them and offend the pure white Chamber of Commerce, not to mention the pure white tower behind it. Unfortunately, these two people, who had always been in business, never saw through the true nature of this world, which is that strength reigns supreme. A mere branch Chamber of Commerce is less important to the Tower of Pure White than those fourth-tier professionals who assassinated Don. However, those fourth-tier professionals were not members of the Pure White Tower, so the Pure White Tower wouldn't care about their lives at all, especially since they had brought it upon themselves. Boom! Just then, the gate of the Pure White Chamber of Commerce shattered with a crash, and Tang slowly walked in with his men. Don, you've won this time. We'll abide by your rules and leave Campbell Island. Marshall immediately suppressed his other emotions and stepped forward with a smile. Marshall didn't think much of Don's act of breaking down the door, assuming it was just Don venting his anger. At this moment, Marshall was preoccupied with how to minimize the cost in the upcoming negotiations. Kill everyone in the Pure White Merchant Guild. Take everything of value back with you. Don ignored Marshall and directly ordered his subordinates with a bloodline. Marshall stared blankly at the hole in his heart, not understanding why Don dared to attack him directly. Isn't he afraid of being held accountable by the Pure White Chamber of Commerce? Isn't he afraid of the wrath of the Tower of Pure White? Unfortunately, he will never know the answers to these questions. Oh, upon hearing Don's order, the pirates immediately scattered excitedly and rushed into the Merchant Guild. Before Doran could react, a pirate chopped off his head. Soon, cries and sounds of fighting echoed throughout the entire Chamber of Commerce. As a powerful force, the Pure White Chamber of Commerce occupies a vast area, and it would be impossible to complete the raid in a short time. So, Don slowly walked to the chair where Marshall had sat earlier and sat down. Wait quietly. As for Annie, she led another group to the dock to take over the Pure White Merchant Guild's fleet. A few days earlier, in order to deal with Don's expulsion order, some of the Pure White Merchant Guild's assets have been loaded onto the ships. That's a considerable sum of money. We can't let them get away with it. Chapter 191, A Fish That Escaped the Net. The raid continued until dawn. Although the Pure White Merchant Guild's headquarters is quite large, it shouldn't take up an entire night. However, raiding homes is not simply a matter of killing. They also wanted to plunder wealth. Not only must everything of value be thoroughly looted, but the workers below must also be given some time to eat their fill. This kind of thing never happened when we were pirates, but it's something we can't do without now. After all, he now has quite a few men under his command, and that meager salary alone cannot guarantee their loyalty, although pirates are not exactly known for their loyalty anyway. However, people choose to work with you for their own benefit. If you pay them too much of their fixed salary, you can't afford to support them. You can only pay them less. If other places don't give them any benefits, why would they work with you? As for whether they drank too much, that's simply impossible. Not to mention that these newcomers have just joined us, and certainly wouldn't dare to go that far. The group of old men under Don are keeping a close eye on them. Even if the old folks are unreliable, Don still has the truly loyal homies. Therefore, Don did not wait impatiently until dawn. After the sun came out, the pirates, under the command of their captains, obediently carried their spoils out. "Captain, everything has been emptied. There's not a single survivor in the entire Chamber of Commerce. We can leave now." Hoffman came over and gently woke up Don, who was pretending to be asleep. After getting up, Don slowly stretched and asked, "How much stuff is there in total?" This pure white Chamber of Commerce truly lives up to its reputation as a major chamber of commerce. The combined value of its working capital and various goods alone is probably around 50 to 60,000 gold coins, Hoffman chuckled. That's just the tip of the iceberg. The worst part is that we found Marshall's secret stash of gold coins, which contains about 100,000 gold coins. Wow, this guy has embezzled quite a bit. Sure enough, these damn businessmen are better at making money than us hardworking brutes. Don was shocked when he heard the amount in Marshall's vault. 100,000 gold coins. That's the price of a legendary player making a single sale in Tang-Un. Among professionals below the legendary level, only an old monster like Pearl could possibly have that kind of wealth. As for other fourth-tier professionals, after a few decades of normal life, having a fortune of tens of thousands of gold coins would make them wealthy. After all, the expenses of professionals are not insignificant. Only a businessman like Marshall, who doesn't intend to continue pursuing a career as a professional, could accumulate such a substantial fortune. Well, the group below was relatively well-behaved. Even with several hundred people combined, they only took a few thousand gold coins worth of goods. Don simply nodded in response to Hoffman's words, showing no surprise. Hoffman stood beside him with a smirk, looking like he wanted to say something. Don looked at him suspiciously. "What? Is there some good news? Just say it, don't hold it in." Captain, this house?" Hoffman rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Upon hearing Hoffman's words, Don immediately understood. The Pure White Merchant Guild's headquarters was also a rather large mansion, although it couldn't compare to the place Don was currently living in. But it's not far off. In a few more years, Marshall might expand the house to surpass Don's. However, when that time really comes, it's unlikely that Tang and Lei will be able to slaughter this fat pig. After all, even a coward like Ronaldo couldn't let someone overstep their bounds to this extent. If he continues to tolerate it, Karagon might really have to replace him. In any region, the Lord's residence must be the largest and most luxurious. This is an unspoken rule in this world. Although he was a pirate king, he was essentially the lord of this island. "Fine, this house will be your pirate crew's base from now on," Don said, rolling his eyes. Don is now the pirate king, and he commands a sizable fleet, so it's impossible for him to bring them all together. He can't afford to support them like that. At most, they would be his direct subordinate forces, divided into several or even dozens of subordinate pirate groups. Let them be self-sufficient and only come together when something happens. This is also the management model of all pirate kings now. Of course, as their direct subordinates, each pirate crew had to have a base on Campbell Island. "Huh? Captain, what do you mean?" Hoffman's heart pounded when he heard Don's words. "Yes, you can start recruiting people now, whether from below or outside. Recruit as many as you can." Don definitely couldn't keep Hoffman around. Ever since the Monet incident, Hoffman and had been at odds. Although it was all just minor squabbles, Don was worried that if it went on for too long, something might happen. So Don decided to send him out to become the captain of a pirate crew. After all, as a navigator, Annie definitely had to stay by Don's side and couldn't be let go. As for Hoffman himself, he was naturally pleased with this. As a descendant of a fallen family, his dream had always been to restore his family's glory. This dream is undoubtedly more likely to be realized by developing independently outside than by following in Don's footsteps, although this choice is more dangerous. Ignoring the agitated Hoffman, Don saw that his pirates were mostly done for and prepared to use his observation hockey to sweep them away before leaving. Tang En, who was about to leave, suddenly paused. "What's wrong, Captain?" Hoffman asked immediately when he saw that Don's expression was off. "We found one who slipped through the net," Don said with some dissatisfaction. "These pirates were too careless. They actually managed to let one slip through." I'm sorry, Captain. It was my fault." Hoffman immediately bowed and apologized. After all, they're just a bunch of brutes. Teach them a lesson next time. Don wasn't harsh. The one who slipped through the net was obviously hiding in some secret room. A bunch of pirates who can't even type properly. Their first raid wasn't perfect, but that's not a big deal. However, we still need to give them a warning. Call those idiots and come with us to take a look. Tang Yin sensed the movements of the fish that had slipped through the net, and thinking about how he had been sitting idly for most of the night, he decided to go and find some fun. Chapter 192. This child must not be allowed to live. The headquarters of the Pure White Chamber of Commerce. In a small courtyard. After a night of looting by the pirates, the entire courtyard was in a terrible mess. Fortunately, the pirates knew to drag the bodies away and dispose of them properly. After the pirates left, and after sensing that there was no movement outside, they waited for a long time. The ground was so bad that even the floor tiles had been lifted up. Suddenly, the soil on the ground bulged up in one spot. A hidden school gate was opened. A small head peeked out. After looking around, he first cautiously listened, but found no sound. Then he peeked out a little and quickly scanned his surroundings. After confirming that no one was around, he carefully climbed out. It turned out to be a boy who was only a teenager. The boy was Marshall's illegitimate son and was not usually taken seriously, given that Marshall had dozens of children. It is precisely because he was an unwanted illegitimate child that he was able to survive. After all, those legitimate offspring are all registered and can't possibly run away. Looking at the desolate scene around him, the boy felt an overwhelming sadness welling up inside him. He murmured to himself, "Don't worry. Although you haven't treated me well, I will definitely avenge you in the future." The next moment, the boy suppressed the sadness and hatred in his heart. He knew that it was still very dangerous here, and the pirates might not have completely left yet. Now what he needs to do is to leave this place, this city, and even this island carefully and cautiously. Composing himself, the boy quickly headed outside after confirming the direction. When he reached the gate of the courtyard, the boy stopped and cautiously peeked out to see what was happening outside. The moment his head poked out, the boy was struck dumb, frozen in place. Outside the door, a dense swarm of pirates stood, staring intently at him. At this point, it was clearly too late to back down. Standing in front of the group of pirates, Don looked at the boy with a mocking gaze. The pirates, especially the captains, looked at the boy with eyes blazing with hatred, wishing they could devour him. Having just joined the Pirate King's crew and doing their first job, a job that was clearly a perk, they still managed to make a mistake. Even these shameless brutes couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The boy felt a wave of despair wash over him. He knew he couldn't escape this situation. Just then, a gentle voice reached his ears. "Here, I have a knife and a piece of candy. You can choose." On his way here, Don had been thinking about how to deal with this escapee. Whether judging from the perceived strength of life force or by common sense, this escaped person is most likely a child. If it were Don who had just arrived in this world, he probably wouldn't have been able to bring himself to do it so ruthlessly. Even now, Don has considered letting the child go. After all, a helpless child could not possibly pose any threat to Don. Even a child like that might not be able to survive on his own. However, the current situation does not allow Tang Yin to let this child go. You must know that the Pure White Chamber of Commerce has hired someone to assassinate him, and they almost succeeded. If Don softens his heart now and releases the child, then all forces, both on and off the island, will see this as Don's weakness, and Don will find it difficult to have peace. So no matter what, this child has to die. The moment Don saw the child, a thought he had seen in his previous life suddenly popped into his head. Since the child was going to die anyway, he might as well let Don have some fun. So, Don walked up to the frightened child and said, "Here, I have a knife and a piece of candy. You can choose." Upon hearing Don's words, the boy was first taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy. He knew that if the pirates wanted to kill him, they wouldn't waste any words. At this moment, the man who seemed to be the leader actually spoke up, so there was probably a way out for him. Looking at the knife and candy in Don's hand. After a moment's thought, the boy decided to choose candy. The choice is obvious. Choosing the knife means there is a threat and death is inevitable, while choosing candy proves that he is an ignorant child and that this massacre has no effect on him at all. Watching the boy reach out to reach the hand, holding the candy in Don's hand, Hoffman couldn't help but sigh. He boarded the ship relatively late, But he had heard from the older folks that Don was a soft-hearted person. At this moment, seeing the options that Don had pulled out, his thoughts were the same as the boy's. It is believed that Don saw the boy and softened his heart, wanting to let him go. However, Hoffman remained silent at this moment. After all, he was not Annie. Annie could be said to have started the business with Don and helped Don a lot. But he was different. He was forced to join halfway through, so he couldn't interfere with Don's decision, especially in front of so many new captains. Hoffman thought to himself that at worst he could keep a closer eye on the boy and secretly kill him, or even if he didn't kill him, he could use some underhanded methods to make sure he couldn't live. Don was unaware of Hoffman's ideas. I watched as the boy took the candy, ate it, and gave me a silly smile. Don smiled slightly, then turned and left. The boy breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Don leave. The pirates also looked disappointed, as they had assumed that Don was going to let the boy go. This was somewhat unacceptable to the ruthless pirates, but they dared not reveal anything to Don, the new pirate king and leader. I can only keep it to myself. Just as Don walked past Hoffman, a casual remark lingered in Hoffman's ear. This boy is extremely cunning. He must not be allowed to live. Hoffman was taken aback at first, and only realized what was happening after Don's figure disappeared. He said to the equally bewildered pirates, "What are you standing there for? Get rid of him." Chapter 193. This child must not be lived to. If Xian Tang is extremely cunning, then what reason would Xian Dao have to let him go? On their way back, they ran into Annie, who was also returning from her mission. After hearing what Don had done, Annie unsurprisingly believed that Don was giving the kid a chance and wanted to let him go. However, Annie couldn't understand why. Since the man had already chosen the knife, there was no reason for her to let him go. So Annie came to question Don. If he chose a knife, it proves he has murderous intent. This boy must not be allowed to live. Annie stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Was this really the Don I knew? Not only Annie, but even the pirates who were carrying valuables nearby looked incredulous when they heard Don's words. What if he chooses both? Seeing Don's calm expression, Annie continued to press for an answer. She just couldn't believe that Don hadn't suffered any major disasters in such a short time. So how could he have changed so much? If he chooses both, it proves he's greedy. This child must not be kept. Hearing Don's answer, Annie's eye twitched slightly, and she continued to press for an answer. What if he doesn't choose either of them? If he chooses neither, it proves he's inherently rebellious. This child must not be allowed to live. So you're going to die no matter what. Are you just playing with people here? Annie looked at Don with the eyes one would give a stranger, as if she were looking at a monster. These are two options that are way beyond your comprehension. You've prepared reasons for wanting his name, but you're not planning to let him live at all. If that's the case, why are you even asking such a stupid question? In this world, killing is a normal thing, and even wiping out an entire family is not a big deal. However, in the eyes of most people in this world, killing is nothing more than a beheading. Don's approach is somewhat unbelievable. Don't do this just for fun. It's a way to intimidate people. After all, today's assassination attempt almost caused him to fail, and he only managed to kill all the assassins by using Pearl. This thwarted Don's plan to show off his muscles. After all, the most important thing for a pirate king is personal strength, especially now that Don has offended a large number of forces. As for revealing Pearl, it serves absolutely no purpose. No matter how powerful the forces behind her are, they are not hers to command. Moreover, none of these offended forces have a legendary backer, so Pearl is not someone they care too much about. Therefore, after discovering this escaped fugitive, Don used this method. In this world, people are not afraid of ruthless people or strong people. No matter how ruthless you are, you can only kill your whole family. No matter how strong you are, that's all. Even legends have to abide by certain rules. However, an abnormal person who enjoys himself can be frightening. After all, the logic behind the unpredictable and unconventional behavior of such people is impossible for normal people to fathom, so one should be cautious when interacting with them. What Tang Yin did was to make others think that he was that kind of person, so that before they could figure out his background, no one would test him or even take action against him. This would give Don more breathing room to prepare for the ceremony of ascending to legend. To be honest, unless absolutely necessary, Don would never have given up his position as the Pirate King. Before coming here, Don even considered running away if things went wrong. However, after seeing the accounts and presented, Don went completely insane. When Ronaldo was in charge, his annual income was nearly 1 million gold coins. However, he had to hand over the lion's share to Karagon. Don doesn't need to, which means that as long as Don holds the position of Pirate King for a year, he can earn nearly 1 million gold coins. It's important to know that Don's legendary promotion ceremony requires the establishment of a nation, which necessitates a vast fortune. If Don were to leave the position of Pirate King, he might not be able to establish this kingdom even in his next life. Therefore, Don will definitely try his best to secure this position. Since Tang Un's assassination attempt last night, various factions have been sending people to monitor his movements. Everyone knows that since Don is not the king, someone else must be unlucky. Otherwise, don't be the Pirate King for long, and even a legendary wizard couldn't help him. However, no one expected that Tang Un would be so daring as to wipe out the pure White Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, what Tang Un did afterwards also reached the ears of various forces. Tulip Merchants Association. As the world's #1 business association, the Tulip Merchant Association's headquarters in Campbell City was surprisingly smaller than that of the pure White Merchant Association. This shows just how arrogant Marshall was. Listen to the reports from those below. Chairman Badel shook his head with a wry smile. It's hard to say whether encountering this kind of person is a blessing or a curse. Business is going to be tough from now on. The two mine managers, Einstein and Morta, showed no reaction to the matter. After all, they were only sent to mine and had virtually no connection with Don. The legends decided on the mineral veins, so they didn't pay any attention to it. Moonglade, the territory of the elves. This is a forest located not far outside Campbell. It was assigned to the elf race to live in. There are more than a dozen elves on the entire island of Campbell. This new Pirate King is quite interesting. Sister Goya, would you like to choose a knife or candy? Upon hearing the news, a young female elf had no other thoughts, but simply found it amusing and even joked with Goya. Goya rolled her eyes and said seriously to the elves, "What are you laughing at? You lot, behave yourselves for a while, and it's best not to go outside the forest." "Oh, why?" The joking female elf exclaimed in disbelief. Not only her, but the other elves were also somewhat unhappy. These young elves, supposedly sent out to manage the industry, were given this opportunity to gain experience. But in reality, this so-called training was just a trip for fun. Now that these elves are confined to their homes, how could these young elves possibly be happy about it? I'm not entirely sure about this Pirate King's personality. Let's wait and see. Goya explained helplessly. So what? Does he dare to lay a hand on us? Thousands of years ago, elven slaves were abundant, and they were the most popular slaves among nobles and powerful people. Thousands of years ago, the enraged elf queen fought her way into the old world, killing many legends, and finally had a great battle with the Wizard Council, though no one knows who won or lost. However, since then, the Wizarding Council has issued a ban on the buying, selling, and capturing of elves. As a result, many people died in those 2 years, and several legends were even made an example of by the Wizarding Council. Nowadays, elven slaves are no longer a commodity, at least not openly. That's really hard to say. Goya looked at the innocent young elves and sighed softly, even though the buying and selling of elven slaves was now forbidden. However, if a dispute really arises, even if someone beats you to death, no one can find fault with you, and the Elf Queen is unlikely to make a big fuss over such a trivial matter. Chapter 194: Inferior Races. In just one day, news of Don's raid on the pure White Merchant Guild and the massacre of the entire organization spread throughout Campbell Island. At the same time, the news that Tang and Son must not be allowed to live spread to the ears of all the major powers. Keep in mind that Don said these words in front of a group of pirates. Even if Donald ordered secrecy, it wouldn't necessarily shut these pirates up. Moreover, Don didn't tell them anything. So, having just made a fortune, the pirates scattered to various places of entertainment and boasted about it. News of what Don had done quickly spread. The results were very encouraging. After the pure White Chamber of Commerce was destroyed, all the expelled forces completed their relocation and set sail within just one morning. The other forces also quieted down. Normally, after so many forces retreated, leaving such a large void, the remaining forces would definitely try to take a bite out of it. Not even a pirate king, let alone a legend, could stop their greedy ambitions. However, under Tang Un's reputation, all forces were visibly obedient. For a whole day, no force made a move, and all kept their eyes closed obediently. The next day, Campbell House. The leaders of various factions gathered here once again. Unlike the somber atmosphere of the last time, this time all the leaders entered the council hall with joyful hearts. The situation last time was quite clear. A group of forces, led by the pure White Merchant Guild, wanted to challenge the newly crowned Pirate King. The newly arrived Pirate King also needs to establish his authority. Therefore, when these officials came last time, they were all afraid of being affected. But this time, it's clear that after Donald, the newly crowned Pirate King, successfully established his authority, he's now using incentives to win them over. After all, the Pirate King still needs their help to manage the industries along this sea route. The benefits that can be used to win them over are clearly the vacant businesses and territories left behind by the expelled forces. To everyone's surprise, although Don was still sitting in the seat of honor. However, the person presiding over this meeting was the navigator named Dan. However, these clever people in charge soon realized that the Pirate King, whose behavior was so unpredictable, could not possibly handle such a matter of winning him over personally. The legendary wizard behind him was probably worried about him and feared he might cause trouble, so he arranged for this navigator to handle it. This is exactly what Tang In wanted them to think about, so that they could more firmly establish in their minds their unpredictable and illogical personalities. That way, Don will have more stable developmental periods. The meeting lasted a long time, from morning until evening. At noon, Don had his men serve a lavish lunch. It was only for him, not even for Annie. Although once you become a professional, missing a meal or two won't have any impact at all. However, Don's actions were indeed very uncomfortable, as it was clearly a sign of disrespect towards them. However, no one expressed any dissatisfaction, because this was very much in line with Don's persona. Therefore, this little incident had no impact on the meeting. As evening approached, the meeting ended and stretched, revealing her less than ideal figure. After all, and was an A. Dealing with these people is exhausting. You, the Pirate King, are so carefree. It's infuriating. And looked at Don, who was sitting there leisurely, and said in an annoyed tone. Don ignored Annie's complaints. He made people work every day, and he wouldn't even let them grumble a little. What's going on with that Minotaur? Don's question startled Annie. Mouthmen? Oh, you mean that inferior race. Inferior race? Don's eyes lit up slightly. In this world, it is said that initially there were only humans. It was not until the birth of wizards that other races appeared, such as elves, dragons, and demons. Wizards brought them into this world when they were studying space. Races such as cat people and fish people are the products of the wizards' experiments. Over countless years, the world has accumulated numerous intelligent races. Therefore, the Wizarding Council made a simple division of races. Only when a race has produced a legend can it be considered a normal race. If a race has never produced a legend, then they're a second-rate race. As a second-class race, they have no human rights. Even a fourth-tier powerhouse of a second-class race is not as powerful as a third-tier powerhouse of other races. Why is there no information about this Minotaur race? Don asked Annie, what's there to care about a second-rate race? Let me see. Annie pulled out a stack of documents and started flipping through them. Huh? This Minotaur race actually has more than a dozen fourth-tier members and hundreds of third-tier members. Don's eyes lit up even more when he heard what Annie said. Seeing Don's expression, Annie seemed to guess what he was thinking. Don't even think about it. The Minotaur's creator is still alive. As the creator of a race, he was undoubtedly a legendary wizard. The Wizarding Council explicitly states that any inferior races created by a legendary wizard are the private property of that legendary wizard. Once the race produces its first legend, that legend will belong to the legendary wizard. Then, the race can break away from the legendary wizard and become a race that can live freely in this world. That's not important. Since that person has released the Minotaurs to grow freely, they certainly won't interfere before a legend is born. For a legendary wizard, a legendary test subject is certainly more important than a test subject of an entire ordinary race. For a race to create a legend, It must connect with the outside world. It cannot be confined to a laboratory. That's no use. You don't expect our race to dare to fight against others this time. Annie rolled her eyes dismissively. She was well aware of Tang Yin's thoughts. They were currently nouveau riche and extremely lacked high-end combat power. If we can recruit this Minotaur tribe, we can make up for this weakness. However, as an inferior race, they are inherently inferior to others. Even if they are stronger than others, they can easily be wiped out if they fight with others casually. It's important to understand that inferior races have no human rights, and their creators don't care about them. As far as legendary wizards are concerned, once an inferior race is released, they won't care if it's wiped out, as long as no legend is born. Chapter 195, Cain Bloodhoof. No matter what, we still have to give it a try. After a moment of thought, Dawn said to Annie, "Contact that Minotaur chieftain. I need to see him alone." The Minotaur race has existed for less than 100 years. The normal lifespan of a Minotaur is around 150 years. In other words, the first generation of Minotaur should not have reached the end of their lifespan since their birth. However, in reality, in less than 100 years, the main force of the Minotaur race was already the third or fourth generation of Minotaurs. As a second-class race, the Minotaur live in one of the most desolate wildernesses on Campbell Island. The living environment is extremely harsh, even though the Minotaur's reproductive ability is still superior to that of humans, and the Minotaur has extremely strong endurance. However, the survival rate of Minotaur cubs is still less than 50%. This is all thanks to the Tauren's indiscriminate appetite. They can survive on grass. Cain Bloodhoof was the 8th chieftain of the Tauren tribe. The 7 chieftains before him all gave their lives for the continuation of the tribe. As the successor designated by the previous chieftain, Cain naturally shared this awareness. However, he never found an opportunity. Cain was somewhat excited to hear that Dawn had become the new pirate king. After all, a newly appointed pirate king would inevitably disrupt the power structure of the entire island. Therefore, their living environment as Minotaurs would be better. As for seeking profit from it, well, Minotaurs aren't qualified. Even though they possess the most powerful fighting force below the legendary level on the entire island. In the previous 2 meetings, Cain had been huddled in a corner, silently observing the newly crowned pirate king. Adult Tauren are generally over 3 meters tall, and powerful Tauren warriors like Cain are nearly 5 meters tall. Standing in the council chamber of Campbell's mansion, you could easily make a hole in the roof. The previous chieftain of the Minotaurs was severely wounded by Ronald because of this, and then died during a hunt. So Cain could only huddle in the hall. However, due to his enormous size, even if he remained silent, Dawn could not ignore him. However, Dawn hadn't had any free time before, because he had to deal with things involving Marshall and other forces. Now that the establishment of authority and the distribution of benefits have been completed, Tang Yin Kai can finally turn his attention to this Minotaur. Cain Bloodhoof sat quietly cross-legged on the floor of the study, giving a slight nod to Dawn, who was sitting upright in a chair. However, due to Cain's height, even when sitting on the ground, his bowed posture made it seem as if he was looking down at Dawn. However, Dawn didn't care about that. How did Ronaldo build these houses? The ceilings in all these rooms are less than 5 meters high. Dawn looked at the roof that made it difficult for Cain to stand up and complained. "This was specially repaired for us by Lord Ronald." Cain spoke softly, a simple and honest expression on his face. Although it was spoken softly to Tang Yin, the sound was like a booming bell, as if it were being shouted in his ear. Upon hearing Cain's words, Dawn paused for a moment, then sneered, "Ronald, that guy, actually tries to find his self-esteem in you guys. How could someone like him be the pirate king for decades?" Ronald's behavior was clearly a deliberate attack on the Minotaur race, taking a liking to the submissive nature of this inferior race. More importantly, the Minotaur chieftain was undoubtedly stronger than him, and being able to humiliate a stronger person than himself satisfied Ronald's ridiculous sense of pride to some extent. "How does your tribe make a living now?" After mocking Ronald, that dead man, Dawn asked Cain a question. After all, according to the intelligence Annie had gathered, the wilderness where the Minotaurs lived was extremely desolate and certainly couldn't support the Minotaur race. Although they can eat grass, their large size suggests that they must have a large appetite. Since the Minotaurs are a second-class race, Annie didn't gather much information about them. After all, time was limited, and there was no need to learn more about a second-class race that posed no real threat. The higher-ranking members of the tribe hunt in the wilderness or go to the sea to catch sea monsters, while the lower-ranking members do hard labor for other forces in exchange for food. Although Cain explained it simply, Don still sensed the hardship of their lives. Only high-ranking Minotaurs could hunt, and what kind of prey were they? They must have been high-ranking magical beasts at least. Those low-ranking Minotaurs who did hard labor could only exchange their earnings for food. Even a fool could tell that those forces were exploiting these Minotaurs to the death. However, this is beneficial to Don, because the more miserable these Minotaurs are, the easier it will be for Don to recruit them. How did Ronald arrange things for you before? Looking at the burly and honest Minotaur chieftain in front of him, Don suddenly asked a question. Lord Ronald previously arranged for us to send someone to guard him for 2 months each year in exchange for tax payment. Upon hearing this, Tang nodded knowingly. This is clearly a case of hiring high-ranking Tauren as guards to create a facade and show off. After all, these poor Minotaurs couldn't afford to pay taxes in gold coins. This is a good use of Ronaldo's talents. Then you will serve as my bodyguards, just like Ronald did before. Upon hearing Don's words, Cain was taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Lord Don, is it also 2 months? Year-round. Don's answer caused Cain's expression to change drastically, and he hurriedly said, the guard will draw a large number of high-ranking members from our clan. If they are to serve in this position year-round, our clan, I will pay you wages. Don's casual remark silenced Cain's remaining words. Cain stared at Don with an incredulous look for a long time. Cain bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Don. Annie, see Cain out. You, and he will take over the guard duties. Don called out to the door. Good, and pushed open the door as she spoke. Cain wisely lowered his head and walked out. By the way, Annie, arrange for someone to raise the ceiling of these reception rooms to over 10 meters. Cain, who had just stepped out the door, felt a slight tremor in his body. Chapter 196 Appeasement. This Minotaur has quite a bit of talent. After Cain and Annie left, a voice suddenly rang in Don's ears, but Don was not surprised at all. The entire Campbell City and even Campbell Island. There is only one person who could appear beside Don so quietly. Pearl. He is indeed very strong. Even though he is humble, he still gives me a deadly sense of threat. After Cain arrived, Don activated his full senses, which would normally be considered an extremely serious provocation by other experts of the same level. After all, even if a perceptive professional unleashes their senses to probe others without restraint, it's hard for other professionals of the same level not to sense it. Such acts of invading privacy are generally tantamount to a signal to start a war. However, Cain did not react to Don's perception, as if he had not noticed Don's behavior at all. Cain certainly discovered Don's actions. However, this kind of behavior is commonplace for Cain and for the entire Tauren race. After all, inferior races have no human rights. This Minotaur is indeed stronger than you now, but that's not what I mean. Pearl lit her pipe and took a deep drag. Whether it was a misperception or not, Don sensed an unspeakable meaning in Pearl's tone. What is that? He's not far from becoming a legend. Pearl's words made Don's eyes widen in disbelief. No, you can tell that too. What surprised Don wasn't that Cain was about to become a legend, although that did surprise Don somewhat. But what surprised him most was that Pearl could actually see it. Even a legendary wizard wouldn't be able to tell if it's a card class. Pearl exhaled a puff of smoke and continued. However, traditional professions are different. Traditional professions rely on solid cultivation step by step. When breaking through and advancing, there is no need for those complicated rituals. You just need to cultivate step by step. Therefore, when a traditional professional advances to near legendary level, besides having significantly stronger internal energy and overall power, their aura will also be slightly different. After Pearl mentioned it, Don remembered that Cain did indeed seem different from other fourth-tier professionals in his perception. However, due to differences in race, profession, and other factors, there are many differences among professionals of the same level. So Don didn't pay too much attention to it, and only focused on Cain's life strength. If I had chosen a traditional career back then, I would be a legend by now, sigh. Pearl puffed on her pipe. sighing softly. Don did not refute Pearl's statement. A legendary wizard once said that old monsters like Pearl are basically products of the card class. There are no such strong individuals in traditional professions. Anyone in a traditional profession who can cultivate to this level can basically advance to the legendary level. It's alright, we've just taken a few detours. Seeing Pearl's somewhat sentimental expression, Don offered a word of comfort. Even if there's a path, it won't be easy. What are you planning to do about your promotion ceremony? Upon hearing Don's words, Pearl immediately shifted his focus. He already knew about Don's 2 legendary professions that could be promoted to and the promotion rights. In Pearl's view, neither of these professions can be mastered in 8 or 10 years. He only has about 10 or 8 years left to live. Moreover, due to the contract between the two, Don actually only has one option. See, Emperor? So, Pearl has been feeling a bit anxious lately. Good grief, so you're after me after all. Upon hearing Pearl's question, Don immediately realized that the old man was in a hurry. After all, Don's legendary advancement ceremony was extremely difficult. If the world situation hadn't become chaotic, Don wouldn't have believed he had any chance of advancing. However, now, due to the war between the 2 continents, Don felt that he still had some chance to snatch chestnuts from the fire. The key to establishing a nation is nothing more than 3 things. First, land. Second, population. And third, legend. Don slowly began to express his thoughts to Pearl. After all, if he couldn't appease Pearl at this moment, this old monster with little time left might become disloyal to him. This is not what Don wanted to see. After all, he currently has no legendary backer and has to rely on Pearl to deter others and deal with some big troubles. With Pearl around, they can at least keep their true colors hidden for a few years. As for land, I already own a piece of land. This island isn't enough. Pearl promptly raised her objection. While Campbell Island is large enough to form a country, it's far from sufficient for Don's promotion ceremony. After all, a duchy is a country, and an empire is a country. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. Don didn't mind Pearl interrupting him and instead explained, "It's not here, it's the one behind me." Upon hearing Don's words, Pearl nodded knowingly. It made perfect sense for a high-ranking legendary wizard with a wizard's tower to control a piece of land. Regarding the population, I'm still considering it. The main thing is to find people who genuinely support us, which is not easy. As for the legendary figure, having the one behind me already satisfies half of my needs, and I've also been considering the other one. Hearing Don's words, Pearl nodded silently. By this calculation, Don's promotion ceremony was already half completed in words. It's good that you have a goal. As for the legend, who are you looking to contact? After a moment's thought, Pearl realized that Don had chosen legend as his target for recruitment. Given Don's status and position, there are currently only 2 channels for contacting legends. One is the legendary wizard behind him, but since Don said he was considering it, it certainly wasn't introduced by the legendary wizard. The second one is those legends from the Pirate King's council not long ago. Of these, only one can be recruited by Don, and the probability of winning this person over is very high. Chapter 1, 97 Flames. The next day, Kane returned with hundreds of minotaurs. It's important to know that Campbell Island is a very large island, and the Minotaur tribe settlement is about half an island away from Campbell City. Even for someone like Kane, who is close to being a legend, it would take a considerable amount of time to make a round trip, not to mention that he would have to bring along some low-level Tauren. This must mean that Kane didn't rest for a moment after returning to the tribe and immediately gathered his men and headed for Campbell City. Of these hundreds of Minotaurs, besides Kane, there was 1 4th-tier Minotaur, 10 3rd-tier Minotaurs, and the rest were 2nd-tier Minotaurs. Even for a king, such a guard would be roughly the same size. Of course, although they are very strong on paper, they are basically useless in actual combat. Once you encounter someone with a powerful background, if the Minotaur clan causes trouble, they might not just wipe out your clan, but they could also massacre your entire tribe, and no one could stand up for you. After all, the Minotaurs belong to that legendary wizard, who released them to undergo trials and tribulations, thus forging a legend. It's not about letting them enjoy a life of luxury. As long as their clan isn't wiped out, we won't care what happens to them. Moreover, such matters are protected by the laws of the Wizarding Council. Even if Don had a legendary wizard behind him, He wouldn't risk offending that wizard for the sake of the Minotaurs. Those who are not strong and have no background do not need the Minotaurs to help them. Therefore, this Minotaur guard served more as a showpiece, since the Minotaurs, all over 3 meters tall, looked quite imposing when lined up. Moreover, after living as an inferior race for so many years, the Minotaur race's fighting spirit has been worn down to almost nothing. Those Minotaur with any fighting spirit are basically all dead. Even Cain, who was close to becoming a legend, was no exception. In other words, the Minotaur are a gentle race, which is why they have been able to endure hardship for so many years. As time went by, a month quickly passed. The various industries on the island gradually returned to normal and resumed their former glory. Anne's family also sent some people to assist her in handling affairs on the island. The one in charge was one of Anne's cousins. Although he was only a third-tier professional, he was very skilled at handling these matters, and was finally free from all the clutter. In just 1 month, Don's coffers had swelled considerably, even though the income wasn't very high due to the upheaval caused by the change of Pirate King. Next month, this income should increase by at least 50%. Looking at the numbers in the treasury accounts, Don became even more determined to secure his position. That day, Don called Annie, who had been idle lately, over. "Oh, our navigator lady, you seem to be having a lot of free time lately." Don chuckled and teased Annie. Annie rolled her eyes at Don's words and said, "Just say you want to assign me work. I'm destined to be a busybody, and I'm stuck with a boss who doesn't want to do anything." Don didn't seem to mind and continued to speak with a smile. "Since you already know the answer, I'll just say it directly. I want you to go back to Storm Sea." "What?" Annie was shocked and looked at Don in disbelief. "Are you trying to kill me? We were lucky to come out of the Storm Sea alive last time. Do you think I'll survive if we go in again?" "Don't worry, since I've asked you to go, I'll definitely be well prepared. Take the Black Pearl with you." Don's words calmed Annie down a bit, but she still said with some dissatisfaction, "Even legendary warships aren't that safe in the Storm Sea, you know. Last time we went, we happened to be there during the monsoon season. This time there's no monsoon season, and we also have this legendary warship. With a clear objective, as long as we're not too unlucky, we should be fine." At this point, Annie had also calmed down from her excitement. "Why do you want me to go to the Storm Sea?" "Go find Alice and talk about cooperation." "What kind of cooperation?" Don looked at Annie seriously and slowly said, "About my legendary ascension ceremony," and was startled. This was a serious matter. Such a serious matter. Why aren't you going to talk to His Majesty Eddington yourself? "This place can't do without me right now. My throne as the Pirate King isn't secure yet. If I suddenly disappear for a while, I'm afraid something bad might happen. His Majesty Eddington won't concern himself with such matters, nor does he have the time to. You just need to go find Alice. As for Alice, we must go to someone we can trust. Moreover, once the deal is reached, we will have to make multiple trips to and from the Storm Sea." Although Anne was a little disappointed that they didn't need to contact Eddington, she didn't ask any further questions. After all, it was understandable that the legendary wizard, being so high and mighty, wouldn't look down on their little scheme. However, Annie found it hard to accept that Don would have to make multiple trips to the Storm Sea. Although with thorough preparation and a specific goal, entering and exiting a stormy sea is not that dangerous. However, the possibility of making multiple trips is uncertain. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, you're bound to get your shoes wet, let alone entering a place as dangerous as the Storm Sea. So, Annie couldn't help but ask, "What exactly do you want to talk about?" "Transporting people." Ignoring Annie's bewildered expression, Don explained, "My legendary ascension ceremony requires a large population and a vast land. The only place that can satisfy me is with Alice. I will arrange for others to purchase a large number of slaves in the old world, settle them on the island, and then have the Black Pearl transport them into the Storm Sea." Annie was unaware of Don's legendary ascension ceremony. Don hadn't told her, and Annie hadn't asked. After all, matters of such a level as legendary were not something that even blood relatives would casually reveal. Since Don said he needed a large population, Annie would definitely help Don get it. After all, Don's advancement to legendary status would also bring Annie a lot of benefits. Now the two of them are basically tied together. The only ship capable of safely entering and exiting the Storm Sea is the legendary Black Pearl. However, Even a legendary ship can only carry a limited number of people at a time, so this matter will inevitably take a long time. But just as Anne was about to speak, suddenly, the whole world plunged into darkness, and an inexplicable sense of fear rose in Anne's heart, causing her to tremble involuntarily. The next moment, in the boundless darkness, a phantom flame was suddenly ignited. Chapter 198 Failure? At the same time, Dawn also fell into boundless darkness. I saw that illusory flame burning fiercely. Has someone attacked me? That was Dawn's first reaction. However, Dawn quickly overturned this conclusion, although he did not know the source of the current situation. However, those who can achieve this level are at least legendary beings. You must know that the tremor that came from the bottom of his heart made Tang In feel as if he were being stared at by a malevolent dragon. Completely immobile. Even ordinary legends might not be able to achieve this level, and if such a being wanted to attack Tang In probably wouldn't even have a chance to react. If the entity that made the move wanted to do something else, it should have appeared by now, after all this time. However, as far as Dawn could see, there was nothing but that illusory flame. The next moment, the illusory flame suddenly swelled, and as time went on, the fire grew higher and higher. It was as if invisible fuel was being added to nourish the flame. As the flames grew stronger, Dawn could vaguely see a faint light reflecting off them. It was something that looked like a crystal. With just a fleeting glance, a chill enveloped Tang In's entire body. A sudden, inexplicable feeling of suffocation arose. Tang In had never felt death so close. Do not look directly at God. Tang In suddenly thought of this sentence. In an instant, Tang In realized that someone was becoming a god. That flame is divine fire. The crystal that was faintly visible within the flames should be the divine essence that was about to be born. Just now, Dawn stared directly at that not yet fully born godhood, which is why he felt death approaching. The reason why Dawn did not die was probably due to the effect of his extraordinary will. Of course, one reason for this is that the divine status has not yet been fully formed. Tang In guessed that to completely ignore the overwhelming power brought by the gods, one would need to be at least at the legendary level. After letting his thoughts race through his mind, Tang In, finding the idea quite plausible, finally felt relieved. I glanced at and out of the corner of my eye, and was standing still, her eyes vacant, and she must have been temporarily unconscious. It must be said that this was a fortunate thing. Otherwise, if Annie had remained conscious and inadvertently glanced at that not yet fully born divine spark, she probably would have died on the spot. Tang In's thoughts were racing, while in reality, the flame continued to burn brighter under the invisible fuel, and the divine essence became clearer and clearer. Previously, Dawn had some doubts about the invisible firewood, but now he understood that the only firewood that could nourish the divine fire was faith. This person who was conferred a divine title was undoubtedly one of the test subjects of the Eye of the Sky. However, based on the information they do not yet have a proper understanding of the important energy source for faith in this deity. Therefore, it's uncertain whether the faith they've prepared is sufficient for this deification ceremony. Although he wasn't very optimistic about the success of this person being deified, Tang In still felt a sense of urgency. This sense of urgency compelled Tang In to keep his eyes fixed on the divine fire. Even though the feeling of being on the verge of death was constantly pressing on Tang In, he did not give up. The Eye of the Sky has now begun its attempt to confer deities. If it fails, that will be fine. But if it succeeds, then within a few decades or 100 years, gods will spring up like mushrooms after rain in this world. At that time, the usefulness of the foresight information that Donald possesses will likely be greatly diminished. As for Tang In, although he was confident in achieving legendary status, he didn't know how long it would take. In addition, he also had to prepare for the conferment of godhood. Tang In felt that 100 years was far from enough. Therefore, the most favorable scenario for Tang In is that this attempt to become a god fails and results in his death. In that case, the next conferment of titles upon gods will have to wait at least a few years, or even decades. As if it had heard Tang In's thoughts, the divine fire that was growing ever stronger suddenly stopped and then visibly shrank. Even the gradually forming divine essence slowly dissipated. Seeing this scene, Don was taken aback at first. Then a sense of joy welled up in his heart. This meant that the power of faith was insufficient and they were about to fail. The divine fire dissipated very quickly, shrinking back to its initial size in just a few seconds. Immediately afterwards, Don seemed to hear a pop sound. The divine fire vanished instantly, and the entire world was plunged back into darkness. The next moment, the darkness receded, and the surrounding scenery returned to normal. It was as if everything that had just happened was a fantasy, but Don's soaked clothes told him clearly that everything that had just happened had actually occurred. What just happened? What happened? Were we attacked? As the one who was supposed to become a god failed, Annie also came to her senses, clutching her still slightly dizzy head and asking Dawn. There was no attack. What just happened has nothing to do with us. Don't investigate it. Dawn gave Annie a serious warning. It seems you have some understanding of what just happened. Before Anne could reply, Pearl's aged voice suddenly appeared, but this time, Pearl's voice revealed a hint of weariness and fear. That's not something we should know. Dawn was not surprised by Pearl's appearance. After all, it was impossible for only he and Annie to have experienced something like this. It must have covered at least half of Cannel Island, and after seeing what had just happened, Pearl would definitely come to Dawn to check on the situation. Hearing Dawn's serious words, Pearl's eyes flickered. She took a slow puff of her pipe to calm herself and did not ask any further questions. Pearl had seen many legends in his life, even high-level legends. In his experience, there is no one who could make him feel the fear of facing death simply by doing something that wasn't directed at him. No, even a high-level legendary figure would have to do it personally to crush him. Paper 199, Reactions from All Parties. When that unknown being conferred the title of God. In the interior of the old world, at the headquarters of the Wizarding Council, Hoven Hill, Hormuz is a huge city divided into two parts, and is known as the largest and most prosperous metropolis in the world. This point is still widely acknowledged, even after the discovery of the New World. The first part of Fovenshire is a city situated on the ground. There are more than 10 wizard towers in the city alone. The second part of Horwin Hill is a floating city located above the ground city. As the only floating city in the entire world, the headquarters of the Wizard Council is undoubtedly located here. Compared to the numerous wizard towers on the ground, only one wizard tower stands on the floating city. It is the control center of the entire floating city, belonging to the chairman of the Wizard Council. At this moment, in the wizard tower atop the floating city, the wizard counselor sat quietly in his chair, watching the divine fire burn fiercely until it went out. From beginning to end, this uncrowned king of the old world showed no surprise or doubt. He simply watched the divine fire quietly until it went out, remaining as still as a statue, without any expression or movement. Elf Continent. In the elven royal court, atop the world tree, stood the stunningly beautiful elven queen, clad in a long emerald green robe woven from the world tree itself. As the divine fire ignited, the elf queen instinctively stroked the world tree beside her. Then, like a wizard counselor, he quietly watched the divine fire until it went out. After a long while, a disdainful sneer came from the world tree. At the heart of the storm sea lies a vast, boundless vortex, so large that it could easily engulf the land of any nation if placed on land. When that divine fire appeared, a deafening roar pierced the sky from the center of that vortex. The roar was full of anger, as if he was venting his morning grumpiness. The entire vortex trembled involuntarily. The entire world seemed to hang upside down, a scene resembling the end of the world. Dragon Island. The Dragon Emperor was fast asleep, lying on a bed made of countless treasures. Even the appearance of divine fire did not wake him up. When the divine fire was extinguished, the Dragon Emperor's enormous eyelids twitched slightly and then remained still. New World, Sky Temple. It looked at the suddenly appearing divine fire, and his expression turned solemn. It was able to bring him into this illusion-like state and prevent him from finding its source. Such a thing simply doesn't exist in Yi's understanding. Neither the wizard counselor nor the elven queen could do it, and even the powerful demons known as the Lords of the Abyss couldn't accomplish it. Therefore, when faced with such a situation, it's easy to become fully on guard. Only after the divine fire went out did he look around in bewilderment at the fact that nothing had happened. So, this is what they call watching a movie. E, unaware of what was going on, examined his bald head. As expected, it failed. The eye of the sky shook its head helplessly, looking at the test subject whose body and soul had completely collapsed. This is a minor matter. You didn't tell us that this experiment would cause such a big commotion. Emperor Ryan, his face grim, questioned the eye of the sky. After the divine fire was extinguished and the strange phenomenon disappeared, he immediately contacted people all over the world. The feedback they received was that this strange phenomenon enveloped the entire world. Although others are baffled by this strange phenomenon, it is conceivable that the top legends will definitely seek the source of this event. In the end, their unfinished experiment will probably benefit someone else. Even his empire, which he barely managed to maintain under the attacks of the Wizarding Council and the Old World, would collapse directly. It's all right. I'll cover for them myself. Apart from those few, no one will trace us back to us. The Eye of the Sky calmly responded to Emperor Ryan. Even those few individuals were unable to break through his concealment and find the source of his existence. However, among those beings, only the Eye of the Sky could perfectly evade their gaze. Therefore, even if they cannot find it, they will know clearly that this matter is related to the Eye of the Sky. Those few are the most dangerous, okay. Emperor Ryan looked at the indifferent Eye of the Sky with a gloomy expression. You should know that they didn't even tell their partner, Heaven's Wrath. Now that this situation has arisen, Heaven's Wrath might even turn against them. Although Emperor Ryan, now calmer, knew that the composed Eye of the Sky must have a solution, this only fueled his anger. Emperor Ryan could not accept the fact that the Eye of the Sky had concealed this from even himself. As a qualified emperor, he could not allow anything to happen that was beyond his control, especially since this happened right under his nose. Do you think that after all these years of experimentation, those people haven't noticed anything at all? You should know that the profession of wizard is to study the changes in various rules of the world in great depth. For a legendary wizard of destiny, even the birth of a new profession will be well understood by them. We have now created a considerable number of demigods, and their existence has a significant impact on the rules of the world. Do you think that Wizard Counselor and the Elven Queen are blind? So far, it's probably only that the Wrath of the Sky who doesn't know the situation yet. The explanation of the Eye of the Sky caused Emperor Ryan to involuntarily show a shocked expression. Although Emperor Ryan could be described as a genius in every respect, he is still too young and lacks experience. Those who truly reside at the pinnacle of the world lack understanding, and therefore cannot conceive of these things. Given that, now that things have come to this, how can you be so sure they won't make a move? You must understand that the extraordinary phenomenon of the previous conferment of gods, involving those 5 world-class beings, is something no one else could accomplish. Without a doubt, the status of that vision is above theirs. Emperor Ryan didn't believe they wouldn't be tempted by something like this. Of course, it's because they're waiting. Waiting for what? Pick peaches. Chapter 201 year later. 1 year later. An open space outside Campbell. Boom. Moo. A deafening explosion was followed by a thunderous roar. A small mushroom cloud slowly rose. A moment later, as the smoke and dust cleared, a figure was suddenly sent flying backward. Tang and controlled his body and landed steadily on the ground not far away. That's enough for today, Kane. Yes, Lord Dawn. Kane, the Tauren who stood steadily in the center of a deep pit, responded in a muffled voice. Annie, the ground repairs are yours. Annie rolled her eyes, spat out a word through gritted teeth, and began to manipulate the breeze and her mental energy to calm the ground. This scene has been repeated many times over the past year. Given Dawn's strength, there are only 2 people on the entire Campbell Island who are capable of putting pressure on him as a sparring partner. One is Pearl, but if Pearl is the sparring partner, Dawn will definitely get a beating. Whether it was for the sake of saving face or something else, Dawn didn't want to get beaten up. Therefore, Dawn had to choose the other option, the Tauren chieftain Kane. As a traditional professional who is close to legendary, Kane's strength is undoubtedly above that of Dawn. Fighting Kane will allow Don to better master his various abilities. Therefore, every time Don's abilities improved, he would ask Kane to do this. Since the battlefield belonged to Don's territory, Don couldn't just leave the land in ruins after the battle. In this situation, arranging for manual cleaning would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Therefore, this responsibility ultimately fell to Anne. This made Annie, who had just been freed from the mission of transporting slaves to the Storm Sea, extremely resentful. Fortunately, Don didn't have to spar and fight with Kane every day. Over the past year, Don, as the Pirate King, has earned a total of more than 1.3 million gold coins. However, for various reasons, Don was unable to spend large sums of money. After all, it's common knowledge that the bulk of this money should belong to that legendary wizard who never existed. The resources needed by the legendary wizard and those needed by Don clearly have little overlap. Therefore, even with a large sum of money, Don could not spend it openly. Fortunately, Don had a secret channel. Through the Silver Mirror, Tang and acquired a large amount of resources and supplies, and even ordered a large number of slaves from that Rooster Emperor, although doing so completely exposed his identity to the Rooster. However, this was no big deal for Don. You see, to others, Don is a legendary wizard, but in the eyes of that Rooster Emperor, Don is a legendary wizard destined for heaven. Under these circumstances, His Majesty the Rooster is too busy trying to win over Tang Yin. Name, Don Campbell. Age, 22. Level, 19 plus 0. Rank, 4th rank. Occupation, Pirate King. Talents, Alien, favored by heaven, possessing the qualities of Tyrant. Strength, 30, 33. Agility, 20, 23. Physical strength, 34, 37. Charisma, 1. Intelligence, 20. Perception, 25, 28. Willpower, 21. Professional skills, 6 styles ultimate technique, 6 king spear. Life return. Your control over your body is greatly enhanced. Professional abilities, plundering, fleet activation, conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, observation hockey. Specialties, personal specialties, alien, pain reduction, sleepless, bat fruit, mythical zoan, vampire form, curse of the sea, soul fruit, dark fruit, damage absorption. Extraordinary abilities, extraordinary resilience, stamina, extraordinary recovery, stamina, extraordinary resistance, stamina, impact, strength, energy dissipation, strength, iron will, willpower, aura of fear, charisma, limb regeneration, stamina, armor penetration, strength. Materialization of mental power, intelligence. Dexterity, agility, greatly increases your speed of learning martial arts skills and reduces the requirements for learning them. Exceptional flexibility, agility, your body's flexibility has been greatly enhanced, enabling you to perform movements that ordinary people cannot. Suppression, strength, your attacks will suppress creatures with a lower strength attribute than yours. Specialty, advanced form of Ryuo armament hockey, possessing the ability to penetrate defenses. Exceptional professional expertise, foresight, perception. Personal professional expertise, overlord. Don purchased attribute potions, raising all attributes except charisma to a superhuman level of 20. This is something every professional who is about to become a legend will do. Because when you advance a legendary rank, the attribute boost you receive is a boost to all attributes, except for willpower. Generally speaking, it's +5 to all attributes, but there may be a few exceptions depending on the class. The cost-effectiveness of improving attributes above or below the extraordinary level is significantly different. They also purchased attribute-enhancing potions to improve their strength and perception attributes. The maximum boost from potions is 30 points. In addition to acquiring 4 extraordinary feats, as Don had expected, Don also gained a life return ability when his agility reached 20. Due to expenses in other areas, Don is temporarily unable to maximize his perception attribute. However, overall, the thrill of boosting his strength with drugs was something that Tang Yin found hard to resist. In Don's view, as long as he stays in the position of Pirate King for another 2 years, he can raise all his attributes to 30 points when he is promoted to legendary. To rise to legendary status on such a foundation is if not unprecedented, extremely rare. After all, legendary players also have a great need for rare resources like attribute potions, so very few fourth-tier professionals who lack the resources and money can afford to spend money on them. Soon, Annie had completely leveled the battlefield between Dawn and Kane. Well, compared to before the battle, the ground was only a few centimeters lower overall, which was no big deal. Damn, Dawn. I'll never clean up your mess again next time. Annie walked over angrily. Although this was not a difficult task for Annie, it took a lot of effort while she was busy moving soil to level the ground. Inevitably, one cannot take care of oneself, resulting in dust settling all over one's body. At this moment, Annie looked somewhat disheveled. After all, although Annie is a magic-based professional, her expertise is not quite relevant to her studies. No, Annie, this will help you train your mental power. Haven't you noticed that you're becoming more and more proficient at manipulating your mental power? Bullshit. My main ability is weather magic. What's the use of being good at manipulating mental power? Upon hearing Annie's words, Dawn couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Dawn had been using this excuse to fool Annie before, but this time Annie actually realized what was going on.